She is the assassination king who strikes fear worldwide. Yet now she is dressed as a high school girl who is bullied every day. However, with her exceptional skills and ruthless methods, she sheds the title of a useless student in one day and captures the heart of the prince of the capital in 3 days. Not only does she go to school every day in an armed helicopter, but she even carries an AK to the playground for military training. However, tonight, she smelled a strong scent of blood and gunpowder, and she was sure there was a gunfight in her backyard. Since she had transmigrated into the body of this useless female student, it was necessary to protect her current parents. So, Yi Qingshuang climbed out of the window and headed straight for her backyard. She saw an injured old man lying on the ground, dressed in a military green uniform, and the badge on his shoulder made Yi Qingshuang's pupils tremble slightly. It was the honor belonging to Ji Hanhai, a founding hero of the Dragon Kingdom, who dared to hunt down a military district leader within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, a big man with a silenced rifle came around the corner. "Mr. Ji, I've finally found you. I'm just here to collect a debt and help someone out, so you can rest easy." Hearing this, Ji Hanhai couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. After a lifetime of battles, he would end up dying in such a pathetic way. At this moment, a sound of crushed leaves suddenly rang out. The big man and Ji Hanhai both looked to the left and found that behind the tree, an 18-year-old girl had appeared out of nowhere, wearing pink pajamas with a little white rabbit printed on them. She was very pretty, but her eyes looked a bit calm. "You run quickly." Ji Hanhai grabbed the big man's calf, urging the girl to run fast. Protecting the people of Longwo was a duty ingrained in his bones. "Get out of here." The Han kicked open Ji Hanhai's door and immediately aimed the gun at the girl. The higher-up said that the assassination operation cannot be known by a second person, perhaps because the big man was too intimidating. The girl bent her knees slightly and crouched down. Seeing this, the big man showed a look of disdain in his eyes. Who would have thought that in the next second, the girl would suddenly spring out like a compressed spring, delivering a spinning kick that knocked the big man down, snatching the gun from his hand, and then aiming it at his head and pulling the trigger, the bullet instantly hitting the center of his forehead. In the moonlight, the girl stood sideways, holding the rifle with one hand, her killing intent unabashed, cold as death itself. Seeing this scene, General Ji was directly shocked. This girl in cute pajamas actually snatched a gun from a foreign assassin with her bare hands and even counter-killed him. Ji Hanhai nervously asked, "Who are you?" "The one who saved you." Yi Qingshuang's voice was calm and unruffled. At that moment, a dense sound of footsteps came from afar, and Yi Qingshuang knew that Ji Hanhai's reinforcements had arrived, so she turned and walked towards her home. The old man was instantly stunned. She just floated away like that, having saved a national hero, not even wanting a reward, or was it that she simply looked down on it? The next morning, Yi Qingshuang bid farewell to her parents, shouldered her backpack, and took the bus to Yancheng. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in her mind. "Trial task released. Please obtain the championship of the monthly exam at Bird Academy." Hearing this, Yi Qingshuang said softly, "Although I have not experienced institutional education, I have received knowledge in various aspects within the organization. Summarizing the knowledge of the third year of high school and winning the championship should be a piece of cake." An hour later, the bus stopped at the entrance of Faniego High School, the best elite school in the city. The students and their families wore brand-name clothes and expensive jewelry, while Yi Qingshuang was an exception, dressed in cheap clothes, standing out awkwardly from everything around her, naturally attracting the attention of others. "Wow, who is this country bumpkin? Who else could it be? It's young Master Shin's fiancé from the countryside." Before, Lu Hai looked like a female ghost, but now that she has styled her hair up, I'm a bit moved. It was like discovering a new continent. Many students took out their phones and started snapping pictures of Yi Qingshuang. "It's just a change of hairstyle. What's so surprising about it?" Some girls looked disdainful and spoke with a sour tone, but it couldn't hide the fact that Yi Qingshuang's beauty was spreading wildly throughout the campus. When Yi Qingshuang arrived at the entrance of Class 2 of the third year, all the classmates knew that she had changed her appearance, but their young faces were filled with disgust and disdain. The country bumpkin has really become pretty. So what if she's pretty? As soon as she comes in, I can smell the scent that only poor people have. At first, old Master Shin wanted to put her in Class 1 with Shin Xiaoqiao, but the vice principal was afraid that Yi Qingshuang would hold them back in Class 1, so he only symbolically arranged for her to be in our Class 2. Yi Qingshuang stepped into the classroom. Today is the day for changing seats. The school encourages students to make more friends by allowing them to change seats freely. Yi Qingshuang chose an empty seat, and before she could put her backpack down, the girl at the same table slapped the desk and said, "Sorry, but someone is sitting here." She went to the bathroom. As soon as she finished speaking, someone chuckled. There was really no one sitting there. The girl just didn't want to be Yi Qingshuang's deskmate. She glanced at the girl lightly and then went to another nearby empty seat. Before she could walk over, the girl next to her stood up impatiently and said, There are people here too. Move to another place. Who wants to be deskmates with Yi Qingshuang? This time, a few more people chuckled. At that moment, a boy with a face full of acne shouted, "I have a free seat here." Hearing this, Yi Qingshuang turned and went in the direction of the boy. Just as she was about to put her backpack on the seat, the boy stepped on the chair with one foot, his friendly expression turning into arrogant disdain. "But this free seat is reserved for someone to sit in. And you stupid, are not worthy." Suddenly, the whole class burst into laughter, and the boy's expression became even more smug. At this moment, Yi Qingshuang could no longer hold back. She let go of her backpack and punched the boy hard in the face, then kicked him down to the ground. The boy's face twisted in pain. Unable to say a word, Yi Qingshuang coldly asked, "Do I deserve to sit here now?" At this time, the classroom was silent, and the students were all stunned like wooden chickens. The usually timid Yi Qingshuang actually hit someone, and they didn't even see her movements clearly. It was so fast it was like a special effect cut from a movie. The boy who was beaten stood up hunched over, one hand covering his face and the other covering his stomach, his eyes full of shock and shame. "Yi Qingshuang, you actually dared to hit me. Have you forgotten who my mom is? His name is Zhang Chao, and his mother is Sun Hongxia, one of the school directors of Feiniego High School." However, Yi Qingshuang sneered coldly. Only incompetent people emphasize who their backer is when they are at a disadvantage, using the power of others to intimidate. "You wait for me," Zhang Chao said fiercely, quickly rushing out of the classroom to complain to his mother. But Yi Qingshuang showed no sign of fear on her face. She calmly picked up her textbook and began to read. Meanwhile, in the first hospital of Shiqiao town, Ji Hanhai lay in bed, his complexion much rosier. Sitting by the bedside was a tall, regal-looking handsome man, who was peeling an apple with his head bowed. Ji Hanhai softly said, "Grandpa, I'm fine, don't be angry." Shaoshan. Jishin did not respond and continued peeling the apple. The founding general quickly gave a subtle hint to the guard. Xiao Lu wiped away a cold sweat and, steeling himself, said, "Young Master Ji, the commander just wanted to go fishing in the mountains alone, but didn't expect to encounter foreign assassins on his own territory. We still haven't figured out who sent that assassin. The Dragon Country has a comprehensive Skynet system. It would be too strange if not a single clue could be found." Jishin stopped peeling the apple and said, "The queen. Mr. Ji means that the person who attacked the leader is related to that queen?" Xiao Lu nodded with a serious expression. "If it's her, it is indeed possible to do this. After all, she is the queen of the assassin world, a legendary figure without a doubt. But the queen is already dead. A month ago, the assassin organization captured her brother and made a video of him being tortured to provoke the queen to return. It is said that 7 days after the video was uploaded, the queen returned to the organization and perished with those people. So the possibility that this matter was planned by Queen is not high." Upon hearing this, Jishin shook his head, not expecting that the imposing queen would end up with such a tragic outcome. At this moment, a soldier saluted at the door and said, "Report, the information on Yi Qingshuang has been brought. Bring it over." Ji Hanhai was very curious about the contents of this information. The first page of the document features a student photo of a young girl, with the following text below. Yi Wushuang, 18 years old, from Shiqiao village. Father Yi Weigua, Mother Li Chunlan, currently studying in the 3rd year of Fei Bird High School, an ordinary student. It's that simple? Ji Hanhai flipped the information back and forth, always feeling that a lot of things were missing from it. Yes, the soldier scratched his ears, really unable to believe that the weak and good girl in the photo saved the chief from the foreign assassin. Little deep, what do you think? Ji Hanhai handed the information to Jishin. Jishin looked at the girl in the photo for a moment, and then fell on the words Bird Academy. "I'm going to take a trip to the Flying Bird. This saving grace, the Ji family has to pay back." Bird of Prey College. The closed door of the second senior class was suddenly pushed open, and the visitor, an obese noblewoman, aggressively walked towards the podium. "Where is Yi Wushuang?" "She is Zhang Chao's mom, one of the board members of Flying Bird Academy." Sun Hongxia, Zhang Chao, who had a hemostatic rod inserted in his nostrils, followed behind Sun Hongxia, looking for Yi Wushuang with a ferocious face. It barely took 3 seconds for him to find Yi Wushuang, as he was still sitting in his original position, like a nobody. "Mom, there she is." Zhang Chao reached out and shouted. Chapter 4. Is Yi Wushuang more beautiful in person than in photos? Seeing Yi Wushuang reading to himself and not looking at himself with a straight eye, Sun Hongxia couldn't help but get angrier. She walked down the podium, stopped in front of Yi Wushuang, raised her hand and swung down a slap. Something that doesn't know how to die. She couldn't even beat her precious son herself. What right did Yi Wushuang have to beat a country like her? The palm winds came quickly. Yi Wushuang gently converged his black pupils, and murderous qi steamed at the bottom of his pupils. she used faster speed to catch Sun Hongxia's wrist, stood up and backhanded her, slapping Sun Hongxia's fat face. Snap! Sun Hongxia was beaten back and forth. The back row of the classroom let out an awe-inspiring gasp as the students' eyes went wide. Yi Wushuang is a cow. Even school board members dare to fight. Zhang Chao was also dumbfounded. With a cruel heart, he copied the teaching stick on the lecture table in his hand and swung it hard at Yi Wushuang. Bitch! Yi Wushuang's eyes were cold. He dodged sideways and raised his leg to kick Zhang Chao in the stomach. Oh! Zhang Chao also backed up and crashed into his mother. Poor Sun Hongxia had not yet stood still. By the Sun Duong sound, hit the ground. There was a click, and the bone broke. Where did Sun Hongxia suffer this kind of crime? And she directly fainted. Mom! Zhang Chao shouted, see his mother unconscious, and hastened to greet a few students to frame his mother to the infirmary. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to repeat his previous words. Yi Wushuang, you dare to hit the school manager. Just wait for me. The classroom returns to its previous quiet, due to the gazes from the back row being too fiery. Yi Wushuang turned to look backward, her delicate and stunning face indifferent. Swish, 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 swish. The students pushed their way to the corner in unison on their hands and knees, afraid that Yi Wushuang would get upset and beat them up as well. However, Yi Wushuang was not interested in beating them up. He just sat down and continued to flip through the book. The mission of this trial is to take the first place in the monthly exam. The only way to resurrect your brother is to complete 30 trial quests. She didn't want to fail at the first step. It didn't take long for an angsty beat to blare from inside the radio. That was the entrance music for the flag-raising ceremony, reminding students and faculty that it was time to go and assemble in the plaza. Yi Wushuang closed the textbook, summarized the knowledge in his head, and also followed his classmates out of the classroom. 10 minutes later, the square was full of teachers and students. At the end of the simple but dignified flag-raising ceremony, the male vice president, with white hair and wearing a dark blue tang suit, took the stage to deliver a speech. The speeches were all the same, and people couldn't get pumped up until the student representatives took the stage. It was a teenager of 18 or 7, with brown hair and decent features, wearing a black and white English-style school uniform, like a Japanese manga hero. The stage was immediately restless, with the girls particularly agitated. Oh, Schoolmaster Shin Wenyu Shin. I dream of falling in love with Schoolmaster Shun, but it's a pity that Schoolmaster Shin already has a fiancé. Yi Wushuang. Whoops. Why should a country girl be able to marry Schoolmaster Shun? I'm not convinced. What's the use of you being unconvinced? Even if there was no Yi Wushuang, it wouldn't be your turn, would it? That's right. Shin Wenyu has openly said that Rong Qingru Rong schoolgirl is the girl who best matches his choice of spouse. At the mention of Rong Qingru, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at a young girl. The young girl had a slim figure, long flowing hair, and wore an academy uniform with beautiful features and a gentle temperament. The boys all around looked at her with worshipful fascination, as if she were a holy goddess from ancient Greek mythology. A vacation is not seen. The goddess seems to be more beautiful. Although the current school flower ranking is not yet over, the first winner must be a goddess, right? Isn't that nonsense? Is there a female who can outshine a goddess in every way? Nope. Rong Qingru, YYDS. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside the square. The visitors were none other than Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao, whose arms were in plaster. The two walked up to the podium without a word. Shin Wenyu stopped speaking in confusion, and the teachers behind him were also confused. The vice principal took the lead in welcoming them, his tone concerned. How did school manager Sun and student Zhang get hurt? The school manager is the funder of the school, and he, a vice principal, has only compliments to offer. Beaten by students from your school. Sun Hongxia gritted her teeth as she touched her face, which had not yet lost its swelling, and if she hadn't been saved by the school nurse in time, she still didn't know when she was going to faint. What? The vice principal was shocked. And a student dared to beat up a school board member and the son of a school board member like that? Sun Hongxia snorted coldly and looked at Shin Wenyu. He thought, Yi Wushuang dared to beat them. Isn't it because he has the Shin family behind him? Then she'll take the Shin family directly. Compared to the Shin family, a powerful family that had risen to prominence only in recent decades, the Zhang family that she had married was a long-established powerful family in Yanqing. In terms of seniority, that would be the Zhang family in the front and the Shin family in the back. Sun Hongxia questioned under her breath. Shin Wenyu, how does your Shin family teach your daughter-in-law? Look at what Yi Wushuang has done to me and my son. The room erupted at those words. The formerly obsequious, bullying country bumpkin who thrashed the flamboyant, domineering, rampaging Sun Hongxia mother and son? Really? Is Mrs. Sun joking? Shin Wenyu frowned, instinctively disbelieving. Zhang Chao pointed at his bruise-crossed face. My mom would joke about something like that? Thinking about the fact that it was indeed impossible for Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia to lie with their temperament, Shen Wenyu said while cursing in her heart that Yi Wushuang would only cause him trouble. Mrs. Sun and student Zhang, calm down. Yi Wushuang is from the countryside and doesn't have much upbringing, don't be general with her. Sun Hongxia became even more angry. No general knowledge? Do I have to be merciful and forgive Yi Wushuang after my son and I were beaten up? Shen Wenyu, I see that you're Shen family. You don't want to continue working with the Zhang family. Mentioning the matter of cooperation between the two families, Shen Wenyu's face changed drastically. Mrs. Sun has misunderstood. I will let Yi Wushuang properly make amends to the two of you until you are satisfied. Call Yi Wushuang up. Sun Hongxia's voice was shrill. If this isn't dealt with, no one will be able to live well. The vice principal rushed to the microphone. Senior class 2 Yi Wushuang, come up here. The crowd automatically made way for Yi Wushuang, causing him to be exposed to the public view for the first time. It was also at this moment that Yi Wushuang's appearance metamorphosis was known by more people. The students couldn't help but whisper, is this really that timid and ugly Yi Wushuang? I thought you guys were lying to me when you said she became beautiful. I also thought the picture you guys sent me this morning was pee. I didn't realize she was even more beautiful in person than in the picture. This face value. It's not too much for me to say that she's prettier than Rongqingru, right? What's the use of being pretty? Is she as smart as Goddess Young? Is she as versatile as Goddess Young? It's just that she's gone from an ugly fool to a not-so-ugly fool, but if she had a normal IQ, she wouldn't have beaten up Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao like that. So says. Yi Wushuang ignored the gawking around him and walked towards the podium with a calm face. It was as if what awaited her on stage was not multiple accusations, but a coronation ceremony belonging to the victor. She had just stepped up to the podium when a slender woman came alongside her. The woman pointed at Yi Wushuang's nose. Spittle flying, Yi Wushuang, who instructed you to beat up the school manager and your classmates? What did I usually teach you? Hurry up and apologize to them and admit your fault. Her name is Huang Jiejia and she is the homeroom teacher of the second senior class. This fight happened in a class she led, and she was more or less responsible for it. Instead of waiting for the school administration and the school board to chastise her, it would be better for her to chastise Yi Wushuang first, showing that she was innocent as well. Chapter 5, Yishan's and Yishan's families, marriage contract annulled. Looking at Huang Jiejia who stopped in front of him, Yi Wushuang's eyes lightly converged and spat out two words. Asterisk 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 off. Huang Jiejia froze, then angrily said, how do you talk to a teacher? It's okay that she can't afford to mess with the school manager, but what is Yi Wushuang? Do you really think that with the Shen family behind you, you're not a pheasant from the countryside? I don't think that someone who comes up here and makes students apologize and admit their mistakes is worthy of the word teacher. Yi Wushuang's tone was cold. Huang Jiejia couldn't speak. Next to her, Shen Wenyu sank her face and said unhappily, stop in moderation. Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang turned his head to look at Shen Wenyu. The bottom of his eyes had the coldness of icy miles. In what capacity are you ordering me? She originally thought that Shen Wenyu, who was renowned throughout the school, could argue with Sun Hongxia, but it turned out that as soon as Sun Hongxia talked about business, he was as humble as a dog, and he couldn't wait to carry her head to see Sun Hongxia to make amends. In the end, he's just a gilded strawman, as your fiancé. Shen Wenyu's volume couldn't help but rise, her eyes disgusted. If Grandpa had not said that his marriage with Yi Wushuang could only be continued or cancelled by Yi Wushuang's choice, he would have broken off this absurd and ridiculous doll's marriage a long time ago. Not anymore. Yi Wushuang's voice was higher, and his aura was more prevalent and stronger. The marriage contract between the Yi family and the Shen family is null and void from now on. You, too, get out of the way. The words landed on the ground, and there was a terrible silence all around. What happened to Yi Wushuang? It's not even enough to beat up Sun Hongxia's mother and son and treat the class teacher badly. Why did you cancel the marriage contract between Yishan's two families? Didn't she like Shen Wenyu a lot? Besides, even a 10-year-old child should understand that the Shen family is the capital for Yi Wushuang to gain a foothold in Bird High School, right? Without the Shen family, how could she fight against Sun Hongxia's mother and son? Shen Wenyu's expression was a bit ugly. In his mind, even if the marriage was cancelled, Yi Wushuang should have withdrawn with the inferior gesture of blessing and resignation. Not like now, full of disgust and nausea, as if he didn't deserve her. I would have wanted to help you on the past love of Yishan's two families, but you don't know how to break off the marriage contract. Then this matter you deal with it yourself. After all, I, Shen Wenyu, also don't have the habit of backstabbing people. After saying that, Shen Wenyu retreated to the side with a clear face. He wanted to see how capable Yi Wushuang could be without the Shen family's help. Yi Wushuang, you're not going to tell me that with you also want to do things for one person, right? Sun Hongxia did not understand what Yi Wushuang wanted to do. She originally thought that Yi Wuxuan would hold on to the Shin family and not let go, using the Shin family to protect herself. Who knew that not only did she not hold on to the Shin family, she also kicked the Shin family away. To deal with a small character like you, if you don't do things alone, do you have to ask for the help of 30 or 50 people? Yi Wuxuan looked askance at her out of the corner of his eye, his attitude breezy. The words, however, were wild enough to make the rest of the group break out in a cold sweat. Sun Hongxia was one of the top noble women in Yancheng, if she was considered a minor character. This Bird Academy, this Yen City, there were several other major characters. Yi Wuxuan really had his brain kicked by a donkey. I'm a minor character? Ha! Sun Hongxia twisted her head to look at the vice principal and said as if she was not thinking, Vice principal, the school's funds for the next semester are not yet available, right? The vice principal understood and picked up the microphone to speak righteously. Yi Wuxuan disregarded the school rules, violated the rules below, and beat and insulted the school board members and classmates. He will be expelled from the school, and I hope that all of you will take this as a warning. Ooh, this comment caused quite a commotion on stage. That's a dismissal? Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao were not seriously injured, and according to the school rules, Yi Wuxuan should only be given a demerit once, not so much that he would be expelled outright. While everyone was wondering, Yi Wuxuan faintly spoke. Vice principal, you can change the 9 characters on the sculpture at the entrance of Flying Bird Academy. What do you mean? The vice principal's expression was slightly angry. The 9 words on the sculpture are, a lifelong struggle for education. This was the oath that Fei Bird Academy took when it was founded, and it was also the face of Fei Bird Academy. Wouldn't changing those words be a slap in the face? From the time I hit people until now, some of you asked me who ordered me, some told me to stop in moderation, and others directly fired me. Only no one asked me why I hit Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Isn't it funny that this happens in a place where the main focus is on educating students? Yi Wuxuan's black pupils resembled a torch flame as he looked straight at the vice principal. The principal's expression stiffened. Indeed, after this incident, no one asked Yi Wuxuan why he beat up Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Out of face relations, the vice principal said forcefully, is there any justification for hitting people? Then tell me, why did you hit school manager Sun and student Zhang? Next to them, Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao exchanged glances, secretly saying that it was not good. Today was the day of the seat change, and I beat up Zhang Chao because he called me over to be at the same table, and when I went over there, he insulted me as a stupid pig who didn't deserve to sit there like a human being. I hit Sun Hongxia, but also because Sun Hongxia reached out and hit me first, saying that I hit his son and didn't know how to die. From start to finish, they were the ones picking fights, and I was fired for defying them. The average student swears. No. The school manager's son swears. All right. Ordinary students hit people. No. The school manager hit the man. Line. In that case, what is the point of fighting for education all your life? Wouldn't it be more apt to change it to fight for the rich for the rest of your life? Yi Wuxuan's ice-cold voice was like a sniper bullet, hitting the crowd straight in the heart. For a moment, no one refuted it. What kind of person is Yi Wuxuan? They know. Her family has no money and her birth is humble, but she follows the rules and never makes mistakes. Zhang Chao Sun Hongxia, what person? They also know. Both of their families are rich and powerful, especially Zhang Chao. Usually not a lot of rely on his mother is the identity of the school board and the school bullying others. Today, it was obviously just like what Yi Wuxuan said. Zhang Chao Sun Hongxia tried to bully Yi Wuxuan and was cleaned up by Yi Wuxuan in an uncharacteristic manner. If the school expels Yi Wuxuan, isn't it serving the rich? So is there any point in staying at a school like this? Not everyone is as rich as Sun Hongxia's mother and son. The vice principal's face turned brilliant. You lied. Zhang Chao saw that the atmosphere was not right and immediately stepped forward to defend himself. You said that I humiliated you. Where is the evidence? Who saw it? Who can prove it? He walked to the front of the stage and looked at the sophomores. Can you prove it? Sun Hongxia's eyes lit up and she also walked to the front of the stage, asking knowingly. Yi Wuxuan said that this school manager beat her and scolded her. Did you see that? The students of the second class look at me and I look at you. One is an old Yanqing mansion and school manager, and the other is a country girl who is no longer related to the Shin family. Who should I help? Do I need to think about it? They scrambled to say. We didn't see school manager Sun and Zhang scolding Yi Wuxuan. What Yi Wuxuan said was false. Poor mountains produce unruly people. Everyone must not be deceived by Yi Wuxuan. Rural people are just uneducated as hell. This was the price Yi Wuxuan paid for breaking off the engagement with the Shin family. Chapter 6. Kneel down and apologize to Miss Yi. A group of students turned black and white upside down. The vice principal let out a sigh of relief and turned his head to say indignantly, Yi Wuxuan, not only did you beat and scold the student school manager, but you also tried to lie and cheat. What's wrong with this vice principal expelling you? No problem at all. Zhang Chao was the first to agree. Sun Hongxia stared at Yi Wuxuan with a face full of scorn. If you don't properly apologize to me and my son today, you won't be able to leave Flying Bird standing. That ruthless tone caused the heart tips of many people in the arena to tremble. It's hard for them to describe how they feel right now. They knew that Sun Hongxia Zhang Chao had lied. They knew that the students in the second class of the senior class had lied. And they knew that the vice principal was favoring the school manager. But they can't do anything about it. There was a gas in their hearts. Gas a person who was clearly a victim but is labeled as a victimizer. Gas a student was expelled by the vice principal when he clearly had the right of way. Angry about a girl who was forced to apologize by her elders when she had clearly done nothing wrong. They felt like there was a dark cloud over their heads, enveloping the school in a tight blanket. The character and virtue in the textbooks were eaten away. The benevolence and righteousness on the blackboard were erased. And only the scarlet mouths of Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao, who laughed maniacally, and the fawning smiling face of the vice principal remained. Is this reality? In the low atmosphere, Yi Wuxuan let out a cold laugh, like the first beam of golden light that lit up in the early morning, taking the lead in piercing through the skyless black night. She said, Sun Hongxia, I appreciate your self-confidence, but I would rather suggest that you return to your husband and discuss how you should respond to the fact that your own products have been reported for investigation because of jerry building. At those words, all of the malice on Sun Hongxia's face faded and was replaced with weakness and shock. How did Yi Wuxuan know about this? But what could she do if she knew? Sun Hongxia's mouth was stiff. What does this have to do with you? We can handle our own group's affairs ourselves. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. I just put my cell phone in my pocket and recorded everything that happened to me from the time I entered the Bird of Prey Academy until now. And, by the way, uploaded it to the back end of the country's largest video website in preparation for its release. Yi Wuxuan took out his own cell phone and tapped on the recorded video. The video was not very pixelated, as Yi Wuxuan was using a cottage phone, but it completely documented the entire process. Through the small 4-square cell phone, Zhang Chao could be seen humiliating Yi Wuxuan. And after being violently beaten by Yi Wuxuan, he shouted for his mother to be beaten. All lies are cracked. Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia had embarrassed expressions. The vice principal's lips trembled. The students of the second senior class were even more eager to go straight into the ground. Who would have thought that Yi Wuxuan, this stupid academic scum, had recorded the video from the very beginning? What kind of backlash would I get if I released the video? Yi Wuxuan walked past the vice principal and Sun Hongxia one by one, like an elder lecturing a child who made a mistake. His aura was cold and powerful. Yufei Biao College, the best private aristocratic college in Yen City. A class of students collectively lied and bullied female classmates from the countryside. And the vice principal aided and abetted in the abuse. Not caring. Will this ridiculousness be in the papers immediately? In Zhang's group, it was discovered that not only did Zhang's products cut corners, but the group's wife also joined forces with her son to engage in school bullying. Will this be used by Chang's competitors to make a big deal out of it? Don't! Sun Hongxia was the first to sulk. Her tone was anxious. Her face was pale. And she no longer had her previous arrogant and brutal vigor. The Zhang family is in trouble this time. It's a competitor who messed up. And the stock dropped quite a bit. In the past 2 years, school bullying has been a hot topic again. And if this video falls into the hands of a competitor, it will definitely not give the Zhang family a good time. Under the pressure of public opinion from many sides, the Zhang family would be greatly wounded, if not dead. Yes. Yi Wuxuan downplayed the situation with a very talkative look. Kneel down and beg me. What? Sun Hongxia froze in place in a daze, thinking she had heard wrong. Get on your knees. Beg me. Yi Wuxuan raised her volume, her tail tone lengthening, the hostility under her eyes almost spreading out. I am a school manager, a group lady, a Yanqing noblewoman. How can I kneel down for you? How can I? Sun Hongxia shook her head repeatedly, very resistant. Then you wait to live on the streets. Yi Wuxuan no longer paid attention to Sun Hongxia, turned around and walked away sharply. This just walked out a step. Sun Hongxia plop on the ground, kneeling, bitterly begging. Yi Wuxuan, please spare us. It's our fault. We have eyes but don't recognize ente. Tai. You must not see eye to eye with us. Then the future glory and wealth. This dignity is nothing. Sun Hongxia does not want to become a debt-ridden beggar on the street. Mom, what are you doing? Get up. Don't be fooled by Yi Wuxuan. Zhang Chao was completely confused and just wanted to drag his mother up, not wanting to lose face. He didn't realize what was going on in the house or how serious the consequences of this video would be if it got out. Asshole, you're the one who scolded Miss Yi, aren't you? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Miss Yi. Sun Hongxia grabbed her son and reached out to slap on her baby son's face, who normally couldn't be hit no matter what. While she shyly knelt down and kowtowed with a smiling face, she also held down her son's head and forced him to kowtow and apologize to Yi Wuxiang. This lowly stance was a great contrast to the earlier domineering appearance, leaving everyone unable to digest it for a long time. Yi Wuxiang didn't rely on the Shen family and cleaned up Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao with just one person? Is this the same foolish and timid country bumpkin? They looked at Yi Wuxiang, expecting to see a look of pain or happiness on his face. But what did they see? Yi Wuxiang did not have any expression on his face. She calmly, widowedly, and indifferently looked directly ahead, paying no attention at all to Sun Hongxia's mother and son, who were kneeling and crouching at her feet behind her. Just as an emperor never pays attention to what an ant does or says when confronted by an ant. As a matter of fact, to Queen, who had crossed the world of killers, Sun Hongxia's existence was indeed no different from a mole cricket. She's killed higher status princes and seen more powerful underground organizations. Being able to know that Zhang Group's products cut corners was also thanks to her former status. The killers have a website that takes and sends out missions. It brings together assassins from all over the world, as well as all kinds of missions ranging from assassinating a country's president to stealing a group's top-secret formula. Unluckily, some time ago, she happened to have seen a mission that consisted of finding evidence of jerry building in the products of Zhang's group in Yan City, Xia Kingdom. Recording the video ahead of time was also a plan made on the bus before arriving. The original owner was bullied at school and she needed a chance to make an example of her. Sun Hongxia Zhang Chao bumped into it himself and deserved it. Then, after dealing with Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao, it's time to deal with Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wuxiang walked towards the vice principal whose temples were graying. It wasn't that she had to stay at Soaring Bird Academy. It was just that this trial assignment required her to take the upcoming monthly exam championship. She can't be fired. Before she could say anything, there was a slap from outside the square. The crowd looked in unison, only to see a baby-faced little square boy coming from the left, looking only about 10 years old, wearing a black suit, cute, well-behaved, cool and tugging, making people want to hold him in their arms and get close. The school principal, the students exclaimed. He was the principal of Flying Bird Academy, Shangguan Qinglin, a legendary principal with an adorable baby face who actually suffers from dwarfism, but who also combines a thunderous streak. Isn't the man behind the principal Ji Xiao? How come even he's here? The students' faces were filled with shock. Ji Xiao, Ji Shun, the only grandson of the founding fathers, the heir of the Ji family, a 1,000-year-old family. 9 years ago, the Ji family suffered a catastrophe, the family business nearly destroyed. In everyone's hands at a time when nothing can be done, only 18 years old Jishin stood out, the details of which the outside world does not know. They only know that after Jishin took power, the Ji family not only fought back and became the #1 family in the Summer Country, its industry spread all over the world. Even the president of the Summer Kingdom was polite and didn't dare to treat Ji Xiao when he saw him. What's even more screaming is his face. Chapter 7, A Sword Cannot Be Hidden in a Box. The man who was called Ji Xiao was about 27 years old, wearing an expensive black suit with a slender body like a model, and was walking towards everyone with a steady pace. His eyebrows were delicate, his thin lips scarlet, and his ink-like eyes flashed sharply from time to time, signaling to the outside world that he was not just a fluttering gentleman, but an emperor on earth. Strategizing. It's only just been revealed and it's already made a lot of girls' eyes water and fall in love. Instead, he looked away, cold to the core. Vice Principal Han, you seem to have done a lot of good things in Fei Bird during the 3 years I spent abroad for further education. Shangguan Qinglin walked towards the vice principal on the stage. He was not tall due to his physical defects, but his aura was not weak at all. It was just that against his proper baby face, there was always a weird and upturned sense of dissonance. School, headmaster, didn't you say you were going to take a day off after you got off the plane and not come back until tomorrow? The vice principal took a half step back. Just after leaving the airport, I was framed by a certain big young man to come to school. I can't do anything about it. As she said this, Shangguan Qinglin looked askance at Jishin, the resentment in her eyes extremely deep. Jishin smiled back. He turned his head to look at Yi Wuxiang. In sight, the young girl, dressed in cheap clothes, held her head up and stood proud. A far cry from the good girl look of her file photos. Needless to say, this made her more like the person who could have saved his grandfather. He arrived at the Bird of Prey Academy before the flag-raising ceremony. Seeing that she was in a bad situation, he contacted his old friend and principal of the Bird Academy, Shangguan Qinglin, who was the most appropriate person to intervene in this matter. As it turned out, the person was picked up and the teenage girl worked things out. Having watched the whole process, he didn't find it much of a surprise. After all, how could someone who could kill a foreign assassin back with his bare hands be a weakling to be slaughtered? Noticing Ji Shen's examining eyes, Yi Wuxiang also began to observe Ji Shen. First, the man's appearance is excellent. Secondly, his eyebrows are a bit similar to Ji Hanhai's. When he was also surnamed Ji, Yi Wuxuan guessed his purpose of coming to Bird Academy, so she averted her eyes. She didn't really want to get involved with people she didn't care for, other than to fulfill her mission. Ji Shen raised an eyebrow. Did she even just give him a faint look? On the other side, Shangguan Qinglin was still questioning the vice principal. I remembered that I said that Flying Bird Academy never opens the back door to any group or family, and that the students are only divided into classes based on their grades. He had only been abroad for 3 years before his subordinates ignored the rules and let Yi Wuxuan in. Even ignoring Yi Wuxuan's grades, he placed her in the second class with the second highest average. It annoyed him. Elder Shen, one of the school managers, begged me too many times, and I just couldn't help it, said the vice principal, cold sweat dripping from his temples. He couldn't say that it was because Master Shen had privately given him too much money. Could he? When something happens to a student, you don't ask what happened. You don't check the truth of the matter, and you directly issue a dismissal. Also because Sun Hongxia begged you too many times? Shangguan Qinglin pressed on step by step. The poor vice principal, who was very old, stammered for half a day and could not say anything. You're fired. The small, square-like principal showed no mercy and turned to point at the second-year senior. Senior class 2. Everyone suspended for half a month. 10,000 word review. Sun Hongxia, expelled from the school board. Zhang Chao, dismissed. Only in the end did Shangguan Qinglin come to Yi Wuxuan with a much softer tone. By definition, you're the one who's been wronged, and it's your right to post or not post the recorded video. It's just that I, as a principal, don't want the school, as well as the students, to be subjected to controversial scolding just because of a small group of people. So, if you're willing to not send it, I can make an exception and let you stay in Feiyu, but according to your previous grades, you can only go to the 7th class of the senior year. Are you willing to do that? Yes. Yi Wuxuan nodded. Her goal was just to stay in Flyer to win the monthly exam. It didn't matter which class she went to. Okay. Shangguan Qinglin nodded. Other than Yi Wuxuan, the rest of you go back to your classes and go about your duties. When the people had almost dispersed, Shangguan Qinglin called out to his best friend. Ah Shen, come down to the principal's office later. I'll treat you to a taste of the tea that I've brought back from abroad. I've heard that it's the favorite drink of the queen of their country. It looks like there's a mouthful. Ji Shen's thin lips rose slightly. He took a long stride and handed Yi Wuxuan a business card as he passed by, his voice low and elegant. Thank you for saving my grandfather. Contact me if you have any difficulties in the future. That statement, coming from someone else, might be laughable and suspiciously pretentious, but coming from the mouth of his Ji family's youngest, it was a get-out-of-jail-free card. Yi Wuxuan did not make any pretense, took the business card and simply left. Ji Shen looked at her back, a bit of appreciation unconsciously floating in his eyes. In danger, he does not panic. He does not panic. He is brave and resourceful, and he is wild and confident. Few girls have so much going for them at the same time. What? Fancying someone else? Shangguan Qinglin made a small joke. This nature does match you quite well. How about you just repay her for saving your grandfather's life by giving yourself to her? Ji Shen glanced at his friend and didn't bother to reply. How come you don't have a problem with me shoving her into the class with the worst grades? He thought Ji Shen would find a way to send her to first class, or to some other better school. It's hard to hide a sharp sword in a box, and class 7 can't trap her. Ji Shen spoke faintly, his narrow ink eyes flashing with dark auras. Pretty high praise? Let's go and have some tea. When Yi Wuxuan returned to the second senior class, the classroom was already empty. The students, by and large, were too embarrassed and afraid to face her, so they packed up and ran away early. She loaded up her textbooks and headed toward her senior, 7th, class. Class 7 was special, not being in the newly constructed teaching building, which had something to do with Shangguan Qinglin. Before the school was renovated, there were not many students. Under Shangguan Qinglin's leadership, the reputation of Fei Bird College has grown, attracting many new students. This resulted in the school being renovated with more seniors than could be crammed into the new classrooms. The executives met and combined their efforts and felt that the old school building was still usable, except that the facilities were slightly outdated and slightly farther away from the cafeteria, athletic field and other places, but everything else was fine. Thus, the students of Class 7, who were not doing well, were rightly placed in the old school building, half a grove away from the other classes. Yi Wuxuan crossed the grove and walked on the cobbled path when the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. She took out her cell phone, and the words that came to her eyes were no battery. Auto shut off. Being a cheap cottage, being able to record video for that long is about as far as it goes. The screen quickly turned black as if it was a mirror, allowing Yi Wuxuan to see his tired brow. She didn't sleep again after saving Ji Hanhai last night. To put it mildly, the difficulty in sleeping in her previous life had been reborn with her in a new body. Looks like I need to buy more sleeping pills, Yi Wuxiang muttered, slipping his cell phone back into his pocket. Without the help of medication, sleep is a luxury for her. Someone brushed past her, and the wind blew just right off the person, and a light scent drilled into her nose. That fragrance is strange, not like flowers, not like a certain type of chemical agent. The first smell is easy to let people ignore. Fine, and then taste. Tranquilize the mind. Sleepyheads are instantly seduced and work better than 10,000 sleeping pills. Yi Wuxiang subconsciously grabbed this passerby's wrist, wanting to retain the fragrance, and looked up, only to meet a pair of ink-like eyes. Chapter 8, The Wise and Majestic Queen. This person was none other than Jishin. He just came out of the principal's office. The principal's office is at the end of the grove. Can I help you? He inquired politely and gentlemanly, raising his hand in the manner of a nobleman. Yi Wuxiang had saved his grandfather, and that alone could set him apart from other females and treat him patiently. Before I answer that, I want to know, do you wear perfume? Yi Wuxiang's black pupils had an extra trace of urgency in them. In her previous life, she had tried using perfume to help her sleep, but there was no scent that could improve her sleep, and neither could aromatherapy. She didn't know what exactly the smell on Jishin was. No. Jishin looked down at the arm that the young girl was gripping tightly, his eyes flickering slightly. The warmth belonging to the young girl's palm was seeping into his veins. It's true that even the coldest person's blood is hot. Then I have something. Yi Wuxiang gripped him tighter and raised her palm-sized little face. I want to sleep with you. Every night. Ji-shun? A flicker of dismay swept across his handsome, extraordinary face. Are kids nowadays so spontaneous? You have a special aroma that you can't notice until you get close. A smell that cures my insomnia. And I want to lie down next to you and sleep. Yi Wuxiang explained his purpose. God knows how much she longed for a peaceful sleep. She was even a little annoyed that she hadn't gotten closer to him when she'd picked up the business card earlier, so she could have noticed it sooner. The man was silent, as if digesting this relatively rare occurrence. After a moment, he nodded slightly, his voice elegant. If your parents don't mind, I can fulfill your request. She was Grandpa's savior, and he's single, no fiancé, no need to think about anything else. Simply sleeping with them is not out of the question. Thanks. Yi Wuxiang let go of Jishin's wrist and resumed her previous cold and icy appearance. You're welcome. Jishin glanced at his watch. School ends at 5:30. At that time, I will arrange for a driver to pick you up at the school gate. If there are no other problems, I will go back to the office first. The Ji family has a branch in Yancheng. Aha. Yi Wuxiang nodded his head and continued walking towards the old teaching building. In about 5 minutes, Yi Wuxiang arrived at his destination. It was a deviation from the school building she remembered. The original owner's memory. The old school building is only the entire building's outer wall skin eroded over time. The color is ugly. The rest of the facilities are all intact. The teaching building in front of him, on the other hand, was living like an abandoned haunted house in a horror movie. The wall skin was peeling off in large patches, and red bricks could even be seen in some places, and the weeds outside the building were overgrown, and the tallest one was taller than Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang slightly wrinkled his eyebrows and followed the road sign to guide him to the entrance of the 7th senior class. The door to the classroom was closed, and it was painted with 1,000-odd graffiti. She pushed the door open, only to see a flurry of half-kneeling inside. The young high schoolers with their left hands behind their backs and their right hands outstretched in her direction, as if waiting for the gods to show them favor, and chanting under their breath, Your Majesty, the wise and mighty queen, come to the throne, wave your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness. Snap. Yi Wuxiang shut the door expressionlessly. There was a pause of a few seconds. She opened the door again. Your Majesty, the wise and mighty queen, come to the throne, wave your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness. Repetitive actions, repetitive lines, repetitive crowds, as if copy and paste had been used. Yi Wuxiang, Queen, don't close the door. There's nothing wrong with the way you open it. The leading boy was afraid that Yi Wuxiang would close the door again and hurriedly got up and walked in front of Yi Wuxiang's body. He was clean cut, with short dyed silver white hair, studded ears and a skull ring on his hand, looking trendy and rebellious. I'm Jane Jiao Yang. You can call me Jiao Yang. We have a rule in Class 7. Whoever has the highest fighting strength is the boss. Before you came, I was the boss of Class 7, but during the flag-raising ceremony, I stood in the front row and saw the footage of the beating you recorded. I'm sure I can't beat you, so I decided to step aside, and from now on, you'll henceforth be the boss of Class 7, with the title, Queen. The students around the room let out a woohoo sound as the words hit the ground. Yi Wuxiang didn't want to pay attention to this group of middle-aged and second-hand disease. and found a quiet corner to sit down and read. The queen is so cold, but it's because she's cold and cool that we want to call her queen. The queen is so pretty. This schoolgirl list mustn't arrange a wave for her? Arrangements. They must be made. All hands vote. Class 7 can't lose face. The students were fighting, but Jane Jiaoyang hemmed and hawed. I won't vote for the queen. You guys go for it. You're going to vote for your girlfriend, aren't you? Everyone rolled their eyes. The bell rings. There were 4 classes in the morning, but none of the corresponding 4 teachers showed up, and the classes all turned into self-study. If students in other classes encountered this kind of thing, they would definitely report it to the relevant authorities and angrily denounce whether they have paid their tuition fees in vain. But when it comes to class 7 students, they will just say it's cool. Doesn't it smell good when it eats, sleeps and plays games in study hall? The students were too lazy to learn. The teachers were too lazy to teach. And both sides were so unaware that no one reported it. This has also led to deteriorating academic performance in class 7. Yi Wuxuan did not care about these things. All she wanted was to win the monthly exam. It's lunchtime. Part of the students of class 7 chose to go to the cafeteria and part decided to eat outside the school. They did not disturb Yi Wuxuan when they saw that he was still burying his head in a book as if he was very serious. When Yi Wuxuan looked up again, the classroom was empty, and the only sound left in the world was the rustling sound of the wind rustling the leaves. She closed her textbook and moved to eat off campus. Being an aristocratic high school, the food in the cafeteria of Osaka Academy was not cheap, and her wallet couldn't afford it. She found an unoccupied, affordable restaurant, ordered a cheap, affordable egg fried rice, and sat in an inconspicuous corner. Halfway through the meal, the restaurant welcomed a second guest, none other than the former boss of senior class 7, Jian Jiaoyang. This made Yi Wuxuan slightly surprised. Bird of Prey Academy was full of noble children except her, and Jane Jiaoyan was one of the best, as the Jane family was also one of the oldest and most powerful families in Yan City. How could the son of such a powerful family be in a place with this level of spending? Clunk! The door of the restaurant was pushed open with great force, and in came a couple of punks. About because Jane Jiaoyang's silver white hair was too eye-catching, they were the first to notice Jane Jiaoyang. The leading young man sat directly across from Jane Jiaoyang. Yo, isn't this the young master of the Jane family? What? You don't want to eat steak and seafood this day? You've come to a small restaurant to experience people's livelihood? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Jian Jiaoyan was full of impatience. The young man was also quick. I'm short of money. Can you give me some money to spend? I think you are lacking fatherly love and want to recognize me as your father. Jian Jiaoyan was not a good bully and directly disliked him back. This coming up and asking for money is indeed no different from a son asking his father for pocket money. How the do you talk to Chen? The punks surrounded Jane Jiaoyang. Looking for a fight, aren't you? Chapter 9. Fight the coolest fight with the coolest expression. Generally speaking, punks wouldn't easily mess with the sons of nobles, who had big families and disjointed forces behind them. Jane Jiaoyang is different. Elder Jane was from the army, and had a strong character, never spoiling his children and grandchildren's offspring. Your grandson's grades are poor? He should go to several classes, never through the back door. Grandson being bullied? Only the weak are bullied, and the weak don't deserve to be in the Jane family. This attitude, resulting in Jane Jiaoyang's background, is virtually null and void. Is a man or a dog can step on a foot, can be called the most miserable rich second generation. As the swords were drawn, the crisp sound of a spoon resting on a china plate came from the side of the crowd. Yi Wuxuan ate well. Only then did everyone notice Yi Wuxuan's presence. Yi Wuxuan? Why are you here? Jian Jiaoyang's pupils lightly shrunk. Ha, there's an acquaintance? It's quite pretty. Brother Chen left Jane Jiaoyang behind and came to Yi Wuxuan's table. What? Want to help your friend out? Yi Wuxuan wiped her lips unhurriedly, her delicate face fluctuating without any fluctuation. She didn't have a penchant for meddling. She's just a new student who just arrived in our class today. She's not a friend. You've got it all wrong. Jian Jiaoyang hated to give himself two big mouths. How did he bring Yi Wuxuan into this? These social gangsters can be different from Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. They've chopped people up and have a record with the police. New classmate. Ha? Chen came to be interested and pointed at Jane Jiaoyang. Then you definitely don't know how bad this kid is mixed up. Let me tell you. His family never cared about him. A young master of a group, often chased by us. You say it's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Jian Jiaoyang's expression was a bit embarrassed. He didn't want these humiliations to be known by more people. The queen must find it incredibly funny. He sneaked a glance at Yi Wuxuan. However, he was surprised that Yi Wuxuan's eyes did not have any half-smile in them. She is like a perennial frozen lake. Let the bitter north wind how to roar. Cannot set off half a ripple. Full of the special beauty of the world's independence. Chen was also attracted. He stopped laughing. Sister, how about being my brother's girlfriend? This girl's can be much prettier than any female netizen, and her temperament alone is not on the same level. Yi Wuxiang ignored Brother Chen and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. She also didn't have any extra time to chat with a few scum. Chen froze. He had been picking up girls and hitting on them for so many years, but no woman had ever dared to walk away without giving him a single glance. Hello? You can't hear me when Chen asks you, can you? The accomplice yelled. Chen waved his hand, pretending to be tolerant. Nothing. Let her go. Look at her expression. It's not likely that her mother died at home, anxious to go back to mourning. Yi Wuxiang, who was still a step away from the doorway, stopped in his tracks. She had her back to the crowd and no one could see the expression on her face. They only knew that these kinds of words reacted to Yi Wuxiang. The accomplice increased his strength, or Brother Chen is smart. This is all observed. I see that her family not only died mom, even the father also died together. Jane Jiaoyang's eyes changed. Fighting is fighting. Cursing is cursing. But cursing someone's parents to death is too much, right? Originally, I didn't want to do anything to you guys. Yi Wuxiang's cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. She snapped the lock on the glass door of the dining room, slowing down, because you're just maggots living in the sewers, feeding off the scraps and feeling as powerful as kings. She unlocked the door again, practically reeking, weak and lowly. That done, she turned to face the crowd. I hope you won't regret messing with me. Her family is her most important bottom line. Yi Wuxiang, calm down. Jane Jiaoyang only felt her scalp tingle. The queen's mannerisms are too wild. But before going wild, can you look around to see what's going on? Aren't you afraid of getting cleaned up even worse later? Stinking. You're still pretending? The tiger-backed gangster walked towards Yi Wuxiang with his arm raised, wanting to grab her by the hair and beat her severely. Yi Wuxiang also walked towards him and grabbed his arm and twisted it viciously. Ah! His accomplice screamed in agony. His arm was broken and was hanging from his shoulder in an eerie position. The rest of them froze on the spot. What happened? Why was it that in the space of a single breath, the stoutest of them had his arm twisted and broken? The person who twisted his arm, or a skinny underage schoolgirl? Bull asterisk. What's wrong with you? Together. Chen took out the machete pinned behind his pants pocket and greeted the people to beat up Yi Wuxiang in a group. He realized that the woman did have some skills, but there were too many of them to be afraid. Facing the crowd rushing over, Yi Wuxiang grabbed the chopsticks tube on the dining table and flung it. Shoo. The chopsticks inside the tube shot at the faces of Chen's accomplices like flying knives. In a trance, Jane Jiaoyang seemed to see a chopstick graze the tip of his nose and fly past. He blinked again and the chopsticks turned into Yi Wuxiang's side face and she rushed out. He saw Yi Wuxiang take down the gangsters under Chen's command and turn in 3 moves, using moves that only appeared in action blockbusters. And the whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Soon, Chen was isolated. Old 3, Old 4, Old 5, Old 6. Chen shouted at his fallen and unconscious brothers, his eyes filled with horror. He swung his machete toward Yi Wuxiang and yelled, "Seek death." Yi Wuxiang kicked his knife-wielding wrist with a high kick, and the machete was thrown up high like a rotating windmill, before plummeting down sharply. Without looking, she reached out and caught the machete's hilt with precision, then pulled it across her arm. Thumbs up. Chen had an additional bone-deep wound on his arm, and blood splattered everywhere. Through the curtain of blood, he could see Yi Wuxiang's eyes. That young girl's dark pupils were calm until now. Calm like walking down the street with a classmate. Calm like cutting off a steak in a restaurant. Calmly, like he has long been used to doing this kind of thing. She's the one who's better at killing than they are. The fear went from his tailbone to his hair, and Chen covered the wound, running to the hospital while crying and screaming. What are you doing? My chopsticks and plates and bowls. My table and chairs and lamps. The restaurant owner came out of the back kitchen. Furious, Jin Jiaoyang took out a check and rested it in front of the boss. That's fine. The owner retreated to the back kitchen. Jin Jiaoyang came to Yi Wuxiang's side with a face of adoration. He originally thought that Yi Wuxiang could only deal with people like the pampered Sun Hongxia. I didn't expect her to be able to fight one against many without a scratch even when facing punks. What's it called? Fight the coolest fight with the coolest face? He became the #1 dog leg under Yi Wuxiang's command on the spot alright. Jin Jiaoyang asked sincerely, Queen, do you accept disciples? I also want to learn how to dry fire. He worships the strongest. Can't. Yi Wuxiang coldly refused, intending to return to the Bird of Prey Academy. It doesn't matter if I can't. I can follow the queen and watch her dry hump and learn. Jane Jiaoyang followed. By the way, does the queen have plans on Saturday? My girlfriend's birthday is on Saturday, and I'd like to invite you to her birthday party. Mentioning his girlfriend, Jin Jiaoyang's chest puffed out, his eyes proud. Her name is Lin Jia. She's a student in the first class of senior high school. Although her academic performance isn't as good as Shin Wenyu and Rong Qingru, she's still in the top 30 of her grade. In order to buy her a birthday present, I'd been eating egg fried rice for a month, hoping to give her a surprise. Where's the queen? Wait for me. The queen-sama is really super A-list and cold. Chapter 10, Mr. G asked me to pick you up. Due to the interference of Brother Chen and the others, Yi Wushuang returned to school a little later than expected. It was the peak time for students to return to school, surrounded by crowded students. And what happened in the middle of the flag-raising ceremony made Yi Wushuang inevitably become the center of attention. Those students piled up in piles of 3 to 5, either pointing at Yi Wushuang or showing admiration for him, whispering continuously, "See, that's Yi Wushuang, the super." Because she changed her hairstyle and became beautiful, the girls in our school have made appointments with all the major stylists in Yen City. The students of class 7 even got her into the school flower ranking. And guess what? In one morning's time, she was in the top 50. Normal. She cleaned up Sun Hongxia's mother and son. A great success. Even I voted for her. But as a student, studying is the most important thing, right? Her grades were already poor, and now she's going to class 7. What can she do in the future? And she took the initiative to break away from the Shin family, which will definitely be the dumbest decision she's ever made in her life. That got a number of students nodding in recognition. Class is a difficult divide to cross. It was very difficult for an ordinary farmer's daughter like Yi Wushuang to become a high-ranking member of society in her limited life. The Shin family was her only shortcut, and she gave it up. How can you say that such a decision is not stupid? A certain boy touched the back of his head and came to Yi Wushuang, shyly saying, "Hello Yi student. I appreciate your performance during the flag-raising ceremony. Can we be friends?" A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and a number of students immediately flocked to it. Yi students expanding the column? My QQ is, Yi students at AV. Free to go out together Do Yi normally use Weibo or something? What's Ye's cell phone number? Jane Jiayang's eyes glazed over and she hurriedly joined in. Queen, I don't have your contact information yet either. 10 meters away on the second floor of the Western restaurant, Rong Qingru held fruit tea in her hand, her voice gentle. Student Yi is very popular now. It's just a matter of gaining momentary attention by such a small means as recording a video. It can't be compared to you. Shen Wenyu's gaze landed on Yi Wushuang, her eyes narrowing slightly. As soon as he saw Yi Wushuang, he thought of the morning when she broke off the engagement and told him to get lost. Is Brother Shen angry that student Yi broke off his engagement with you? Rong Qingru slightly lowered her eyes, her side face as soft as a goddess of water. I just don't understand what qualifications she has to treat me and the Shen family this way. Shen Wenyu snorted. I can't even be happy that she's willing to break off the engagement on her own accord. Rong Qingru thought for a moment. It's probably because she liked you too much and you were colder to her, causing her to be heartbroken and turn to hate you. Then let her hate it. Shen Wenyu's handsome face was cold. Judging from Yi Wushuang's previous strength of liking him for a full 3 years, Rong Qingru's deduction was reasonable. If you can't love someone, you'll hate them? That's ridiculous. Outside the Western restaurant, the number of students surrounding Yi Wushuang increased, each with an expectant look in their eyes. She trailed off. I don't like to socialize. After speaking, he left, leaving the crowd with a clear back. Help! She's so draggy and I love it. Fanboys and fangirls screamed in low voices. The class bell rang on time, and when Yi Wushuang thought that the afternoon classes would be self-study like in the morning, a gentlemanly young man around 35 years old walked into the classroom. He is the homeroom teacher and language teacher of the 7th class of senior high school, Ryukyung. Lu Jing is plainly dressed, wearing glasses, holding a few teaching books in his left hand, and holding a thermos cup in his right hand, with wolfberries floating in the cup. A typical teacher's configuration. Before class starts, I want to say that there's a new student in our class, Yi Wushuang. You guys mustn't bully her, okay? No at all, came the sparse reply from the stage. They can't even wait to protect the queen. How could they possibly bully her? It's not like they're the bratty bastards of class 2. Good to know. Now turn the book to page 25. Ryukio got into a teaching stance. Students yawn and yawn, snack and snack, not really paying attention. Even so, Ryukio is teaching seriously and doing his best. Yi Wushuang skimmed through the language book at a glance and didn't listen to the lesson. To her, Ryukio's teaching style was too templated and only applied to true beginners. The bell rang. The original drowsy students full of blood. Lu Jing stood on the podium, looking at the youthful and tender face. The heart cannot stop worrying. The children were young, the age when they needed to acquire knowledge, and he had to persuade the rest of the teachers to come back and teach. Even though he had already done so several times, he returned to his office and placed a pack of cigarettes by the math teacher's desk. Ms. Zhao, it's been a long time since you've been to class 7. The kids miss you quite a bit. They'll be damned if they miss me. Mr. Ru, haven't you recognized the truth yet? Mr. Zhao stopped his pen. To put it bluntly, the kids in Class 7 are all outcasts that the major gentry and conglomerates don't care about, and are just sent here to school. But where their parents really want to cultivate them, can they be left to fend for themselves in Class 7? They're not good at anything themselves. They fool around all day long, playing with their cell phones or sleeping. So what do you care about them? Why don't you find a way to get the principal to transfer you? Ryukio was silent. In the evening, the haze was falling chaotically in the west. Yi Wuxuang refused the escort from the students of Class 7 and walked out of the school gate alone. Ms. Yi, Young Ji asked me to pick you up. A man dressed in ordinary clothes came in front of Yi Wuxuang. He was concerned that word of your sleeping with him would spread and lead to unkind remarks about you, so he instructed me to keep a low profile. This way please. Yi Wuxuang's eye curtains lifted lightly and saw an inconspicuous black sedan. Although she never cared about what the outside world had to say about her, Jishin's move was right up her alley. She also didn't want word to get out that she was in bed with the youngest member of the Ji family in the capital. That man was too famous. She just wanted to get a few more good nights of sleep on her way to completing the 30 trial missions. The sedan drove to the suburbs and stopped at the entrance of a villa, which was magnificent and very beautiful. The driver quickly got out of the car and bent down to open the door for Yi Wuxuang, who was sitting in the back row, with a respectful attitude. Mr. Ji said that Miss Yi is the benefactor of the Ji family and cannot be neglected. Yi Wuxuang entered the villa. The dining room was already prepared with a full table of delicacies, fragrant and smoking hot. The servants stood beside them with water basins and towels. Back, the pleasant low male voice sounded, and Yi Wuxuang saw Jishin striding his long legs and slowly walking down the stairs. Perhaps the temperament is too honorable. Simple stairs, but also by him out of the runway red carpet feeling. Behind him was another man in a black suit. The man was about his age, ordinary looking, with a scar on his forehead that went deep into his hairline and a collected aura. With just one glance, Yi Wuxuang was sure that this was her counterpart. He's also a killer, or at least used to be in the business. Chapter 11, Jishin's assassination. Wuxuang takes action. Phone Jio, my special assistant. You can also contact him if you have anything. Jishin introduced the man's identity. I only have one thing, and that is to sleep with you. Yi Wuxuang repeated his purpose, washing his hands and sitting down at the dining table. Other than that, she didn't need Jishin's help with anything else. Jishin raised his eyebrows slightly. If anyone else had said that, they would have already been dealt with as a female pervert. He sat across from Yi Wuxuang and picked up the cutlery with elegant movements. I don't know what your hobbies are and what you avoid, so I hope this table will be to your liking. I'm not a picky eater. Yi Wuxuang's eyes slightly drooped and did not say anything more. In her previous life, she had eaten weeds and chewed bark to stay alive, and all human food was far too tasty in comparison. Jishin nodded. Alert was not a good enough word to describe the young girl in front of her. She had blocked herself off so completely that not even the wind could get in. So naturally she didn't need to be on guard against anything else. She was only 18. What had caused her to look like this? Is it really because you can't get love from your fiancé that you have a change of temperament? The meal was very quiet, thanks to the fact that Yi Wuxuang and Jishin were both people who had seen a lot and were able to adapt to different occasions. Unlike the maid next to him, who has been awkwardly toe-gripping the ground. After dinner, Yi Wuxuang came to Jishin's bedroom. The bedroom is a minimalist cool color scheme with not a lot of things, but any one of them singled out would be priced well. Ms. Yi, on the left is the bathroom. Everything is ready. Ji Xiao is in the study dealing with official business. He will return later to accompany you to bed. The maid's expression was quite shy when she said this. Who would have thought that Ji Xiao, the dream of hundreds of millions of young girls in mainland China, would one day sleep with a countryside high school girl? It's going to shock a lot of people when it gets out. On the other side, Jishin finished handling things and headed towards the bedroom. He pushed open the door to find the young girl leaning against the bed and flipping through her textbook. The warm orange light of the room neutralizing the coldness and harshness of her body, her side face looking extraordinarily gentle. Hearing the movement, she immediately looked up, her eyes emotionally cold, looking at him as if he were a heartless sleeping machine. Jishin was lying on the other side of the bed. Yi Wuxuang also turned off the light and lay down. The two of them share a bed. Jishin could feel Yi Wuxuang approaching for a while and moving away for a while, seemingly looking for the right distance. Finally, she turned on her side and gently rested her forehead against his shoulder, a gesture that resembled a passionate couple in love, full of intimacy and dependence. It wasn't long before Jishin heard smooth, shallow breathing coming from the side. She fell asleep really quickly. Jishin didn't sleep so well. After so many years of sleeping alone, it took a while for the light to adjust to the sudden addition of a woman beside her. During the night, A fierce wind sprang up and thunder rumbled. The flickering electric light granted a moment of brightness to the dark night, illuminating the villa, and also illuminating the walls of the villa with a dozen or so more silhouettes. Jishin abruptly opened his eyes, and a hint of hostility swept across his narrow eyes. There are always people who leave the path to heaven open and come to him to die, without waiting for him to make further moves. Leaning against the door with her hands around her chest, Yi Wuxiang's red lips lightly opened. Leave it to me. Boo! The bedroom door was kicked in by the intruder, who took the first opportunity to observe the interior of the house. Having prepared for this, Yi Wuxiang, who was stuck in the dead center of his vision, smashed his nose and eyes with a backhanded punch. Ow! The intruder physiologically closed his eyes, and his gun hand shot in Yi Wuxiang's direction. The moment he pulled the trigger, Yi Wuxiang lifted his arm, letting the bullet hit the ceiling before kicking him in the abdomen with a knee, snatching his gun and pulling the trigger. Ping! One shot to the head. The life form that had been alive a moment ago fell downward, and he didn't even know who had killed him. It all happened so fast. The gunshots attracted the rest of the intruders, who came from all directions. Yi Wuxiang was calm and composed, walked out of the bedroom, holding a black pistol with 4 left and 2 right, and fired 6 times in a row. 6 people fell to the ground, and the bullets were not false. The later one raised his guard and touched closer to surprise Yi Wuxiang at a corner. Yi Wuxiang leaned back, got up and grabbed his wrist, clamped him down with a tackle, but raised his hand and fired a shot towards the frosted glass of the balcony. Ping! The man hiding behind the glass with the intention of sneaking up on him died instantly. Only then did Yi Wuxiang deliver a headshot to the intruder in front of him. Cold and handsome. Enemy attrition is very fast. The battle continues, but the highs and lows have been won and lost, haven't they? Fengjiu rushed to the bedroom and found that Jishin was leaning against the handrail, observing the battle downstairs, the hazy light hitting him, adding a touch of psychedelic demonic feeling to the handsome face that was strong enough to turn the world upside down. He was also gently shaking his glass of red wine in his hand, as if he were enjoying a magnificent round dance. Fengjiu froze. Is it strange to be protected by a strong and fierce beauty as a weak man with no hands? Jishin laughed softly, the shock under his eyes hard to hide. He guessed Grandpa was as shocked as he was when she saved him. The corner of Fengjiu's mouth twitched. You didn't say you were a weak man with no hands when you whacked me on the ground. Evaluate her stature. Jishin asked his special assistant. Fengjiu observed, and after a moment, his pupils lightly shrunk. It's best to distinguish between the same kind. Yi Wuxiang that kind of stance. Awareness and must make up for the habit of shooting the head. All of them write the word killer. The killer was colder, more ruthless, and more vicious and powerful than the godforsaken agent. And the money is great mercenary. Because their world has no family or money. Only life and death. She's the slayer. Fengjiu's tone was certain. Jishin shaking red wine glasses stopped. He had thought that Yi Wuxiang might have been trained by a fighting master. It also occurred to him that Yi Wuxiang might know a certain veteran, so he was familiar with firearms. The only thing that didn't occur to him was that Yi Wuxiang was a killer. And it's stronger than me? With the style of queen back then, the word shy Fengjiu rarely spoke more than one sentence. He had had the honor of seeing footage of Queen on a mission, and had felt at the time that the word Quni was well deserved. The young girl in front of me is no worse than Queen. Jishin drank the red wine in his glass in one go, and his deep eyes swept over dark awnings. In that file investigation belonging to Yi Wuxiang, a lot of words had indeed been omitted. Downstairs, Yi Wuxiang resolved the last intruder and looked up at Jishin with a calm tone. Consider it as paying the rent. It is inevitable that you have to spend money when you stay at someone's place and eat at their place. Murder equals rent? Jishin let out a laugh and looked down at her. Yes. The young girl stood in the pile of corpses, her exquisitely beautiful face stained with a few spots of blood, but unexpectedly more beautiful, like a flower that grows towards death. The closer you get to hell, the more passionate and fascinating it becomes. The waking servants looked at each other and silently cleaned up the scene. They were people cultivated by the Ji family, not nannies and security guards paid monthly by the labor market. This night, Yi Wuxiang slept extraordinarily comfortably, even with a little hiccup in the middle. It had been a long time since she'd gotten a good night's sleep. When she woke up, Jishin was no longer around. As the head of a large family, he naturally had to be busier than the others. After having breakfast, Yi Wuxiang was sent by the driver to the Flying Bird Academy. Just arriving near the college, the driver had not yet stopped the car, and from a long distance, Yi Wuxiang saw Jane Zhaoyang confronting a famous boy, and behind that boy stood a short-haired female student with a pretty appearance. There were a lot of people gathered around. Chapter 12. Give me 15 days and I'll give you a miracle. Why are you holding my girlfriend's hand? Jian Zhaoyan looked at the boys angrily. What do you mean your girlfriend? Lin Jia is my Zhang Rui's girlfriend. The boy gripped the short-haired girl's hand tightly. Zhang Rui, Senior class student. Top 10 in his grade. You fart. Yeah, is my girlfriend. Everyone in class 7 saw her confess to me. Jian Jiaoyang pulled Lin Jia's other hand. His eyes fierce. Lin Jia shook off Jane Jiaoyang's hand. Jane Jiaoyang. That was just a prank. What did you say? Jian Jiaoyang couldn't believe his ears. Lin Jia took a deep breath. My girlfriends and the girls said that the boss of class 7, Jian Jiaoyang, had a good character and asked me if I could conquer you. So I said I could, and then I went to try. Tried. It? Jane Jiaoyang repeated these 2 words with difficulty. She tried. He believed it. And then tell him they're all a joke? I admit I didn't start from the right place, but I've also been your girlfriend for a month. Lin Jia reasoned. Isn't it an honor for you, a class 7 scum, to have had a schoolteacher girlfriend once? Wrong. Lucky? Jane Jiaoyang's brain buzzed. So he has been humbled to the point that even being deceived is a gift given by the giver. Do you hear me? Xiaoya didn't even try to really confess to you. Zhang Rui had an obscure look on his face. With things having come to this, there was nothing Jane Jiaoyang could say. His throat was dry, and he took out the necklace he had saved for a month to buy, stared at Lin Jia, and let go of his hand to throw it on the ground. It was a true heart he was too late to give away. He turned away grimly. Who gave you the confidence to think that Xiaoya would like you in class 7? Zhang Rui took advantage of the situation and pursued the question. Extremely humiliating. Is it the new student in your class? Yi Wuxuan? That heartthrob girl watch who only secretly records videos? Jane Jiaoyang, who was already about to leave, turned around violently and slammed his fist on Zhang Rui's face in anger. Who the told you to say queen? Yi Wuxuan might be cold, might have few words, but she never looked at them with contempt or disgust. Chen's matter was rounded up and counted as Yi Wuxuan saving him. He would never allow anyone to say that about Yi Wuxuan. Jian Jiaoyang, are you crazy? Lin Jia was dumbfounded. Instead of beating up Zhang Rui because of her, Jian Jiaoyang stood up for Yi Wuxuan. What did this mean? Could it be that she, Lin Jia, was still no better than that village girl? Yi Wuxuan? Zhang Rui touched the corner of his mouth where he had been hit and slammed his fist back. Boss! As soon as the students of class 7 saw that Jian Jiaoyang was being beaten up, they immediately went up to beat up Zhang Rui. Student Zhang. A class of students watched their own class get beaten up and joined the melee. Sharp-eyed students reported the matter to the relevant teachers early on. Lu Jing was the first to arrive, and it took all his strength to pull Jane Jiaoyang and Zhang Rui apart. Jane Jiaoyang, what are you doing? The teacher came. The melee subsided, and both groups had color on their faces. He cursed the queen. Jian Jiaoyang pointed at Zhang Rui. Even the biggest things have to be reasonable. We are scholars. What's the difference between a random fight and a street punk? Lu Jing loudly scolded. The crowd nodded in unison. Look at that. A teacher is a teacher. Much more mature and stable. That's why waste is waste, no matter how much you teach it. It's useless. Class 2 teacher Huang Jiejie walked over and casually commented. Snap. Lu Jing punched over and grabbed Huang Jiejie's collar hysterically. Who the hell told you to call my students trash? They are not trash. They are living, breathing human beings. You can't humiliate them like this. Crowd. What about the promised readers to be reasonable and hands-off? Teacher Lu let go. Various teachers came one after another, separating Lu Jing and Huang Jiejie. Ryukio, you actually hit a woman. You're not a man. Huang Jiejie covered her eyes and screamed. Wasteful teachers teaching wasteful students. Wasteful students attending classes in a wasteful building. Perfect match. Perfect match. Class 7 is indeed all crap. I'll take my foot and step on the answer key and it'll be higher than their scores. Zhang Rui's expression was disdainful. That's it. The first class collectively agreed. Yi Wuxuan isn't much better. Lin Jia attacked Yi Wuxuan in a straight line. This person could only drag his feet in class 2 in the first place, and now he goes to class 7 and becomes the queen of class 7. It's really hilarious. Enough. Jian Jiaoyang shouted. He'd heard the word trash enough. Didn't you say that if you take your foot and step on the answer key, your score will be higher than ours? Then let's compare our scores on this monthly exam. If our scores are better than yours, you, and all of you dash. Jian Jiaoyang's index finger pointed over Huang Jiejie, Zhang Rui, Lin Jia, and the group of class 1 students who participated in the fight in turn. All publicly apologized to class 7 and the queen. This is the only and most powerful comeback. After saying that, Jian Jiaoyang left with the 7th class students. As soon as the raging students returned to their lair, they went limp, their faces wanting to cry. Boss, I admit that you're cool when you're pretending, but what are we going to do on our monthly exams to win against those school bullies? Don't ask me. I don't know. I just got carried away. Jian Jiaoyang knocked his head against the wall, just wanting to find a piece of tofu and hit himself. It's not good. MS. Ryu is going to be fired. A classmate ran in from outside. Huang Jiajia went to the principal to complain about Mr. Lu, saying that Mr. Lu is not worthy of being a teacher for roughing up women. The principal found out that after Mr. Lu led our class grades went down instead of up. So he said that if our class's average score on the monthly exam this time doesn't pass, he'll just fire Mr. Lu. People are pissed off. Huang Jiajia still has the face to say that teacher Lu doesn't deserve to be a teacher? When the queen was slandered yesterday, didn't she also go up and make the queen apologize to Sun Hongxia's mother and son and admit her fault? She's the one who doesn't deserve to be a teacher. How can we possibly pass? Everyone's books are new except for the catalog. Hitting someone with his hands is a stain on a teaching career. And will any other school want him away from Flying Bird? I remember Mr. Ryu's family is very poor. Even the travel expenses to come to Feijiao are his grandfather sold the family's sheep to come up with the money. If they lose this job, then their family. The bell rang. Ryukio looked calm as he returned to class 7 for his lesson. The first period of the day was language class. Turned the book to page 30. He acted as if nothing was wrong and picked up the chalk to write on the blackboard. Arms, but couldn't help trembling. It was his fault for hitting, but he really couldn't stand it. Why should children who don't learn well be subjected to wanton humiliation? Off stage, girls cried and some of the boys secretly wiped their tears. Is it useful to cry? If you have time to cry, why don't you hurry up and study and find a way to surpass the first class? Jian Jiaoyang almost crushed the pen in his hand. In a cranky mood, not only did he want to pass, he wanted to win over the first class and make the first class and Huang Jiajia apologize to them. It's no use. There's only 15 days left until the monthly exams, and unless a miracle happens, there's no way you'll win over the first class. Ryukio dropped his arms, his tone calm. The difference between class 7 and class 1 is too great. The two are like clouds in the sky and mud on the ground. What to compare them with? Give me 15 days and I will return you a miracle. Yi Wushuang appeared at the door of the classroom. Her red lips lightly opened. If Zhang Rui hadn't scolded her, Jian Jiaoyang wouldn't have made a move, much less led to a melee between the two classes, with Lu Jing beating up Huang Jiajia. Since this incident started because of her, it's up to her to fix it. She could teach these students in the same way that she nurtured the Slayer's knowledge base in the organization. That's different from the lukewarm way of school. Chapter 13, These Two Kinds of Yi Wushuang, both quite to his liking. As Yi Wushuang's words landed, the surroundings fell into a mesmerizing atmosphere. Jian Jiaoyang grabbed his hair and tangled for a long time. Queen, have you forgotten that your last monthly exam results were worse than mine? Although they weren't as powerful as class 1, they grew up with an elite education and started much higher than Yi Wushuang from the countryside. Therefore, it was kinda embarrassing for Yi Wushuang to say this. Yu Kyung cried and laughed, feeling like the kids were crazy for wanting to win class 1. In the next second, Ryu Kyung changed his expression. He saw Yi Wushuang walk up to the podium, pick up his language book and talk about the 30th page. Unlike his teaching style, Yi Wushuang's perspective was tricky, and what he had to say in one lesson, she distilled in 10 minutes. Even better, she didn't use much esoteric vocabulary, but instead followed a step-by-step process, and her words seemed to have a magical quality to them. The students were at first puzzled and doubtful, then listened attentively and cooperated with the study without realizing that she had brought them into the learning state. Ryukio had never seen the children of class 7 so well behaved, and that girl at the podium was more like a teacher than he was. Obviously her previous grades were bad too, right? Yu Kyung couldn't figure it out and couldn't go on thinking about it, because his thoughts were also held by Yi Wushuang. He listened to the lesson as attentively as the students. The minutes ticked by. Jingle bells. The students, silent in the sea of knowledge, were jolted awake by the dismissal bell. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and there were looks of shock on each other's faces. Not only was the queen able to teach a lesson, she taught 3 lessons in one, and crucially they all understood it. The points of knowledge and theories that they didn't understand before were clearly imprinted in their minds at this moment, just like in a martial arts story where the protagonist has been opened up to the 2 chakras by a Taoist master. It's a great feeling. Take a 10-minute break. The next class will be on physics. The next class will be on history, and the last class will be on chemistry. Yi Wushuang's tone was as calm as ever. Ryu Kyung, however, had his pupils shrink. Yi Wushuang was actually going to take over all the lessons in class 7? Is she a student or a teacher? Compared to the doubtful Lu Jing, the students led by Jane Jiaoyang completely trusted Yi Wushuang. Their eyes were adoring and they spoke in unison. Queen. Yi Wushuang didn't correct their name. The name was just a code name. It didn't matter what it was called. In the second class, Yi Wushuang lectured on physics. In the third class, Yi Wushuang lectured on historical knowledge. In the last class of the morning, Yi Wuxuan lectured on chemistry. Regardless of arts or science, regardless of stories or formulas, Yi Wuxuan had all of them at his fingertips, and then handed them over to the students in a special way, so that the students would understand and learn. After listening to the remaining 3 classes, Yu Kyung's doubts all dissipated in his mind, leaving him with only one sentence. Class 7 might, indeed, be able to create a miracle under Yi Wuxuan's leadership. So, when do you plan to see it? In the principal's office, Shangguan Qinglin came to the floor-to-ceiling window, and the beautiful man next to him who was plump and handsome was none other than Jishin. From this angle, the two could see the picture in the classroom of Class 7. Although the distance was too far to hear the voices inside the classroom, the matter of Yi Wuxuan teaching was clear enough. You don't really like Yi Wuxuan, do you? Shangguan Qinglin casually asked. Is it weird to like her? Jishin asked rhetorically. Shangguan Qinglin was stunned. Hey, are you serious? The women who wanted to chase after Jishin had already lined up from Xia to foreign countries, and there was no shortage of exotic princesses and empresses among them. And Jishin himself was impressed with a country high school girl in a small place like Yin City? Humans have always been attracted to superior beings, and I am not immune. Jishin's thin lips rose slightly as he gazed at Yi Wuxuan through the floor-to-ceiling window. The young girl at the podium was fully concentrated, writing a few words on the board from time to time, then turning around to explain, drawing unanimous nods from the students. It made him think back to last night, when he'd stood upstairs and watched her finish her kill downstairs and said, just pay the rent. One side kills and kills with cold decisiveness, navigating between life and death. One side is nurturing, patient and conscientious, and pivoting in the mountains and rivers of learning. He needs to admit it. These two kinds of Yi Wuxuan, both quite to his liking. Okay. Shangguan Qinglin climbed up to the boss chair, and a small ball sat on it with a serious expression. Then do you want to take a stake in Flying Bird or not? I went abroad these 3 years. Fei Bird internal corruption is serious. After Sun Hongxia left, the capital chain has a big problem. If you are willing to fill the vacancy, I won't look for someone else. That was the purpose of him calling Jishin here. When have I ever saved you from death? Jishin placed a black card on his desk and pushed it to Shangguan Qinglin. The campus forums at Flying Bird College are buzzing today. Except for the top post entrants to vote for school beauty ranking. All other posts are discussing the fact that Class 7 is going to compete with Class 1 in the monthly exam results. Most of them were taunting the 7th class for not being self-satisfied. A very small part said, no matter how you look at this matter, it is Lin Jia and Zhang Rui who are at fault first. Lin Jia toyed with Jane Zhaoyang, Zhang Rui insulted Yi Wuxuan, and teacher Lu beat up the people, but also defended the students eagerly. The response to that type of post was mediocre. And instead, the posts that were holding out for Lin Jia and Zhang Rui were extremely hot. Those students have not yet learned the 3 human-like, the business of flattery learned a proficient. That's when a new post appeared. Explosive. The Queen of Class 7 is teaching the students of Class 7. With pictures. The poster said that when he passed by the old school building, he found the so-called Queen Yi Wuxuan lecturing on the podium. He immediately took a picture of it with his cell phone for all to view. He didn't step in to listen closely due to time constraints, but that didn't stop the comical feeling the scene brought. Not even 3 minutes later, there was a ha 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 under the post. Those who were able to say a few good words for Yi Wuxuan as well as Class 7 earlier also chose to remain silent at this moment. They've got a mouth to feed. What's the difference between Yi Wuxuan teaching students and a blind man asking a mute to give a message to a deaf man? The days went by in the midst of the outside world's mockery. At noon on the day before the monthly exam, Yi Wuxuan ate lunch and went to the school library to check out the materials, and Jian Zhaoyang followed. The library was crowded. Queen, come quickly. There are still the last 2 seats here. Jian Zhaoyang waved towards Yi Wuxuan. As a result, when he turned back, he saw the 2 people he least wanted to see, Lin Jia and Zhang Rui. We'll take these 2 seats. You guys go back. Zhang Rui drove people away. We'll go back when you tell us to? Know anything about first come first served? Jian Zhaoyang was cold. First come first served should also be combined with the actual situation. Jian Zhaoyang, do you think it's useful to let the school bully study here? Or let the school slag study here? Lin Jia held Zhang Rui's arm, her eyes contemptuous. Or do you think you'll be able to outperform the first class on the monthly exams just by reading a few more books here? Jian Zhaoyang clenched his fists and wanted to punch someone again. Yi Wuxuan walked over and rested the information book on the table, lifting her eyes to faintly look at Zhang Rui and Lin Jia. Are you going to leave on your own? Or am I going to kick you out? She never liked to move her mouth when she could solve things with her hands. Chapter 14, Yi Wuxuan vs. Rong Qingru. Yi Wuxuan's words caused Zhang Rui and Lin Jia to panic in their hearts. The whole school knows that Yi Wuxuan put Sun Hongxia mother and Sun Fat beat up the matter. That fighting strength, the general public cannot afford. Does Yi only use violence? A gentle female voice sounded, and the crowd followed the sound, only to see Rong Qingru walking down from the second floor of the library. She was holding a world-famous book in her arms, wearing a snow-white high-fashion dress of a certain brand. Her long hair was permed with micro-curls draped over her shoulders, and her temperament was elegant and generous. Immediately the surrounding area stirred. Goddess Young. Tian. I'm this close to a goddess for the first time. She went towards Yi Wushuang. Speaking of which, these two are love rivals, right? They both like Shen Wenyu. This is going to be a good show. Rong Qingru stopped in front of Yi Wushuang, a few more points of majesty on her beautiful face. If you make a move against Zhang Rui and Lin Jia, as the president of the student union, I have the right to issue disciplinary action against you. She said it in name only, but in reality she had something else in mind. Yi Wushuang's popularity in Fei Bird was too high lately. Many people also speculate that a queen and a goddess, who is more worthy of Shen Wenyu, and whether Shen Wenyu will eat back grass. Then she would let the outside world see who was better between her and Yi Wushuang. When Zhang Rui tried to force his way into the seat, why don't you see you wielding your official authority? Yi Wushuang calmly asked back, his lowered eyes suppressing the hostility in his black pupils. I only saw you trying to hit someone. I didn't see Zhang trying to force your position. Rong Qingru opened her eyes. This was the dead center of the library, and no one but those involved knew exactly what had just happened. In this situation now, with the prestige she had accumulated in the past, whatever she, Rong Qingru, said was what she said. The students were really convinced of Rong Qingru. When they heard that Yi Wushuang tried to beat up someone in the library and falsely accused someone else, everyone's eyes became unkind. Yi Wushuang punched Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao in the first place. It was considered self-defense. They had no problem with it. But it's not appropriate to try to beat up Zhang Rui Lin Jia at the drop of a hat now, even going so far as to lie and cheat. Is it? You only see that I want to hit people? Yi Wushuang smiled coldly. So may I ask who was the person standing on the stairs from 17 minutes and 38 seconds? Do you need me to get the surveillance? She directly poked through Rong Qingru's false facade, and a cold aura swept across the end of her eyes. As a professional assassin, she was extremely sensitive to the changes in her surroundings, as she had to be constantly on guard against killing opportunities and dangers hiding in the shadows. The exits and entrances to the library, the clock on the wall with the students nearby, were all in her focus. Long before Zhang Rui and Lin Jia came over, Rong Qingru had already stood on the stairs, and she was well aware of everything that had just happened. Choosing to know and not tell is nothing more than trying to make things difficult for yourself. But does she deserve it? Rong Qingru's smile froze. Yi Wushuang actually knew she was coming long ago? And it's accurate to the second? Yi Wushuang, don't talk nonsense there. Goddess, we'll accompany you to the surveillance room and hit Yi Wushuang's face with facts. Rong Qingru's loyal fans were the first to express their dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to Rong Qingru, she didn't dare to go to the monitoring room at all, and she was the one who was hit in the face if she went. She stayed where she was, and the smile on her face was trying to hold on. Anyone with a little bit of brains could tell a little something from Rong Qingru's silence. Don't try to provoke me, Rong Qingru, or what happens to Sun Hongxia Zhang Chao is what happens to you. Yi Wushuang warned in an icy tone. She originally only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and revive Dustless, but if something ungrateful dances up to her looking for death, she didn't mind making them whole. Without waiting for Rong Qingru to reply, Shen Wenyu walked in quickly from outside, shielding Rong Qingru behind him, his handsome face slightly angry. Yi Wushuang, you don't have to make things difficult for Qingru because of me. If you have any grievances, come at me. She is innocent. Wasn't Yi Wushuang just jealous that he liked Qingru more? Because of you? Shen Wenyu, don't take yourself too seriously. Yi Wushuang looked at Shen Wenyu with a colder gaze. Rong Qingru is making a fool of herself by coming to my door. And if you feel sorry for her, advise her to keep her tail between her legs and stay away from me. After speaking, Yi Wushuang didn't bother to stay in the library for long and turned around to leave. Jane Jiaoyang, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Lin Jia and then at Zhang Rui, and said, this time in the monthly exam, Class 7 will definitely surpass Class 1. Just wait and see. And you? Jian Jiaoyan looked at Rong Qingru before he left. Don't think about getting in trouble with the Queen, or the 7th class won't spare you without the Queen's hand. He never thought Rong Qingru was much of a goddess. Mess with the Queen and God stomp down on you. Rong Qingru's hand under her sleeve was squeezed tightly, a quick flash of viciousness in her eyes. Shen Wenyu, on the other hand, looked at Yi Wushuang's back in anger. How could Yi Wushuang speak to him in such a tone? Silence returned to the library. One person took out his cell phone, tapped on the school flower ranking, and silently cast a vote for Yi Wushuang. The bystander was surprised. Aren't you a fan of Goddess Young? Why don't you vote for her anymore? This person smashed his mouth. How can I say this? Is that suddenly I feel that Rongqingru doesn't seem to be that flawless? On the contrary, Yi Wuxuan gives me the feeling of cool, cold, valiant and beautiful. I like it. He. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Monthly exams are on schedule. The atmosphere in Flying Bird Academy was very serious today, and a small monthly exam was made to look like a college entrance exam. The reason for this is still the matter of Class 7 and Class 1. The other classes are not involved, but who doesn't have a desire to win or lose? And everyone wants to prove themselves in this monthly exam. In particular, the students of the second senior class who had previously been suspended for collectively slandering Yi Wuxuan. Their punishment had already ended, and they were trying to take advantage of the scores of the monthly exam to brush up in front of the entire school. Before entering the examination hall, the students of Class 7 gathered together, overlapping one hand each and cheering each other on. For yourself, for the Queen, and for Teacher Lu. Jane Jiaoyang finished shouting the slogan and looked at Yi Wuxuan, who was not far away. She didn't put up with this, and was sitting with one leg straight and one slightly bent, looking up at the sky from the edge of the flower bed, her side face delicate enough to be painted. The Queen is so lonely, he murmured. She had obviously taught them with serious dedication for 15 days, yet she had wandered outside their circle with calm clarity. Doesn't let anyone get close to her or anyone else. The 2-day examination has officially begun. After the last exam, many students came to the square to gather, unannounced, because the big screen in the plaza will, later on, scroll through the rankings and grades of all the students in a countdown. Everyone tacitly agreed to leave the front row seats to the students of Class 7 and Class 1 who had participated in the group brawl in the first place. The two classes are facing each other left and right. The left side was led by Yi Wuxuan and Jian Jiaoyang, while the right side was led by Zhang Rui and Lin Jia. Someone clicked, captured the scene, uploaded to the campus forum, ready to give the students who did not come to the square to do a live graphic broadcast. Huang Jiejia also came, and as soon as she arrived, she said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, all the students from Class 7 are here? You guys really have the face to come and see the list. Do you know what it means that you can't hold up the wall? You don't really think Yi Wuxuan can teach you anything good, do you?" Huang Jiejia was extremely disgusted with Yi Wuxuan. When Yi Wuxuan was in the second class, he hadn't dragged the second class down. At the flag-raising ceremony, she was also told that she was not worthy of the word teacher, causing her to be ridiculed by her peers to this day. Now it's good. Yi Wuxuan himself as a teacher. In the 7th class for half a month of lessons, she would like to see how many of the students that Yi Wuxuan taught could pass. Huang Jiejia, you hate me, don't you? Yi Wuxuan's eyes fell on the big screen that was about to release the list. What do you think? Let's make a bet. If Class 7 wins over Class 1, you get out of the Flying Birds. If Class 7 doesn't win, I get out of the Flying Birds. Dare you? Yi Wuxuan's voice was very soft. Huang Jiejia was like an insignificant fly in her eyes, weak and dirty. But the fly was buzzing around her all day long, screaming and yelling. It's better to just shoot to death and figure it out. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiejia first froze, then slapped her legs and laughed. Ha 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 ha, how many dreams have you had? And you still want to win over the first class? Fine. Let's make a bet. If the students you teach can beat the first class, I'll resign on the spot. Instead, you get the hell out of the Flying Bird. The words landed, the screen began to scroll, and the students' emotions were mobilized. Chapter 15, Release of the List, Queen's Past. Let's release the list. Let's see who's at the bottom of the list. Holy, the bottom one isn't actually from Class 7? The sun has come out of the west. Not to mention the bottom one. There's no student from Class 7 in the bottom 10 or the top 100? A class of students panicked, and Huang Jiejia was slightly nervous. There should be a problem with the system. Zhang Rui thought in that direction. Yeah, the system definitely didn't count Class 7. Lin Jia hummed. Maybe it thinks that Class 7 is at the bottom of the list year after year, so there's no need to keep it on the list. This conclusion is widely recognized, so keep looking at the list. Just when they thought that was indeed the case, a solid name appeared on the screen. No 49. Senior Class 7. Jane Jiaoyang. The crowd immediately raised an uproar. Asterisk. Jane Jiaoyang's ex-girlfriend Lin Jia is only 67th in her grade this time too? How did he pass the exam? Could it be that Yi Wuxuan really taught him well? Impossible. Yi Wuxuan's previous grades were even worse than Jane Jiaoyang. So what's the reason for his sudden improvement on this monthly test? People can't figure it out. And then that's just the beginning of their not getting it. The screen continued to scroll, and the names of the students of Class 7 appeared in the rankings, one after the other. No 42. Senior Class 7. No 40. Senior Class 7. No 18. Senior Class 7. No 12. Senior Class 7. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when there were also names of Class 7 students inside the top 10 of the year class. How is it that in just 15 days, Class 7 was able to get off the ground and get such good results? No 6. Senior class, Zhang Rui. By this point, the big screen changed to a striking color, because the next thing to be announced was the top 5 rankings of the grade. Everyone held their breath. I don't know who whispered, "Are we not seeing Yi Wushuang's name yet?" Apart from Yi Wushuang, the rest of Class 7's grade rankings came out. Yi Wushuang was again the main character that caused the struggle between the 7th and 1st classes. It was hard for everyone to ignore it. Could it be that Yi Wushuang is 5th in his grade? Screen rolling. No 5. Senior class, XXX. Or is it 4th? No 4. Senior class, XXX. She's actually 3rd? No 3. Senior class, Shan Wenyu. I bet she's 2nd in her grade and 1st is Goddess Rong. Rong Qingru's die-hard fans shouted. The message on the big screen, however, was a quick punch in the face. No 2. Senior class, Rong Qingru. Eventually, the screen stops scrolling and the font above increases in size and boldness. No 1. Senior class 7. Yi Wushuang. Also posted below are the grade point average rankings for each class. First, Senior class 7. In a split second, the whole room was silent. Even the sound of falling leaves hitting the ground was extra harsh. Huang Jiejia's face was white. Lin Jia was trembling, and Zhang Rui covered his face. The students of the first class had shocked expressions and the other classes had open mouths. Compared to them, the class 7 students were much calmer, because such an outcome had been expected by them. But if you look closely, you'll see that they're actually not that calm. Their eyes reddened and they clenched their hands, slowly exhaling the grievances that had accumulated over the days and years. They're proving with facts that they're not losers anymore. They defended the queen and kept Mr. Ru. Resign. Apologize. Jane Jiaoyang raised her arms and shouted, "It's time to settle the score. Resign. Apologize." The students of Class 7 repeated it in unison, over and over again, in full view of the public. Even if you want to deny it, you have to look at the consequences. Zhang Rui was the first to accept the reality. He walked to Yi Wushuang and bowed, lowering his voice. "I'm sorry." This was followed by bowing and apologizing to everyone in Class 7 one by one. A class of students followed suit, wanting nothing more than to finish apologizing and get the hell out of there as soon as possible. Lin Jia dilly-dallied for half a day and came to Yi Wushuang to apologize, saying perfunctorily, "I'm sorry, you should be honored." Yi Wushuang, who hadn't said a word since the release of the list, suddenly said, "Because you once had an ex-boyfriend who was 49th in his grade, and you were only 67th in your grade." Lin Jia's head snapped up. Isn't that what she said when she insulted Jane Jiaoyang? Yi Wushuang spat out her words clearly. "You should also feel ashamed. Jen Jiaoyang ate cheap egg fried rice for a whole month in order to buy you a birthday present, and you toyed with the boy who treated you with sincerity." Lin Jia bit her lower lip and ran away, covering her face. "The queen is so nice. She even helped me out." Jen Jiaoyang's fierce man shed tears and approached Yi Wushuang. His nose was almost running down. "He really loves the queen. To the love of love. I'm just stating the facts." Yi Wushuang averted his face. At that moment, a male teacher came from the direction of the principal's office and handed a letter of dismissal to Huang Jieji, who hadn't regained her senses until now. "Mr. Huang, the principal said you have to keep your promise and be an example to the kids." Woohoo! The students of Class 7 jumped for joy. Student Council President's room. Rong Qingru waved away the papers on the table, her chest heaving violently, her formerly gentle eyes all hideous. "What makes Yi Wushuang's test better than mine? It was just a vacation. How could Yi Wushuang become so smart?" The last library incident. Yi Wushuang front foot just left, immediately after the foot of a good person to go to the monitoring room to adjust the video, to determine that she really in 13 hours 17 minutes and 38 seconds appeared in the staircase. She was too late to advance the point of time. She could only claim to the public that she was thinking about something else and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside the stairs. As the president of the student council, her words and actions are already under the scrutiny of the outside world, and this incident is even more widely circulated among the students, attracting a lot of micro-explanations. Even her voting rise in the school flower rankings was cut down quite a bit. In its place, Yi Wushuang is gaining momentum and squeezing into the top 20. "It was me who was careless." Rong Qingru adjusted her breathing and stood in front of the window to look at Yi Wushuang, who was surrounded by clusters of people in the square, muttering to herself, "Yi Wushuang, there will be a long time to come. We'll see." 7th class. The students, still reeling from the euphoria of winning their next class, chattered on and on. Yi Wushuang packed her school bag, intending to return to the Ji family villa. Just as he took a step out, he was shouted at by Jin Jiaoyang. Queen, what are you doing? Yi Wuxuan, go home after school. Tonight is the 20th anniversary of Flying Bird Academy and the gala. Have you forgotten? Later on, all the shareholders of the school will come, including the new shareholder, Ji Xiao, and the students of each class will perform a program. Jian Jiaoyang smiled. We have one in class 7 as well. The program has been reported a long time ago, but it's a pity that the queen was transferred a while ago and can't perform with us. Yi Wuxuan was stunned. It seems like there was indeed such a thing as a school festival in the original owner's memory. She put her book bag down and sat back. In the back row, a boy whispered, "Brothers, that public number specializing in killers has been updated. And this time it's about the number 1 ace of the killer world, Queen." Jian Jiaoyang's eyes glared. "I'll watch it with you. I didn't even bring my cell phone to school during this period of time for the monthly exam." "Me too." A number of boys gathered around. They are super in love with such legendary careers and the stories that such careers have spawned. The boy with the cell phone read in a low voice. Queen rose from the dust. Born in the slums of a foreign country. Because her parents were smuggled across the border. She did not have a household registration and had to live in a dark corner for her entire childhood. She has a younger brother. But her parents are addicted to drugs and don't care about them. To fill her brother's stomach, she had stolen powdered milk and then had her leg broken by the owner of the powdered milk store. In order for her brother to have clothes for the winter, she burglarized the house and was subsequently tied to a tree and hung from it all night by the owner of the house. When she was 10 years old, her parents sold her and her brother to a drug dealer, whom she accidentally killed, and was seen by the assassin organization behind her. At the sight of this, the boys trailed off. In the text, Queen became a killer when she was 10 years old. That means that getting your legs broken and being hung from a tree all night happened before you were 10 years old. What was he doing before he was 10? Pestering the babysitter for toys? Drinking milk and watching TV? Either way, it's not so bad that you have to shoulder the responsibility of supporting your brother. What? You're still heartbroken? These are all made up. You're not going to believe them, are you? I didn't believe it anyway. And besides, there's no telling if there's a killer in the world. Chapter 16, She Burns the House Down. Everyone heckled and laughed. In the front row, Yi Wuxuan closed his eyes and when he opened them again, he saw the system's information panel. Trial Mission 1 has been completed. A new mission will be released tomorrow, so stay tuned. Ryu Kyung appeared at the door of the classroom. It's the turn for our class to put on their makeup. Go to the dressing room and get ready to perform on stage. Wow, said Jane Xiaoyang as she rushed out with her students. Yi Wuxuan was the only one left in the classroom flipping through the books. Yi Wuxuan, why don't you go to the dressing room as well and see if you can help? Lu Jing suggested with a smile. He wanted Yi Wuxuan to integrate into the collective. That kid's too much of a loner. Yi Wuxuan nodded his head, having nothing to do idly. Looking at Yi Wuxuan's back that fell at the end of the crowd, Lu Jing pursed his lips. Thinking about the metamorphosis of the students in class 7 these days, an idea slowly floated to his mind. Powder Room. A professional makeup artist, hired by the school authorities, smeared the faces of the class 7 students. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the wall, her arms around her chest. There was no need for her help here. In the middle of the process, every now and then a girl from another class would come over with a red face and ask the makeup artist some questions such as, "Is my eye makeup broken? Can you fix my makeup again? Will I look better like this? Will I look better like this?" And so on. They were cautious and excited for one reason. The new school director of Flying Bird Academy, Ji Xiao, attended the gala. Ji Xiao is a quality man who has made countless young girls around the world dream of him. In case they were spotted by Ji Xiao in this performance, then they could fly up to become a phoenix in minutes. At that time, what Yanshi, what Zhaoqian's son Li Zhou Wu Zhangwang group, to the Ji family before, all have to kneel. If I were a female, I'd want to marry young Ji too. The boys of class 7 lamented. We're different. We just want to marry the queen. The class 7 girls were starry-eyed. Where men smell like queens. They've been completely overwhelmed by the queen. Woo-hoo-hoo. In front of the stage, the host begins to warm up. After an impassioned speech, the students took the stage one by one in the order they had been drawn earlier. Regardless of the merits of the performance, a certain amount of applause was given. When the host read out the names Rongqingru and Xinwenyu, the applause on the stage reached its peak. The students shouted and screamed in excitement. Goddess, goddess, God forever, warm and moist as jade. These two were hegemonic in their popularity in the Flying Bird. Even if Xinwenyu had previously been disengaged by Yi Wuxuan, and even if Rongqingru had been criticized because of the library matter, none of it could shake the two's status in Fei Bird. On the stage, Rongqingru was wearing a purple evening gown, sitting in front of the piano and playing pleasant notes, her neck elegant like a white swan. Xinwenyu, who had changed into a tuxedo, played the violin to play with it. and his focused look made him look even more handsome. The two put on a gin and tonic. After the song, the applause became even louder. The bold boys loudly showed their love to Rong Qingru, while others held their hands on their cheeks and skimmed their mouths in boredom. What's wrong? Did Rong Qingru play badly? It's so good. She plays so well. I just get tired of hearing it. It's been 3 years, and Rong Qingru plays the piano at every celebration. Although the tune was different every time he played it, the key of the piano was there, and he wasn't a die-hard fan of piano music, so he was genuinely a bit tired of hearing it. Would love to see something new. Behind the scenes, the 7th class students were organizing their clothes, and it looked like they were about to go on stage to perform, when the music teacher in charge of playing the drums came over covering his stomach. Goo, I have a stomachache. I can't accompany you guys. Find someone else. With that, the man ran away. The students blushed. In the song we chose, the drum kit is the main accompanying instrument, and without it, the whole style of the song will change, right? How can a teacher drop the ball at a critical moment? Where can we find a second one who can play the drums at this moment? I'll do it. Yi Wuxuan walked over and reached out. Give me the metronome. Drums, also known as jazz drums, are rhythm instruments. Since the vast majority of tunes have a regular beat, drummers often don't need to look at sheet music, but instead use a metronome that is tuned in headphones ahead of time. Then with the fixed frequency of pulsing tones in the metronome, accurately control the rhythm of the whole piece. The queen also knows the drum set? Jane Jiaoyang's eyes widened as she handed the headphones to Yi Wuxuan. Will a little. Yi Wuxuan put on the headphones. The drum kit used to be the only way for her to let off steam. After the album was released, it was selected by foreign media as the strongest drummer of the century. On the stage, the hostess said with a big smile, next to come on stage are the students of senior class 7. They're going to perform an English song called Natural. Please welcome them to the stage. Pop, 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 pop. As the 7th class students took the stage, the stage lights dimmed and the only beam of light hit Jane Jiaoyang. He whispered, will you hold the line? You're the only one who hasn't given up yet. When every one of them is giving up or giving in, tell me. Tell me when everyone's given up or disappointed. In this house of mine, at my place, nothing ever comes without a consequence or cost. Tell me. Nothing comes without a price. So tell me. The pre-chant ended. The second beam of light hit the pianist. The classical thick piano sound rang out. The rhythm gradually came. Jane Jiaoyang's voice also became louder. That's the price you pay. That's the price you have to pay. Leave behind your heartache, cast away. Put your heartbreak behind you. Rather be the hunter than the prey. Stop running like the prey and strike like the hunter. And you're standing on the edge, face up. You're standing on the edge of a cliff. Lift your head and face it. Cause you're because of you. The third beam of light hit Yi Wuxuan directly. She played the drum kit, bringing the rhythm to a crescendo. The moment she accompanied her, Jane Jiaoyang also spat out the last lyrics of the verse out loud. Natural. Born this way. A beating heart of stone. Heart like a rock is unbreakable. You gotta be so cold. You must learn to be ruthless, to make it in this world, to have a place in the world. Yeah, you're a natural. Yes, you were born this way. Living your life cutthroat. Surviving in a cruel world. You gotta be so cold. You must be cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Because you were born that way. The piano takes a backseat to the soulful rhythms controlled by the drums, which are tightly ordered and sound like they're hitting the tip of one's heart. Under the spotlight, Yi Wuxuan's eyes were a bit mesmerized and broken. The full extent of her attention was in the metronome of her headphones. It's a very, very burning tune. Her stunningly beautiful face, however, was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest fluctuation, in stark contrast to the hysterical lead singer Jane Jiaoyang in front of her. Again, this happens to coincide with the main theme of the tune itself. No matter how cruel the reality, be like a hunter, calm and powerful initiative. Because you, born extraordinary. Off stage, Jishan leaned back in his chair, his slender legs folded, ignoring the curt accosting of the rest of the shareholders and listening attentively to the performance on stage. His deep and narrow ink eyes were imprinted with Yi Wuxuan's solo under the light. That girl lit up the room. If she took the time to observe the stage, she would have noticed countless looks of shock and love. The bias was that she didn't care. It's also more mesmerizing. Chapter 17 Accident. The stage collapsed. The performance ended with Yi Wuxuan strumming. She removed her headphones and was about to leave when Jane Jiaoyang gasped and shouted over the microphone. Your wise and mighty majesty. Yi Wuxuan looked up uncertainly. The audience on stage also looked at Jane Jiaoyang with uncertainty, only to see Jane Jiaoyang kneeling on one knee, one hand holding the microphone and one hand reaching towards Yi Wuxuan, as if he was waiting for the mercy of the gods. The rest of Class 7 also turned their backs to the audience and half-kneeled, one hand behind their backs and one reaching for her. The young faces were overflowing with worship and joy. This battle, Yi Wuxiang had seen it when he first arrived in Class 7. It's just like, right here, right now. They spoke in unison, their voices booming. Please come to the throne, wave your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness. It was originally just a tease. It's a term of endearment born when people are bored out of their minds and their middle souls kick in. But Yi Wuxiang was really like a god coming down from the sky, dispersing the fog around them and allowing them to overtake the class that had been so far ahead in just half a month. Bring them out of their dark corners and back to dignity and confidence. Didn't some people mock Yi Wuxiang for not being worthy of the word queen? Now, by submitting here, they are making it known to the outside world. Yi Wuxiang deserves the word queen. She's a perfect match, a top match, a heavenly match. Queen, queen. Fanboys and fangirls on stage stood up and shouted in ecstasy. Queen, queen. Others followed suit, arching the atmosphere to the max. If it wasn't for the host's sharp eyes and quick reaction, he came out in time to save the day and invited the people from the 7th class to go down. This gala would have become Yi Wuxiang's personal fan meeting. In the audience, Rong Qingru listened to the cheers that were even more reverberating than when she had performed on stage, and the smile on her face slowly twisted uncontrollably. Qingru, are you not feeling well? Shen Wenyu asked worriedly. It's fine, brother Shen, you don't have to worry. Rong Qingru hurriedly adjusted her expression and turned her head to look at Shen Wenyu. However, he realized that Shen Wenyu was no longer looking at her, but was staring at Yi Wuxiang's departing back, with shock and amazement flashing in his eyes. He never knew that Yi Wuxiang could play the drums, and play so exciting and handsome. Rong Qingru clutched the lace that embellished the gown. Damn Yi Wuxiang! Click! The carefully sewn lace cracked. Behind the scenes, there were a lot of people coming and going. Some of them were crew members, some of them were just coming off the stage, and some of them were getting ready to go on stage. On top of that, there was a little boy running around, presumably the child of one of the staff. Queen, your drum set is superb. The adoration in Jane Zhaoyang's eyes was about to overflow. He realized that Yi Wuxiang was always stronger than he thought. This is true for fighting. This is true for studying. This is true even for playing the drums. How stupid were the homeroom teacher and students of Class 2 to skin bully and look down on the queen like that? It's okay. Yi Wuxiang replied indifferently. I'll take them to remove their makeup first. We'll see you tomorrow. Jian Zhaoyang waved his hand and took the 7th class students to remove their makeup. Yi Wuxiang looked at the time and planned to call home. Just then, a loud bang came from overhead, and then the entire roof of the stage's shed collapsed. The power was cut. The lights disappeared in an instant. Screams erupted, and tongues of fire raged. Mom! Whoa! The little boy cried in the confusion. Baby! Baby, where are you? The little boy's mother looked anxiously left and right and finally saw the child 5 meters away. Stand still! Mommy's coming to get you. She went against the flow of people. Clunk! Again there was a loud crash overhead as the broken load-bearing column slammed down on the boy. Mom's eyes widened in anger and she reached out in vain, only to be swept away by the crowd. She watched as her child was about to be hit hard. At the most critical moment, Yi Wuxiang rushed over and shielded the boy in his arms, letting the broken load-bearing pillar hit his shoulders and back. The stage collapsed more completely and dust filled the air. Outside the stage, Shangguan Qinglin directed the evacuation of the scene, and the fire hose was quickly picked up to extinguish the fire. Because it was handled in time, it didn't cause many casualties. Jishan looked around and frowned. Calculating the time, Yi Wuxiang should not have left here yet. Looking for Yi Wuxiang? Shangguan Qinglin said easily. She may have already left, even if she hasn't. With her skills, an accident of this level can't hurt her. Don't worry, that guy is a fierce woman who can take out foreign killers with her bare hands. Jishan thought about it and left with his long legs. My child is under the load-bearing column. The girl named Yi Wuxiang is also under the load-bearing pillar. Save them! The boy's mom cried and yelled, brushing past Jishan. Jishan's feet lurched and he turned around violently. On the other side, a couple of security guards also pushed the largest load-bearing pillar out of the way. And when they did, they froze. They saw a girl holding the boy, half kneeling, with her other hand still holding the boy's head, as if she was worried about a head injury. Sister! Sister? The boy's eyes were dull and gray. Go find your mom. Yi Wuxiang let go of the boy and slowly stood up. Queen, are you alright? Jane Zhaoyang and the others, who heard the commotion, turned back halfway and anxiously inquired. It's fine. Yi Wuxiang spoke in a calm tone, patting away the ash on his body towards the outside. Wherever she went, no one looked at her without admiration. Not everyone, after all, can lay down their lives to save others in times of life and death. Seeing that she walked normally and looked normal, Everyone put their hearts down and went about their business, seeing that she is usually cold and icy. I didn't expect the critical moment. Where is Ashun? Shangguan Qinglin searched for half a day, but couldn't find his best friend's figure. Off campus, the night was heavy and starry. Yi Wushuang searched across the road for the location of Ji's driver. She hadn't told the driver about the gala today, and she wasn't sure if the driver would have waited for her until now. While searching, a black sports car stopped in front of Yi Wushuang. The driver's seat lowered the window, revealing the driver's stunningly handsome face. Get in the car. Beyond that, there are no extra words. Yi Wushuang pursed her lips and got into the car without any pretense, letting him drive her home. Her friendship with Ji Xin didn't count for much. Even after so many days of sharing the same bed, there were no more than 10 conversations between them. She has to go about her business, and he has to go about his, and the well runs dry. There was less traffic in the countryside in the evening, and in less than half an hour, Ji Xin parked his car in front of the villa. He was the first to get out of the car. Yi Wushuang also got out of the car and was just about to go upstairs when he was called out by Ji Xin. Come here. He carried the medical kit in his hand. Take off your varsity jacket. Something that heavy slammed into the shoulder was bound to hurt unless it was made of steel. The young girl in front of her had obviously not evolved beyond the realm of nature. Yi Wushuang hesitated for a moment, walked over and sat beside him, unbuttoning her knitted jacket. The jacket slipped off her shoulders, revealing a small tank top, and a large, eye-catching bruise of red on her back. This redness, interlaced with her own white skin, was a great contrast. Ji Xin's pupils contracted lightly. Yi Wushuang's injuries were heavier than he had expected. He opened the medical kit and quickly and gently applied the medicine to her himself, his low voice even lower in the night. Why don't you cry or cry out in pain? Crying out because of pain is an instinct that humans are born with and is one of the ways they communicate information to the outside world. How many petite girls get red-eyed at the slightest bump? She's a girl too. Useless. There was not a single fluctuation in Yi Wushuang's black and white pupils. Crying out in pain reveals your location. Crying not only reveals the location, it takes the salt you depend on in your body. If you want to live, you can't cry. It was the first law taught to her by the world she lived in. Chapter 18 Embracing. The maiden who weeps only in dreams. Ji Xin's movement of applying the medicine was lurched. He'd only known her as a killer, hadn't considered that she could even erase her instincts in order to survive. It's not hard to guess what kind of life she used to have. A moment later, Yi Wushuang held his shoulders and his brows stretched. Thank you. It did feel a lot better with the medicine applied. The Ji family was also worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family in Xia, and the healing properties of this medicine were several times stronger than the one she had bought at a high price in the black market. Maybe you could try saying something other than thank you to me. Ji Xin's chest vibrated and he let out a pleasant light laugh, obviously under the same roof, but still so rusty, it would make him wonder if he had a problem with his own personal charisma. Then go to sleep. I'm sleepy. Yi Wushuang also cooperated, her indifferent eyes buling under the light. Ji Xin. Looks like he can drop the skepticism. With Ji Xin around, Yi Wushuang quickly fell asleep. But tonight was a little special. The little boy who called her sister in her arms reminded her of her own brother. Dustless. Along with the dreams, it's back to the original slums. It was a dirty, messy, poor place with a mixture of poor people of all nationalities and colors. Her mother and father never cared for her, and luckily her elderly neighbor's grandfather was a kindly Summerlander. He taught her to read and write and taught her manners and responsibilities. After Gramps died, Dustless was born. She knew full well that if she didn't care about Dustless, no one would. She negotiated with the owner of the milk powder store to exchange her labor for the milk powder. But on the day of settlement, the store owner deceived her as a child and denied it. She grabbed the milk powder and ran away, and was then surrounded and beaten by several big men who called her a thief. No one helped her. When winter comes and she washes and lays out the clothes her grandfather left her, the man next door insists they are his and ties her to a tree as a punishment. There was no one to save her. Ji Xin was woken up by the cold. His entire sleeve was wet, and the night breeze doubled the chill. What's going on here? He frowned and turned on the light, and was surprised to find the girl beside him curled up, crying in her sleep. Tears soaked his clothes. He had a somewhat shocked expression. Such was her vulnerability and helplessness, her despair and pain, very different from the cold detachment of the day. Only in dreams do you dare to cry uncontrollably? He reached out hesitantly to wipe away her tears, but they didn't stop. Ji Xin's frown tightened. What kind of dream was it that made her cry like that? Who wouldn't be hurt by that? His heart softened and he took the little girl in his arms, trying to give her a little security. Dream on. Yi Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. She felt so much warmer around her all of a sudden. She reached out and embraced the warmth. Beyond the dream, Ji Xin's torso stiffened. Early the next morning, Yi Wuxuan opened his eyes and the first thing that caught his eyes was a properly muscled chest. She sat bolt upright, the calm slowly cracking on her face. Is waking up in my arms so overwhelming? Jishin laughed out loud with the back of his hand against his lips, his eyebrows lightly arched. Yi Wuxuan's expression was too funny. Amused. He felt a little frustrated. How many women in the outside world wanted to throw themselves at him, but she was so good, lying in his arms, and so disgusted. I don't think I said I wanted to stay in your arms and sleep. Yi Wuxuan collapsed a small face. Yeah? Then look whose hand is on my waist. Jishin turned on his side, his pajamas falling more loosely as a result, revealing his 8-pack abs. He rested his cheeks, eyebrows and eyes with a few minutes just woke up sleepy lethargy. Lining that face, evil and demonic, can be called the best on earth. Yi Wuxuan listened to him and looked at his waist. Then on his waist, she saw her hand. Like an electric shock, she quickly withdrew her own hand. Her dark pupils swept over a trace of embarrassment. With Jishin's upbringing and family history, he wouldn't force a woman to come near him. It was indeed outrageous that she took the initiative to hug Jishin and blame someone else instead. Okay, no kidding. Jishin stopped laughing and told the truth about what happened last night. You were crying so much last night that I took the liberty of hugging you, hoping for some comfort, and then you hugged me back, which probably made you feel better. Maybe it was the aftermath of last night's weakness. He couldn't see her upset at the moment. Yi Wuxuan fell into silence. Jishin saw her fingers slowly clench and slowly loosen. Thank you for your comfort. Yi Wuxuan's expression regained its calmness. It turned out that the source of that warmth was him. I still expect you to say something other than thank you to me. Jishin stared at her for a moment, unknown emotions surfacing in his deep ink eyes. Words other than thank you? Yi Wuxuan lowered her eyes. Not sure what Jishin wanted to hear. She rolled out of bed, shuffled around, and was driven by her driver to Birds of Prey High School. At the same time, a system beep sounded in her ears. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission, to win the Intercollegiate League of Chess on behalf of Flying Bird. Interscholastic League, a competition between multiple schools. Chess, also known as Western chess, is an ancient game of chess in the world. These two words Yi Wuxuan could understand what they meant. Together, she didn't. In the original owner's brain, there was no memory related to this incident. She hadn't heard anyone else talk about it in all her days at the Flying Bird. It seems like we have to ask someone else. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the back seat, his black pupils revealing a determined emotion. As long as he completed 30 trial quests, he would be able to resurrect Dustless, and he was still 29 short. She is also going to take a solid win in this inter-school league of chess. The sedan stopped at the entrance of the Flying Bird. Yi Wuxuan walked into the 7th class, and before his school bag was put down, a group of people surrounded him. Jane Jiaoyang, with a head of silver hair and high spirits, was the first to open his mouth and excitedly said, Queen, you're top 2. What top 2? Yi Wuxuan wrinkled her eyebrows, not understanding what Jin Jiaoyang was trying to express. A school girl ranking. Jin Jiaoyang took out his cell phone and tapped on the interface of the school flower ranking and handed it to Yi Wuxuan to see. Right now, you're the girl with the second most votes in our school, and the first is Rongqingru. The school flower ranking still has a month to go before it ends. If you can counter the votes during this time, you'll be the new school flower of our Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wuxuan swept his cell phone. It was a simple data ranking website. The top 3 had individual photos displayed, and down the line there was only class and name. The current number 1 is Young Qingru, who is way ahead in votes. Second was her, and the votes were substantial. The third is a girl from another class. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the picture of Rongqingru was of her playing the piano at the gala last night, and a picture of himself, playing the drums. Both have the same background, the same filter, and you can feel the fireworks from across the room. I'm not interested in this. Yi Wuxuan pushed the phone away. If the system required her to take the top spot on the school flower ranking list, she would still be competing with Rongqingru. But when the system didn't require it, she had no idea. And this, Jane Jiaoyang exited the school flower ranking and came to the forum interface. Queen, you've butchered the page. Oh. Chapter 19, Mr. Lu, calling Mr. Lu. Slaughter, refers to the meaning of someone, something or other. In a forum of a section of the unprecedented heat, related to the posting is extremely large. The other threads will be massacred pieces of armor left behind. Yi Wuxuan looked at Jane Jiaoyang's cell phone and realized that the idle chat section of the Flying Bird forum was full of topics related to her. Every post has a high number of replies and views, from the bottom of the grade to the top of the grade. What's Yi Wuxuan driving at? I heard that Yi Wuxuan teaches all the classes of Class 7 students. Is that true? Analyzing Yi Wuxuan's drumming level from a professional point of view. From student to teacher. From teacher to drummer. From drummer to hero who saved a boy. I'm powdered. Aren't you? I declare that Yi Wuxiang is the queen of the birds of prey. Hold your tongue. Did someone get engaged to me and then dump me? I want to be reborn in fire like Yi Wuxiang. The current forum's evaluation of Yi Wuxiang is basically the same. First of all, she has a high IQ, is a great student, and combines a terrific ability to teach multiple courses, leading Class 7 to a win over Class 1 in a miracle that will go down in school history. Secondly, she plays the drums at a very strong level, not bad compared to the top drummers in the country. Furthermore, underneath her ice-cold exterior, she must have a hot heart, or else she would not have sacrificed her life to save others. As for why Yi Wuxiang had metamorphosed so much, everyone blamed Xin Wenyu. It was well known that Yi Wuxiang had come to Flying Bird for 3 years, and Xin Wenyu had never given a good face. Xin Wenyu had even openly said that Rongqingru was his ideal girlfriend. Wasn't this just slapping Yi Wuxiang in the face? Yi Wuxiang should be unable to bear the endurance, thinking not steamed buns to fight for breath. Try to make an effort. It's just that she tried too hard and went straight to big brother status. Who doesn't love this kind of come-from-behind story? They couldn't wait to be Yi Wuxiang himself, and then beat the faces of all the people who had insulted and teased them. The students of the second class also regretted it so much that they personally came to the forum to complain that they had eyes but didn't recognize Tai and wished they could turn back the clock. To which everyone said, "Bah! Stay away. Do you regret it now? Where have you been when you all collectively lied?" If Yi Wuxiang hadn't recorded the video in advance, who would have been able to clear her name? When the words were said, everyone praised Yi Wuxiang again, complimenting her for her meticulous thinking and step-by-step approach to bring down the school manager's son Hongxia and the son of the school manager Zhang Chao with her own strength. The more she thinks about it, the more powerful she really is. Everyone is saying that the queen is awesome. Jane Jiaoyang smiled. The queen is in their class. They thief proudly said. Yi Wuxiang moved his eyes away and looked at Jane Jiaoyang. I have a question I want to ask you. Jane Jiaoyang might know about the Intercollegiate Chess League. What's wrong with the queen? Jane Jiaoyang blinked. Without waiting for Yi Wuxiang to speak, a girl rushed in from outside. Something big and bad has happened. Mr. Ryu resigned. The words exploded like a thunderbolt in Class 7. What's going on? Didn't we pass? Jin Jiaoyang's eyes widened. We're more than passing. Our average is higher than the first class. Why did Mr. Ryu quit? Is it possible that the students of the first class are not convinced and are playing tricks inside to force Mr. Liu to resign? If that's true, I'm going to have to beat them into the hospital today. There was a lot of emotional excitement, and there were boys rolling up their sleeves and getting ready for a fight. The girl gasped. I don't know why Mr. Ryu resigned. I just saw him take his resignation letter and head out of the school. The words landed on the ground and everyone ran out in a wave. Yi Wuxiang also followed over. School entrance. Yu Qiang held the resignation letter, his eyes clinging to it. He tried to turn around to take another look at the school's plaque, but he saw his former students running towards him en masse, which brought a few tears to his eyes. I was just about to say goodbye to you guys, but you guys were nice enough to come over on your own. Lu Jing shook the resignation letter in his hand and laughed. I'm not a teacher anymore. He has been leading Class 7 for 3 years, and the fact that Class 7 has made no progress shows that his coaching standard is actually not very good. He had been planning to resign. Yi Wuxiang's arrival sort of solidified his idea of resigning. She showed him the gap. I also saw that as a teacher. It is not enough to have a heart for your students. He can't afford to be misguided any longer. Not being a teacher? Then what are you going to do? Zhen Jiaoyang's tone was a bit sad. To this day, he realized more and more how rare it was for Ryukio to treat Class 7 with the seriousness of due diligence. Go back and inherit the family business. Ryukio smiled faintly. The students savored the bitter sweetness of the smile. Schoolgirl A cried and spoke. What kind of family business do you have? Go back to herding sheep and farming? They all knew that Yu Qiang's family wasn't rich. Ms. Lu, who bullied you? You tell us. Jane Jiaoyang took a step forward, also about to cry. Before those tears could slip from the corners of his eyes, the sound of an engine starting came from the other end of the road. A cool red convertible sports car was parked behind Yu Qiang, and there were 2 hot female models behind the car. The female model enchantingly got off the car. One left and one right like a water snake clinging to Lu Jing. Daintily shouted, Young Lu, my sister and I have missed you. The touching image cracked instantly. What's going on here? Why would a beautiful female model lean on the poor Mr. Lu and call him Mr. Lu? They're hallucinating. Be a good girl and go wait for me in the car while I say goodbye to my students. Lu Jing took out 2 stacks of money and handed it to the female model in a generous manner. The 2 female models smiled with joy and dutifully sat back down. Crowd? Zhen Jiaoyang almost bit his tongue. Lu, Mr. Lu, Didn't you say that the travel expenses for you to come to Flying Bird was put together by your family selling the sheep? That's indeed how I scraped together the money for my trip to Hida. Ryukio nodded. Any questions? Then you still. Girl B pointed to the sports car, to the female model, and to the female model's hand of the banknotes. It just feels like there are so many questions that I don't know where to start. Oh, it's like this. Lu Jing had an innocent look on his face. My family has 40 million sheep, 30 million pigs, 10 million cows, and several million donkeys. Isn't it impossible to make it outside now? You can only go back to inherit the $10 billion family fortune. Crowd? I sat up in my deathbed. And the clown was me. I've had a lot of fun with you guys these past 3 years. I'm ashamed that I wasn't able to teach you guys more. Luckily, Yi Wushuang is here. Lu Jing looked towards Yi Wushuang. You taught class 7 well. I owe you a favor. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just contact me. My house is quite big and easy to find. The grasslands on the map of Xia, as far as the naked eye can see, are all named Willow. With that said, Ryu Kyun got into the driver's seat of the sports car, sunglasses on, and took off with no love for anyone. Grass. There were countless words in Jin Zhaoyang's heart that he wanted to say, but when he reached his mouth, only this word remained. Ha! The students were filled with seriousness. You dare to swear at young Master Lu? I mean, there's a lot of grass on the side of the road. Oh. Jane Zhaoyang pointed at the lawn, smiling harmlessly and meekly, and hastily changed the subject. By the way, Queen, didn't you just have a question for me? Chapter 20, let me play in the Intercollegiate Chess League. Jane Zhaoyang's move was very useful. As everyone heard that Yi Wushuang had a problem, they all looked at Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang asked, do you guys know about the Intercollegiate Chess League? I know. Everyone has one sentence and adds to each other's. It's a tournament authorized by the Anchor City Chess Association and held annually in 8 high schools. The 8 high schools are Yin City High School No. 1. High School No. 2. High School No. 3. Experimental High School, Normal High School, Medical University High School, and Flying Bird Academy. Asuka Academy is the only private aristocratic school of them all. The 8 high schools take turns being in charge of the tournament field each year, and this year it just so happens that it's Flyers' turn to be the host. The school had drawn up 20 participants at the beginning of the year and has been training them ever since. What makes it more special is that the Intercollegiate League is not only a competition between students, but also between mentors. In the finals, if the scores of both students end up tied, it will be the mentor who will go to battle to take the final point. The school can also handpick a student to fight for them if the mentor has something to do or doesn't want to. Except no one has done that so far. You're silly. Of course no one will do that. The participating students are equivalent to novice village rookies. The mentors are the level bosses. Have you ever seen a rookie single-handedly kill a boss? Also, hey, so what's the queen asking for? This is where the class 7 students are puzzled. I'm going to participate in this league. A look of determination surfaced on Yi Wushuang's delicate face. It's not want. It's be. Be sure to enter. Be sure to win. And be sure to complete the trial mission, too. Jian Zhaoyang grimaced. This might not be too good. The Intercollegiate League is not the stage last night to say you're on. This is a tournament where the face of the school is at stake. And the 20 students competing are handpicked by the school. On top of that, the contest was very important to those 20 students. They need to use this tournament to rate their strengths for promotion. And if they miss this tournament, they will have to wait until the end of the year. Besides, the league explicitly states that each school can only send 20 students, not one more. In this case, it couldn't be that one of the original 20 students could voluntarily give up their spot to the queen, could it? A rousing prelude sounded over the radio, and the flag-raising ceremony was about to begin. Yi Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows and went to the square to gather with the students. This flag-raising ceremony was presided over by Shangguan Qinglin. That little body is always majestic and adorable when it comes to business. He began by announcing the cause of last night's stage accident and penalizing the negligent officials, then complimented Yi Wushuang for saving the little boy last night. As the words fell, the room erupted in thunderous applause. Rong Qingru was also applauding, her beautiful face full of admiration, but in her heart, she was sneering. Yi Wushuang, can that be considered saving the little boy? She, to be blunt, just happened to be with the little boy and then got rubbed by the load-bearing post. It doesn't even count as giving up your life to save others. This is evidenced by the way she left the scene of the accident, still in one piece. But it's funny how this I'll do it. I can do it thing is being blown up by these people at school as a big hero. Because of this incident, Yi Wushuang's votes on the school flower ranking skyrocketed, rising to second overnight, just below himself. With her current momentum, it wasn't impossible for her to overtake herself in the future. Fortunately, The annual Intercollegiate Chess League is about to begin. As long as she did well at the tournament, she would still be the only goddess in the flyer. At that time, it would also be able to destroy Yi Wuxuang's prestige. Rong Qingru on this end was playing as she wished. On the other end, Officer Qinglin called Yi Wuxuang up to the stage and asked with a smile, "I can give you a reward. Is there anything you want?" "Reward?" Yi Wuxuang said without thinking. "Let me participate in the Intercollegiate Chess League." Rong Qingru's pupils tightened. Shangguan Qinglin collected his smile. "Why do you want to participate in this? The entry list was finalized a long time ago. It's not a wish that's easy to fulfill. I can give up my spot to Yi Wuxuang." In the senior class team, Zhang Rui raised his hand to state his position. He admired Yi Wuxuang and was ashamed of what he had done. "It's nice to have the opportunity to make amends." "Thank you." Yi Wuxuang calmly said thanks. Someone who voluntarily quits saves a lot of piles of trouble. There's nothing to be thankful for. Zhang Rui blushed and turned his head to look away. This Yi Wuxuang was so strange. He could obviously humiliate him and take the quota with a straight face. Instead, he said thank you to him and disregarded what happened before. Then he will reluctantly give Yi Wuxuang a few more votes on the school flower ranking. Since Zhang Rui is willing to withdraw, you'll be one of the participating students. Remember to go to the chess room every day after school to practice for 2 hours. Shangguan Qinglin arched her eyebrows. Today is a special day for Class 7. Teachers who were earlier reluctant to come to Class 7 have returned. The first thing they do when they come to the classroom is apologize for having been remiss. The second thing was to bow to Yi Wuxuang. "Student Yi, if there is anything wrong in my teaching process, please point it out." Although they hadn't heard Yi Wuxuang lecture, the results of the students in Class 7 were there, and that was the best evidence. Yi Wuxuang was better than their group of teachers. If he could get Yi Wuxuang's guidance, his career might have a breakthrough. The Class 7 students had mixed feelings about this. On one hand, they wanted Yi Wuxuang to continue teaching. On the other hand, it was known that Yi Wuxuang was tired of teaching multiple courses at the same time. They can't ignore the queen, who has to prepare for the Intercollegiate Chess League, for their own selfish desires, so they reconciled with the teacher. After school, Yi Wuxuang backpacked on one shoulder and went to the chess room. There were more than 30 people in the chess room. 19 of them were students who were going to participate in this tournament. And there were 2 old faces in there, Rong Qingru and Shen Wenyu. Students play 2 by 2. Moving pieces on a board with 2 chess clocks placed on the left side of the board that have to be pressed by whoever completes a move. The rest of us are teachers in chess, accompanying and coaching. One in particular stood out. It was an old man in his 60s, with gray hair, shoulder length and unkempt and disheveled. He was sitting in the highest seat, playing chess with himself, focused and serious. This person was the chess tutor of the Flying Bird Academy, Qin Lai. Qin Lai is a legend in the field of chess in Yen City, having served as president of the city's chess association and as the association's only grandmaster. During a tournament, he learned that his wife was cheating on his former friend and rival, and was demoted to first-class chess when he broke the rules by getting violent on the spot. He's been devastated ever since and is now earning a living at the Flying Bird Academy. "How long do you plan to stand?" Qin Lai stared at the chess game, his back facing Yi Wuxuang, but speaking towards him. "Is this the only thing they learn?" Yi Wuxuang swept his eyes at the students' chess game. "The result can only be described as simple. You can also not learn if you think you're qualified." Qin Lai moved the chariot, his attitude unchanged. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuang decisively turned around and left. Qin Lai did not stop and continued to play chess with himself. Chapter 21, You Lost Your Cake. The crowd in the chess room was dumbfounded. "You're letting Yi Wuxuang go? And what was the meaning of Yi Wuxuang's words? What do you mean? Just learn this? Is she good? I'm going to check Yi Wuxuang's rank on the official website of the Chess Association." Boy A took out his cell phone, logged into the official website of the Chess Association, and typed in the words Yi Wuxuang, and the search result was 0. The 0 means that Yi Wuxuang has not registered his name with the Chess Association. It also means that she never took a grade. What the hell? I thought she was so good, but it turns out she didn't even pass her level. She's a pure novice. Boy A spat with his cell phone. "I told you, she's a village girl. She doesn't know chess." Yi Wuxuang was from a big mountain village where teaching resources were scarce. How could he have access to backgammon? Then why does she look down on what we've learned? We're all 8th grade chess players in the Chess Association. Girl B was unconvinced. The highest power level of the association is the Grandmaster, and in descending order, alternate Grandmaster, 1st level chessmaster to 15th level chessmaster. At their age, it's good enough to be an 8th grade chess player. Principal Shangguan is confused. He didn't even check Yi Wuxuang's rank before putting it in the competition team. Boy C frowned. The hosts of this tournament are still the Flying Birds. How humiliating would it be if we lost to someone else on our own turf? Girl D sighed. The accompanying teachers nodded in agreement. It's really a shame to lose on your own turf. Maybe the principal trusts student Yi more. Rong Qingru spoke softly. Ooh, goddess is so gentle. Unlike me, I want to punch Yi Wuxuang. Everyone expressed their admiration. Overrated. Rong Qingru smiled modestly, her heart relieved. To be honest, she was quite flustered at first when she heard Yi Wuxuang say that she was coming to participate in the inter-school league. Because the current Yi Wuxuang was full of uncertainties, she was worried that Yi Wuxuang was a hidden expert who would take away her light and disrupt her plans. Now it seems, nothing. Then what was the reason why Yi Wuxuang didn't know chess and insisted on coming to the tournament? Qingru, it's your turn. Shen Wenyu pressed the chess clock, his handsome look standing out in a sea of passers-by. The smile at the corner of Rong Qingru's mouth slowly faded. How could she forget that Yi Wuxuan liked Shen Wenyu very much? The purpose, naturally, was also to get close to Shen Wenyu. You can do it, Yi Wuxuang. That's a good trick. I'll never let you get away with this. Center Street. Yi Wuxuang asked the driver to pull over and open the car door towards a cozy decorated dessert store. The owner's wife, who is in her 30s, is warm and welcoming. What would you like to buy? Miss, we have Black Forest mousse, matcha lasagna, puff pastry, tiramisu. Yi Wuxuang handed over the few pocket money in his wallet to the boss's wife, then nodding through the window at the Black Forest mousse. His voice was calm. This one. Yes. The boss's wife was about to put the cake in a box. Forget it, change this. Yi Wuxuang nodded at the matcha lasagna. Okay, the boss lady put down the Black Forest mousse and went to fetch the matcha lasagna. Sorry, it's still the Black Forest. Yi Wuxuang pointed back again. Okay. The boss's wife went to fetch the Black Forest again. She looked down and realized that the slender fingers that had been pointing at the Black Forest in front of the window were pointing at the most expensive tiramisu. Miss, the price of this one. She met Yi Wuxuan's black pupils, and those beautiful eyes, little by little, widened, filled with anticipation and wanting to eat. The price of this one is just right on sale. Miss is really so lucky. Come on, load it up and take it away. Bye. The owner's wife sends her guests off with a standard smile. Under the counter, the working girl hugged her legs and cried, Boss lady, you lost money again. Don't ask. Askin the beauty queen is #1 in the world. The boss's wife continued to smile, her heart dripping blood. The Watson building across the street from the dessert store. Jishin put his hands in his pockets, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His posture is magnificent and upright, and his handsome face is even more ingenious under the setting sun. So she has favorites too. A faint smirk swept across his deep, dark eyes. He had just finished a cross-country video conference when he found Yi Wuxuang shopping in the dessert store downstairs. Dessert? Rather an unexpected hobby. Missy seems to want to eat every one of them. Fengjiu was puzzled. She was torn in front of the window for a long time. The smile in Jishin's eyes deepened. The more he got to know Yi Wuxuang, the more he felt that Yi Wuxuang was like a beautifully wrapped gift box, radiant and dazzling, unique. Makes you wonder what's inside the gift box. He wanted to open it up. When Jishin returned to the villa, he found Yi Wuxuang sitting in the dining room staring blankly. The box containing the tiramisu at the table was warped and the cake inside was in pieces and crumbling everywhere. The young maid bowed at light speed beside her and apologized. Missy, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. What's going on? Jishin's brows furrowed. Back to Ji Xiao. It's all my fault. I accidentally bumped into Ms. Yi at the corner and broke the cake. The maid replied guiltily. Ms. Yi seems to like this tiramisu. It's my problem. I don't blame you. Yi Wuxuang came back to his senses. She was so focused on figuring out which place to take a bite out of. She didn't pay attention to the corner. Too bad about this tiramisu. I'll go downtown and buy another one back from you. Guilt increased in the maid's heart. It's rare for Miss Yi to have something she likes. How could she be so careless? By the time you get over there, the store will be closed. Jishin removed his suit jacket and handed it to Fengjiu, wearing only a white shirt and looking svelte and ascetic. He rolled his sleeves up a few times and went to the kitchen to tie on his dark apron, moving with familiarity to break the eggs and remove the yolks for later. This series of behaviors made Yi Wuxuang a little surprised. Then the amazement turned to appreciation. The extremely handsome man seemed like a magician, and in just half an hour, he had combined a few bits and pieces and turned them into a perfectly shaped, sweet-smelling cake. Tiramisu needs to be refrigerated overnight for optimal flavor, and there's no time to lose, so you'll eat this first. Jishin took off his apron and served the cake to Yi Wuxuang with a gentlemanly and elegant movement. Yi Wuxuang picked up the fork and cut a piece into her mouth. The sweetness and stickiness on her tongue made her black pupils light up and she praised it heartily. Yummy! In the eyes that looked at the man, there were unconsciously a few more points of admiration that even she herself hadn't noticed. The corners of Jishin's lips rose slightly. He liked the way Yi Wuxuan looked at him with such eyes. Does the Ji family still train their offspring to make desserts? Yi Wuxuan was curious and silently added in his heart, and made it so delicious. No. Ji Shen's voice was low and pleasant. My mother also likes desserts, so in order to make her happy, I looked for a pastry chef to learn cooking skills for 2 months. He was so perceptive and quick to learn that he was out of the class in 2 months. Yi Wu nodded while eating the cake. The look was so good that you wanted to take her in your arms and love her. Associated with the scene of her helpless crying last night, Ji Shen's heart moved and his thin lips slightly opened. I haven't made dessert for a third person besides mothering you. Do you know what that means? If the outside world knew that he personally made desserts for the girls, they would be amazed. Yi Wuxuan dug down a piece of cake and thought for a moment to reply. Meaning I look like your mother? It was awfully quiet all around. Ji Shen adjusted his breathing and drew away the cake in front of Yi Wuxuan, smiling slightly. You're out of cake. Yi Wuxuan, who was halfway through eating, was happy. Chapter 22. If Flying Bird misses the championship because of Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan was a bit depressed. Because of the cake being taken away halfway, she sleeps far away from Ji Shen. There was a gap between the two, like a young couple who had had a fight. On the other side, Ji Shen leaned on the bed and read. Occasionally when the corner of his eyes landed on Yi Wuxuan, his deep, bottomless ink eyes would be tainted with a few smiles. This was the first time he had seen Yi Wuxuan sulking. It's a bit lackluster to say the least though, but she does look a lot cuter like this than when she's expressionless. Early the next morning, Yi Wuxuan slowly sat up straight, the underside of his eyes glowing slightly green. Last night, he was too far away from Ji Shen to smell the tranquilizing light fragrance, and his sleep quality dropped a lot. She rubbed the back of her neck and walked out of the bedroom. Ms. Yi is awake? Ji Xiao ordered before he left that if you want to eat cake, there is frozen tiramisu in the refrigerator. The maid followed behind Yi Wuxuan with a big smile. That's what Ji Xiao made himself last night. Yi Wuxuan's footsteps lurched. There's spirit. After eating tiramisu, Yi Wuxuan took a car and went to Flying Bird. When she got out of the car, the little red sedan in front of her also happened to open its door and step down two familiar-looking people. One is Qin Lai, the Flying Bird chess tutor, and the other is the dessert store owner's wife, whom he met yesterday. The boss's wife helped Qin Lai out of the car. Pops, come. Slow down. Be careful of bumping your head. She and Qin Lai are father and daughter. When Qin Lai, who was on crutches, got off the car smoothly, the boss's wife also discovered Yi Wuxuan. It's you, the beautiful girl who bought the cake yesterday. The boss's wife's eyes erupted with brilliance. What a coincidence. Why are you here? For the face controllers, Yi Wuxuan's existence was a pile of glittering rare treasures. She's a student of Fei Bird and the one who's going to participate in this inter-school league. Qin Lai glanced at Yi Wuxuan and walked into the school on his crutches. So you're one of Pop's students? He's usually a pain in the ass, isn't he? The boss's wife smiled shyly. You like dessert, don't you? You can go to my place after school. It's filling. The word full really attracted Yi Wuxuan, but there is no merit in it. She thought about it and found a way to have the best of both worlds. I remember you had a job posting in front of your store. I'd like to make some pocket money. Then you can come to my store as a part-time bellhop right after school. The boss's wife extended her hand. My name is Qinyu. Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan returned the grip. The day's program ends quickly. In the evening, before Yi Wuxuan left the school, Shangguan Qinglin's voice rang out on the radio. Senior Class 7 Yi Wuxuan, come to the principal's office. What did Shangguan Qinglin want with himself? Yi Wuxuan frowned lightly and walked towards the principal's office. In the hallway outside the principal's office stood a dozen or so students, all of whom were about to represent the Flying Birds in the Intercollegiate League. Seeing Yi Wuxuan, each of them showed contempt in their eyes and snorted coldly. Inside the principal's room, Rong Qingru threw her voice. Principal Shangguan, after our verification, Yi Wuxuan indeed did not take a grade in the chess association. On top of that, she didn't report to the chess room for 2 days in a row, and even relegated the chess games that everyone had trained so hard for to this bit of stuff. People were very angry, but it was all a small matter. What mattered was the face of the school. Are we going to field a rookie on league day? If that's true, the other schools will surely laugh at us. The Flying Birds, for having no talent and not even being able to put together a team of 20 participants. After speaking, a hint of calculation flashed in Rong Qingru's eyes. Yi Wuxuan, didn't you want to play a lustful trick to seduce Brother Shen? I'll just unite all the students and kick you off the team and see what you can do. Who told you that not having taken a grade means you don't know how to play chess? Yi Wuxuan walked into the principal's office with an icy expression. When she was playing against the world's #1 chess player, Rong Qingru still didn't know which corner to stay in. Since you know how, do you dare to play a game against me? Rong Qingru heckled. Staring at Yi Wuxuan closely, She must dismantle Yi Wuxuan's lies. Playing against me? Yi Wuxuan's black pupils surfaced with sarcasm. Are you worthy? When did any cat or dog get to play against her? You. Rong Qingru's face turned blue. Alright. Shangguan Qinglin rested his hands on the table and inquired Yi Wuxuan. Pick someone you think is worthy to play against me. At first, he agreed to Yi Wuxuan representing Fei Bird because of Yi Wuxuan's bright performance in school. She not only scored perfect marks in her own monthly exams, but also taught the Hangman's 7th class to become a top class. Best friend Jishan also spoke highly of Yi Wuxuan. So when he heard Yi Wuxuan say that he was going to participate in the inter-school chess league, he tacitly assumed that Yi Wuxuan knew how to play chess and was not bad at it. It turned out that Yi Wuxuan didn't even take the grade. Then he needed to call Yi Wuxuan over to confirm it. If Yi Wuxuan really didn't know how to play chess, he wouldn't have let Yi Wuxuan continue to compete. Birds of prey are birds of prey for all. The honor of the bird of prey is the honor of all. He couldn't just ignore it. No need. She'll get off. Xinlai came in on his crutches, his head full of pale hair swaying with his steps. I was playing chess when she came to the chess room yesterday. She looked at the board for 3 seconds before dropping her eyes to the chariot position, determining that it was the best move. This step took me a full 20 minutes to think about, while it only took her 3 seconds. How can someone like that be a novice? He was certain that Yi Wuxuan was a genius at chess. There wasn't a single student in the whole of Flying Bird that was better than her. A single glance is enough to determine that Yi Wuxuan knows chess? Wouldn't this be too childish? Rong Qingru stared wide-eyed, feeling that it was outrageous, and pursued the question unwillingly. If something goes wrong, or if the champion is missed because of Yi Wuxuan, who can be held responsible? I'm in charge. Xinlai stared at Rong Qingru. If Flying Bird misses out on the championship because of Yi Wuxuan, Xinlai, take the blame and resign. Are you satisfied? Xinlai had more or less been a popular figure in the chess world, and this eye pressure went over, directly causing Rong Qingru to take half a step back. In a sorry state, since Elder Qin has said so, I announce that Yi Wuxuan will continue to compete. Shangguan Qinglin sealed the deal. Rong Qingru could only bring her students back in defeat. Yi Wuxuan stood at the entrance of the principal's office and said faintly towards Xinlai, I will take the championship. She didn't expect Xinlai to come out and speak up for her, and even bet her career. Of course you will. Xinlai didn't say much as he hunched over and left. There was a time when he was just as confident as Yi Wuxuan. Dessert shop. Yi Wuxuan changed into the attire Qin had prepared for her and wrinkled her eyebrows as she walked out of the dressing room. Sister Qin, do I have to wear this work clothes? Of course, my dessert store has a theme rotation, and this week's theme is, made to my side. Qin placed the vertical signboard and looked up at Yi Wuxuan, her eyes instantly sparkling with love. This picture is awesome. Yi Wuxuan wore a black and white maid's pleated skirt, a white Katyusha hair band on her head, and a white lace apron around her waist. The apron skirt has longer straps and ties and a big bow behind her, which really makes it as cute as it needs to be. Though the owner of the maid's outfit had a cold, detached look on her face and tugged at her sleeves uncomfortably. It was just the right amount of contrast to the attire. The result is, it's even cuter. Yi Wuxuan tugged at his sleeves and looked at the desserts in the window. She endured. Watson Mansion. Conference Hall. The department heads looked at me and I looked at you, not understanding why the handsome and honorable Ji Xiao suddenly shut up and was still looking out the window. Season. You shout a hammer shout. Don't you know that Ji Xiao is thinking about how to quickly conquer the exotic market? Chapter 23. This maid is obviously pretty but overly capable of fighting. Dessert shop. Yi Wuxuan was pushed to the entrance of the store by Qinyu. With this push, a steady stream of guests arrived. Men and women, young and old. The store filled up right away. Qinyu dispensed the desserts and plated them in the operation room and handed them to Yi Wuxuan, and taught her, Master, this is the Yangji ganache and strawberry cake you ordered. Please enjoy. Have you learned it? Yi Wuxuan nodded his head, signaling his understanding, then placed the drink cake towards the table, his eyes blazing. Drink. Qinyu, guest, thanks, have learned to scrap. Despite the maid's less-than-maidenly attitude, business is still going strong. In front of the dessert store, a young girl in a blue plaid ultra-short skirt fanned herself with her hand and daintily said to the teenager in a set of gray casual clothes beside her, Brother Meng, I'm so tired, why don't we have a drink and then go to the chess association? Aha! Meng Yunjing nodded in agreement with a courteous attitude. Then let's go to this dessert store. Wu Zixuan took Meng Yunjing's arm as she walked intimately inside, a triumphant smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. In the circle of upper-class girls in Yan City, there has always been a saying of business jade political scene. It means that Shen Wenyu, whose family is in business, and Meng Yunjing, whose family is in politics, are the best choices in two different circles. In the future, if you want to be the president's wife, keep an eye on Shen Wenyu. If you want to be an official's wife in the future, look for Meng Yunjing. She, Wu Zixuan, wanted to be an official's wife, so from a long time ago, she stuck to Meng Yunjing and wouldn't let go. Wu and Meng's families are family friends. Meng Yunjing likes chess and she learns chess. The two are also going to represent Yen City High School No. 3 in the inter-school chess tournament this time. This store is so crowded. Is it a Netflix store? Make way, make way, make way. Wu Zixuan pulled Meng Yunjing and squeezed hard inside. If she looked back, she would find the square-featured Meng Yunjing frowning, clearly not liking what she was doing. It was only the upbringing of his family that made it bad for him to brush off his female companion in public. This forbearance was taken as indulgence by Wu Zixuan, who squeezed even harder and accidentally bumped the arm of the guest next to her. Ah! The guest whimpered, his hand slipping as the glass of juice went down the drain. As Meng Yunjing watched the glassy juice cup about to shatter, a slender white hand precisely caught the cup and shoved it back into the guest's hand, drawing a straight stare from the guest. The owner of the hand was dressed in a cute maid outfit, and her looks were better than all the women Meng Yunjing had seen in the past. Her willow eyebrows delicate, black pupils clear, cherry lips lip shape is good, agar nose a little like jade, temperament cold and detached, and the body of this set of maidservant outfit out of place and accidentally blend. She noticed him, too, and after only a faint glance, she moved between the guests with light agility, carrying her tray. What is brother Meng looking at? Wu Zixuan turned around and realized that Meng Yunjing was looking at a young girl dressed as a maid. She came on fire, her eyes narrowing as she mentally cursed the little. The mouth was simply innocent. Oh, maids. I've heard from others that these are the type of people who are little too young girls who drop out of school to work and don't want to get down to work, so they can only wear uniforms to make themselves look sexy, and then seduce rich people to become mistresses like this. Yeah, Meng Yunjing was non-committal. Intuition told him that the maid just now was not one of those. Her eyes were lonely. Loners don't bother with that sort of thing. My turn, boss. I'll have one. Wu Zixuan finished ordering and found an empty seat with Meng Yunjing, casually placing her purse on the stool next to her. 5 minutes later, Yi Wuxuan brought over the things they ordered and placed them on the table one by one. Nah, brother Meng, do you think our third middle school can win the championship in this inter-school chess league? Wu Zixuan bit the word chess very heavily, and looked at Yi Wuxuan's reaction while saying it. Do you know anything about chess? It's not Go. It's not chess. It's not backgammon. It's chess played by foreigners, and it's out of the reach of poor people. Know the difference? Yi Wuxuan didn't react. The rest of the people in the dessert store did look at Wu Zixuan one more time. One kid said in an adoring tone, "Wow, that sister actually knows how to play chess. I can't even read it." Upon hearing this, Wu Zixuan's chin lifted. Complacent. Before we changed our mentor, we didn't have much of a chance of winning, and with the new mentor, the title is ours. Meng Yunjing seriously analyzed it. Unlike Wu Zixuan's braggadocio, it's thanks to your father who is the mayor. Otherwise the president of the chess association and chessmaster wouldn't have given face and come to the third middle school to teach us in person. Wu Zixuan emphasized the word mayor again. This time, more people in the store were paying attention to the two of them. My God, I actually met the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing, here. It's really worthy of being the mayor's son. He's a great instrument at such a young age. He'll surely be as powerful as his father in the future. Who's the girl next to him? It's the vice mayor's only daughter, Wu Zixuan. They went to a nursing home together as father and daughter to console them. I've seen that report. What kind of luck did I have today? Meeting the two strongest second-generation officials in Yen City. Wu Zixuan enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by gazes. Meng Yunjing was just the opposite. He hated it when people always mentioned his father, as if all his accomplishments were brought about by the aura of the mayor's father. Nothing to do with his effort and diligence. He looked around the dessert store and realized that the maid was the only one who didn't pay much attention to him because of Wu Zixuan's words. She still moved between the guests, her face calm. Speaking of which, Wu Zixuan began to chatter, completely oblivious to the fact that there was an extra thieving hand next to her, quietly touching her purse. Swish, the thief stole the wallet and ran. My wallet. There's a thief. Catch the thief. In hindsight, Wu Zixuan stood up and shouted, Xuan, call the police. Qinyu wiped her hands on her apron. The customer was the one who lost something in their store, and it would be bad if it was on their heads. Yi Wuxuan's eyes light convergence. Arm flung. The silver tray containing dessert swoosh. 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 Swoosh flew out, directly smashed into the back of the small thief. Ow! The little thief's stomach stretched in pain and turned his head to look at Yi Wuxuan. When he saw Yi Wuxuan walking up, his leg stomped and before he could leap out, he was grabbed by Yi Wuxuan by the back collar and yanked back. Snap! The little thief sat on his ass. Seeing this, The brothers who were covering outside the door rose up and attacked, one or two of them ferociously, stretching their fists and kicking their feet. Yi Wuxiang dodged and turned around with a handsome roundhouse kick. A few minutes passed, and they were all lying on the ground in unison, ouching and screaming. Yi Wuxiang rubbed his wrist, condescending, his eyes coldly looking at their gang of weaklings. There were already a lot of people around, along with the customers in the dessert store, all of whom had their mouths open to zero and stared blankly. What did they see? A pretty maid who, in 5 minutes, took out a gang of thieves in one fell swoop? May I ask if this is the set of some movie? Is that a groupie on the floor? Qin Yu closed his mouth, came to Yi Wuxiang and patted Yi Wuxiang's shoulder, spitting out 2 words. Awesome. Warm-hearted citizens escorted the thief to the police station. Wu Zixuan-styled pompous wallet returned to its rightful owner. She opened her wallet and checked if there was anything missing inside, and found that a card was missing. She walked to Yi Wuxiang and questioned angrily. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you see those guys stole my bank card? Are you blind? You. Qin Yu's eyes glared. This deputy mayor's only daughter is too unreasonable, isn't she? Xiao Shuang helped her subdue the thief and get her wallet back, and she didn't even say thank you, but she even scolded Xiao Shuang for being blind? One more mouthful and I won't mind putting you in the police station too. Yi Wuxiang coldly looked askance at Wu Zixuan and turned around to go back to work at the dessert store. A bystander whistles. What a draga girl. Chapter 24, is it not too much to ask Yi Wuxiang to kowtow to Goddess Rome? Wu Zixuan, however, froze for a moment, and in anger, she defiantly followed Yi Wuxiang's footsteps, wanting to find Yi Wuxiang's trouble. Who the hell are you to talk to me with that attitude? Believe it or not, I'll dash. Stop it. Meng Yunjing pulled Wu Zixuan in a low voice and scolded her. When you opened your wallet, the bank card fell on the floor by itself. No one else took it. Ha! Wu Zixuan looked down, and indeed saw a bank card on the ground. She leaned over to pick up the bank card and looked up in resigned tears. Brother Meng, this woman threatened me and said she would send me to jail. Meng Yunjing turned a blind eye and came to Yi Wuxiang's side, bowing and seriously thanking him. Thank you for getting our wallets back, and I apologize for her rudeness. A total of $137. Credit card or cash? Yi Wuxiang handed the small list to Meng Yunjing with a cold brow. She had no intention of making small talk with them. Swipe. Swipe the card. Meng Yunjing took out her card, her ears reddening. She didn't seem to care about them, and as he got closer, he realized she was even prettier, in a deathless kind of way. Take your time and don't see me off. Ending the cashiering, Yi Wuxiang continued with her duties. Wu Zixuan, on the other hand, was being pointed at by the people around her. The daughter of a deputy mayor. Why is she so ill-mannered? Brother Meng, let's get out of here. If we don't, the chess association will be closed. Wu Zixuan didn't want to continue staying with the dilettantes and hurriedly pulled Meng Yunjing away. The sun was setting and the guests were leaving. Qin Yu tiredly pounded his waist, a smile of satisfaction on his face. We really made a fortune today. The smile hadn't lasted 3 seconds before Qin Lai staggered into the dessert store on his crutches, bottle in hand. And chess. Qin Lai muttered under his breath and fell head over heels in front of Qin Yu. Pops. Qin Yu hurriedly assisted his father to the cubicle crib to rest. She skillfully prepared the sobering tea and a host of medicines, obviously used to dealing with this kind of scene. Wuggy. Woki. The drunken Qin Lai shouted angrily, full of unwillingness and humility. Qin Yu's action of cleaning up lurched, and tears slipped indisputably. Yi Wuxiang came to the doorway of the cubicle, and his eyes fell on Qin Lai, who had his eyes tightly closed. A draw is a game of chess in which both players do not win or lose. Draw in a tournament without winning or losing points. Xiao Shuang? Noticing Yi Wuxiang's arrival, Qin Yu hurriedly turned her face away to wipe her tears, her voice hoarse. I've made you laugh. What's wrong with him? Yi Wuxiang frowned lightly. Qin Yu's lips twitched and he didn't say anything. There are some things that she is not good at telling outsiders, but if she keeps it in for a long time, it is hard on her heart. In the middle of the day, she said in a low voice, it's an obsession that fell out of place earlier in the tournament. That contest where you were penalized for fighting? Yi Wuxiang's eyes flickered as he thought of past events about Qin Lai. It doesn't sit well with any man to learn that his wife is cheating on his former best friend and rival. It's a double betrayal, and the impulse to hit is understandable. It's the back. Qin Yu's expression drifted up. After the fight, Pops was ridiculed at the chess association, and all the major educational institutions that had previously rushed to let him teach were shunned. The family's financial situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and I was hospitalized with a fever that required an expensive surgery. At the same time, the Chess Association's quadrennial selection of grandmasters has begun. The prize money from the contest was enough for my surgery, and Pops immediately signed up for the contest. On the day of the race, My condition deteriorated and the hospital kept calling Pops, resulting in a soul-crushing loss after loss. The points come down to the most crucial round, where Pops meets the man he hates the most. The former best friend who stole his wife and intentionally angered him at the tournament, Sun Jiahao. It's not what it used to be, and Sun is the favorite to win the title. Fully clothed and spring-loaded, Pops, bearded and in tattered clothes, sat across from him. Because he had to take care of me, Pops didn't spend as much time practicing chess as he used to, and he couldn't beat Sun Jiahao. When he was about to lose, Pops pleaded with Sun to draw. As long as we can draw this game and not lose any points to each other, Pops will be able to play another hand and hopefully win me the money for my surgery. But Sun Jiahao doesn't get along. No matter how much Pops pleaded, he didn't get along. In the end, Sun Jiahao won, and the next day, the newspaper headline was striking. The humble pleas of a former genius could not prevent the birth of the new king of chess. There was also the irony that my mother betrayed Pops because Pops was so incompetent and deserved it. Qin Yu was in tears again. This tournament was the last straw that crushed my old man. And I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for the former principal of Soaring Bird Academy reaching out and asking my old man to come to the school to teach chess, and helping to pay for his surgery. Now, Pops teaches chess in high school, and Sun is the president of the chess association. As long as Pops doesn't leave chess, he will be reminded day after day of the bitter experiences Sun has brought him. I just hope that Pops can come out of the shadows soon, stay away from everything related to Sun Jiahao, and live happily and healthily. Your hopes are dashed. Yi Wushuang broke Qin Yu's beautiful dream with a calm tone. He and Sun Jiahao will soon be reunited and will become rivals once again. Meng Yunjing and Wu Zixuan were students at the third high school. 3 middle schools are within the boundaries of this intercollegiate chess league. The two previously revealed at the store. Meng Yunjing's mayor father has personally stepped in and asked Chess Association Master Sun Jiahao to become the new chess tutor at the third middle school, aiming to lead the students of the third middle school and win the championship of this league. Time passed and the wheels of fate overlapped as Qin Lai and Sun Jiahao once again became rivals. Only this time, it was each other's students who fought for it. Qin Yu froze. She couldn't imagine what would become of Pops if she lost again this time. Evening. Jishin did not socialize and returned to the villa to eat with Yi Wushuang. During the meal, Jishin looked at the clothes Yi Wushuang was wearing from time to time, and a trace of regret swept through his deep, zephyr-like eyes. What's wrong with my school uniform? Yi Wushuang put down her chopsticks and wrinkled her eyebrows in puzzlement as she asked. Nope. The man moved away. What could be done to make Yi Wushuang wear a maid outfit and show it only to him? Time flies like an arrow. The day quickly came to the day of the inter-school league. Big red banners were stretched all over Flying Bird Academy, and everywhere there were students serving as volunteers to show the way to high school students from other schools. During this period of time, Yi Wushuang lived a peaceful life. There were no ungrateful guys looking for trouble from her. In contrast, the remaining dozen or so contestants are not having a very comfortable time. 1 or 2 of them pondered every day what to do if they were dragged back by Yi Wushuang, and in the way of their mentor Qin Lai personally vouching for Yi Wushuang, so they had to go to the forums and whine, spitting on Yi Wushuang who hadn't even passed the grade. Yet he could compete on behalf of the birds of prey because of a single glance. When Goddess Rong wanted to play against Yi Wushuang and begged for proof of Yi Wushuang's strength, Yi Wushuang used Goddess Rong's unworthiness to put it off. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. People have read the postings and split into 2 attitudes. A kind of trust in Yi Wushuang, thinking that Yi Wushuang wouldn't mess around, and that the tutor and principal wouldn't be wrong. A kind of disbelief in Yi Wushuang, feeling that this was hanging in the balance and that he might lose. Everyone was exchanging polite and friendly comments and opinions until Rong Qingru's loyal fans came up and posted. If Fei Bird loses this competition, it's not too much to ask Yi Wushuang to kowtow to Goddess Rong, right? Chapter 25, So you're Yi Wushuang. The posting indicated that Goddess Young, as the president of the student council, was already busier than ordinary students, and that it was already rare for her to keep her academic performance from going backwards. But now she also insists on going to the chess room to train for 2 hours every day after school. She was definitely the one who wanted to win the most and worked the hardest. She was even a 7th level chess master, the one with the highest strength band out of all the participating students. On the contrary, Yi Wushuang didn't participate in the intensive training even once. The goddess was worried about a mistake in the match and proposed to play against Yi Wushuang to verify his strength. Yi Wushuang, however, blurted out that the goddess was not worthy of playing against her. With an extremely bad attitude, asked Yi Wushuang, a village girl from the countryside, can she understand chess? If he lost this competition, it would definitely be Yi Wushuang dragging his feet. If Yi Wushuang didn't kowtow to the goddess and thank her, their group of loyal fans would never let Yi Wushuang off easily. As soon as the post came out, it immediately drew a warm response from Rong Qingru's brainwashed fans. In less than half a day, The number of replies was up to 1,000, all of which were petitions from brain-dead fans. There is a tendency of you Yi Wuxuang are messing up the court and oppressing the loyal ministers. Since His Holiness is also blinded by you, then we the people will make a joint petition, and we have to get you killed. Compared to the group's agitation, the 7th class students were much more refined and easygoing. Jane Jiaoyang, for example, went to that post with a big name and left 3 words. Lose your mom. What's wrong with being from the country? Putting aside birth and parents, who here is more honorable than anyone else? Can't a country bumpkin understand chess? It's discrimination. They believe in the queen. The queen never loses. The entrance to Flying Bird Academy. Wu Zixuan walked out of the bus chartered by the 3rd middle school and saw the imposing sculpture fountain of the flying birds, and couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. She would have wanted to come to Fei Jiao, but her father said that they couldn't send their children to an aristocratic school when their family was in politics. Aristocratic schools charge high fees, are suspected of corruption and bribery, and are easy to be discredited. So, she'll just have to go to the 3rd grade school that normal people go to. But my father also said not to care about the rich kids who are out of their league. Their parents are businessmen, and to do business well, they have to have good relations with the government and they have to look at the official's face. Not everyone, after all, is a capital city quarterback. Thinking about this, Wu Zixuan's heart was much more balanced. Meng Yunjing got out of the car one after another with the rest of the participating students and stopped in front of the notice board at the entrance of the school. The bulletin board was labeled with a list of participating students from the 8 high schools, and each name was followed by the corresponding chess strength band. As far as the eye could see, most of them were 7th-ranked chess players, 8th-ranked chess players and 9th-ranked chess players. Laughing my ass off, how come there's still a segment tentative in this bird academy? Yi Wuxuan? Male or female? Such a stupid name. At a glance, Wu Zixuan saw that in the list of bird academy, there was a person named Yi Wuxuan followed by the display of none, and loudly scoffed. Meng Yunjing wrinkled his eyebrows, very much disagreeing with Wu Zixuan's opinion, and opened his mouth warmly. Names represent parental expectations, and the world is not stupid. Speaking of Wuxuan, he couldn't help but think of the maid he met that day at the dessert store. Her looks, temperament and fighting ability were unrivaled in the years he had experienced. By the way, I think the owner of the dessert store called her Shuang? What's her full name? Let's make a trip to the sweet store when the game is over. Maybe we'll see her. I've been so busy training the last few days that I couldn't go even if I wanted to. Meng Yunjing's ears quietly reddened. Master's son, come, this way please. The teacher in charge of leading the group in the 3rd middle school invited the person with the highest status in the car to get off the bus. It was an old man of about 60 years old, dressed in an expensive black suit, with leather shoes on his feet, his hair combed brightly, hale and hearty. He is the current president of Yin Chess Association, one of the masters of the association, and the mentor of this 3rd form, Sun Jiahao. Sun Jiahao walked to the notice board, looked at the name of the student who was not available at the moment, and then looked at the end of the list, where it was written Tutor Qin Lai, and snorted out a laugh. Old friends are really getting out of shape. They can't even come up with 20 students who know how to play chess. Shame on them. Sports field. The ring for this tournament was laid out in the center of the Flyer Athletic Complex because the bleachers could accommodate more spectators. In addition to our students, students from other schools also came to watch the game. The teams representing the Flying Birds arrived here early and lined up neatly. Rong Qingru stood in the first place because she had the highest strength segment, and Xin Wenyu stood in the second place. Yi Wuxuan was placed in the last position. I don't know whether it was discussed in advance or not, but everyone was playing small, talking and laughing, collectively ignoring Yi Wuxuan. The 19th also deliberately took half a step forward, leaving more space with Yi Wuxuan, as if she was some kind of flooding beast. Yi Wuxuan didn't care. She just wants to win this league on behalf of the Flyers and complete the trial mission, too. In the front row, Rong Qingru took the time to look at the calm Yi Wuxuan, thinking of Yi Wuxuan's words in the principal's office that she was not worthy of playing against her, and slightly clenched her fists. Yi Wuxuan, the match is about to start. I'll see how you're going to pretend next. On the other side, Meng Yunjing led the participating students of the 3rd middle school into the sports field. His pupils clenched as he passed by the Flyers group. He saw the maid from the sweet store. She was standing right there in the Flying Birds entry line. A student of Flying Birds. Why, it's you. Wu Zixuan also saw Yi Wuxuan, and her eyes instantly gathered thick anger. It was this that caused her to lose face at the dessert store, leading to Brother Meng's cold attitude towards her. I can't believe that she's actually a student of the Flying Birds and is going to participate in this league just like them. After seeing the 3 words Yi Wuxuan engraved on the nameplate on Yi Wuxuan's left chest, the anger in Wu Zixuan's eyes turned into disdainful contempt. So you're Yi Wuxuan, the rookie whose segment is temporarily unavailable. You'd better pray you don't run into me later, or you'll see what I'll do to you. The one who should pray should be you. Yi Wuxuan lifted the curtains of his eyes, and a cold light appeared on his black pupils. Wu Zixuan, mind your manners. Meng Yunjing's voice was more than a trifle angry, and when he turned his head to speak to Yi Wuxuan, his voice was apologetic and gentle, and a little nervous. Yi student, I'm sorry she offended you again. I promise this will never happen a third time. With that, he led the students to where they were supposed to stand. This wasn't the time to chat. He'd be looking for her for contact information when the game was over. 8 teams are arriving one after another. The students watching the game were also seated one by one. When it came to the point, Shangwan Xinglin came on stage to preside over the big game and introduce the flow and rules of the competition. The process is simple. 8 teams of 20 players each. First of all, they were divided into 4 groups according to the results of the draw and played 20 copies of 1v1 games. Whichever student wins adds 1 point to that student's school. At the end of the game, if the 2 schools have the same number of points, they will each choose 1 person to play again, and the winner advances to the second round. Only 4 teams remain in the second round, and then draw lots to split into 2 groups to continue playing 1v1 games, with the team with the most points advancing to the finals. Chapter 26, the game begins. After introducing the rules, Shangwan Xinglin invited the mentors of the 8 schools to come up and draw lots. This group of tutors were both male and female, all on the high side of the age scale, and the person with the most glamorous and luxurious clothes and the most refreshed look was none other than Sun Jiahao. Qin Lai was leaning on his crutches. His face was pale, and his over-the-shoulder white hair was casually spread out. At first glance, it's hard to imagine that these two are of similar age. Before he even reached the draw box, Sun Jiahao walked towards Qin Lai, generously opening his arms in a warm manner. Long time no see, old friend, how have you been? The word friend pierced Qin Lai's ears, and the unpleasant past of the past years flashed quickly in his mind. His face was blue, and his crutches accelerated his pace to cross over Sun Jiahao, and he went to the box to draw a lot, his hands shaking badly. He remembered that there was another tutor in the 3rd form. So why was Sun Jiahao here? Sun Jiahao let out a tisk and sounded aggrieved. Look at you. You're still mad at me for not letting you draw in the tournament in the first place, aren't you? Haven't I explained that already? That match was important to me as well. You can't ask me not to be a master and lose to you on purpose, can you? His voice was loud enough for the whole room to hear. Those who didn't know the inside story thought that Qin Lai was not as skilled as he was, and selfishly wanted his good friend to sacrifice himself to fulfill him in chess. A good friend didn't want it and he holds a grudge to this day. Small-minded. The eyes of everyone that fell on Qin Lai couldn't help but add a few more points of contempt and disdain. People Sun Masters do not care about the past. Shouting your friends to embrace you. You do not even care. Deserve to mix poorly. There was also a boy in the group of 3rd form students who gave the middle finger to the students on Fei Yu's side, causing Fei Yu's side to get upset. Alas, forget it, some destinies cannot be forced. Sun Jiahao sighed and went forward to draw lots, a sharp edge hidden in his eyes. I didn't realize that after so many years, the game between us would turn from a chessboard to a student. I really can't wait to meet up with Fei Yu and see who loses and who wins. Drawing of lots session is over. Shangwan Xinglin announced the results, and in the first round, the flying birds in 3rd form staggered. Birds of Prey versus First Center, 3rd grade versus Medical University High School. The tournament began on the large playground, with 100 or so chess games being played simultaneously. Checkmate, General. A student gets points quickly. There are also students who are thinking hard, scratching their heads and struggling with what to do next. On the Flyers' side, young Qingru was the first to score a point for the school. The stands erupted in loud, inspiring applause. The tournament was the Flyers' home game, and with all of the Flyers students watching the game, the reaction was naturally a little bigger than other schools. That's the advantage of playing at home. By the same token, it would have been far more upsetting and humiliating to lose at home. On Yi Wuxuang's side, his opponent was a cute round-faced girl. Yi Wuxuang moved the pieces to finish the first move, pressed the chess clock, and waited for the round-faced girl to beckon. The round-faced girl smiled sweetly and was about to move her chess piece when her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and blushed. What? Supermarket chips are half price and Coke is buy one get one free? I'll be right over. The round-faced girl leaped out of the playground in a puff of smoke, apologizing as she ran. Mentor, I'm leaving first. I can't win against the flying birds anyway. 886. The referee walks over, looks at the game, which has only moved one move, and picks up the megaphone to yell. Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wuxuang wins, +1 point. Yi Wuxuang, a middle school student. Audience. It is true, as the round-faced girl said, that the overall strength of the first school is not as strong as the flying birds, and the points are greatly behind. Even if she didn't leave and won Yi Wuxuang, the 1 point gained would be powerless. In this round, ICHS lost and Flyers won to advance to the second round. In the next arena, the third middle school led by Mang Yunjing also beat the Medical University High School at a very fast pace, advancing with an advantage. The instructor of the Medical University High School consoled the students. Don't be discouraged, they are taught by Master Sun. Their strength is steady to win the championship. You are already very good. Yi Wuxuan walked down the chess table and as he passed by Rong Qingru sarcastically said, "Good luck, but what are you going to do in the next round?" She had thought that the first round would make Yi Wuxuan show his true colors. As a result, Yi Wuxuan's opponent ran away, and Yi Wuxuan picked up a point for nothing, mixing up the win. But Yi Wuxuan couldn't be so lucky all the time, could he? Just mind your own business. Yi Wuxuan stopped, slightly inclined his head and squinted at Rong Qingru from the corner of his eyes. Or, you want me to run you? Her patience was limited and she would not indulge in allowing Qingru to be over and over again. Rong Qingru was furious. I'll see how long you can go wild. The second round of draws began with the Flyers and third form staggered again. Flyers versus Teachers College. Third middle school versus Experimental High School. This round was slightly more anxious than the last. It took young Qingru 7 minutes to defeat his opponent and take the first point for the Flying Bird. Goddess Young is the best. Brainstormers in the audience shouted. On Yi Wuxuang's side, his opponent was a dimpled boy. Dimpled boy went ahead and pressed the chess clock. Please. Yi Wuxuang moved his pieces and was about to press the chess clock when Dimpled boy's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and his face changed dramatically. What? Our family's old sow has given birth. And 9 of them in one breath? I'll be right over. Dimpled boy leaped out of the playground, apologizing as he ran. Mentor, I'll go first. I can't win against Flying Bird anyway. 886. The referee walks over, looks at the game, which has only moved 2 moves, and picks up a megaphone to yell. Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wuxuang wins, +1 point. Yi Wuxuang. Students at Teachers College. Audience. It is also true, as Dimple Boy said, that normal high school, despite its strengths, is still no match for the Flyers and is a long way behind in points. Flying Bird wins and advances to the finals. Next door, the third form also beat the Experimental High School without a doubt to reach the final. The tutor from the Experimental High School came to comfort. Don't be angry. It's normal for you to lose when you meet Master Sun's students. Tutor, I'm not angry at losing to third form. I'm angry at her. The boy pointed at Yi Wuxuang with one hand. Why does she get to win twice in a row for doing nothing? He couldn't take it. Whoops. When Yi Wuxuang played the chess table this time, Rong Qingru learned her lesson and didn't talk nonsense to provoke. She was really afraid that if she said too much, Yi Wuxuang would hit her with his hands. All she could do was scream inside. Yi Wuxuang, you're lucky in the second round too. Let's see how you can continue your good luck in the final against the third grade. The tournament comes down to the final round. The finals. Flying Bird High School versus Yen City No. 3 High School. The chess table was emptied, leaving only 20 tables for the game. Oops. Finally met. In the mentor's seat, Sun Jiahao leaned back in his chair and peeled an orange to eat, cozy and relaxed. Qin Lai, on the other hand, tensed his body and sat up straight to watch the chess table. He had just been watching the strength of the students in the third grade during the game. He was certain that San Zhong was stronger than Flying Bird, and that Rong Qingru's generation was not a match for Meng Yunjing and the others at all. Sun should not have traveled abroad much over the years to increase his experience by playing against the world's best players. And he can only play chess with himself at Osaka High School? The Flyers are bound to lose. No, the Flyers are not bound to lose. Qinlai rolled his eyes and locked onto Yi Wuxuang who was ascending the stage. The Flying Bird in her. Chapter 27, 1v19. Playing together. Timeout counts as my loss. Chess table. With students from both sides seated in turn. Rong Qingru's opponent was Meng Yunjing. Facing the mayor's son, Rong Qingru had a decent smile and a gentle voice, showing the demeanor of a rich family's daughter. She hoped to be favored by the mayor's son so that whatever she wanted to do in the future would be more convenient. However, Meng Yunjing had no time to pay attention to Rong Qingru as he looked across the crowd at Yi Wuxuang at the end of the line, his ears going red again. She looks great in a maid's outfit. I didn't realize it looked better in a school uniform. Less cute in her maid outfit. She's more cold and high-strung in her school clothes. Seeing this, Rong Qingru almost clenched her teeth. What exactly is so good about Yi Wuxuang? Why look at Yi Wuxuang, this mayor's son, I'm afraid, is not a blind man who doesn't know who knows the pearls and who is the fish-eye. On the other side, Yi Wuxuang's opponent was Wu Zixuan. Wu Zixuan had just sat down when she snorted coldly. Yi Wuxuang, I'm not going to leave halfway like your first 2 opponents, so don't cry and beg me for a draw later. Yi Wuxiang didn't talk much and directly moved the pieces and pressed the chess clock. In the audience, there was a student watching the game between Yi Wuxiang and Wu Zixuan. A bystander pushed him and discouraged. Are you stupid? What suspense can there be between Yi Wuxiang and Wu Zixuan? Look at the others now. And yes. Other than the students of the 7th class, basically no one paid much attention to the game between Yi Wuxiang and Wu Zixuan. It was because everyone knew that Yi Wuxiang's chess segment showed a temporary absence and hadn't taken a grade. It was pure luck that I was able to win 2 of them. A blind cat catching a dead rat. When she meets Wu Zixuan in the strongest 3 schools in the finals, what will she compare with them? She's definitely the fastest one out. Don't even think about it. Even a few reporters authorized by the school to be in charge of filming and video recording coincidentally pointed their cameras at the rest of the people, tacitly admitting that Yi Wuxiang was out of the game. Time passes slowly in a more anxious game. Students from both schools fought fiercely on the chessboard in a tense and exciting battle. Young Qingru, who was carrying the hopes of the Flying Bird students, had beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, and not only did she not get the advantage, but she was also gradually in a disadvantageous position. She could clearly feel that Meng Yunjing always pressed her. It can't be helped. Who made the mentor of the 3rd middle school? The strongest chess player in Yen City. Sun Jiahao. She exhaled and pushed back her king. I concede. In chess, putting your king down is considered conceding defeat. If she didn't admit defeat, she would lose even more later. Oh, the lost voices rang out loudly. Seeing that Rong Qingru was defeated, the rest of the Flying Bird students also stopped holding on bitterly and admitted defeat one after another. Shen Wenyu held on the longest, but unfortunately it still didn't help, and he could only push back Wang Qi. It seems that the champion has been arrived at. Let's congratulate. No, Yi Wuxiang and Wu Zixuan are still playing against each other. The referee scanned the board for a moment and was about to congratulate Sanaka when he realized that Flyer hadn't quite lost yet. Yi Wuxiang, who everyone guessed would be out of the game early, was still sitting there, playing chess with Wu Zixuan. Sun Jiahao, who was all set to receive his award on the stage, turned to look at Qin Lai and realized that Qin Lai's eyes were staring at Yi Wuxiang for an instant. The gleam in his eye was called hope. Yi Wuxiang and Wu Zixuan instantly captured everyone's attention. Reporters rushed over there, afraid of missing any details. In the camera, Yi Wuxiang was sitting in a standardized posture. His back was straight, and he was calm and unhurried. Wu Zixuan, however, was pale and sweaty. Her eyes were out of focus, and her lips were trembling. Where's the confident arrogance that was put in place before the game? The chess clock, next to it, had turned halfway around. It meant that Wu Zixuan had already spent half an hour just thinking about what her next move should be. After a few more minutes, Wu Zixuan pushed down Wang Qi. Breathless, I concede. She was no match for Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang was definitely not a rookie novice either. Yi Wuxiang knew every move he was going to make. What Yi Wuxiang wanted to do, she knew nothing about. Wow. The audience stirred, and those who had all but left the stage sat back down. Jane Xiaoyang led the students of Class 7 in cheering. The queen is mighty. The referee picks up the megaphone. Bird High School, Yi Wuxiang wins. Enter the wheel fight mode. Wheel battle, a separate rule for the final. When there is only one person left on side A, they have to fight one-on-one against all the people on side B who are not yet out of the game, guarding the last hope. This has no more than 2 results. Either win it all and even up the points. Then both mentors will decide the final battle, either exhausted and leaving the field in defeat against one or the other. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Wuxiang shouldered the glory and victory of the entire Birds of Prey. The score between the Flyers and the third formers, so far, is 119. In other words, Yi Wuxiang needed to win 19 games in a row to equalize the score. Not even one loss. Rong Qingru was confused. All of them lost to third form and Yi Wuxiang won? She's a country bumpkin who really knows chess? Wasn't she supposed to hold them back? Why she became the last spark, the last hope? At the chess table, the referee asked Yi Wuxiang with an excited expression. Who do you want to play the first game with from the third form? Yi Wuxiang had the right to choose. What time is it now? Yi Wuxiang replied. 4:30 in the afternoon. The referee looked down at his wristwatch. Then let's go down together. I'm in a hurry to go to my part-time job. Yi Wuxiang's tone was like saying that today's weather was nice and sparse. 1v19. Play against each other together and count me out if you go over time. She also had to work at Qin Yu's dessert store. When these words came out, all 4 were shocked. Sun Jiahao looked at Qin Lai frequently. Meaning, is this the student you taught? So crazy? The corners of Qin Lai's mouth rose as he gripped his cane tightly. He knew Yi Wuxiang wouldn't let him down. The referee trotted over to Shangwan Qinglin, Sun Jiahao, and Qin Lai sighed and asked for their opinion. Because what Yi Wuxiang was going to do was unprecedented and outside the rules. Let's see what the 2 mentors say. Shangwan Qinglin's tone was complicated. He recalled his best friend Jishin's comments about Yi Wushuang. It's hard to hide a sharp sword in a box. Now it seems that this sword, to be sheathed. I don't have a problem with that. Qin Lai smiled, his eyes expectant. 1v19. What a crazy and blood-curdling thing to do. Since old friends are fine with it, then I agree. Sun Jiahao sneered. Let's just hope that after the game, no one will say that the third formers were outnumbered and bullied. The girl whose segment was temporarily unavailable and whose name was Yi Wushuang had won against Wu Zixuan correctly. However, Wu Zixuan's strength in the third form was only considered to be middle to lower. He didn't believe that Yi Wushuang could eat it all through. The staff followed instructions and rearranged the chess table. The 19 tables were surrounded in a U shape, making it easy for Yi Wushuang to stand in them and move back and forth. Meng Yunjing reappeared on stage with the students other than Wu Zixuan and took their seats in an orderly fashion. Yi Wushuang, are you sure you really want to do this? The referee inquired one last time. He hoped that Yi Wushuang would understand what it meant to do so. Chess is not a dry run. It's not something that can be solved with a punch or a kick. You have to use your brain to play chess. Use your brain to think, to lay out, to set up a trap. A normal person's brain is only enough to support a game of chess to win or lose. Yi Wushuang, on the other hand, had to deduce 19 games of chess in his head at the same time. How appalling. I'm sure. Yi Wushuang did not hesitate and walked into the U-shaped battlefield. Chapter 28 Matters Escalate. Versus Sun Jiahao. The moment Yi Wushuang stood in the U-shaped table, many viewers took out their cell phones and photographed the scene to send it to their friends to express their shock. From now on, regardless of whether Yi Wushuang lost or won, it would set off a certain amount of discussion heat in the attention of the crowd. Yi Wushuang did not talk nonsense and directly walked to a third form student, moved the pieces and pressed the chess clock. Before that student could retaliate, Yi Wushuang had already walked to the next student, moving the pieces again and pressing the chess clock again. This action was repeated 18 times. It's so fast it's going to appear as a stump. You don't have to think too much about the first move. It's normal for the speed to be so fast. Sun Jiahao sat down and continued peeling oranges, smiling without malice. My dog can be that fast even after a month of training. Just kidding, don't mind. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qinglin's brows furrowed, and the smirk in Qin Lai's eyes receded by a few points. But they didn't refute it, because it really doesn't look like much in just the first step. Just have to put up with it for now. After Yi Wushuang finished his lap, all 19 students of the third middle school also finished their second move and pressed the chess clock to wait for Yi Wushuang to take the next step. Yi Wushuang began to walk the second lap, his movements still swift. This step doesn't require much brain power either. Keeping up the speed is the way to go. Sun Jiahao stuffed oranges into his mouth. Yi Wushuang began to walk the third lap. Starting with this turn, there were 19 games, each of which went in a very different direction. But she was still playing chess very fast, and in contrast, the response from the third form side was getting slower and slower. Sun Jiahao's mouth that was chewing the fruit paused, and there was more than a trace of incomprehension in his eyes. Logically speaking, the one who slowed down should be the girl named Yi Wushuang. The first thing she had to do was to distinguish which of the 19 games of chess was in front of her. Then, only then can you consider what to do next and what the consequences of doing so are. Unlike the third form, they only have to think about one game of chess. Yet does it make sense that someone who is thinking about just one game of chess is slower than someone who has to think about 19 games of chess? Is it the third graders who are too stupid? Or was Yi Wushuang's brain too strong? Yi Wushuang began to walk the fourth lap. Halfway through the walk, two students pushed the king to admit defeat and left the field in shame. Pa 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 pa. Jane Zhaoyang led the students of class 7 to clap hard, looking excited. The queen is awesome. 1v19 doesn't even carry a falsehood. On the fifth lap, 6 students conceded. On the sixth lap, the opposition was down to 7. Every time Yi Wushuang walked around, a number of opponents would concede defeat. The only thing that remained the same was that she was still fast. The faster she was, the more she set off her opponent's excruciating slowness. At the end of the day, Yi Wushuang leaned back and sat on the inner circle table with her arms wrapped around her chest, waiting in boredom for her few opponents to figure out how to wield her offense. This scene is as cool and wild and tough as it gets. 10 minutes later, Meng Yunjing, the only remaining soul seed of the third form, pushed back Wang Qi. His tone complex, I admit defeat. Not only does she have the looks of a city with strong fighting skills, and great chess skills, and a calm, clear brain, he was no match for Yi Wushuang. Wow! Flying Bird students jumped up from their chairs and cheered. Yi Wushuang won the 1v19 wheel battle. She scored 19 straight points for the Flyers. The points that Rong Qingru, Shen Wenyu and the others had lost, she had won them back one by one. Shangwan Qinglin announced in a loud voice. Now that the scores are tied, The mentors of both teams are invited to battle. Applause. Sun Jiahao was the first to get up from his chair, his tone emotional. I was saying before that our game went from board to student, but I didn't realize it went from student back to board. Xinlai didn't reply. He didn't really know what words to use in return for the good friend who had betrayed and humiliated him. This appearance made Sun Jiahao narrow his eyes, and uneasiness rose in his heart. Yi Wuxuang was Xinlai's student. She was so strong at such a young age. She must have been taught by Xinlai. In other words, Xinlai hadn't given up on himself over the years, but had instead gotten stronger and stronger. In that case, the chances of winning on your own are not very good. No, one cannot lose. Sun Jiahao said in a voice that only the two could hear as Xinlai brushed past him. Speaking of which, you haven't contacted Akan in a long time, have you? Let me tell you, don't look at her. She's 50 years old now, and every night in bed, she's still Thai as hell. Ah Xiang, Xinlai's ex-wife, Sun Jiahao's wife, Xin Yu's birth mother. The words of this heartbreak directly let Xinlai's body was already ruined by alcoholism, a violent tremor, covering the heart like the side of the collapse. Unconscious. Aya. What's going on? Sun Jiahao pretended to help. School nurse, Shangguan Qinglin shouted. The paramedics rushed to resuscitate Xinlai. It's a fainting spell caused by a rush of gas. What's with the anger for a good reason? What can we do about this match then? Sun Jiahao's face was full of innocence. Shangguan Qinglin looked at the unconscious Xinlai and then at Sun Jiahao. It can be ping. The word bureau hasn't been spit out yet. On the chess table, Yi Wuxuang maintained the movement of his hands around his chest and slowly raised his head, looking directly at Sun Jiahao. No draw. I'll play with Sun Jiahao. The task given by the system is to win this inter-school league of chess, not a tie. And she knows lips. She knew all of Sun Jiahao's words that irritated Xinlai word for word. Xinlai was also considered someone who had helped her with her words. Xinlai's daughter Qin Yu even lost money selling tiramisu to her and lied that it was on sale at the time. There was no reason why she couldn't help the father and daughter get a little justice. When the words landed, the surrounding area fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked at each other, only feeling that this Yi Wuxuang, overconfident, aren't you? That's Sun Jiahao, Grandmaster's son, president of the Yen City Chess Association and a top master of the association. Who are you, Yi Wuxuang? You just won 1v19, right? But you won a bunch of high school kids? It's not like anyone really thinks they can match the top chess players in the city just because they beat a dozen or so high school kids, is it? Little girl, are you serious? Sun Jiahao frowned. What he was afraid of was Xinlai, who taught Yi Wuxuang, not Yi Wuxuang himself. Yi Wuxuang was just beating 200 more high school students, and that was only slightly more talented young chess players. No match for a battle-hardened veteran like him. You're afraid? Yi Wuxuang's head tilted. I would be afraid of you? Sun Jiahao snorted and turned his head to ask Shangguan Qinglin. Principal Shangguan, I was going to let this match end in a draw for the sake of an old friend, but the students from your school don't want a draw and want to challenge me as the president of the chess association. What do you say? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Since Yi Wuxuang wants to challenge you, how about you give her a chance? Shangguan Qinglin obeyed Yi Wuxuang. Aren't you afraid she'll lose? If this is lost, it's not even a draw. Sun Jiahao narrowed his eyes. I, Fei Bird Academy, can afford to lose. Shangguan Qinglin smiled. Yi Wuxuang had defended the honor of the good flying bird. Even if she didn't win the next one, she was proud of her loss. In addition, he also wanted to see how high Yi Wuxuang's chess level was. This sharp sword, and just how sharp it is. In that case, I can't say anything if I don't answer the battle? Sun Jiahao waved his big hand. Set up chess. Let him teach the young Yi Wuxuang a lesson. Chapter 29, A Battle for Fame. The staff rushed to clean up the chess table, leaving only one table on it, and set the pieces up. Yi Wuxuang and Sun Jiahao, from the two entrances on the left and the right, went up to the stage opposite each other. Reporters were frantically snapping away at the scene. The audience was also flushed and excited. Sun Jiahao sat in front of the chessboard inside. When I play chess with little kids, I make the draw and give them a little confidence. But I wouldn't do that to you because you're too confident. When confidence goes too far, you need someone to clear your head. The moment Sun Jiahao sat down, his eyes were serious and it seemed like 10,000 peaks rose up behind him. The medieval Western European-style king's castle was erected in it, with flags flying at the top of the city. In front of the city gates, the king, wearing white royal robes, and the queen, with her gorgeous white dress, were both sitting on their horses. At his side, the bishops, knights, chariots, and praetorians, all in white and solemn, were poised for battle. Do you have that qualification? Yi Wuxuang also sat down, his voice cold. As she sat down, flames descended from the heavens, incinerating half of the 10,000 mountain peaks. A new royal city was born from the ashes, with banners hunting and dancing wildly. In front of the city gates, the king was dressed in a black royal robe and the queen in a long black dress. In front of the two men was a neat formation of black-clad bishops and black-clad knights, black-clad praetorians, with black chariots, and the white legion stood symmetrically. Of course I have that qualification. Sun Jiahao pushed the pawns. With a wave of the white king's arm and the imposition of a call, the white praetorian guards rushed out without any hesitation. Yi Wuxuang similarly moved the pawns. The black queen raised her hand and pointed, and the black forbidden guards met the white forbidden guards. Short swords meeting, sparks flying in all directions. Sun Jiahao moved again, and Yi Wuxuang moved again. In the blink of an eye, the chessboard was ablaze with flames of war. Black and white intertwined everywhere. Life and death. And the ground was full of mess. The battle continued as the game was played against each other. This battle has been fought and the highs and lows are becoming apparent. The White Legion is losing ground and the Black Legion is taking advantage of the situation. Beyond the black and white, fine beads of sweat seeped from Sun Jiahao's forehead, and his hand, which waved the horn, grew more and more hesitant. Yi Wuxuang's face did not change. The calmness on his face was as if it was engraved into his bones and blood. Reporters were all around the two, taking pictures from various angles. The flashing limelight reminded Sun Jiahao, this matchup will be publicized. There seemed to be people from the chess world in the distance, broadcasting live. If he lost, the outside world would soon learn about it. Winning or losing in itself isn't scary. Anyone can miss sometimes. The scary part is that the person who is about to beat him is a girl high school student Yi Wuxuang who was only 18 years old. What was even more frightening was that before the match, he had said that Yi Wuxuang was too confident and that he wanted to make Yi Wuxuang sober up. It's not like you're slapping yourself in the face. Woki, I'll give you $200,000. Sun Jiahao tried his best to lower his voice for fear of being heard by outsiders. No end. Yi Wuxuang's red lips lightly opened. Her tone normal. It's also the fact that it's so normal that makes it stand out. The audience froze. No what? What is Yi Wuxuang talking about? No draw, right? Probably. Could it be that Master Sun begged for peace in chess and Yi Wuxuang didn't agree? No way. You guys heard wrong. That's the president of the chess association. How could he ask for a draw against a high school student? The more confident the outside world is in Sun Jiahao, the more Sun Jiahao is afraid of the backlash from this confidence. $500,000. He doubled the price and lowered his voice. I can give you $500,000 if you're willing to make a draw. I said no draw. Are you deaf? Yi Wuxuang's black pupil swept through a trace of impatience and his voice raised. This time, the auditorium listened. Yi Wuxuang is really saying no draw. Grandmaster Sun actually begged for a draw twice. An older mentor rubbed his chin. I think I've seen this scene somewhere before. Another tutor spoke in a complicated tone. 30 years ago, during the Chess Association's Grandmaster's selection, the game where Qinlai played Grandmaster Sun, Qinlai begged Grandmaster Sun for a draw in the same way. The wind and water take turns. That one match pulled Qinlai off the pedestal. This one today will only be more forceful and intense than it was at first. It was because Qinlai and Sun Jiahao were at least similar in age. To put it mildly, unlike Yi Wuxuang and Sun Jiahao, who were so different in age. But what can be done about it? No one had expected that the young girl whose paragraph rank was displayed as temporarily unavailable to be strong enough to crush the Chess Association's grandmasters. Mentioning the master selection of that year, Sun Jiahao had no reason to panic in his heart. He looked down at the defeated chess game and then looked up into Yi Wuxuang's eyes. The sarcasm and contempt in those dark pupils struck right at his dignity, broke his defenses, shamed him to the core, spawned anger, slammed the table, and shouted orders. I'll let you draw. At this moment, the horizontal flesh of his rich face trembled, and a few strands of his neat and clanky hair fell down. Behind such ferocity is the fall and embarrassment of the loser. Opposite him, Yi Wuxuang sat in a normal position, his expression impassive, without any trace of timidity or fear. Her slender white hand moved her queen's piece and her red lips opened. Check, will. Queen's chess came to Sun's king's chess. Mate, military. She pronounced it standardly. In the battlefield forged by the chessboard, the black queen drew her long sword and galloped her horse to the white king. With one sword, he chopped him off his horse. Sun Jiahao sat back on his butt, his body weak and his eyes empty. Bird Academy. Yi Wuxuang wins. The referee took a megaphone and raised his arms in a tone of excitement that is hard to summarize in words. Snap. Shangwan Qinglin was the first to stand up and applaud. Snap. The entire audience stood up and applauded the tribute. Click, 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 click. The reporter went crazy and shot wildly at Yi Wuxuang and Sun Jiahao, only hating that he didn't have two extra hands. Queen, Queen. Jane Jiaoyang led the students of Class 7 in rhythmic shouting. Queen, Queen. The students of Flying Bird Academy shouted after them. Yi Wuxuang slowly stood up, so the reporter's cameras lifted up after her. She is, at this moment, the shining star. Meng Yunjing's eyes overflowed with adoration. Shen Wenyu's heart puffed, Jane Zhao Yang and the others adored infinitely, and Rong Qingru almost gritted her teeth. This was supposed to be her cheer. Yi Wuxuang stole from her. I haven't lost yet, Rong Qingru muttered, turning to stagger and hide into the gloom. It's been an interesting day for the Flyers. If before the holidays, someone asked in the forum, will there be a girl who will surpass Rong Qingru in the future? The answer must be no, young goddess YYDS. If you ask after the first flag-raising ceremony at the end of the vacation, the answer will change. Probably not, but it doesn't stop me from knocking Yi Wuxuang's face in force value. If it was asked after the monthly exams as well as the school party, the answer would be different again. Yi Wuxuang was pretty good, almost enough to touch young Qingru, right? But if you ask now, there is only one answer. Yi Wuxuang was able to surpass Rong Qingru. No, she has surpassed Rong Qingru. Chapter 30, she is Kala and Kala is her. The forum was once again massacred by Yi Wuxuang. The post that made Yi Wuxuang kowtow to Rong Qingru to thank her before the match was also topped with high intensity. Only this time the people who left messages were no longer Rong Qingru's fans, but Fei Bird's vast student population. Translate if you lose. It must be Yi Wuxuang dragging his feet, okay? The one dragging her feet is Rong Qingru, right? And the rest of the participating students including Xin Wenyu. If it wasn't for Yi Wuxuang, Fei Bird would have lost a long time ago. Smile. Yi Wuxuang is even stronger than Chess Association Grandmaster Sun Jiahao. In that case, Rong Qingru is indeed unqualified to find Yi Wuxuang to play against. At the same time, Yi Wuxuang's votes in the school flower ranking increased wildly, vaguely having the momentum of sprinting to the first place. Rong Qingru's vote growth, however, was almost zero. The forum was filled with praise and shock for Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang herself didn't know that she was wiping the tables at the dessert store with a calm expression. Qin Yu was busy in the operation room. Qin Lai had already woken up and was sitting in the store watching Yi Wuxuang out of his mind. When he learned that Sun Jiahao had begged for peace chess twice to no avail and was mercilessly defeated by Yi Wuxuang, his heart ached. It's like an old disease being eradicated. But that Yi Wuxuang 1v19 thing reminded him of someone. Do you know Connor Marcus? Qin Lai asked Yi Wuxuang, the world's recognized #1 chess player? Yi Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. This man is familiar to her. That's right, that's him. He debuted at the age of 6, and was hailed by outsiders as a talented chessboy. He won the Sunset National Championship at age 18, the Intercontinental Championship at age 25, and the World Championship at age 30, where he remained champion for 29 terms. Just when everyone thought he'd reign for the 30th time, a teenage girl showed up. Her name is Kala. She's blonde, about your age. In an effort to catch up on points, she staged a 1v50 match play extravaganza in front of the media and ended with a clean sweep to pick up a spot in the finals. In the final, she played Marcus for 6 hours and eventually beat him to become the new world champion. Qin Lai looked at Yi Wuxuang. Your style is a lot like Kala's, except that after that match, Kala never showed up again, and Marcus was found drowned in his hotel bathtub the next day. The foreign press speculated that he couldn't take the shock and committed suicide. No. Yi Wuxuang straightened her back, and a smirk appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. I killed him. She is both Kala and Kala is both her. The blonde was in disguise, and entered the contest to get closer to the cautious, yet discerning Marcus. This world champion has a bright and shiny exterior, but does a lot of unseemly and dirty work behind the scenes. Someone paid for his life, and she took the job. That's all. This joke isn't funny at all. The corner of Qin Lai's mouth twitched slightly. People's foreign police investigations come out as suicides. How can it be homicide? It was even more unlikely that Yi Wuxuang, who was far away in Xia, had killed him. Yi Wuxuang did not reply and continued to wipe the table. At that moment, Meng Yunjing walked in from outside and went to the front desk to order food. Qin Yu hurriedly came out to receive them. I'll have a cup of. Meng Yunjing's eyes, which were looking at the menu, slowly fell onto Yi Wuxuang, who had her back to him. The innocence and shyness in her eyes was seen by Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The mayor's son has a crush on Shuang? Good eye. Shortly after the order was finished, Yi Wuxuang came to Meng Yunjing with the dessert in front of her. That, I can want. The teenager's tongue seemed to be tied in knots, and he couldn't spit out the word contact. His heart was pounding and his ears were hot enough to fry eggs. Want our store's contact information so you can order in advance and not wait in line, right? Qin Yu walked over and squeezed his eyes at Meng Yunjing, helping him round up. Ha? Meng Yunjing had 2 confused eyes. No, he wants Ye's contact info. Unluckily, I don't have my cell phone with me. You can directly add Xiaoshuang. She's an employee of our store. Tell her the same. Qin Yu snickered in her heart. Xiaoshuang's family is poor, as evidenced by the miscellaneous clothes she wears on a regular basis, and the cottage cell phone she uses, and Meng Yunjing's temper, appearance, and family history were all good, so in case these two could make it, it would be a beautiful thing. Yes. Meng Yunjing took out his cell phone and didn't dare to look at Yi Wushuang. Steam seemed to be rising out of his head. Yi Wushuang didn't think much about it, took out his own cell phone and finished scanning the code to add his friends, and then went back to work. Meng Yunjing enjoyed the dessert while pretending to pay attention to Yi Wushuang without thinking. This scene was seen by Jishin in the opposite building. The polite, light smile at the corner of his mouth faded, and a hint of annoyance leapt over his brow. The person across the street who was talking to him about cooperation was shocked in his heart. Did he just say something that made Ji Xiao unhappy? Twilight is sinking. Yi Wushuang returned to the Ji family villas. Before entering the door, his nose first smelled a sweet cake flavor. When she walked in, she saw Jishin moving gracefully and savoring a delicious-looking chocolate cake. Truth be told, she craved it. Although the taste of the desserts in Qin Yu's store wasn't bad, it was still inferior compared to Jishin's craftsmanship. To be precise, she had never eaten a cake in her previous life that tasted better than the one made by Jishin. Who would have thought that the heir to the Ji family could make a good dessert? Want to eat? Jishin put down the small ceramic plate holding the cake, his voice low. Yi Wushuang nodded his head indisputably, his black pupils fading away from calmness and surfacing with a bit of anticipation. It's a pity that I'm busy on weekdays and don't have much time to cook myself. Jishin leaned back on the sofa, his slender legs folded. The anticipation in Yi Wushuang's eyes dimmed. But if you'd like to change out of this outfit, I'd consider making another cake for you. Jishin looked to the clothing on the rack next to him. Yi Wushuang followed his line of sight. It was an exquisitely crafted and cute made outfit. The texture of the fabric could be recognized as extraordinary even with the naked eye. She retracted her eyes and looked at Jishin with a slightly contemptuous look in her eyes. Did he think he could buy her off with just a cake? Do one every week. Jishin's thin lips flicked out, increasing his leverage. Deal. Yi Wushuang took away the maid outfit and changed before appearing in front of Jishin. Jishin's half-lowered eye curtains slowly lifted, and there was a hint of appreciation in his deep, narrow eyes. The young girl in front of me is pretty cute in this maid outfit. The dress was customized for her and every bit of it was appropriate and extremely beautiful. What made his mood even more pleasant was the fact that the beauty and loveliness was visible only to him. It was as if he was his little maid alone. He took out the dessert and handed it to the young girl. The young girl then, as soon as she was old enough, sat down at the table and dutifully savored it carefully. Jishin leaned against the sofa, the corners of his lips rising slightly. Yi Wushuang was extraordinarily slow to love between men and women. This was largely caused by the fact that she was only too busy trying desperately to stay alive. So he was going to play the sophisticated fox, break off a piece of cheese at his prey's door and walk away, break off another piece of cheese and walk away again, go far enough for the prey to feel safe. It's what makes you go along with the cheese, step by step, and fall into his trap. Chapter 31 Mass Attention. Media Interviews. The next day, Yi Wushuang returned to school in a comfortable mood. She got out of the car and hadn't taken more than a few steps when she heard an excited voice from a short distance away. Yi Wushuang is here. Afterwards, the flashlights kept lighting up and a bunch of reporters dropped their breakfast and rushed to Yi Wushuang with their cameras raised. Hello Yi Wushuang. I'm a reporter from Yen City Asahi News. I'd like to interview you about your feelings after your victory over Chess Association Grandmaster Sun Jiao. I'm a Peacock contributor. May I ask, when did you first get into chess? I've heard that you're 1v19 and are working part-time in order to catch up. So where do you work part-time? Is it easy to disclose that to us? Among them is also a certain platform anchor. Did the families see this? This is Yi Wushuang, the talented female chess player who fought a 19th high school student and then a Chess Association Grandmaster. Quickly give me 666 on the public screen. In fact, in this day and age of diversified entertainment, chess can't be considered a hot thing. What goes on in the circle is also mostly digested by the people in the circle themselves and cannot be transmitted outside. The three words Yi Wushuang should have been popularized only in the chess world. In this current situation, one could only say that Yi Wushuang had won too much. 1v19 all-around win and female high school student's success in challenging a Chess Association Grandmaster are two phrases that can make the eyes of the outside world shake at the mere mention of one of them. This victory justified the breaking of the circle, which attracted the attention of the public. Hey, what are you doing? Get away! The security guards of the Flying Bird Academy mobilized en masse to drive the reporters away and open a path for Yi Wushuang. Even with security guards blocking the way, the reporters continued to ask questions tirelessly and enthusiastically. Yi Wushuang didn't say a word the entire time and walked into the school gate escorted by the security guards. Student Yi didn't get scared, did he? The security guard inquired worriedly, with a hint of admiration in his tone. The whole school, from the leaders down to the sweeper, all knew about Yi Wuxuang saving the day at the inter-school chess league yesterday. No, Yi Wuxuang replied indifferently, turning into the grove towards Class 7. How could such a scene frighten her? To her surprise, the Class 7 students picked her up at the entrance of the school building. Seeing that she was coming from the direction of the gate, Jian Zhaoyang frowned. Queen, those reporters didn't give you a hard time and ask you weird questions, did they? Being the sons of the rich and powerful, they have seen too many unscrupulous journalists. These guys will take any heat and ask any question. Media and journalists with ulterior motives will also deliberately edit your answers to mislead the outside world about you. The security guard stopped it for me. Yi Wuxuang spoke in a calm tone. Jane Zhaoyang nodded, then flattened her mouth in aggravation. Queen, why are you ignoring me? I messaged you 10 minutes ago to tell you that there was a reporter squatting in front of the school, suggesting that you use the back door, and you didn't reply. I even made a point of calling and you didn't answer. All the students in Class 7 had Yi Wuxuang's contact information. This goes back to before the monthly exams. After Yi Wuxuang coached them, she was worried that they wouldn't be able to digest too much knowledge for a while, so she wrote her contact information on the blackboard for everyone to add her. Said that if she had any academic questions after school that she didn't understand, she could ask her and she would answer them as she saw them. And she did answer all questions as patiently as she said she would. This is one of the reasons why the students of Class 7 hold her in high esteem. I don't hear the cell phone ringing. Yi Wuxuang frowned lightly, thinking that the phone was broken, and took out his phone fingerprint to unlock it. The response time of the cottage was very slow, and it took 4 or 5 turns of the small circle to unlock it successfully. Jane Zhaoyang and the others expressed sweat. They tried to get the queen a new cell phone a long time ago, but the queen said that cell phones were just communication tools for her. The tool is still intact and working, so there is no need to replace it. So the matter was dropped. Suddenly, Jane Zhaoyang saw a very special software app icon on Yi Wuxuang's cell phone. It was a black assault rifle. Queen, you actually play Operation Jedi too? Jane Zhaoyang's eyes were wide open. Operation Jedi, the top global chicken game masterpiece. The game is simple. 100 players take on the role of a special forces soldier who gets on a plane that travels across a map, and the player picks the right spot to parachute in, landing and searching for guns and ammo, along with the shrinking circle of safety, to battle other players. The ultimate winner is the king, also known as chicken. The game's computer side and mobile data communication. Some cell phone configuration good players will also choose to play on the phone, and there's also the Buy Rabbit accompaniment app. Jane Zhaoyang's eyes widened. Escorting is a special profession that has sprung up in recent years with the gaming craze. Playing games lonely, no one to accompany? Point to play with it. Money in place. People in place. Playing games always kneel in a row, always lose? Point to accompany the game. The money is in place. The gods are in place. Just broke up or want to chat with the opposite sex? Order escorts. Money is on the line and hot girls are on the line. With money, you can't be alone. So what's the deal with the queen? Yi Wuxuang was also slightly flabbergasted. So far, her attention had been focused on the trial mission released by the system. She doesn't open her phone or go through its contents unless it's a necessary situation. Searching slightly for the original owner's memories, she loosened her diaphanous frown and her heart was in the right place. I was going to be a chaperone for Operation Jedi. The original owner was not good at school, but had a good talent for chicken games. When she heard that she could make money as an escort, she downloaded Bunny Bunny. The idea is that if you make more money, you can ask your family for less money. All the boys in our class basically play Operation Jedi, so if the queen wants to be a chaperone, we're going to be the first to order. Jane Zhaoyang clenched her fists to pump up. I'm not bad at this. I might take the queen to eat chicken and win. They've studied with the queen, performed on stage together, and have yet to play a game together. The queen used to lead them. It's their turn to lead the queen, right? Boys are better at games than girls. Is it hard to eat chicken? Yi Wuxuang faintly asked back. It's a game she's touched. Of course it's hard. Jane Zhaoyang nodded her head vigorously. I've been playing for a year and I haven't eaten chicken more than 10 times. There were quite a few girls playing this game in Fei Bird, and in terms of strength, the strongest would be Rong Chung Ru. Her title in the gaming community is Video Game Goddess. Those people said she was pretty, great at school, great at piano, great at games, perfect and impossible to pick faults, because she was so good at the game. There were a lot of guys in our school who were fans of her. This morning, the official Jedi operation even sent someone to Flying Bird to hand Rong Qingru an invitation to attend the game carnival in a while. Yi Wuxuang Black screened his cell phone, not really caring. Instead, a beep sounded in his head and a line appeared before his eyes. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission, free obtain the title of Bunny Escort, the best female escort. Chapter 32, Superb Gaming Skills. The queen's boyfriend is bursting at the seams. Yi Wuxuan unlocked his cell phone and opened Bunny Play. The reflection is an event promotion. The words Bunny's first best female escort contest is in full swing are on the top. Next to the text, either positively or obliquely pasted several photos of young ladies of different styles, with their nicknames in the escort circle attached to the bottom right corner of the photo. Yi Wuxuan clicked on the advertisement and the webpage jumped to a more detailed event introduction page. Bit is 1 year old. On this auspicious occasion, Bit is proud to present the first Best Female Escort contest. Who is your boss's favorite escort girl? Come here to pick her. PW greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. The winners will also get to participate in a lively and grand gaming carnival. Below the introduction, there are more photos of the escorts. And below each female escort, there is a pick option. Yi Wuxuan's gaze landed on bosses, meaning the gaming crowd that pays to order escorts. Would the queen like to attend this event? Seeing Yi Wuxuan carefully reading the notes related to the event, Jian Zhaoyang inquired in a low voice. Aha! Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flickered with shimmering light. Since the task issued by the system was for her to obtain the title of Best Female Escort, she naturally had to participate. Then you have to hurry up. Registration closes at 12 noon today, Jian Zhaoyang urged. Yi Wuxuan nodded, entered the personal center and clicked on the Sign Up for Activities button. The original owner had already registered the accompanying information, and the nickname was precisely Yi Wuxuan. Just after she participated in the activity, the students of Class 7 took out their cell phones and opened the Bunny activity page, searched for the word Yi Wuxuan and gave her a vote. Students who didn't have the Rabbit software on their cell phones downloaded it on the spot, registered on the spot, and picked it up on the spot. Then Rabbit users each person can only vote once a day, and our school flower ranking is similar. The queen is now ranked 239th. Oh, Jian Zhaoyang shook her cell phone. Her silver hair was solid in the rising sun. Aha! Yi Wuxuan thought about the plan after enrollment. She played the game. But when she played the game, there is no escort as a profession, much less a software app specializing in the escort business. She didn't know much about the business, but as the name implied, it was about taking the boss to win the game. That's something she can do very well with her skills. Ahem. Jian Zhaoyang coughed lowly. Queen, I just ordered you. Would you like to play a game of Operation Jedi with me before class? Just after the words were said, a sweet female beep sounded in the background of Yi Wuxuan. Ding dong, you have a new escort list. Please check and reply in time. Oh. The system told her that a user named Silver Blood had placed an order with her, hoping to play a game of Operation Jedi with her at a price of $3 a game. $3 is the price of Yi Wuxuan's escort. She's new to the business, and Bunny has stipulated that new Jedi action escorts can only bid that price. As for the name Silver Blood, it's a very stupid name. Yi Wuxuan looked up at Jian Zhaoyang. Jian Zhaoyang confidently ruffled his dyed white hair and said, That's right, it's exactly me. Silver Blood. How noble and elegant. Yi Wuxuan pulled the corner of his mouth, exited the biker bunny accompaniment, opened the Jedi action, and calmly said, Hit 1. I'll try my hand at it. She hadn't touched the game in a long time. After waiting patiently for some time, Yi Wuxuan finally loaded into this game. Jian Zhaoyang's trendy cell phone was different. 3 seconds to enter the game interface, and the screen rendering was much stronger than Yi Wuxuan's cottage phone. 2 people friend each other, accept the team invitation, and enter the matchmaking queue. The game has to get together 100 players to start the game. Luckily, this game had an extremely large number of players, and in less than a second, it showed a successful match and entered the map loading screen. The readout ended, and Yi Wuxuan and Jian Zhaoyang, playing Special Forces, appeared on the airplane. Jane Joyce's male characters are very cool. In the game, his character is also white-haired, tough with sunglasses, wearing a mink coat and big-headed shoes. The nickname of the game on the character's head is also Silver Blood. This set cost me thousands. Handsome, isn't it? Jian Zhaoyang looked smug. Yi Wuxuan's female characters are much simpler. It's a newbie outfit with a single ponytail, wearing gray short sleeves with black jeans, and is barefoot. The nickname on her head is Cold-Blooded Maniac. This name was randomly taken by the system when the character was created, and if you want to change your name, you need to pay for it separately. Queen, where are we parachuting to on this route? Jian Zhaoyang opened the map. The map has large and small housing areas and buildings, some named, some unnamed. Main city. Yi Wuxuan punctuated. So rigid? Jian Zhaoyang stared. The main city is the central area of the entire map and is rich in resources. Again, because of its central location and the lack of extreme map running, it is the best place to jump in the minds of many players. There are a lot of people jumping here and even more masters. A rookie jumps here and basically dies. He rarely even jumps the main city yet, but the queen wanted to jump here, and he couldn't afford to shy away. Snap! The two jumped together. Destination main city. That's a lot of people. Dumplings? Jane Xiaoyang flew in midair and adjusted his perspective to look left and right, realizing that there were people everywhere in midair. Everyone's destination is the main city. In the public mic, a player provoked. Come to the main city, steel gun. Ah, who wimp who grandson? Steel gun refers to each other, do not find cover. The end of the gun against the fight. Then the shooting skill on life and death. Goon your mom. I'm your father. A friendly and harmonious communication environment starts from this moment. Outside the game, Jian Zhaoyang frowned. Queen, let's jump to the far side. It's too dangerous inside. When you land later, find a room to hide in first. I'll kill the guy and you can just come out and lick the bag. I'll protect you. Bag licking. The act of killing a player and taking the contents of that player's backpack. He took the time to look at Yi Wuxuang's cell phone screen, but saw that Yi Wuxuang was alone, deep in the middle of the dumpling group, with at least 15 enemies on his left, right, front and back. Be careful, Queen Point. Before the braille was out, Yi Wuxuang maneuvered his character to land on the balcony of one of the rooms. The balcony has a small pistol, the Desert Eagle. The pistol is a secondary weapon in the game, and is generally powerful if you don't get a headshot. Many players are not happy to pick it up when they see it, disliking the fact that it takes up a backpack compartment. Yi Wuxuang picked up the pistol, raised his head and fired 2 shots at the dumplings in the sky that had not yet landed. Snap! Snap! The screen in the upper right corner of the game scrolls with kill information. Cold-Blooded Frenzy used the Desert Eagle to headshot and kill Lord of the City. Cold-Blooded used the Desert Eagle and killed Captain. Don't shoot. It's me with a headshot. Jane Zhaoyang. Awesome. He maneuvered his character to land and search for supplies to arm himself. And during the process, the upper right corner kept broadcasting Yi Wuxuang's kill information. 5 minutes later, the female character controlled by Yi Wuxuang half squatted on the ground to apply bandages and faintly said, "People are done killing. Come out and lick the bag." Bandages. Blood returning drugs. Each character has 100 drops of blood. When a character is bloodied, they can use bandages, medical kits, and painkillers to regain blood. Coming. Jian Zhaoyang ran over in a farting manner, completely forgetting his grandiose ambition to protect Yi Wuxuang just now. Woohoo! The queen's boyfriend is bursting at the seams. No wonder all the girls in the class want to marry the queen. Chapter 33, Preview of the live broadcast. With Yi Wuxuang around, the two of them met God and killed God and Buddha in the game. Yi Wuxuang was responsible for killing people, and Jane Zhaoyang was responsible for licking the bag. The game quickly came to the final round. Seeing that the two were going to eat chicken, Yi Wuxuang's hot phone lagged and the black screen game flashed back. Jane Zhaoyang. He was all set to celebrate. Class 7 students gathered to watch. They're looking right at it. The bell rang and Yi Wuxuang sat back to his seat with a calm expression. In the back row, Jane Zhaoyang opened bunny accompaniment and ran to Yi Wuxuang's personal homepage to leave a 5-star review, pretending to be a passerby. The lady is superb. Top-notch shooting. Skillful. The main city is down. And the price is only $3. The point is to earn. He's not a real roadie, but the queen is a real bigot. And he's not lying. Yi Wuxuang's cell phone at this end immediately vibrated. When she saw Jane Zhaoyang's message, she thought for a moment and changed her nickname suffix. Leaves without a pair $3 a game. No win. No loss. To become the best female escort and get more picks, you first need to increase your popularity. The popularity goes up and the picks only increase. This logic is clear to her, so she deliberately added the words no win, no fee, so as to attract more attention. Wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Her skills are here, and her popularity will eventually rise. The day's program ends as the sun sets. At the moment of dismissal, Yi Wuxuang didn't hurry to leave. She leaned against the wall, her brow furrowed as she read the bunny escort notification on her phone. Except for the students of Class 7, there was no second person who came to order her. There's not even anyone to consult. This should not be the case. At this rate, it's doubtful that she'll make the top 200, let alone be elected best female escort. Did no one order the queen? Jane Zhaoyang came over, her mood following her unhappiness. The queen is so strong and cheap per unit. How come the owner doesn't take care of it? Yi Wuxuang was also puzzled. Jane Zhaoyang sounded puzzled. According to reason, female escorts are very popular, and get along better than male escorts, because there are more guys than girls playing the game. There are more wolves than meat, and everyone wants to order female escorts. The queen is affordable and has written no win, no loss. How it should not be unattended. I'll go and see how the other accompanying ladies introduce themselves. He flipped over Bunny looking for a female escort. It's better if you don't look for it. It doesn't matter if you look for it. It's too competitive. Dowda/Sweet Fried Galaxy. Human skin and talk a lot. 24 hours waiting for the boss. Oh. Sexy milk cat/winning can purr. Dying can pant. Single can flirt. All districts have numbers. Yuebao/technical female escort. Can sing and do stand-up comedy. Wild sister/Osatsuki. Want to be my slave? Jane Jiao Young silently black screened her phone. Queen, do you become an escort to earn pocket money too? If you're short of money, everyone can actually lend you some. Compared to these female escorts, the queen can only be described as honest. The vast majority of them are so unskilled that they have to eat the gender dividend and use other specialties to attract their bosses. Again, the bosses eat this up the most. After all, they don't expect female escorts to take them to win. This notion is largely formed because there are so few female players who are awesome. Female gamers generally prefer nurturing games to competitive games, and not many competitive games play well. Even Jane Jiao Yang, usually points to play with a male escort and counts on the male escort to take him to win. The role of female escorts is usually enough to sell cute, talk flirty and sing to make the boss happy. The queen is not one of those. That's why she's not a good fit for the escort profession. My aim is to become the best female escort. Yi Wushuang's eyes lifted slightly. She was there to complete the trial mission. It's not about the money. In that case, the votes of the 7th class alone won't be enough. Even if all the flying birds come to vote. Jian Jiaoyang paced back and forth. What the queen is facing is a much bigger playing field than simply a school. The number of people at the Flying Bird Academy is a drop in the bucket for this circle. The queen has to be popular. Gotta fire. He's going to help the queen. Jane Jiaoyang thought hard for half a day and suddenly thought of something. His tone excited. I have an idea. My cousin is very close to me. He was and is an Operation Jedi player, and is now broadcasting live on Shark TV and is very popular. I told him to take the queen for a couple games to show his live viewers what the queen is capable of. By then, everyone will know how awesome the queen is. The queen's strength is unquestionable. She is just one exposure away. Then let's say thank you in advance. Yi Wushuang's tightly furrowed brows slowly loosened. This is indeed a good law. As far as she knew, Shark TV was the most famous live streaming platform in Xia. Be polite with me. I'm going to look for my cousin first. I'll contact the queen if I have any results. And, Jane Jiaoyang waved goodbye. If the queen doesn't have a computer at home to play Operation Jedi, we'll give you a new cell phone. Oh, your copycat phone will scare the boss away. If the game crashes and quits in the middle of a fight, which boss can afford it? There are computers. There was an unused computer in the guest room of the season's house that she could borrow. Well, the idea of giving away a cell phone fell through, and Jane Jiaoyang sighed and left. The queen wasn't as cold to them as she was at first though, but it's still pretty rusty. Washington neighborhood. A young man sits at his computer, wearing headphones and interacting with a flash of pop-ups. Brothers and sisters, I've got a whole good job tonight. He was Jane Jiaoyang's cousin, Jane Tianze, because of the cheeky nature of the joke, is now a popular male anchor of Shark TV. The heat did not go down the top 5. When I heard he was going to do a whole job tonight, the pop-ups were all? Jane Tenzel raised an eyebrow. Don't you guys always let me play with the ladies? Today, I'm going to pay a lot of money, and I've ordered 3 women to play with me in 4 rows. Let the ladies take me to win. Is it cool? The pop-ups flew by with an indeed hang. Jane Tenzel laughed. Tonight looks like a whole job, but it's actually a promotion. The person in charge of Bunny's escorts paid him to bring Min, who has a very good reputation in the escort circle, to the live broadcast. Minnie is the winner of Bunny's Best Female Escort contest. At the same time, the person in charge also gave him a script which consisted of asking him to deliberately operate very watery when playing the game with Min to give Min room to play. A kind of best female escort is revealed. Min is super strong, can take ex-professional players to eat chicken, and is the most qualified to be the best female escort. He, Jin Tianze, was a commoner and wouldn't have trouble with money. But the script was so common that he took a big swing at 1 female escort and changed it to 3 female escorts. In this way, this promotion is significantly less deliberate. He also said hello privately to the rest of the chaperone ladies. After the jump, give all the good gun resources to Amin. When you meet someone, name them and hand them over to Amin to collect the head. Looking like Amin is awesome. Amin will still be the star of the night. Unfortunately, the game was about to start, and one of the female escorts suddenly had something to do and couldn't make it, so he had to contact a new person in a hurry. Knock knock. Old brother. Jane Jiaoyang knocked on the door outside. Blazing sun? Jin Tianze temporarily closed the live broadcast and got up to open the door. Why did you come to play with me today? Wanted to ask you a favor. Chapter 34. How strong can Yi Wushuang be? Just say what favor. I'll help if I can. Jin Tianze loved his cousin. This has something to do with the queen. Jian Jiaoyan mentioned Yi Wushuang. Oh, that's the Yi Wushuang who brought down Sun Hongxia's mother and son, beat away Punxin, taught class 7, helped class 7 play drums, and then won all of the 1v19 high school students in the chess league and defeated Yen City Chess Association president Sun Jiahao? Jane Tenzel raised an eyebrow. He was able to speak to Yi Wushuang as he did, all thanks to his cousin's admiration for Yi Wushuang. This guy has been posting all over his circle of friends in recent times. What did the queen do today? The queen is cool. I want to look like the queen, and so on. Although this fanatic fan look was naive, the cousin did change under Yi Wushuang's influence and his academic performance improved greatly, so he was still happy to help Yi Wushuang. She is now working as an escort for Operation Jedi and has signed up for the Best Female Escort contest, but the popularity is too low. No one is picking her. I want Lao to bring her along when he broadcasts, to give her some popularity. Jian Jiaoyang told his plan truthfully. Isn't this a coincidence? I happen to be short of a female escort on my team tonight, so give her my game nickname and ask her to add me. I'll pull her into the team and be done with it. Jane Tenser nodded in agreement, but he didn't tell his cousin about the fact that Minnie had already been selected as the best escort. This is an industry secret. Okay, but I have to give you a precaution. The queen is very powerful. Oh, your fans in the live room may be attracted away by her. Oh, Jane Jiaoyang's tone was serious. Okay, I got it. Jian Tianzi said this on his lips, but in his heart, it was a perfunctory attitude. In his opinion, a female senior who can juggle school, drums, and chess all at the same time is already busy. There wasn't much time left, even if all of it was used to play games to hone his skills. How strong could Yi Wushuang be? It must be that the cousin is so bad that when he meets someone who is better than him, he calls them great. He can understand. When it comes to awesome female players, Amin from Bunny Escorts can be counted as one, or else the platform wouldn't have created a buzz for her. No matter how powerful this Yi Wushuang was, could he still be more powerful than Min, who played games with high intensity every day? There was no need to inform Yi Wushuang about the script or anything else. For one thing, I'm afraid of spreading the word and getting criticized. Secondly, I feel that the script can go on with one less person, and it's not a big problem. The lights are on. G Family Villa. Yi Wushuang opened the computer in the guest room, downloaded and logged in the Jedi Operation game. According to the message sent to her by Jian Jiaoyang, she searched for his cousin Jian Tianzi's nickname in the search players section and sent a friend request. Jane Tianzi, who had already started a live broadcast on Shark TV, chatted with the audience's fans while paying attention to the in-game friend request notifications. Because he was a well-known anchor, there were a lot of players who added Jane Tianzi every day, and he was able to distinguish which one was Yi Wushuang in the rows of cluttered nicknames. He forgot to ask his cousin for Yi Wushuang's game nickname, but girls are good at finding game nicknames. What sweet, soft and cute girl. What wind, flower, snow and moon honey. What big baby, little fairy. With these related, basically all female players. If he really couldn't find it, he would just contact Jane Jiaoyang again. That's when the new friend notification came in. Notification display. Player Cold-Blooded Frenzy has applied to be your friend. Cold-Blooded Madman? Good lord. How middle-aged does this guy have to be to come up with this name? Jian Tianzi spat while rejecting the friend request. Those 4 words also had the live audience in fits of laughter. Everyone defaults to cold-blooded maniac being male. Over here, Yi Wushuang frowned slightly when he saw that his friend request was rejected. Jane Jiaoyang's cousin ordered the wrong one? He should have known his nickname from Jane Jiaoyang. She sent the friend request again. Shark TV. Jane Tianzi once again refused. Tone of voice, how can you still add after all the refusal? Just as he finished speaking, the 3rd friend request from Cold-Blooded Berserker was sent over. The matter was not over, and Jane Tianzi came under fire. Why does this name keep adding me? At that moment, a sweet teenage voice came out from the live broadcast. Maybe it's your loyal fan? The number of pop-ups doubled at this sound. It's Amin's voice. The anchor actually ordered Amin. I've played with Minnie. She's superb. She's a great shot. This time, the selection of the best female escort. The number of Amin's picks is also super high. Nonsense. Amin is a rare decent female escort than rabbits. Never cute and flirty. Only use strength to speak, but also beautiful voice sweet. Which boss does not like? That's right. I ordered the hottest female escort in Bikini Rabbit. Amin. She's in my chat channel with another young lady. And now there's another female escort. Yi Wushuang. Who hasn't come? So I'll rush her. Jian Tianzi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jian Jiaoyang. Tell your queen to come to my chat channel. After posting, he looked up and continued to interact with his audience of fans in the live stream. He planned to wait for Yi Wushuang to come to the channel and directly ask her for the game nickname. 2 minutes later, The chat channel had an additional person whose gender was female, and it was none other than Yi Wushuang. Missy here? Tell us your nickname? Jane Tianzi warmly received. Before you came here, someone with the name Super had to add me and laughed me out of the room. A cool and calm female voice came out of the chat channel. Cold-blooded maniac. Jane Tianzi. The pop-ups on the live feed also stalled for a moment. A screen full of ha 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 ensued, and the program effect was there. Quite chic. That name. Jane Tianzi reluctantly rounded up his words, added Yi Wushuang as a friend, and pulled Yi Wushuang into the group room. At this time, there were 4 players in the room, 1 male and 3 females. They are Shark TV Tianzi, Bunny Escort Min, Bunny Escort Xiaoyu and Cold-Blooded Youngster. Their character fashions were all beautifully matched, and Yi Wushuang looked like a roadie. The game starts and goes to the read screen. The pop-ups are active. The voice of this accompanying young lady called Yi Wushuang is so special. Not too delicate. I like it. It's just that the fashions on them are so crotch-pulling and ugly. Come on. Guess if the anchor can take 3 ladies to eat chicken. You can't. A 4-man platoon needs to work together. 3 women you tell me how to play? Seeing this pop up, Jin Tianzi's eyes flashed with light. That's the kind of attitude he wants. The more the audience felt that the female player couldn't do it, the more shocked the audience became and the more they felt that Amin was awesome after she killed many people. In this way, this well-planned promotion is considered a success. In the game, the airplane starts sailing. Where does the boss want to jump? Armin asked in a soft sweet girlish voice as she opened the map. How about jumping somewhere more remote? There are too many people, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them. Jin Tianzi deliberately acted vain. The actual idea was to find a safe place for Min to search for supplies and arm herself before she went to fight someone else. She has limited skills, and jumping core areas like the main city could easily land her dead. Yeah. I'll be scared of the crowds. Accompanying Little Moon said daintily. Her script is to play scared and useless to set off Amin's power. Then jump the suburbs. Jane Jiaoyang led the parachute jump. After the jump he regretted it as he realized that 3 other teams had jumped the suburb. Everyone was thinking of going to a secluded place to avoid a fierce gunfight. It turned out to be a good thing. It all went down the drain. Chapter 35 Guns like hanging, bodies like pictures. Attention of the game officials. This scene made the audience of the live broadcast gloat. 3 teams of people, plus 4 teams of anchors? 4, 16. The main city usually can't jump this many people, right? This wave? This wave is smart. The anchor is so miserable. He's definitely going to land in a box. You can hear the screams of the escort girls when they die. Everyone jump together after me and don't stray far away. Jin Tianzi's tone got serious. The script is null and void. The goal now is to get out of the suburbs alive. Well, hugging is a good match. Amin's voice seems calm. And when you listen closely there is a bit of tension. I'm coming. It's scary. Help. Xiaoyu rushed to Jane Tianzi's side. 1, 2, 3. There another one? Jin Tianzi counted the heads and realized that there was one Yi Wushuang missing. Looking up, Yi Wushuang landed on the other side, deep in the middle of the enemy group. The pop-up screen floated by. It's over. Miss Yi Wushuang is going to die. The line hadn't even disappeared from the live feed yet when the message scrolled in the top right corner of the game. Cold-blooded maniac used M4A1 and killed overly liked. Cold-blooded maniac killed overdependence with an M4A1. The pop-up surge, 666,666. It's okay? Jane Tianzi sounded surprised. 2 kills on the landing. Earned. This young lady picked up a gun? What luck? Amin sounded envious. Blurring Yi Wushuang's strength into luck. That didn't make it sound bad. This is because some players can just land and pick up guns, while others can search several rooms in a row without necessarily having the right weapon. At this point, even if a player with a gun is a rookie, he can kill an expert without a gun. Yi Wushuang, hide yourself first. I'll come over to save you right away. Jin Tianzi ran towards Yi Wushuang's direction. She was her cousin's student and idol. He had to take care of her more anyways. Do you all like to keep female players hidden? Yi Wushuang opened his mic to speak, his voice indifferent. This was something that Jane Jiaoyang had also said to her. It's as if female gamers are just weak and need a man to protect them. What? The gunfire around them was so intense that Jane Tianzi didn't hear it. But it doesn't matter if you didn't hear it. It's enough to see it. The upper right corner of the game was once again screened by Yi Wushuang. Cold-blooded maniac used a Mauser sniper rifle to kill. I'm passing through with a headshot. Cold-blooded maniac killed clear weather with an M4A1. Cold-blooded madman uses Desert Eagle to kill. With a headshot. Cold-blooded maniac used a grenade and blew up. 1 row down was full of Yi Wushuang's kill information. 6 minutes later, Yi Wushuang cleared all the enemies in the suburb. She spoke calmly. Come out and lick the bag. Strong. Jane Tianza went out to lick the bag and feel what it was like to be covered by a big brother. Cousin didn't lie to him. Yi Wushuang's skills were really impressive. He hadn't seen a stronger female player than Yi Wushuang. The script is kind of completely scrapped, because who was more powerful between Amin and Yi Wushuang? The audience in the live broadcast room could tell as long as they weren't blind. The pop-ups really blew up. Yi Wushuang is too good. You can't call it luck if you kill so many people. I thought that out of the 3 accompanying ladies, the most useful would be Min. The big man is the one who comes out at the finale. Is her nickname Yi Wushuang? I want to order her. She also participated in the Best Female Escort contest, so I'm going to go pick her. However, in 5 minutes, Yi Wushuang's picks increased by more than 500 votes and squeezed into the top 100. G Family Villa. Yi Wushuang's cell phone's beep kept ringing, and she took the time to scan it without much excitement. She knew this was just the beginning. The vote count will see a real surge when the game is over, when the night is over, and after everyone starts spreading the word by word of mouth tomorrow. In the first set, Yi Wushuang led his team to eat chicken with 18 kills. In the second set, Yi Wushuang's 21 kills led his team to chicken. In the third game, Yi Wushuang led the team to eat chicken with 28 kills, and a quarter of the players in the whole game died in her hands. Wait for me, Yi Wushuang. As she killed, Jane Tianza drove after her. Yi Wushuang's game is too fast-paced. Landing, picking up guns, killing people, licking bags, changing locations, kill again, lick the bag, change locations again. Everyone else meets people, is forced to fight, is forced to kill. Yi Wushuang was directly looking for someone to kill. Extremely arrogant and crazy. She couldn't wait to finish killing people and end the game sooner. In the process of chasing, Jane Tianza even directly forgot about Amin's existence, only thinking about how to do an ing battle in the heat of the moment and kill everyone else together with Yi Wushuang. Near the point of sleep, Yi Wushuang turned off the computer, and Jane Tianza was ready to go off the air. Tonight's gaming experience can only be described as a blast. The viewing experience of the audience in the live broadcast room can also be described as smooth. Anchor, why don't you continue to order Yi Wushuang tomorrow? Watching her fight is better than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. She is probably the strongest one among the female escorts of Bunny, and her shooting skills and body skills are top-notch when placed in a male player's family. Compared to her, Amin is simply too weak. These pop-ups Jane Tianza agrees with. Meanwhile, somewhere in the room, Chuman angrily took off her headphones with an angry face and a Jane Tianza in her workgroup. What do you mean? Taking money from Bunny and not doing anything with it? Bit executives also showed up. Tonight's live broadcast was different than what was discussed in the script. Jan Ten shrugged his shoulders. It's because your chaperone had something to do herself and couldn't come. So I temporarily replaced Yi Wushuang. And I didn't know Yi Wushuang was so strong. Trudy, if you hadn't changed the script, none of this would have happened. So whose problem do you think it is? Tonight was supposed to be a growth in her pick count. As a result, it's now all a dowry for that female escort called Yi Wushuang. Jane Tianza laughed in exasperation and returned the full amount of money that Bunny had given him. You clapped your hands when I changed the script, and when you're not as skilled as you are, you turn around and blame me. Have some face, Trudy. This is more than a rabbit escort platform money I do not earn. You love to find whoever you want to go. With that, he exited the workgroup. The next day, Flying Bird Academy. After a succession of monthly exams, school festivals and inter-school leagues, the flyer finally relaxed, with no major events for the next few months. The pace of the students is also slowed down and people start to get in the mood and have time to do other things apart from attending classes, like playing games. Nowadays, with a cell phone in every hand, playing games is very rare. The hottest game nowadays is Operation Jedi, and it is common to see students playing this game on campus. Rong Qingru wore her academy uniform and held the documents that needed to be approved as she traveled through the group of students. Goddess Young. Goddesses work hard. Despite Young Qingru's lackluster performance in the inter-school league, most students still have respect and admiration for her. Boy A approached her with excited eyes. I heard that Goddess Rong was invited to the game carnival. Is this true? Gaming carnival translates to gaming carnival, which is highly coveted by those who love to play games. Boy B pulls out his cell phone. Of course it's true. Haven't you been following the official public number of Operation Jedi? They posted that the goddess was invited. Rong Qingru glanced at it. Public title, Carnival Countdown. Shark TV Tianza? Commentary XX. Video game goddess Rong Qingru. Confirmed to join. The corners of her lips rose slightly. Her world wasn't just Birds of Prey Academy. Buzz. Boy B's cell phone vibrates a little. And the public article is updated. New content title. Gun like a hanging, body like a painting. Who is Yi Wushuang? The cold-blooded maniacal young man who shocked half of the Jedi Circle overnight? Chapter 36, Shocking. Encountering the pros. The words Yi Wuxuan really took away the attention of the three of them. It was because there was also a person named Yi Wuxuan in the Flying Bird Academy. It wouldn't be that village queen from class 7, would it? The corner of Boy B's mouth tugged. His tone disdainful. He was a hardcore fan of Rong Qingru and had been looking at Yi Wuxuan with displeasure for a long time. Just click on it and see, won't you? Boy A urged. The two of them opened this article under Rong Qingru's eyes. The article states, Shark TV's popular male anchor Tianzi ordered a bunny female escort when he was live streaming last night. Her name then the rabbit is Yi Wuxuan. The game nickname is Cold-Blooded Madman. During the live broadcast, this cold-blooded young man with an average of 20 kills per game luxury data, leading Tianzi victory to eat chicken several times. At the same time, the reporting center also received n number of messages reporting her cheating in opening. For this reason, the staff worked overtime all night and finally verified that Yi Wuxuan was not open. That's a big surprise to the guys. A female player could actually be this strong? It is reported that Yi Wuxuan also participated in the Bunny's first Best Female Escort contest. If she is elected, she will also come to the carnival. This is the end of the article. Why? It's not the girl from class 7. Boy B sounded certain. She's not a god. How can she be so good at playing games after studying? Playing drums and chess? It's doubtful she'll even play Operation Jedi. Rong Qingru also relaxed. Boy A pondered. 20 kills per game has alarmed the officials, so I guess the best female chaperone candidate is her. It's not clear. Rong Qingru's voice was gentle, and the bottom of her eyes flashed with a refined light. As far as she knows, Bunny's choice for best escort has already been decided to be Minnie. This cold-blooded maniacal young man, Yi Wuxuan, could not possibly appear at the carnival site with himself. Although this Yi Wuxuan is not the same Yi Wuxuan, she still gets some comfort from it. She felt that all those called Yi Wuxuan should be defeated. 7th class. Yi Wuxuan's onion-white fingertips slid the screen of her cell phone and set the mode to mute. Her absolutely beautiful face was calm. After a night of fermentation, she received a lot of order requests in the back end of the rabbit. Meanwhile, hints of pick count growth are being sent in a steady stream. She already has 13,000 pick value. The first place Amin has 70,000. Queen, are you still going to hang out with my brother tonight? Jane Xiaoyang came over with her cell phone. What my brother means is that since you want to be elected best female escort, you might as well go on to row with him. He provides the traffic of the live room to canvas for you. You provide the topic heat to help him grow his popularity. And the two of them work together to achieve a win-win situation. It had to be said that Jane Tianzi was a very business-minded person. It's no accident that he's been able to stand out from the crowd of smaller anchors and become a popular one. Yes. Yi Wuxuan nodded. That night, Jane Tianzi pulled Yi Wuxuan into a two-player mode ranked, and there were only the two of them in the chat channel. Good evening, young madman. Can you continue to take me to win today? I have a weak stomach and want to eat soft food. As Jane Tianzi spoke, he glanced at the heat rankings of his live stream. It's now 4th in the division, up 1 spot from yesterday. Many new viewers came to catch a glimpse of Yi Wuxuan. Yes, Yi Wuxuan's crisp voice was calm. The game began and Yi Wuxuan unleashed a massacre, with a battle that was only better than last night's. Most of the pop-ups were also praising Yi Wuxuan for being so bullish, and incidentally mocked the anchor for being such a dish. Only licking the bag after Yi Wuxuan's ass, Jane Tianzi expressed his displeasure. I can at least keep up with her and lick the bag, but you guys can't even catch up with her when you're here. Indeed, drifted across the pop-up. They were clear about Jane Tianzi's strength, and Yi Wuxuan was also really strong. Ordinary players teamed up with Yi Wuxuan, and it was estimated that they wouldn't even be able to see her silhouette. The harmonious, indeed, sound was suddenly accompanied by an additional line. There can't be anyone who really thinks Yi Wuxuan is a woman, right? No way, no way? Jane Tianzi wrinkled his eyebrows. What do you mean Yi Wuxuan is not a female? I guarantee she is female. His brother and Yi Wuxuan were classmates. Open the mic and you're a woman? Never seen a voice changer before? Hasn't there been a female escort before who was hammered for being a man with a voice changer on? There are also women who just open a mic and chat with their bosses and have their live-in boyfriends play for them. I don't believe there are female players who are this strong. The questioning was suddenly more than enough. Yi Wuxuan, do you have a camera in your house? I'll pop you an invitation to show up on the live stream. Jin Tianzi sank his face and immediately thought of a plan to respond to the challenge. Aha! Yi Wuxuan responded faintly in the mic. Not long after, 2 shots appeared on the screen of the live broadcast. One was Jane Tianzi and the other was Yi Wuxuan. Jane Tianzi's camera could see his full face. A man who looked a bit similar to Jane Xiaoyang. Yi Wuxuan's shot, on the other hand, shows the keyboard in hands, which proves that she's doing it herself and not someone else playing on her behalf. This also resulted in people not being able to see the image above her neck. In the camera, Yi Wuxuan was wearing pink bunny pajamas, her slender hands manipulating the keyboard and mouse left and right. You guys didn't believe me when I said it was a woman, but you believe me now? Hurry up and apologize for the pic. Jane Tianzi seized the opportunity to canvass Yi Wuxuan, and did so quietly. After his reminder, the viewers who didn't misunderstand Yi Wuxuan also went to pick Yi Wuxuan. The game continues. The two parachuted in and landed, and before they could start killing, a message scrolled in the upper right corner. I am Jackie, used AK-47 and killed. I am Summer, used the Desert Eagle and killed. With a headshot. ******* ran into a pro. Jane Tianzi was taken aback. Jackie and Summer are both professional players, currently playing for I am, and just recently won the world's double row title, with a tacit understanding. Among them, Jackie looks exquisite. Countless female fans, popularity than the third-line stars in the entertainment industry. J God, the hottest guy in the gaming world. J God husband woohoo. The J God fans who got the news, both male and female, all flocked to Jane Tianzi's live room in a brainstorm. 10 minutes later, the heat of the live stream soared to the top of the division. The corners of Jane Tianzi's mouth were cracking up to her ears. Young madman, can we eat chicken in this game? He asked Yi Wuxuan. If this one eats it, it meant that Yi Wuxuan had defeated the world champion. When the time comes, do we need him to publicize it? There are players who pick Yi Wuxuan. Can. Yi Wuxuan's voice was as calm as ever. Time passes. The kill information in the upper right corner of the game was basically wrapped up by the Yi Wuxuan and I am duo. Jane Tianzi died early due to a mistake. Perspective watching Yi Wuxuan. For the final round, there are 5 left. Except for Yi Wuxuan, the rest were full formation. It's a 1v2v2 situation. Yi Wuxuan was the first to encounter another group of teams. The end of the gun burst all swept to death. The clip still has 2 rounds of ammunition. Awesome. Change your ammo quickly. Those 2 from I am are coming. Jane Tianzi was nervous. As the words landed, 2 special forces appeared behind Yi Wuxuan. Coming. Jane Tianzi's heart was in her throat. Thinking to himself, it's over. It's over. Yi Wuxuan just finished killing 2 people, and there are only 2 bullets left in his clip. How can he fight with a professional player? Yi Wuxuan turned around and fired. I sent it to Jackie. I sent it to Summer. Chapter 37. Come in and admire the Queen's magnificent beauty. Information scrolls in the upper right corner. Cold-blooded maniac, used M4A1 and killed I am Jackie with a headshot. Cold-blooded maniac, used the M4A1 and killed I am Summer with a headshot. 1v4, all kills for chicken. Grass. Jane Tianzi jumped up from her chair in excitement, her face red. What do you call this, brothers? As long as the shooting skill is accurate, 1 bullet can kill. If the shooting skill is not accurate, 100 bullets are useless. Yi Wuxuan is hanging. It wasn't just Jane Tianzi who was excited. The audience was also flying with excitement. The screen full of 666 was interspersed with their testimonials. I would like to call Yi Wuxuan the strongest female escort. Cold-blooded madman. YYDS. Hello everyone. I'm the little petite wife of a mad young man. Thank you for liking my husband. Wake up sisters. This is my husband. Yi Wuxuan's performance in the game Boyfriend Power burst. The girls collectively married. Yi Wuxuan. How did you practice this shooting skill? It's too accurate. Jane Tianzi sat down to chat with Yi Wuxuan. It's fine if you have hands. Yi Wuxuan's tone was flat. In a game where you can't shoot right and die once out, you can start the next game. In reality, a bad shot is a bad shot. A death is a death. There is no next time. How can you let your guard down when you've been under fire? Okay, may I ask where to claim the hand? Jane Tianzi smiled and played terrier. Brothers, J God tweeted. Go check it out. Someone on the pop-up screen said so. Really? Jane Tianzi publicly opened his microblog and searched for J God. As expected, a new tweet was seen. I am Jackie, cold-blooded madman. Cold and mad indeed. The tweet had quite a few retweets and a lot of comments. The people who originally didn't watch the live broadcast were also made to search the live replay to watch Yi Wuxuan's first viewpoint quadruple kill chicken eating and double kill professional players. Steady. Jane Tianzi clapped her hands. The best female escort for Biker Rabbit is none other than our cold-blooded berserker. J God had obviously heard about Yi Wuxuan as well. His initial intention of posting the blog was probably just to lament in shock, but the words actually gave Yi Wuxuan a wave of strong and unrivaled advertisements. With him leading the way, all sorts of marketing and public numbers in the esports world will be out in force later on. Yi Wuxuan's popularity is bound to skyrocket. At this point, it's no use even if you're more than a rabbit's internalized choices mini, right? Don't you dare forcibly compile the backstage data to get men elected. If you dare to do that, just wait for the spray. Congratulations on winning the title of Best Female Escort. Congratulations to my husband for winning the title of Best Escort. The pop-up swiped the screen and celebrated early. Jane Tianzi smiled and laughed as her face froze. No, isn't this my live room? Why are they all talking about Yi Wuxuan? He remembered the words of his cousin, Jane Jiaoyang. The queen is awesome. Oh, be careful of the fans she attracts to your booth. What? Isn't this Yi Wuxuan's live room? I always thought that this was the territory of the mad young man. Understood. This takes down Anchor 886. The pop-ups were very cooperative. Don't. Jane Tianzi conked her hand, much to the delight of the audience. Yi Wuxuan silently exited the chat channel and hung up the video request amidst the buzz. She picked up her cell phone and opened DB. Her pics have already reached 20,000 and are growing fast. The event ends in 3 days. And no surprise, first place is definitely hers. She shuffled under the covers and fell into a deep sleep next to season, mentally exhausted. Competitive games like Operation Jedi are actually very physically demanding to play. You need to concentrate, listen to every sound effect in the headphones, pay attention to every detail in the picture, and then make judgment and reaction accordingly. She knew that there were many pairs of eyes on her in the live room, so it was even more important for her not to miss a beat and to give her full attention. What happens when you do this is that you are tired and drained. Darkness. The handsome man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the small group curled up next to him, his ink eyes flickering slightly. Playing along? Day 2. Yi Wuxuan woke up on time. She unlocked her phone and the first thing she saw was a message from Jane Jiaoyang. Queen, someone's hacking you. The message was followed by a link, which she clicked on and was redirected to the communication square of Bunny Escorts. This is the place where escorts and bosses chat together. The plaza has a particularly hot topic right now. I'm a classmate of Yi Wuxuan / cold-blooded berserker. I'll show you what she looks like. The user claimed to be a high school classmate of Yi Wuxuan, who was the ugliest girl in the school. It also said that Yi Wuxuan skipped class every day to go to the internet cafe to play games, flunked the exam, was expelled from school, and could only come to Bibbit as a companion. Attached to the article were several pictures of girls with yellow buck teeth, large pie faces, pock-marked faces, and still thinning hair. The owners and escorts who read this thread all have the attitude of shocking my whole family. Some people say they're going to throw up. Some people said they regretted giving Yi Wuxuan a pic. Someone else suggested that we should give a pic to Min. She showed her face and is a real beauty. Yi Wuxuan frowned. The number of people picking her backstage has definitely gotten smaller. A new message was sent by Jane Jiaoyang. Queen, I've been talking to everyone in Class 7 and have written the paperwork that will prove your identity. If you agree, we'll go to the square and expose him. Moving that fast? Yi Wuxuan's pupils shrunk slightly. She remembers that the gang in Class 7, all of them lazybones, have today written everything to prove her innocence before she woke up from her sleep. Go on. She returned the word to. Somewhere in the room, Amin was lying on the big soft bed, holding the cell phone and humming a little song. The phone ding dong kept ringing. It's a sound effect that's being picked up. Yi Wuxuan, if you're in my way, don't blame me for being merciless. Amin was smug. She was the user who claimed to be Yi Wuxuan's classmate and smeared Yi Wuxuan in Bunny Square. My way of slandering is so cheap that you can prove your innocence by blowing up your own picture. But do you dare? Ha ha ha. Armin laughed out loud. She watched last night's broadcast. To be precise, she was also the one who brought up the tempo in the live broadcast, saying that Yi Wuxuan was a male. Although Yi Wuxuan followed up with a video to prove that she was female. But the camera was only on the keyboard and mouse. Why didn't Yi Wuxuan show his face? Didn't Yi Wuxuan know how many advantages a pretty face could bring to a woman? There was only one answer. Yi Wuxuan was ugly. She's afraid to show her face. She was afraid that showing her face would shatter people's illusions about her and affect the pic value. Then she would help Yi Wuxuan. If Yi Wuxuan wanted to retain his popularity, he had to prove that he wasn't that ugly. But ugly is more ugly. Ugly is less ugly. It's a dilemma. At this moment, Min did not know that Yi Wuxuan's camera was focused on the keyboard and mouse because the camera was too small. She flipped through the square topics, admiring the statements of people who regretted giving Yi Wuxuan a pic. A new topic of conversation squeezed into her eyes without notice. We're the ones who are classmates of Yi Wuxuan / cold-blooded berserker. Click in and enjoy her magnificent beauty. Chapter 38 Savings from the Previous Life. Wuxuan's Choice. Amin immediately nodded into the conversation. Topic started by Silver Blood. Good morning, noon and night. We are more than rabbit platform female escort Yi Wuxuan. The game named Cold-Blooded Madman high school classmates. When we heard that someone here claimed that he was also Yi Wuxuan's classmate, we rushed to recognize him. It was very disappointing to find only one animal on the scene. At the same time, we would like to make the following clarifications on the livestock statement. which is better viewed with the posting of the picture. First of all, ugliest in the school is a lie. Yi Wushuang, whose real name was also Yi Wushuang, was enrolled in the 7th class of senior high school at Fei Bird College in Yan City, Xia Kingdom, in the Chinese continent. Pic 1 is a daily photo. She was reading a book and we captured it. Secondly, skipping class and going to an internet cafe, failing a test and being expelled from school are false. Figure 2 is Yi Wushuang's report card from the last monthly exam. Full marks in all subjects and first in her grade. Figure 3 is a school announcement honoring Yi Wushuang for his courage in saving a strange boy when there was an accident on the school stage. All of the above information is true, and all Sherlock Holmeses are welcome to go to the Flying Bird Academy for proof. Last but not least, we would like to present to you a wave of Queen Yi Wushuang. Figure 4 shows the Queen playing the drum kit at the party. Are you handsome? Just ask you guys if you're handsome. Figure 5 shows the Queen winning all 1v19 high school students at a chess tournament. Are you bullish? Just ask you guys if you're bull. Pic 6 shows the Queen taking on and defeating Yan City Chess Association President Sun Jiahao. Are you strong? I'll ask you if you're strong. In the game, she has both marksmanship and stance, and professional players have fallen to her. In reality, she has both face value and strength, and is screamingly good. She deserves a pick. At the end of the article, 6 charts are included. In the first picture, Yi Wushuang is reading by the window in the school in the early morning. Her side face is exquisite, and her black pupils are indifferent. The colorful fall outside the window is breathtakingly beautiful. In the second picture, the report card of the monthly exams was checked out on the official website of the Flying Bird. In the third picture, there is an announcement about the stage accident on the official website of the Flying Bird. In the fourth picture, it was a picture of the Fei Bird School Gala, where Yi Wushuang temporarily went on stage to play the drums. The stage lights hit her and she was serious and handsome. In the fifth picture, Yi Wushuang stood in the middle of the U-shaped table, and the difference in the number of people made the scene appear extremely shocking, and she was full of calm and victory. In the sixth picture, it was a picture of Sun Jiahao slamming the table, angrily and woefully demanding Yi Wushuang to make a draw, and Yi Wushuang sitting at the bottom, calmly moving his chess pieces to decapitate Sun Jiahao. The topic caught fire very quickly, and in addition to passers-by, there were other students from Flying Bird Academy who came in and left messages. Spring Feast, good guy. I'm straight up good guy. So it turns out that Cold-Blooded Frenzy is the queen of our school. Fairy Liang, that said, when I was in the live stream last night, I thought that Cold-Blooded Berserker sounded a lot like our queen, but I didn't think much of it. Who would have known that the queen could be so good at playing games? A sword goes down to Tianshan, as a student of the same Fei Bird. I'd like to add that the queen not only scored full marks in her own monthly exams, but also worked as a part-time teacher to give remedial lessons to the 7th class, turning it from a class of poor students into a class of top-notch students. Chirpy Cat, hello alumni, let's go to the queen's pick in a group. By the way, I would like to remind you that rumor mongering is a death sentence. While candidly exposing the location of the school and constantly having students from that school come forward to confirm it, one side opens his mouth and spouts off, but he can't produce a shred of evidence. We all know who to believe. Just when everyone was about to go back to spamming the rumor monger, the rumor monger deleted the topic in flames and logged out as a user. On Jane Zhao Yang's side, there was also one more message. Bunny escorts Amin. Rumor mongering a mouth. To dispel rumors run legs. Heartbroken MS. Yi was maliciously smeared and vilified. After doing so, Amin put down her cell phone, her eyes full of shock and fear. She didn't expect Yi Wushuang to be even more beautiful than herself. What's more, he didn't expect Yi Wushuang to be so powerful in fields other than gaming. It was impossible for his own popularity to surpass Yi Wushuang's no matter what. She pinched her thighs and walked out of the bedroom, red-eyed, into the arms of a balding, beer-bellied, middle-aged man in the living room. Godfather Ohu, I can't be the best female chaperone for Bunny. The middle-aged man sniffed and rubbed Min's breasts. How come? I'm the boss of B Bunny, and when I say you can be, you can be. Really? Thank you, Godfather. Godfather is so nice. Min gave the middle-aged man a kiss on the cheek. Some people become escorts for the money, and Min used to be one. She loves gaming. It's all she has, and she was expelled for skipping class to surf the internet during school and had to work as an escort to make a living. A chance encounter with the middle-aged man in front of her followed closely by the position she is in today. She originally planned to use this best female escort activity to accumulate popularity, and then enter the live broadcasting world as a female anchor to be touted. Yi Wushuang, who had killed her halfway, had ruined her good wishes. She had to set the disrupted plan right and give Yi Wushuang a fatal blow. A day passed and Yi Wushuang's picks reached 80,000, overtaking Amin. Coincidentally, half an hour after Yi Wushuang surpassed Amin, BB Bunny made an official announcement that the selection rules had been changed. Success or failure is not based on the number of picks anymore. The top 10 female escorts in the pick count will enter a new competitive session tonight to see whose boss swipes more money. At the same time, the winning female escort is going to be the exclusive escort of the boss who spends the most money over a period of time. Flying Bird Academy, Class 7. Zhen Jiaoyan laughed back in anger. The queen is going to change the rules if she wins? Should it be so fake? How many days has the queen just joined the industry? Doesn't know a single boss except Jane Tianzi. As good as her reputation is, who's going to slam her with gifts just because they have a good feeling? Amin is different. Amin is a patriarch of the escort world and knows countless bosses and has many fans. If you really want to compare them, the queen doesn't stand much of a chance of winning. I still have pocket money. I have a little more too. The Class 7 student stepped forward, shyness coming to his eyes. It's a shame to say that although they are both sons of nobles, they are not the favorite of the family and do not have a lot of money. My brother sent word that he and his fans from the livestream will be coming to help with the PK tonight. Jian Jiaoyang handed his cell phone to Yi Wushuang to see. Yi Wushuang nodded slightly, his black pupils flickering slightly. She's not bad. The pay she'd gotten from taking on quests over the years was enough for her to get away with it for a long time. She remembers her bank card number and PIN. It's just that she's in a special position where multiple forces would immediately notice her if the card's funds flowed. Born again, she wanted to live differently. But Yi Wushuang's fist slowly clenched. Resurrecting Dustless is more important than how she lives. Nightfall. G Family Villa. Yi Wushuang sat in front of the computer in the guest room and watched as the head of Biker Rabbit pulled her into a PK interface. The interface has 10 female escort avatars, each with a bar of energy extending inward. Boss's bounties go into the energy bar. The presenter introduced. PK is divided into 5 stages, 10 minutes per stage. At the end of 10 minutes, the 2 accompanying ladies with the lowest current energy bar are out. Ready to guard your favorite escort? I declare. PK begins. Chapter 39, the $50 million to save the day. Who's it for? With a command from the host, the red light on the recharge button comes on. Bosses rise to the occasion, fearing that if their hands are slow and their money is low, their baby girl escorts will be far away. The students of the 7th class, including Jane Jiaoyang, gathered in the park square and threw in all the hundreds and thousands of dollars they could spare. Yi Wushuang and Min's energy bars grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10 minutes too. The avatars of the 2 ladies at the end disappeared into the PK screen. Without waiting to catch my breath, a new 10-minute countdown began. This wave is topped by the rest of the Flying Bird students. Some of them are highly valued by their families and have a larger share of pocket money. A user with the nickname Chin Yu Dessert Shop put in $50,000 to help Yi Wushuang reach the top, though it was quickly squeezed out by Amin. 10 minutes too. 2 more female escorts are missing from the PK interface. A new countdown begins. In the 3rd wave, Jane Tianzi and the fans from the live broadcast came. Yi Wushuang was kind to them. Before she came, Jane Tianzi's popularity was propped up to rank 5th in the division, and it was hard to have room for improvement. This was the barrier in Jane Tianzi's live broadcast career, and if he couldn't break through, this was the highest he could go in his life. After Yi Wushuang's arrival, especially after killing the professional player, the butterfly effect brought about directly promoted Jane Tianzi to the 1st place in the popularity ranking. That qualifies as a nobleman. Jane Tianzi smashed 10,000, and the fans smashed 1,000,000. Naimin no more bosses. The 2 groups can only fight at drums and drums. 10 minutes too. The PK interface is missing 2 more people. A new countdown begins again. After 3 rounds of competition, both sides look a bit exhausted with no major amount of fluctuation, until a user named I Am Jackie dropped in $500,000. I Am Summer also dropped $500,000. This was the champion duo that was defeated by Yi Wushuang during the live broadcast. Summer also enthusiastically left a message on the chat interface, Berserkers punch ducks. Stronger is the king. They all knew that Yi Wushuang's votes had countered Amin's, and then Rabbit had immediately changed the rules. There's only one word for this, disgusting. They were willing to help if they could. Who made them hot-blooded teenagers too? Before the people on Yi Wushuang's side could be happy for a few seconds, a boss on Amin's side raised the price by $1 million. No matter how much the amount on Yi Wushuang's side went up, their countermeasure was just a little higher than Yi Wushuang's, always pressing Yi Wushuang. End of round 4. Only Yi Wushuang and Min were left in the PK interface. The 5th round begins. Compared to the first 4 rounds, the 5th round was uneventful. The amount of money on both sides has been recorded in millions, and those a few dollars, dozens or hundreds of dollars into it, basically cannot see the splash. Amin sank back a breath as the computer screen displayed a recharge screen with $5 million pending inside. This is what she got for serving her godfather all night. Knowing that the money would go back to his account as a shareholder in no less than 1 cent, the godfather was generous. She doesn't care. She just wants to win. She would smash in the $5 million in the last 5 seconds of the end of the countdown to catch Yi Wuxiang off guard. G Family Villa. Yi Wuxiang's computer screen also displayed a recharge screen. There's $50 million pending on it. 50 million is the limit of the energy bar. Amin must have kept a hand in it. And I don't know exactly how much money was kept. Yi Wuxiang lowered her eyes, her curled eyelashes leaving a shadow on her eyelids. For a foolproof win, the energy bar must be pulled full. She didn't want to make a mistake on that money. The moderator began counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. As soon as the word 5 came out, Amin and Yi Wuxiang pressed confirm payment at the same time. Amin's side shows payment successful and the energy bar skyrockets by 5 million. Yi Wuxiang's side showed payment failed. Her pupils shrunk and she turned off the recharge screen, only to see that her energy bar had already been pulled full. The user nicknamed Leo threw in $50 million to put her in the number 1 spot. Compared to her long and full energy bar, Min's one was pitifully short. On the other end of the net, Min stood up from her chair and stepped back in shock. 50 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. She lost completely. On the PK side, the hosts were dumbfounded as well. They privately communicated that they knew Amin would drop another $5 million to secure the number 1 spot. $5 million is already astronomical for most people. They even wrote marketing articles for this. Let's just say then the rabbit female escorts are so glamorous that they make their bosses fling $5 million of support. So come and watch. The results result in a 50 million popping up at the end. It's not money anymore, is it? 50 million? Smashing to a female gaming escort? If a male escort sees this, he'll go to Thailand overnight to line up for a sex change? The onlookers were equally dumbfounded. They had guessed that the rankings would change in the final seconds, but they didn't guess that the changes would be so outrageous. That 50 million is like a strong man, lifting 5 million by the collar and saying, just ing call yourself 5 million, right? A crushing victory. Nothing more. Announce the results. Jane Jiaoyang urged on the chat public screen. The host didn't dare to turn on the mic, but looked at his boss behind him. The man was none other than Min's godfather, who waved his hand, signaling that he didn't care. They can't say to the public that Min has also spent $50 million. Only the network is stuck and there is 1 zero missing, right? What's more, what do you need Amin for when you have $50 million? Find out where this account came from. Godfather Amin showed his businessman side, his smile darkly calculating. He wanted to see the boss in the end. What is the head? 50 million said to dump out. Wouldn't it be great if we could find a chance to get acquainted? Staff immediately started tracing the money back to the source. The end result caused his hand to shake and his mouse to fall to the floor. Is the capital city Jishao. The smile on the godfather's face froze. And then, delight turned to fear. PK interface. The host announced that Yi Wuxiang was elected as the first best female escort of Bibit. The scene was very chaotic at one point. Birds of Prey's side is brushing up on Queen Awesome. Gamers are painting the young madman is mighty. Female fans are painting hubby's the best. Yi Wuxiang returned a thank you, exited the PK interface, and came to the background to chat privately with Leo. Leafless, you are? Leo, your fans. This reply made Yi Wuxiang more or less surprised as she continued typing. Leafless, are you playing Jedi action now? It was clearly written in the Biker Bunny rules that if she won, she would need to play the game with the boss who spent the most money and become that boss's exclusive chaperone for a period of time. This person should want to play the game with her since he was her fan. On the other end, Leo was silent for a few moments and replied yes. The two friend each other and start the game. Where to jump? Yi Wuxiang asked in the group channel with an open mic. Leo didn't say anything, silently marking the spot. Can't talk? Yi Wuxiang frowned slightly and took Leo to parachute. A team of couples jumped in after them, flirting over the public mic for all to hear. 4 people jumped in the same place. Yi Wuxiang drops down looking for a takedown and Leo is knocked out cold with a straight right hand. Public Miley. Female scoffs. Hubby, this laughs me to death. There is a gun on the ground not picking it up. As if comparing attributes. The man smiles back. Maybe it's a newbie? Wife is awesome. Mooah. Yi Wuxiang's frown tightened. Without saying a word, he climbed out of the window, went to the woman's room, and put her down with a single shot. Husband save me. I'm going to get patched up. In the game, if it's a group mode, players who are killed don't die immediately, but instead lie on the ground. If your teammates come in time, you can pick up and fight again. Leo was killed and mended in quick succession. Yi Wuxiang, however, did not immediately patch off the female, but opened the public mic with an icy tone. Apologize. Honey, I'm coming. The male came running from outside. Yi Wuxiang stood on the second floor, avoided the head and shot him in the chest. He lost most of his blood and could only hide in the corner and take medicine. Yi Wuxiang aimed his gun at the female player who was lying on the ground. You just called him names and apologized. The male player just exploded and rushed forward with his gun. What the is wrong with you? Believe it or not, I'm. As the words landed, Yi Wuxiang shot him in the chest again, knocking him back to get high again. Apologize. Yi Wuxiang repeated for the third time. His gun pointed at the female player's head. His voice had an extra hint of hostility. Don't apologize for killing. People spend $50 million to help her PK. She naturally takes care of his gaming experience. It was probably because the hostility in those words was so compelling that the female player shivered in fear. Yeah, sorry, I got mouthy. I'm sorry, I'm. With that, Yi Wuxiang cut out the menu and clicked Quick Game. Letting these two off the hook didn't leave Leo dry waiting to see her play. Study. Jishin looked down without looking at the screen, the back of his hand against his lips. The corners of his lips rose, and his heart puffed. That girl is really handsome. Chapter 40, Mr. G has true feelings for MS. Yi. Jishin never thought that he would be protected by Yi Wuxiang in this way, but games and stuff really aren't something he's good at. He found a reason to exit the game, his smile clear in his eyes as deep as the infinite universe. Fengjio stood back, puzzled. Since young G wants to pursue MS, Yi, why doesn't he take the initiative to reveal his identity? If MS, Yi knew that the person who helped her was Ji Xiao, she would definitely express her gratitude to Ji Xiao. With her nature, if she knew Leo was me, she'd be racking her brain right now trying to figure out how to pay me back my $50 million. Jishin came to the floor-to-ceiling window, and there was a hint of gentleness in his low, elegant voice. From chess to games, he could clearly sense her purpose. There was a thread tugging at her, demanding that she must fulfill a certain condition, and she didn't dare to slack off or miss a beat. It was her secret, and he was not in a position to ask too many questions. All he wanted to do was to help her in any way he could and take the pressure off of her. Who Leo was, she didn't need to know. At those words, Fengjio couldn't help but hold his breath, with only one thought in his mind. Young Ji has true feelings for MS. Yi, that honorable man that countless unmarried women had dreamed of, had moved on to a female assassin. Then the rabbit side. Do you need me? Fengjio thought about the rules being temporarily modified. This is blatant bullying of MS. Yi. No, they know what to do. A cold wind kicked up around Jishin. Rooms. Yi Wuxiang turned off the computer, washed up and walked into the master bedroom. On the bed of the master bedroom, the heir of the great millennial family was leaning against the bed, reading a book in German, his fingers bony and his expression earnest and handsome. She was silent, burrowing into the thin quilt, clinging to Jishin and closing her eyes. Before bed, she thought, what a stroke of luck to win this judging competition without having to mobilize my past life savings. The sound of long, steady breathing came from his side. Jishin closed the book and looked down to admire Yi Wuxiang's sleeping face. Sleeping, her face was devoid of any coldness or defensiveness, pure and flawless like an angel. He ghosted out his hand, wanting to touch her white face. With half an inch left from her face, he paused and withdrew his hand to turn off the light and go to sleep. Night. Jedi Action Game Circle. The sky is covered with articles. Then rabbit female accompanied by Yi Wuxiang. Get the big boss $50 million to hit the list. Then rabbit is on fire. Yi Wuxiang is on fire. And Jian Tianzi, who took Yi Wuxiang live for a few days, is also on fire. Intriguingly, after the PK ended, Bibbit made an announcement. After verification, they found that its female escort Amin, open a small number in the square pretending to be Yi Wuxiang classmates, spread negative rumors. The circumstances are serious. To be permanently blocked, and to recover all the previously paid salary. Everyone was confused when this announcement came out. Amin actually played such a trick? Didn't she gently say I feel sorry for MS Yi being smeared under the silver blood thread? That's a disgusting look of false love. In the midst of the emotion, something snapped into focus. Young Qingyu, the goddess of video games, seems to go to school at Birds of Prey. 2. She was a female high school student from the same school as Yi Wuxiang. This has sparked new rhetoric. Originally I thought Rong Qingru was the top quality female player. Now I regret it. Yi Wuxiang is the one. The next day, the sun rises in the east. In the class group established by Jane Zhaoyang, someone at Yi Wuxiang. Queen, you're top 1 on the school flower list. Rong Qingru has fallen from number 1 to number 2. It should be. Jian Zhaoyang replied calmly. The queen's face value is higher than Rong Qingru's. Her studies are better than Rong Qingru's. She is better at chess than Rong Qingru's. She is better at playing games than Rong Qingru's, and her character is superior to Rong Qingru's. Aside from the different personalities and family backgrounds, in what way does Rongqing is compared to the queen? Yi Wuxiang swept a glance, did not reply, and took a car to the Bird of Prey Academy. She wasn't interested in the schoolgirl rankings. Arriving at the school, she stepped out of the nondescript sedan. After a period of time, the reporters who had originally blocked her at the door and wanted to interview her because of the chess matter had disappeared. In his place was a middle-aged balding man. The bald man saw her and rushed over to nod his head. Hello Ms. Yi, my name is Qianyong. I'm the boss of Bunny Escorts. I just came back from a business trip. I heard that the matter of my staff privately tampering with the rules of the best female escort selection has caused you a lot of trouble. I rushed to Yen City overnight to apologize. I hope you don't mind. Ji Xiao has never been close to women. Being willing to spend $50 million on a female high school student nowadays meant that Yi Wuxiang was special to him. He could never offend Yi Wuxiang and had to come over to beg for his forgiveness. Off. Yi Wuxiang shouldered his backpack and his tone was cold. Jian Tianzi told her that Min is the best female escort in Bunny. The forced rule change was to preserve Amin. At this moment, he came over to apologize. It is only because he knows that there is a Leo behind her who can drop $50 million. And he wants to climb and make friends with this money tree. Good. Qianyong compensated with a smile and bent down to bow, snapping and leaving the stage. Ka Chao. On the roof of the new teaching building, Rongqingru took out her cell phone and captured this scene. In the photo, Qianyong bent down and hugged Yi Wuxiang. The action is very intimate. He wore a branded suit with a designer watch and left Yi Wuxiang to drill into a multi-million-dollar sports car. Rongqingru snorted coldly, her tone sneering. Yi Wuxiang. So this is the reason why you were able to obtain 50 million hits. Being a lover for a middle-aged, married, balding man is quite a taste, isn't it? She was extremely upset because she had recently been pushed down by Yi Wuxiang everywhere. Plus the #1 school flower ranking had been snatched, so she wanted to come to the roof to blow off some steam. However, he accidentally bumped into Qianyong hugging Yi Wuxiang in front of the school. If the whole school knew that the high cool and lonely queen Yi Wuxiang was, in fact, a young lover underneath a balding middle-aged man, what would they think? Rongqingru turned around and went downstairs, dialing a phone number. Pictures sent to you. Print me 3,000 and send them in to Flying Bird. She wanted to laugh at the thought of the bald man being Leo. Now on campus, all the talk on everyone's lips is about Yi Wuxiang's high level of skill displayed in Operation Jedi, and the mysterious big boss Leo. First class. The group of brothers around Shen Wenyu is no exception. Brother A played with his phone and sked. Yi Wuxiang has topped the school flower rankings. This guy has been like a different person since he came back from vacation. Yeah. Brother B poked Shen Wenyu with his elbow. What do you say? Does this queen still like you? The handsome teenager frowned, not knowing how to answer. After the first few encounters, he felt that Yi Wuxiang hated him. Definitely like it. What were you guys thinking? Brother C stared wide-eyed. Think carefully. Why did Yi Wuxiang suddenly participate in the Intercollegiate Chess League? And why did she rush to sign up for the Best Female Chaperone contest when the rabbit competition was almost over? For what? The brothers wondered. Shen Wenyu also looked at him sideways. Because Rongqingru, Brother C looked like you guys were really stupid. Rongqingru participated in the Inter-School League, and Yi Wuxiang went there. Young Qingru was invited to participate in the game carnival, and Yi Wuxiang signed up for the Buy Rabbits event because the reward for the event was also attending the carnival. She was comparing herself to Rongqingru at every turn. So what was she trying to do? Not just to tell Wenyu, I'm no worse than Rongqingru. Choose me again. She must still like Wenyu. Chapter 41, next time, I'll send you to act in front of the King of Hell. Shen Wenyu did not retort, and a flash of joy surfaced within her heart. Yi Wuxiang turned out to be so deeply in love with him. When he thought of Yi Wuxiang's excessively good-looking face and cool eyes, his heart beat like thunder and his emotions were complicated. He had originally thought that Rongqingru was the best girl in his circle, so he thought she was the best person for him to marry. But the transformed Yi Wuxiang was even better than Rongqingru. In recent days, he didn't even have the patience to chat with Rongqingru, just listening and rummaging through everything about Yi Wuxiang in the forums, in the live streaming room, and in the plaza of the bunny accompaniment. Brother Shen. Rongqingru arrived with a soft and gentle voice. Qingru, is something wrong? Shen Wenyu's attitude was instinctively a bit cold. This coldness, Rongqingru felt it. Ever since Yi Wuxiang took the monthly exam championship, Brother Shen's attitude towards her had become more and more faded. It was all Yi Wuxiang's fault. She gritted her teeth in her heart, but her face was gentle and unchanged. I remember the last time you told me that ye students haven't gone to live in your house since they broke off their engagement with you. Indeed. Shen Wenyu nodded. Yi Wuxiang's home was in Shiqiao village, which was too far away from the flying birds to travel to and from. Before the engagement was broken off, Yi Wuxuang had been boarding at his house, which was grandfather's intention. If grandpa was still alive, even if Yi Wuxuang broke off the marriage contract, grandpa would definitely arrange for her to stay temporarily at the Shin family villa. With her grandfather gone, there was no one in the Shin family to retain her. Then she should have gone home to live by now. But Shijiao village is so far away from Feibiao, and the transportation is inconvenient. How did she manage to not be late all the time? Rong Qingru wrinkled her eyebrows. Could she really have been taken by someone else? She closed her mouth in mid-sentence, and there seemed to be scorn in her eyes. What happened to her by someone else? Shin Wenyu stood up from her chair, her eyes tense. It's nothing, I might have gotten misty-eyed. Rong Qingru smiled awkwardly. It's not good for a girl to say some things without seeking proof. As soon as the words hit the ground, a class of students walked into the classroom with flyers in their hands in shocked tones. Big news! The queen of class 7, Yi Wuxuang, has been bagged. Adopted. It's over. It was big news indeed, and the crowd flocked over to see only a photo printed on the flyer. On the photo, a middle-aged man in expensive clothes and balding, with his back to the camera, embraced Yi Wuxuang, and there was a multi-million-dollar supercar parked behind the two of them. I cracked. Don't tell me this bald guy is Leo. I didn't realize that the unattainable Yi Wuxuang on the surface is actually the same kind of goods that can open their legs at the sight of money behind their backs. It's actually understandable. That's $50 million. Where have rural people ever seen so much money? Shin Wenyu's expression was extremely shocked and angry. Yi Wuxuang, in order to prove that he was stronger than Chang Ru, in order to make him look at him differently, could he even go to this extent? Class 7, Jane Jiaoyang and the others also saw the flyer. He was even angrier. Who did this? I don't know. It's all over the place that the queen can't be seen as a person. The students shook their heads. Yi Wuxuang walked over. Jian Jiaoyang hurriedly hid the flyer behind his back, afraid that Yi Wuxuang would be angry if he read it. There's no need to hide. I've seen it. It's all about this flyer outside right now. Yi Wuxuang's black pupil was calm, no fluctuation on his face. Then, does the queen want to explain it to the public? Jian Jiaoyang asked tentatively. Their 7th class unconditionally believed in Yi Wuxuang. It's not the same out there. Rumors of being adopted are much more serious than being expelled from school. Wouldn't the queen's reputation be, if she didn't clear the air in a timely manner? No need to care. Yi Wuxuang sat back to his seat. She never cared what the outside world thought of her. Letting Jane Jiaoyang clarify in Bai Rabbit is also taking into account the activity pick value. Otherwise she wouldn't even look at it more than once. Jane Jiaoyang and the others looked at each other. The queen is so strong inside. Noon. Yi Wuxuang had used his lunch and leaned on the long chair in the grove to feel the breeze and close his eyes. Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. Rong Qingru appeared in front of Yi Wuxuang, her voice carrying an unmissable smugness. Yi Wuxuang slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils flashed with murderous aura. Let me get this straight. I took the photos. I had the flyers printed. How about that? Is it a surprise that I would take the initiative to admit it? Rong Qingru laughed lightly. What a shame then that there are no security cameras here and you didn't have the foresight to prepare your cell phone ahead of time to record. She stared at Yi Wuxuang from the shadows for a long time, confirming that it was safe before walking over. So, Yi Wuxuang inclined his head to look at her as if he was looking at a corpse, merciless and indifferent. Ah, what scary eyes. Rong Qingru pretended to be scared and took 2 steps back. Qingru. Not far away came Shin Wenyu's shouts, and the voices of the rest of the students in the 1st class. Brother Shen, I'm here. Rong Qingru responded loudly. When the group of people were about to come around the corner, Rong Qingru suddenly slapped herself hard and fell on the ground, covering her face to look at Yi Wuxuang, dropping tears and crying. Yi student, why did you hit me? When Shin Wenyu rushed to the scene, this was the image she saw. Yi Wuxuang was cold and sitting on the chair. Rong Qingru covered her face and lay at her feet, her cheek palm prints clear. Yi Wuxuang, what are you doing? Shen Wenyu quickly stepped up and helped Rong Qingru up. Rong Qingru obediently burrowed into his arms, aggravated tears streaming down her face. I just told Yi classmate that I believe that she is not being encumbered by a man, and she slapped me, saying that I was cat crying in fake compassion, and was also very proud to let me be jealous that she knows big money, just say it straight away, and that she would introduce the big money to me if she was in a good mood. When Shen Wenyu heard this, she became even more angry and angrily accused Yi Wuxuang. Very complacent? Yi Wuxuang, do you think Qingru is as bottomless as you are and has never seen money? Apologize to her. Apologize to Goddess Rong. A class of students also stood out and surrounded Yi Wuxuang, their faces unfavorable. Word of the queen hitting the goddess spread fast across campus. More students came to the grove, clogging the perimeter. Shangguan Qinglin was also startled and came over to ask, what's going on? The principal's office was near the grove, and it was hard for him not to notice. Goddess Young comforted Yi Wuxuan, but Yi Wuxuan didn't know what to do and slapped the goddess, and thought it was something to be proud of to be adopted by big money. Rong Qingru's fans immediately cried out for Rong Qingru, their faces full of disgust. Is that so? Shangguan Qinglin frowned and asked Rong Qingru. His intuition told him that Yi Wuxuan couldn't possibly do this kind of thing, but the process still needed to be walked through. Aha! Rong Qingru sobbed and nodded, her appearance fragile and pitiful. Shangguan Qinglin turned to Yi Wuxuan and asked, "What about you?" Yi Wuxuan didn't say anything. His face was expressionless, and he lit up his cell phone that had been black. It was a keep recording interface and recorded for over 30 minutes. She pauses the recording and plays it. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. I'll get right to the point. I took the photo and I had the flyer printed. It's a shame that there are no security cameras here, and that you didn't have the foresight to have your cell phone ready to record in advance." As soon as the recording came out, the agitated crowd eerily quieted down. The photos and flyers are all from Goddess Young? How could a goddess who has always been knowledgeable, gentle and kind use such unorthodox tactics? That's all. She even deliberately went in front of Yi Wuxuan and directed herself that Yi Wuxuan scolded her? Xin Wenyu looked down at Rong Qingru with incredible eyes. Rong Qingru stiffened up and forgot to fake cry and act. She had clearly set her sights on Yi Wuxuan. How could Yi Wuxuan take the time to record? Unless Yi Wuxuan was waiting for her from the beginning. Do you think that I don't know that you've been watching me from the shadows? Yi Wuxuan stood up from the chair and came in front of Rong Qingru with an imposing aura. She pinched Rong Qingru's chin tightly, forcing Rong Qingru to meet her eyes, her tone devoid of temperature. "This is your last chance, and the next time, I'll send you to act in front of Hades." Chapter 42 Charity Dinner. Lack of a female companion. Yi Wuxuan shook off Rong Qingru's chin. It was a contemptuous gesture, like throwing a useless scrap of trash. Rong Qingru was thrown sideways, her messy hair covering half of her face. There was silence all around. No one dared to interrupt. Yi Wuxuan's eyes lightly narrowed as he crossed over Rong Qingru and Xin Wenyu, intending to return to Class 7. "Even if you record it, what's the point?" Rong Qingru broke the silence. She broke away from Xin Wenyu's embrace and took 2 steps forward, her face fading away from the false gentleness and kindness, revealing meanness and fierceness. "Does the recording explain the fact that you've been adopted by a middle-aged man?" The image of a goddess that she had worked so hard for was ruined by Yi Wuxuan. But Yi Wuxuan wasn't much better. No matter how heartfelt she was, Rong Qingru was not cheap enough to sell her body. She stared at Yi Wuxuan's back, longing for Yi Wuxuan to stop and reveal an expression of shame and embarrassment just like hers. But Yi Wuxuan ignored her and disappeared straight into the grove. Shangguan Qinglin handed down the punishment in a cold voice. Senior Class Young Qingru. Self-directed defamation of classmates. 1 week suspension. 8,000 word review. After saying that, Shangguan Qinglin left. The rest of the students followed with mixed expressions. Xin Wenyu also left, and before she left, she didn't forget to give Rong Qingru a disappointed look. Only one short, scrubby, fat-headed boy stayed put, his tone of voice mesmerized. "Goddess, I believe you are innocent. You must have been counted by Yi Wuxuan. I will always support you. Off. Rong Qingru wanted to vomit at the sight of it. Her body was repulsed, and her tears flowed. The afternoon flyers were more raucous and noisy than the morning ones. Some people called today Magic Day. Formerly, the queen of Class 7 was suspected to have been adopted by big money. Afterwards, there was a whole school goddess who was actually hammered with the true face of green tea. 2 of the most popular girls in the school have met a huge Waterloo. Others have photographed the flyers and uploaded them to the square of bunny escorts, generating a different kind of buzz. But eat melon to eat melon, gossip to gossip. The class still has to go to class. The school still has to be dismissed. Before night came, Yi Wuxuan ended her part-time job at the dessert store and returned to the Ji family villa. Inside the villa, the elderly maid was comparing 2 sets of men's suits. "So tangled. Miss Yi is back?" The old maid saw her and hurried over to inquire. "Ms. Yi, which of these 2 sets of clothes do you think suits Ji Xiao a little more? What's wrong?" Yi Wuxuan's eyes lifted lightly. Given the Ji family's financial resources, the answer to this multiple-choice question should be all of them. Ji Xiao is going to attend a charity dinner tomorrow night at the Bulgari Hotel. At that time, all the dignitaries in Yen City, regardless of the political and business sectors, will be in attendance. As a servant of the Ji family, I want young Ji to be the handsomest man in the room, even though he's already very handsome. The older maid's old face flushed, her eyes proud. "Charity dinner?" Yi Wuxuan asked casually. "Yeah, this charity dinner. It's still being led by young Ji," the maid explained. "One of the ancestral mottos of the Ji family is to reach the world and help the world. and for this reason, the G family spends quite a lot on charity every year. Unlike celebrities who put on a show, the G family does real charity. In the case of tomorrow's dinner, guests have two options: either auction off items and donate the proceeds, either go on stage and perform a talent show, or if people on stage think it's good, they can donate a sum of money. The money ends up in the hands of the old, the young, the sick and the disabled in the biggest slums outside the country. At this point, the maid spoke in a tone of emotion. Does Ms. Ye know that slum is a particularly dirty, messy, and poor place? It's drug-infested, crime is frequent, there's no steady water or electricity, no steady food, and the rate of premature deaths of newborns is horrifyingly high. I know. Yi Wuxuang's eyes were lowered. It was where she had lived. How could she not know? Mrs. Zhang, you're picking out clothes again. Jishin walked in from outside and smiled helplessly and lowly. At every party, big or small, the aging maid agonized over what he would actually wear best. I'm letting Ms. Yi help pick it out this time, Zhang Ma muttered in dissatisfaction. Oh, Jishin came to Yi Wuxuang's side. His thin lips rose, his voice magnetic. Which one did she pick? This one. Yi Wuxuang pointed at one of the white suits and replied. Jishin is extremely well-built male model and this white color will make him look even more suave. This one. Then, the smile at the corner of Jishin's lips deepened. His gaze fell on Yi Wuxuang's white and beautiful face, his voice gentle. I'm still missing a date for the charity party tomorrow night. Would you be interested in going over there and having some fun? It was time for her to take a break and have some fun. All guests attending the banquet are required to show their talents or auction off items. Oh, Zhang Ma was kindly reminding from the side. Yi Wuxuang's mind crossed many images from his previous life. That slum is a breeding ground for sin and darkness. There are also innocent and pure people who long for redemption, even if it's just a tiny bit of help. I can be your date. She nodded gently. After all, the new trial quest hadn't been released yet, and she had nothing to do. At the same time, in a 5-star Western restaurant, Rong Qingru cried with her head down, and across from her sat a middle-aged woman around 40 years old. The women were good-looking and well-maintained, with nails carefully painted red and wearing blue branded dresses. Her name was Kai Cheng and she was Xin Wenyu's mother. Alright Changru, don't cry. If your eyes are swollen from crying, how can you attend the charity dinner hosted by Ji Xiao tomorrow? Kai Cheng comforted one after another. Now the city's famous families and nobles are all saving up to put on a good show at the charity dinner in order to gain the favor of the Ji family's heir. If they could use this opportunity to hook up with the Ji family, everyone could wake up smiling in their dreams. Auntie Cheng, Brother Shen has ignored me now, and it's hard on my heart. Rong Qingru's tears flowed even more fiercely. I just wanted to expose Yi Wuxuang's true colors and then used the wrong way. I know. In fact, this matter is also blamed on Yi Wuxuang. Alas. Kai Cheng sighed, her eyes showing contempt. I really didn't think that Yi Wuxuang, that bumpkin, could be so shameless as to go and be a mistress for a balding man. Kai Cheng hadn't seen Yi Wuxuang for a long time. At the end of the last school vacation, she also asked her own son Xin Wenyu, where did Yi Wuxuang go? Why didn't he come back to live? The son said Yi Wuxuang dissolved the doll's marriage. That would make her happy. She dreamed of clearing her relationship with Yi Wuxuang. Who would be happy to have her own daughter-in-law? An unseen country bumpkin? The person she had in mind for her daughter-in-law was Rong Qingru. The Rong family is the oldest and most powerful family in Yan City, and the Xin family is slightly inferior. So if they can marry the Rong family, the Xin family will be able to take a big step forward. Yi Wuxuang, get as far away as you can. Don't worry, with Auntie Cheng here, when you won't ignore you. Kai Cheng patted the back of Rong Qingru's hand. Thank you Auntie Cheng. Rong Qingru nodded her head obediently, and a triumphant gleam flickered in her eyes. Chapter 43, Ms. Ye's male companion is Mr. G. The day passed quickly. Yi Wuxuang had just returned to the villa after school and was pulled into the check room by Zhang Ma to try on the black one-shoulder mermaid dress evening gown. It's so beautiful. Zhang Ma nodded in satisfaction. In the mirror, the young girl's face is exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her body is tall. The thin place is thin. The round place is also round. The small exposed shoulder. The temperament is cold. The sexy split cut on one side of the skirt reveals her long, slender legs and stretches the overall sense of line, making her a living creature. I didn't expect Missy to have such a good figure. Zhang Ma pulled Yi Wuxuang into the dressing room again, and the makeup artist applied a slight powder on her face, then permed her hair into slight curls and draped it behind her head, adding a touch of lazy beauty to her. Jishin came in and saw the scene. A flash of color flashed in his eyes. Normally, Yi Wuxuang always had a plain face and wore either casual clothes or school uniforms, mostly loose and comfortable. This evening gown transformed her from a student girl to a dark elfin queen of the night. With a delicate and unrivaled look, Yi Wuxuang also noticed Jishin. he changed into the white suit she had picked out for him, and the air of a famous nobleman came over him, elegant and gentlemanly. Go! Jishin reached out his hand towards Yi Wuxiang, a low laugh spilling out from the corner of his lips. Yi Wuxiang didn't think much about it and put her hand on his palm, letting him lead her into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Fengjiu drove to the city center. Half an hour later, the sports car pulled up in front of the hotel. Before getting off the bus, Jishin received an international call. Yi Wuxiang got off the car alone and entered the hotel auditorium alone. The auditorium was full of clothes and drinks, and she found a quiet corner to savor the desserts that the party served to its guests. At the first bite into her mouth, she frowned. The texture, it's far worse than the one made by Jishin. While hesitating to continue eating, an angry female voice came from behind her. Yi Wuxiang, why are you here? The visitor was Rong Qingru, who was wearing a short white princess dress, and in her coiled-up hair, she carried a small crown of broken diamonds. What? She is Yi Wuxiang? Kai Cheng, who was next to Rong Qingru, was astonished. She was under the impression that Yi Wuxiang was the gloomy and timid village girl with thick bangs. Not this drop-dead gorgeous, bright and noble beauty in front of you? It's her. She changed her hairstyle. Rong Qingru squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth, itching to rush up and tear Yi Wuxiang apart. Brother Shin ignored her and she was suspended from school for review, all because of Yi Wuxiang. I see. As a woman herself, Kai Cheng understood very well how much a hairstyle could affect a woman's face value. She walked to Yi Wuxiang and said with a cold snort, Aya, they say that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. And it's true. A gown can package a village girl into a celebrity, causing me to almost not recognize her. She wasn't afraid of the big money behind Yi Wuxiang. $50 million is a sky-high price for rural people, but for a powerful family like theirs, it's just a deal that barely scratches the surface. Learning that Yi Wuxiang had bullied Rong Qingru in school, she planned to take out a bad breath for Rong Qingru, and in the meantime, to please and ingratiate herself with the Rong family. Yi Wuxiang lifted his eyes. The woman in front of her wearing a custom-made red cheongsam with a pearl necklace was Xin Wenyu's mother. Kai Cheng. Kai Cheng is a lucrative woman, has been dissatisfied with his son, has a rural daughter-in-law. That rural people married and cannot bring any role to the Shin family, but only let the Shin family shame. When the original owner was hosted in the Shin family villa, she did not suffer from Kai Cheng's blank stares and coldness. She didn't hitch a ride on such a womanly idea of Kai Cheng's. However, Kai Cheng was not going to let her go. She looked left and right, calling out to her friends and beckoning. Mrs. Zhao Mrs. Chen Mrs. Li Mrs. Wu, come and see. Look what I found. Upon her invitation, the celebrity noblewomen not far away all came over with their children companions and also noticed Yi Wuxiang sitting in the corner with a cold expression. Yi Wuxiang was extremely beautiful tonight, and the males revealed looks of admiration or fascination, while the females revealed looks of disdain or jealousy. They all had a doubt in their minds. Who is this beauty? Mrs. Kai, what have you discovered? A noblewoman was very puzzled. Yi Wuxiang, that country fiancé of my son's, Kai Cheng exclaimed with disgust on her face. When she saw that my son really didn't like her, she took the initiative to break off the engagement, only to turn around and get hitched to a big spender who was dozens of years older than her, and appeared here in human form, almost not letting me recognize her. At the mention of Yi Wuxiang, the faces of the crowd changed. They weren't students of Fei Bird and didn't usually pay attention to games or chess, only remembering that the Shin family did have such a country fiancé. Hearing that Yi Wuxiang had a big money man, or a big money man who was dozens of years older than her, everyone looked at Yi Wuxiang with contemptuous eyes. At a young age, you sell your body and don't learn. I've seen a lot of these rural women trying to turn pheasants into phoenixes. Amidst the accusations, Rong Qingru revealed a painful smile. By the way, where's your big money man Leo? Don't you want to show him to the gang? Kai Cheng looked around the room, looking for the middle-aged bald man that Rong Qingru had mentioned. After she searched for half a day and didn't find it, the dinner party initiator, the heir of the Ji family in the capital city, Ji Shun, instead, walked in from outside, with his special assistant Fengjiu following behind him. The brilliant light of the European chandelier spread over him, making him look as handsome and inoffensive as a heavenly god. Everyone's faces were straightened and changed into a dignified and decent appearance, unwilling to leave a bad impression on Ji Shun. Seeing Ji Shun walking straight towards them, they showed joy and respectfully shouted, Ji Shao, is something good going to happen to them? The younger girl blushed and her heart raced violently. Rong Qingru also revealed a slightly petulant look. You guys seem to have a problem with Yi Wuxiang? Ji Shun had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Before he came in, he saw Yi Wuxiang beside him in order to a group of people, which did not have a very kind expression on their faces. Opinions? We can be too opinionated. Kai Cheng was the first to step forward with a look of hatred. Ji Xiao does not know. This woman is called Yi Wushuang. From the countryside. Stupid and dumb. It is my son who can't look at his fiancée. My son broke off his engagement with her, and when she saw that there was no hope of marrying into a wealthy family, she gave herself as a mistress to a man old enough to be her father, and now she shows up here. With you, with us, at such a high-class charity banquet. This is like a mouse that ruins a pot of soup. You should kick her out. Yeah. The smile on Jishin's lips tightened, and coldness converged around his body. The engagement that Yi Wushuan took the initiative to break. In Kai Qing's mouth, it became Shen Wenyu taking the initiative to break the engagement, and Shen Wenyu did not want her. Interesting. Saying that Yi Wushuan was working as a mistress for someone else was even more ridiculous. That woman was born with pride and wouldn't do such a thing even if it broke the sky. Yes, young Ji. Rong Qingru followed and stood out with a firm tone. I saw Yi Wushuan hugging a middle-aged male with my own eyes. Everyone in the Bird of Prey Academy knows about this. Kai Qing picked up where she left off. In my opinion, we shouldn't just kick Yi Wushuan out. That Yi Wushuan's male companion should be kicked out as well. What kind of occasion is this? Is it a place where people like them deserve to come? I'm ashamed to be in the same hotel as them. The guests next to him nodded along. This kind of uptight stuff really shouldn't be here. Feng Jiu indifferently asked Kai Qing, do you know who Miss Ye's male companion is? It's a bald man named Leo in English. Kai Qing immediately replied. In the back of his mind, however, there was a twinge of doubt. Miss Yi? How can Mr. Ji's special assistant call Yi Wushuang Miss Yi? In the next second, she heard Feng Jiu reply in a voice that was cold to the bone. Miss Ye's male companion is Mr. Ji. Kick them out? Do you have that qualification? The words landed on the ground, and everyone in the four corners of the room was shocked. The male companion of the village girl Yi Wushuang was actually the famous Ji Xiao, the initiator of this charity dinner? This was not the same as what Kai Cheng and Rong Qingru had said. What did you say? Kai Qing thought she had heard wrong. Rong Qingru opened her mouth slightly, frozen on the spot. Chapter 44 Dancing Together. She is the savior of the Ji family. No one expected that Yi Wushuang, who came from the countryside, could be involved with the number one young man in the capital, just as Kai Qing and Rong Qingru were puzzled. Feng Jiu's next words explained their doubts and made them fall into an ice cave. Miss Yi is young Grandpa Ji's savior. All of the Ji family must treat her with courtesy and respect. Nonsense such as Ms. Yi being adopted by a middle-aged man. I advise you all to think with your brains before you see if you can say it. People around you look at me. I look at you. All see in each other's eyes impossible 3 words. What's Ji Xiao's status? What's the status of the Ji family? Yi Wushuang has become Ji Xiao Grandpa's savior, and has been a great benefactor to the Ji family. Does she still need to look for a middle-aged man to beg for adoption? No need. This Kai Cheng and Rong Qingru really have their brains caught in the door, dare to say such unreliable words. Meanwhile, there's a little question on everyone's mind. How did Yi Wushuang become Grandpa Ji Xiao's lifesaver? They were curious, but didn't dare to ask, nor were they qualified to do so. Ji Xiao, what about the two of them? Feng Jiu pointed at Rong Qingru and Kai Cheng and asked Jishin with a respectful attitude. Since these two think that Wushuang and I are not worthy of sharing a room with them, then send them away. The Ji family's business. I don't think it's high enough to climb up to the Rong and Shin families. Jishin's voice was low, calling Yi Wushuang as Wushuang, sounding very familiar and intimate. Yi Wushuang raised his eyes slightly, but did not say anything. Names were just code names to her. She continued to eat the cake. The hotel security guards immediately came out and arrived in front of Kai Cheng and Rong Qingru, signaling them to leave the venue. No, Ji Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. Our Shin family and Yi Wushuang have a good relationship. You must not take it seriously. Kai Ching's head was sweating profusely and her face was pale. He only hated that he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, not knowing that Yi Wushuang was the life-saving benefactor of Grandpa Ji Xiao. If she had known that Yi Wushuang had this relationship with the Ji family, she would have been polite and respectful to Yi Wushuang, treating him as an ancestor. Kai Cheng? Shin Wenyu's father squeezed in from the periphery with Shin Wenyu. They had been talking business freely with Rong Qingru's father and mother when they turned around and realized that there was a group of people surrounding the place, and Ji Xiao was among them. There was also a beautiful woman in a black fishtail dress beside Ji Xiao, and the woman looked a little familiar. Yi Wushuang? Shin Wenyu recognized Yi Wushuang and her tone was stunning. Even though he was disgusted in his heart with Yi Wushuang's behavior of being a mistress for someone else, there was still a trifle of infatuation in his eyes. Yi Wushuang, who was attending the banquet in formal attire, was gorgeous. Along with them came an influx of other guests, including some of the students of the Flying Birds, and the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing. Qingru? Rong Qingru's parents also crowded in. What happened? Who's kicking you out? A certain noblewoman nudged her mouth to see what was going on. Your precious daughter, Rong Qingru, and the Shin family's wife, Kai Chung, claimed that Shin Wenyu's former fiancée, Miss Yi, had been adopted by a middle-aged man, and was unworthy of appearing here with a male companion. But other people's Miss Yi's male companion is Ji Xiao, and she is the lifesaver of Ji Xiao's grandfather, so there is no such thing as being adopted by someone else. In a few words, the cause and effect, and the gist of it, were made clear. The faces of the men in charge of the two families changed drastically, and there were many questions in their minds that they wanted to know, but they knew better than to know what was most important at the moment. It was to calm Yi Wuxuang and Ji Shin's anger. They rushed to apologize, as sincerely as they could. However, no matter how sincere they were, Ji Shin didn't even look at them more than once. He raised his hand and gently waved it as if he was an emperor giving orders. Drive out. Yes. The security guards spoke in unison, crossing their arms and pushing the two families out of the room. This scene caused the powerful nobles present to resist a chill down their backs. The Rong family and the Shin family, both of them were prestigious existences in Yen City, especially the Rong family, rooted in Yen City for 100 years. Who can't treat them with kindness? But in front of the Ji family, they were nothing. The smart powerful man sneaked a look at Yi Wuxuang, who was eating the cake with a calm face, and mentally warned himself, Yen City will have more of her new Buddha in the future, and she must not be messed with. The party begins. In accordance with the pre-agreed procedure for the banquet, the lights around the hall were extinguished, leaving only the chandelier to emit light. Elegant, lingering saxophones came on as men in suits came to the ladies, bending over and reaching out. May I have a dance? Sure. Pairs of men and women stepped onto the dance floor for a ballroom dance. The girls who did not have a dance partner made secret glances towards their favorite males, such as Meng Yunjing, who received many hints from girls of her age. These girls think that Jishin is a high sun in the clouds and doesn't have that ability to climb, so they might as well think more about Meng Yunjing. Meng Yunjing was indifferent. His gaze fell on Yi Wuxuang, who was not far away, and his ears were indisputably red again. Every time he saw Yi Wuxuang, he was able to discover a new beauty from her. She's cute in a maid outfit. In her school uniform she is clear and proud. She is regal and cool in an evening gown. He wanted to ask Yi Wuxuang to try dancing. Meng Yunjing was not the only male in the arena who held such thoughts. Everyone stood up, and before they could take a few steps out, they saw the most honorable and handsome man stretching out his hand towards Yi Wuxuang, his good-looking eyebrows lightly arched. Interested in a dance? Looking at the bony hand, Yi Wuxuang pondered for a moment and handed her hand over to Jishin. He provided food, shelter, and escort services, so it wouldn't hurt for her to give him a face. She had one request, though: 2 cakes a week. She sounded extremely serious. 1 cake a week would be too little. Not enough. Jishin was dumbfounded and gently exerted force, pulling her up. Could be. Delicious little prey. A step forward yet. The two of them entered the dance floor, and with their outstanding bodies, looks and temperament, they instantly became the brightest presence in the room. Steps swayed lightly, skirts flew, lights were dimmed, and music played. The men are handsome and the women are pleasing to the eye. The girls' hearts are broken. Ji Xiao is dancing with someone else. The boys' hearts were also broken as Yi Wuxuang danced with someone else. The key also dances so beautifully that it is literally murderous. Woohoo! Once the dance is over, everyone goes back to their seats and auctions off their items in order, or puts on a show. Yi Wuxuang sat down on the stage and made a preliminary observation, and found that most of the men chose to auction off donations, while most of the women chose to perform in the program. The programs fall into 2 general categories: dancing or playing an instrument. There was a short-haired, almond-eyed girl sitting on the stage right now playing the piano. She was skillful, with a striking appearance, and occasionally looked at the piano score with a serious expression. The powers that be nodded their heads and rewarded them with a number of sums of money for their donations. When she finished playing, she got up and lifted the hem of her skirt in a very ladylike curtsy, which was rewarded with loud applause, but she did not leave the stage immediately. I don't know if Miss Yi is preparing an auction item or performing a talent. She opened her mouth abruptly, aiming straight at Yi Wuxuang. Chapter 45, Fighting Qin, Tough Yi Wuxuang. The almond-eyed girl's words landed on the ground, drawing many opposing gazes. It was not a wise move for her to make things difficult for Yi Wuxuang when the former Rong and Shin families had been expelled for humiliating him. Yi Wuxuang came from the countryside. His family was not rich, even if he had talent. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to rise to the top. The young girl didn't care about everyone's gazes. Instead she smiled graciously. Ms. Yi is kind and beautiful, and a great dancer. So I'm sure the preparations are also original, right? I especially like girls like Miss Yi and want to make friends with her. And I can't wait to find out what Miss Yi has prepared. Her name was He Huan, the daughter of the He family. A first-class mansion in Yen City. Hee-Hwan's favorite thing to do is to go off the beaten path. You all think you shouldn't mess with Yi Wuxiang at this time, but I'm going to. Preferring to use this way to gain the attention of Ji Xiao. As long as Ji Xiao could notice her, she could show off her superb talent and conquer him. Hostility swept across Ji Shen's pitch-black eyes. Yi Wuxiang replied indifferently. Talent. Oh, does Miss Yi also intend to perform a talent show? I wonder what type of talent Miss Yi is going to perform. Hee-Hwan acted warmly, as if she was a long-lost sister. If it's dancing or playing an instrument or something like that, can I accompany you on the side? I really want to collaborate with MS. Yi Wuxiang looked at the piano behind Hee-Hwan, his voice cold and without fluctuation. Piano. The evening was prepared with many musical instruments, which were moved up and down and hauled in and out by staff after each performance. Not to mention cumbersome and time-consuming. She didn't want to waste time. A steel piano? The smile on Hee-Hwan's face froze slightly, skepticism and contempt welling up in his heart. Piano. The king of musical instruments. Buying a piano starts at $10,000 at the very least, which is not an amount that a poor rural family can afford. Yi Wuxiang is pretending, right? Or did she learn the piano for a while after meeting Ji Xiao and plan to perform? That's a real scandal. The scorn in Hee-Hwan's almond eyes flickered and he took a step back. I didn't expect Miss Yi to play the piano as well. Come on, please ask Miss Yi to come on stage and play. Yi Wuxiang stepped onto the stage with a calm pace, came to sit in front of the piano and pressed a key with his fingertips. Ding! The sound of the piano. After this tone, a second tone did not come out after a while of work. Yi Wuxiang looked down at the keys of the piano, not knowing what she was thinking. The guests were a bit puzzled and talked amongst themselves. Ji Shen folded his legs and was calm and collected his breath. Hee-Hwan laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face he said kindly, if Ms. Yi isn't very good at the piano, we can change. Before the rest of the words could be said, Yi Wuxiang's 10 fingers leaped on the black and white piano keys. The ethereal and gentle music played out from under her hands. What the tune is called, people are not sure. They just don't think they've heard it or learned it. The initial melodies, mysterious and soft, are like mayflies spawned from heaven and earth, tiny and fragile. After a few moments, the rhythm picks up and the pitch rises, like a black cloud pressing down on a city and a violent storm approaching, making the listener tense up and hold his breath. The pitch kept rising to the point where it was on the verge of exploding, and ended abruptly. Yi Wuxiang's 10 fingers left the keys of the piano, and the listeners were so high in their suspended emotions that they forgot to breathe. After a second on hold, Yi Wuxiang resumed playing. This time, the zither sound was majestic, atmospheric and heavy, like a new birth and a metamorphosis. The inconspicuous mayfly finally survived the storm, and stood on the top of the mountain in human form, picking the stars and the moon with his bare hands. After the climax, the melody returns to its initial soft mystery, like crying out, like reminiscing, like remembering. Slowly, the piano stopped. A noblewoman felt a coolness on her face, so she reached up and wiped it. Freezing, why am I crying? The mood of this track is so strongly rendered. Snap. The applause was heartfelt and enthusiastic, and everyone was ho-hum about their praise. Ms. Yes, piano playing is so good. I almost cried too. Every one of my pores opened up. It was so shocking and comfortable. This song only comes from heaven. I'm willing to donate $200,000 to charity. I'll donate $300,000. She plays better than Hee-Hwan. Originally, everyone was still thinking that no matter what Yi Wuxiang played into, they would be done with praising with a clear conscience. The result was greatly beyond their expectations. Hee-Hwan was stunned. Her original intention was to step on Yi Wuxiang as a stepping stone to show off her strength. How is it that you've been stepped on by Yi Wuxiang in turn, and given Yi Wuxiang as a control object? Miss Yi has good piano skills. I'm mesmerized. Hee-Hwan panicked and remedied the situation. As a student at Berkeley, I especially enjoy playing the piano with people, and I was wondering if you'd like to play with me once, in order not to annoy people, especially Ji Shen. Hee-Hwan also added, wait, if Ms. Yi can beat me, I'm willing to donate $1 million to the slums in my private name. Berkeley, a globally recognized music school with a limited number of students enrolled each year. This was the source of Hee-Hwan's confidence. Hearing 1 million, Yi Wuxiang calmly spat out a word. May. She got up and gave her place to Hee-Hwan. Hee-Hwan took his seat and started playing Ghostfire. Ghostfire is known worldwide as the hardest practice song, which is a test of skill and is regarded as a special song for showmanship. Even major pianists rarely challenge Ghostfire in recitals. Hee-Hwan is very talented and can play Ghostfire steadily at a young age. Guests nodded their heads and complimented. What a student to be accepted to Berkeley. After the song, He Huan gasped slightly and got up to look at Yi Wuxiang with more than a touch of provocation in his eyes. Yi Wuxiang took his seat and started playing Ghostfire as well. The difference is that her Ghostfire is a sped-up version, with a tempo speed that's a whole lot faster than Yi Huan's. The guests only felt that Yi Wuxiang's playing seemed to have been pressed on the fast-forward button, and they could not see her fingers with their naked eyes. In a few moments, the song is finished. Yi Wuxiang stood up. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, his temples were not sweating, and his breathing was not disordered. It was obvious at a glance who was stronger and weaker between her and Yi Huan. Snap! The arena erupted in thunderous applause. MS. Yi is so tough. Her piano skills are even better than Berkeley's students. A noble son comes from a cold family. The ancients have not deceived me. Yi Wuxiang spoiled himself. His face did not have the joyful pride of being praised. He just lightly glanced at Yi Huan. Remember to keep your promise. She was fighting Yi Huan over the piano for that $1 million. Yi Huan took half a step back, his face trying to fake a smile and genuinely cry. It was hard to see. Under the stage, Jishin's ink eyes lightly converged and opened his mouth carelessly. It's understandable to be young and wild and like to fight, but before challenging others, it's best to weigh your own weight first, so as not to humiliate myself and be made a joke of. Chapter 46. Yi Wuxiang is not on the same level as them. After Jishin said this, Yi Huan didn't have the face to stay at the banquet, left $1 million and left. The guests looked odd. In all honesty, Yi Huan's acceptance into a world-renowned music school is a big deal, isn't it? In the entire city of Yen, only one Yi Huan has come out in decades. Blame it on Yi Wuxiang being even more perverted. The speed at which he played the piano was as if he had borrowed the hand and was in a hurry to return it. It's not a good idea to disobey. The party continues, only with Yi Wuxiang's jade in front of him. The latter's well-prepared programs were met with mediocre response. The resourceful flying bird student, who has already captured several evening gown photos of Yi Wuxiang to post on the forum. There are also students quietly recorded Yi Wuxiang and Yi Huan's Qin fighting process, as well as uploaded to the forum. The name of good things to share with everyone. The big matter of Yi Wuxiang being the life-saving benefactor of the Ji family was certainly something that everyone would not forget to emphasize. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Yi Wuxiang had just returned to class 7 when he was surrounded by Jane Jiaoyang and the others. Queen, why didn't you tell me you were at the charity dinner too? If I had known, I wouldn't have been home playing games. Jane Jiaoyang was in tears in her heart, feeling like she had missed out on $1 billion. The corner of Yi Wuxiang's mouth pulled lightly. And we just found out that the queen is actually young Grandpa Ji's savior. So it's the Ji family that's been transporting the queen to and from school all this time? Girl A's eyes were adoring. Yi Wuxiang nodded slightly and did not say anything about the fact that she was living in the Ji family villa and was sharing a bed with Jishin. Boy B said, Queen, did you know that someone sent the flyer young Qingru printed out to the Bunny Chat Plaza? The owner of Bibbit saw it and made an announcement overnight that he was the male in the photo and was looking for you to bow and apologize for changing the rules halfway through the game. It's not hugging you. It's not harboring you, and it says it's going to sue Rongqingru for defamation. Qian Yong saw this picture last night, as well as the gossip that circulated from this picture, and his guts were scared out of his wits. How dare he steal a woman from Jishin? He wrote the announcement himself on the spot and did not dare to delay at all. The announcement was screenshot to the forum. Everyone knows the queen is innocent. Jane Jiaoyang's tone was happy. Right now, the school forums are buzzing. On one hand, he was surprised at Yi Wuxiang's relationship with the Ji family. On the one hand, he was lamenting Yi Wuxiang's all-round crushing of Rongqingru, following the face value, study, chess and video games. Rongqingru's background and the piano that she was so proud of also lost out in front of Yi Wuxiang. What makes people ponder more is the difference in attitude between Yi Wuxiang and Rongqingru on the matter of being adopted. As soon as young Qingru saw Boss Bunny approaching Yi Wuxiang, she immediately took a picture and maliciously guessed the relationship between the boss and Yi Wuxiang. Without seeking evidence, he printed leaflets in a big way to smear Yi Wuxiang's reputation. Afterwards, he was still villainous enough to go in front of Yi Wuxiang and direct himself, and was hit in the face by Yi Wuxiang. As for Yi Wuxiang, he was calm throughout. She didn't explain her innocence and didn't care about outside gossip. It is evident from this alone. Yi Wuxiang and everyone else is not a level grade. She is far more powerful than they are. I've heard that the student council side has joined together to the principal's office, intending to dismiss Rongqingru and push another queen to be the student council president. By the way, tomorrow is a long vacation. Does everyone have any plans to meet up for a barbecue fondue or something like that? Young family villa. Xin Wenyu's father took Xin Wenyu and Kai Ching and angrily came to the door looking for an argument. Where's Rongqingru? Call her out and give us an explanation. After last night's charity dinner, businessmen who had originally planned to cooperate with the Xin family had cancelled their intentions to cooperate. The businessmen who were already cooperating would rather compensate for the breach of contract and terminate their cooperation, not wanting to get involved with the Shin family. What the reason is, the Shin family knows. Kai Cheng offended Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan was the Ji family's savior. Offending Yi Wuxuan was offending the Ji family. Who dares to risk doing business with the Shin family that offended the Ji family? And the reason why Kai Cheng was looking for trouble with Yi Wuxuan was all because Rong Qingru was fanning the flames on the side. If it wasn't for Rong Qingru's rumor that Yi Wuxuan was being adopted by a middle-aged man, could Kai Cheng have said that about Yi Wuxuan? Mr. Shin rest his anger. Rong Qingru's mom and dad, their mood wasn't much better. The Rong family was now facing the same thing as the Shin family. Large clients pull away on hearing the news and new clients stay away. The century-old foundation is shaky and will tip over. But Rong Qingru is their daughter no matter what. Rong Qingru's mother said, Mr. Shin, Mrs. Kai, things have already happened and we can't change anything except try our best to remedy the situation. Instead of getting angry, why don't we discuss Qingru and Wen Yu's marriage? Didn't you all urge us to finalize this earlier? The Rong family was not particularly enthusiastic about the Shin family at first. After all, the Rong family is the oldest and most powerful family in Yen City, and the Shin family is still a little bit short, not enough to be a good match. Now it's good that the door is right. We're all on the same rope now. And a marriage? Dream on you. Kai Cheng poo-pooed. It's Rong Qingru who caused the Shin family to have financial problems now, and you guys still want Wen Yu to marry this disaster back? Why don't you ask the big families in Yen City who the hell dares to marry Rong Qingru? Without 3, 5, 10 years, Rong Qingru can't get over this matter of offending the Ji family. That's the Ji family. Brilliant, powerful, covering both the political and business worlds for 1,000 years, the Ji family. Upstairs. Bedroom. Rong Qingru desperately covered her ears, her tears gargling down like broken pearls. In the screen of the cell phone thrown on the table was the school forum praising Yi Wuxuan and humiliating her. Why? Why things are the way they are? Why had she become a calamity? But Yi Wuxuan had become a redoubtable member of the Ji family? She clearly did nothing wrong. Why did it turn out this way? Little Miss, your courier. The Rong family maid handed a courier to Rong Qingru. Rong Qingru wiped away her tears and unwrapped the courier. And what met her eyes was a court summons. The person who sued her was Qian Yong, the owner of Bunny Escorts. The charge is slander. Claimed that he did not embrace Yi Wuxuan, nor did he adopt Yi Wuxuan, and that he went to the school gate just to apologize to Yi Wuxuan, who was ice clear. Rong Qingru suddenly clenched the summons and bit her lower lip, her red eyes erupting with monstrous hatred. Icy clean. Icy clean. Good. Very good. Then I'll take this icy cleanliness and ruin it for you. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Her tone sinister. $500,000 to do a favor for me. Flying bird. At the moment of dismissal, students left school one after another. Yi Wuxuan left later because of his turn on duty. She had to go back to her parents' place in Shiqiao village for a long vacation and didn't ask the Ji family driver to pick her up. It was getting dark, and the neon on the side of the road flickered on and off. A light rain pattered overhead, creating a lonely and despondent atmosphere at this hazy hour. Chapter 47. What makes you think that I will continue to be merciful? Yi Wuxuan had a backpack on one shoulder and walked in the rain and fog. Pedestrians were either hurrying to get out of the rain, brushing past her, or in groups of 3, laughing and joking, feeling that someone was watching him. Yi Wuxuan stopped and turned around, and saw a piece of white dress skirt that was too late to hide by the corner wall. An icy hostility surfaced in her dark pupils and she proceeded to walk forward. After walking some more distance, she turned her head toward the right and saw a white lady's leather shoe that had nowhere to rest and was expensive. The style of this white dress skirt, and the style of white lady's leather shoes, Yi Wuxuan had seen them all before. Rong Qingru crossed it. What was the purpose of her stalking herself for so long? In addition to Rong Qingru, there were also 5 big men that had been following Rong Qingru around, as if they had made an appointment in advance. Yi Wuxuan's brows lightly twisted, intending to lure the snake out of the hole. She continued on, deliberately walking into a cul-de-sac. Good evening, pretty little sister. 5 fat men appeared behind Yi Wuxuan. They stared at Yi Wuxuan's slender and slim back and laughed. Rong Qingru sent you guys here? Yi Wuxuan turned around with a calm expression. You don't care who sent us. Drink this. The man in the lead shook the drink in his hand and approached Yi Wuxuan, his lewd tone mixed with impatience. Brothers guarantee to make you happy as a god. He. Yeah. Yi Wuxuan's eyes lifted lightly and took the drink. 5 minutes or so. Rong Qingru appeared at the mouth of the dead-end alley and looked in with an expectant face. She thought she would see Yi Wuxuan being bullied. Nope. Where's Yi Wuxuan? How come Yi Wuxuan is gone? Her pupils shrunk violently, and before she could turn her head to look for Yi Wuxuan's figure, she was first yanked away with force by the person she was looking for. Ah! Rong Qingru panicked and looked up to see a fully clothed Yi Wuxuang, leaning against the wall and looking at her indifferently. How do you? Rong Qingru was filled with shock. The people she is looking for this time are all gangsters, each with great achievements. How can Yi Wuxuang stand here in one piece? What makes you think that I will continue to be merciful? Yi Wuxuang calmly asked her. This cold and arrogant stance poked Rong Qingru's sore spot, and she broke into tears. Little, what are you pretending? You're just a countryside pheasant that can never turn into a phoenix. I, Rong Qingru, am the rightful and honorable daughter of a luxurious family. The one you'll never, in your life, hell welcomes you. Yi Wuxuang interrupted her and looked at her situation. Her red lips lightly opened. With that, she turned without delay, the ends of her hair whipping out in a determined arc through the rain and mist. She, Yi Wuxuang, did not have a bodhisattva's heart, nor did she have a Madonna's heart. She'd given Rong Qingru a chance. Main Street, the old lady laughed on her crutches. Geez, it's finally raining. The city's going to be cleansed of its filth. After settling Rong Qingru, Yi Wuxuang took the bus back to Shiqiao village. In the car, she glanced at the system's progress to confirm the situation. Trial mission 3, completed. A new trial mission will be released tomorrow. Since taking the title of Best Female Escort in Bikini Rabbit, the system gave her a few days off and decided to release a new mission tomorrow. An hour later, Yi Wuxuang returned to Stonebridge Village in Stonebridge Town. The night had fallen completely. It's not raining here in Stonebridge Village, and unknown bugs are letting loose and chirping in the shadows. Wuxuang is back? The sister who lived at the entrance of the village revealed a kind smile and reached out. Your big brother has been waiting for you for a while. Come home and eat. Following the sister's finger, Yi Wuxuang saw a tall man under the streetlight. The man was about 27 years old, the same age as Jishin, and was dressed in ordinary clothes. He had thick eyebrows and a good base of features, except that his skin was bronzed, so he hadn't worked in the sun much. This dark color of his skin added to the manliness of his body and was very much a source of security. His name is Yi Guilu. From a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous building, and he is Yi Wuxuang's elder brother. In his early years, he did not do badly in his studies and received an offer from a top university in China before he graduated. His girlfriend also got into a good art school. Unfortunately, his girlfriend's family is in trouble, and she can't afford to go to college, and she's being forced by her family to marry in exchange for a bride price. After some discussion with his family, Yi Guilu chose to give up his studies and work to pay for his girlfriend's education. Back? Yi Gila's voice was thick. Aha! Yi Wuxuang nodded. Let's go. Yi Guilu wasn't a man of many words. He took a step to the side, signaling Yi Wuxuang to go first. Shiqiao is a small mountain village with village households situated in different parts of the mountain. Yes, house is halfway up the mountain and requires another half hour or so of walking up the mountain. The economy has developed rapidly in recent years, and the village has paved concrete roads for everyone. But there is no extra money to ensure that the curvy mountain roads will have as many streetlights as the city. Villagers will also need to bring their own flashlights. Yi Guilu let Yi Wuxuang walk in front and followed behind himself. The flashlight was very considerate to point forward, illuminating Yi Wuxuang's path forward. Half an hour passed and the siblings arrived at the door of the house. Yi Weiguo waited at the door of the house, saw them return, and said inwardly, "Wife, my son and daughter are back. Bring out the hot dishes from the pot." Coming. Li Chunlan moved swiftly, bringing out the dishes that had been kept warm and placing them on the table. The aroma of home cooking was overflowing as several people washed their hands and began to eat. At the dinner table, Li Chunlan's vicissitudes of life were all smiles. Schwanger looks much better with her bangs up, and she's quite refreshed, isn't she? Yi Weiguo and Yi Guilu nodded. It does look a lot better. This time when you return to Flying Bird, how is that Shen family young master treating you? Li Chunlan was still worried about her daughter's lifelong endeavors. Yi Wuxuang's movement of clamping the food was lurched as he said faintly, "I broke off the engagement." Li Chunlan was stunned and turned to nod. Solve it and save them from always looking like they're in love with each other, as if Schwanger has to climb their high branches. Yi Weiguo put down his chopsticks. Then where did you live after you broke off your engagement? In the past, his daughter had boarded at the Shen family villa, which was an arrangement made by Master Shen. Yi Wuxuang thought about it and replied, "A girlfriend's house." Chapter 48, the first day of missing the sleeping machine. Hearing her daughter say that she had recently stayed at a classmate's house, Li Chunlan quickly asked, "What's the name of that girl's classmate? Her family didn't say anything about you, did they? If you can't, Mom will rent you an apartment near the school, and the family still has some money." She was worried that her daughter would be aggrieved if she stayed at someone else's house when she was not a relative. Although the prices near the school are higher and they have to save a little bit as parents to be able to save the money. You can't suffer a child any more than you have to. No, Yi Wuxuang's eyes slightly drooped as he casually reported the name of a girl in class 7. It's not convenient to tell her family about her living together with Jishen. Otherwise the family might be more than a little shocked. No is good. Li Chunlan put down the dishes and went into the bedroom, and came out with an extra $1,000 in her hand. You take this money and give it to your classmates as rent when you go back to school. We can't take advantage of others or tell them to look down on us. Aha. Yi Wuxuang nodded. Eat first, take an early rest after eating. Tomorrow mom and dad will bring you to the wedding of your eldest uncle's son. Yi Weigua urged. I'll pass. Yi Guilu raised his head, and a hint of tenderness appeared on his hardened face. The paints for Aile's painting are going to run out, and I want to work an extra job to buy her a better set. I'll full name Yuan Shella. The same Stone Bridge Village villagers. Is Yi Gilu's girlfriend? Currently studying in an art college painting department. For the painting to come out well, the pigment should not be too inferior. Okay. Yi Weigua agreed. He wasn't too keen on his son dropping out of school to work to pay for his girlfriend's education. But his son was determined and emphasized that it was his choice and he wouldn't regret it. As a parent, you can only compromise. Night. Yi Wuxuan lay on her own bed, tossing and turning and having trouble sleeping. Her thick and light willow eyebrows knitted lightly in the night. It would be nice to have the sleeping companion tool around. Ji Family Villa. Jishin finished his official business and rubbed his brow as he returned to the master bedroom. Seeing that the bed was empty, his handsome face froze slightly. He Fong remembered that the school was on a long vacation and Yi Wuxuan had gone home to Shircha village. Is this a lonely house? Jishin let out a low laugh and turned off the light to sleep. Day 2. Yi Wuxuan went downstairs. Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan were already fully dressed, and there was a bag of yellow oranges on the table. Your big brother bought it for you. Li Chunlan laughed. He knows you always get carsick. He got up at 3 o'clock this morning to rush to the market to buy the oranges back, and there's carsickness medicine and carsickness stickers inside. In the folklore of Xia, there has always been a saying that sniffing orange peels can relieve motion sickness. Therefore, Yi Guilu woke up early to buy oranges, fearing that his sister would have a hard time on the road. He also thoughtfully prepared motion sickness pills and motion sickness stickers. Yi Wuxuan looked at Orange, his face expressionless. No one had taught her what kind of attitude she should have. For such occasions, there's noodles in the pot. We'll leave after you've eaten. Yi Weigua looked at the time on his cell phone. Yi Wuxuan nodded, had breakfast, and went down the mountain with his parents, waiting for the short bus at the village entrance. 15 minutes later, the bus pulled up at the entrance to the village, and the three of them got on and drove toward their destination. 30 for 1, 90 for 3. The female conductor came to collect the money with a small bag on her waist, and when she saw Yi Wuxuang, who was holding an orange in her arms, she hoed. What a handsome girl. Your daughters? The little girl in front of her was wearing simple to the extreme white short-sleeved jeans, but her appearance was outstanding. And her temperament was even more eye-catching. She was not well educated, and without ink in her stomach. She felt handsome. Yes, my daughter. Li Chunlan sounded proud. The bus arrived at the bus station near noon. The trio transferred to a cab and arrived in front of a 5-star hotel. At the door stood a sign that read, Congratulations to groom Yi Haifeng and bride Bai Ling on their happy marriage. Yi Wuxuang faintly swept a glance. Yi Haifeng is the son of his eldest uncle. In his father Yi Weigua's generation, there were a total of 4 siblings. The oldest is called Yi Jianjun. The second one is called Yi Guoqing. The oldest 3 are called Yi Weigua. The fourth is a younger sister, named Yi Hongmei. In those days, the war had just ended, and the elders' names always carried the good wishes of building and defending the motherland. After so many years, the eldest uncle Yi Jianjun is the best. He started as a small business and saved several $100,000 to set up a garment factory, which did good business and bought several sets of houses. The second Yi Guoqing and the fourth Yi Hongmei have shares in the garment factory, followed by the boss also mixed well in the city to buy a car and house. Yi Weigua, because of the family's straitened circumstances, did not take the ride. Is the 4 siblings the worst mix? The 3 of them paid their share and walked into the sub-hall contracted by their eldest uncle. The hall was crowded. There were business associates from the garment factory, classmates and friends of the bride and groom, and groups of relatives from each side. Not long after, the 3 of them found their right place to sit, and their butts were still warmed up when a familiar face came in front of them. If it isn't third brother's family, it's been a long time. How's the harvest in the fields? The person who spoke was called Yi Hongmei and was wearing a brand new stylish red dress. She is followed by her honest husband, and her daughter, Han Xiangxue, who wears a pink modified hanbok. Han Xiangxue is the same age as Yi Wuxuang, with a melon face. Nay, her eyes are slightly small and not very beautiful. The look on her face was, well, confident. It's okay. Yi Weigua was similarly of an inarticulate nature. Really? I saw that you all came in old clothes and thought that the crops in the field had been eaten by voles. Yi Hongmei had a loud voice and sat down next to Li Chunlan. If your family is short of money, just ask my sister. Although my sister is not rich, $300,000 can still be taken out to give you for nothing. Ah, she looked like a hothead, but her face was a sneer. Yi Hongmei had problems with Yi Weigua's family. This is related to the Shin family's child marriage. When the doll's marriage set by Master Yi and Master Shin was supposed to fall on Yi Hongmei refused, because the Shin family's economic conditions at that time is average. Not enough to luxury word. She chose to free love. As a result, the Yi and Shin families deferred the doll's marriage to the next generation. In the next generation, the Shin family rose to become a new powerhouse in Yen City. On the Yi family side, the oldest gave birth to a son and the second gave birth to 2 sons. The third oldest, Yi Weigua, besides having several sons, also had a daughter, Yi Wushuang. The doll's marriage was a matter of course, and it went to Yi Wushuang's head. Yi Hongmei also gave birth to a daughter. She felt that even though she was married out, she was still a member of the Yi family, wasn't she? Why should Lao San's daughter be able to marry the Shin family and her daughter not? Besides, this doll's marriage should have belonged to her in the first place. It was her who refused before it was Yi Wushuang's turn, right? She decided to fight for her daughter's chance to marry into the family. The Shin family outright refused. They were not ingrates. It was you who wanted to separate, so you did. Now that I'm rich, you're sending up your daughter? Don't even think about it. Yi Hongmei touched a nose, and felt that this must be Yi Weigua's family in the middle of it. They're the ones who robbed their daughters of their way to the mansion. Therefore, she would sneer at Yi Weigua's family whenever there was a family banquet. This time, she had to step up the heat even more. After all, she had learned the good news a while ago. Chapter 49, My daughter is only a little bit smarter than Yi Wushuang. Thinking about the good news, Yi Hongmei put both arms on the table, leaned forward and winked. Some time ago, our factory salesman came back from a business trip to Yen City and told us that the Shin family had cancelled the doll's marriage with the Yi family. Gee, such a good marriage. How can you cancel it just like that? Is it because your daughter Yi Wushuang is too stupid? No one inside the family knew about Yi Wushuang's poor academic performance. Li Chunlan's mouth opened, but she couldn't say half a word. Shuang's academic performance is really poor. There was a real possibility that the Shin family might cancel the engagement because of this. Due to Yi Wushuang's high coldness and few words, and her dislike of publicity, Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua do not yet know that Yi Wushuang scored a perfect score on the monthly exam. And hooray for winning the Intercollegiate Chess League, with the best female chaperone with Bunny. Seeing Li Chunlan's face of weakness and speechlessness, Yi Hongmei was even more pleased. She pulled over her own daughter and showed her off to Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan. My daughter Han Xiangxue is not the same. Every exam is the top 10 in her grade. I told her not to study too hard and play more on her cell phone and computer or something, and she was still not happy about it, saying that she was going to study, that she was going to get into the best college, and that she was going to excel and bring a better life to her mom and dad. This heart of mine is really touched. By the way, she taught herself German in addition to English. The words landed in the air, and the guests beside him gathered around. Mrs. Yi, your daughter still speaks German? That's too impressive. So many kids can't even understand English. And your daughter knows German. This kid will have a future. Everyone knows that Yi Hongmei's big brother is the owner of the clothing factory, Yi Jianjun. Thus, these compliments were given out of 2 parts sincerity and 8 parts flattery. Overrated. Just a little bit smarter than my third brother's daughter. Yi Hongmei waved her hand and smiled brightly. Her daughter, Han Xiangxue, also raised her chin, as if she were a cockerel that had won a fight. Yi Hongmei turned her head towards Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua again. I remember Yi Wushuang's English is not very good. You guys let her add my daughter's contact information. My daughter can still tutor her when she has time. You guys this life is already wasted. Don't let your daughters, too, lose at the starting line. Before the last word could be uttered, a violent factor surfaced in Yi Wushuang's eyes. She picked up the teacup on the table for entertaining guests and splashed it directly onto Yi Hongmei's face. Yi Hongmei screamed in shock. The tea was slightly hot, and the fine tea leaves stuck to her hair, face, and chest dress everywhere. Mom, wife, Mrs. Yi. Various types of addresses rang out together, and the unusual movement caused the peripheral guests to gaze towards this place from time to time. Yi Hongmei wiped the tea leaves and water off her face as she looked at Yi Wushuang across the table. She held the empty teacup in her hand, highlighting that she was the one who started it all. Yi Wushuang, what are you doing? Yi Hongmei slammed the table and chided angrily. You're sick, aren't you? I kindly asked my daughter to tutor you in English and you splashed me with tea. Is there such a thing as treating your elders like that? What do your parents usually teach you? This, Yi Weigwa stood up and tried to speak for his daughter, in front of his body, but across an arm. It was none other than Yi Wuxuang. She stopped her father, her icy cold sight shooting straight at Yi Hongmei. Say another half-assed word about my parents, and I'll be doing more to you than just spilling tea. The domineering words caused both Yi Weigwa and Li Chunlan to be stunned. They sat in their chairs and looked up at their daughters. The drive and confidence on their daughter's face put them in a bit of a trance. Since when are daughters allowed to protect them? What happened? Not only the guests, but the hotel staff had gathered. It seems like Mrs. Yi said something about this pretty girl's parents, and the girl splashed Mrs. Yi with tea. Guest A tried to summarize. The girl's pretty brave then. Guest B nodded. Yi Hongmei, however, stretched her neck and retorted, when did I say your parents were wrong? I'm telling the truth. There are 4 siblings in the family, and your family is the only one still farming in the mountains, without a car or a house. So what is it if you're not wasted? I'm really trying to help your family with my advice, and your psyche is too fragile. They're all glass-hearted. Han Xiangxue uttered words popularized on the internet and joined her mother in satirizing Yi Wuxuang's family. Really want to help our family? Good. Yi Wuxuang took out the bank card from her mother's wallet, and handed it to Yi Hongmei, her stunningly beautiful face expressionless. Didn't you just say you could give our family $300,000 for nothing? Now, put the money on the card. Yi Hongmei did not take the bank card, and the muscles on her face twitched slightly. What she just said was just a pretense of politeness. Where would she really give money? 300,000 is not a small amount. Can buy a good car? How can she give Yi Weigwa family 300,000 for nothing? It's not like she's a little cutie. But if you don't pay, you're sitting on your own satire of Yi Weigwa's family. Today is Big Brother's son's wedding. I won't mess with you guys, but I, Yi Hongmei, from now on, will also have no connection with your third house anymore. Yi Hongmei pulled Han Xiangxue away, urging her daughter loudly as she walked away, saying it for all to see. Xiangxue, you must study well. If you don't study well, you'll end up like Yi Wuxuang. Your fiancé doesn't want you, and the person is still uncultured and uneducated, like a crazy. Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely study hard and not disgrace you. Han Xiangxue nodded her head vigorously. The farce stops. Yi Wuxuang sat down again with a calm expression. The cleaning lady came over to clean up, not forgetting to quietly give Li Chunlan and Yi Weigwa a thumbs up. Your daughters, oxen, were not raised in vain. She could wake up smiling in her dreams if her daughter had that kind of ability and drive. Li Chunlan and Yi Weigwa looked at each other. I was puzzled as to why my daughter's temperament had changed so drastically, but I was glad that she had done what she had done. The wedding begins. The beautiful and romantic wedding march came out from the stereo. Under the auspices of the master of ceremonies, the bride and groom came on stage. The man with decent features and the woman with a clean look. They exchanged rings and both parents came on stage. The eldest uncle, Yi Jianjun, is a middle-aged male with a country face and slightly gray hair at the temples. After some negotiation, several heavyweight guests also took the stage to express their congratulations. One of them was a blonde foreign male followed by an interpreter. The foreign man spoke a string of Italian, and the translator listened and said in Chinese, Mr. Yi, Mr. Lawrence wishes you a prosperous business and 100 years of happiness for your son and daughter-in-law. Thank you, thank you. The eldest smiled with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and joked good-naturedly. Instead of wishing me good luck with my business, Mr. Lawrence should help me get through to Eiffel's side of the business. He has a garment factory that has gone into multinational business. I've been worried lately about how to establish a partnership with Eiffel. Lawrence shrugged his shoulders and continued to speak Italian as the translator followed. He said he would like to help you. But, Mr. Eiffel is a man of uncertain character. Some businessmen have been pleasing him for 3 years and he ignores them. Some people only say it once, and he makes cross-country calls overnight to personally agree on it, so it all remains to be seen. Just as the words were finished, Lawrence's cell phone rang. Chapter 50, Wuxuang, do you know German? Lawrence received a cross-country video invitation. The invitee was no other than Eiffel. It's Eiffel. Lawrence sounded a little surprised. Although Yi Jianjun didn't understand Italian, he understood the pronunciation of Eiffel. He instantly raised his heart to his throat. What? What's wrong? Did Mr. Eiffel read my letter of intent to cooperate? Well, that's a good thing today. The interpreter immediately helped Yi Jianjun to inquire. Lawrence's eyes signaled Yi Jianjun to be at ease and connect the video. On the other end of the video was a handsome foreign adult male with brown hair. His pupils were crimson. He was wearing a white shirt with the collar unbuttoned twice, and he was leaning against the sofa, one arm still resting on the pillow next to him, the whole person looking lazy and wanton, like the vampire count from classic movies. Through the video, you can also see the floor-to-ceiling windows in his mansion and the roiling night outside of them. The time difference there is completely reversed from Summerland. I don't have much time, so if you can make up your mind, we'll talk about the clothing factory. Eiffel mouthed German, bright auras flashing in his crimson pupils as he held up a document in his hand. The document is a translated version of Yi Jianjun's letter of intent to cooperate, which Lawrence sent in person. I didn't realize it was really about the clothing factory, but the translator I brought with me today doesn't understand German. Damn it! The joy in Lawrence's heart dissipated and his tone was regretful. What is the situation now? Yi Jianjun asked the interpreter. Mr. Lawrence said that what Mr. Eiffel had to say had something to do with the clothing factory, but the interpreter colleague who knows German is on leave today and I don't understand German. The interpreter's expression was innocent. Don't be in a hurry. You wait. Yi Jianjun immediately instructed his men to quickly contact an interpreter who knew German. Seeing this, Mr. Lawrence gave another Italian speech. The interpreter translated. It's too late to go looking for it now. Mr. Eiffel is very punctual in his routine and will be going to bed later. Then wait for him to sleep and wake up before discussing business. Is it okay? Yi Jianjun asked. Lawrence, I can't guarantee it. He's very elusive. Maybe if you miss this one, you won't get a chance next time. Yi Jianjun anxious. This cooked duck cannot fly off, so he broke down and asked at the wedding. Does anyone speak German? I'd be grateful if you could translate Mr. Eiffel for me. At the same time, words that others could not see lit up in front of Yi Wuxuan's eyes. Trial mission, for facilitate a tripartite meeting. Yi Wuxuan lifted his eyes. The tripartite meeting refers to the talk between Yi Jianjun, Lawrence and Eiffel. Before she could say anything, at the other table, Yi Hongmei raised her hand high, her tone excited. My daughter will. Brother, my daughter will. Han Xiangxue immediately became a target. Instead of panicking, she lifted her chin higher. Shanxi knows German? Doesn't the school only teach English? Yi Jianjun wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. He was usually so busy with socializing that he didn't know his sister's daughter still spoke German. She taught herself German. She's old and smart. Yi Hongmei pushed Han Xiangxue forward and said while looking askance at Yi Wuxuan. It's not like everyone is like Yi Wuxuan, who can't even learn English. Xiangxue actually has such great skills? Sister, you taught me well. Xiangshui, quickly come up and help me translate. Yi Jianjun hurriedly beckoned. Han Xiangxue then walked towards the red carpet stage under the gaze of all the guests in the hall. Mr. Yes sister, says her daughter knows German. The interpreter translated in Lawrence's ear. Okay, Lawrence nodded, aiming the video at Han Xiangxue. Han Xiangxue realized that the person in the camera was an exotic beauty. Her face instantly reddened, her heartbeat flew faster, and love was written in her eyes. It was a gesture that caused Eiffel on the other side of the planet to frown in disgust. He hated nymphomaniac women, regardless of nationality. Xiangxue, speak quickly, Yi Jianjun urged. Aha! Han Xiangxue nodded and spoke. Hello, mein name ist Schnee. Wie ist es Kurzlich? Hello, my name is Yuki. How have you been? The awkward pronunciation, and the unrelated greeting, made Eiffel laugh back in exasperation and impatience. Tell the head of the clothing factory that I can work with him, provided he and Lawrence each let in 5 profit points. He spoke so fast that Han Xiangxue was so confused that she could only vaguely catch basic German words. In fact, she wasn't much more proficient in German. She's self-taught after all, and her vocabulary is barely enough for daily hush-hush. How can she use it in the workplace? She was sweating intense. This translation task, it's not like what she imagined it to be. Ha! What did Mr. Eiffel say? Yi Jianjun was jittery. Han Xiangxue half a day and a half couldn't put out a fart, and could only look at her mother for help. What are you looking at me for? Say something? Yi Hongmei was in a hurry. If her daughter could translate it in front of so many people, there was no telling how much light would be on her face. She was just in time to show off for the third house. Look at the daughters I've raised and look at the daughters you've raised. It's not at all the same level. Han Xiangxue flattened her mouth. Aggrieved. Mr. Eiffel is talking too fast and there's a lot of workplace jargon that I can't understand. Then what are you doing up here? You think I'm here so you can greet him? Nonsense. Yi Jianjun held his forehead and was filled with disappointment. That's what he said. How can a senior be fluent in German other than English? He gave up. What's wrong? Lawrence asked. The interpreter replied. This girl is a beginner in German and doesn't know the terminology to be able to interpret. Tell me if it's true. Will you? Lawrence was convinced. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be lost. The guests on stage also had a speechless look on their faces. No, it's okay. You're already very good at speaking basic German. Yi Hongmei looked for a step down for herself, and her own daughter. Unlike some people who can't even speak English yet. When she said this, Yi Hongmei looked at Yi Wuxuan. not forgetting to step on Yi Wuxuang at all times. Everyone followed her eyes and looked at Yi Wuxuang together. Yi Wuxuang, however, opened her red lips lightly and translated precisely. Eiffel said he could work with the garment factory, provided the factory and Lawrence each let in 5 profit points. A crisp, female voice hovered over the hall. The crowd was dumbfounded. This little girl in cheap clothes, from a mountain village, can translate German? Didn't Yi Hongmei say that Yi Wuxuang didn't even know English? What is this girl talking about again? Lawrence heard Yi Wuxuang call out his name, and the pronunciation was quite standard. She indicated that Mr. Eiffel agreed to cooperate provided that you and the garment factory each concede 5 profit points. The interpreter was also surprised. Yi Jianjun's tone was excited, as if he had seen hope. Wuxuang, you know German? No, she doesn't understand. Chapter 51. She's speaking both German and Italian here. Before Yi Wuxuang could answer, Yi Hongmei grabbed the first to stand up and coldly grunted. How can she understand German when she doesn't even know English? Don't think you know everyone doesn't know German, so you're trying to fool everyone and save face in the process. To beat Yi Hongmei to death. Yi Hongmei did not believe that the daughter of the third house family would speak German. That's German, which is admittedly very difficult to learn. Yi Jianjun was really puzzled. He knew well that the third house family had always lived in the mountains and farmed. The daughter of the third house family never did very well either. Could it be true that Yi Wuxuang was lying to them as the fourth sister had said? He didn't want to fall for it twice in a row. Foolish. On his cell phone, the handsome man spat out a word and leaned over with the intention of hanging up the video. He couldn't understand Chinese and hadn't studied Italian. It can only be judged by the picture. And the head of the clothing factory got a nymphomaniac to translate. And the nymphomaniac didn't understand what he was saying. The other girl stood up immediately after. And then the group of Summerlanders seemed to get into an argument. Very foolish and ridiculous. It's not a business to be in. He's not a non-clothing factory. Mr. Eiffel is hanging up. The translator was the first to notice the scene. Lawrence and Yi Jianjun were wide-eyed, unable to do anything at all. Ich kann übersetzen, I can translate. Yi Wuxuang spoke the most standard German and walked towards the red carpet stage. Eiffel's hand lurched as he hung up the phone and sat back on the couch, staring at the woman who was getting closer to the camera. He couldn't see her just now from a distance, but now that he was closer, he realized that she was beautiful. She had beautiful features, no worse than the female models around him. More impressive than her looks was the temperament she carried, like snow and ice, hard to color. Good German. Come to our country to study or live for a while? Eiffel was curious as to why Yi Wuxuang's German was so authentic. If her face was covered, he wouldn't believe she was from Xia at all. It's a far cry from the pronunciation of snow. Does this have anything to do with negotiation? Yi Wuxuang coldly asked back. Ask a female assassin of international fame why she speaks German. It's as brainless as asking a chicken why it lays eggs. Knowledge of multiple languages is the most basic standard for an international assassin. Eiffel spread his hands. It's not just her and Snow's German that's so different. Even the attitudes are diametrically opposed. Seeing that Eiffel sat back and had chatted with Yi Wuxuang for a while, Yi Jianjun patted Yi Wuxuang's arm and said happily, Wuxuang, you really know German. Eiffel's reaction is the best evidence of this. Yi Wuxuang didn't say anything. His knife-like eyes fell on the big hand resting on his shoulder. Did she know him well? Yi Jianjun resentfully withdrew his hand. In the back of his mind, he was thinking about hell, and he was startled by the look in his niece's eyes. It's supposed to be an illusion, right? Business matters, he said. The clothing factory would allow 5 profit points, not on Mr. Lawrence's side. Mr. You said the interpreter Lawrence had brought with him froze in mid-sentence, rubbed the back of his head, and muttered to himself in Chinese. Wait a minute, what's that about profit points? I suddenly forgot. There are times when the human brain goes down suddenly. Yi Wuxuang faintly swept his eyes at the translator and said in standard Italian, the clothing factory can give up 5 profit points. Will Lawrence do so? Ooh. One guest was shocked. This is German and Italian all at once for her? He didn't know Italian, but the pronunciation and accent were there for the taking, and there was no mistaking it. Didn't Mrs. Yi say that Yi Wuxuang doesn't even understand English? She said her daughter spoke German, and then she went on stage and did that. And you believe her? Not every guest needs to please Yi Hongmei. On stage, Lawrence was first shocked at Yi Wuxuang's authentic Italian, and then hurriedly stated, I can make 5 profit points too. Getting replies from both sides, Yi Wuxuang then informed Eiffel in the video in German. They agreed to your terms. You exceeded my expectations. Eiffel's arm rested back on the pillow. A hint of dominance added to his red pupils. Interested in being my woman? The teenage girl in the video is beautiful, has a great body, and has a command of at least 3 languages. It's a great choice of spouse, isn't it? He Eiffel is all about fast and furious and trusts his instincts. No. Yi Wuxuang's reply was not half hesitant. Fine. Eiffel turned the tables. Tell Lawrence and the head of the clothing factory that I want. Yi Wuxuang listened and related to Yi Jianjun in Chinese and then to Lawrence in Italian. The interpreter Lawrence brought with him lost his job on the spot in a painful way. But he didn't say anything. After all, when the big event was at hand, it was Yi Wuxuang who helped him to save the scene, otherwise he might have to face a huge payout. The crowd then watched as Yi Wuxuang spoke Chinese, Italian, and German in one moment, translating between Yi Jianjun, Lawrence, and Eiffel. The trilingualism was seamless and fluid as if she had been born with it. 10 minutes later, Eiffel hung up the video to sleep. When the crowd saw that both Yi Jianjun and Lawrence had a satisfied smile on their faces, they understood that this cross-country business had come to fruition. This was all due to Yi Wuxuang. Once this deal is done, the beneficiaries will be numerous. The partners of the garment factory were the first to lead the applause, and the bystanders followed suit. They were not vested interests, but it did not stop them from praising Yi Wuxuang's powerful multilingual strength. The more enthusiastic the applause, the more gray the faces of Yi Hongmei's mother and daughter became, and they could not wait to burrow into the earth. Yi Wuxuang returned to his parents with a normal face. Li Chunlan asked, Shuanger, when did you learn these 2 foreign languages? Teacher has always taught. Yi Wuxuang's eyes drooped slightly and found a reason to excuse himself. The couple chose to believe their daughter. When the wedding was over, Yi Hongmei immediately left with her husband and daughter, realizing that staying would be a source of ridicule. Eldest uncle Yi Jianjun said anything to keep Yi Wuxuang's family in the city for a few more days. Second uncle Yip also said it's been a while since we all got together. In response, Yi Weigui refused. My oldest son's girlfriend's parents are coming over tomorrow and we have to get ready. Yi Wuxuang's eyes flashed lightly. Brother's girlfriend Yuan Shela's parents are coming tomorrow? Then it is indeed necessary to prepare properly. Yi Jianjun nodded his head and waved his hand in a grandiose manner. Third brother, your daughter did a great job for me today. By the time your son gets married, how much dowry do you need? Just tell me, I'll pay it all. In the future, the shares of the garment factory will also have a share for you, so just wait for the end of the year to share the money. The benefits Yi Wuxuang brought to the clothing factory were far more ferocious than the dead money of the various shareholders. The third brother's family deserves this money. Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan and Yi Weigui exchanged a glance, and then looked in unison at Yi Wuxuang, whose expression had been calm since the beginning. Their baby girl, it seems, is a lot more powerful. Chapter 52, Jishin laughs and curses. Little unconscionable. The sun was about to sink in the west when Yi Wuxuang and his parents returned to Shiqiao village. The 3 of them slowly went up the hill, but they saw that in front of their house, there stood a man with a handsome appearance, a straight figure, and a reserved and gentlemanly temperament. Behind him the layers of mountains, the tired birds returning to the forest, the mists and the evening sunshine reflect each other beautifully. In his hand, he also carried 2 delicately wrapped cupcakes, one matcha flavor and one strawberry flavor. Who are you and what are you doing in front of my house? Yi Weigui was the first to ask. He hadn't seen this guy around Stonebridge village. Li Chunlan's expression was also alert. Hello, this is. Jishin's thin lips hooked up slightly, his eyes falling on Yi Wuxuang who was next to the 2. He's the older brother of the girl who went to school with him. Yi Wuxuang was worried that Jishin would expose his identity and attract unnecessary worry and trouble from his parents, so he answered ahead of them. It's their house that I'm temporarily living in after I broke off my engagement with the Shin family. At those words, Jishin raised his eyebrows. Sister in the middle of nothing? He gave a low chuckle to go along with it. Indeed, my sister made the cake herself and entrusted me to deliver it to Wuxuang. Yi Weigui and his wife relaxed. Li Chunlan's smile was a bit embarrassed. Making the cake and personally delivering it. It's really troublesome for you siblings. No trouble, I happen to be on my way. Jishin turned his head to look at Yi Wuxuang. Finding Yi Wuxuang's gaze, already glued to the cake, like a squirrel that saw a nut. Persevering, the smile on his lips intensified. Yi Weigui took out the key and opened the door, reaching out to invite. Come in and have a cup of tea. Then I'll disturb your aunt and uncle. Jishin nodded, calmly, carrying the cake into the hall and placing it on the table. Yi Wuxuang silently walked over, and before her slender hand could touch the cake, she was pulled by her mother. Thank brother first. Li Chunlan ranted. He came all the way from Yen City, so he couldn't lose his manners. Yi Wuxuang froze and looked up at Jishin. Jishin was innocent. This seniority was Yi Wuxuang's own words, and there was nothing he could do about it. Thank you brother. Yi Wuxuang could only stifle these words for the sake of the cake. You're welcome. Jishin arched an eyebrow. She must not have realized how cute she looked in this stifled state. Go up and eat the cake. Li Chunlan handed the cake to Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxiang went upstairs as if she was relieved. The person had not yet entered the bedroom and was already talking eloquently downstairs. Jishin discusses political opinions and views with Yi Weiguo while exchanging ideas with Li Chunlan on how to make home-cooked food more delicious. The elegant and decent conversation made Li Chunlan laugh continuously, and even the unsmiling Yi Weiguo laughed twice. Unconsciously, it was dark. Fengjiu stood in the doorway and said respectfully, "Ji Xiao, the car dash. It's ready. Broke down and still not fixed, is it?" Jishin had a proper smile on his lips, looking straight at his special assistant. Fengjiu took a look at the situation in the hall and quickly understood his own Ji Xiao's intentions and nodded his head. "Yes, it's not fixed yet. So what should we do? Auntie and uncle, is there a hotel around here?" Jishin looked distressed and asked knowingly. Shiqiao is a mountain village with no guest houses, and the nearest guest house is in the town of Shiqiao, which is a half-hour drive away. His family doesn't have a car, and his car broke down, so no one can get through. Yi Weiguo shook his head. "There is no nearby, but my house has an empty room, if you don't mind." He's been an honest farmer all his life, working with crops and watching the news at best. Where can one guess the mind of the mall overlord Jishin? Only to assume that Jishin's car really broke down. How could I mind? Then I'll respectfully trouble the Yi family. Jishin showed some apologies on his face. No trouble, no trouble. I'll go clean up your house. Li Chunlan acted. Before dinner, Yi Guilu called and said that he had to work overtime and would be back later, so he didn't have to wait for him. The meal was eaten by 4 people. Yi Weiguo, Li Chunlan, Yi Wuxiang and Jishin. On the dining table, Yi Wuxiang was silent. On the contrary, Jishin and Yi Weiguo's husband and wife were talking to each other, more like a family. The moon is over the trees and the people are sleeping. Jishin lay on the simple single bed in deep thought, and when he heard the slightest movement, he closed his eyes and pretended to be in deep sleep. The visitor needed no guessing, he knew who it was. The young girl, with a light hand, burrowed under his covers, and because it was a single bed, she was extremely close to him, as if nestled in his arms. Within a short time, the young girl was steadily falling into sleep, her warm breath spraying his chest, along with the heart within it, softening quite a bit. He slowly opened his eyes. The smile in his eyes was shallow, his fingertips wrapped around a strand of green silk of the young girl in his arms. His movements were loving and gentle. Tonight, she could sleep well. The next day, Yi Wuxiang opened her eyes after a full night's sleep. Worried that her parents would check the room, she left Jishin's room and quietly returned to her own bedroom. Jishin half sat up, rubbing his arm that was numbed by Yi Wuxiang's pillow, and cursed with a low voice with a laugh. Little heartless. On the other side, Yi Wuxiang didn't have the idea of sleeping back to sleep either. She took out her cell phone and found that the chat messages of the class group were already 999 plus. The chat centered around Rongqingru. It said that on the first day of the long vacation, Rongqingru was on the headlines of Yin City News. It started with a member of the public. He walks his dog early in the morning and walks it to a dead end. Then, he saw Rongqingru and 5 men lying naked on the ground, which scared him so much that he immediately shouted out. This shout, the surrounding people woke up. Shy people do not dare to look at more than one. The bold people take cell phone wild shot. By the time the police arrived on the news, the reporters had the headlines written. The noisy environment caused Rongqingru to wake up leisurely, and the situation at the scene made her unable to withstand going crazy. No one had expected that the school beauty of the Flying Bird Academy would end up like this. 5 burly men, 2, are nerve damaged and demented from overdoses of unspeakable drugs. Later, the police announced the results of their investigation, saying that they had ascertained, on the basis of bank flows, that young Qing'eryu had trampled on herself and spent $500, 000 on 5 strong men to seek excitement. Naija doesn't know how to moderate, and that's what it's become. Rongqingru was reduced to the laughingstock of the city. The Rong family finished the withdrawal procedures for Rongqingru and moved their family out of Yin City. Seeing this, Yi Wuxiang black screened his phone. 5 people split a bottle of doctored drink, all demented to the point of dementia. One can only imagine the consequences of drinking it alone. Rongqingru didn't give her a chance to live. Downstairs, Li Chunlan made breakfast and went down the hill with Yi Weiguo to buy food and prepare to entertain the guests. Jishin walked out of the room, and the door to the next room happened to open. Yi Guilu walked out, and 2 men of similar age stared at each other in the corridor. If Jishin was compared to a young emperor, unpredictable, Yi Guilu was a general in the sand, introverted and stable. Hello, Jishin greeted with a smile. Having read Yi Wuxiang's investigation file, he knew that this was Yi Wuxiang's elder brother, a man who had a bright future but chose to drop out of school and work to pay for his girlfriend's education. Yi Guilu faintly swept his eyes at Jishin, didn't say anything, and directly went downstairs. Jishin looked at his back, and the smile at the corner of his lips slowly tightened. When he passed by Yi Gilu's bedroom, he saw the layout of the room through the window. Chapter 53, Ji Xiao's curve to save the country. An hour later, Yi Weigui returned with his wife fully loaded. Big fish, seasonal fruits and vegetables, everything. This is already the highest level of hospitality in the countryside. Ah Lu will graduate this year, right? Li Chunlan asked Yi Guilu, who was playing next to him, while washing vegetables in the kitchen. Why don't you two get married after graduation? At the mention of marriage, Li Chunlan was happy to think of her daughter's performance at her big brother's son's wedding yesterday. Schwanger helped the garment factory negotiate a cross-country deal yesterday, so our family has money to get married. Yi Guilu straightened his back, his eyes puzzled. Sister Shi, Mom will tell you about this later. You tell Mom first. Have you talked about when you will get married? Li Chunlan started chopping vegetables. Yi Gilu's action of peeling potatoes gave a start. When she comes, I'll ask her. He and Locke hadn't talked much in a while. She said she was busy, so he didn't bother. When you graduate, you shouldn't be so busy. At lunchtime, the table in the Yi family's hall house was filled with delicious food, and in the pressure cooker in the kitchen, nourishing old hen soup was simmering. Wine and beverages are well prepared. They're probably arriving. Li Chunlan glanced at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall. Yi Weigui and Yi Guilu stood at the door and waited. Yi Wushuang is doing his homework in his bedroom. Jishin was in the other room taking care of business at work. The clock ticked, and an hour passed while we waited. The food is getting cold. Why haven't you come yet? Did something happen? Dangerous house, you ask. Li Chunlan was anxious in her heart. It doesn't matter if people arrive early or late. It mustn't be an accident on the road. Yi Guilu nodded his head and was about to make a call when three people came around the corner of the mountain road. It's Yuan Shela and her parents. Yuan Shela was a woman around 25 years old. She wore a bohemian-style printed long dress. Her black hair reached her waist. Her looks were considered superior, and her temperament was good because of her art studies. Her father wore a specialty suit and her mother wore a thick gold chain around her neck. The rich dress was out of place with the earthiness of the two men. The in-laws are here. Li Chunlan warmly greeted them, because her son began to pay for Yuan Xiola's studies and schooling at an early age, and also promised to marry her. Li Chunlan called Yuan's mother her in-laws all these years, in an attempt to be cordial. That's what Yuan's mother called her. Who are your in-laws? What's the point of yelling when you're not married? Yuan mother was cold. Yi Weigui froze. The Yuan family was not this attitude before? What does your mom mean? Yi Guilu asked Yuan Xiola directly. He paid for Yuan Xiola to go to college, not for Yuan Xiola's mom, to treat his mom with this kind of attitude. My mom's got a straight face, if you don't mind. Yuan Xiola ruffled her hair behind her ear, her tone sparse. I came here to tell you that we're breaking up. I don't want to marry you. Yi Guilu didn't expect his carefully provided for girlfriend to say this. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Why? I'm a graduate of a prestigious school and about to be bailed out of the country, while you have no diploma and can only work in the township. Don't you realize that we're not from the same world anymore? Yuan Xiaola's tone was calm. Why I don't have a diploma? Why I can only work in the town? You don't know? Yi Guilu only felt his heart getting colder and colder. I didn't force you. Yuan Xiaola frowned, her tone unpleasant. And I didn't beg you to drop out of school and work to pay for my education. You volunteered for all of this. I can give you your money back, 10 times over. It doesn't matter. This visit was intended to draw the line in front of both families. In the future, we'll all return to the bridge, return to the road, and pretend we don't know each other when we see each other, so as to give each other decency. Yi Guilu was silent for a moment and spoke. Because the man who is providing for you now is richer than me, right? The dress Yuan Xiaola was wearing, the suit her father wore, and the necklace her mother wore were all expensive. He could see that. Anyone else would have made that choice. Yuan Xiaola didn't hide it. He drives a $30 million sports car, lives in a 600 square foot villa, has over $100 million in the bank. You and him, how do you compare? How do you compare? Yi Guilu repeated these 3 words and let out a low laugh. 4 years ago, your father was in a car accident. Your mother forced you to marry the old man as a continuation. You cried. You wanted to go to college. You still had dreams. I gave up my studies and worked to pay for you. 2 years ago, you told me that your classmates wore designer clothes and looked down on the miscellaneous brands you wore, and that I was working 2 jobs just so you could dress more glamorously. A year ago, when you complained that the paints you used for painting were so inferior that the finished product didn't look as good as others, I got up early and sent you the best paints. Now, you stand before me and say that I am not of the same world as you. You are right. I am indeed not of the same world as you. I know propriety and honor. You don't. Get out. Yuan Xiaola's face turned blue with anger, stepped on her high heels, and led her parents away. On the second-floor balcony, Yi Wuxuan looked at Yuan Xiola's back, his black pupils chilling and rolling. Think love is fragile and easily defeated by money, do you? Jishin walked over and stood side by side with Yi Wuxuan, his voice magnetic and pleasant. Love itself is something unbearable. Yi Wuxuan stared at Yuan Xiola's back until it disappeared, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Except for money, power and life and death can disintegrate it easily. After so many years of carrying out missions, she had seen too many people who abandoned their so-called loved ones in life and death power situations. She looked down at the yellow-orange tangerine in her hand. These are the fresh oranges that her big brother went to the market and bought for her at 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday. She didn't finish it. There were a few left. Since she was young and dependent on her brother, she didn't know how to get along with the Yi family, but she wanted to protect the Yi family. I don't want the Yi family to get hurt and sad. In the next second, Yi Wuxuan had an additional note in front of his eyes with a phone number written on it. This is the contact information for the largest news platform in the country, an authoritative journalist with a sense of justice. I think he would have been interested in the news about the college girl who saw the money and dumped her boyfriend of 4 years who provided for her. Jishin's thin lips rose. Public opinion is a weapon that can kill. As soon as the news reports came out, Yuan Xiola's self-proclaimed bright future would immediately bottom out. Yi Wuxuan reached out for it. This is indeed a good idea. Jishin, however, raised his hand and dodged Yi Wuxuan's hand, his eyebrows lightly raised. You don't want to take this contact for nothing, do you? What do you want me to pay? Yi Wuxuan looked at him and didn't get angry. She and Jishin have always been communicating in a transactional way. She saves his grandfather's life and he offers to sleep with him. She protected his well-being and he provided food and shelter. She wears a maid's outfit and he promises to make her a cake every week. She danced with him and he promised to make 2 cakes a week. Fair and equal. And no one owes each other anything. This contact should also have something to exchange with it. Generally speaking, as the heir to the seasonal family, I lack nothing. And I don't need you to give anything. Jishin leaned against the railing, his tone filled with a confidence that was hard to ignore. Yi Wuxuan did not retort. With Jishin's position, he really didn't lack anything. The rest of the men dreamed of wealth, power, women. He casually beckoned. And there were people who came forward to offer. But I don't have many friends, you know, and it's hard to see sincerity in high places and under interests. Growing up, my peers approached me with an agenda and used me. I'm lonely. Jishin lowered his voice and gently lowered his eyes, a forlorn look appearing on his celestial face. Understandable. Yi Wuxuan nodded. It would be strange for someone like Jishin not to encounter the kind of situation he was talking about. So, can you be my friend? The kind that has nothing to do with profit? He lifted his eyes back up and looked at her with sincere anticipation. Chapter 54, You'll finally look at me with fire in your eyes. Yi Wuxuan had never seen Jishin show this kind of expression. Friends? She thought for a moment and nodded her head and whispered. Yes, he was one of the rare people that she didn't find it hard to get along with. Besides, he could bake cakes and provide escort services. So any way she thought about it, this was a friend she had made without any loss. Wouldn't the number of cakes per week improve if we became friends? This was the only issue Yi Wuxuan had in mind. Jishin looked at her beautiful black pupils that seemed to shine like stars, couldn't help but laugh out loud and said helplessly, Do you really think I'm a dessert maker? God pity him. The charisma of his Hello Jisha was not as good as a few cupcakes. No, I'm just thinking about it. Yi Wuxuan shook his head with a serious expression. She certainly wasn't irrational enough to, well, use her friends as cake makers. I found. Jishin's thin lips slightly opened. Wanting to speak, the corners of his lips kept rising. The cold and cool queen is so cute when she meets a delicious cake. Discover what? Yi Wuxuan asked, wrinkling his eyebrows. How come you stopped talking in the middle of a sentence for good reason? It's nothing. Jishin handed Yi Wuxuan the note with the contact information. It wouldn't be out of the question to make you a couple more cakes if there's time. He didn't have to look up to feel the young girl's gaze fire quite a bit. It's okay. Jishin's narrow ink eyes flashed with an overbearing tenderness that was imperative. You'll eventually look at me with a fiery gaze. Yi Wuxuan got the contact information and went back to the bedroom first. Downstairs, Li Chunlan wanted to comfort Yi Guilu, but she didn't know how to speak. Let's go back to the house first. Yi Weigui knew his eldest son's reticent and introverted nature and pulled Li Chunlan away. Leave your oldest son alone in space to digest. The hot noon sun burned people all over the body. Yi Guilu turned around and walked into the hall. The table full of unattended delicacies reflected in his eyes as if it were a dagger in his heart. There's no need to feel sorry for someone who doesn't deserve it. Jishin stepped out from the stairs. Yi Guilu looked at him and didn't say anything, his eyes full of alertness. I'm not a bad person. There's no need to stare at me like that. Jishin took out a black business card and handed it to Yi Guilu. This business card will give you a chance to get an internship with one of the world's top conglomerates. The top global conglomerate, referring to Ji. Yi Guilu didn't even look at the business card. His tone was contemptuous. The words selling your sister for honor are not in my vocabulary. Seasonal. He knew who the man in front of him was. Ji Shen appeared at his home, only to have thoughts about his sister, but also under the banner of classmate brother. Therefore, he didn't give Ji Shen a good face from the start. You misunderstand me. I, Ji Shen, am not so incompetent in pursuing a woman that I need to curry favor with her family to gain her favor. I was simply trying to recruit a talent for Ji. After all, graduates from the Capital University of Finance and Economics are wanted by every group. Ji Shen let out a light laugh, thinking of the scene he saw through the window when he passed by Yi Gilu's bedroom this morning. Yi Gilu's desk, placed at Capital University of Finance and Economics admission notice. The date shown on the notice was a few days ago. The bookshelf next to the desk is filled with finance-related books. This means that Yi Guilu has been working half-time while dropping out of school to work, and not long ago, by way of self-examination, enrolled in the summer country's top academic institutions, Capital University of Finance and Economics. This university was even better than the one Yi Guilu had once been admitted to. The helpless thing is that those books related to finance, 8 out of 10, all like to take the heir of the Ji family as the cover. So Yi Guilu recognized him, being the same male. Yi Guilu also knew what the purpose of his appearance here was, so he was more than a little wary. The smile on Ji Shenjuan's face was forced. With a great uncle who protects his sister like this, his road to chasing after his wife is even longer yet. Yi Guilu slightly clenched his fists. He had wanted to tell Yuan Shela and the two families the good news that he had gotten into the Capital University of Finance and Economics at this family banquet. But Yuan Shela and Yuan's family are. Ji Shen's voice was elegant. Generally college students. They choose to go for internships in their junior or senior year. You can go in your freshman year. This will allow you to start out just a few years faster than others. And it is also just the right thing to make up for the years you have been delayed because of Yuan Shela. Don't you want to earn more money and improve the living conditions of your parents and siblings? As far as he knew, Yi Guilu had gone to school later than others since childhood because his family had no money. When his peers were in the 3rd grade, he was in the 1st grade and was teased a lot. Now college is so many years behind everyone else, and he's the responsible man. After being betrayed by his girlfriend and having his girlfriend's mother treat his mother badly, he must want to do everything he can to give his family better as soon as possible. Yi Guilu was silent for a moment and spat out 8 words. A mall bully with a reputation to live up to. When those financial books introduced Ji Shen, they all emphasized that he is good at attacking the heart and is well-versed in human nature. Fallacious. Ji Shen smiled and handed the business card to Yi Guilu again. This time, Yi Guilu did not refuse. Upstairs, Yi Wuxuang had already talked to the reporter about the causes and consequences. I will move tomorrow to verify the situation at the woman's university, as well as at the man's workplace, the reporter said. If the situation is true, I will publish a report article on the online platform in the shortest possible time. In the meantime, I hope you and your family will not be too upset, and I will seek justice for your brother. I promise with my conscience. With that, he hung up. Yi Wuxuan looked at the cell phone, and a wisp of strange colors surfaced in his black pupil. This reporter is not only highly professional and acted in a thunderous manner, but he is also kind and gentle. It's a breath of fresh air in the world of journalism. Time passes infinitely in a limited long vacation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the Yuan family was very scenic in Shichao village. They bought new home appliances, bought 1 million cars. The firecrackers used for bargaining kept ringing, attracting jealousy and envy of the villagers. Jealousy and envy, but also a little despise the Yuan family. Everyone knows in their hearts that Yuan Shela betrayed Yi Guilu and climbed another rich second generation, but they don't even say it on their lips, thinking that in case something happens someday, they can still ask the Yuan family for help, borrow some money or something. On the Yi family side, Ji Shen had already left. Yi Guilu also told the second old man and Yi Wuxuang about his admission to the top academy in Xia. Yi Wuxuang was a bit surprised, while the 2 old men wiped their tears in excitement, indicating that their sons and daughters were good. They were going to go to the mini-mart at the bottom of the hill and buy some drinks and wine to celebrate the occasion. The drinks that were bought earlier to entertain the Yuan family were used to entertain Ji Shen and finished. Let's go together. Buy whatever you want to eat, and hemorrhage money tonight, Li Chunlan suggested with a smile. Aha! By this moment, Yi Guilu agreed. Yi Weiguo was even more physically active and was the first to head down the mountain. Li Chunlan followed. Yi Guilu took 2 steps and did not see Yi Wuxuang, but turned back to see Yi Wuxuang standing at the door, hesitating. Quickly follow. Don't get separated as a family. Yi Guilu waved at her. Chapter 55. If a single hair of my dad's or my mom's head is missing, I'll kill you all. Yi Gilu's words caused Yi Wuxuan's pupils to lightly shrink. She was probably still thinking about something in her head when her legs stepped out uncontrollably first. Go to the front. Yi Guilu sidestepped. As when I picked up my sister from her long vacation home, I let her go first and patted myself. On the way, Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua talked and laughed, calling out to Yi Wuxuan and Yi Guilu from time to time, asking them some insignificant words, or rummage through old scores, causing the rest of them to twitch their mouths in agony. Yi Wuxuan walked on the side of the road. His 5 fingers were slightly open, feeling the wind that traveled through his fingers. It was so warm. Half an hour later, a group of 4 arrived at the mini-mart at the foot of the hill, as it is the only supermarket in the whole village of Shiqiao. This store is small but complete. Supermarket door dishes. Supermarkets in the middle of the goods. Supermarket side separated from a chess room, which has 2 tables of moncler jackets for women to play mahjong fight the landlord. Smoke like special effects. Brother Yi, Sister Li, Gu, Xiaoshuang and Xiaolu are here too? The boss in his 30s walked out of the counter and greeted them with a smile. What do you want to buy today? Take some good cigarettes and wine first, and then take in a couple bottles of drinks for the kid. Li Chunlan's voice rose as she pointed to the stuff in the cigarettes and wine section. Business is good. It's almost sold out. On weekdays, the tobacco and alcohol section is so full that there will be no shortage of anything. It's a rare day. Only a few bottles of wine and a few cigarettes left. The owner's smile faltered. Business was good because the Yuan family had been inviting guests to banquets for the past 3 days, and the cigarettes, alcohol, drinks and other things had almost emptied the supermarket's warehouse. Only the Yuan family and the Yi family have a special relationship, and he is not willing to rub salt into the Yi family's wounds, so he can only play down the road. Not bad, barely making ends meet. Yi family is also strange pity. A family are honest people. The villagers are willing to help in any matter. Nay Yuan family daughter alas, Shuanger, dangerous house. Go get whatever you want to eat and I'll pay for it together. Li Chunlan didn't think much about it and let her son and daughter pick something. The siblings nodded, and before they could act, a loud, booming voice came from the door. Boss, bring me 5 more bottles of wine. My brothers from my 8th uncle's family haven't had enough. The person who spoke was Yuan's mother, who came over with a large gold chain, her face red and reeking of alcohol. Oops, the boss said. Mother Yuan, the cigarettes and wine are all sold out. There's no more. Who says it's sold out? Isn't there a little bit left here? Yuan mother pointed to the wine that was placed on the counter. This is the Yi family yes. The boss's tone gradually weakened. Yi family? Only then did Mother Yuan look around and spot the 4 Yi Wuxuan people. With a cold snort, she removed a dozen red, $100 bills from her pocket and slapped them on the counter. How much the Yi family offers? My old lady doubles the price. As long as I can serve my family's relatives well today, money is not a problem. She's rich now. It's not a matter of money or not. Yuan mom, the Yi family came first. How about this? I'll have my daughter-in-law drive to town and buy you as much as you want with a 10% discount. The boss didn't want to hurt the Yi family and didn't dare offend the Yuan family. Going to town? It's an hour round trip, and I'm drinking my ass off. Mother Yuan took out another dozen red bills from her pocket. This much? Is it enough? I'll add more if it's not enough. I don't believe there's anything in this world that money can't fix. She, Li Chunlan, is as poor as a dog? Can she be richer than me? Yuan mother hated Li Chunlan in her heart. She thinks Li Chunlan is very hypocritical. Every time Li Chunlan calls her in-laws, she is actually satirizing the Yuan family's incompetence. Do you really think she doesn't know? Yi Guilu dropped out of school to pay for her daughter's college education. Can Li Chunlan not mind? You know how to play nice all day long. Disgusting. Disgusting. Before the words landed, someone slapped her so hard that she was caught off guard and took 2 steps back. This is a slap for insulting my mother. Yi Wuxuan's tone was icy cold as he walked towards Yuan mother who had backed away. Yuan mother woke up a bit from her wine and covered her face with shocked eyes. Yi Wuxuan. You. Snap. Another slap. On Yuan's mother's face, who took 2 more steps back. This is a slap in the face for failing to raise a father who failed to teach his daughter well and allowed her to wreak havoc on my brother. Yi Wuxuan continued to walk towards Yuan mother who had backed up, her body filled with a murderous aura. Yi Wuxuan. Are you? Snap. The third slap. On the face of Yuan's mother, her face swelled up, and she sat on her butt on the floor. This slap hit you Yuan family up and down enmity. You are over half 100, but still do not know shame. Rob my family's things. Yi Wuxuan looked down on Mother Yuan, just like looking down on a weak and wasteful mole cricket. Mom. Yuan Xiola finds her mother buying alcohol and is late in returning, so she goes out to look for her. Who knew that when they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, they would see the sister of their former boyfriend? Bursting to beat their mother, she hurriedly helped her mother up, maintaining the high and proud posture of a goddess, angrily questioning Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, what are you doing? My mom is almost 60. What gives you the right to hit her like that? If you have any complaints, just come at me. At you? What are you? Yi Wushuang's sight, which was like 9 feet of cold ice, landed on Yuan Shella. What kind of literary goddess is a money-grubbing piece of pretending to question me? Wouldn't it be nice to have the time to learn more poses? Go to bed and please your gold master, and then take your parents around the village to show them off? Yi Wushuang peeled back Yuan Shella's skin, revealing the dirty and ugly insides inside. True and piercing words that subdued everyone in the neighborhood. The truth that no one dared to say. Yi Wushuang said, "Damn it, daughter of the Yi family, if you're capable of saying what you just said, say it again." When the Yuan family relatives got the news, they rushed out with sticks and agricultural tools in their hands and stood around Yuan Shella. The situation was tense. I said Yuan Shella is a whore. Her mom is trash. And you're all trash. Do you hear me? I can say it again if you don't. Yi Wushuang raised his volume and angrily rebuked dozens of people up and down the Yuan family, his eyes blazing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One of the bare-chested big men had drunk too much wine and carried a scythe and was about to cut Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang took the initiative to meet him and kicked the big man in the abdomen, directly knocking him down. She kicked up the hilt of the scythe in the big man's hand, reaching out to grab it as it leapt upward. Then with a flick of his arm, the scythe went next to the big man's neck and plunged into the ground with a clang. The whole routine was so fast that it was hard to see, and by the time everyone reacted, the big man was beaded with sweat and completely sober. The scythe blade was just centimeters away from the artery in his neck. He moves a little and his throat can be cut. Yuan's family was scared silly. How is it that Yi Wushuang, who used to be timid and fearful, suddenly became so powerful and wild? A Yuan family relative said nervously. Yi Wushuang, calm down. We are all from the same mountain. If you hurt eighth uncle, be careful that your father will break his leg one day and your mother will fall into the river. Yi Wushuang suddenly became so capable of fighting. But Yi Wushuang wasn't always in Shiqiao village. She still had to go to school. There had to be a way to bluff Yi Wushuang. Then I might as well give you a word of warning. If a hair of my father or my mother is missing, I'll have all of you killed. Yi Wushuang's tone was sharp, and his exquisite and beautiful face was ragingly cold, as if the god of death had descended. Considering her family, and the fact that she still had to do the quest to resurrect her brother, she didn't really do anything to Yuan's family. But if the Yuan family seeks their own death, she will fulfill them well. People are afraid of cruelty, and ghosts are afraid of evil. Oftentimes, humans are of a bullying nature. Seeing Yi Wushuang's expression, Yuan family's eighth uncle's soul was scared out of his wits. He climbed up and ran. The rest of the Yuan family, including Yuan Xiola's mother and daughter, walked away in fear, not daring to provoke Yi Wushuang again. Yi Wushuang turned around, intending to tell his family that he could go home, but he saw that his family was petrified in place. The oldest man in the chess room had his mouth open and didn't know when his cigarette fell on the floor. Chapter 56. A good little sister has become a cold and arrogant sister. The supermarket was quiet for a long time. Li Chunlan was the first to react. She rushed to Yi Wushuang and held Yi Wushuang's shoulders, looking up and down. Is Shuanger alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Quickly let mom take a look. She didn't care what happened to the others. She was only worried if her daughter was hurt. Yi Weigua and Yi Guilu also gathered around. The eyes of the three people were like infrared scanners, inspecting Yi Wushuang carefully from the tips of her hair to her ankles. Only when they were sure that Yi Wushuang was not injured did the three of them let out a sigh of relief. New questions immediately came to their minds as well, though. Why would a weak sister/daughter have such a powerful body? Doesn't she usually hide behind her family when things go wrong? How come you were the first one to rush up this time? Not to mention that you even cleaned up a whole bunch of Yuan's family? Yi Wushuang saw through her family's doubts as she squirmed her red lips, her voice inaudible. Mere kindness and gentleness, unable to protect myself from anyone, changed me. It was a lesson brought to her by her experience in the slums in her last life. Good change. Yi Guilu nodded his head, and in the caring eyes that looked at his sister, there was a hint of appreciation and praise. There are so many examples of people being good. In today's world, a girl should never take gentle and kind as her only credo. If his sister could change like this, he could feel more at ease when he went to the capital. No matter how much it changes, you're still mommy's twin child. Li Chunlan wiped her eyes. As a mother, she is extremely sensitive to the changes in her children. My daughter must have suffered a lot at school to say that. I'm glad the past is behind us, and my daughter, now, has become strong enough to not let anyone bully her and to protect her family. Yi Weigua didn't say anything, just touched the top of his daughter's head, his heart blaming himself and relieved. The four paid the money. picked up their cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, snacks and other things, and left the supermarket to return home. On the way, Yi Wuxiang answered a phone call. It was Ji Shin who recommended the reporter. The reporter was pleased. Ms. Yi, I've finished verifying your brother's matter, and the report on this matter has been written and presented to the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief thinks this article could be the headline of today's evening news, and if you have your usual chat app on your cell phone, you'll get the news pushed to you at exactly 8 p.m. This evening. I suggest on my side that you keep an eye out, because you will see something else in the report. Thanks. Yi Wuxiang's black pupils flickered slightly. Something else? She was quite looking forward to it. You don't need to thank me. It's what I do as a reporter. The reporter hung up the phone. Dinner was freshly cooked after a busy family day. At the moment, the wall clock on the wall showed 7:45. The four of them sat down around the table, and before the chopsticks could be lifted, there was a sound of footsteps from outside the room. The people who came were Yuan Shella, plus 2 young policemen from Shijiao village. Behind also followed a lot of Stone Bridge village melon-eating villagers. All stretched their necks. Want to find out? There is little entertainment in the village, and the villagers can talk for a long time about any couple that quarrels and breaks bowls. Not to mention the Yuan and Yi family's affairs. Comrade police officer. She's the one who beat my mother and 8th uncle until they fainted, and threatened to take the lives of my entire family. So please make sure she's arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center for proper supervision. The long-skirted Yuan Shella stood at the entrance of Ye's house with a gloomy tone. She, Yuan Shella, was no longer the Yuan Shella of the past. Yi Wuxiang dared to humiliate her 3 times in front of so many people and beat up her family, so he had to pay the price. The 2 policemen looked at each other and walked into the hall. You are Yi Wuxiang? It's quite a big change. Come on, tell me about what happened in front of the supermarket this evening. They had seen Yi Wuxiang before. Comrade police, you've got it wrong. Schwanger didn't knock anyone out? Li Chunlan was shocked. She remembers that her daughter then slapped Yuan's mother 3 times. It's even more unlikely that 8th uncle fainted. He ran and escaped. So you also admit that she hit someone? Police officer A perked up his ears and asked Yi Wuxiang, did you hit Yuan Shella's mom and relatives? Police officer B is standing by to take a statement. Beat it. Yi Wuxiang graciously admitted. Why the fight? Police officer A then asked. Because their family toad wants to eat swan meat. They want me to marry Yi Guilu as a wife, to be a daughter-in-law for the Yi family, and when I don't want to, they take the opportunity to retaliate against the Yuan family. Yuan Shella snatched the answer, her tone full of sarcasm and arrogance. But they don't think about it. The Yi family of the district, is it worthy of me, a senior student of the art college, to marry? I asked you a question? Police officer A looked askance at Yuan Shella. The arrogant expression on Yuan Shella's face froze. Police officer A re-asked Yi Wuxiang, why did you beat up the Yuan family? It's time to fight. So it's time to fight. Yi Wuxiang's tone was calm and unperturbed. Cop B, who was taking the statement, raised an eyebrow and nuzzled. The good little sister has turned into a high-strung drag sister. Comrade police officer, look at her bad attitude. If this is not arrested, in the future, she will definitely be a murderer who will plague the 4 directions. Yuan Shella took the opportunity to play on his words, and then turned his words around. I remember that the new police station is still under construction, and our Yuan family is willing to. Police officer A let out a hey and turned his head to look at Yuan Shella impatiently. You teach fortune-telling in your art school now, don't you? One look at someone and you can tell if that person will be a murderer in the future? Still, Yuan family willing. I think you don't know how to write the words bribery offense. Da. The clock emitted a subtle movement, the hour hand pointing to 8 o'clock. Ding dong. Ding dong. Some of the people's cell phones, coincidentally, beeped. It's a special sound effect for a national chat program that pushes the evening news every night at 8 p.m. Cop A didn't have time to look at it, but Cop B took out his cell phone and took a look at it. That look didn't matter. The whole group straightened their backs. Yuan Shella didn't have time to look at her cell phone as she explained to police officer A with a smile. You misunderstand. I didn't intend to bribe you. I just think that the legal net is wide open. We can't let people like Yi Wuxiang get away with it. Since grassroots cops can't be bribed, she'll just go to the top brass tomorrow, no matter how much it costs. Yi Wuxiang must go to jail. Dude, check out this news. Cop B held out his cell phone for Cop A to see. Oh, okay, I know. Cop A finishes reading the news and removes the handcuffs from his waist. Yuan Shella's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was to arrest Yi Wuxiang. She reached out and pointed at Yi Wuxiang's nose. Her tone was extremely arrogant and pleased. Quickly arrest her. Snap. The handcuffs leaned against Yuan Shella's wrists. Cop A's tone was icy. Yuan Shella, You are suspected of serious intentional injury. You are now under arrest according to the law. Come with us. Yuan Shela was stunned. The cold touch on her wrist made her thoughts pause. You have the wrong person, don't you? The police didn't care. She panicked in her mind. Let go of me. It should be the Yi family you're arresting. Are you deaf? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Asshole. Chapter 57, Fermented Public Opinion. Yuan Shela in jail. The two young policemen, taking Yuan Shela, who kept screaming, left Ye's house. The villagers looked at each other, completely unaware of what was happening. I don't know what kind of intentional injury Yuan Shela has committed. Does it have something to do with the 8 o'clock push of the evening news? I see the comrade policeman was just watching the news. A villager reminded. Everyone had their cell phones out to access it. Yi Wuxuan and Yi Guilu, Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan also opened the chat software and clicked on the news push. News headline, this is what an art school girl did before she dumped her boyfriend who supported her for 4 years. The report said, art school girls Yuan Mole poor family, initially unable to go to college, boyfriend Yi Molo love and loyalty, dropped out of school to work for their studies, a supply of 4 years. In the last semester before graduation, Yuan Mole met Deng Mao, a second-generation rich man. The money is so fascinating that Yuan Mole changed his low-key behavior and bullied his classmates at school. A girl from the dance department, Jiang Mao, was beaten by her with her legs pressed against a leg press, resulting in the paralysis of Zhang's lower limbs and a lifelong disability. Zhang's family repeatedly sued Yuan Mole to no avail. No longer have savings to treat Zhang life hanging by a thread. Why Yuan Mole did such a heartless thing, but also as if nothing happened to school vacation, and was sent abroad, the reporter does not know. Reporters only know Yuan Mole vacation back home. Immediately after the boyfriend Yi Molu breakup, the press will continue to follow up on the situation. This Yuan Shela is also too ruthless. Beat people's female dolls into cripples. No wonder they were taken away by the police. I just went to Yuan's house to check. Her mom and her uncle are hiding in the bedroom drinking and eating meat. They didn't faint at all. She's trying to find a reason to bribe the police and get Ye's daughter in jail. It's too horrible. The Yi family has been kind to the Yuan family anyways. Without Yi Guilu, where would she Yuan Shela be now? She is too ungrateful. The villagers lamented and left Ye's doorstep. Yi family hall. Strong disappointment flashed in Yi Guilu's eyes. I didn't realize how far my former girlfriend had fallen. Li Chunlan felt shocked and pleased at the same time. This news came out just in time. Or else Double would have been taken away by the police. Yi Weigui nodded. Yi Wuxuan let out a hem and lowered her eyes. The fact is, she wouldn't have been taken by the police today anyway. Those two cops were just here to go through the process and perfume Yuan Shela. Yuan Shela thought that money could solve everything, not realizing that not everyone can abandon their bottom line for money. However, she didn't expect Yuan Shela to do so many bad things at school, so it's no wonder the reporter suggested she keep an eye on the news. She had planned to make Yuan Shela lose her reputation, lose her chance of guaranteed admission, and be expelled from school, because Yuan Shela can go to college. It is the big brother sacrificed himself in exchange for debt repayment, heaven and earth. But when this news came out, Yuan Shela faced more than just expulsion. She's going to jail. The next morning, Yi Wuxuan woke up and looked at his cell phone. After a night of spreading, Yuan Shela's treachery had been circulated quite widely on the internet. Although the news did not mention the real names and locations of the people involved in the incident, there are many famous detectives on the internet. The crowd of Sherlock Holmeses followed the clues and, bit by bit, picked up the real names of Yuan Shela, Yi Guilu and others. The art school that Yuan Shela attended, and the Yen City University that Yi Guilu once attended, were all raked over the coals. Everyone denounced Yuan Shela, pitted Zhang, wondered about the background of the rich second-generation Deng, and was heartbroken by what happened to Yi Guilu, especially when everyone learned that Yi Guilu was admitted into Yen City University with the highest score that year. Everyone's heartache for Yi Guilu reached its peak. This infatuated man had a great future ahead of him. He sacrifices his studies to fulfill his girlfriend's dream. Unfortunately, working part-time for 4 years only results in her cold-blooded and heartless breakup. This is so unfair. A number of colleges and high schools have tweeted about it as public opinion swells. He is willing to admit Yi Guilu, or support Yi Guilu to repeat his senior year of high school for free, and then take the university entrance examination. Anchor City University even posted a blog overnight that drew tears. 4 years, return or not, the tweet has received 30,000 retweets and 5,000 comments. Netizens have called Yenchur University good. They want to take Yenchur University. The girl from Yen City University also said, if Yi Guilu comes back, she must take the initiative to pursue Yi Guilu. This kind of man can be relied on. Half an hour later, The Capital University of Finance and Economics also posted a blog in 8 Yen City University. I'm sorry, but Mr. Yi is ours. The microblogging was followed by a picture of Yi Gilu's score on the self-test for the University of Finance and Economics not long ago. In 5 minutes, Giannis University replied to the University of Finance and Economics. So I go. This wave of interactions is truly a fool's errand for the netizens. When everyone is distressed about Yi Gilu's future, Yi Guilu half-worked and half-studied, backhandedly self-examined the country's top academic institutions? Is this something a human being could do? The god of learning is nothing more than that. The most liked user under the Finance and Economics University tweet said as much. Yuan Xiola is too short-sighted. Yi Guilu may not be the second generation of rich people, but he will definitely be the rich generation. I firmly believe that. Yi dangerous building future has backward. The netizens divided into 2 ways. All the way to the police officer V down, questioning when the law will give justice to the dance department girl Jiang. All the way to Yuan Xiola's art school official V down, forcing the school to deal with Yuan Xiola. 20 minutes later, the school announces the punishment. 1. Retrieve the guaranteed place for Yuan Hiu Lock. 2. Dismiss Yuan Xiola. During the same period, provincial police announced their involvement in the investigation of Zhang's case. 5 hours later, the police released the truth and punished and demoted the 3 officers involved. Yuan Xiola was sentenced to 3 years in prison and compensated Zhang 1.08 million. At this time, Yi Guilu had already embarked on a flight to imperial capital. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the railing of the second floor and looked at the flaming remnants of the sun in the west. The cell phone in his palm, displaying the interface of the Class 7 class group's lively chat. Jane Jiaoyang. They cursed Yuan Xiola and the rich second generation behind her, and their hearts ached for Yi Guilu and Jiang Mao. Since netizens didn't dig deep into Yi Gilu's privacy, no one knew that Yi Guilu had a sister named Yi Wuxuan. After all the scolding and heartache, Class 7 also thought of another detail. From the time the news was published until now, no one knows who the second-generation rich man Deng Mao is. All official notification, all unannounced avoided the Deng. Jane Jiaoyang said, the chain of interests behind this Deng Mao seems to be unusual. According to the current situation of public opinion, he will not necessarily move Yi Guilu, but Yi Gilu's family on. Yi Wuxuan's brows were furrowed and a cold aura tumbled in his eyes. That's what she cares about. Women's prison. Yen City. Yuan Xiola, wearing a prison uniform, hugged the phone and cried like a pear. Brother Deng. That female is called Yi Wuxuan, lives at No. 39, Shiqiao Village, Shiqiao Town. Her father's name is Yi Weigua, and her mother's name is Li Chunlan. Kill them all. She hated everyone in the Yi family. It must have been the Yi family and the reporters who badmouthed her and she was arrested. The Yi family all deserve to die. Chapter 58. Another name for Queen. Yuan Xiola's words followed the telephone line, along the signal tower, all the way through the mountains, arriving in an extravagantly decorated KTV box. Deng Xiu, who looks okay but has shady eyes, is holding 2 bikini beauties on his left and right, and answering the phone with a cigarette in his mouth. No. 39, Shiqiao Village, Shiqiao Town, right? Okay. It's also necessary to let that Yi Guilu have a taste of what it's like to steal a woman from the prince of the Black Man Gang. Get you out of here? Don't worry. When the wind dies down and the internet loses its memory, I can make your sentence 3 years to 3 months and 3 months to 3 weeks. Don't be afraid. I'll wait for you outside. How can I find another new love? You're my favorite woman. Hang on. Deng Xiu threw his cell phone casually onto the table, and his stomping leather leg went up onto the table, allowing the bikini beauty to run up and down on him. The bodyguard whispered from the side, young master, haven't you already played with Yuan Xiola for 2 months? Why bother with her death anymore? With young master's former nature, he would get tired of playing with new women in a few days. You don't understand. Yuan Xiola is different from the others. I haven't played enough. Deng Xiu exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in his eyes amidst the smoke. When he met Yuan Xiola was still the goddess of the painting department who pretended to be noble, and always shouted rich is great. Then he was curious how long Yuan Xiola could last. So, he launched a fierce attack on Yuan Xiola, using money to turn Yuan Xiola into a bed, using money to reshape Yuan Xiola's worldview, watching her step by step into her own despise the *******. She was his toy. This toy, it hasn't been completely destroyed yet. Go, get some men, kill the people and burn the house at the address I just gave you. Deng Xiu gave the order. His tone relaxed. This kind of thing, they are used to doing in the Black Man Gang. Stonebridge Village. Twilight was darkening and the sky was pouring with rain. There was a sound of rain in the mountains, and even the yellow dogs kept by the villagers were much quieter. At midnight, the rain stopped and puddles were everywhere. A black commercial car with foreign license plates came in the direction of the village entrance. The business car stopped in front of the closed supermarket store. The door opened, and walked down 7 tough and strong men who were not to be messed with at first glance. Through the door, you could also see a row of brightly lit machetes, and a couple of barrels of gasoline inside the car. The strong men shook their necks and made clucking noises as they moved their joints. What kind of hole is this? Stop complaining and move on up the hill when you're done peeing. First things first, Yi Wegwali Chunlan will be handed over to you guys. Yi Wuxuan will be handed over to me. I'll kill after I'm done playing. Okay. I know you're good at being a schoolgirl. Several people unbuckled their belts for convenience. One of them hummed a little tune, unconsciously swept the ground, and shook his body in fear. Why is there an extra figure here? Under the streetlight in front of the supermarket, in addition to reflecting the shadows of the 7 of them, there was a slender figure, abrupt and terrifying. Several people followed the shadows and looked up to see a young girl standing in the branches of a date palm holding onto the main trunk. The young girl's back was to the light, her appearance unreadable, and her clothes unreadable. Bitch, what are you doing pretending to be a ghost in the middle of the night? If you scare us sick, we'll kill you. The lead burly man spat, startled back to his senses. Instead of replying, the young girl stomped on the ground and descended gracefully from the 6-meter-high tree. Boo! She landed, splashing countless raindrops in puddles. The feeling of falling from gravity caused her to half-crouch. One hand braced on the ground, her head slightly bowed. Grass! The burly man's eyes rounded. 6 meters high. Just jump, and you're playing it cool. Yi Wuxuan slowly raised his head, stood up straight and walked towards the 7 people in silence. It was then that the burly man got a good look at Yi Wuxuan's appearance. She was not very old, with a delicate and absolutely beautiful appearance, wearing a cheap and plain 3-piece blue sweatshirt, with a pair of plate shoes that cost $40 or $50 a pair. This is a very common schoolgirl outfit, but in the dark pupils of this female student, there was a murderous and cold aura that was extremely inconsistent with her age and status. Hey, who are you? What do you want? A burly man went forward to intervene. Yi Wuxuan's black pupils lightly converged, did not say anything, raised his hand and gave a cordial greeting with a fist. The burly man scrambled to raise his left arm to block, and the pressure exerted on his left arm caused him to look up in horror. You! Before he could spit out the second word, Yi Wuxuan threw a roundhouse kick on the side of the strong man's neck, directly knocking the strong man to the ground. The strong man fell to the ground and covered his neck and shouted, "It's a practicing gang, take a copy." When you've been on the road for a long time, you'll know if there's anything on the other side. Although he didn't know what the schoolgirl was about and why she had such great fighting skills at such a young age, he knew they were not to be taken lightly. The brothers had no room for doubt and immediately went to the commercial vehicle to get machetes. 7 men, 7 swords, confronted the barehanded Yi Wuxuan. The night wind whistled, and 2 of them were the first to roar and rush towards Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan's face was unperturbed as he raised his leg and kicked one person in the chest, turned around and kicked another person away. The third person took the opportunity to surprise attack Yi Wuxuan from the side. The machete was only 3 inches away from Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan's eyes flashed with hostility as he leaned back to dodge and grabbed the third person's large and small arms and spun them in a half circle. Originally chopping at Yi Wuxuan's arm, it bent inward and the blade rested on his own neck. Big brother! The rest of them panicked and surrounded Yi Wuxuan with machetes. Yi Wuxuan's eyes tailed a cold glance at them, and with a pull on his hand, the blade sealed his throat. The body of the so-called big brother fell straight down, and the weapon belonged to Yi Wuxuan. 5 minutes later, 6 of the 7 were dead and the last one remained. The survivor's face was full of fear, dragging his broken leg back and forth, shivering and crying as he crawled. Who are you? Who the hell are you? The schoolgirl in front of her resembled the god of death, killing with precision and elegance, clean and sharp, so powerful that it sent shivers down her spine. Every cell in his body screamed escape. Escape quickly! You don't deserve to know who I am. Yi Wuxuan's eyes gently lifted up and his tone was calm. When he said that, his hand rose up and killed all of them. Buzz, buzz. The cell phone in the big brother's pocket kept vibrating. Yi Wuxuan walked over and took out his cell phone. The caller ID showed young gang leader. She chose to reject, took a family photo of the 7 brothers, and edited a text message to send the young gang leader. Hundreds of miles away. Dang, see you. Who saw the photo of the text message? Sat up violently from his bed. All dead? Who killed them? Taking pictures of me to warn me? Is she one of Yes? Or just passing through? Is it one person? Or a team? No matter what, the Yi family can't be moved. I can't offend this mysterious unknown for the sake of a toy. Stonebridge Village. Under the streetlight, Yi Wuxuan took the cell phone of his big brother and dialed a series of numbers. The phone quickly picked up and a sweet female voice came out. Hello, this is the Sunshine Hotel. May I ask if you'd like to order a meal or a room? Yi Wushwang spoke calmly. 7 steaks, fully cooked. At the entrance to Stonebridge Village. Stonebridge. The receptionist's voice was sweeter. Okay, what is your name and password? Lucifer, 0917 ***. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. After a long moment, the female voice quivered and honored again. You have 3 more chances to keep your secret. And your choice is? Lucifer, Lucifer. 1 meaning, bright star, son of the morning. 1 meaning is, the 7 deadly sins, representing the arrogant fiend. The Old Testament describes Lucifer as having been the most beautiful and powerful archangel in heaven. Because of his unwillingness to obey the Son of Christ, he left behind the words, "I would rather be a king in hell than a slave in heaven," and fell into hell. Lucifer, meanwhile, has another, louder name in the Slayer community. Queen. Chapter 59. Yi Wushwang is as terrifying as a man and a woman. The operator couldn't understand why Queen, who had been buried in the fire, would reappear. She only felt honored. An immense, unprecedented honor. Confidential. Yi Wushwang did not hesitate. Okay, all of us at the Sunshine Hotel. At your service. The operator hung up the phone. 3 minutes later, a helicopter departed from the deep mountain airfield closest to Shiqiao village. Half an hour later, the helicopter stopped at the entrance of Shiqiao village. The officers concerned were quick on their hands and knees, packing up the 7 bodies and carrying them away, and clearing the scene of all traces. Big Brother's cell phone was also cleaned. They left before Yi Wushwang stepped out from the shadows, his black pupils flickering with a faint light. The Sunshine Hotel. The Sunshine Hotel, a global 5-star hotel chain. It is called Sunshine, but actually borders on darkness. It receives regular customers while serving all the slayers. As long as the killer keeps a file here and has currency in storage, he can get help from the hotel. This includes, but is not limited to, processing the scene, providing firearms, ammunition and defense gear. By choosing to keep it a secret, no second person will know I'm alive. Yi Wushwang muttered to himself and went up the mountain in a starry night. If it wasn't to protect her family and give a sample to the forces behind Yuan Xiaola, she wouldn't have killed 7 people in a row. Not to mention contacting the Sunshine Hotel and asking for secrecy. She still longs for a different life for herself. But, Yi Wushwang stopped and looked down at the hand he had just held the knife in. She will give up this desire if it involves the safety of her family. Early in the morning, Yi Wushwang carried his school bag and said goodbye to his parents and went down the mountain. The long vacation was over, and it was time for her to return to Flying Bird. It's different from the last time I collected my vacation back to Flying Bird. This time, as soon as Yi Wushwang got off the bus, the students who passed by her greeted her warmly and shyly. Good morning, Queen. The Queen seems even more beautiful. Oh, the Queen took one look at me and I came full circle. Rongqingru's set off made the Flying Bird students feel more and more how powerful Yi Wushwang was. In a subtle way, Yi Wushwang also changed from the Queen of Class 7 to the Queen of the Birds. Everywhere she went, students looked at her with respectful anticipation. Yi Wushwang's expression was calm as he returned to Class 7. To her surprise, not only were there students like Jane Zhaoyang in Class 7, there was also the principal, Shangguan Qinglin. Next to Shangguan Qinglin stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Yi Wushwang, come here for a moment. Shangguan Qinglin waved at Yi Wushwang. Waiting for Yi Wushwang to come to himself, he pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him. This is Mr. Su, who is in charge of the Olympiad math competition in our city of Yen. Shangguan Qinglin then introduced Yi Wushwang to Mr. Su. She's Yi Wushwang, the one who scored the only perfect score in math in the city on the last monthly exam. I didn't expect that student Yi is not only a great student, but also a beautiful person. Teacher Su extended his hand to Yi Wushwang and praised him heartily. Hello, my name is Su Chang. You can call me Mr. Su. Yi Wushwang politely returned the grip and looked at Shangguan Qinglin with doubtful eyes. What does the teacher in charge of OU want with her? It's not like she's a contestant, even though the Olympiad is about to start. Yen City hasn't done too well in the Olympic math competition in recent years. Shangguan Qinglin explained. The last question on the math paper for the last monthly exam was from Mr. Su, and you were the only one in the city who answered it. Mr. Su would like to invite you to join the Yen City Olympiad team and represent Yen City in the Municipal Olympiad competition. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission 5 represent Yan City in the Municipal Olympiad and win the championship. A line of text that no one else could see immediately appeared before Yi Wushwang's eyes. She nodded in agreement. Yes, that's great. Su Chang handed Yi Wushwang a slip of paper with the address written on it. This is the address of the after-school program for our city's OU team. Remember to report to it? I have to rush back to the school where I am employed for classes, so I'll be going now. Goodbye. Yi Wuxuang and Shangwan Qinglin said goodbye to Su Chang. Don't disgrace the flying birds, oh? Shangwan Qinglin admonished Yi Wuxuang and also left class 7. Jane Jiaoyang and the others immediately gathered around. Aggrieved. Queen, why are you acting like you're out of touch this vacation? Not chatting in the group or on the game? He was planning to play some more Operation Jedi with the Queen. With that, Jian Jiaoyang handed the game interface and his cell phone to Yi Wuxuang to see. Cold-blooded Jiaoyang? Yi Wuxuang realized that Jane Jiaoyang had changed his game nickname. Yeah, everyone's changed, right? Jane Jiaoyang asked the group in class 7. The group nodded, and a girl added, not only did we change it, but so did students from other classes, and players who weren't flyers. Originally, people thought the Queen's nickname was super earthy, super douchey, and super hard to hear, but the Queen's gaming skills went well with the name. So people followed the trend of changing it to cold-bloodedx, and it's already a trend. It's not all this kind. There's also Mad Young's little stepford wife, Mad Young's first lover, Mad Young's current girlfriend and so on to call her. Jane Jiaoyang's mouth twitched. Their queen is unisex and horrible as hell. Let's not talk about the game right now. Let's talk about the Olympiad? Boy A side. That's not a good race to be in. Why do you say that? Yi Wuxuang's brows wrinkled. The original owner had no memories related to the OU competition in his mind. Yen City is part of Central South Province, which has 21 cities, which means there are 21 teams in this municipal competition. The strongest in previous years was Jiang City, which also represented Central and Southern Province in the National Olympiad competition, and nearly beat the capital city team to advance to the global competition. Anchor City is a bit more miserable and is at the bottom of the power category. I just don't know if this year's team from Yen City can compete a little bit. Don't make a round trip and get at home in the preliminary round. What are you talking nonsense about? Jian Jiaoyang poked the person who said this with his elbow. The Queen is in it. How can she be a round robin? Right. The man slapped the back of his head and realized, the Queen is participating, so she mustn't win the title? I will indeed win the championship. A brilliant light appeared in Yi Wuxuang's eyes. Having completed the first 4 missions, there was no reason for her to fail the 5th. Moreover, what she had to complete was the entire 30 trial quests. Only then could she resurrect Dustless. Wow! The students perked up. With the Queen's nature of being true to her word, if she says she'll win the crown, then she will. They have unconditional trust in the Queen. At the end of the school day, Yi Wuxuang just walked out of the flying bird, the surrounding bang sound, pulling several colorful ribbons. Colorful ribbons flew above Yi Wuxuang's head. Xin Wenyu held roses and appeared in front of Yi Wuxuang, her eyes full of adoration. Shuanger, in the past, I didn't know how to cherish, thinking that you couldn't compare to Rongqingru, but now, I realize that you are 100 times and 1,000 times stronger than Rongqingru. I've also recognized my heart. Will you forgive me and give me another chance? This deeply affectionate look caused many girls around the room to scream. Although the Shin family has had problems with cash flow in recent days, it cannot help that Xin Wenyu is handsome. Flying Bird Academy should be his schoolmaster. Or his schoolmaster. No one shakes. Chapter 60, It's impossible for Ji Shao to like you from the countryside. I don't know who shouted forgive him first, and the atmosphere began to arch around the room in unison. How much Yi Wuxuang used to like Xin Wenyu was obvious to everyone, since Yi Wuxuang had metamorphosed to this point for Xin Wenyu. Wouldn't it be just like Yi Wuxuang's wish for Xin Wenyu to change her mind now? Hurry up! Shen Wenyu's brother pushed Xin Wenyu. Xin Wenyu then slightly blushed and walked to Yi Wuxuang holding the roses. Her heartbeat dramatically accelerated. This confession today was actually planned by his mom and dad. They figured out the best way to break the ice in response to the predicament that the Shin family was currently facing. Marry Yi Wuxuang. In this way, the lifesaver of the Ji family, a 1,000-year-old family, became the daughter-in-law of the Shin family, and the Shin family was naturally able to follow suit. Yi Wuxuang married in. Ji Shin is not going to continue to make things difficult for the Shin family, right? He should be thinking about how to help the Shin family. In this way, the Shin family would be able to capitalize on this wind and leap into the top stream of Yen City's rich families. Mom and Dad said it was a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Only he knew that it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He was in love with Yi Wuxuang. Dreams are all about her cool and absolutely beautiful silhouette. Yi Wuxuang should also immediately forgive him and rejoin his embrace. Shin Wenyu began to fantasize about how beautiful his future with Yi Wuxuang would be. Yi Wuxuang, however, had an indifferent gaze and spoke coldly. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. She had an Olympiad class to report to, and wasn't interested in talking half-assly to this feudal douchebag. Shin Wenyu's face changed. The surrounding students also blushed. Shouldn't Yi Wuxuang be beaming with joy at this time, forgiving and accepting Shin Wenyu's confession? What's with the cold attitude? And he called Shin Wenyu a dog. What do you mean? Shin Wenyu's face was a bit ugly and her tone was puzzled. Didn't you win the monthly exam championship, participate in the chess tournament, and become the best female escort in Bai Rabbit all to attract my attention and tell me that you're better than Rong Qingru? These whimsical words caused Yi Wuxuang's black pupils to chill. Who gave you the confidence to think I'm doing all this to get your attention? And do you deserve it? Or do you think I'm so blind that I'd like someone who doesn't get the grades I do, play chess as well as I do, have the gaming skills I do, anything as well as I do? The words landed on the lips of many students who nodded their heads in favor. Yi Wuxuang was no longer the Yi Wuxuang of the past. Her excellence was beyond Shin Wenyu's reach. It's normal to reject Shin Wenyu. Shin Wenyu's handsome face turned green as he thought for a moment. A flash of disdain flashed across his brain eyes. You're rejecting me because of seasonal, aren't you? It seems that Yi Wuxuang is nothing more than that. And when she meets a man who is richer and more handsome than him, she mercilessly leaves him behind. Yi Wuxuang's brows wrinkled. What does this have to do with Jishin? Seeing that she didn't reply, Shin Wenyu thought that she had poked through her thoughts and smiled coldly. You're at best a savior of the Ji family. And the fact that Ji Xiao is willing to care about you and bring you to a charity dinner is already the limit. It's best not to daydream, fall over and fantasize about marrying Ji Xiao, because you can't climb high enough and he can't possibly like you from the countryside. That got a lot of nods as well. They recognized that Yi Wuxuang was excellent. However, it was also recognized that Yi Wuxuang, who was born in the countryside, was still far from being able to climb up to the Ji family, much less make Ji Xiao move. Who's Mr. Ji? Not to mention how many princesses and queens have publicly shown their love in the international arena. But let's just say the capital city of Xia, where there are countless beautiful women, countless talented women, and countless noble women. What could Yi Wuxuang compare with them? The mountains and rivers are full of empty thoughts of the distant. It is better to cherish the people in front of me now. Shen Wenyu was the best place for Yi Wuxuang. Just at the moment when the crowd was secretly spitting, a magnetic low pleasant male voice came from the periphery of the crowd. Who says I can't possibly like Yi Wuxuang from the countryside? The crowd followed the sound and saw a man with a delightfully long figure, handsome appearance, reserved gentlemanly temperament, and an incomparable aura, walking over from the churning sunset. It was Jishin. The crowd automatically made a path for Jishin. Jishin came to Yi Wuxuang's side. As soon as he came, Shin Wenyu's face that was the most handsome in the whole school became dark. It's like a firefly meeting the moon, humble and worthless. Wuxuang is talented, intelligent, independent and self-reliant, and a beautiful woman. The best candidate for a wife in my heart. Jishin smiled gently, his tone helpless. Unfortunately, she doesn't like me, so I'll just have to take my time courting her and expect her to look at me more. The effect of the words coming out of his mouth was tantamount to a thunderclap on the ground. So it wasn't Yi Wuxuang who fell for it, but was it Ji Xiao who took the initiative to pursue it? Young Ji said Yi Wuxuang is the best candidate for a wife in his heart. Holy, the queen has conquered the capital's #1 young man? Shin Wenyu has been punched in the face. Shin Wenyu froze in place, his face a burst of white and a burst of green, a burst of purple and a burst of green, living like a pallet into the essence. Many questions raced through his mind. Why did Ji Xiao come to Flying Bird? Why did he say he liked Yi Wuxuang? How could he like Yi Wuxuang? He and Yi Wuxuang were clearly people from two worlds. How could one announce in public that he was pursuing Yi Wuxuang? Yi Wuxuang turned her head to look at Jishin. Her brows knitted tightly. What does Jishin mean by this? He wasn't really thinking about himself, was he? If so, she would not hesitate to draw a line with Jishin. Her world did not and could not be stuffed with something as fragile as love. Jishin's narrow ink eyes surfaced with a smile, leaning down to whisper in the young girl's ear. You're being taunted, and as a friend, I have to help you out a bit, don't I? What a wary little prey. His gaze fell on the young girl's adorably shaped earlobes, and an obscure glint swept across his eyes. The hot and wet breath on her ear made Yi Wuxuang shrink her neck in discomfort to avoid it. She scratched her itchy ears and nodded in understanding. Her thoughts were similar to Shen Wenyu's. Jishin did not lack beauty to be attracted to her. So here's the question. Why did you come to Flying Bird? Yi Wuxuang asked. Work ended early today, so I stopped by to pick you up from school. Jishin straightened his back, his voice gentle. I participated in the municipal Olympiad competition and need to report to the training class. Yi Wuxuang walked forward. I'll walk you. Jishin took long strides to follow. When he passed by Shen Wenyu, he still maintained his poised smile, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Next time stay away from her and don't dirty her eyes, okay? Shen Wenyu raised her head violently, her lips trembling. This notorious mall bully was warning himself. Jishin ignored Shen Wenyu, got into the Rolls-Royce sports car and disappeared from view. His attitude confirmed to the outside world what he thought of Yi Wuxuang. Everyone looked at the direction where Yi Wuxuang and Ji Shin disappeared, and then looked at the stiff Shin Wenyu, shaking their heads speechlessly. Shin Wenyu's brothers, too, did not know how to comfort Shin Wenyu. He could only pat Shin Wenyu's shoulder and leave with a sigh. Not long after, the lively crowd dispersed, leaving Shin Wenyu alone. He had a lot of remorse in his heart. Center Street. Yi Wuxuang sat in the passenger seat and took out his cell phone to contact Qinyu in the cake store, telling her that he had to prepare for the Olympiad competition and could not continue to work part-time. Qinyu replied that he understood and said that he was cheering, and then transferred $50,000 to her. Yi Wuxuang sent a question mark over. Qinyu replied, "After you helped me attract customers, my store is on fire, with lots of repeat customers, and everyone says it tastes good. I was approached by the manager of a national dessert chain to provide him with a cake and recipe. In other words, your sister, to become a rich woman. Oh, these are absolutely your deserved. Do not receive I with you anxious." Chapter 61, she instinctively, willing to believe Ji Shin. Yi Wuxuang didn't push back and accepted Qinyu's money, leaning back on the leather seat and resting his eyes. After Ji Shin left Ye's house, she didn't have a few good sleeps. At this moment, Ji Shin was in the main driver's seat, close to her, and the sleepyheads were let out unguarded. Seeing her showing some fatigue, Ji Shin stretched out his bony fingers to adjust the temperature of the air conditioning in the car, and the speed of the car slowed down. In about 20 minutes, the black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the building where the training course was located. As soon as the car stopped, Yi Wuxuang opened his calm black pupils and prepared to open the door to get off. "Don't you want to sleep more?" Ji Shin looked at her sideways, his voice low. "It doesn't matter if you go to one less day of OU classes." In fact, in his opinion, with Yi Wuxuang's intelligence, the municipal Olympiad competition would not be difficult for her. Yi Wuxuang pursed her lips and told her friend the whole story. "I have to get the provincial crown for this Olympiad and don't want any delays or mistakes. In addition to acquiring the most basic knowledge, she also needs to understand the questioning habits and directions of the questioning parties in recent years." It might be a little funny to say that she wasn't someone who would trust people easily. The exception was Ji Shin. Instinctively, she was willing to trust Ji Shin. After saying that, Yi Wuxuang opened the car door and left. Walking into the building, it appeared again. A fine light swept across Ji Shin's eyes. The thread that held Yi Wuxuang's actions appeared again. Inside the building, Yi Wuxuang took the elevator to the floor where the training course was located. The training course is a room slightly smaller than a school classroom. And Mr. Su Chang is explaining formulas in front of the blackboard. There were 3 students on stage listening intently. These 3, the high school students that Yi Wuxuang had played against in the chess varsity league. They are the son of the mayor of Yen City and Meng Yunjing of the 3rd high school, Medical University High School, the round-faced girl who abandons the game halfway through to buy Coke chips, Normal High School, the dimpled boy who abandoned the race halfway home to watch the old sow give birth. Knock knock. Yi Wuxuang knocked on the door. "Coming?" Su Chang turned his head to look at her, put the chalk into the chalk box, clapped his hands, and pointed at Yi Wuxuang to introduce the rest of the team with a smile. "Yi Wuxuang, Queen of the Birds of Prey, our new team member." When he went to Flying Bird in the morning, the students around him didn't mention Yi Wuxuang a lot. They all adoringly called her Queen. "Ah, I remember you. What a coincidence." The round-faced girl stood up, her eyes widening as she recognized Yi Wuxuang. "I remember you too." Dimpled boy likewise stood up. "Yi, classmate Yi." Meng Yunjing's eyes were excited and his ears were hot. He knew that a new team member would come today, but he didn't expect this person to be Yi Wuxuang. During this period of time, he did not have much contact with Yi Wuxuang. Flying Bird was on a long vacation and Yi Wuxuang didn't work at Qinyu Dessert Shop, so he had no excuse to contact Yi Wuxuang. Every night, he wanted to send her something else, too, but the words were written and deleted and written, but never sent. He was happy to see her today. The thought of having to fight alongside her in the future made him even happier. "Let me introduce you." Su Chang walked up to Yi Wuxuang and pointed his finger over Meng Yunjing, the round-faced girl, and the dimpled boy in turn. Meng Yunjing of the 3rd middle school, Ai Yincher of the Medical University High School, and Song Yifan of the Normal High School. "Hello." All 3 greeted kindly. Yi Wuxuang nodded, walked into the classroom and found a seat. "Let me briefly explain this competition to student Yi." Su Chang reappeared on the podium, both arms propped up on the edge of the lectern. The tournament was held at Phoenix Stadium in River City. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the day before the game, we meet at the Yen City bus station and take a bus to Jiang City. On the Jiang City side, they've already booked rooms for us at the Sunshine Hotel, and all 21 teams from Central and Southern Province will be staying at the Sunshine Hotel. The rules of the competition are the same as previous years. If Yi Wuxuang doesn't understand, he can ask Meng Yunjing and the others. Finally, what are our goals for the game? Su Chang asked the 4 players. Champion, Meng Yunjing, Ai Yenshi, and Song Yifan raised their right arms in reply, their morale high. Yes, the moment you set out on your journey, you have one goal in mind, the championship. Su Chang turned around and wrote the word champion in block letters on the blackboard. Their brawny bravado silenced Yi Wushuang. For a moment, she asked suspiciously, that was screened out of last year's preliminary round, wasn't Anchor City? The people in the 7th class told her that Yin City was weak, but when she looked at these people, they didn't look like the bottom of the barrel at all. Instead they looked like the favorites to win the championship. Full of fighting spirit. Click. Harmony and beauty were knocked out of the scene. Su Chang squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. None of that matters. It's the momentum that counts. Get it? You can't lose by losing. Yi Wushuang nodded his head in cooperation. A few hours later, Su Chang ended his training. The 4 team members led by Yi Wushuang took the elevator downstairs together. I have to take the subway home, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Ai Yenshi waved. I'll take the bus. Bye. Song Yifan also left. Student Yi. Meng Yunjing gathered her courage and turned to speak to Yi Wushuang. The driver my dad arranged for is waiting at the curb, so if you're not up to it, I can give you a ride. Meng Yunjing swallowed the rest of his words in his throat. He saw Yi Wushuang walk to a black Rolls-Royce sports car. The driver's window slowly lowered, revealing a face that was remarkably handsome and contained a gentle smile. Ji Xiao. Ji Shun. Meng Yunjing held his breath. What is there? Relationship? In front of the Rolls-Royce, Yi Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Why are you still here? She thought Jishin had already left. I ran into an acquaintance and chatted for a while, and thought you'd be getting out of class soon, so I might as well wait here and go home together. Jishin laughed lightly, his eyes lightly drooping, his ink eyes flashing a touch of the fox's characteristic sophistication. Yi Wushuang opened the car door. As if she thought of something, she turned around and waved at Meng Yunjing in front of the building. Meng Yunjing waved goodbye to her and watched the Rolls-Royce drift away, his heart feeling like it was pressed with a stone. Ji Xiao's car never carries women, but he let Yi Wushuang sit, because Yi Wushuang was his grandfather's savior? The next day after school, Yi Wushuang traveled to the training course. The classroom door was closed today, and she pushed it open, a lot of confetti falling on her head. Dang! Ai Yenshi took out a 3-inch sized mango cake from behind her back and presented it to Yi Wushuang like a magic trick. Yi students, welcome to the team. This is a belated welcome. Yi Wushuang looked at the cake, then looked at Ai Yenshi, and Meng Yunjing and Song Yifan next to Ai Yenshi. Said you looked at the cake in the cake store across the street for a while when you came downstairs yesterday. Thought you might like cake, so I chipped in and bought a cupcake as an initiation gift. Meng Yunjing smiled with an arched eyebrow. He had changed into a set of white casual clothes today, and his entire person looked gentle and elegant. In fact, Yi Wushuang didn't have a long time to look at the cake, only that she had an even shorter time to look at other things. And once she compared them, she compared the gap. But that cake store's cakes are too expensive. We don't quite have enough pocket money to barely buy a small one. Don't mind. Ai Yenshi pouted. Aside from Meng Yunjing having a background, she and Song Yifan were both children of ordinary families with limited finances yet. Thanks. Yi Wushuang took the cake, her eyes flickering lightly. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon came the day before the race. Chapter 62 Wushuang in danger. Ji Shin injured. Early in the morning, the Ji family villa. Yi Wushuang changed into the white team uniform Su Chang had issued her, a textured t-shirt with the team's cyan bird logo, designed by Su Chang, printed on the back. She walked out of the master bedroom. Downstairs, Jishin sat at the dining room table reading a newspaper, a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. The maid was preparing breakfast for 2 in the kitchen. One part of Jishin's, one part of Yi Wushuang's. Morning. Perhaps hearing her footsteps? The man tore his eyes away from the newspaper and tilted his head toward her with a slight smile. This smile, Yi Wushuang found it pleasing to the eye. She had never paid excessive attention to Jishin's appearance, but Jishin's divine face could always make her appreciate it from the bottom of her heart at some point. Morning. She slowly walked down the stairs to the dining room table. As she passed by Jishin, she had a footstep and noticed a very small flash on the wall opposite Jishin. Her brain raced. The villa decor hasn't changed, and in this position, there shouldn't be anything reflecting the cast. The sun doesn't leave a single sparkle here alone, either. There is only one answer. There's someone out there with a mirror or something pointing at the place. It was early in the morning at the moment, and the Ji family villa was located in the remote mid-levels, so it was unlikely that an ordinary person would be able to do this kind of thing. Then the answer is clearer. It's the reflection point of a sniper's scope. Someone is aiming at Jishin inside the jungle. Look out! Yi Wuxuan pulled Jishin's arm with a tug, causing him to deviate from his original position. Bang! A bullet was fired at the floor-to-ceiling window. A dent appeared in the formerly polished and translucent floor-to-ceiling window, which extended outward with a slight crack, but didn't shatter. It's bulletproof glass. Yi Wuxuan glanced at it and his heart was clear. It was also right that Jishin was the heir of the Ji family. The place where he lives is bound to be security-heavy, with bulletproof glass as the foundation. Thump! Sharp footsteps came from all sides of the villa. They're surrounded. The crisis is sudden. Yi Wuxuang's brows wrinkled as he walked forward, but his wrist was grabbed. The person who grabbed her was Jishin. The man's brow was wrinkled even tighter than hers. The gentleness in his eyes faded and he was all fury, but his voice was concerned for her. Fengjiu can fix it. He didn't want to put her in danger. I'm in a hurry. I have to meet the team at the bus station. Yi Wuxuang rarely unfolded a light smile other than a sneer at Jishin, even though the smile was full of bloodlust and danger. And didn't we agree that I'd protect you against the rent? The smile shook Jishin's eyes, and in a moment of disorientation, Yi Wuxuan broke free from his grip and headed for the door. As she passed the indoor bar, she pressed on the back of the bar table and a black pistol hidden inside fell straight into her palm. Fengjiu had told her about a few places in the villa where she could hide a gun, just in case. She turned on the safety of her pistol and fired 3 shots in a row, putting down the 3 masked intruders who attacked her head on the front, with a cold look in her eyes. Ping! Someone was shooting at her from the side as well, and she rolled on the ground, getting up and instantly firing 2 shots at the man. 1 shot to the chest, 1 to the head. The former allows for faster and more accurate hits without having to aim for the head, rendering the target defenseless for a short period of time. The latter is used to destroy the target's brain after his actions have been impaired, causing him to stop for good. Mozambique shooting method. Fengjiu rushed to Jishin's side, admiration flashing in his eyes. It's a melee shooting technique. MS. Yip has never been one to eliminate the consequences in the matter of murder. There's no such thing as an enemy playing dead and making a comeback after escaping a bad situation. One word to describe it: professional. Having finished marveling, Fengjiu turned around and threw himself into the battle to tackle the enemies invading from the back of the villa. Ahead, Yi Wuxuan was constantly moving. Even if there were no enemies around him for a while, he didn't stop. She could see flashes of light that kept popping up in and around her. That sniper hiding in the jungle knew he couldn't hurt Jishin. Then he retreated and tried to target her first and fix her. 400 meters away, lying on the tree, the sniper in full camouflage exploded thickly, his muzzle moving ceaselessly towards Yi Wuxuang in the courtyard. The young girl's trajectory was too difficult to capture, making it impossible for him to anticipate, much less aim, shooting in the air and possibly injuring your teammates. Soon, he no longer had that concern, because his teammates are done dying. In the scope, the young girl fired with her right hand, aiming at the heart of her last teammate, always stopping. He aimed at the young girl and pressed the trigger with his index finger, but before he could press it completely, the young girl was the first to turn around, lifting the other pistol she'd seized from the body earlier in her left hand and firing it with precision in his direction. Phew! The bullet broke through the air, driving the air currents around it. Put! Right in the sniper's eyebrow. The bodies and firearms landed with a thud, startling the birds in the forest and sending them flying. I didn't expect Messia's left-handed shooting to be so accurate as well. The maid made a psycho cupping her heart. Yi Wuxuan turned around and was about to say something when she was swept into Jishin's arms. Ping! A bullet passed through Jishin's shoulder and the man grunted. Blood splattered on Yi Wuxuan's face. The warmth of the touch made her pupils flinch. Ji Xiao! Fengjiu's face changed drastically as he broke the sneak attacker's hand with a shot. Yi Wuxuan looked down, only to realize that the intruder he had finally resolved was not dead. He had a hole in the left side of his chest that was bleeding out, but the fact that he's still alive means that his heart is different and grows on the other side. Damn! Yi Wushu's eyes were filled with hostility. Both guns are out of bullets, right? Jishin's voice was low. Otherwise, with Yi Wuxuang's habit, no matter if that person's heart grew in his stomach or on his knees, he would not be able to escape the fate of being obliterated by a headshot. Well, the last shot went to the sniper. Yi Wuxuang's tone hid a hint of anger. Having a friend get hurt for you is not something to be happy about. She hugged Jishin's narrow waist and placed him on an exquisitely crafted bamboo chair in the courtyard. At an angle she couldn't see, Jishin curved his narrow eyes. This was the second time Yi Wuxuang embraced him. The last time, it was an unconscious hug while crying in a dream. The shot was worth the block. The family doctor comes quickly to treat Jishin's wounds, while Fengjiu leaves with the intruder who still has a breath in him, about to torture him and ask about the forces behind him. In 20 minutes or so, the family doctor dressed Jishin's wound. Yi Wuxuang kept wrinkling her eyebrows, fighting with herself to be angry. I wasn't hurt badly. You don't have to blame yourself so much. Ji Shen mouthed helplessly. This little ninny is not in the right state. I'm going to Jiang City to participate in the Olympic math competition. Yi Wuxuan unilaterally ended the conversation and left the villa. She was holding a fire in her heart and had nowhere to vent it. Everyone she's tried to protect since she can remember. She's protected well. She won't let them get hurt. There are only two exceptions. One is Brother Dustless. One is a friend. Ji Shen. Letting them get hurt was her incompetence. Chapter 63. That one called Yi Wuxuan. So pretty. With fire, Yi Wuxuan arrived in front of the square of Yen City bus station. Since everyone was wearing the uniforms for this expedition, Su Chang, Meng Yunjing and the others immediately saw her and greeted her. The five took a bus and set off for River City. At 12 o'clock at noon, the bus came to the entrance of the Sunshine Hotel in Jiang City. Jiang City is the capital of Central and Southern Province, more prosperous than Yen City. The hotel decoration is even more advanced a little, because 21 teams from across the province are staying here. The hotel is frequented by high school students dressed as teachers. The seats used for lounging on both sides of the lobby were also filled with students. They were men and women, beautiful and handsome, plain and ordinary, dressed in extraordinary clothes, or casually dressed. The most eye-catching presence among them was a young girl around 18 years old. She wore a black super short dress with a white halter top, a double ponytail, and one side of her hair dyed gradient pink and one side of her hair dyed gradient sky blue. It's a pairing that regular people don't do well with. And she has beautiful features, big eyes and a small nose that hold down the fort. At the moment, she was talking to her brother on his cell phone with her legs crossed and a lollipop in her mouth. Alright brother, I'm hanging up. Meng Yunjing and the others are probably arriving, so I won't talk to you anymore. She hung up the phone and noticed that everyone around her was looking at her with adoring respect or awe. Even if someone didn't recognize her, they would look the same way when introduced by a bystander. Her lips curled up, enjoying the feeling. Her name was Deng Fanqing, the schoolgirl of the first high school of Jiang City, and the schoolmaster who had been the reigning champion of the Olympic mathematics in Central and Southern Province. Beyond being pretty and smart, she has a reputation for being a scary person. Daughter of the leader of the Black Man Gang. The Black Man Gang is the king of the underground world in Central and Southern Province. In the entire underground world of Xia, there was also a place. Her brother, Deng Xiu, is the crown prince of the Black Man Gang. She, Deng Fanqing, was the princess of the Black Man Gang, known as the Queen of Jiang City. From the top to the size of the officials, down to the hooligans and ruffians, all of them respect her 3 times, do not dare to offend. This leads to people around her, fawning and trying to please her. That face, it's always sickening to see too much of it. That is, until she meets the son of the mayor of Yen City, Meng Yunjing, at a municipal Olympiad competition. He was a very special person. It is not too much to describe it as out of the silt, not stained, Mondi League, not demon. He's pure, hard-working, warm and polite, never proud of their origins or treating others differently because of their origins. Father said that this kind of person is meant for great things, and she agreed. This time she participated in the Olympiad for another purpose besides taking the title. Wanted Meng Yunjing to be her boyfriend. In fact, she didn't mind Meng Yunjing becoming his man directly. She was looking forward to Meng Yunjing's performance in bed. As the daughter of the head of the Black Man Gang, she was no innocent little girl. Empress, the car from Yen City seems to be coming over. The female student with black-framed glasses next to Deng Fanqing reminded. Her name is Zhou Ying, a classmate of Deng Fanqing and a participant in this Olympiad. She had an average family background and usually couldn't squeeze into Deng Fanqing's circle, so she wanted to take advantage of this competition to get on good terms with Deng Fanqing. See, Deng Fanqing's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he walked out of the lobby under the watchful eyes of many people. On the side of the road, Meng Yunjing happened to be the first person to get out of the car. Meng Yunjing, Deng Fanqing smiled and waved. This attitude could make the group of boys who had thoughts about Deng Fanqing jealous. Deng Fanqing? Hello. Meng Yunjing thought for a moment, recognized Deng Fanqing, greeted him coldly and detachedly, and walked towards the hotel. He didn't have much love for the daughter of the gang. Guess how long I've been waiting for you? Deng Fanqing blinked her left eye at Meng Yunjing. Quirky. The other side. Su Chang, Yi Wuxuan, Ai Yanshi, and Song Yifan got off in turn. When he got off the bus, Yi Wuxuang's stomach was very unforgiving and gurgled twice. Ah, Wuxuang hungry? Ai Yanshi blinked. After a few days at the course, they had replaced the polite and detached a classmate with a person's name. I didn't eat in the morning. Yi Wuxuang replied indifferently. Not only did she not eat, but she killed a lot of people by exercising vigorously early in the morning. It's not surprising that your stomach growls like that. Then let's go eat first, Ai Yanshi proposed. Before I came here, I checked the tips on the internet. Near the Sunshine Hotel, there is a particularly affordable and delicious barbecue restaurant. Her creed in life is one word, eat. Coke and chips, barbecue and fondue, all her favorites. I want to eat. Son Yifan had a craving too. Then let's eat first and then go back to the hotel. Su Chang agreed with the team's idea. I'll go shout for Meng Yunjing. The vivacious AI Yencher ran to Meng Yunjing's side. Meng Yunjing, Wuxuan didn't eat in the morning and is hungry. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant first. Good. As soon as he heard that his favorite person was hungry, Meng Yunjing made an instant decision and followed AI Yencher away. Deng Fanqing was left out in the cold. She stared at AI Yencher's back with her arms wrapped around her chest, and a ruthlessness that didn't match her age surfaced in her eyes. Shouted Meng Yunjing away in front of her. Right? Not a lot of guts. Empress, I'll help you clean up this little. Zhouing walked over to show her loyalty. Okay, clean it up so your father can get a promotion. Deng Fanqing turned around and took the elevator upstairs. A small character like AI Yencher was not worthy of her personal action. Thank you, Empress. Zhouing was overjoyed in her heart. 1 hour later, Yi Wuxuan and the others, who had filled their stomachs, re-arrived at the Sunshine Hotel. The luxurious decoration of the hotel lobby made AI Yencher and Son Yifan open their mouths slightly, incarnating as Lu into the grand view garden, looking at everything new and strange. Zheng City is rich and generous in the end. In previous years when competitions were held in other cities, they wouldn't have stayed in such a high-end hotel. Su Chang also sighed. Only Yi Wuxuan and Meng Yunjing looked as normal. Meng Yunjing had followed the mayor's father and had seen a lot of the city. Yi Wuxuan, needless to say, had seen places that were 100 times more luxurious than this place. Su Chang went to the front desk to get his room card, and Yi Wuxuan and the others stayed in the center of the lobby. The students sitting on the couches on either side of them, resting and chatting, quickly noticed them. Look at the one named Yi Wuxuan in Yen City's team. Isn't she so pretty? The tournament rules state that each team can design their own uniforms. All team uniforms, however, must wear nameplates with the names of the participating students to make it easier to recognize and address each other. Yi Wuxuan's nameplate was hanging in front of his body. Today, she was wearing a single ponytail. Her face was plain. Her lips were not lit but red. Her eyebrows were not drawn, and her features were perfectly proportioned. She wore a white marching team uniform on the upper half of her body, with a knee-length blue and white checkered skirt on the lower half, and her whole body was youthful and pretty. But her temperament was ice-cold, beautiful indeed, and a breath of fresh air. I haven't seen that before. Is it a new contestant? Next to her, Meng Yunjing, AI Yencher, and Son Yifan do look familiar. Old mat players. Put. Ha ha. There was a burst of derision. AI Yencher's round face reddened as she saw Su Chang get the room card and went forward to press the elevator. Just 2 steps out, Zhouing intercepted halfway and slapped AI Yencher in the face, cursing angrily. Bitch. Who told you to steal from me? Chapter 64. This Jishao is obviously honorable, but he is good at chasing after people. The slap blindsided AI Yencher. She didn't even expect to be beaten in such a place. The sound of a crisp slap also instantly catches the eyes of many. Many people got straight up from the couch, afraid that they had missed something. Yencher. Song Yifan was the first to walk up and angrily question Zhouing. You're sick, aren't you? How are we going to steal from you when we just got back from being out? This is ridiculous. Meng Yunjing called out to the lobby manager. Hello, I need to pull the surveillance to prove my teammate's innocence. This is more useful than just questioning. Su Chang also walked over, his brow furrowed. No need to pull the surveillance. I'm sorry if I recognized the wrong person. Zhouing seemed to have anticipated that things would go this way and casually apologized in a perfunctory manner. And then, she took out her cell phone and was ready to scan the code to transfer money. Why don't I transfer $20,000 to you? Medical bills plus moral damages. AI Yencher covered her face and slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears of aggression, stubbornly refusing to fall. She wasn't angry that she'd been mistakenly recognized and beaten. She was angry that the other party knew it was wrong, but apologized with such a glib attitude. What? 20,000 isn't enough? Zhouing held up the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, sizing up AI Yencher from head to tail, seeing that she was wearing ground-level goods that she couldn't name the brand, and let out a cold, wordy laugh. You're not trying to blackmail me, are you? Come on. I just accidentally misidentified you and slapped you. At those words, everyone upstairs passing through the hallway stopped and looked down. The interior of the Sunshine Hotel is circular in design, similar to a mall with a hollowed-out center. Deng Fanqing just leaned against the second-floor corridor railing to watch the show, her eyes sneering. Downstairs, AI Yencher bit her lower lip. She's never experienced anything like it. The eyes around her, either curious or mocking, left her overwhelmed and humiliated and angry at the same time. Yanshi, stand to the side. Yi Wuxuan's cool voice resounded in AI Yanshi's ears. AI Yanshi obediently stepped back, allowing Yi Wuxuan to come in front of Zhou. Zhou wrapped her hands around her chest with a fearless face. What? You guys think that if you change people, I'll be afraid of ah? Before the words were finished, Zhou screamed and her entire body slumped to the ground, her black-rimmed glasses flying out. The two palm prints on her face were extraordinarily clear. They were from Yi Wuxuan. You. Zhou sat on the ground, her eyes full of anger. I recognized the wrong person too. Yi Wuxuan coldly opened his mouth and half squatted down, his cell phone scanning Zhou Ying's payment code, transferring the $50,000 that Qin Yu had previously transferred to her. All of it was transferred to Zhou Ying. 2 slaps. 50,000. No need to find more. Take it for your brain. After speaking, Yi Wuxuan got up. Her stunning face was indifferent and lonely, and led the team and Su Chang into the elevator. The man's ruthless style elicited several s. This girl is too dominant. What's her story? Boy A was heartbroken. I remember. She's the queen of the birds of prey. The Jedi's mad youngster. Boy B slapped himself on the back of the head. Ha? What the hell? Boy A wondered. Boy B explains. Jedi is talking about the hottest game right now. Operation Jedi. Her game nickname is Cold-Blooded Frenzy. Her skill is so strong that she can take a big anchor to eat chicken. Not to mention that she also beat the champion duo Jackie and Summer. Now everyone in the gaming community calls her Maniac. What does Queen of the Flying Birds mean? The rest of the group asked. Boy B joyfully picks Yi Wuxuan's vest. She was attending Birds of Prey Academy and playing games when a woman started a rumor that she was ugly, got bad grades, and was expelled for skipping class and surfing the internet. Flying Bird students saw it and put up so many pictures of her to prove their innocence. Then everyone realized that she was actually very pretty. A schoolteacher who could get perfect scores on her monthly exams, played the drums and chess. Even Sun Jiahao, the president of the Yen City Chess Association, was her defeated opponent. That's why the students of Flying Bird honor her as the queen. Boy A, no way? That good? You're not lying to me, are you? Boy D stood up. He's not lying. I play Jedi too and have experienced all the things he's talking about. Boy E nodded his head. Me too. I didn't realize that Maniac had also participated in this Olympiad. And what's more, I didn't realize that Maniac was actually so tuggy in reality as well. 2 slaps said to fling it over. I want Yi Wuxuan's contact information so much. Boy B's expression was adoring. The girl next to her beamed. I still want Meng Yunjing's contact information. Meng Yunjing is like a bookish gentleman in a novel. Warm and gentle like jade. Save your breath then. You can't hide your eyes when you like someone. Haven't you noticed that Meng Yunjing has been looking at Yi Wuxuan? Second floor. Deng Fanqing looked at the rising elevator, her eyes gloomy and watery. It turns out that the person who made Meng Yunjing leave without her at noon was an AI Yanshi. Instead, it was that Yi Wuxuan who hadn't eaten in the morning and was hungry. Yi. This surname, so familiar. A cold aura emerged in Tang Fanqing's eyes. Brother the toy called Yuan Shella. Ex-boyfriend Yi Guilu also surnamed Yi. Forget it, there are plenty of people with the same last name. Deng Fanqing didn't think much about it and turned to go to her room. Empress. Yes, I'm sorry. Zhou covered her face and walked over to Tang Fanqing to apologize in a low voice. She had promised to clean up AI Yanshi, but ended up being punched in the face by Yi Wuxuan. Do you know about garbage classification? Deng Fanqing's tone was icy. Waste? Stay where waste belongs, not in my way. Zhou Ying's expression stiffened, making way for Deng Fanqing. Room 3201. As soon as AI Yanshi entered the door, she sat down at the table and took out her OU exercise book to do the problems. The slap marks on the cute round face were still there. The aggression had disappeared. Our Yanshi is turning grief into strength? Song Yifan deliberately mediated the atmosphere. AI Yanshi's pen was in a lurch, and she raised her head slightly, her voice light but powerful. If I have better clothes on me than Zhou Ying wouldn't dare to hit me. If I'm carrying a multi-million-dollar bag, Zhou Ying still has to respect and fear me. She treated me like that after all because she thinks I'm poor and deplorable, and I want to. Well, get ahead. Yi Wuxuan slightly lifted his eyes and his gaze fell on AI Yanshi's back. For the chess one, she was dragged by the school to make up the numbers, and for the OU competition, she signed up for it herself. She is a senior this year, and according to OU rules, this year is the last time she will be able to compete. She wants to get a little grade this year to pave the way for her future. So, she's diligent. There were times when they all left and she would stay in the class and work on the problems. Su Chang said she was especially desperate this year. Even Song Yifan and the others. Song Yifan clenched his fist. I also want to excel. Someone else in the lobby just laughed at us for always being at the bottom. It pisses me off. I'm going to do the questions too. With that, Song Yifan left. Meng Yunjing left with the same idea. At night, Yi Wushuang received a text message from Ji Shun. Is it necessary to provide sleeping companion service when one is on business in Jiang City? Chapter 65, Can the bottom have the consciousness of the bottom? Ji Shun recently has a very clear understanding of his identity as a sleeping robot. He finished his message and laughed softly as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite at the Sunshine Hotel, taking in the neon night view of the traffic downstairs. Ding dong. He gets replies. Yi Wushuang, where? 3 simple words, dry and crisp, perfectly in keeping with her style. Ji Shun sent his room number, then sighed and read the where again. The young prey is too cold to chase yet. Knock knock. Soon there was a knock on the door. Ji Shun raised his eyebrows. As a man, he had basically zero charm value for Yi Wushuang, but as a sleeping robot, he's charming. Full stop. He went forward to open the door. The door had just opened a crack when Yi Wushuang drilled in, his black pupils holding a slightly angry question. Why did you come to Zhangjiang on business if you didn't get well? Ji Shun was stunned, his handsome face dismayed. Was she concerned about him? He thought she. Let me see how the wound is recovering. Yi Wushuang pulled the man's wrist and pushed him on the sofa, bullying him and without any avoidance of suspicion. She undid his black suit and white shirt, revealing the bandages wrapped inside. Sure enough, the bandage had rendered a blush. That's what happens when you don't get a good night's rest. Are you a 3-year-old child? Is the Ji family already so short of money that they have to have you on a business trip? Yi Wushuang asked him in exasperation. Ji Shun, however, was in a happy mood. The corners of his thin lips rose, and his voice was low and honest. Actually, I'm worried that you won't sleep well and that you'll misplay the competition. This injury was just a common occurrence and nothing to the heir of the Ji family who had grown up bathing in the raging storms. At those words, the anger that had piled up in Yi Wushuang's heart dissipated. She looked at the man's handsome face with a smirk, her red lips lightly opened. Does it hurt? It hurts. The man braked. I'll get you some painkillers. Yi Wushuang went to rummage through the medicine box that came with the presidential suite. Okay. The man dutifully cooperated. Yi Wushuang took the medicine, and as soon as she turned around, she saw a stunningly beautiful man, lazily leaning against the sofa. His suit was half unraveled, ascetic and horny. The dark yellow lamps overhead, emitting an ambiguous glow, gilded him with a layer of psychedelic color, as if he were a regal male demon, seducing people to remove his suit completely. A male demon? Yi Wushuang shook his head and cleared this thought out. Ji Shun's likeness was too powerful to kill. What's wrong? Ji Shunming knew the advisor, and the smile at the corner of his lips grew thicker. It was probably because of her status as a friend that Yi Wushuang had removed some of her guard, and her mood swings were quite obvious. That head-shaking dork look is adorable as hell. Nothing. Yi Wushuang, how would she say what she just thought? After feeding Ji Shun the medicine, she opened her school bag and studied the previous Olympiad problems. Early the next morning, Yi Wushuang finished changing Ji Shun's medicine and returned to her room. After another half hour, Su Cheng came over and knocked on the door, signaling that it was time to gather. Yi Wushuang, who had long been ready, opened the door and went out, and when she went downstairs, she happened to meet Tang Fanqing. Tang Fanqing was flabbergasted for a moment, obviously not expecting to meet up with Yi Wushuang here, but touching is touching, so it doesn't hurt to give a warning. Meng Yunjing is my prey. Stay away from him if you're sensible, otherwise, I'll make you regret coming to Zhangjiang. She was the queen of River City, and she wasn't joking when she said that. Being threatened, Yi Wushuang's eye curtains lifted lightly, and his black pupils' hostility appeared. You can try. You'll make me regret coming to the city first, or I'll make you regret coming to the human world first. Dropping these words, Yi Wushuang went downstairs without looking back and met up with Meng Yunjing and the others. The rest of the team of city delegates, one by one, also gathered to arrive and headed out of the hotel. At the moment, there are several reporters squatting outside the hotel. If another province had organized the Olympiad, there would not have been so many reporters. After all, it's only a provincial scale. It's the national and global competitions down the road that are the heavyweights. South Central Province is different. River City is different. Jiang City has been the reigning South Central provincial champion, and last year nearly toppled the capital city team, so they can be considered heavyweights. With a number 1 seeded team like this, you can never go wrong with more shots and interviews. Then come what may, a token interview with another team to record footage would be fine. No, Yi Wushuang and the others had just gone out when they were targeted by a family of reporters. Hello, I'm a reporter from the River City Morning News. May I ask what are your intended goals in participating in this Olympiad? The camera and microphone disliked Su Cheng. Just when Yi Wushuang thought that Su Cheng would mouth off and declare that he would take the championship, Su Chang coughed lowly and said seriously, there's no goal, and if it's hard to have one, it's to outdo yourself. Getting an answer. The camera and microphone disliked Meng Yunjing again. Meng Yunjing, just do your best. Yanchi, no regrets. Song Yifan, there has been some progress. They feel sweaty when they say these things. Even though they yell about the championship every day in their own nest, when they get outside, it's time to be honest. Or be honest. It would be a shame to be punched in the face or something after mouthing off. The host smiled with professional courtesy. And the last goal for this little girl? The camera and microphone were given to Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang said indifferently, take a championship. Reporter? Su Chang 4. Mr. Yi, that's not a good thing to say. Puhaha, brothers, did you hear that? Yen City, who has been at the bottom of the list for 10,000 years, said their goal is to win the championship. The team next door heard the interview and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The corners of the bystanders' mouths twitched with varying expressions. How dare you think that? All we're aiming for is just to get to the final 8. Just because the Ji Wushuang of their team is great in other fields doesn't mean he's great in OU. Meng Yunjing, Ai Yenshi, and Song Yifan are even more so. I don't even have to use my full strength when comparing myself to them. The school bully over in the capital city was almost defeated by Empress Tang Fanqing Tang. I really don't know where Yen City got its confidence and face. The bottom cannot have the bottom of the consciousness to the master whole smile The rising and falling ridicule and sarcasm caused Meng Yunjing's trio to turn pale, and disguisedly strengthened their desire to win the title. It's good. One has to dream, doesn't one? Deng Fanqing brought Zhou Ying and other students, representing the Jiang City team in the finale, and gave Yi Wushuang a glance out of the corner of his eye, unable to hold back a snort in his heart. Over the years, those who dared to put harsh words in her face, Tang Fanqing, were either dead or crippled. What happened to Yi Wushuang depended on herself. Queen Deng is here. When the reporters scattered around saw Deng Fanqing, they dropped the interviews at hand and surrounded Deng Fanqing. Queen Deng, may I ask what your hopeful goals are for this Olympiad? Deng Fanqing is a very legendary high school girl. Her background is not to be spoken of brightly, but her studies are ridiculously good, and her personality is tainted with a little bit of the little Tae-yukai's misbehavior because of her family. My hope Tang Fanqing deliberately trailed off and reached out to point at Yi Wushuang. I hope Anchor City can win the title because I've won it so many times I'm tired of it. Chapter 66, First Place, Yi Wushuang. Full score. Deng Fanqing's words landed on the ground, and the entire room burst into laughter. A couple of reporters were also delighted. Queen Deng is really too humorous. Is this what the netizens call Versailles? While we do respect Yen City's dream, there's a pretty big gap between dream and reality. A female reporter stifled her laughter and turned to interview Yi Wushuang with a gloating expression. Is there anything you guys want to say when Queen Dun says she's tired of championships and wishes you guys could have them? All four of Su Chang's faces didn't look too good. They could sense that Tang Fanqing was humiliating them. Yi Wushuang swept his eyes at the star-studded Tang Fanqing. His tone cold. We'll meet her. End of speech. An awkward silence fell around them. The silence was followed by more and louder jeers. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. I'm laughing with tears in my eyes. Really, just give Yi Wushuang a stick and Yi Wushuang will dare to move up? I have a reasonable suspicion that she's trying to laugh us to death and then just defend her title. Stop laughing. The car is coming. Ahead came several exclusive buses, each with a red banner stretched across its body. Warm congratulations on the successful holding of the South Central Province Olympiad in mathematics. These buses will escort them to the location of this competition, the Phoenix Stadium in River City. The city teams hurriedly gave the team led by Deng Fanqing a path. They are the previous provincial champions and have the privilege of getting on the bus first. The reporters clicked pictures of the scene and ignored Yi Wushuang and the others again. Hoo. The race is about to start. Not nervous. Ayanami paced back and forth, using it to calm her nerves. A year's worth of struggle depends on now. It's our turn to get on the bus. Song Yifan tapped her shoulder, startling her so much that she barely jumped in place. Meng Yunjing let out a laugh and said soothingly, just do your best and listen to heaven. His mouth said so, but his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Even if he was well-bred, he couldn't stand to be mocked and counted by outsiders all the time. He wants to win the title and defend his dignity. And Meng Yunjing sneaked a look at Yi Wushuang, who was getting into the car, her ears reddening. He also wanted to show a very handsome side in front of her. About 10 minutes in, several buses pulled up in front of Phoenix Stadium. The Phoenix Stadium is a landmark building in Gangnam City, known nationwide for its phoenix-like shape. At the entrance of the stadium, the person in charge of the race organizing committee saw Deng Fanqing walking off the bus and immediately went over, whispering with warm respect, "Ms. Deng is here? Are you still comfortable staying at the Sunshine Hotel?" The matter I entrusted your brother with earlier. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, bloated and not very tall. Brother said he would consider it. Tong Fanqing lazily spoke. That's great. The man in charge slapped his thighs and grinned like a mangy dog. Don't worry. The winner of this competition will still be you. Nonsense. Who else could the champion be but me? Deng Fanqing looked askance at the words in charge and walked into the stadium with her head held high. As the teams entered in an orderly fashion, the Anchor City team slowly made their entrance. The field was laid out with 84 sets of tables and chairs for 21 four-person teams to play their preliminary matches. The preliminary round is a written test and time is limited. 1 roll per person, with the final team totals counting towards the rankings. The bottom 5 teams are eliminated and the remaining teams advance to the Sweet 16. If the scores are the same, it takes less time than whoever combines them, and the one with less is in front. In previous years, Anchor City teams were basically eliminated from the preliminary round and went home, commonly known as the round robin. Survive the preliminary round. Survive the preliminary round. Survive the preliminary round. AI Yenshur was brainwashing herself again, and it was very amusing to see her shredding. Song Yifan was overjoyed. Don't worry. With your current strength, you'll definitely be able to make it through the preliminary rounds. Su Chang stroked AI Yenshur's head. He was a teacher, and he had a rough idea in his heart of what strengths his students had. Before the race, he handed out a couple of test papers and everyone basically scored a perfect 150 with very few mistakes. The only person who had never made a mistake was Yi Wushuang. Su Chang looked sideways at Yi Wushuang, and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He had known Yi Wushuang for a relatively short period of time and couldn't fathom Yi Wushuang's full strength. Yi Wushuang scored full marks because she was just strong enough to get full marks, or because the upper limit of marks was 150? He shall not know. He was only certain that Yi Wushuang was the most stable player among the 4, and other 84 participating students were seated and more than 20 invigilators entered the room. There were no spectators in the stadium except students, teachers, invigilators, journalists and the race organizing committee. Math competitions require a quiet atmosphere, and spectators are prone to bad behavior if they are maliciously disruptive. At the head's command, the crowd of students buried their heads in questions. The sound of the pen tip sliding on the paper is the most exuberant battle cry in their hearts. Click. Flash your side of the story. Time passes quietly. 2 reporters whispered in the audience. Dude, who do you think turned in their papers first in the preliminary rounds this year? Then there's no need to think. It must be Queen Dun. Or hasn't she handed in her papers first in the early rounds? Inside the field, Deng Fanqing did finish the paper quickly. After checking it over as fast as she could, she intended to hit the timer on the table. The purpose of the timer is to remind the invigilator to come and collect the papers, and to keep track of how long you have answered the paper for subsequent ranking. Look, she's going to press it. The reporter raised his camera, intending to capture the scene. But before Deng Fanqing could press it, a ringtone was the first to go off. After Yi Wushuang rang the bell, he left the examination room and found a random seat in the audience to rest his eyes. Holy class? The reporter was dumbfounded. He was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Yi Wushuang's speed drew the attention of many non-competitors. The commotion started because of her. She's the one who said she wanted to win the title before and that she would fulfill Queen Deng's wish, isn't she? This seems to be her first time competing in the South Central Provincial Olympiad. It looks awesome. She's not really going to win the title, is she? Cam. I didn't record any material related to her. It's a loss. Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger and bigger, the person from the race organizing committee coughed lowly, signaling them to be quiet. Deng Fanqing pressed the timer and left the arena, picking a seat opposite Yi Wushuang. She stared coldly at Yi Wushuang. The preliminary round is not about being fast enough to win. It's more about getting the answers right than speed. She didn't believe that this Yi Wushuang, who was not well known in the OU community, could be better than her. Ding, ding, ding. The rest of the students turned in their papers one by one. The questions in the preliminary round would not be too difficult, and all 84 students turned in their papers before waiting for the time limit to expire. Meng Yunjing, AI Yenshur, and Song Yifan sat beside Yi Wushuang and quietly waited for the teachers from the Olympic Organizing Committee to approve the test papers. An hour later, the OHA announced the results of the preliminary round. First place, Yi Wushuang. Full marks. The rankings of the rest of the people will appear on the big screen in a list. Chapter 67. Yi Wushuang's brain is too slow and only does dead-end problems? Su Chang led the applause and his teammates turned their heads to look at Yi Wushuang in shock. Meng Yunjing, wow. Wushuang is actually first place? That's awesome. Song Yifan, I was so focused on answering the questions that I didn't even notice who was first. AI Yenshur, that's awesome. Across the room, Zhou Ying snorted. It's just the preliminary rounds. What's there to be proud of? Everyone basically has a perfect score. It's the later rounds that are the main event. Indeed. When Tang Fanqing saw Mang Yunjing on the opposite side of the table, who had been looking at Yi Wuxuan with adoring and fascinated eyes, her heart was burning with jealousy and she was extremely unhappy. The following is the announcement of the preliminary round elimination list. The head of the Olympic Organizing Committee took the microphone and read out several city representatives, not including Yen. The 4 of them in Yen City all scored full marks, but except for Yi Wuxuan, the remaining 3 were slower in order to seek stability. Placed 15th overall, the team advanced to the round of 16 with a scare. River City was not in doubt and took first place as a team. Historic progress, stage-by-stage victory. Su Chang made a summary. Inside the field, the man in charge went on. Second round, 16-8, ready to begin. The staff immediately rearranged the scene, leaving 2 rows of tables, 4 in each row, with paper and pens left on the tables. The second round is a scramble system. The leader asks 5 questions and whoever rings the bell first on both sides answers. The team with the most points wins. The 16 teams were separated by 2 according to their first round rankings and played 1v1 matches in order. Example, first place and second place finish, third place and fourth place. After the third and fourth place match, the fifth and sixth place match. Please welcome to the stage the students competing for the city team, and the XX team. Deng Fanqing took Shouing, and the remaining 2 teammates onto the field. The second-ranked city representative followed. Less than 10 minutes later, River City won. The race for third and fourth place also took less than 10 minutes. Gradually, the race came to 15th and 16th place. Yanichi's opponents were some of the men who had taunted Yanichi the most before he left. Moderator, the game is on. Please listen to the question. First problem, there are 2 numbers where twice the greater value equals 5 times the lesser value plus 3. The sum of 4 times the greater value, and 3 times the lesser value is 71. What are the 2 numbers? Ding. AI Yen sure grabbed the bell first. Moderator, the team from Yen City has the floor. Ianchi, 14 and 5. Moderator, correct. For the second question, a 3-digit odd number where each digit adds up to a total of 12. All 3 digits are different, and the difference between the first 2 digits, and the difference between the last 2 digits are equal. Before the question was finished, the boy across the room rang the bell. Moderator, please take the floor. Boys, 345. Answer correctly. The third question was grabbed by Mang Yunjing. The fourth question was grabbed by Song Yifan. Anchor City wins and advances to the Elite 8. Yes. AI Yinsher clenched her fists, the tension in her eyes, replaced by confidence. She couldn't live up to what she'd been working on all year. Wuxuan's first time participating in the robocall system. A little uncomfortable? Mang Yunjing wondered why Yi Wuxuan was silent. With Yi Wuxuan's strength, he shouldn't have been inactive the entire time. The answer could only be discomfort. Relax. Don't be nervous. It's okay if you answer wrong. Song Yifan was worried that Yi Wuxuan was under too much pressure. Due to the rules of the game, the 3 could not stay in place for long and left the field in turn. Yi Wuxuan lowered his eyes. How could she be stressed out over an OU competition when she's been swimming in life and death all year? She intended to strike when it mattered most. It was because Meng Yunjing, AI Yensher, and Song Yifan needed a chance to prove their strength and wash away the shame of the past. And she just needs to win and can give them the room to cast. Audience. The reporters were filming Yi Wuxuan, and as they were filming, they felt tasteless. Reporter A was confused. Yi Wuxuan was so strong in the preliminary round, how come he was dumbfounded in the second round? Reporter B replied, maybe it's like her teammate said, she's not used to competing for the first time, and she'll be fine in the next round. Reporter A shrugs his shoulders. The list of the top 8 is now announced, added the head of the tournament organizing committee as he stood up and read the list. Lunch and breaks follow, and the top 4 and 2 are decided in the afternoon. It was midday and the race party had prepared lunch in a lounge. In the restroom on the Yen City side, Yi Wuxuan was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Su Chang took out his notebook and lectured the 3 of them, Meng Yunjing, and took the time to look at Yi Wuxuan, but didn't shout. He wanted to. Yi Wuxuan might really be too tense. Give her more rest. The break ended and the tournament continued with the third round. The later matches were all robocalls, also 1v1 according to the ranking order of the first round. Only the number and difficulty of questions in each round will be increased compared to the previous round. 30 minutes later, Deng Fanqing brought the Jiang City team and successfully entered the quarterfinals. Seeing that Meng Yunjing's trio was in good shape, Yi Wuxuan chose to shut up and let them take their lie into the quarterfinals. Reporter A, Yi Wuxuan hasn't adjusted yet? Meng Yunjing's trio are all pretty good this year instead, and have the momentum to win the title. Reporter B scratches his head. I don't know. In the audience, Tang Fanqing snorted coldly and said, Yi Wuxuan isn't not adapting at all. she's too slow in her brain to turn around, and will only do dead-end problems. Just as there are people who can speak well in private, but as soon as they get in front of the public, they lay down. The queen has a point. Zhou Ying nodded. It's a pity that Yen City is ranked too far back to run into our Zheng City, or else you would have been able to them up in the second round. That's for sure. Tang Fanqing was confident. Final 4 matches ensue. 60 minutes later, Deng Fanqing's Zheng City was in no danger of advancing to the second final. On Yi Wushuang's side, Meng Yunjing also the trio was a force to be reckoned with, and froze with 3 against 4, lifting Yi Wushuang into the final. It's not just journalists who are spitting in the face this time around. The other city students who stayed put and didn't leave have said, "Is Yunichi high on drugs this year? How come it's so fierce? I apologize for my earlier taunting." Fierce is Meng Yunjing and the others alright. It has nothing to do with Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang is just as if he's been pointed at a dumb point. So what did Meng Yunjing and the others go through this year? Didn't go through much either. Su Cheng's hands around his chest faintly opened his mouth to pretend, and he violently had a feeling that his eyes were burning. Last year's preliminary round tournament, Ai Yencher was crying back to Yen City. Meng Yunjing and Song Yifan didn't cry, but just kept flipping through OU problems on the bus back. Since then, the three have spent more time doing OU, volunteering for longer training sessions and training on vacations. The high-intensity training caused the fourth person to be overwhelmed and quit, which ushered in Yi Wushuang. As for Yi Wushuang has been silent. If you can't adjust, you can't adjust. He doesn't blame her. Moreover, if it wasn't for her taking the shortest amount of time in the preliminary round and giving Meng Yunjing's trio a ride, Yen sure wouldn't have made it to the second round. The head of the organizing committee said, "Half-hour intermission. In half an hour, the Zheng City team and the Yen City team have their final match." Chapter 68, Absolute Strength. Yi Wushuang wins. Half an hour is slow for the people in Phoenix Stadium. People can't wait and want to know the final result of this final. Curious to see whether River City continues to reign as champion or Yen City completes the comeback. Half an hour is also fast for the people in Phoenix Stadium. The minutes and seconds passed in what seemed like a blink of an eye. Please welcome the city of Jiang and the city of Yen teams to the stage. The final round of the competition, which was chaired by the head of the organizing committee of the competition. Above his back, a display hung, which would later show complex topics and graphs. The Zheng City team led by Deng Fanqing and the Yen City team led by Yi Wushuang went on stage together. 8 people had their pens in hand, ready to make their projections. Head, please listen to the question. The students on both teams perked up their ears and paid full attention, immediately plunging into the sea of the math competition. The overall strength of Zheng City was strong, but Meng Yunjing Ai Yenshe and their efforts were not in vain. The two teams went back and forth, catching up with each other, and were neck and neck. When you're in a hurry, it can also happen that you ring the bell and answer it wrong. Out of the 8 people, the one who answered the most questions with the highest percentage of correctness was Deng Fanqing. The person who was the opposite of her was Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang didn't answer a single question and looked at the Meng Yunjing trio with increasing appreciation. She initially thought that they had made it to the finals and would not last long in front of Deng Fanqing. Zheng City is in the end the provincial champion of the past years, and its strength should not be underestimated. As a result, the trio fought harder and harder, biting into the scoreboard and not giving her a chance to make a move. It's true to the old saying, where there's a will, there's a way. Break the kettle and sink the boat. 102 Qin passes finally belong to Chu, the bitter-hearted. God will not be disappointed. Lying down to taste the gall. 3,000 Yuejia can swallow Wu. 90 minutes passed, which was the limit time for the game. Even when it came down to it, both groups scored the same amount of points, and the scorching was maddening. The head said, "After 90 minutes of intense competition, the teams are tied and I declare the game to be in overtime. Each side may choose one of the other's opponents to fight. Overtime, also known as the sudden death round. From this moment on, all previous scores do not count, and the winner is determined by this competition alone." Zheng City team, who did you choose from Yen City as your opponent? The person in charge asked Deng Fanqing. The whole team looked up to her. What she said was holy writ, and what others thought could be ignored. Yi Wushuang. Tang Fanqing smiled faintly, his tone cold. She said before the race that she was going to take a title and I couldn't say anything without going along with it. Hearing Deng Fanqing choose Yi Wushuang, the audience appeared to have different discussions. Su Cheng's breath stuttered, and he secretly said that it was bad. Why did you choose anyone but Yi Wushuang, who was not in the right state? Isn't this going to be for nothing? Meng Yunjing, Ai Yenshe, and Song Yifan were wide-eyed. Their opponents had chosen Yi Wushuang, and there was nothing they could do about it. Yen City team, who did you choose as your opponent from Zheng City? The person in charge asked the Yen City side. Pick the weakest one. Song Yifan whispered a reminder. Just don't pick Deng Fanqing. Meng Yunjing and Ai Yanshi nodded their heads and were just about to open their mouths when Yi Wushhuang's calm voice came from their ears. Deng Fanqing. 3. Mr. Yi, this person is not a good choice. Outside the arena, Su Chang slapped Pia on his face. Only 3 words in his head. Going away. Those 3 people in Zheng City were led by Tang Fanqing. And why wouldn't the 3 people in Yan City listen to Yi Wushhuang's words? Are you sure? The man in charge had the look of a subway old man's cell phone. Okay. Yi Wushhuang looked at Tang Fanqing from a distance of a few meters. His tone calm. She's delivered her face to my hand. And it wouldn't make sense for me not to punch that face. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Tang Fanqing's eyes went hard, almost ready to spit fire. How dare Yi Wushhuang be so arrogant? Well, let's just see who the dear is. She spoke with an arrogant sneer. Outside the arena, more people began to stare wide-eyed. Yi Wushhuang isn't sick in the head. He didn't answer a single question himself, and he still dares to choose the strongest Queen Deng in the city of Zhangjiang? She's afraid she doesn't know how to spell death. Forget it. In fact, from the time Zheng City chose Yi Wushhuang as their opponent, Yan City has already lost. The game will probably be over soon, so get ready to leave work. What's for dinner? The journalists started making dinner dates. Please ask unrelated students to leave the room. The person in charge directs the staff to remove the extra tables. The 4v4 immediately turned into a one-on-one battle between Yi Wushhuang and Deng Fanqing. Flashbulbs went off frequently as reporters concentrated on every detail they could make a big deal out of. The head said, "Listen to the problem. 133 to the 5th power, plus 101 to the 5th power, plus 84 to the 5th power, plus 27 to the 5th power, equals n to the 5th power. Find the integer n." Deng Fanqing immediately did the math on the paper, her mind turning quickly. Halfway through the math, a bell was heard. Yi Wushhuang's tone was ice cold as she snatched an answer. 144. She got it right. Outside the arena, someone was using a laptop to calculate a question. And the answer they got was exactly the same as Yi Wushhuang's. Asterisk 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 Yi Wushhuang won and Yan City is the champion? Big cold event. After the reporter was briefly confused, he took a fierce shot at Yi Wushhuang. Su Chang, Meng Yunjing and the 4 of them were overjoyed. I was about to cheer when I heard the host say, without changing his face, "Continue to overtime." The crowd froze? What's the continue to overtime rule? It hasn't happened before, has it? Didn't Yi Wushhuang win? Why do we even have to compare? Could it be targeting Yi Wushhuang and favoring Tang Fanqing? Your blatantly dashed Song Yifan was furious and wanted to tell the truth. But Su Chang covered his mouth. Su Chang was also angry, but that was the reality. Rules and fairness are just something that can be tampered with willy-nilly by a segment of the population. No one on the other side of the fence will have a good time if they try to poke at it. The head of the organizing committee of the tournament. A big shot in the math world of Central and Southern Province, where Song Yifan could not afford to offend. He had to cover Song Yifan's mouth. Inside the arena, Yi Wushhuang also understood the meaning of the race organizing committee. She looked over at Deng Fanqing, who happened to be looking at her as well, and raised an eyebrow at her. It seems to say, "I'm just playing you. How's that? Please see the question." On the display behind the race committee, a string of mathematical formulas appeared. Solve, what is the minimum value of k? Deng Fanqing rushed to solve the problem, scrambling for time. The last question let Yi Wushhuang take the lead. This question she had to calculate it before Yi Wushhuang no matter what. However, imagination was beautiful and reality was cruel. Yi Wushhuang's bell rang again and coldly snatched the answer. 16. She got it right again. Feedback was given by those who had counted in their notebooks earlier. Continue to overtime. The man in charge changed the rules with his face as usual. Deng Fanqing has to be the winner. It doesn't matter how Yi Wushhuang does it. She's just a countryside student anyway, so she can't make much noise if she wants to. When did Deng Fanqing win and when did the OT end? A multiple choice question appeared on the screen behind him. Look at the question. The range of values of the real number b is. Having lost twice in a row, Deng Fanqing was a bit disorganized. She knew that overtime would only end if she won, and that she had to win soon. The tip of her pen turned quickly on the paper, her handwriting becoming more and more scrawled and anxious. The ringing on the other side of the room, however, was as ghostly as a ghost. Yi Wushhuang once again gave the correct answer once more. D. Cold sweat fell at the temples of the head and he proceeded with the question stiffly. He came out once and Yi Wushhuang answered correctly once. When he came out 10 times, Yi Wushhuang answered correctly 10 times. When he made 20 times, Yi Wushhuang answered correctly 20 times. A competition in the end, hardened into a one-sided question and answer between the person in charge and Yi Wushhuang. Deng Fanqing had piles of waste paper under her feet, and she simply could not keep up with the speed of their questions and calculations and answers. At the end of the day, The head question bank was empty. The sky outside the stadium, too, was completely dark. The man in charge was thirsty and hungry and on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He had already given up his old face to suppress Yi Wushuang. This Yi Wushuang, how is it that he is like a green pine standing? No more questions? Yi Wushuang turned the tables and looked at the person in charge coldly. How about a half-hour recess while you find some more questions to continue the overtime? They should know that in the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are useless. This wild and extreme attitude and tone made the person in charge gulp and answer with difficulty. No, you win. It's not even a matter of how many ing questions there are. It's a matter of strength. Yi Wushuang, killing Deng Fanqing indiscriminately. It's useless for him to find 100 more questions, 1,000 more questions. He needs to save one last bit of face for his old face. 2. With the head's resignation, Deng Fanqing, on his side, jerked his head up. Her face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. The emotions in her mind horrified. She didn't understand what made Yi Wushuang's speed of answering questions faster than her own. He himself was not only the Central and Southern Province Olympiad math bully, but also the Olympiad elite who almost defeated the capital city school bully. And the unknown Yi Wushuang, on what grounds could he crush her in such a way? Recklessly and unimpeded. She heard on the opposite side Yi Wushuang slowly say, Deng Fanqing, you're useless even if you're given the chance. Chapter 69 AI's Assist, Giving the Wrong Drink. The irony in Yi Wushuang's words pierced through Deng Fanqing's pride. She squeezed the pen in her hand, hating that it was Yi Wushuang's throat that she was squeezing. On the side of the race organizing committee, seeing that the main leaders were no longer insisting, they could only clear their throats and announce the results. I announced that the winner of this year's Central South Province Olympiad Mathematics competition is the Yen City team. Yeah. In the audience, AI Yinshi and Song Yifan jumped up, their necks thick with excitement. Meng Yunjing and Su Chang glanced at each other, both seeing shock, admiration, and joy in each other's eyes. Yi Wushuang had won this contest too brilliantly. She didn't just simply, from a strength perspective, crush Deng Fanqing. It was more of a victory over the injustice of the entire race organizing committee from its own point of view. She really, cool. The reporters swarmed around Yi Wushuang as if the zombies had seen the only remaining human being, gathering around Yi Wushuang and interviewing him excitedly. Mr. Yi, you won the game very dominantly. Do you have anything to say now? May I ask if you stayed silent in the previous rounds? Did you not adjust? Or are you just building up your strength? As far as I know, you haven't participated in an Olympiad before. Is that because you didn't sign up? Or because you were abroad? How do you usually study? Is it easy to tell? What is the trick to Anchor City's improvement in overall strength this time around? Questions were thrown all over the place. Yi Wushuang ignored them and left the field straight away. She doesn't like being interviewed and has the right not to be interviewed. The reporters, however, followed them there reluctantly. In his heart, he realized that as long as Yi Wushuang said a word, even if it was just 2 words, he would have earned it. Wushuang, here. AI Yinshi stood in front of the special passageway and waved at Yi Wushuang. Go here, so you don't have to be pestered by reporters. Yi Wushuang walked over quickly, and the reporter could only stop in front of the channel. Reporter A, she's so high maintenance. Reporter B, she's awesome. Reporter C, she's a man of her word. She'll take the title when she says she'll take it, and she'll satisfy Deng Fanqing when she says she'll satisfy Deng Fanqing. Reporter D, poor Deng Fanqing, Versailles words are said. But, Reporter E, be bold, she can't hear you. Just say that she failed in her pretense and was tyrannically hit in the face by Yi Wushuang from Yen City. After the words were spoken, we all smiled at each other and it was all over. It's not fair. They've seen too much as journalists. Who here has not gone from youthful exuberance in the beginning to habitual numbness now? They've been smoothed out by life. Before that, they had fantasized that they could transform themselves into heroes and destroy injustice with an overwhelming force. They can only fantasize. Yi Wushuang, however, was real, using absolute strength to break the conspiracy compiled jointly by the race organizing committee in Deng Fanqing. Even if this is just a small municipal Olympiad competition, it is enough to keep them in mind for a long time. A certain tea room. Jishin leaned back on the mahogany seat, and across from him sat one of the political leaders of Central and Southern Province. He was a male of about 60 years of age, plainly dressed in a Chinese mountain suit. Fengjiu stood next to the two, and the tablet he held in his hand was recording and broadcasting the Yi Wushuang vs Deng Fanqing final. A handful of people didn't understand what Jishin meant and lifted their teacups to drink tea. He knew who Deng Fanqing was, and he knew that this final was unfair. But the heir of the Ji family should not be idle enough, to the point of having to personally descend to earth to maintain world peace. Yi Wushuang, is the girl I'm courting? Jishin's thin lips kissed, and his slender ink eyes tumbled with icy cold chill. She should have already returned to me. but she was so blocked by the head of your province's Olympiad. What do you think? How should this be resolved? Snap. A handful of teacups fell to the floor. Sunshine Hotel. Yi Wuxuan walked into the restaurant and realized that none of the 21 city teams had left. Noticing her arrival, they all gave her looks of admiration and worship. Su Chang explained. This year, the tournament authorities booked a celebration dinner in advance at the hotel and kept all the teachers and students for a seafood buffet. The purpose was probably to curry favor with Deng Fanqing, but he didn't realize that we were the ones to win the championship in the end, letting us take advantage of this great bargain. I also didn't expect Wuxuan to be so powerful. Meng Yunjing smiled warmly, the admiration in his heart increasing. Ai Yanshi came over to me. I heard from students in other cities that the head of the race organizing committee was sacked before he even left the stadium. Deng Fanqing even threatened that he wasn't sure why the rules were changed. Song Yifan cursed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If she was really innocent, she would have voluntarily abstained and withdrawn long ago when the person in charge announced the continuation of overtime. Su Chang nodded. Deng Fanqing was not a good thing. Yi Wuxuan didn't reply. 2 more lines of system prompts appeared in front of his eyes. Trial mission 5 completed. A new mission will be released in 3 days. I'll go get you guys drinks. What do you guys want to drink? Ai Yanshi volunteered to help. When it comes to eating and drinking, she's by no means outdone. Song Yifan, Coke. Su Chang, red wine. Meng Yunjing, lemonade. Yi Wuxuan, mineral water. Okay. Ai Yanshi left. When all 5 of them went inside, Tang Fanqing and Zhou Ying appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Deng Fanqing quietly shoved something into Zhou Ying's palm. Her tone icy. Follow Ai Yanshi and sprinkle this stuff into the lemonade at Meng Yun's attraction. After this competition, Meng Yunjing, who was already unenthusiastic about her, would only become even more unenthusiastic. Cooking the raw rice and asking Meng Yunjing to be responsible for her is the fastest way. Yes, Empress. Zhou Ying then went out. Drinks area. Ai Yanshi hummed a little tune as she placed the received drinks, one by one, on the tray. When she was about to serve it away, Zhou Ying cupped her throat and shouted, "Who dropped something on the floor?" Ai Yanshi reflexively lowered her head, and the moment she did, Zhou Ying poured the colorless and odorless powder into the lemonade and turned to walk away quickly. No one dropped anything. Ha! Ai Yanshi shrugged her shoulders and carried her tray towards her teammates and teacher. Teammates and teachers have been surrounded and chatted with enthusiastic student teachers from other cities. Except for Yi Wuxuan. She sat in the window seat and watched the road. It was about the aura that was so repulsive that no one dared to disturb it. Here are the drinks. Ai Yanshi distributed the drinks. When it was Meng Yunjing's turn to be given lemonade, there were only 2 drinks of the same color left on the tray. 1 glass of lemonade and 1 glass of mineral water. It's all clear and colorless. This should be lemonade. Ai Yanshi handed Meng Yunjing the mineral water. Meng Yunjing took the mineral water, and since he wasn't quite thirsty yet, he set the cup aside. Wuxuan, your mineral water. Ai Yanshi gave the lemonade to Yi Wuxuan. Thanks. Yi Wuxuan took the cup and thanked him. A male with an arm and a cast passed by the two, which reminded Yi Wuxuan of Ji Shen. I wonder how well Ji Shen has recovered from his injuries. Yi Wuxuan wrinkled his eyebrows lightly. I have something to leave for a while. You guys eat first. With that, he walked to the elevator with the water. Chapter 70, If you don't care about yourself, I do. Yi Wuxuan was quite thirsty. She'd been answering OU questions for hours and hadn't had a drink of water in between. And just as the elevator doors closed, she lifted her glass of water to her lips. Before the water even enters your mouth, your nose first smells the light fruity scent of lemon. Ai Yanshi gave it to the wrong person? Yi Wuxuan put down the water cup, a little resistant in his heart. She doesn't like lemons. When we go to Jishin's room, pour some more water to drink. Yi Wuxuan whispered to himself and arrived in front of the presidential suite where Jishin was. Knock knock. Door open. Jishin was wearing a white shirt, buttons tied meticulously. The laptop on the table behind him was lit up, and he was about to deal with official business. What's with the glass of water? He arched his eyebrows lightly, a little curious. The teen gave the wrong one. I don't like lemonade. Yi Wuxuan walked into the room. Give it to me. Jishin took the lemonade and tilted his head back to drink half of it. His voice magnetic. There's warm water on the table. He knew Yi Wuxuan's drinking habits. Aha. Yi Wuxuan walked in to pour water and took several sips in a row, repeating in her mind the action of Jishin just drinking water. Feeling a little subtle. With Jishin's status, he shouldn't be so unsuspecting to directly drink water given by others, right? Though that level of trust did make her comfortable. Your injuries. Yi Wuxuan put down the water cup and had just said 3 words when the crisp movement of breaking glass came from his ears. She jerked around to find Jishin with his arm against the wall, his upright body swaying slightly. his head hanging low. Not far from his feet was a pile of broken glass and water damage. The markings on the shards told Yi Wuxuan that it was the cup she had just served to him. What's wrong? Yi Wuxuan rushed over to assist Ji Shen. I don't know. Ji Shen shook his head. His eyes were black, his ears were ringing badly, and his body was cold. Sit down first. Yi Wuxuan helped Ji Shen into the bedroom and leaned against the bed, extending her palm to the man's forehead to test the temperature. The man closed his eyes, his body cold, and felt her palm so soft and hot, as if dry wood had met an open fire. The coldness faded from his body and was covered inch by inch with heat. How did the temperature come up again? Yi Wuxuan sounded doubtful. The temperature on Ji Shen's body was rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. He breathed more and more rapidly, becoming a gasp by the end, accompanied by some kind of unspeakable desire. By this point, Ji Shen understood what the situation was now. He opened his eyes and looked at the shards of glass, his ink eyes showing murderous intent, his voice hoarse from his previous gasp. There are winks in the water. If Yi Wuxuan drank the water, the one who was poisoned with winks would be her. This assumption made it impossible for him not to kill. Ai Yinsher is too simple-minded to be, or to be exposed to such things. Yi Wuxuan squeezed his hand under his sleeve, his tone dripping with self-reproach. Ji Shen trusted her, but she brought danger to Ji Shen. Maybe she doesn't know that the water has been tampered with either. Ji Shen reclosed his eyes. His hoarse, low voice had more than a hint of calmness. You go out first. Perhaps it was the medication that made everything clear to Yi Wuxuan. Her scent, her warmth, her curves, her lips, and even the feel of her in his arms were clear in his mind. He'd avoided thinking in that direction from the first time he'd shared a bed until now. Upholding his upbringing and respect, he never offended her, not even by touching the cheek. The only 2 times he was intimate. One was when she was crying at night and he took her in his arms out of comfort. Once in Stonebridge Village, the single bed was so small she had to stay close to him. Damn. Thinking about it like that made it even hotter inside. Ji Shen couldn't restrain himself and let out a heavy gasp, his chest rising and falling rapidly. What Yi Wuxuan was to him at this moment was like a piece of spring, the more deliberately ignored at one time, the more you now want to claim and hit bottom. This guy, on the other hand, is still standing in the same place and hasn't left. Go! Ji Shen growled lowly, his tone carrying thinly veiled anger. He's not a saint. If he stayed any longer, he wasn't sure what he'd do to her next. After 27 years of age, he separates his physical needs from his inner needs. All that is said about cleanliness is that you just don't want to waste your time on unsuitable women. Yi Wuxuan was different. Her appearance was like a necessity tailored by God to all his preferences. How much patience did he need to keep from pinning her down and taking her for what she wanted right here and now? Zip! It's the sound of a zipper unzipping. Ji Shen abruptly opened his lust-colored ink eyes and looked at the young girl in front of him with a face full of shock. The young girl intends to undress. What are you doing? He grabbed her hand and questioned angrily. Help you. Yi Wuxuan's red lips opened and opened, her expression calm. It started with her. It's up to her to fix it. She couldn't find another clean woman to come over for a while, so she had to go on her own. Although in both lives, she was chaste, but chastity was something that was too light for a killer. It's not a baby. Must you take everything upon yourself? Ji Shen gasped and laughed. He knew what was going on in Yi Wuxuan's head. What's the problem? Yi Wuxuan asked softly in return. She grew up with it, and that's the only way to get over it. There is no second choice. Her expression and attitude made Ji Shen's heart clench hard. You don't care about yourself. I do. After saying that, he got up and grabbed Yi Wuxuan's wrist, pushing Yi Wuxuan out of the bedroom. With a bang, the door was slammed shut with vigor. Yi Wuxuan stood at the doorway fuming. She felt something hit her and disappear. The sound of water came from inside the door. The sound of the water didn't stop until 5 a.m. Yi Wuxuan unscrewed the handle and saw that from the direction of the bathroom. There were water stains flowing all the way to the bed. Ji Shen was soaked to the skin and fell unconscious on the bed. The white shirt, soaked with water, clung to his torso more than when dry, revealing the bandages wrapped around his shoulders. Blood from the wound had spilled onto the surface of the shirt. Yi Wuxuan's breathing paused for a moment as she walked to the bedside with the medical kit, intending to treat his wounds. But men are extremely alert. Just as Yi Wuxuan was about to unbutton him, he opened his eyes and grabbed her fine thin white wrist. Those eyes, which were as deep as the vast night sky, were misty and not clear. It's a symbol of burning confusion. Yi Wuxuan opened his mouth. The man didn't listen, pulling her toward the bed, tucking her under the covers and holding her in his arms. Go to sleep. You'll be able to do something else when you've had a good night's sleep. He's a very qualified sleeping machine then. Yi Wuxuan was held in Ji Shen's arms like this, her neck feeling his nostrils and the droplets of water dripping from his hair. No, your injuries are still to come. Yi Wuxiang fought to break free, but found that the man was extremely strong. He encircled her in his arms so dominantly that she couldn't move in the slightest. She heard his heartbeat, strong and powerful. As she listened, her own heartbeat sped up a bit, without her realizing it. Chapter 71 Brother's Suicide Note and Gift. A few hours later, Yi Wuxiang was woken up by the vibrating cell phone. The sun was shining outside the window. It was already 9 in the morning. Jishin was still sleeping, his sleeping face as handsome as a heavenly god. Yi Wuxiang gently moved his hand resting on her waist and turned to look for the cell phone placed on the table. Caller ID says AI Yinshur. She walked out onto the balcony and picked up the phone. An AI Yinshur's voice came through the receiver. Wuxiang, have you rested yet? Teacher Su said that he's treating us to an amusement park out of his own pocket to celebrate us winning the championship. Yi Wuxiang looked back at Jishin on the bed and whispered, "You guys go ahead. I'm going to try to get some more sleep. I'm too tired to answer questions." She wasn't going to tell Ayanami about the lemonade having winks in it. That's fine. If you're hungry, there's an ordering number in the room. Oh. AI Yinshur hung up the phone. Just after the phone hangs up here, a new call comes in, and this time the caller ID is Jin Jiaoyang. Queen, congratulations on winning this Olympiad. Jin Jiaoyang's tone was both excited and proud. The flyers have made the relevant announcement and the whole school knows the good news. Thanks. Yi Wuxiang spoke in a calm tone. Actually, hey, I have a favor to ask of the Queen. Say, Jiang City Chenyang Road, there is a PSP game console is engaged in co-branded limited activities. Miss this time will not be able to buy. I want to let the Queen to help me buy on my behalf. Of course, the Queen if you do not have time even if it, the model sends me. Jin Jiaoyang had helped her so many times before and after. It wouldn't hurt for her to run an errand. Thank you Queen. The Queen is the best. Jin Jiaoyang hung up the phone and transferred the model and money to Yi Wuxiang. She scanned it, put down her phone, and grabbed the medical kit to the bedside to change Jishin's medicine. Probably because he tossed and turned too hard last night, Jishin was still not awake. Gently, she unbuttoned his shirt, then cut away the bandages, already stained with blood. After a night of soaking and ignoring the wound, it festered and became inflamed and miserable. Yi Wuxiang's heart moved. In his ears, Jishin's words, "I feel sorry for her," resonated. He seems like he would be a, well, good friend then. She treated Jishin's wounds as fast as she could and rebandaged them. After doing this, she left the presidential suite and went to Chenyang Road to help Jane Jiaoyang purchase the co-branded limited edition game console. The moment she closed the door, the man pretending to be asleep on the bed opened his eyes. His bony hand touched the bandage wrapped around his shoulder, and a gentle smile tickled the corners of his thin lips. Morning Sun Road. Yi Wuxiang waited in line for 2 hours and finally bought the game console that Jane Jiaoyang wanted. She stood in the shade of the tree, gazing at the packaging of the game console, and a ripple went through her heart. She suddenly perceived that she was lucky. In this life, she has her parents, her brother, her classmates, her friends, her freedom, and the chance to be able to resurrect her brother. As if favored by Lady Luck. Good luck to the point of untruthfulness. I hope I can finish the mission quickly so I can resurrect Dustless sooner. He must want to live like a normal person too. Yi Wuxiang's black pupil erupted with a determined color as he took a step forward. Tee dash. A small blue pickup truck quickly sped past Yi Wuxiang. The trunk of the pickup was askew and held a number of wooden boxes of various sizes, shapes and colors. The rear of the car depicts several large letters in spray paint. South Suburban Motorsports Park welcomes you. Yi Wuxiang's pupils shrunk violently, not because of the South Suburban Raceway, but because in the pile of wooden boxes was a diary-sized red box from her past life. In her previous life, she and Dustless met to escape the organization, and Dustless confused her and turned back halfway to stall for her. When she woke up on the other side of the ocean, all she had with her was a wooden box. The box contained a letter, and a string of ladies' necklaces. The letter was a suicide note from Dustless, and the necklace was a gift to her, made by his own hands. In the end, she took the wooden box back to the organization with a vengeance. She didn't wear the necklace on her person because she didn't want the string to be soiled with the blood of the organization's gang. Who would have thought that not only did the box not burn in the flames, but it reappeared in her field of vision. The feeling of being lost and found filled Yi Wuxiang's chest. The suicide note and the necklace mean a lot to her and she wants the box back. Just as she was about to make her move, a female voice as soft as spring water came to her ears. Dad, was that just loaded on top of that pickup truck? The blind box of the winner of this South Suburban Speedway? Yi Wuxiang turned around and realized that the person who spoke was the owner of the flower store down the street. The owner was a woman of about 25 with delicate features like a daffodil doll. She wore a beige dress-length dress, her black hair cascading down to her hips, a pretty beach hat, and a baby white complexion. Is a soft beauty possessed of a fragile sensibility. The middle-aged man next to the soft beauty nodded. Well, the incentives in the southern suburbs are rather unique in that there's no prize money for the winner, and they have to pick the blind box. The box may contain valuable diamonds or nothing. This I know. The soft beauty smiled like a lily in her hand. There was a pro racer who won a championship at South Suburban Speedway, picked a blind box, opened it up, and all that was in it was a stinky sock. He was so angry that he tweeted about it, but it turned out to make South Suburban Speedway a Netflix hit in the racing world instead. The middle-aged man laughed along, but his cloudy eyes were bitter. The beauty added, "Is the location of the race car that Dad has arranged with Densiu this time also at the South Suburban racetrack? Well, when Dad wins Densiu, he'll pick a blind box back for you too." The middle-aged man patted his daughter's shoulder. "Win him and he won't force you to marry him. But is Dad's eye really okay? Will it be dangerous?" Beauty sounded worried. "I'd rather marry Dunsword than put Dad at risk. My eyes are fine." The middle-aged man laughed out loud with a relaxed attitude. "When your father and I broke all the records in the racing world of Central and Southern Province, Deng Siyu was still breastfeeding. He's no match for me. Don't worry. I'm leaving first." The middle-aged man turned into the alley and a bright light shot in front of him, the intensity of the light source burning his eyeballs. He hastily covered his eyes, leaving behind physiological tears. "Can this be called as good as it gets?" Yi Wuxuang stepped out from the side with his cell phone in his hand. That light just now was refracted through the cell phone screen. "What's it to you?" The middle-aged man wiped away his tears, his crease-strewn face fading from fatherly love and replacing it with majesty and ferocity. "Who are you? What are you doing shining a light in my eyes? Did Densiu send you?" A few questions in a row were not answered by Yi Wuxuang, but he said faintly, "Your eyes can't stand the glare at all. It's either death or injury to go racing, so why don't you let me go? I can take the title, but the championship blind box is mine." Chapter 72. This beautiful female high school in front of you is indeed not an ordinary person. Yi Wuxuang intended to cooperate with the strange middle-aged man. The South Suburban Raceway is a Netflix hit. Business is bound to be booming, and reservations for races at the venue are lined up for who knows how long. She didn't want to wait and was afraid that her box would be chosen by someone else. It just so happens that the middle-aged man also has a reason why he must win. So why not cooperate a bit and win together? "You can take the title? What a big mouth." Bai Jinwu reopened his eyes, intending to see who was so confident, and after fixing his eyes, he hated that he was blind. He expected to see at least one female racer standing in front of him, over 30 years old, with extensive racing experience and a steely face. As it turned out, she was an 18-year-old high school student, and she was wearing Yen City's OU competition team uniform. Pretty as it is, it's also childish as hell. "I'm just stating the facts." Yi Wuxuang spoke in a calm tone. "In your current condition, going racing is either death or disability, and by then, not only will you not be able to win, but your daughter will still have to marry that man called Deng Siyu." These words poked Bai Jinwu's sore spot, and he let out a cold laugh. "You can win if you go, right? Fine. Announce your big name in the racing world and let me see how capable you are. Your logical thinking is faulty." Yi Wuxuang slowly spoke. "Not everyone who knows how to race has to enter an official race and put their name down. Racing is a path to glory and thrill for racers, but for a killer, a race car is a tool for life and death. She's crashed airplanes in a race car and run over train roofs in a race car just to chase down her target. How well she really does with her car in a regular race, she's not sure. All I can tell you is that I once accidentally broke into the World Championship of Cars and left the top car champions from every country in the world behind." Yi Wuxuang's brows twisted slightly. That one was an oops. She was supposed to be on a mission. "You, still breaking into the World Car Championship and leaving behind the top car champions from every country in the world? Little girl, read less internet novels." Bai Jinwu only thought that Yi Wuxuang had gotten carried away reading novels, and he knew that young people nowadays loved reading novels. He was not interested in accompanying a high school student in acting, so he took out the tang knife hidden in his jacket and drew the hilt to intimidate Yi Wuxuang. "Get out of here." He wanted to use this to scare Yi Wuxuang away, but how could Yi Wuxuang be intimidated by him? With a high kick, she kicked the tang sword in Bai Jinwu's hand, which flew out violently and crashed into the iron pole of the street lamp at the entrance of the alley. Clang! The tip of the knife sparked against the iron rod. The force, in turn, caused the tang sword to fly out diagonally, flinging it back and forth between the left and right walls of the cramped alley, each movement accompanied by the blade radiating a cold light. Bai Jinwu narrowed his eyes and instinctively leaned back for fear of having his throat cut by this out-of-control knife. In a flash of lightning, Yi Wuxuang stretched out his hand, precisely gripping the hilt of the tang sword, and with a twist of his wrist, he held the tang sword upright and slowly inserted it back into the sheath that Bai Jinwu was holding. She said lightly, "When you're old, don't be irritable, it hurts your body." This set of actions bluffed Baek Jin-mo. He had been mixed up in the Tao for most of his life, and knew what kind of strength this set of movements represented. The beautiful female high school in front of me is indeed not your average person. She is most likely a hidden bigot. Why are you willing to help me race? Bai Jinwoo sounded jittery. I want the blind box I picked. Yi Wuxuan was straightforward. Tell me the time, the opponent, the rules, all of it for this tournament. Yi Wuxuan's conciseness and clarity made Bai Jinwoo somewhat ashamed of himself as he gulped his saliva. Follow me. The two went to a hidden mahjong parlor. When the people in the mahjong hall saw Bai Jinwoo, they all called him Vice Master. When they saw Yi Wuxuan, their eyes showed amazement again, but they were very disciplined not to harass or belittle them. Sit over here. Bai Jinwoo led Yi Wuxuan into the inner room, sighed and began to complain. My name is Bai Jinwoo. I'm the Vice Master of the Black Man Gang. The Black Man Gang wasn't originally called the Black Man Gang. It was originally just a place for a bunch of outside laborers to report for work. There were so many droughts and locust plagues in those days that many people had to work far away from home and were always bullied by the locals too. People were fed up with the bullying, so they thought about gathering their strength to fight back. And that did pay off. But something changed when they fought back. Yi Wuxuan nodded his head. Those who slay dragons eventually become evil dragons. Indeed. Bai Jinwoo smiled bitterly. Small groups become gangs and do the things they once hated the most, killing and burning people. I don't want to be a part of it, and because of my brotherhood, I can only retire to the back of the line and do some small business with the title of deputy gang leader. I wanted to be uncontested in the world, and the gang master's son, young gang master Deng Xiu, looked at my daughter, Bai Shuangxiue, who owns a flower store. Young gang leader Deng Xiu? Wasn't he involved in a willful injury crime some time ago? Yi Wuxuan suddenly thought of the gold master behind his brother's ex-girlfriend Yuan Shella. The report said his name was Deng. Those who approached Stonebridge Village gave him the note young master. Some time ago? It seems like there was such a thing, but I don't know the specifics. Bai Jinwoo asked. What's the problem? No, you go on. Yi Wuxuan lowered his eyes to cover the killing intent in them. I didn't realize that Deng Fanqing and Deng Xiu were siblings. She and her big brother, in turn, messed with Deng Fanqing and Deng Fanqing's brother, respectively. Baek Jin-mo nodded his head. Deng Xiu mentioned it to me several times before, wanting my daughter to marry him, and I gagged and fooled him. Recently, he pressured me into racing him, saying I'd be his father-in-law if I lost. I knew that he was not of a nature that would rest easily, and answered for it, wanting to get it over with and fight him. Yi Wuxuan asked, didn't think of escaping. The core members of the gang, all of them had been good brothers who knew each other well, whose hometown was where, whose ancestral grave was where, whose relatives were where, whose friends were where, all of them knew exactly. Bai Jinwoo bowed his head. I can be uprooted, but I can't drag my family and friends down with me. So you're planning to die at the South Suburban Racetrack? Yi Wuxuan commented. Baek Jin-mo's sore spot was poked again, unable to do anything about it. At least I did my best to protect them before I died. Racing time, rules. She already knew who the enemy was and needed to know the other messages. Tonight at 8 p.m. South Suburban Speedway. The rules are the usual rules of a racetrack, each to his own. First place wins, but, Bai Jinwoo's tone lurched as he looked up at Yi Wuxuan. But Deng Xiu will bring 5 of his minders and race with you. 1v1v1v1v1v1v1v6. He carefully watched Yi Wuxuan's face. As long as Yi Wuxuan showed half a bit of worry and timidity, he would immediately send his guests away. He's not related to people. There's no reason to put others at risk. He saw Yi Wuxuan lazily lifting up her eyes, her red lips lightly opening and spitting out a word. May. Chapter 73. Racing is not for girls. Yi Wuxuan's reply caused Bai Jinwoo to violently stand up from his chair as if his tongue was tied in knots. Are you not afraid of death at all? Racing itself is a dangerous sport. Deng Xiu brought 5 more of his inner circle up here, which means that he wants to play dirty 8 or 9 times out of 10. And it also means that this race will be even more dangerous. Even if Yi Wuxuan's eyes were better than his, the slightest mishap would similarly face either death or disability. How could she say yes so lightly? You have something you want to protect with your life, and so do I. Yi Wu bilingual Bai. The appearance of his younger brother Dustless flashed through his mind. Dustless was born in the winter. Her world went dark when the old grandfather who taught her to read and write died. No one would ever shush her again. That's actually right. Her life was worse than grass, and she was lucky to get a moment's attention from the old grandpa. After Gramps is gone, it's time for her to get back on her track as a certified junker, buried high in the trash. The birth of Dustless was nothing but pathetic to her, because with an extra child in the house, the little bit of food that could be distributed to her would become less, or simply none. Either way, she's going to starve to death. She hasn't eaten in 2 days. She should take a lesson from the boy next door, she thought, and kill her newborn brother. Kindness doesn't survive in the slums, cruelty does. Besides, even if she didn't kill him, given the temperament of those parents, he wouldn't live long, would he? She grimaced and held out her hand toward the sleeping baby. The baby happened to wake up. Tiny palms wrapped around her frostbitten index fingers, and the warmth she had dreamed of came from him in a steady stream. He giggled, his eyes pure and unsullied, like a mirror reflecting her vile and cold-blooded mouth. She panicked and tried to pull her fingers away. Instead, he held on for dear life and laughed even harder. It was like a long-lost sunlight that shone in the deep pool of eternal winter and eternal night, saving her from imminent drowning and making her cry out loud because she was able to survive. Dustless was her brother and needed her protection. It is also her salvation, her last light. Boo! The door to the inner room was pushed open by Bai Jinwu's daughter, Bai Shuangxiwei, her face bloodless, holding a hospital diagnosis in her hand, her voice trembling. Dad, you lied to me. Your eyes aren't even healed. You can't go racing. I don't agree. It's not just marrying Deng Xiyu. I'll do it. Frost and snow. Bai Jinwu then remembered that he had left the diagnosis in the flower store. He had a complicated mood and pointed at Yi Wushuang. Dad's not racing anymore. She's filling in for him. Who is she? Yi Wushuang. Miss Yi. I hope you reconsider. Bai Xuanxua's body tightened into a string as she heaved. Deng Xiyu was a very bad man. He once ran over a rival at a racetrack and said he could afford to pay for one life. I am fighting for myself. You don't need to be nervous and blame yourself. Yi Wushuang looked up at her. The lights are on and the neon is brilliant. At 7:30, Yi Wushuang drove Bai Jinwu's black Ferrari, carrying Bai Jinwu and Bai Shuangxiwei to arrive at the South Suburb Circuit. This Ferrari is Bai Jinwu's favorite car and has been modified several times for the track. Before entering the field, Bai Jinwu's father and daughter got out of the car to go to the audience, and Yi Wushuang drove the car into the track by himself. At the in-ring commentary booth, a pair of male and female commentators are organizing their material, and a large screen stands next to them. There are a number of surveillance cameras on it, present at different sections of the track, making it easy for commentators and spectators to keep track of the race. The auditorium has been filled with spectators. Some of them are anchors who intend to show their fans the world. Some are people who can race and want to learn the skills from the best. And then there's the general audience. Deng Fanqing and Meng Yunjing fell into the latter category. Meng Yunjing was screwed over by Tang Fanqing. Last night, Deng Fanqing had been keeping an eye on Meng Yunjing, pulling him away to have sex once he appeared unwell. She waited and waited and waited for Meng Yunjing to eat and leave, but she didn't wait for Meng Yunjing's medication to kick in, so she was so angry that she backhanded Zhou and flung her 2 slaps. One trick didn't work and she tried another. 2 hours ago, Meng Yunjing came back from the amusement park, and she crashed into it at the corner in a pretense of chance encounter, breaking her watch and demanding that Meng Yunjing compensate her for $1 million. Meng Yunjing naturally can't come up with $1 million, so she smoothly extends an invitation to him, asking him to accompany her to watch a race car to mortgage her compensation. Meng Yunjing could only agree. Only after arriving at the arena, Meng Yunjing had been distracted. Deng Fanqing thought he was holding a grudge about the OU competition and whispered in a resigned voice, Meng Yunjing, I really don't know why the head of the race organizing committee keeps adding time to the race. Would you like to believe me? Aha! Meng Yunjing was too lazy to break down Deng Fanqing and answered perfunctorily, his heart thinking all about Yi Wushuang. I wonder if she's rested well, if she's eating properly, if she's not feeling well anywhere, if she needs to see a doctor. Really? Deng Fanqing's heart snickered as she pointed to the track starting line. At the moment, there were several sports cars parked on the starting line, of which the red Pagani was the most expensive, worth $10 million. Deng Xiyu, a set of expensive white suit, mannequin leaning on the side of the car, left embracing 2 beauties, from time to time mooching, causing the beauty of the cry. He was surrounded by 5 other social youths, nodding and fawning at him to curry favor. That's my brother Deng Xiyu. How's that? Handsome? Tang Fanqing's tone was showy. Aha! Meng Yunjing continued perfunctorily. No more handsome than you. Tang Fanqing continued. You boys all like racing, right? Actually, I like it too, but my family said that racing is too dangerous for a girl to play, so they didn't let me learn. On the point that racing was too dangerous for girls to play, Meng Yunjing nodded in agreement. Look, my brother's appointed opponent, the vice master of the Black Man Gang, Bai Jinwu, is here. Bai Jinwu is famous in the racing world. Most of the spectators are here for him tonight. Deng Fanqing again pointed to the Ferrari that had just driven in and introduced the relevant processes for Meng Yunjing, who had come from out of town. Once Beck Jean Mo has parked his car in front of the starting line, the man still has to come down and have the track staff check the car for safety before he can start racing. With all eyes on the Ferrari, the doors slowly opened. The first thing that caught the crowd's eye was a white slate shoe of cheap texture, followed closely by a long and slender leg, causing many male noses to heat up and their insides to stir. Finally, the owner of the beautiful legs leaned out. Her appearance is absolutely beautiful. Red lips full, black pupils clear and soulful, such as ink green silk bundled into a single ponytail at the back of the head. And beautiful and valiant. More than her stunning face, it was the t-shirt she was wearing that made the eyes pop. The words Yin City High School Olympiad Team on the top silently told her that she was still a female high school student. Meng Yunjing stood up directly, shock in his eyes. Yi Wuxuan? Why is she here? Tang Fanqing stood up as well, his tone translucent with a hint of viciousness. Runway. Deng Xiyu saw that the person who got off the bus was a pretty schoolgirl, and while greed arose in his heart, he questioned suspiciously. Who are you? Chapter 74, compared to this bunch of losers, it's the same with any kind of car. Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan generously burst out his name and looked at Deng Xiyu coldly. I'll compete with you for Bai Jinwu. She wasn't afraid of Deng Xiyu knowing her identity. Yi Wuxuan? Your brother is Yi Guilu? Deng Xiyu's pupils shrunk. He remembered that Yuan Xiola's ex-boyfriend's sister was named Yi Wuxuan. Yes, Yi Wuxuan acknowledged, his black pupils glowing with a ghostly aura under the light. Deng Xiyu immediately thought of the photos of the 7 corpses that his cell phone had once received, and a deep scorn surfaced in his heart. Those 7 people? He sent them to kill Yi Wuxuan, Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan, but they died halfway through and the people who killed them took a group photo to warn him. For this reason, he was on edge for a while and watched the major news sites for a while. He thought he'd find something like 7 bodies in a village. Murderer unknown. But he found nothing. 7 people, 7 bodies, vanished into thin air. What's even more frightening is that the SIM card traces on the cell phones of these 7 people have been wiped out, and the location of their murder cannot be traced, like a mist that evaporates on Earth. All of the above indicates that the murderer is no ordinary person, at least a little more powerful than the Black Mangled Gang. He made the assumption that this person was related to the Yi family and that he killed the 7 people to protect the Yi family. But, Deng Xiyu looked Yi Wuxuan up and down. His heart was full of doubts. Yi Wuxuan's entire body, the most valuable thing, was the team uniform of the Olympic mathematics competition. She was not rich. If the Yi family knew someone that powerful, how could they still be in this miserable state? It seemed that the murderer had nothing to do with the Yi family, and the 7 people sent out were just accidentally messing with the wrong characters. Thinking about this, Denshu's heart was relieved. He lifted his chin toward Yi Wuxuan, his tone contemptuous. Why did Beck Jean Mo ask you to help with the racing? Do you know anything about racing? The Yi family was poor, and children from poor families could not possibly be exposed to racing, a game that only the rich could afford to play. Driving? It's not unusual to have a driver's license, whether I know about racing or not. You'll know later. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the Ferrari and spoke indifferently. Kinda draggy? Deng Xiyu let out a laugh, and his snake-like shadowy eyes fell on Yi Wuxuan's chest. I don't like bullying girls. How about this? If you're willing to stay with me for one night, I'll let you have the title. A hero is a hero. Bai Jinwu's father and daughter can run away from the monk, but not from the temple. He is not in a hurry. Instead, it was Yi Wuxuan that caught his eye. He didn't expect Yi Wuxuan to be so beautiful. In addition to being beautiful, her high and cold demeanor tickled his heart. When he first looked at Yuan Xiaola, it was because of Yuan Xiaola's pretense of innocence. Yi Wuxuan was even colder than Yuan Xiaola, and he liked it. The colder the woman he played with, the more accomplished he felt. Hero? Yi Wuxuan repeated these 2 words, her eyes lifting lightly to look at him as if she was looking at a piece of trash. And you deserve those 2 words? The air seemed to be frozen. Deng Xiyu blushed and gave the beautiful woman in his arms a look. The beautiful woman led the way, stepped on her fine heels and walked to Yi Wuxuan, lifting her hand and waving down a slap. Shameless. Before her slap landed, her stomach was kicked by Yi Wuxuan first, and her whole person directly slumped and knelt on the ground, and gave Yi Wuxuan a kowtow. No-brainer dumbass. Yi Wuxuan retracted his legs and leaned back into the Ferrari again, his hands wrapped around his chest with an icy expression. Deng Xiyu's face turned even more green. As the 2 men conversed, the track crew opened the front hood of the Ferrari to inspect it. He only scanned it, and then he ouched. The modifications on this car don't meet the rules of our racetrack. It can't race. This was a play that Dengxia had arranged in advance. He paid off the staff of this game to keep this Ferrari off the field. Before Bai Jinwu's eyes were broken, he was a dignified figure in the racing world of Central and Southern Province. This black Ferrari, which had accompanied Bai Jinwu to too many races, had been modified to the point of being very refined. He wants to cut off Beck Jean Mo's wings before the match, so that he will fall into a certain place of defeat. Only Bai Jinwu didn't come. The person who came was Yi Wuxuang. The staff took the money and continued to do what he should do. Deng Xiyu's beloved lapdogs immediately cooperated, surrounding the front hood of the Ferrari and singing in unison. Yeah, this, and the modifications don't work. But what to do when the game is about to start? It seems that we can only use the racetrack's spare car. I don't know if this Ms. Yi is willing to do so. The staff asked Yi Wuxuang. Gloating. Doesn't matter. Yi Wuxuang spoke in a calm tone. It's the same with any car compared to these losers. If a player, who doesn't even have the courage to play fair, can only be described as a waste? When the arrogant words landed, it wasn't just Deng Xiyu's face that was green. The faces of all the contestants were green. They exchanged glances with each other, with only one thought in their minds. Never give Yi Wuxuang a good time later. Soon, Bai Jinwu's Ferrari was driven down by the staff. Spare cars from the racetrack were also driven from the garage to the starting line by the crew. It was a silver Mercedes with a market price of no more than $200,000. Unmodified. The presence of the backup vehicle had uninformed spectators whispering and confused as to what was going on. They were far enough away from the track that they couldn't hear the conversation on the other side of the track. All that could be seen was the woman in the arms of the young leader of the Black Mango Gang trying to hit the high school girl, only to be taken down by the high school girl's foot. The staff then opened the front hood of the Ferrari, did some checking, and drove the Ferrari away. Dad. This. Bai Shuangxue held her father's hand, and her heart was incomparably nervous. Trust her. Bai Jinwu gripped his daughter's hand back, his eyes firm. Although he had only spent half a day with Yi Wuxuang, the ease with which Yi Wuxuang raised his hands and feet, and the confidence in just his words made him feel that Yi Wuxuang was not an ordinary person. She said she had left behind the top car kings, from every country in the world. Then she is leaving the top car kings of the world behind. With that kind of skill, you can still beat Dunchi in an unmodified car. At the commentary booth, the male and female commentators look at each other and begin to commentate after learning the situation from the staff. Spectators, welcome to the South Suburban Raceway. There's been a small situation in tonight's race. The female commentator's voice was pleasantly sweet. The male commentator nodded. Mr. Bai Jinwu Bai, who was originally prepared to appear in the match, was unable to participate in the match due to an eye disease, and chose to have Ms. Yi Wuxuang Yi compete in his place. The female commentator said. Meanwhile, Ms. Yip was driving a Ferrari, which did not meet the rules of the track, and after negotiations, she chose to use the track's spare vehicle. The audience exploded on the spot. Yi Wuxuang? What the hell? Never even heard of it. What do females know about racing too? Go back to your mother's womb and eat milk. RNM refund. I came to see professional racing, not to see schoolgirls get their driver's licenses. The track's spare car is rented during the day for rookies to practice on. And this can be used for racing? I don't think it's the eyes that are bad for Baek Jin-mo. It's the brain, isn't it? Chapter 75 Man and Car are one. The highest level of a racer. The spectators at the racetrack were very upset by Yi Wuxuang's appearance. Bai Jinwu vs Deng Xiyu is a fight that South Suburban Speedway has been previewing for a long time on their own official website. The former is a big name in the racing scene in the South Central Province and the latter is a newcomer in the racing scene in the South Central Province. And people want to know who is better. So they pay for the tickets. Who knew the tickets were bought? The people came. And Baek Jin-mo wouldn't race? He got a high school girl to help him race, not to mention the whole racetrack spare car. Mess? So is the game still in doubt? No suspense. There was nothing to see in the match that was not in doubt. Bounced checks. Refund your ticket. Refund. Amidst the sound of bouncing votes, Deng Fanqing calmly wrapped her hands around her chest, her tone full of sarcasm. Although I don't know how Bai Jinwu met Yi Wuxuang, asking Yi Wuxuang to help compete with my brother is a bit too funny. Even someone like me doesn't know how to race and dare not race, let alone Yi Wuxuang. There's no way she can win against my brother. Meng Yunjing didn't say anything, gripping the railing worriedly, sweat seeping from his palms. He didn't care who lost or won. He only prayed that Yi Wuxuang would never be in danger. Seeing the voice of the audience demanding a refund intensified, the female commentator knew it was not good, and quickly shifted the focus. Okay, so let's cut the talk short. Hand the camera over to the runway, and ask the main characters to take the stage. The camera, on the big screen, slowly moves to the starting line. The staff put the code No. 1 No. 7" on the hood of each sports car, so that spectators and commentators can distinguish the race more visually. Deng Xiyu's Pagani is No. 1" and Yi Wuxuang's spare Mercedes is No. 5". Yi Wuxuang did not talk nonsense and directly sat in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz. Deng Xiyu sneered and lowered his voice to command his minders. It's fine to maim Yi Wuxuang. Don't kill him. He originally wanted to take pity on Yi Wuxuang, but unfortunately, Yi Wuxuan was a hard-headed person. This is the kind of situation where she needs to be dealt with severely, and when she recognizes the reality of the situation, she'll be honest. Understood. The heartthrobs laughed nastily and lewdly. Definitely don't screw her over. The young master hasn't played her yet. With that said, each of the 6 men got into their sports cars. The referee pressed the flare gun, and at the sound of the horn, Deng Xiyu took the lead and stepped on the gas. He looked in the left rearview mirror and couldn't help but grunt in triumph when he realized that all 5 of his beloved cars were behind him. He's not a vegetarian when it comes to being hailed as the new kid on the block in South Central Province's racing scene. As for Yi Wuxuan, I am afraid that he is still eating farts behind his heart. A female high school student who dares to go on the field and race him really doesn't know what she's doing. In the middle of the pleasure, the loud sound of an engine starting came to Deng Xiyu's ears. He looked to his right and realized that Yi Wuxuan was right next to him. Yi Wuxuan in the driver's seat did not look at the front end of the Mercedes, even a little more forward than him. How is this possible? Deng Xiyu's pupils shrunk violently. The price of his sports car, plus the modification fee, was approaching $20 million. Yi Wuxuan's Mercedes-Benz was only $200,000, and had not been modified. So what made it ahead of him? Deng Xiyu suddenly thought of something a professional racer had told him. Race car modifications can only enhance a racer's chances of winning from an external hardware perspective. What's really hard to improve on is the racers themselves. In addition to the most basic visual acuity, discrimination, and emergency management skills, there is also a familiar understanding between the racer and the car he or she is driving. The specific concept of tacit familiarity is too general to be described in existing vocabulary. To be a little bit more mysterious, it can be described as human-vehicle unity. It's the pinnacle of what it means to be a racer. Man and car in one. Deng Xiyu grimaced and lightly stepped on the brakes, deliberately lagging behind Yi Wuxuan. He met up with his brothers and flung a glare across the room. He didn't know where a tiny Yi Wuxuan had gotten such a great ability. He only knew that he could not lose to Yi Wuxuan, whether it was for the sake of face, or for the Bai Jinwu father and daughter hiding behind Yi Wuxuan. At the commentator's booth, the female commentator's voice was agitated. Female rider number 5 is temporarily in the lead and is so fast it's hard to believe she's actually faster than the male riders. This was a big surprise to the commentators, and also to the audience. The eyes of those who had previously clamored for refunds were so wide that they were about to fall out of their sockets. This high school girl is so fierce. She starts like lightning. Did I blink? She's only driving a $200,000 Mercedes. How can she leave the rest of the sports cars worth at least $1 million behind? She's already 2 turns ahead, brothers. It's us who are shallow. Beck Jean Mo got a big man to come. She has a huge advantage. No surprise. She's going to win. Mom, I can't believe I'm seeing such a strong female racer in my lifetime. On the big screen, the scene at the third monitored intersection was zoomed in. The silver Mercedes, number 5, which had been riding high, was suddenly slammed into the guardrail by number 6, who came charging through the dead center of his vision. 2 cars huddled in the corner as the rest of the sports cars scrambled to drift through the corners one by one. The male narrator speaks at a very fast pace. Number 6 is in violation. The driver crossed the track and hit the temporarily leading number 5, allowing number 1 to capitalize on the opportunity to complete the comeback. No, 6 is going to be penalized. But the no. 5 female rider has turned out to be last. The hearts of Bai Jinwu's father and daughter clenched. I knew Deng Xiyu's inner circle was going to go after her. A bunch of cowards. Bai Jinwu cursed. On the screen, the number 6 driver was penalized and the car was taken away by the crew. At this point, the no. 5 car driven by Yi Wuxuan had the space to move around. Another staff member brought a microphone and came to check on Yi Wuxuan's condition. Seeing that she was in good condition, with no major damage to the body other than a small dent, I asked her, "Are you continuing the race? You're already way behind." His mic went right through to the audience and could be heard by both the commentators and the audience. "Keep competing." Yi Wuxuan's crisp voice with dislike and disappointment passed through the staff's mic to the ears of every audience member. I thought how skillful they would be, but it turns out, this is it. She thought that they could give her at least a little bit of that. Life and death. Ha! The staff gaped. Yi Wuxuan didn't say anything more, stepped on the gas and restarted the Mercedes. After a few more turns, she caught up with cars number 3 and number 4. When car 4 saw Yi Wuxuan, it was as if his father's murderer had appeared, and he directly turned around and went against the flow of traffic, slamming side by side toward Yi Wuxuan. The female narrator raised her voice. Number 3 and 4 have violated the rules. All that's left for the number 5 female rider is a narrow lane less than a meter wide. There's a cliff on the other side of the narrow path. What's she going to do? Facing the 2 cars that crashed side by side, Yi Wuxuan looked as normal, calmly turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas. In the stunning position of one row of tires and landing on the narrow road and one on the mountain wall, it went sideways through this layer of obstruction. The metal body rubbed against the rocky walls, making an ear-piercing sound of zip, 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 all the way to the fireworks. Chapter 76, Shout in Adoration for Yi Wuxuan. Number 5 is so awesome. That's a trick only a pro would dare to do. She charged through. The male narrator sounded incredulous. No. 3 and no. 4 were also dumbfounded, and could only watch as Yi Wuxuan disappeared in a puff of smoke in the rearview mirror, while he himself was penalized by the staff. In the audience, there were quite a few people who could see what was going on. Tonight's match isn't going to be a bunch of men deliberately targeting a woman, is it? The violation of number 6 can be described as accidental. The infractions of number 3 and number 4 just can't be considered accidental. Almost the moment they saw Yi Wuxuan, they immediately and tacitly turned around both of them, as if they had already discussed it. Combined with what Yi Wuxuan had said before, it was easy for everyone to deduce. It was indeed a game of many against few tonight. Densiu got 5 people to escort him. Yi Wuxuan, on the other hand, had come to the competition with the consequences already known. Damn. These dog scums are a disgrace to men. The righteous-minded man spat on the ground, fire rising in his heart. In the big screen's surveillance camera, Yi Wuxuan met no. 2 and no. 7 right after him. It was as if they were twins, traveling normally side by side with plenty of room in the middle for others to overtake. Yi Wuxuan sneered and pressed the gas pedal deeper. When he was about to finish overtaking the car, the 2 good babies suddenly pushed towards the inside, seemingly trying to squeeze Yi Wuxuan flat. However, Yi Wuxuan had known that they would do this. She just slammed on the brakes and blundered right into the good boys and let them crash into themselves. The expressions of the 2 riders were ugly. They had been tricked by Yi Wuxuan. It's okay, we'll stand guard here. If she tries to overtake, we'll ram her. 2 riders communicate. Next, Yi Wuxuan and the 2 riders had a very cordial and friendly meeting. The female commentator's beautiful eyes were fixed on the screen, afraid of missing a wonderful shot. 5 overtook. 5 came back. 5 overtook again. 5 came back. 5 overtook again. 5 came back. 5 overtook again. 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 No, she overtook. Nos. 2 and 7 are like circus monkeys, tricked by the female riders. Bull. In the audience, some men stood up and shouted at the top of their lungs, broken with excitement. The male narrator was also excited. No. 2 and no. 7's vehicles collided 4 times in a row and were nearly scrapped, so they had to retire. Now no. 5 has only one opponent. No. 1. Can she catch up? Densiu is driving number 1 and is just one last turn away from the finish. And no. 5, driven by Yi Wuxuan, was still 7 turns away from the finish line. It's too hard. The female commentator shook her head, her tone lost. Unless her engine is a rocket booster, there's no way she can catch up. Too bad. Number 5 is far above the gang, whether it's car skills, courage or intelligence, but she still lost. She loses because she's just one person. She lost because she wasn't as shameless as Densiu. The male commentator gave a helpless smile, and his next words were extremely cryptic. In fact, even if we lost, I think the number 5 female writer earned the applause and respect of everyone. There are times when the process is more important than the outcome, aren't there? This statement is comforting to the audience as much as it is to myself. Number 5 has won. She was a champion in their hearts. If he was not in the way of Deng Xiu's identity as the youngest gang leader of the Black Man Gang, he had to scold Deng Xiu for stinking. Wait a minute. What's the number 5 female driver trying to do? She's heading for the valley. Did she break a brake pad? Call an ambulance. The female narrator suddenly stood up. Surveillance footage shows car number 5 with full horsepower, charging down the valley. On the other side of the valley is the final bend. Densia's number 1 car, which has passed the turn, is just a step away from the finish line. Under the night, among the mountains, the silver Mercedes, codenamed 5, leapt out like a crescent moon, rising. The scene shocked the souls out of everyone. The body of the car happened to brush up against the surveillance probe. The side of her face, clear as day, appeared on the big screen. She was beautiful, with delicate features and a cold expression. She has a great temperament, a proud bone that can't be worn down, just feels a little lonely. She's young, a high school girl, and should have a bright future. Everyone will never forget this scene. They felt that this was probably the female writer's last hurrah, and that at this height and speed she would become a puddle of flesh at the bottom of the cliff. but she didn't turn to mush. The silver Mercedes landed precisely on the track across the valley, and with the force of the force again, it was on fire and straight to the finish line. The championship is mine. Ha ha. Densio looked at the finish line and let out a big smile. Winning, but a lightning white residual shadow leapt out beside him, stepping over the line with even more speed. Sensor cameras capture the most crucial scene and then present it on the big screen. The camera shows the young girl with one hand on the steering wheel, the other propped up on the side of her face, her elbow resting against the car window, her green hair flying. The ease and composure of her movements made it hard to believe what a crazy thing she had just done. Her car, the first to step off the line. On the other side, Deng Xiu smiled openly and was full of joy, and as a result, when the young girl stepped on the line, the front end of his car was a centimeter away from the finish line. How ridiculous. Snap. At the commentary table, the male commentator stands up with a dazed expression and his chair falls to the ground without realizing it. The female narrator covered her mouth and briefly lost her voice. The whole room was silent. It was so quiet it looked like a silent movie from the last century. Yi Wuxuan parked the car, opened the door and leaned out. The spotlight at the finish line was very bright, illuminating the place as bright as day, and also illuminating her features as beautiful and her temperament as cold as the Queen of Winter. Yi Wuxuan. I don't know who broke the silence and the cheering awoke. Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan. The audience all stood up and waved their arms in a neat rhythm. This is a cry for the king. It is the worship of the king. She's the king of racing. It was the king of racing who defeated 6 well-modified sports cars, 1 against 6, with a base spare vehicle. Meng Yunjing squeezed the railing tighter. It was the only way he could withstand the excitement brought on by the violent beating of his heart. He lowered his head and did not look at Yi Wuxuan because Yi Wuxuan had long been engraved into his mind. His ears flushed and he gave a refreshing laugh, his voice full of love. Meng Yunjing. Tung Fanqing feebly shouted Meng Yunjing's name. You know, you'll never be able to compare to Yi Wuxuan. Meng Yunjing wasn't going to be perfunctory anymore. He tightened his smile and turned a cold face to look at Ding Fanxing. You teamed up with the person in charge of the OU competition to trip up Yi Wuxuan, and Yi Wuxuan won. Your brother assembled 5 riders and set up a heavy barrier for Yi Wuxuan, and Yi Wuxuan won as usual. Your sibling's meanness and shamelessness has no effect in front of Yi Wuxuan. The same machinations you use against her will only win her more honor and make her more worshipped. I won't like you, ever, because I, Meng Yunjing, like Yi Wuxuan. Chapter 77, Su Thug, Ji Shin Limited. Deng Fanqing stayed where she was, her face pale. Meng Yunjing was someone she genuinely liked. Not many people in the world can stand it when someone they like says something like that to them. A mist of water gathered in her eyes, and she was so sad that she was about to burst into tears. Meng Yunjing looked in his eyes and didn't feel any heartache as he directly left her and walked in Yi Wuxuan's direction. Meng Yunjing, stop! Deng Fanqing took 2 steps forward to chase after him, crying sharply. Meng Yunjing ignored it and hid into the sea of emotionally charged people in the audience. Deng Fanqing finally shed tears. She wiped them away and turned her head to look at Yi Wuxuan, who was about to go up to the podium, gritting her teeth. Yi Wuxuan, no one can steal anything from me. Yi Wuxuan, you wait for me. Podium. The male and female commentators followed the process and came over from the commentators' table, holding the microphone and calling for Yi Wuxuan to come on stage. Let's invite tonight's champion, Miss Yi Wuxuan Yi, to the stage. The audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic whistles and cheers. Everyone had really looked down on Yi Wuxuan earlier, because there's never been a decent female driver in racing. Everyone really admired Yi Wuxuan even now, because she conquered the track and everyone else with her strength. Yi Wuxuan took the stage. The female narrator took it upon herself to welcome her, her face red with excitement. Getting the title. What does Ms. Yi have to say? Or what do you think of your opponent's strength? It's a problem that every winner of a race faces. The conventional answer is nothing less. I'm pretty strong and my opponent is pretty hungover, but I'm slightly luckier. Friendship first, competition second, blah blah blah. When it came to Yi Wuxuan's willow brows knitted lightly as she commented truthfully. Rubbish. The 6 people, including Deng Xiu, were really trashy to the point that she couldn't think of a better adjective. The female commentator's expression froze and she screamed inwardly. Ms. Yi, do you know that your opponent is the young master of the Black Man Gang? Did you know that the Black Mango Gang is the king of the underground world that runs through the South Central Province? Did you know that Dunshi is still at the track and hasn't left? Is it appropriate to be so wild? The audience reacted differently than the female commentator. Everyone came from the south and north of the sky, with different statuses, and hearing Yi Wuxuan make such a comment, it was a hot-blooded one. They cried out in unison, garbage, garbage, garbage. Those who were bold enough to do so, even smashed drink bottles and fruit peelings and paper confetti in their hands at Deng Xiu. Pia. A banana peel hangs over Deng Xiu's head. Who? Deng Xiu angrily ripped off the banana peel to see who was so bold as to kill his entire family. He looked up but realized that almost everyone was looking at him with contempt and disgust. With a stoic face, he suppressed his anger and got into the Pagani and drove it off the track. The male commentator led Yi Wushuang to the large glass cabinet where the champion's blind box was placed and introduced it. The championship rewards at South Suburban Speedway are partly unclaimed boxes from different sources and partly our own customized boxes. It might be filled with something of great value, or it might just be a pencil. Figured out which one to pick? At the first moment, Yi Wushuan locked on to what he wanted. She pointed to the second diary-sized red wooden box in the third row, and her flat voice trembled under the strain of her voice. This. The female narrator opened the cabinet and handed the wooden box to Yi Wushuang. This box was obtained from an outside source and has a combination lock on it similar to the one on a suitcase. MS. You might need to find a locksmith expert to open it. I'll try. Yi Wushuang pretended not to know and turned the digital locking wheel, and with a snap, the lid popped open automatically. This luck is also too good. Right. Open at the first try? The male and female commentators stared wide-eyed. The two men went over to the box and realized that there was nothing good inside. On the left is a letter that says, "From my sister." To the right rests a women's silver pendant necklace in the shape of a teardrop pieced together from crushed diamonds. Based on the workmanship and texture, the market price of this necklace, at most, would not exceed 500. Such a reward was truly not worthy of Yi Wushuang's performance tonight. The male and female commentators looked at each other, intending to comfort Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, however, stretched out her slender white fingers, picked up the necklace and rubbed it carefully, and on her delicate and high-cool face, a gentle look emerged, and her black pupils flashed with tears. The male and female commentators froze, realizing that this was a crooked deal. Yi Wushuang loved the necklace, and even shed tears in love with it. Writer's VIP Lounge. Deng Xiu kicked in the door, tossed the keys to his sports car onto the couch, and went to the front of the counter to pour a drink. His 5 minders dared not squeak in the background. The television set hanging on the wall was playing the image of Yi Wushuang caressing the necklace on the podium. Finishing his glass of wine, Deng Xiu thumped the glass heavily on the surface of the counter. Go, grab Yi Wushuang and pick off all the tendons in his hands and feet. He turned his back to the 5 and waved his hand to issue the order. His tone was grim to the core and his eyes were cruel. Calling me trash? Ha! I'll just waste you and see who's the trash. Yes, young master. The 5 men led the way out of the lounge. Be careful not to her to death. Leave a breath. After I rape her, I'll let you guys have a good time too. Deng Xiu turned around, intending to admonish his minders to be merciful, when one of them crashed through the door of the lounge and flew straight back, falling at Deng Xiu's feet and spitting blood from his mouth. Deng Xiu made a backward step in fear and raised his head, realizing that there was a man standing in front of the door with a straight figure, wearing an expensive black suit. The man was extremely handsome, and despite the icy coldness of his face, the lines of his features were still some of God's best work. Ji Shen. Deng Xiu sounded shocked. How could this Ji family heir, the richest man in all of Xia, appear here? And Deng Xiu gazed down, found the remaining 4 beloved, all fell unconscious at the feet of Ji Shen. These are all hit by Ji Shen? Isn't he a mall bully? How did? Repeat what you said earlier. Ji Shen's thin lips opened and opened. His voice was low and magnetic, and his eyes, which were like looking at dead things, fell on Deng Xiu. What? What words? Deng Xiu was completely confused. He had no idea when the Black Man Gang had offended Ji Shen. This man's aura, so much stronger than his. He was alarmed and tried to recall what he had said earlier. He spoke tentatively, to force rape Yi Wu dash. Before the word double could be said, Ji Shen walked quickly, lifted his long legs and kicked and stepped on them. The force was so great that he stomped Deng Xiu back and forth, knocking down and crushing the wooden bar behind him. The broken stake penetrated Deng Xiu's body. He screamed loudly and his head broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Young master. Seeing this, the heartthrob lying on the ground climbed up and raised his sandbagged fists to attack Ji Shen. Ji Shen's narrow ink eye surfaced with violence, turned around and kicked, and the heartthrob flew out again, hitting the TV on the wall. Click! The TV shattered and blacked out, smoking and damaged. The heartthrob fell to the ground, foaming blood at the mouth and losing his ability to move and speak. The lounge was a mess, with wine stains fused with blood. In the midst of the chaos, Ji Shen's suit was neat, not stained with a drop of blood, nor creased an inch, still an elegant gentleman. He turned and walked out of the lounge, holding his tie in one hand and pushing the slightly loose bow tie upward with the other. His handsome face devoid of any semblance of warmth. Cut off their arms and legs and send them all to refugee camps abroad. Yes. Fongjiu, who was hidden in the shadows, lowered his head in response. The people in that place loved fine-skinned males like Deng Xiu. The rest of Deng Xiu's life is going to be a pain in the ass. But what can be done about it? Who let him die a good death? Touching Miss Yi, whom Yun Ji likes. Ji Shao originally just came to watch Ms. Yi racing. Chapter 78, Queen's Reappearance. Prelude to Killing. Podium. Yi Wushuang collected the necklace, closed the wooden box, and retreated to the writer's passage amidst the cheers. Waiting for her at the end of the passageway was Meng Yunjing, in addition to Bai Jinwu's father and daughter. Wushuang, I watched your racing competition. It was very cool. Meng Yunjing smiled warmly. Going back to the Sunshine Hotel now? Teacher Su and the others have ordered a big meal and are waiting for us to go back for dinner. He didn't confess to Yi Wushuang, because he knew deep down that he didn't deserve it right now. Aha! Yi Wushuang agreed and turned to look at Bai Jinwu's father and daughter. Bai Jinwu said gratefully, Miss Yi, we owe you a favor. If you need us in the future, just let us know. The long-haired White Frost Snow nodded her head. No, we don't owe each other anything. Yi Wushuang shook the wooden box in his hand and took a cab with Meng Yunjing, returning to the Sunshine Hotel. Since Meng Yunjing was beside her, it was inconvenient for Yi Wushuang to go to the presidential suite where Jishin was. She went back to her room and locked the wooden box on the table. With that done, she turned off the lights and closed the door, pulled away her room card, and went downstairs with Meng Yunjing to the restaurant to meet up with Su Chang and the others. The hotel housekeeping aunt pushed a cart toward the room where the cleaning service had been ordered. Traveling around the corner, she was stopped by a young, playful girl. The little girl had a double ponytail and her hair faded to pink on one side and blue on the other. Oddly pretty. Can I help you? Ma'am. The cleaning lady greeted her with a smile. I cut my hand and it hurts. Deng Fanqing lifted her clenched fist up. Let's see. The cleaning lady was eager. Deng Fanqing, however, violently opened her 5 fingers and sprinkled the ecstasy in her palm into her aunt's nose. As the daughter of the leader of the Black Mangled Gang, she knew this kind of unseemly drug very well and always kept it with her. The cleaning auntie was dazed on the spot and fainted, and the universal card was exposed at her waist. The universal card, a special hotel room card that opens every door in the hotel. It is usually configured on the cleaning staff and the front desk. Deng Fanqing removed the universal card and dragged the cleaning aunt into the utility room with a grumbling tone. I really don't know where my brother died. The phone calls don't pick up. WeChat doesn't return, and I have to do it myself. She had planned to contact her brother and ask him to send someone to help clean up Yi Wushuang. Nay, her brother suddenly lost contact with her, so she could only return to the hotel, and it wasn't long before Yi Wushuang and Meng Yunjing came back as well. Meng Yunjing's attention was on Yi Wushuang, and Yi Wushuang's attention was on the red wooden box in her hand. This caused an idea to rise up in Deng Fanqing's heart. Yi Wushuang snatched away Meng Yunjing that she cared about. Why didn't she snatch away what Yi Wushuang cared about as well? Though she didn't understand what was so important about a broken blind box necklace. But wasn't it good to ruin Yi Wushuang's favorite things and make her disappointed and sad? Think of it as a dessert for Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's room. Here. Deng Fanqing came to Yi Wushuang's room door and utilized the universal card. Opening the door, she quickly went in, closed the door and turned on the light, and soon saw the red wooden box on the table. I don't know the password, but I brought a knife. Deng Fanqing drew her sharp dagger and poked down hard. A few pokes in a row, and the top of the humble wooden box was poked through a large hole. This was expected by Deng Fanqing, but there is no way that the box, however well textured it is, would have ended up at South Suburban Raceway, being used as a blind box for a champion. She reached in and removed the letter. Sister personally opened? It's still a letter that's been opened. Did Yi Wushuang open it and read it on her way back? Deng Fanqing found the seal of the letter, which had been opened. She took the letter out of it and scanned it roughly, her brow furrowing. What the hell? Deng Fanqing tore the letter to shreds in 3 tries, casually spilling it at her feet. She reached down and took out the necklace again, holding it in her palm and observing it for a moment, her eyes full of disgust. This necklace is so trashy, no matter the style or the material. It was nothing compared to the Swarovski crystal necklaces she usually wore. In the end, they are rural people. They have never seen the world. This kind of grade of necklace is also regarded as a treasure. Funny, Deng Fanqing also lost the idea of having the necklace all to herself. Holding the chain with both hands, and with a slight forceful tug, the necklace broke into 2. Let you steal Meng Yunjing from me. Let you steal Meng Yunjing from me. Not relieved, she ripped the 2 portions of the necklace into 4, and the 4 portions into 8. When it was too far to pull, she dropped the broken necklace in a pile on the floor and stomped on it twice as hard. So much so, she felt a little better inside. She left Yi Wushuang's room, broke the universal card and threw it in the trash can. and took a vehicle to leave the Sunshine Hotel. Restaurant. Su Chang spent blood money to buy an oversized king crab and invited the four of Yi Wuxuang to eat a big meal. When the crowd asked Meng Yunjing how it was that he went back to the hotel with Yi Wuxuang, Meng Yunjing told the story about the southern suburb racing track. This made Su Chang and the others sound silly. Yi Wuxuang still races? And a champion? They pestered Meng Yunjing about the details while looking for Yi Wuxuang for confirmation. Yi Wuxuang, who had retrieved the wooden box, was still in a good mood, so he followed and chatted for some time. The good mood, however, lasted only until she had had her dinner and was on her way back to her room. She found the door to her room open. The hotel staff stood partly at the door and partly inside. Wooden box. Yi Wuxuang's breath stuttered as he quickly ran inside, and what met his eyes was a wooden box with a broken top, a pile of shredded paper scraps, and a pile of broken necklaces. Her pupils clenched, and the grief that followed her joy shot straight to her brain, her lips whitening and losing their color. Ms. Yi. The staff tried to call out to her. Unable to hear, she sat down on her knees and, with trembling hands, picked up the scraps of paper quickly in her palms. But there was too much confetti, and as she picked it up, the small half of the broken necklace came into view. This little half necklace with a teardrop pendant. She gently picked up the pendant, her thumb finger wiping away the footprints on it. Snap! Something, down her cheek, slipped on a teardrop. Snap! It's raining outside the window too. A gust of wind blew in through the half-open window, blowing all the confetti away from her palm. She scrambled to hold it, but not a piece of it remained. One piece. And no, Miss Yi, this is the hotel's mistake. We apologize to you 120,000 times. The hotel manager opened the surveillance video of the tablet in his hand and put it in front of Yi Wuxuang's eyes. Inside, it clearly recorded the scene where Deng Fanxing mesmerized the cleaning lady, entered Yi Wuxuang's room, and then left. I assure you that we will give you a satisfactory answer, and the harm you have suffered, the Sunshine Hotel, will be doubled for you to get back. As he said this, a thick aura of solemnity swept across the manager's eyes. The Sunshine Hotel, a bridge between the Slayer world and the ordinary world. All those who dare to pick a fight at the Sunshine Hotel will not end well. I can handle myself. Yi Wuxuang stood up, gripping the only teardrop pendant in her palm. Her stunningly beautiful face was calm. Only she knew what manic murderous viciousness rolled beneath the calm. The manager nodded. We respect Ms. Yes choice, and if Ms. Yi has any needs, she can also tell us, and we will cooperate fully. Gun. Yi Wuxuang spat out a word. What? The manager pretended not to understand. This word was familiar to him, but he didn't know Yi Wuxuang's identity and didn't dare to answer hastily. I want a gun. Yi Wuxuang repeated. The murderous aura in her eyes caused the manager to slightly stand up straight, probably clearing Yi Wuxuang's occupation. Your name? The manager asked. Lucifer. Boom! Behind Yi Wuxuang, outside the window. At first the thunder rose. The sudden storm suddenly arrived, and the lightning was also approaching. Chapter 79, Single Sword. Swept away the black Mang, 1. The room fell into a deathly silence. All the hotel staff, including the manager, straightened their backs and had the same shock in their hearts. Lucifer, nicknamed Queen, the #1 ace in the assassin world. Not long ago, the organization she was loyal to abused and killed her brother, and she died with them. People say she's buried in the fire and the legend has fallen. But, she showed up as a high school girl, and approached the Sunshine Hotel for a gun. Your password? A waitress kept in mind the process and approached Yi Wuxuang for the password. There's no need to check the identity. She's Queen herself. The manager stopped his men. Before Yi Wuxuang came, he saw a few words on the scraps of paper, respectively, sister, brother, and do it yourself. Combined with Yi Wuxuang's change in mood, the answer was already obvious. Yi Wuxuang is Lucifer. Lucifer is Queen. The letter was a relic of her brother's, and the necklace was a gift to her, made by her brother himself. Deng Fanxing, who ruined it all, has been, and the gods can't save him. Lord Lucifer, please follow me to the basement. The manager reached out and invited. Yi Wuxuang spread out his palm and put the teardrop pendant, moving gently back into the box. She couldn't let the blood of that crowd stain it. Putting the pendant away, she grimaced and left with the hotel manager. Room. A staff member intended to help Yi Wuxuang pick up the confetti, thinking to salvage it and perhaps piece it back together. Don't pick it up. That gust of wind just now, it blew several scraps of paper out. It's no longer useful. Lord Lucifer himself has given up. The bystander sighs. On the other side, Yi Wuxuang and the manager took the private elevator and arrived at the basement located below the underground parking lot. The basement was brightly lit, with different types of guns hanging on the walls on both sides, and light weapons such as pistols, grenades and daggers in cabinets along the walls. Further in, there are heavy weapons such as grenade launchers and machine guns. In addition to guns and ammunition, the hotel offers men's suits, women's evening gowns, and several car keys. We found out that Tang Fanqing is the daughter of the Black Man Gang's leader, and after leaving the hotel, she went to the Black Man Gang's base camp, the Shangshi Bar. Here's a 3D map of the bar, as well as a photo and information on Deng Shanfeng, the father of Deng Fanqing and the leader of the Black Man Gang. After tapping his finger on the tablet a few times, the manager handed the tablet to Yi Wushuang. The screen splits in two, with a 3D image of the bar appearing on the left and a photo of Dunhill Peak on the right. Deng Shanfeng is a middle-aged man of average appearance. His face is crisscrossed with scars, both deep and shallow, and his eyes are fierce, so it can be seen that he didn't have a lot of bloodshed when he was young. All of Deng Shanfeng's details, including weight, height, blood type, and personal phone number, are detailed under the photo. I wonder which gun Lord Lucifer has his eye on. I recommend this new one. The manager walked to the wall, turned around and was about to introduce Yi Wushuang, but realized that Yi Wushuang had already left. The tablet rested on a glass cabinet. A pistol was missing from the cabinet, and a car key. Just a pistol? The manager was a bit stunned, then gave a laugh, adoration and respect erupting in his eyes. And yes, for Ace Assassin Queen, a pistol is enough. I just don't know if the Black Mango Gang is ready to meet the Grim Reaper. Basement. Yi Wushuang sat in the driver's seat and dialed the personal phone number of the Black Man Gang's gang leader, Deng Shanfeng. But in 10 seconds, the call was connected. On the other end of the line, came a deep male voice. Who are you? I want your daughter's life. Will you send it over, or will I go over and get it? Yi Wushuang was concise and his voice was cold. She didn't use a questioning tone, because it was a notice she gave unilaterally. Deng Shanfeng obviously didn't expect that he would get this answer. He paused for a moment and then asked, Who are you? Lucifer. Snap. It seemed to be the sound of a wineglass hitting the floor. Deng Shanfeng was silent even longer, and after a while, he asked in a trembling voice, My daughter Deng Fanqing, what has she done? Da. Yi Wushuang hung up the phone. His eyes coldly twisted the car key, stepped on the gas pedal and rushed out of the basement into the rainy night. Centurion Bar. Deng Shanfeng looked at the hung-up call interface in his cell phone. His brain buzzed, and on his scarred face, which had been majestic just a moment ago, there was only haste and dismay. Gangmaster, what's wrong? The Heartlander stepped forward to inquire. Call Missy over. Deng Shanfeng tried to look calm. Yes. The Minders nodded. Not long after, Deng Fanqing came, holding a PSP game console. Tell Dad, what did you do today? Deng Shanfeng's heart pounded. Didn't do anything. If it's okay, I'll just go on playing the game. Deng Fanqing lowered her head to operate the game console. In a happy mood, she didn't notice her father's perversity. She guessed that Yi Wushuang had finished eating by now and saw the masterpiece she had left behind. Just the thought of Yi Wushuang's broken down and sad appearance made her fly with joy. Snap! Deng Shanfeng slapped his daughter across the face, knocking her down on the sofa and questioning her loudly and violently. How could Lucifer want you dead when you didn't do anything? Give me an honest answer. Father violently raised the volume of voice. Scared Deng Fanqing heart and liver trembled. She immediately also lost the idea of the game, nagging to ask, Lucifer wants me dead? Who is she? The stupid look of his daughter made Deng Shanfeng angry enough. He held his forehead and paced back and forth in front of the sofa with a tense expression. Deng Fanqing vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Ever since she was born, her father had been calm and collected, a big player in the lives and deaths of others, and had never been so flustered. She also panicked. I just knocked out the hotel housekeeping, took the universal card and entered Yi Wushuang's room, destroyed one of her necklaces, and tore up a letter just. Other than that, I didn't do anything. She didn't kill anyone. She didn't set any fires. And even if she was held accountable for this kind of thing, wouldn't a few tens of thousands of dollars be enough to get rid of it? That Lucifer, what gives her the right to take her life? What was written in the letter? Deng Shanfeng asked, grasping the point. I didn't look closely. I only remember that it has the words sister personally opened on it. Tang Fanqing answered honestly. At those words, the blood drained from Tang Shanfeng's face. He raised his hand and slapped again, hard on Deng Fanqing's face. 2 slaps down. Deng Fanqing's twin ponytails were scattered, and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. Dad, what's going on here? Who the hell is that Lucifer? Why are you beating me like this for her? Deng Fanqing was aggrieved and scared. I remember telling you that the Black Man Gang is the king of the underground world in the central and southern province, and it's nothing when it leaves the province. Deng Shanfeng paused to rehash the old story. Said so. Deng Fanqing nodded and answered dutifully. You also said that you as the leader of the Black Mangled Gang, are not even a village chief in the worldwide underground world. The people who really control the world of darkness are a coalition of international assassin organizations. Chapter 80, Single Sword. Swept away the Black Mang, 2. Deng Fanqing remembered that his father had always wanted to climb up the ladder to the side of the Slayer community. My father also used to say that in front of that group of killers born from the darkness, the core and most capable fighters of the Black Mangled Gang were just newborn babies, fragile and vulnerable. But what does this have to do with Lucifer? Deng Fanqing didn't understand. Deng Xianfeng let out a low laugh that contained a mixture of despair, fear, and anger. He looked at his ignorant and pathetic daughter and said calmly, Lucifer, those on the Slayer side of the world respectfully refer to her as queen and recognize her as the number one ace. She has a dependent brother, and everything she does is to protect his well-being. 2 months ago, her brother was abused by the organization, and she destroyed the entire organization by herself before disappearing. 2 months later, my dear daughter tore up her brother's last letter. At the end of his words, Deng Xianfeng could no longer pretend to be calm, and he grabbed his daughter's hair and lifted her up from the sofa, squeezing out a sentence through his teeth. And ing ruined her necklace. Ah, oh who? Deng Fanqing cried in fear. Both her father's attitude and his words scared the hell out of her and made her snotty. She is her own beloved daughter in the end. Deng Xianfeng's heart softened, loosened her hair, and his tone was sinister. Lucifer will come for you. You can't do anything but be scared. Get your ass upstairs and hide. He, Deng Xianfeng, had reigned supreme in the central and southern province for so many years, and had never surrendered his daughter on his own turf. And there are a lot of queen haters in the assassin world, so why not kill her as a way to get on the assassin world's big boat? As the saying goes, it's hard for a strong dragon to crush a snake, isn't it? Deng Fanqing was like being amnestied, scrambled to run in, but because of her weak legs, she took 2 steps and knelt down. Her back was in a sorry state. Find a reason to kick out all the customers in the bar, gather all the gang members and return to defense as a whole. Deng Xianfeng rummaged through the drawer of sniper rifles and assembled them. Young helpers can't be reached. The young gang leader, Deng Xiu, was nowhere to be seen. Must have gone to spend his days drinking again. Leave him alone for now. Deng Xianfeng cursed his son in his heart. The bar cleared quickly. The limousines that stayed outside the bar also gradually drove away. The torrential rain is still falling, with no sign of abating. After 15 minutes, a blacked-out sedan drove up in front of the cool Centurion bar. Yi Wushuang opened the car door and leaned out. The supposedly noisy bar was unusually quiet. Appearing as Yi Wushuang's footsteps, which were particularly abrupt, Yi Wushuang stood at the entrance of the bar, and in his mind, unconsciously, the content of that letter surfaced. Sister, see the words. She stepped away, gun in her left hand, and walked into the bar. The first step into the room was the cold muzzle of a pistol against each temple. By the time you read this, I'll be back at the old place. Yi Wushuang moved swiftly and sensitively. His right hand raised the right enemy's arm, and at the same time, his left leg side kicked the left enemy's wrist. The enemy thumped 2 shots, all of which were empty. I'm sorry to have knocked you out. I had no choice. She seized the opportunity, exploding one in her gun-toting left hand, turning and lifting her leg to slam a knee into the abdomen of the enemy on her right, exploding his head and intercepting the pistol in his hand. They implanted a locator in my heart, so wherever we escape to, they'll be able to find it. Yi Wushuang walked forward. The person hiding behind the load-bearing pillar breathed out, poised his gun, and predicted Yi Wushuang's bearing as he walked forward. To Yi Wushuang as soon as he appeared in his field of vision, he also shot, but he waited for a moment, but did not see Yi Wushuang appear. The next second, the back of his head against the gun, Yi Wushuang was behind him. This is not true freedom. Lucifer, today is the day you die. A large group of heavily armed men appeared in front of them, the leader shouting and rushing forward. Yi Wushuang exploded the head of the person in front of him and kicked the corpse in the back, causing the corpse to rush up to block the gun for his own. While with his dual guns in hand, he fired a few shots to settle the first batch of enemies. All these years, they've been using me to blackmail you. The shield corpse fell to the ground, and Yi Wushuang did a one-handed front flip, dodging the long-aimed bullet from behind, the end of his hair grazing the bullet. The moment she landed on the ground, she kicked away one of the second group of enemies coming at her, turned around and kicked away the second one, and then shot them with 2 shots, killing them. Now, it's time to put an end to this. Enemies were coming up from all directions. Yi Wushuang changed the bullets as if he was walking in his own back garden, back and forth, 1 shot at a time. A strong man rushed over. Yi Wushuang jumped up and kicked him at his collarbone, kicking him back. As he was backing up, Yi Wushu's eyes were tumbling with killing intent as he fired with both hands one after another until the bullets were double empty. See the necklace next to it? Seeing that Yi Wushuang's pistol was out of bullets, one person had great joy in his eyes and came at him with his rifle. Yi Wushuang crouched down, put him down with a sweeping kick, snatched the rifle in his hand, half crouched on the ground, and swept the tidal wave of enemies one after another. Then he put the gun upside down behind him and, without looking, took the life of the owner of the rifle behind him. I made it myself, and I want you to wear it far away and try to do what your heart desires and try to love someone you can love. A red laser, from the wall, slowly moved to Yi Wushuang's face. Yi Wushuang stomped his feet and scurried out, stepping on the load-bearing columns, doing a backflip and hiding behind the bar's card seat, dodging the sniper bullets coming from the second floor. When the opponent's bullet fell short, she immediately stood up and, with her rifle, shot Deng Shanfeng in the head. Brother, dustless. So far, all the core members of the Black Man gang and the gang leader were killed. The bar returned to silence. Yi Wushuang dropped his rifle, picked up a pistol and slowly went upstairs. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty hall, like a hypnotic charm, little by little, stimulating Deng Fanqing's heart. Tang Fanqing, who was hiding in the room, was already aware of the situation downstairs through the indoor surveillance. She covered her mouth to suppress her screams as tears continued to flow down the backs of her hands and her body trembled into a sieve. The core of the gang is dead, and so is Dad. The murderer is Yi Wushuang. It's Lucifer. It's Queen. If she knew that Yi Wushuang had such an identity, she would never, ever offend Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang was looking for her upstairs. She's going to run away. Yeah, she's running away. But damn it, she was so weak she couldn't muster a single ounce of strength to walk. Boo! The tightly closed door was kicked open by Yi Wushuang. Ah! Deng Fanqing could no longer hold back and screamed desperately. Looking at this, Yi Wushuang's eyes filled with fear, like seeing death. Yi Wushuang walked towards her. She kept backing up, and backing up, and backing up, until she was backed into a corner. Yi Wushuang raised his pistol. Deng Fanqing shook her head and begged bitterly. That's just a collar. Bang! Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, the wall splattered open with flowers. Yi Wushuang moved away from his cold eyes and took a step back to turn away. Chapter 81. I still want to hold you in my arms. When Yi Wushuang went downstairs, he met Bai Jinwu. Bai Jinwu was about to go up the stairs with his few subordinates copied in his hands. He saw Yi Wushuang and asked in a panic, "Ms. Yi, are you alright? One of my men said he saw you enter the bar." Bai Jinwu thought that Yi Wushuang was shouted to the bar by the young gang leader Deng Xiu. He was worried that the Black Man clan would do something to Yi Wushuang, so he slapped the table and led his brothers to kill them. Yi Wushuang helped him race. He couldn't watch Yi Wushuang to suffer and not care, which knew that the scene was completely different from what he thought. The bar was littered with bodies, all of them the hardest core, most evil members of the Black Mangled gang. It's fine. Yi Wushuang coldly opened his mouth. His black pupils were waveless. Where is Gangmaster Deng Shanfeng? Bai Jinwu looked at her with an indescribably weird feeling in his heart. He was keenly aware that Yi Wushuang's state was not right. She's colder than before. Before, she was like ice at best, like wind and snow. Now she was like the abyss, a ghostly cold bottomless abyss. Deng Shanfeng is here. Yi Wushuang glanced sideways and kicked out the body of Deng Shanfeng that had collapsed next to him. The cool bodies then tumbled down the stairs like discarded cans, with no dignity whatsoever. Wherever the body went, the men stepped back one after another, dumbfounded. From the time Deng Shanfeng issued the order to return to defense until now, only Yi Wushuang had entered the Shangshi bar. This means that the leader of the Black Man gang, the core member of the gang, who is the leader of the underground world of the entire central and southern province, has all been given by Yi Wushuang alone. Starting today, the Black Man gang is mine. Bai Jinwu, acting in power. Yi Wushuang stood tall and ordered in a cold voice. She had no intention of causing strife. It was just that she wasn't sure what kind of mission the system would release to her in the future, and what kind of forces the mission would encounter. She alone cannot protect her family at all times. A large tree must be cultivated to keep the family cool in the shade. Me? Bai Jinwu first froze in shock, then revealed a look of surprise and loyalty. Gangmaster. The young girl in front of him was, as he had initially suspected, a hidden big shot who had single-handedly taken care of the Black Man gang. City had changed the king's flag. Since then, the South Central Province Underground Dynasty changed Deng's surname Yi. Yi Wushuang closed his mouth and didn't speak again, rubbing shoulders with the crowd and leaving the bar. She drove the sedan, returned to the Sunshine Hotel parking lot, and then took the elevator up to her assigned floor and stepped out with a numb expression. Her mind was empty of anything. All she felt was cold. The manager and staff looked on and stood aside without interruption. A brother is an untouchable scale for Queen. The relics of his brother. That's even more of an anticlimax of anticlimaxes. Anyone else would not be able to slow down for a while. But, she's too fast, isn't she? How long has it been out there? A staff member marveled. That's a whole black mango gang. Not 2 or 3 stinky fish and shrimp. Why else do you think she's called Queen? The manager laughed softly. Don't you need to tell her that Mr. G is waiting for her in her room? The staff asked. The manager's smile faltered. The honorable man. They blocked when tried to enter Queen's room at first. Just kidding. Queen's room has already been entered once by a stranger and messed up Queen's most prized possession. Beat them to death. They wouldn't dare let a second person in. In the end, the man came up with a sentence: want the Sunshine Hotel to collectively get out of the summer country. Intimidated him. What can he do? He's desperate too. That's Ji Shun. Not to mention that the president of the summer country treated him with courtesy. Even the international circle of presidents and queens, who would not be polite to him? He is the uncrowned emperor. The killer community wouldn't dare to be easily offended. Just as he was in a dilemma, Feng Jiao, Ji Shun's special assistant, came over and asked them to call the surveillance video in front of the presidential suite. Once the video came out, it dawned on him. It turns out Queen and Ji Shao are very close. Queen has also spent several nights in the quartermaster's room. Then it's not their turn to stand in the way. As a matter of course. A queen of the dark world and an emperor of the bright world. Quite a match. The manager smashed his mouth. Promenade. Yi Wuxuan came to his room door and took out his room card in a muddy manner. The moment she opened the door, she realized that there was a light on inside and that there was someone in the house. She violently lifted her curtains. Her eyes filled with a monstrous murderous aura. And when she saw that the person was Jishin, she froze in place. Back? Just as well, I'm almost done spelling. Jishin's voice is as magnetic and pleasant as ever. With gold glasses, his expression is serious as he sits in front of the table, spelling the letter that was torn by Deng Fanqing. Next to the letter lay a complete teardrop pendant necklace. She couldn't think fast enough, striding over and holding the necklace in her palm for a closer look. You got it. Fixed, she said, her voice dry. Where the necklace is broken, there are obvious signs of repairs to the joint. I didn't repair it. Jishin lowered his head and continued to spell out the letter. I had phoned Joe take it with him and looked for a professional from the jewelry house. He's not all-powerful enough for that. This letter. Yi Wuxuan turned her head to look at the table. Soon to be carefully spelled out letter. Water mist in front of her eyes hazy. She remembers that the high winds blew several pieces out. She had given up on it. But Jishin made it appear in pieces quite a bit like a magic trick. I was on my way back from being outside when a couple of pieces of debris floated overhead. And your window was the only one half open at the time. So I figured it would be yours. Shimmering light flashed in Jishin's narrow ink eyes. He finished packing up Densiu at that time and planned to go back to the hotel. With Yi Wuxuan's nature, there was no reason to throw garbage towards the outside. He felt strange and curious, so he went upstairs with the pieces of paper. When he went upstairs, Yi Wuxuan was no longer in the hotel, and after some negotiation, he finally came in the room. The scene inside the room, however, caused his pupils to lightly shrink. The manager said that someone broke into Yi Wuxuan's room and destroyed Yi Wuxuan's things, and she went to take care of the matter. He immediately ordered Feng Jiao to take the broken necklace away and fix it, while he himself collected the confetti and put it together. He had seen from afar the tender look Yi Wuxuan exuded towards the wooden box at the southern suburbs racing circuit. It meant a lot to her. She must be very upset. He couldn't see her sad, although it can't be 100% restored to its original state. The letter's handwriting and content are still legible. Jishin removed his glasses, stood up and turned his head to look at Yi Wuxuan, and before he finished his words, he was pounced by Yi Wuxuan. She stood on her tiptoes and clung to his neck, not saying a word. It didn't take long for his back to get wet. She's crying, silently, crying, out of the corner of his eye. Jishin landed on the spelled out letter. He didn't know who Dustless was. He didn't know where the old place was. He didn't know what they had blackmailed Yi Wuxuan to do. Just as he wondered why the good country girl with a clear resume on her file had turned into a cold, powerful, almost all-powerful murderess. Nevertheless, Jishin stretched out his long arm and wrapped it around Yi Wuxuan's waist, closing his eyes. I still want to hold you in my arms. Chapter 82, Returning to Faijiao. Surprises and touches in Class 7. The hug lasted 10 minutes. Around the time she had vented enough, Yi Wuxuan let go of Jishin and turned her head down to pick up the letter that Jishin had spelled out. The lost haze in his heart was swept away, and his black pupils cleared up a lot. Cried enough? Jishin stood next to him, his good-looking eyebrows lightly arched. Yi Wuxuan's body stiffened, slightly hoarse and sophomoric. I didn't cry. She's queen. She's Lucifer. She bleeds. She doesn't cry and whine. Yeah, Then maybe I'm hallucinating. Jishin let out a low laugh and didn't poke through the young girl's lame lie. He removed a small, beautiful-looking, expensive silver box from a drawer. It's too late to try to customize the same wooden box, so let's just leave things here for now. Yi Wuxuan folded the letter and put it in, and put the necklace in as well. Seeing this, Jishin asked in a low voice, "Not wearing the necklace on your body? Dustless. Who wrote the letter? Wished she could wear the necklace, do what she wanted to do, and love someone she could love. The necklace, at once, is his incarnation, his witness, his blessing. Other people's blood will dirty it." Yi Wuxuan slightly shook his head, resisting in his heart. If she were a normal person, she would wear the necklace on her body. But she's not. She's the killer, born in the darkness, a killer who cannot see the light or the sun. Her blood was dirty, as was the blood of her enemies, and no matter whose blood it would taint this pure cleanliness. You won't get it dirty. Jishin took out the necklace and leaned down to wear it between Yi Wuxuang's collar with his own hands. His gentle tone, with 3 points of unquestionable dominance. Every drop of blood splattered on it is your badge of honor. It will be proud of you, and so will Dustless. He guessed that Dustless must have thought so. The words coming from the top of her head caused Yi Wuxuang to stand still, reaching out to pick up the teardrop pendant that was attached to the middle of her collarbone and gently rubbing it. You should be an orator. Yi Wuxuang was convinced, and his mood was incomparably serene and soothing as he wore the necklace. It was as if the brother was still around. We should go to the cafeteria for dinner. Come on. Jishin laughed, heading out of the room. Yi Wuxuang agreed. Although she had eaten dinner, she was also hungry after cleaning up the gang from the Black Man Gang. She kept up with Jishin's pace, but when she looked up, she saw that the back of Jishin's expensive white shirt was wet and wrinkled. Yi Wuxuang, take a block of tofu and run her over. Day 2. After the storm, the sun shone brightly. Yi Wuxuang woke up in his room and the first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to see if the silver locket on the table was intact. Seeing that the box was not broken and was not moving in its original position, Yi Wuxuang's lifted heart was put down. To his side, Jishin had woken up and was leaning over the bed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and signing a document in Arabic on his tablet. Yi Wuxuang slightly raised his eyebrows. For one thing, he felt that this person, Jishin, was really capable of handling any style. Gold-rimmed glasses are worn, elegant and ascetic, serious and discreet. The second is because of this Arabic document. He seems to be fluent in many languages as well. Do I look good? He finished signing the papers and looked up at her, a strong smile in his narrow, deep eyes. Yi Wuxuang averted his eyes and digressed. Is the bed comfortable to sleep in? Last night, Jishin didn't go to the booked presidential suite, but stayed in her single room, saying that he was curious about how the bed would feel when he slept in it. Not bad. Jishin's thin lips rose. Buzz, buzz. Yi Wuxuang's cell phone vibrated. It's Mr. Su Chang calling. Yi students, I bought you afternoon tickets to return to Yen City from Jiang City. You still have a morning to shop. Don't miss it if you want to buy something. After they ate last night, they went back to their rooms and went to sleep, not knowing that Yi Wuxuang had destroyed the Black Man Gang all by himself. Got it. Yi Wuxuang hung up the phone, got out of bed and washed up, intending to go out. Want to buy something? Jishin inquired. Yi Wuxuang's cottage phone was so loud that it was hard for him to hear the content of their conversation without wanting to. Aha. Yi Wuxuang nodded. Bring something for everyone in class 7 and send some River City specialties to mom, dad and brother. It just so happened that Mr. Su also gave her the prize money from the OU competition. Go on. I'm going back to Anchor City too. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 5 of them, Yi Wuxuang, Meng Yunjing, Ai Yenshi, Song Yifan, and Su Chang, arrived at the Yen City bus station. Up to here, it's going to be a parting of the ways first. Song Yifan's tone was a bit sad. This trip to the Municipal Olympiad was pretty memorable. Whether it's the powerful and cold Yi Wuxuang, the gentle Meng Yunjing, or the cute and hardworking Ai Yenshi, the bloodthirsty Su Chang, all of them are unwilling to let go. Everyone has contact information. Remember to keep in touch. Ai Yenshi shook her cell phone. Meng Yunjing nodded and turned to look at Yi Wuxuang. The days of fighting alongside her are over for now. He'd have to step it up for his next chance to fight side by side. It's fate to meet again. Yi Wuxuang carried a large bag of things and stopped a cab to Fei Bird. It coincided with the time when the birds were dismissed from class. Class 7 students sighed as they organized their textbooks. The days when the queen isn't here are so boring. Jian Jiaoyang slumped on the table, unable to lift his spirits. Yi Wuxuang was a leader and a target for them. They missed her absence and studied hard, hoping that the future would follow close behind. I'm back. Yi Wuxuang's clear and cold voice resounded in the ears of the 7th class students. Queen, Everyone snapped their spirits and surrounded Yi Wushuang. Jian Xiaoyang. Your game console. Yi Wushuang handed him what Jian Xiaoyang had entrusted her to buy. Thank you, Queen. Jian Xiaoyang received the game console. Her heart was happy. The Queen is so nice. The rest of the students lamented. A little envious and a little sour. I should have known they contacted the Queen as well. But the boss and the Queen seem to have a little better relationship than they do with the Queen. It's so sour it makes me want to cry. Chen Xiaoyu. Your net pen. Zhang Qiaoqiao. Your diary. Wang. Yi Wushuang took out the things in the big bag and set them on the table, taking them and reading the names at the same time, not paying attention to how surprised and touched the eyes around him were. None of these things had been said privately to the Queen. They had only been mentioned once or twice in class chats, or in group chats. The Queen never makes small talk with them. Didn't realize. The rest of the class didn't seem to want anything, so I bought snacks. So let's eat together. Yi Wushuang took out the last of the snacks. The shy students in the back row looked up with red eyes. They were not forgotten. Outside the Class 7 classroom, the students from other classes who had heard the news were literally numb. What kind of godly classmate is Yi Wushuang? Is it too late to switch to Class 7? Woo-hoo-hoo. Jane Xiaoyan looked at the brand new game console in her hand and laughed silently away. He remembered that his initial impression of Yi Wushuang was that of a perennially frozen lake, which could not set off half a ripple no matter how much the north wind roared. It seems right now, she really is a frozen lake, only underneath the ice. Water warmer than ice flows. Chapter 83. 6 million fans. Dance Zone's first sister comes to flying birds. It wasn't long before the preparatory bell for class rang. Everyone in Class 7 returned to their seats and prepared for class. Jane Xiaoyang suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Wushuang, who was sitting in his front row. Queen, you haven't been on Operation Jedi in a while. Didn't that Leo approach you? Leo was the mysterious big boss who gave the Queen $50 million to help her win the PK in the Best Female Escort contest at the time. Since Leo is also a fan of the Queen's game, according to the PK rules at the time, the Queen was going to play with Leo for a long time, but the Queen has not been on the game. People and in the River City to participate in the OU. No time to play games. Leo not angry? These words reminded Yi Wushuang. She took out her cell phone and opened Bunny Accompaniment, cutting out the chat screen with Leo. The chat interface between the two was still stuck in the night of their first team game. Long ago. He didn't look for me. Yi Wushuang's eyebrows knitted gently. She didn't get it. Why Leo didn't come to her. The long silence had almost made her forget about it. Looks like she needs to get on the Escort app regularly to avoid missing out on Leo's messages. Probably too busy. The person who can smash $50 million out must have an uncomplicated identity. Anyway, it's good that he doesn't blame the Queen. Jane Xiaoyang nodded her head. He was worried that the big boss was upset with the Queen, who had been staying out of the game and thus screwing 7. Thanks. Yi Wushuang's eyes flashed lightly. Jane Xiaoyan was caring for her. What's there to thank? By the way, Queen, if you're not doing anything today, don't go over to the new school building. It'll be very congested. Why? Because the hottest blogger in the dance section of Station C, One Little Star, is coming to Flying Bird for a video log. Confusion surfaced on Yi Wushuang's delicate face. She didn't know who a little star was. C Station, she did understand a little, is currently within the summer country. The most young people, the most influential video platform. The platform is all-encompassing, with divisions for animation, film and television, music, dance, lifestyle, beauty and more. Seeing that Yi Wushuang did not understand, Jian Xiaoyang slightly widened his eyes. A little star, doesn't the Queen know? Her real name is Yang Xinyue. She also went to high school at Flying Bird, and has already graduated for several years, so we should call her a schoolmate. She was average in school, and the college she got into on her senior year was average, but she started making dance videos a long time ago, and her editing skills are amazing. Now, she has more than 6 million followers on Station C. She is the first sister of the dance area and is especially famous. This time, she came to Flying Bird to prepare for an alma mater vlog. The location is set at the new teaching building. There will be a lot of students looking for her autograph, so it will be very jammed over there. Yi Wushuang nodded. I know. She doesn't usually go to the new school building. Boss, I see that you often brush the dance area of Station C. Aren't you going to find Yang Xinyue for an autograph? Don't be shy. An inch-headed boy came over, his tone promising. Step aside. Jian Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. I went to the dance area to find out if the Phoenix dance group street dance work was okay. Not to see Yang Xinyue. Yang Xinyue's street dance works, clothing and costumes are very revealing. From time to time to engage in a bit of rubbish. Send the so-called geeks welfare. The real dance skills in general. I like Phoenix dance group too. The boy sounded excited. Phoenix. Phonetic Phoenix. Direct translation of the immortal bird, Phoenix Bird. Phoenix Dance Company, a street dance troupe founded a year ago by a mysterious brunette girl. What the brunette's real name is, people don't know. When she competed in the World Jam, her stage name was Nameless. What she looked like, people didn't know because she was wearing a mask for the individual competition. According to her, dance should focus more on the dancer's body movements than on their facial appearance. In the individual competition, she used her ceiling street dance prowess to defeat a popular champion contestant with a great face. After the competition, she formed the Phoenix Dance Troupe and recruited only world-class street dancers and potential dancers from the outside world. The dance company explicitly states, troupe members are required to wear masks when attending any event or competition so that the audience's attention is only on the physical dance. With such a maverick style and hardcore inner workings, it has sucked many top street dancers into the fold. In just 1 year's time, Phoenix Dance Troupe has already taken all the trophies of the world street dance competitions that call for a name. Not only that, many celebrities have approached Phoenix Dance Company for cooperation and commissioned Phoenix Dance Company to choreograph or dance with them. The fame of Phoenix Dance Group, gradually into the ears of the public, the status in the street dance world rose. Anyone who likes street dance can't go wrong with Phoenix. Actually, I'm more interested in knowing when the founder and head of Phoenix, the dark-haired mysterious girl Nameless, will appear again. Jane Jiaoyan rested her cheeks on her head and muttered to herself. However, to his surprise, Nameless was right in front of him. Yi Wushuang is Nameless. Yi Wushuang came into contact with street dance for the sake of his younger brother. Dustless, because of his limited nutritional intake in the slums, has been weak and sickly since he was a child, and is not a good runner or jumper. 2 years ago, he fell in love with a good street dance troupe and thought they were very dashing and healthy. Then they followed them all the way to the finals of the street dance competition. But in the end, because of their poor face value and lack of popularity, they lost the championship and disbanded in place in disappointment. It was a regret in his heart. In this age of face, a good set of face just brings a lot of convenience. Thus, Yi Wushuang struck out. For the agile and nimble killer, street dancing is a piece of cake as long as you have a good sense of sound. She put on a mask and went by the alias Nameless to take the street dance individual championship the following year. Meanwhile, using the champion's rallying cry, he creates the Phoenix Dance Troupe, reorganizing and expanding his brother's previous favorite dance group. After her success, she retired to the background. She had only set foot in the business to comfort her brother. Meanwhile, outside the Flying Bird School, a silver business car worth $1 million was parked in front of the entrance of the Flying Bird Academy. The driver got out of the car and pulled the door open for the person sitting in the back. A woman, age 23, wearing a wreath on her head and a white lolita with small black leather shoes, stepped out of the car. She was wearing innocent nude makeup with slightly red lips, holding a selfie stick in her hand and waving at the camera with her other hand. Hello. Starlet has arrived at her alma mater. Oh, show everyone the plaque from her alma mater. Yang Xinyue turned the camera to give the plaque a shot before turning it back, pointing to the Lolita dress she was wearing. Mysteriously, for this 6 million followers vlog, besides wanting to show you my alma mater, I actually wanted to do a cute style street dance video. Chapter 84, Are you all cerebral palsy from top to bottom in class 7? Finishing her sentence for the camera, the expression on her face changed abruptly to one of contempt and impatience. Didn't the people at Flying Bird know I was coming to visit my alma mater? Why is there no welcoming ceremony? Not even a banner. I should have known better than to come back. Having come all the way here, she didn't bother to turn back, so she tossed the camera to her female assistant, her tone grumpy. Take that. The female assistant immediately took the camera, and seeing that the shooting was still recording, she panicked. XIN, Sister XIN, you forgot to turn off the recording. Many bloggers, like celebrities, have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes, setting up a persona to make money. Yang Xinyue is no exception. The staff around her all know that she is innocent and naive on the surface, but behind her back, she is full of foul language and low quality. The low quality side, naturally, can't be recorded in a vlog. What are you afraid of? Won't you cut it later? Such a big sun. Where's the umbrella? Yang Xinyue was on fire. The female assistant hurriedly carried her camera and held the sun umbrella for her with her left hand. He followed her with a small mini fan in his right hand to dissipate the heat, but he didn't pay attention to the steps under his feet and stumbled, lightly bumping into Yang Xinyue. Yang Xinyue backhanded and violently pushed the female assistant's seat to the ground in shrill disgust. You're blind, aren't you? If you don't want to do it, get out. I'm sorry, Sister XIN. I didn't mean it. The female assistant stood up in a panic and bowed to apologize, tears gathering in her eyes as her palm was cut by the gravel. Yang Xinyue snorted coldly and walked into the campus. When she got to the front of the new school building, she picked up her camera to record, her face turning into an innocent and cute expression that was exaggerated. Wow! The new school building is so beautiful and majestic. I remember I used to take classes in the old school building. Let me show you the old school building. It hasn't been torn down yet. Revisiting the old place, Yang Xinyue gave birth to a few nostalgic feelings in her heart, and wanted to temporarily disengage from the plan and go to the old school building to take a look first. The female assistant didn't dare to say more. The two walked through the grove to the old school building. The old school building was still in the same dilapidated state, with peeling siding, overgrown weeds on the side of the road, and an eerie atmosphere. Great place. Yang Xinyue's eyes lit up. The street dance video will be shot here. Having plowed through video shooting for years, Yang Xinyue understands the importance of context for video. This kind of muddy place is the best way to create a distinctive atmosphere without having to build a scene, as you would have to do indoors. There seems to be another senior 7 class inside. In session. The female assistant pointed to the students and teachers inside. Class 7? According to Flying Bird's class rankings, they're just a bunch of wasteful school scum. Yang Xinyue sneered, her tone disdainful. Because it's so out of place. It has to be placed here in quarantine by the school, like a contagious virus. Yang Xinyue used to be a student of Fei Bird and knew that in Fei Bird's first class the grades were the best, and the further back they went, the worse they got. But she didn't know that class 7 was already the top senior class under Yi Wuxuan's leadership. What's more, I didn't know that the school administration had thought about renovating the old school building, but just didn't waste money on refurbishing it, considering that class 7 would be graduating soon and that the building's safety measures were up to par. The light is good now. Get them out of here. I'm going to shoot a version of the street dance in the classroom and a version outside the classroom, interspersed with post-editing. Yang Xinyue immediately had shooting ideas and editing ideas in her head. Kick them out? The female assistant's eyes widened slightly. They are seniors this year and have a college entrance exam in a few months, so studying is important. It doesn't seem right to kick them out now. What else? In the whole building, only class 7's classroom is clean and tidy. The other classrooms are unused and full of dust and cobwebs. I don't have time to wait for you to clean up the other classrooms. Yang Xinyue glanced at the sky and sternly urged the female assistant. Why don't you go? The female assistant blushed and dawdled for half a day before arriving at the door of the class 7 classroom. Knock, knock. She knocked on the door. The teacher stopped lecturing. Something wrong? The female assistant stiffened. Hello, I'm the assistant of the blogger A Little Star on Station C. She wants to borrow the class 7 classroom right now to shoot a dance video, and I wonder if everyone can cooperate. At these words, the students of class 7 were confused and looked at each other. Shouldn't Yang Xinyue be in the new school building? Why did she come to the old school building? So you're here, and you're borrowing the 7th grade classroom to make a dance video in the present? Don't they have to go to school? I'm sorry, but the students are going through a critical time to prepare for the college entrance exams and can't cooperate. The teacher was kind enough to offer advice. You guys can come back on a weekend or vacation when no one is in the classroom. Preparing for the college entrance exam? What's the use of preparing for the college entrance exam for a bunch of scum? Yang Xinyue stood up to the classroom door, her arms wrapped around her chest, her eyebrows crossed, and she opened her mouth in a condescending manner. And the weekend? You think my time is worthless, don't you? Do you know how busy a blogger with 6 million followers usually is? How many brands are waiting for me to work with? The teacher's face was hard. The eyes of the class 7 students changed a few times as well. They remember A Little Star in the C Station video. Has always been a lovely naive and meta look. How the real life. So, let me emphasize one thing. I come to Flying Bird to make videos so that in addition to recording material for myself, I can also promote Flying Bird and grow your enrollment. You'd better not be ungrateful. Before Yang Xinyue finished her words, Yi Wuxuan walked over and closed the door with a bang before returning to his seat expressionless. Spare the teacher. At this moment cannot help but fly through a line of 666 in the heart. Outside the classroom, Yang Xinyue looked at the door panel only a few millimeters from her nose, froze, and then vigorously slapped the door. Asshole! Open the door for me! Are you all cerebral palsy from top to bottom in class 7? I asked you to cooperate with me because I think highly of you. Do you have any self-awareness? No one in class 7 paid any attention to her. The most important thing for them right now is indeed to prepare for the college entrance exam. Clowns and stuff. Just look at it. After being around Yi Wuxuan for a long time, their hearts got bigger. Yang Xinyue's hands were slapping painfully, and the door didn't open. She felt like she had smashed her fist into cotton. Very unpleasant. Forget it. I don't bother with retards. Assistant, go play the song. Yang Xinyue looked at the sky and found a suitable place, intending to record a version of Street Dance first. Yes, the assistant played the song. Yang Xinyue then street danced in front of the old school building in a cute Lolita dress. Class 7 students could see the scene through the window whenever they looked up. The clothes she wore were not suitable for street dance, and with her inaccurate and flimsy moves, the whole thing could only be described as eye candy. Jane Jiaoyang withdrew her eyes and rubbed them twice. Heavy money for a pair of eyes that had never seen Yang Xinyue dance in the street. Yi Wuxuan's ears, however, sounded as system beep. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission, 6 teach one little star to dance. Today happens to be the 3rd day since winning the Olympiad, and the day the system releases a new quest. Chapter 85, Cyberstorming Yi Wuxuan. The new trial mission made Yi Wuxuan's brows knit tightly. A bit puzzled. A little star is Yang Xinyue, and she's going to teach Yang Xinyue, the first sister of the dance district with 6 million followers. Street dance? Though as long as it's a mission, she'll do it. But to what extent is it church? Yi Wuxuan raised his head, looked at Yang Xinyue who was dancing to the song and recording the video, and his brows wrinkled tighter. Yang Xinyue flipped the music video dance of a foreign pop song that has been very hot in the last month. The choreography of this dance, from the hands of Phoenix Dance Troupe, has a difficult technique that cannot be managed without solid street dance skills. Yang Xinyue has been active in the dance section of Station C for many years, but after all, she has been posting videos as an amateur blogger, which is not professional enough, leaving aside the Lolita dress that doesn't match the style. In terms of body movements alone, Yi Wuxuan felt that she was very sparse. Yang Xinyue seems to be more concerned about accidentally lifting up her skirt to reveal her underwear and accidentally bending over too deeply to reveal her cleavage than her street dance skills. Yi Wuxuan's eyebrows were about to merge into a line. Is this a street dance or a show-off? It seemed that this trial mission was going to be a bit more troublesome than the previous trial missions. Half an hour later, the bell rang. On Yang Xinyue's side, she also finished recording the street dance video. She asked her female assistant as she sat in her chair drinking water and crossing her legs, "Did you get in touch with the professional teacher of the Phoenix Dance Troupe I asked you to contact?" Probably because people are afraid of being famous. As her fan base grows bigger, so do the number of orphan barflies picking on her, saying that she's not professional enough, that she only does pornography or whatever, does her a disservice. She'd have to find a way to plug the yo-yo, find a mentor, and learn a couple random things to cope. Not yet. The Phoenix Dance Company teacher is overbooked. The female assistant said carefully. How about we get a different street dance teacher? Yi Wuxuan walked over just in time to hear the words change a street dance teacher. She stood in front of Yang Xinyue, her delicate face indifferent and widowed, her tone flat. I could be your teacher. There was a pause in the flow of air. Yang Xinyue turned her head and asked the female assistant. I seem to be hallucinating. Did you hear what she just said? Yi Wuxuan said she can be your teacher. The female assistant's head broke out in cold sweat. She heard the teacher call the girl Yi Wuxuan. Yang Xinyue sneered, did not even look at Yi Wuxuan and asked her assistant again. How many fans do I have? $6 million. How many fans does she have? I don't know, but it shouldn't be as much as you. The female assistant sweated. Yang Xinyue's number of fans was considered top-notch in the entire field of street dance in Xia. Then tell her to take a leak and look in the mirror to see if she's worthy. Yang Xinyue took the camera and left, her pretty face full of sarcasm. How dare a loser school dropout have the audacity to brazen it out and say he'll be her teacher? She doesn't even want to be given a dog. This. The female assistant looked at Yi Wuxuan and thought about it, but she didn't speak ill of him. Instead, he bowed apologetically, put on a large bag on his back, and caught up with Yang Xinyue's footsteps. Yang Xinyue backhanded the female assistant and slapped her. Rubbish, don't even dare to pass a message? The assistant hurriedly apologized and the two drifted apart. Holy, one little star is treating her assistant too badly. The blogger's persona really can't be trusted. Jane Jiaoyang came from the side and had the illusion that her worldview had been reshaped. He asked Yi Wuxuan, Queen, why do you suddenly want to be teacher Yang Xinyue? Do you know street dance too? Will a little. Yi Wuxuan opened his mouth indifferently. The bell rang and Yi Wuxuan and Jane Jiaoyang returned to the classroom. When this class was over, it was time for school to end. Yi Wuxuan returned to the Ji family villa, and Jishin was still not back. She opened the guest room. The computer logged into the C station, searching for videos related to Yang Xinyue's screen name A Little Star. The videos that popped up had a high number of plays, often 3 or 4 million, and the highest even exceeded 10 million. One thing these videos have in common is that the covers are sexy and explicit. In the cover, Cindy Yang is sometimes on the floor, pouting, with her mouth slightly open. At times, he leaned against the balcony, wearing a man's shirt that showed off his white thighs, with several shirt buttons still undone, and glimpses of most of his chest. Click these videos apart and the content is pretty much the same. In addition to the back music is not the same. Yang Xinyue's actions are playing the rubbers. The video effect all rely on a good face, a good body, and filter effects hard to support. Leaving those four things, she might not even be a middle schooler. Yi Wuxuan suddenly had a feeling of having a long way to go. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Yang Xinyue uploaded the vlog of her alma mater that was filmed today, as well as the street dance that she did in front of the old school building of Fei Bird College. She's a big blogger with a pretty professional team and edits a lot faster than smaller bloggers. Yi Wuxuan clicked in and found that the number of online viewers during the same period exceeded 70,000 people. This means that at least 70,000 people are standing in front of their computers, waiting for Yang Xinyue to update her video. Popularity is indeed not low. The number of video plays skyrocketed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the data of video pop-ups, likes, clicks, comments, shares, favorites, and so on, also rose together. Messages and pop-ups, polarized. Forever following Little Star, Star's Lolita street dance this time is super awesome, cute, handsome and sexy. Peaches Yun laughing to death. Lingerie area a sister and send video. This is not more than a small island country movie with strong lingerie District 1. A nickname for Yang Xinyue, was named after her frequent exposure of her breasts and panties when she danced. That's what people who hate her call her. I love stars. Upstairs, don't be jealous. You have the ability to go jump. If you can't jump, don't be. When we fan club is dead? Chow's third master, who'd be jealous of a blogger who's just a hair dash asterisk 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 asterisk. I just don't like the way she's bringing down the culture of the dance area. The two groups were arguing passionately when someone came out to notify that Little Star Yang Xinyue had opened a live broadcast. Everyone rushed into the live broadcast room in a rush, and Yi Wuxuan followed. In the live broadcast room, Yang Xinyue had a lovely smile and enthusiastically interacted with her fans until one asked her how the experience of going back to her alma mater was. A flash of displeasure swept through her eyes, thinking of the humiliating scene where she was locked outside the classroom by Yi Wuxuan. Hey, going back to my alma mater was supposed to be a happy event, but I met a schoolgirl. How can I say this? Yang Xinyue's expression was all over the place, and she deliberately added fuel to the fire. This schoolgirl said that I street dance like I have epilepsy, and that everyone who powders me is blind and retarded, and that she's so good that she wants me to worship her, and it's making me cry. Toward the end, she literally brought on a sobbing, aggravated voice. The fans on the air exploded on the spot, asking who this schoolgirl was. You guys don't ask me. How can I tell you guys about her name? Yi Wuxuan. I have to protect her privacy. Why did I slip my tongue? You guys just pretend you didn't hear it? Yang Xinyue was innocent. Chapter 86 at a Little Star. Come in and learn. Yang Xinyue was deliberately exposing Yi Wuxuan's real name. This was the punishment given to Yi Wuxuan. After her slip of the tongue, the fans in the broadcast room were furious. They all knew that Yang Xinyue's high school alma mater was Yen City's Flying Bird Noble Academy, and Yi Wuxuan was her schoolmate. So naturally she also attended Flying Bird Academy. With his real name exposed, it was easy as pie to find Yi Wuxuan's trouble. The pop-ups were already discussing what way to get this justice for Yang Xinyue. Yang Xinyue sold a wave of misery along the way. Is my street dance really that bad? Actually said that I look like epilepsy. And recently in the comments section below the video, there are also so many people scolding me. I'm so worried that I won't be able to stick it out. I feel like I'm going to get depressed. How can you say that out loud? Fans were heartbroken, swiping pop-ups for comfort and gifts for consolation. Thank you all. Without your support, I really couldn't have gotten this far. Yang Xinyue was addicted to selling misery. Other people say my fans are all lewd men. I don't agree at all. Everyone, regardless of their size and looks, are gentle and kind at heart, and would be shining people, the rarest gems in the world. As long as you are here, I will dance for you. I, a little star, will only dance for you in this life. A true confession. The live broadcast of everyone's eyes said hot. 1,000, 5,000, and even tens of thousands of dollars in gifts, all smashed towards Yang Xinyue. The pop-ups were even more surprisingly consistent. Forever following the little star, swear to honor the star as the king in this life, and seal the border for the star with my hot blood. I love the star. I swear to honor the star as king in this life, and seal the border for the star with my blood. The star is a little angel. Swear to honor the star as the king in this life, with my blood for the star to seal the border. In just 10 minutes, Yang Xinyue's background water flow exceeded 200,000. Yang Xinyue cried and thanked everyone, then turned off the live broadcast and turned around to replace it with a face of contempt. Dead fat nerds just make good money. The female assistant stood by, opened her mouth to say something, then closed it. G Family Villa. Yi Wuxuan looked at the live broadcast room that had been shut down and felt like he had gone to the zoo to see a monkey. Yang Xinyue's tactics were obvious to her at a glance. The upcoming netstorm doesn't faze her. She lowered her eyes and pondered in what way, exactly, she should complete the trial mission. 6. If you want to teach Yang Xinyue to know how to dance street dance, you first have to let Yang Xinyue see her dance. Then shoot the same street dance video, upload it to C Station, and 8 Yang Xinyue, so that she can watch and learn it well. Body follows mind. Yi Wuxuan took his cell phone and went to the garage, because Jishin had not yet returned. The garage was empty, and the environment was relatively wide and quiet all around, making it convenient to record the dance. She first watched the original version of the dance that Yang Xinyue was dancing a few times, and then started practicing. After winning the individual competition at the World Street Dance Championships, she seldom went back to street dance. Her hands and feet were more or less rusty and she needed to find the feeling. Since it is an instructional video, the quality must be excellent. She practiced over and over again, and the only sound left in the quiet garage was the sound of the soles of her shoes on the floor shift. After about 10 times, she gasped slightly, feeling almost back, and opened the recording screen on her cell phone, pulling out her mask and preparing to put it on. It's her habit to keep the audience's attention on the physical dance by not clamoring for attention with her physical appearance. The rules of the Phoenix dance troupe. 2. But with the mask on, Yang Xinyue won't necessarily recognize me, or acknowledge that this person is me. After Yi Wuxuan weighed the pros and cons, he put the mask away and started recording the dance. The first time she recorded the dance, she noticed that the lighting wasn't very good and re-recorded it. The second time, she realized she had made a mistake and re-recorded it. Always record until it's perfect. Unbeknownst to me, the moon was over the trees. Fengjiu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove Jishin back to the entrance of the villa. Ji Xiao, MS. Yi is dancing in the garage. The car can't be parked in. Fengjiu tapped the brakes, his tone a little surprised. After chess, games, piano, OU and racing, is MS. Yeah, dancing in the streets again? And dancing like it's good? Wait outside until she's done dancing. Jishin's voice was low, lowered the car window, and under the moonlight, that handsome face became more and more reserved and charming. With his arm against the car window and his hand resting on the side of his face, he looked at Yi Wuxuan, his deep bottomless eyes overflowing with a gentle smile like a river of stars. The young girl in the garage seemed to be recording a street dance video, looking so serious that she didn't notice that they had returned. She repeats the dance endlessly, moving her limbs with such rigidity and force, and with such flexibility of waist, that it seems as if even her hair dances. How many good things had he done in his last life to make him meet such a wonderful girl in this life? 20 minutes later, Yi Wuxuan stopped recording the dance and had a more satisfactory version. She turned around and walked out of the garage, but looked up to find a Rolls-Royce parked outside. It was Jishin and Special Assistant Fengjiu returning. Seeing that she had finished using the garage, Fengjiu parked his car in the garage and the two of them stepped out of the car. How long have you guys been waiting? Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flickered lightly, a little embarrassed in his heart. Just got home. Was about to get off and ask you when you're done. Go in for dinner. Jishin laughed lowly, misplacing the topic without a trace. The two walked into the villa side by side, their shadows stretched by the light. Before going to sleep, Yi Wuxuan leaned against the bed, took his cell phone to register his C Station information, became a blogger, and passed in the recorded video. When it came time to finalize the title of the video, she thought for a moment and typed in a line. Add a little star. Come in and learn. Jishin passed it out of the corner of his eye, his eyebrows lightly raised. The next day, Yi Wuxuan woke up and first touched the teardrop pendant between his collar to make sure it was still there, and his gaze fell back to the bedroom table. The small silver box containing the letter stood still on the tabletop. Incredibly relieved, she shuffled out the door. On the way, Yi Wuxuan took out his cell phone, logged into Station C, and realized that the video he posted last night already had more than 100,000 plays. The 100,000 was basically contributed by Yang Xinyue's fans. They were the only ones who would intensely search for videos related to Yang Xinyue, plus the title Yi Wuxuan started was too targeted, which made it even more appealing to click in and take a peek. At first, Yang Xinyue's fans were still holding on to the idea that this could be a funny video, but after they watched 20 seconds and realized that it was an instructional video on dancing, they got angry and turned off the video. The idol is the first sister in the dance section of Station C. Is it someone else's turn to teach? Rubbing in the heat and still so arrogant. Don't billion. They wanted to see who was so uninformed and then froze. Video blogger username, Yi Wuxuan. Isn't this the same Feijo schoolgirl who called her idol dancing like an epileptic and her fans blind and retarded? We haven't come after you yet, but you've come to the C Station first. Isn't it a blood loss if we don't scold you in this wave? After they scolded the people who shared the video, and then scolded with the people who shared it, they hardened Yi Wuxuang to the top of the list of popular videos of the day. After greeting Yi Wuxuang's comment section, they then greeted Yi Wuxuang's private messages. Yi Wuxuang looked at the 99 plus private messages without changing his face. That's a good thing. It took a big deal to get Yang Xinyue to see this street dance video. The silent Yi Wuxuang made Yang Xinyue's fans extremely unhappy. They began to gather manpower in major fan groups and support groups. A lot of people fell asleep last night and didn't see the video. But now it's morning and we can gather everyone to do great things. Thousands of Yang Xinyue's fans, ready with consistent curses and keyboards, were about to round up Yi Wuxuang when the comment section changed its picture. Queen's follower, Flying Bird's classmates gather this way. Maniacal Major's current girlfriend, everyone from Operation Jedi look here. Next year's Olympiad to be cheered. Where are my Olympic math competition family members? Don't lose face. AE86 Tofu Shop, Racers, gather. Station C, a video site with a lot of young people. Some of you are students, some of you love games, some of you love racing. It's not just Cindy Yang's fans who wake up in the morning. Chapter 87, Yi Wuxuang's C-site fans soar. Thanks to Yang Xinyue's fans' night and day tirades, Yi Wuxuang was able to make it to the top of the popular video charts. Once the hit, it made more people discover the video. Yang Xinyue's fans will share the rally, as will Yi Wuxuang's fans. Of the 4 waves of school, games, OU, and racing, the count is the most from the games side of the equation. Operation Jedi has a large base of players. The building in the building comments has more than 100. The least crowded is OU. In the OU building, there are only 5 people teasing each other about being alone and weak. Their appearance confused Yang Xinyue's fans. School, games, and Olympiads are easy to understand, and students can't live without them. But racing is going on. In fact, Yi Wuxuang's fans other than racing were also confused when they finished leaving their messages and refreshed the comment section. School, games, and Olympiads are easy to understand, and students can't live without them. But racing is going on. Yi Wuxuang /Mad Young /Queen did what behind their backs? They flooded into the racing building within a building and let out a? Yi Wuxuang's racing fan replied with an innocent face. Don't you know that Yi Wuxuang won the title of track dominator at the South Suburban Circuit? There were more question marks. Fan interpretation. The official website of the popular South Suburban Circuit in the city of Jiangmen, Central and Southern Province, includes the winners of every race, and at this time of the year, votes for the best winner of the year. The track dominator. Dominance, a word that symbolizes unilateral power. Track dominator, meaning that the racer has conquered the track. The so-called champion, at his fingertips, as in domination. Yi Wuxuang is this year's track dominator. Now people aren't asking for a number. They're asking for a video and a picture. Fans say, don't panic, the video is being uploaded. And by the way, I'm begging for other videos of Yi Wuxuang. Yang Xinyue fan group. Someone tried to ask, we still spray? This one called Yi Wuxuang seems to come from a lot of people. The fan group management is the first to step forward. Spray. Spray to death. Swear to honor the star as the king in this life, and use my blood to seal the border for the star. When the whole world looked down on them, only Yang Xinyue was kind to them, and they would definitely guard Yang Xinyue well. Moreover, Yang Xinyue had said that Yi Wuxuang had not only scolded Yang Xinyue, but also all the people who powdered Yang Xinyue. They are just returning the favor. The administrator led the charge, entering the video comments section to troll and humiliate Yi Wuxuang. Forever following Little Star, this is the dance area. You guys play OU? Racing, chess, you don't have your own area do you? I love stars, a bunch of bereaved dogs. That's funny. Star is a little angel no OU. Racing and chess, does not mean can dance. Yi Wuxuang's video. I don't even bother to finish watching. Dirty eyes. Fans from 2 different camps bickered, and the video went crazy with heat and airplay. Yi Wuxuang's ranking on the popular video charts also went from dangling to midstream, and from midstream to top 10. More people saw the video. It also drew people from the 3rd and 4th camps to join in. In the 3rd camp, there were people who hated Yang Xinyue. Whoever screws Yang Xinyue is a half-brother and half-sister. Help and be done with it. Who cares if Yi Wuxuang is some kind of queen, berserker, or dominatrix? The 4th camp, the pure lookers-on. They don't fan anyone, they don't hate anyone, they just pass by and spectate. The situation in the comments section was so intense that it led to people watching the comments section with far more enthusiasm than watching the video itself. Aside from Yi Wuxuang's fans, very few people had watched the entire street dance video in its entirety. 11 o'clock in the morning. Yi Wuxuang's street dance video managed to take the number 1 ranking of this day's popular videos. Most of the credit for this promotion speed goes to a little star. That is, Yang Xinyue. Station C has a huge number of users. Who Yi Wushuang is, they don't know, but who Yang Xinyue was, they had, more or less, heard about it. Even for Yang Xinyue's sake, they would click into the video to take a look and then be attracted by the fiery comment section. At 11:30, AE86 Tofu Shop posted a new review. The video of the Yi Wushuang/Track Dominator race was uploaded successfully. Click on the link and it's one step away. The comment below, immediately followed by someone to message came. Thank you, everyone racing video comment section. Whatever camp they were in, they were curious and clicked in. And then it was shocking. This 1v6 racing match called for ups and downs and suspense. Especially the scene where Yi Wushuang drove the spare Mercedes-Benz and made a shocking leap across the valley to sprint for the championship. It made people's hearts rise to their throats. The comments section of that video is surprisingly uniform and harmonious. Queen's follower, it's also a day for Stormy weeping over the Queen's might. Maniacal Young's current girlfriend, I say Maniacal Young is all-powerful. Who's for it and who's against it? Next year OU is going to cheer, awesome Yi students. I'm crap. Passers-by join in the sentiment. Soundbite, I had thought this was just a poofy regular racing video. Let it all go with the wind, this race car person says the road has changed. Guanshan Wine, I'm not a racing person, but I'd like to road trip too. Yang Xinyue's fans, watching, froze, couldn't find a place to get down and spray. The occasional two headstrong ones end up in a sea of people, a flurry of reports, and self-imposed closure on the spot. During the same period, in the hot search bar of Site C, new words appeared. Hashtag leafless racing hashtag track dominator hashtag. With the added support of all parties, Yi Wushuang's racing video easily broke 300,000 views in an hour. Amidst the compliments, Queen's follower posted a new comment. Well, the video of the Queen's chess tournament is out. Anyone want to see it? People flooded back into the new video, leaving behind a shock. Jedi Actions players weren't willing to show weakness and uploaded Yi Wushuang's gameplay video as well. The linkage of these videos highlights the / see station users watching experience, highlighting it dizzying. Some people think about it and take a chance and run under OU students and leave a message. Don't you guys have a video that will open the eyes of the group? This amused the OU students, who had been left out, and answered in the tone of a Hong Kong movie. Nah, sir, as you can see, he was the one who asked me for it first. Video of the South Central Provincial Olympiad in Mathematics. Arranged. A crushing video that goes beyond the rules and messily kills Deng Fanxing is freshly released. This distinctive way of winning has left an indelible mark on everyone, not to mention the users of Station C. Even the students of Flying Bird didn't expect Yi Wushuang to win like this. They originally only knew that Yi Wushuang had won. A few videos down the line, Yi Wushuang's C Station fanbase soared from 0 to 500,000 in just half a day. It was only at this time that everyone began to look squarely at Yi Wushuang. They right-clicked on Yi Wushuang's street dance video and watched it carefully. Here's a video with not too many pixels. Filming took place in what is suspected to be a garage. The garage lights were simple, but Yi Wushuang's jump was not. The dance she chose was the same as the latest dance released by Yang Xinyue. She wore the simplest and cheapest sweatshirt, and Yang Xinyue wore a fancy white dress. She moves cleanly, with the right amount of force, not too hard, not too limp, and dashingly handsome. Yang Xinyue is unorthodox. Scrubs move frequently, special effects mess with the eyes, and after watching it, the impression of the dance itself is blurred. On dance skills, the highs and lows. Yi Wushuang's fans ate Yang Xinyue. It's time for the first sister of the dance area to learn. Yang Xinyue's black fans ate Yang Xinyue. Look at what others have danced, and then look at what you have danced. Passers-by can't bear to look at it. Ate Yang Xinyue. Since eating the rice in the dance area, it is also time to afford their own profession. There is no harm in learning a little. Influenced by them, Yang Xinyue's own fans all watched Yi Wushuang's street dance video. Yi Wushuang seems to have some strength in street dance, but what can be done about it? Forever following Little Star, a blogger with poor character and good dancing skills is useless. We, the Star fan club, will never recognize Yi Wushuang. These words confused Yi Wushuang fans and passers-by. What's wrong with Yi Wushuang Queen Mad Young Man's character? Chapter 88 Yi Wushuang and Jishin join forces. Yang Xinyue woke up from her sleep at sunrise. She opened C-Site, intending to enjoy the rainbow farts of her fans on a daily basis, and the flow of water from the various channels in the background, only to be overwhelmed by a flood of ads. She clicked over to look at it and her entire body sat straight up from the bed. That Yi Wushuang had posted a video and caused a sensation on Station C, and a lot of people thought that she was a good dancer and that she needed to learn from her. Loring, she shouted shrilly for her female assistant. Sister Xin. the female assistant, Luo Ling, ran up from downstairs in a panic, handing over a cup of steaming, milky coffee. This is a habit of Yang Xinyue. Who asked you to give me coffee? Why didn't you tell me about Yi Wuxuan posting a street dance video and so many people ate me? Yang Xinyue pushed Luo Ling's arm, and the hot coffee spilled out, scalding the back of Luo Ling's hand red. Ah! Luo Ling lowered her head and bit her lip timidly. Didn't you say that no matter what, don't disturb your sleep? Last time, I called out to you. You, how dare you talk back? Yang Xinyue slapped Luo Ling in the face and scolded sternly. Get out! Luo Ling bowed and apologized, covering her face as she exited. Yang Xinyue clicked on Yi Wuxuan's street dance video and sneered when she saw that the video had a fuzzy frame rate, a rudimentary picture, and no special effects at all. Is that enough to compete with me? She quickly edited a dynamic to send it out. There's no way I'm dancing with someone who insults me for dancing like an epileptic and calls my fans blind retards. Unless that person has more fans than me. On C site, the number of followers is the most telling thing about a blogger's strength, isn't it? Also, sincerely suggest someone get a better camera and learn some editing skills first. Your videos are so shoddy I can barely see what you're dancing to. After posting the update, she blacked out her phone. It took her 10 years and all the tricks of the trade to accumulate 6 million followers. Yi Wuxuan was new to the game and would not be able to surpass her. Flying Bird Academy. Class 7. Recess. A student let out an ouch. Yang Xinyue posted a dynamic. The crowd took out their cell phones, saw the dynamic content, and turned green with anger. When did the queen call Yang Xinyue dancing like an epileptic and her fans blind and retarded? Although she does dance like an epileptic and her fans are indeed retarded. No wonder some people say that the queen has a poor character. So it's Yang Xinyue who's behind the rumors. Is she realizing that the queen's dancing skills are impeccable, so she can only spray the video footage as unclear? Jane Zhaoyang thought for a moment and calmly replied to this dynamic. I am Jane Zhaoyang, a classmate of Yi Wuxuan, and I was present on the day of the incident, and I never heard Yi Wuxuan insulting a little star and her fans. I hope a little star can provide evidence. Otherwise you should know that rumor and slander is also a crime. It's a soft and hard line that can't be picked apart. Close to Zhu is red and close to ink is black. Under the influence of Yi Wuxuan, Jane Zhaoyang gradually matured and became more and more reliable. The students of Class 7 glanced at each other and copied Jane Zhaoyang's format to vocalize for Yi Wuxuan. Those who watched the good show immediately pushed Class 7's comments and likes to the front row, especially the Jane Zhaoyang one, which directly became a hot comment. An hour later, Yang Xinyue replied to Jane Zhaoyang, who records everything on video all the time. If you say I'm a liar and a slanderer, do you have any proof? This statement directly characterized the matter as an unsolved case. The word games are starting and no one can tell. The passerby who was originally quite favorable to Yi Wuxuan was in a tangle. If Yi Wuxuan really scolded Yang Xinyue and her fans, they couldn't tolerate it. It was a personal attack. Jane Zhaoyang and the others were at their wits' end and turned their heads to look at Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan spoke in a calm tone. Since Yang Xinyue said that she would only be willing to learn dance from me if my C-Station fan base exceeded hers, it would be good to exceed her. This makes things much simpler. Super her? Queen. She has 6 million fans. Jane Zhaoyang couldn't remain calm and stared with wide eyes. It's only $6 million. Yi Wuxuan's delicate face did not have any half-emotional fluctuations. She slid through the comments under her video and realized that most people were complaining about the unclear picture quality. There was nothing she could do about that. She had a cottage phone that only offered such a high frame rate. Yi Wuxuan frowned. She had to make money to buy a better camera. At the end of the school day, Yi Wuxuan finished cleaning and walked out of the school gate. On the opposite side of the road, Jishin put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a straight posture, just like a noble prince in the Middle Ages of Western Europe. What brings you here? Yi Wuxuan lifted the curtains of her eyes. Her black pupils flashed with a faint light that she herself did not even notice. Pick you up and take you to the practice room. The garage scene is too one-dimensional. The corners of the man's lips rose and his voice was magnetic. He watched the video Yi Wuxuan posted on Station C. It wasn't hard to guess that this time, she was tasked with teaching Yang Xinyue how to dance. Yang Xinyue claimed that Yi Wuxuan's fans surpassed her before she would follow Yi Wuxuan. That starts with accumulating followers. To gain followers, the quality of the video has to go up, and just shooting in the garage won't do it. Yi Wuxuan wanted to say something and sat in the car. She had danced and uploaded the video under Jishin's nose. And with Jishin's level of intelligence, it wasn't hard to gain insight into all of this. She just kind of didn't understand why Jishin was helping her so much. Because between friends, you have to help each other? She was a little happy. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the practice room. The practice room had been wrapped, and the lighting and scenery It seemed, had been set up in advance with a premium feel. What are you planning to dance this time? Jishin's bony fingers picked up the DSLR camera on the table. Yang Xinyue another same street dance. Yi Wushuang intended to take on Yang Xinyue. But, you plan to help me with photography? Yi Wushuang sounded surprised. No? Jishin arched his eyebrows lightly, and his low voice was so good that it would almost make one's ears pregnant. Used to take the top photographer's license when I was bored. The corner of Yi Wushuang's mouth pulled lightly. Bored and got the highest photographer's license? How would it embarrass the photography industry insiders to say that? The two began to work together. One does the dancing, one does the recording. Yi Wushuang danced as many times as Jishin recorded, with the same serious look and meticulous attitude. If an outsider had been present, he or she would have lingered over the scene and found it a harmonious match. Around 8 o'clock, the two finished recording. I'm hungry. I don't know when it started, but Yi Wushuang had gotten used to taking the initiative to communicate with Jishin on a daily basis. There's a restaurant downstairs. Let's go. Jishin put away the SLR. The two of them had dinner and returned to the Ji family villa. Yi Wushuang approached Jishin to ask for the film street dance video, intending to upload it to C Station. Jishin took out the memory card from the DSLR camera and fed it into the computer. Wait for me to process the details before you upload it. Yi Wushuang was filled with confusion, moved a chair and sat next to Jishin to see what he wanted to do. 3 minutes later, she understood. Jishin was adding special effects to the street dance video, and he also edited the video. It was something she hadn't expected. Chapter 89, he really wanted to tear off the gentle disguise and swallow her in one bite. While waiting for Jishin to edit the video, Yi Wushuang opened her cell phone and logged into Station C, realizing that her number of fans had come to 600,000. Influenced by that dynamic of Yang Xinyue, the speed of her powder increase in the afternoon was far from being as fast as in the morning. There are over 10,000 comments in the comments section of the posted video, and people are making a lot of noise in there. A part of her feels that she is a better dancer than Yang Xinyue and that Yang Xinyue is the one to learn from. Yang Xinyue's fans, on the other hand, had a stiff upper lip, saying that her video was blurry and sketchy and not worth learning at all. Dancing consumed a lot of physical strength. Yi Wushuang's eyelids felt like they were filled with lead, slowly sagging, her head gently leaning against Jishin's shoulder as she fell asleep. She wanted to. It's okay to be around him without being too alert, right? Jishin glanced sideways at Yi Wushuang. His ink eyes surfaced with a starry smile as he continued his own editing work. At 1 in the morning, he cut the video and uploaded it to the backend of Yi Wushuang's C Station. Title: Add a little star. Come in and learn. Introduction. Jishin pondered for a moment, his good-looking 10 fingers tapping on the keyboard. Photography by Lin Zhangxian. Edited by Lin Zhangxian. Then the enter button. Upload the video, turn off the computer, and carry Yi Wushuang into the master bedroom in a princess carry. The sleeping Yi Wushuang was very good, peacefully shrinking in his arms, angelic delicate face pure and unsullied. A glance at the heart will melt. Jishin moved gently and placed the little angel on the bed, and the little angel wooed with a delicate and soft sound, which also sounded like some kind of juvenile sound. The man's throat tightened, his narrow eyes gathering a layer of lust-colored ink, staring intently at the defenseless young girl on the bed in the light of the moonlight outside the window. He wanted to tear away the gentle disguise and swallow her in one gulp. Half-heartedly, he sighed. Stepping away from his long legs, he resigned himself to walking into the bathroom, with countless people eating melon. The release of the new video of Yi Wushuang's account was rightfully the first to be noticed. This video is extremely high definition, with great face and dance skills, and cool backgrounds and lighting. It's different from Yang Xinyue's kind of skirmish of putting together special effects by feel. This video of Yi Wushuang is advanced in every way. The comments section is buzzing. Baldhead also wants to stay up all night, good guy. The quality of the two videos before and after Yi Wushuang differ too much, right? Passerby A, people beautiful dance stick. Transport mirror steady. Transition cow. Play volume not on the million I wash my head upside down. Cutie, isn't this photographer and editor 1,000 times better than Yang Xinyue's side? In Love, the synopsis states that the cinematographer and editor are both Lin Zhangxian. Does anyone know who he is? A lot of asterisk appears in the building within a building of that comment. After another moment, someone answered. Lin Zhangxian. Male. Real name unknown. The world's top photographer. Photographed the starry sky by the official spaceflight website. Photographed landscapes by the National Geographic. Photographed a short film of people in one fell swoop to win the International Best Humanities Award. Countless directors want to hire him. Countless stars want to commission him. Countless magazines want to contact him. He is a deserved god in the photography world. He's been out of sight for a long time. Don't ask me how this big shot got involved with Yi Wushuang. I don't know. All I know is that Yi Wuxuang is on fire. Half an hour later, the words were updated in the hot search bar of Station C. Hashtag leafless Linjiangxian hashtag. An hour later, Yi Wuxuang's new street dance video broke 500,000 views. Too many people rushed to Linjiangxian, and then pay attention to Yi Wuxuang, thinking that by doing so, they might know more about Linjiangxian. 2 hours later, Yi Wuxuang's number of followers surpassed the 1 million mark. Seeing this, Yang Xinyue, who stayed up all night surfing, hurriedly turned on the live broadcast, continued to sell misery, and continued to pretend to be aggrieved. No wonder Yi Wuxuang dared to scold me like this. So there's a powerful Linjiangxian behind me. Are they trying to bully me together? I'm so scared. Ooh. Fans rushed to say, "Stars, do not be afraid. We will fight against the evil forces to the end," and swiped another wave of gifts for Yang Xinyue. After swiping the gifts, they gathered again and ran to the bottom of Yi Wuxuang's new video, scolding both Yi Wuxuang and Ji Shun. Always follow little star. Finding 10 Linjiangxian can't hide the fact that Yi Wuxuang have a poor character. I love stars, being able to get involved with Yi Wuxuang. I don't think this Linjiangxian is any good. Day 2. Birds of Prey, Class 7. Jian Jiaoyang looked over his shoulder. Queen, can you really not tell us who Linjiangxian is? They're dying of curiosity. Can't. Yi Wuxuang lowered his eyes. Without Ji Shun's permission, she couldn't reveal it freely. Okay. Jian Jiaoyang gave up. So what's the queen going to do now? You and Yang Xin, you are still several million fans short. There is a limit to the amount of traffic that Linjiangxian can bring to the queen. When you reach that limit, you won't be able to raise it any higher. And there are only so many people in total who follow the photography scene. There are a limited number of people who like street dance in the dance section of Station C. It's impossible for the most polished dance production to break through the sky in terms of airplay. The rest of the gap needs to be bridged with time and cannot be caught up overnight. Just a few million. Yi Wuxuang's tone was calm. After school, she bought some fluorescent spray paint and asked Jishin, who picked her up from school, "Mind if I doodle your garage? She's going to need a change of pace to get fan attention." Jishin laughed softly. Yes. Getting permission. Yi Wuxuang took the plunge and used fluorescent spray paint to draw recklessly on the garage wall and spelled out an English word using different colors. Nameless. The smile on the corner of Jishin's lips, who had been leaning on the side, slowly converged. Nameless, leader and founder of the Immortal Bird Dance Company, winner of the World Street Dance Championships individual competition, and a leading figure in the contemporary street dance scene, with devotees all over the world. So, how many other secrets did she have that he didn't know about? On the other side, Yi Wuxuang finished changing the garage and sprayed fluorescent spray paint on his clothes and hair, and smeared a little on his eyelids and forehead. Fingers are then covered in fluorescent paint in the process. Turn off the lights and record. Yi Wuxuang wore a mask and his eyes were sharp. Since the name of Yi Wuxuang and Linjiangxian can't accumulate fans quickly, it's good to go by Nameless then. No, lights on first, lights off second. Jishin's thin lips hooked up in an indulgent arc, a general idea in his head. Aha! This time, Yi Wuxuang didn't go up against Yang Xinyue, but chose the English song that he had won the championship in the first place. After the last few days of training, she had all the right senses to record the dance and go through it in one take. Jishin took the memory card, edited it slightly, and uploaded it to Station C. Title, I, Nameless, am back. Photographer, Linjiangxian. Edited by Linjiangxian. In the video, Yi Wuxuang wears a mask and dances in a brightly lit garage, where there seems to be something and nothing on the garage walls. The moment the song reaches its climax, the screen slams black and the lights turn off. Throughout the garage, only fluorescent spray paint emanated a shimmer. The graffiti on the walls is all over the place, and the string of Nameless English is the most eye-catching. Yi Wuxuang's limb movements could be accurately captured by the camera because of the amount of spray paint on his body. Distinguished from her when the lights are on. After the lights are off, she is mysterious, ghostly, black pupils flashing imperative light. Dry and handsome dance is even more dry and handsome. The aura is all open. Chapter 90, I, Nameless, am back. As soon as the video was uploaded, the comments section was flooded with compliments and question marks. The hashtag leaflessnameless hashtag phrase stormed the C-site hot search. Meanwhile, Yang Xinyue updates her dynamic. That's funny. I spray paint Nameless in my studio and I'm the leader of the Immortals? Don't pretend to be someone else just because they're not there, okay? If you're not ashamed. I am. After sending the dynamic, Yang Xinyue black screen phone. The pretty face is a sneer. Nameless, the leader of the street dance industry. Famous and rich. How can he be a senior at Yen City Flying Bird? The logic just doesn't make sense. Yang Xinyue's fans also gathered under the new video to mock it. Stars are little angels. I believe Yi Wuxuang is nameless. 50 cents a piece. Brackets deleted. I love stars, Yi Wuxuang. Why don't you say you're the president of Xia? Happy to die for me. Forever following little star, the pattern is small. Suggest Yi Wuxuang to directly declare herself as the global queen. These comments, in turn, drew fire from the comments section. A good person, who posted Yi Wuxuang's video to a foreign website with the same title, attracted the attention of many people. G Family Villa. Yi Wuxuang logged into one of his chatting trumpets on the extranet. The number usually only contacted and dealt with matters related to the immortal dancers, and she hadn't been on it for a long time. As soon as he came online, the beeps from the message kept going off. The chat room of the core members of the dance troupe had been chatting away in English, all talking about the suspected appearance of the leader, nameless, at the Summer Sea Station. They watched the video and thought that the aura and the dancing looked like the headmaster, and the figure was similar, but they don't have the actual hammer. Until Yi Wuxuang himself showed up to say, "It's me." She was the creator of the chat room and sent out messages with their own eye-catching bolding that the members could hardly ignore if they wanted to. After a brief silence, the chat room was swept past with "Oh my god" and "What the fuck?" In addition to Yi Wuxuang, there are 6 other people in the chat room, arranged according to age, and called each other boss, Lao Air, Lao 6. They all have a place in the street dance world and have worked with different celebrities. Boss, how the chief went to high school in Summerland. Dick, still posting street dance videos on C-Site. Senior. 3, what the hell is going on here? I'm confused. Yi Wuxuang briefly talked about what happened between himself and Yang Xinyue, the first sister of the dance area of Station C, and told them, "I hope you guys can post a statement on the extranet to prove that Yi Wuxuang is nameless and nameless is Yi Wuxuang." Senior. 4, that's easy, I'll post it right away. Old 5, wait, I don't think that's cool enough. There's a saying in my hometown that it's not clear if a mirror is not wiped. A bimbo can't be punched. And since you're going to be punched in the face, it's going to be a hard one. Nameless? Old 5, how about the 6 of us fly to Xia to find the leader? Shoot a video of the 7 of us dancing together and upload it to Station C. Then add a statement to it? This can be more impactful than just words. Boss, if you want to dance with the chief, just say so. Senior. 5, oops, got caught yet. Had ha. Yi Wuxuang thought about it and felt that it wasn't impossible to do so. Nameless, what does old 6 think? Senior. 6, I'm already sitting on a plane getting ready to leave for Xia. See you all later. Crowd. So fast. 3 days passed quickly. In these 3 days, Yi Wuxuang didn't release any new videos. The ratio of skepticism and belief among the users of Station C regarding the matter of Yi Wuxuang being nameless had also changed from 50 to 50 at the beginning to 28 to 20. Yang Xinyue took Yi Wuxuang's silence as a weakness of heart and her dynamic hair flew. A little star, I told you Yi Wuxuang isn't nameless. This person really has no limits in order to gain fan attention. A little star, with this character, you still want to teach me to dance. Delusional. A little star, I heard that this has been spread to the extranet. I'm really afraid that Xia's reputation will be smeared by Yi Wuxuang alone. A little star at Yi Wuxuang. Hello? Are you there? Don't play dead, okay? Yang Xinyue is making waves at Station C. Yi Wuxuang had no time to pay attention as she stood at the end of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yin City with her hands wrapped around her chest and her legs slightly apart. With her as the centerpiece, she was surrounded by 6 foreigners of different skin colors. The oldest is white and tall. The second one is black. Dirty braided dress. The oldest had his hair dyed aqua green, like a foreign version of a spiritual boy. The oldest has a big gold chain around his neck. The oldest 5 was a beautiful girl born with reddish brown hair. The oldest 6 were slightly shorter. The 2 were symmetrically one on the left and one on the right, crouching in the front row of Yi Wuxuang. All 6 of them wore masks. Yi Wuxuang didn't, because she needed to prove that she was Yi Wuxuang and that Yi Wuxuang was nameless. Brilliant sunlight, beating in through the large windows on the side of the factory. Half of Yi Wuxuang's body was placed in the light and half of her body was placed in the darkness, and her exquisite and stunning face was divided in such a way. Cold and tugging, wild and crazy, good and evil, dreamy and fantastic. Around the 7, there were multiple fixed and active camera positions, and a DSLR in the hands of Jishin. At Jishin's gesture, Fengjiu pressed the audio play button. After some time, the street dance was recorded. Jishin took the memory card and went to use the computer to edit the video. Phew! Dancing with the headmaster so many times is just awesome. The girl Lao Wu took off her mask and playfully and quaintly jumped to Yi Wuxuang. So the headmaster and Ji Xiao are really just friends? Aha! Yi Wuxuang didn't even know that this was the first time he had replied to such a question. Then again, the headmaster is too beautiful, isn't he? Old 6 lamented. The head of the regiment used to wear a mask. They have never seen the real face of the head of the regiment, and privately also secretly rubbed together what the head of the regiment should look like. I didn't realize it was so overwhelming. No worse than an international actress. Hey guys, I snagged a table at that particularly famous hot pot restaurant. Boss held up his cell phone in delight. Eat hot pot, eat hot pot. Oriental cuisine, Oriental cuisine. Go go go. And the group hurried out. Yi Wuxiang called out to them. Remember not to dash. Don't tell the outside world that Ji Xiao is Lin Jiangxian, right? We know. You said it a few times already. The 6 people spoke in unison. Yi Wuxiang and Ji Shen didn't go for hot pot. They went to another Western restaurant. Coincidentally, Yang Xinyue and her female assistant Luo Ling were also eating at this restaurant. To be precise, it was Yang Xinyue who ate while Luo Ling watched from the side. Unaware of the conflict, Yang Xinyue stood up and slapped Luo Ling twice, and then left by car. Luo Ling stood still, as if she was already numb, and there were blood marks on her cheeks, marks from Yang Xinyue's fingernails scratching over. Seeing this, Yi Wuxiang had a plan in mind and walked over to inquire. Why did she hit you? Bad mood. Luo Ling looked like the person was Yi Wuxiang and bit her lower lip even more. It was because Yi Wuxiang had recently become too hot on station C that Yang Xinyue had become more irritable and hit harder than before. Not resigning? Yi Wuxiang had seen Yang Xinyue hit the female assistant several times. Signed the contract. It's not due yet. Can't afford to pay the default payment. Luo Ling has a bitter feeling in her heart. I can help you pay for the breach of contract, provided that you give me Yang Xinyue's unedited video. Yi Wuxiang's gaze was like a torch. Earlier at the Flying Bird, Cindy Young's camera had been in the middle of a shot and hadn't been turned off. She glanced at the camera a few times as Yang Xinyue appeared in her field of vision, which had been recording. It recorded all her interactions with Yang Xinyue. As long as Luo Ling can get the full video recorded by Yang Xinyue, she can prove that she did not insult Yang Xinyue and her fans. It also proves that Yang Xinyue is deliberately rumor-mongering, deliberately cyber-violating, and selling out to trick fans into rewarding her. In doing so, this first sister will fall from the altar. Chapter 91, Return of the Gods. Fantasy Linkage. Luo Ling let out a bitter smile when she heard Yi Wuxiang's words. Ms. Yi is very observant, but you don't realize how much the contract is in default. I wish to hear about it. Yi Wuxiang spoke in a calm tone. Early departure. $500. 000 for breach of contract. Leaked video. $5 million for breach of contract. How can you help me pay for breach of contract when you can't even afford a better video recording device? Luo Ling's voice was desperate. Yi Wuxiang's eye curtains lifted lightly, his black pupils rippling with light. At this stage, she doesn't have much financial resources other than prize money from various competitions. Tapping into past life savings is the only way, though this is in danger of being noticed by the assassin community. She was about to speak when Jishin walked over and wrote a check and handed it to Luo Ling, his voice magnetic and pleasant. There's 6 million here. $500,000 to help you leave early, $5 million to buy Yang Xinyue's unedited video, and the remaining $500,000, a reward for the resistance. Luo Ling is to Yang Xinyue as the resistance is to the female tyrant. Yi Wuxiang turned her head to look at Jishin, who returned a raised eyebrow. Ji Xiao. Luo Ling recognized Jishin and sounded surprised. How could the number 1 young man in the capital appear in Yen City, and next to a female high school student? What's their relationship? Geez. Jishin didn't give Luo Ling time to think. He simply withdrew the check, and a refined light emerged in his narrow eyes. Since Ms. Luo doesn't want to be this resistance, forget it. I'll be, and I can leave my job, get revenge on Yang Xinyue, and have a reward of $500,000. Why don't I be it? Luo Ling was afraid that Jishin would back out and hurriedly took away the check with both hands, her tone excited. Both of you just wait to see my performance. After saying that, Luo Ling left. Inside the restaurant, Yi Wuxiang stared unblinkingly at Jishin, his pupils complex with emotions. He took 6 million to help her. Don't look at me like that. Isn't it proper for friends to help each other? Or is it that you don't genuinely take me as a friend? The man had a smile on his lips. His temperament was elegant and calm, retreating to advance. Yi Wuxiang pursed her lips, and only after a long time, she said sullenly, when you need my help, remember to look for me. If she always let Jishin unilaterally help her, she would feel a sense of frustration of incompetence. Jishin's thin lips rose, his chest vibrated, and he let out a low laugh of unknown meaning. There will be a day. He needed her help with a lot of things. Patience, though, is the last thing a hunter can forget, and the time is not yet ripe. Before going to sleep, Jishin finished the editing and uploaded it to the C Station. Title, Immortals, Reunited. Once the video was uploaded, the fire swept through C site. More than 100,000 people were online at the same time, watching this video with different emotions. The shot begins with an empty abandoned factory. And at the end of the factory, standing far away, are 7 men in black, unrecognizable. The filter uses a special black and white that stands out. The music plays, the camera slowly closes in and it becomes clear who the 7 are. Without a mask, Yi Wuxuang, who stood in the center, didn't need to say much, and was already a C-station redhead. The remaining 6 were wearing masks, but their features were obvious, and they too were immediately recognized. And pop-ups flew. Isn't that the world's strongest dance troupe? Immortal Bird's primordial core of the 6 elders? Any one of the 6 of them taken out individually is the existence of a great god in the street dance world. Yi Wuxuang is really Immortal Bird head nameless. Why is there such an awesome high school girl? This light and shadow structure is also too great. It's just like watching a movie. It's worthy of being filmed by Lin Jiangxian. This wave is the return of the gods. Fantasy link. At the end of the intro, the 7 stepped on point, spreading forward in formation at a uniform pace, and the dance moves were even more surprisingly consistent. After a melody, apart from Yi Wuxuang's center position which did not move, the remaining 6 people bent down to dance around Yi Wuxuang's accompaniment, highlighting the main and secondary. Nearing the climax, the camera pulled directly in front of Yi Wuxuang. Only Yi Wuxuang lifted his right hand, and the camera flew up through the roof of the workshop. Through the smooth splicing of post-production editing, Yi Wuxuang's 7 flashed to the roof above, stepping on the song's climax to dance, giving people a visual surprise. At the moment the picture is still in black and white, even the sky is the gray. There seems to be some storm before the depressing. No matter how the formation changed, Yi Wuxuang always stood firmly in the center and his position was self-evident. The post-climax transition ends and the tune moves into its second climax. The camera pulls in towards Yi Wuxuang again, who stomps the camera down with a front flip. This step, Yi Wuxuang threw to the villa garage, the camera farther. The remaining 6 people also crossed. 2 words for this turnaround: awesome. The garage lights were off and the crowd, covered in fluorescent paint, glowed in the darkness and danced to the rhythm of the crescendo. A larger version of Phoenix has been added to the wall above the previously sprayed nameless. If you pause the playback screen, you'll find name eggs for the rest of the dance troupe in various nooks and crannies. The image eliminates black and white. The colors are colorful and normal, and the viewer feels their pores open and their previously repressed emotions are instantly and soundly released. End of Afterglow. End of video. This video is so hot that it's hard to describe it in simple terms. Buttons to leave a comment, play, like, share, favorite, download, etc. are pressed too many times at the same moment. A brainstorm of code requests from behind the network all pouring into the C-site servers. Half an hour later, the servers were overwhelmed and declared down. After 10 minutes of emergency repairs, Station C is back to normal. But this little hiccup didn't cut the heat of this video. Instead, it has become its honor and a good word of mouth among its users. Families, look, it's this video that crashed the C-site. Don't watch the blood loss. The speed of playback growth has the urgency of a suspected Milky Way descending into the 9 heavens, and users are shocked every time they refresh. 100, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, 1, 500, 000. The top 1 trending video of the day is it. Station C hot bar. That's it. Yi Wuxuang's fan value had skyrocketed from 1 million to over 2 million in a few hours. There are also people who watched the video and gathered around to Yang Xinyue's live broadcast to watch the show. Yang Xinyue, who was broadcasting live, was startled. She was apprehensive and clicked on this video as the blood dissipated from her face as far as the eye could see. But on second thought, she sneered. Can anyone prove that these guys are the core members of the Immortal Bird dance troupe? Get a group actor, or make up and disguise, I'll do it. Yang Xinyue's fans chimed in. I love stars, that's right. The Immortal Bird dance troupe is notorious for dancing without showing their faces, and anyone can pose as a parody. Star is a little angel. Yi Wuxuang is the most shameless woman I've ever seen. Even if you impersonate someone else yourself, but also find so many people to pretend to be someone else's team. Forever following Little Star, I think Yi Wuxuang's mom and dad should be uneducated as well. Or they couldn't teach such a daughter. Jane Xiaoyang in the live chat room also laughed coldly and posted a couple links. This is a statement from an Adina member on the extranet. Look closely with your dog eyes. The watchers immediately shifted positions and clicked on the link. That's 6 members. A statement under an extranet social media account. The statement is thoughtfully divided into 2 versions, Chinese and English. For domestic viewers. Chapter 92 Miracle Night. Yang Xinyue was blocked. Now the truth comes out. Yi Wuxuang, that is nameless. She is the founder of the Immortal Bird Dance Company and is the individual champion of the World Street Dance Competition. Even Lin Jiangxian, a big shot in the photography industry, personally palmed the camera for her. Then events got interesting. People pushed Yi Wuxiang and Yang Xinyue's affair backward. One day, Yang Xinyue, whose dance skills are sparse, goes to Flying Bird to record a vlog, claiming that she needs a mentor to improve her dance skills. So Yi Wuxiang, a leader in the street dance world, introduces herself. But Yang Xinyue looked down on Yi Wuxiang and said she was not worthy. Yi Wuxiang announced that he was nameless and Yang Xinyue didn't believe it. Yi Wuxiang gathers the core members of Immortal Bird, and Yang Xinyue says she's looking for a group actor. This feeling is just like when God was merciful and fed Yang Xinyue rice. But Yang Xinyue not only didn't eat it, but also overturned the rice bowl and cursed the insidious God. How foolish and ridiculous. Live stream. Yang Xinyue stood up in a trance. The computer interface. Stuck on the statement posted on the extranet by the core members of the Immortal Birds. This is the hardest solid hammer. She felt a lightning strike her. Her world is falling apart. On the verge of shattering and destruction. After a while, she returned to the live camera and looked at the screen full of ridicule and sarcasm, clenching her fists in a forced smile. I'm just more after the truth of the matter. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. Yang Xinyue's fans immediately defended their master in the live broadcast. Forever following Little Star, that's right. Can the fact that Yi Wuxiang is nameless cover up the fact that she insulted Star and also insulted Star's fans? I love Star. This kind of celebrity with low character should be boycotted by the public even more. Yi Wuxiang. Get out of C Station. Little Star is an angel. Our Little Star is different. Although she doesn't dance as well as Yi Wuxiang. She's innocent, kind, cute and sexy. And she's also very nice to her fans. Unlike Yi Wuxiang, she never interacts with her fans and only treats them as her tools. The three of them are Yang Xinyue's most diehard fans, giving Yang Xinyue more than $1 million of rewarding support every year. Known as the Three Musketeers, they firmly believe that Yang Xinyue is their god, and even if the world betrays Yang Xinyue, they will guard her with their lives. Thank you guys, I love you. Yang Xinyue burst into tears in the live broadcast, crying in a touching manner. This time she was truly moved. Fans were her last resort, and with them, she wasn't afraid of Yi Wuxiang, while being moved by each other. A new video link that swiped through the live feed. Video title, I'm a Little Star / Yang Xinyue's assistant. Luo Ling exposes the evil deeds of the first sister in the dance area. Tap in, and Loring, in real life in the video, introduces herself. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Ling. I'm the female assistant to the first sister of the dance area, and I'm posting this video for one purpose. I've had enough of Yang Xinyue. She pretends to be innocent and cute online, but in reality she punches and kicks me. Here are some photos of my wounds, and the diagnosis issued by the hospital. Immediately inside the video there were many photos of wounds, bruises, burns and hospital certificates. She herself had unhealed fingernail scratches on her face, all thanks to Yang Xinyue. In her dynamic, she said that Ms. Yi Wuxiang scolded her and her fans. This is nonsense. Please watch the next uncut video. All the interactions between Yi Wuxiang and Yang Xinyue in front of the old school building of Fei Bird were presented in the screen. Through the unedited video, we can conclude that she exposed Ms. Yi's real name during the live broadcast on purpose, trying to mobilize her fans to cyberstorm Ms. Yi. Fans, don't be so quick to wash your hands of her. You think she treats you like babies, but in reality, you're just dead weight and cash machines in her mouth. The video of the relevant evidence is a bit too much, and fans with bad hearts are advised to bring their own blood pressure medication. All at once, Luo Ling uploaded more than 20 edited clips, all of which were images of Yang Xinyue abusing and belittling her fans from different angles and on different occasions. Not even the most ironic Three Musketeers. That I love Stars, I tell you. Huge, fat, full of fat, disgusting. Little Star is an angel, is not fat, but ugly. If he wasn't rich, I'd have given up on him. Always follow the Little Star is also the ultimate ugly guy. The only good thing about him is that he's rich and can be my cash machine. I casually wave and cry twice and they gather like mangy dogs. Really retarded. Luo Ling said. The one who really called the fans retarded is herself. Her dancing skills suck as much as her character. Nothing but Harris-AO. I hope the fans are sensible to follow the stars. Don't be a licking dog and still be disliked. The video ends here. The live broadcast, too, has become a large-scale deconstructive backlash scene. I love Stars, why? Little Star is a little angel, old man for you into death. But you in the back of the old man, so say? Always follow the Little Star, so we are just ATMs. Just licking dogs. If we didn't have money, you wouldn't even look at us, would you? Waking up from a dream, ha ha ha. The goddess I've been chasing for 10 years says I'm retarded. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups were a moment of sadness to hear and tears to see. I'm not. Yang Xinyue panicked, desperately waving her hand in defense. but this powerless. I love the star, you are not benevolent, I am not righteous. Brothers, MySpace has Yang Xinyue bed photos. Quickly go to see Little star is a little angel she said I was disgusting, but at the same time in the hotel very hard to give me mouth it. There is video. I'll follow you. Little star, Yang Xinyue, you're a whore who rides with thousands of people. I'm blind to you. In just 10 minutes, Yang Xinyue dropped 300,000 fans, from 6 million to 5.7 million. It's scary how fast you can drop fans like that. Jane Jiaoyan left a message in the live broadcast. Hurry up and learn to dance from the queen. After you've learned to come out, you might still be able to use your dancing skills to retain a tiny bit of fans. No, there's no way I'm learning to dance from Yi Wushuang. Ever. Her fan base hasn't surpassed mine. Yang Xinyue saw the message and turned green with anger. Even if she dropped a lot of fans, she still had more than 5 million followers. A number that Yi Wushuang could not reach. Street dance, not celebrities, not lovebirds, not top traffic. Its circle has a ceiling cap. Yi Wushuang so hang. Until now, not just 2 million fans? Still not even close to myself. Yang Xinyue shut down the live broadcast. She turned angrily and questioned the studio. Viciously. Where's Luo Ling? Get me a lawyer. I'm going to sue Luo Ling. I'm going to demand sky-high compensation. If she can't come up with it, let her immediately clarify that the video is fake and that I didn't scold my fans. This is the only remedy. She's still saved. Luo Ling she. The staff hesitated and threw out the last straw that crushed the camel. She transferred $5 million to your account at the same time she released the video, of which $500,000 was a severance liquidated damages fee and $5 million was a liquidated damages fee for revealing the video. Luo Ling, the anti-intentions have been decided. Boo! Yang Xinyue couldn't take the blow and fainted backwards. G Family Villa. Yi Wushuang learned about Luo Ling releasing the video and Yang Xinyue's fans turning against the rightful owner. Yang Xinyue's last words in the live broadcast made her black pupils lightly flash. Jishin understood what she was thinking and smiled slightly, the smile not reaching his eyes. Yang Xinyue is just a dead duck talking hard. No need to care. With your popularity and strength, it's only a matter of time before you overtake Yang Xinyue. He knew that Yi Wushuang was not a doddering flower and was capable enough to deal with the raging storm. But this Yang Xinyue's did, indeed, cause him less pain. If he's not in pain, no one else can be either. I know. Yi Wushuang covered the quilt and closed her eyes. According to his own rate of powder increase, coupled with Yang Xinyue's rate of powder drop, he should be able to surpass Yang Xinyue within a month at most. The two men went to sleep with their own thoughts. Events, however, went in a direction no one expected. The sun rises on the other side of the ocean at the dead of night in the summer country. The people in the mixed powder circle activated their cell phones and hit their eyes. Oh, an earthquake in the street dance world? Nameless, the leader of the Immortal Bird dance troupe, shows up in Summerland and gets involved in a weird fan counting contest? And so on. They're idols, they need or want to work with the immortal dancers, right? Immortal Bird's leader, Yi Wushuang, is experiencing the dilemma of not having enough fans, isn't he? Then help Yi Wushuang. Helping Yi Wushuang was the same as helping Immortal Bird. Helping Immortal Bird is the same as Immortal Bird owing them a favor. It was also the same as, well, owing their idol a favor. Wouldn't the odds be better with that collaboration or something? I can be a little resourceful. For a while, the battle flag of the foreign powder circle was waving, and all the powder heads were racking their brains, vomiting blood, and writing writings. How to register on website. See and follow Yip Wushuang on the 108 uses of awesome in Chinese. It's a win-win situation. If we don't work hard today, tomorrow we'll be idols. Fans who are so worried about their idols, come over the mountain to the sea station across the internet and register to follow and blow rainbow farts in one fell swoop. When they realized that the opposing fans had also gone down, they got anxious. A new war is on the horizon, and it's drawing the attention of the summer fan circles. The foreign fan circles have noticed. We can't lose either. Charge. Even if Aizu isn't in a hurry to dance right now, we have to be prepared for a rainy day. Dash. It's just an attention grabber. It doesn't cost anything. Punch. Stop rushing. The site is down again. Yes. Station C was paralyzed again as the wave came in. The maintenance man was fixing it while being scolded by his supervisor and shedding tears in his heart. He commiserated. Early morning. Yi Wushuang got out from the quilt. Sleepy eyes. Took out his cell phone, intending to see how many fans he had on his C station. The number of words that came into her eyes made her slowly tilting her head. A big? Popping out of the top of her head. 10 million. Up. Did something really big happen last night? Chapter 93, Jishin said. Disguise my girlfriend. Regarding the matter of Yi Wushuang's fan base exceeding 10 million, it wasn't just Yi Wushuang who was confused. The users of Station C were also dumbfounded. It was hard for them to understand how, in just one sleep, Yi Wuxiang had furiously risen 8 million followers, overtaking Yang Xinyue. It was simply the night of miracles. Station C was paralyzed twice in 24 hours due to Yi Wuxiang. This is simply a historic scene. What was even more frightening was that Yi Wuxiang's fanbase was still growing at a terrifying trend. The people who have been bitter about Yang Xinyue for a long time laughed loudly, intending to go to the bottom of Yang Xinyue's former dynamics to mock wildly. They clicked in and then were dumbfounded that the 5 words that introduced their eyes were, "The account has been banned." Yang Xinyue's account has been officially banned by C Station. During the same period, Station C released an official statement, received instructions from above, for the sake of a harmonious and healthy online environment, to strictly investigate the indecent behavior of bloggers. One of the A Little Star XXXX and other serious violations of the blogger, to be permanently blocked treatment. Hope that all bloggers to be warned. Yang Xinyue Studio. Yang Xinyue, who woke up, looked at the official briefing and hated to faint again. Her social accounts on other platforms have also been subjected to intense humiliation and abuse. Her blogging career is over. I've got to hurry. I've got to change places or I'm sure there'll be black powder. Yang Xinyue hurriedly put the clothes in the closet, casually stuffed a few pieces thrown suitcase, some finishing, hasty out the door. The doorway, however, was blocked. A group of black-clad men in suits surrounded the place where she was staying. The leader, Fengjiu, walked over to him, his face expressionless, and his body stood with the characteristic hostility of an assassin. Ji Xiao said, "When you learn MS, yes, street dance, when can you walk out this door?" Snap. The suitcase in Yang Xinyue's hand fell to the side. The owner of the suitcase went limp and sat on the floor. Ji Family Villa. Yi Wuxiang scanned the comments section and roughly understood the reason for the surge of 8 million followers. It was indeed a path she had not envisioned, and count her as having underestimated the influence of the immortal dancers. Now the comments section is swarming. Some people really like her and thus follow her. Some are doing it for the idol and following her as a mission. Some of them are Yang Xinyue's fans, following her with a vengeance, hoping that she will overtake Yang Xinyue. Others were just purely along for the ride, simply wanting to see how much her fan value would end up going up. It's a huge bubble, flimsy and unstable, and sooner or later it's going to burst. She didn't feel happy. She just pondered up how to teach Yang Xinyue. Yi Wuxiang got up and got out of bed, and out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently saw a white sticky note placed on the table. She picked it up and read it, and on it, in black fountain pen, were a few lines. The handwriting was so powerful that even through a piece of paper, one could feel the domineering spirit of the owner of the handwriting. "I've ordered Fengjiu to go to Yang Xinyue and ask her to follow your video of the slow release school dance, so you don't need to worry about the rest. There's cake inside the fridge, Jishin." Yi Wuxiang looked at the post-it note and the corners of her lips quietly rose. After using the cake, Yi Wuxiang returned to the flying bird. She had thought that there should be a lot of reporters gathered in front of the school who wanted to interview her, but it turned out that there were none. Her thick and light willowy eyebrows raised. Not just right. Yi Wuxiang stepped into class 7, and Jane Jiaoyang was the first to rush over with her cell phone raised, her eyebrows flying. "Queen, good news. Yang Xinyue's account has been blocked by C Station. Take a look at this picture." It's rumored outside that it was this person who entered the Station C building early in the morning that Station C decided to block Yang Xinyue. Unfortunately, this picture only captures the back and a hand. You can't see the whole picture. The cell phone disliked Yi Wuxiang's face, and when Yi Wuxiang saw this photo, his pupils lightly shrunk. She had spent a lot of time with Jishin and instantly recognized that the hand in the photo was Jishin's hand, and naturally the back was as well. Jishin stepped in to clean up Yang Xinyue for her. Is he this nice to his friends? The student next to Jian Jiaoyan was curious about another thing. Did the queen rush abroad to participate in a street dance competition during last summer's vacation? If Yi Wuxiang is nameless, it means that she went abroad to participate in a street dance competition. And counting the time, it happened to be during the summer vacation last year. Aha! Yi Wuxiang pressed down her eyes and did not say anything more. That's why she didn't start off, revealing herself to be nameless. Once the time tracks don't match up or are scrutinized, it can lead to endless trouble. Evening. Fengjiu returned to the Ji family villa with the 2 items. One is a file investigation. The other is a DNA test. Both are related to Yi Wuxiang. Ji Xiao. Fengjiu's tone carried an unrivaled gravity. He presented the 2 items to Jishin with both hands. Jishin took it, his suit pants straightened, and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and flipped it open to read. The investigation showed that Miss Yi had been in the mountains during her summer vacation last year and had not left the country. Fengjiu's eyes were serious. Ji Xiao originally didn't want to investigate whether Ms. Yi left the country. he tacitly agreed that Ms. Yi had left the country, and intended to focus on Ms. Ye's departure route to find out who Dustless was and whether he needed his help. Ji Xiao did not find any trace of Dustless in the country. This check revealed that Ms. Yi had no record of leaving the country. It also showed that Yi Wuxuang and Nameless were two people. Ms. Yip, who lives in a villa. Might wanna put it in double quotes and turn it into Ms. Yip. This conclusion is truly shocking. Judging from the performance of the Immortal Bird members and the excellent dancing skills of Ms. Yi, she is nameless. So, a new conclusion came out. Nameless, under the alias of Yi Wuxuang, appeared in Xia. So where did the old Yi Wuxuang, the real Yi Wuxuang, go? With this doubt, Fengjiu in Jishin's authorization, with Miss Yi fell on the pillow of a hair, to do a DNA test. The test results were even more shocking. The DNA of Ms. Yi is a perfect match for Yi Wuxuang. Two people are the same person. Such a conclusion is beyond the realm of what human science can currently comprehend and is straight up metaphysical. It was Yi Wuxuang who could split into two, one staying in Shiqiao village and one going to the street dance competition. Or is it a sign from heaven that the two have become one? Either answer points to one fact, that Ms. Yi who made Ji Xiao's heart flutter is not a normal human being. According to the traditional mythology of the Summer Kingdom, she may be a ghost, a demon, or something else. The explanation is not clear. The unknown is both dangerous. Fengjiu was silent for a moment and replied seriously, my subordinate believes that young Ji should withdraw in time. Ji Xiao's feelings for Ms. Yi are water under the bridge. It's like a boy coming across a fun game console or a girl seeing a pretty dress. But the boy will not have enough coins to buy this console. The girl will not be able to wear the dress because the size is not right. Not every relationship has to blossom. Ji Xiao was smarter than him, calmer than him, stronger than him, and more sensible than him, and should be able to distinguish the stakes better. Withdrawal? Jishin closed the file, and in his slender and deep eyes, obscure and unknown thick fog and thick clouds emerged. He didn't expect that he wanted to investigate Dustless but found out Yi Wuxuang's shocking secret. Downstairs in the courtyard, the chauffeur happened to be carrying Yi Wuxuang, who was returning from school. Yi Wuxuang walked into the villa with a school bag on one shoulder, wearing a good-looking college uniform, with a stunningly beautiful face and a cold temperament. She didn't notice upstairs, because she had already decided that this place was safe, and the owner of this place, Ji Shun, was trustworthy and did not need to be overly vigilant. Ji Shun turned to look at Fengjiu, and in his low tone, there was a mixture of tenderness and violence, to draw away, and then let her go to other men, so that other men might admire her self-reliance, and ache for her frailty, and hold her in their arms in the middle of the night, and kiss her brow in the morning? You know, Fengjiu, just thinking about it makes me so jealous that I can't wait to break that man into pieces. Fengjiu's body suddenly stiffened. Ji Xiao, who has always been sensible and calm, is not going to let go. List all of her whereabouts files, all of which are classified, and prohibit a second person from initiating an investigation. Jishin's heavenly human-like handsome face was ice-cold. The matter of the immortal dancers put her in the public eye. I'm afraid there are media outlets from home and abroad that want to investigate her. The consequences of not stopping it are unimaginable. Yes. Fengjiu bowed his head. Do those reporters who want to interview Ms. Yi, and those who want to interview Ms. Ye's family, continue to block them? Go on. She doesn't like these. The man turned and descended the stairs. Downstairs, Yi Wuxuang took out the second cake from the refrigerator to consume. She had an appointment with Jishin to have at least 2 cakes every week. Is it good? Jishin walked over, a shallow smile on his lips. The world's #1 delicacy. Yi Wuxuang did not mince his words of praise. I need your help with something recently. Jishin sat down opposite Yi Wuxuang. What is it? Yi Wuxuang instantly lost the idea of eating cake and straightened up with a grim expression. It was as if Jishin asked her to assassinate the president of the country next door. And she went. What's that look on your face? I just wanted to take you to a family banquet. Jishin couldn't help himself. Family banquet? Yi Wuxuang was puzzled and relaxed his body plate. Well, a simple family banquet. The party was only my grandfather and my grandmother. Jishin sighed. You know, when older people get older, they like to push their juniors to get married and have children. How could I have the heart to do that? So thought I'd let you pretend to be my girlfriend to deal with them. Chapter 94. I'm happy to honor my school. The helpless expression on Jishin's handsome face perfectly matched the current situation of unmarried men and women, being urged by their elders to get married and have children. Yi Wuxuang probably thought about it for a while, then nodded. Yes, pretending to be his girlfriend to accompany Jishin to a family dinner or something is much easier than assassinating the president. This answer was expected by Jishin. A triumphant light swept across his bottomless eyes. and his scarlet thin lips rose. Then it's a deal. Where will the family banquet be held? And exactly what number is it? Yi Wushuang asked. If she has to go to school that day, she needs to take the day off in advance. In South Border City, the time is 20 days later, and that day is my grandmother's birthday. Jishin looked at her, his voice soft. After tonight, I'm going back to the capital to deal with some urgent matters, so I won't be able to accompany you in Yen City for a while. He had originally only planned to stay in Yen City for 3 days, but in reality it had been much more than that. Aha! Yi Wushuang's black pupils flickered slightly. The capital and the international are the home turf of Ji, and it really wouldn't do to stay in Yen City all the time. She does. Inside, however, there was a ripple. The ripples disappeared too quickly for her to catch them before they were gone. Early in the morning, Jishin left with Fengjiu. The chauffeur and maid were left at the Ji family villa with orders to take care of Yi Wushuang's ups and downs. After having breakfast, Yi Wushuang traveled to the Flying Bird. For the following 10 days, Yi Wushuang was living a peaceful life with 2 points between the Flying Bird and the villa. The core group of immortals returned one after the other after playing for some time in the Summerland. Since surpassing Yang Xinyue in terms of the number of followers, Yi Wushuang hadn't been on the C station to pass on videos. Listening to Jane Jiaoyang, she said that when her fan value was at its highest, it reached 13 million. By this point, the bubble expands and pops. After the frenzy, the fan value fell off a cliff, and now it's not even 9 million, and the decline continues. This is a very normal phenomenon. Yi Wushuang had no idea about this. While she is silent, Station C and the online platforms do not follow suit. News such as a star was exposed cheating and a top stream admitted plagiarism and so on endless, so that the netizens are dazzled, running into the sea of melon eating, and gradually will Yi Wushuang left behind. On the night of the 10th day, Yi Wushuang heard the systems beep in his ears. Trial mission 6 has been completed. A new trial mission will be released in 4 days. The maid, Zhang Ma, walked in with a kind smile and handed Yi Wushuang a memory card. Miss Yi, this is Yang Xinyue's latest dance video. Take a look. Yi Wushuang raised his eyebrows and inserted the memory card into the computer. And the video that popped up was very interesting. In the video, Yang Xinyue was dead set against learning at first, and went on a hunger strike to resist until she fainted from hunger. Being resuscitated, she realized that Jishin wasn't joking, and if she couldn't learn, she wouldn't be able to get out of this life. She began to learn desperately, because more or less a few years of street dance background, she seriously learns quickly. After all, only to learn, not to learn. Let her out. Yi Wushuang turned off the video. Self-inflicted sins. The rest of Yang Xinyue's life has been ruined. Not only was she blocked from the platform, but she was also hounded by her fans and unspeakably racy photos and videos were flying all over the place. I heard that extreme fans even ran to Yang Xinyue's old home to throw feces, resulting in the whole village knowing that Yang Xinyue is doing good things outside. After another 4 days, Yi Wushuang was called to the principal's office by the Flying Bird principal, Shangguan Chenglin, using a loudspeaker. A cute little man with dwarfism, with a serious face, handed her a letter with the words invitation to the master's competition written on it. What's this? Yi Wushuang opened the letter. Shangguan Chenglin said, the chess world's quadrennial grandmaster selection tournament is about to begin, and I hope that you can win glory for the school and expand the popularity of Fabiao. Chess world. The realm consisting of the 5 major types of chess, Western chess, Go, Xiangqi, Shogi, and checkers. The Grandmaster's Selection. A quadrennial event in the chess world. The tournament has a high threshold, and only chess players of the 3rd level or higher are eligible to participate. The contestants are basically adult men and women over 30, with 25 being considered young. I haven't taken a grade. Yi Wushuang frowned lightly, but you defeated Yen City Chess Association Grandmaster Sun Jiahao, and according to the rules of the Chess Association, anyone who defeats a Chess Association Grandmaster at an official tournament will automatically be granted the title of alternate Chess Association Grandmaster for a year. Shangguan Chenglin then raised an eyebrow. The Inter-School Chess League, previously organized by Flying Bird, is an official tournament authorized and recognized by the Chess Association. Yi Wushuang closed the letter. I am not interested in these false names. Before the words were finished, the system beep sounded. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission 7 participate in the Grandmaster selection and win the title of Chess Grandmaster. Yi Wushuang turned his words around. It's impossible not to care. I'm happy to fight for the school's honor. So when do we leave? Go now. The location of the competition is in South Border City. Shangguan Chenglin smiled. If you hadn't gotten perfect scores on every test, there's no way I'd let you enter this competition at a crucial time in your senior year. The vast majority of seniors need to prepare for the college entrance exams. Yi Wuxuan was different. She was a school bully, and school bullies didn't need to be reasoned with. The three words southern border city made Yi Wuxuan's ears twitch. She happens to be going to Southland in the near future, and disguising herself as Jishin's girlfriend to accompany him to the family banquet is a double whammy. Yi Wuxuan said goodbye to the 7th class and returned to the Ji family villa to organize his luggage. This is a large, long race and requires a change of clothes. Just after finishing her clothes, Yi Wuxuan's cell phone rang, and her mother, Li Chunlan, called with a video call. Yi Wuxuan chose to connect. Shuanger, the seafood you ordered from Jiang City arrived in the mail, and it's all live. Li Chunlan pointed the camera at the white foam box containing the seafood. Fresh is good. Yi Wuxuan nodded. Yo, our shuang is so pretty now. Where are you going? The camera squeezed in an obese rural woman. She was Auntie Wang, a neighbor of the Yi family, who had just returned from working abroad a few days ago and was on good terms with the Yi family. Earlier in the year, Li Chunlan had a difficult labor, and it was Auntie Wang who pedaled her tricycle to take Li Chunlan to the town hospital. Yi Wuxuan, go to South Border City and participate in a competition. Auntie Wan's eyes lit up. Your brother who works as a police officer in Southland. This kid talked about his girlfriend last month. The photo looks quite beautiful. Just don't know what the real person is like. You go to the South Border to help me take a look at it. By the way, and your brother who to catch up with old times. Brother who? Hu Dong. 32 years old. Auntie Wan's son. Aha. Yi Wuxuan didn't refuse. 2 birds with 1 stone becomes 3 birds with 1 stone. That's fine. I'll have him add you to VX. On the way to the bus station, Yi Wuxuan received a new friend request. It was Hu Dong. Yi Wuxuan agreed, and the two of them played a video as well. In the camera, Hu Dong was wearing a dark blue police uniform with a mustache on his chin, and smiled away when he saw Yi Wuxuan. Gu, it's really a woman. Sister Xiaoshuang, come to South Border, brother treats you to barbecue meat. A little contact and the video hangs up. A police officer came over. Team Hu, we just received a call. The caller said he would be on the bus in South C1226, preparing a mass self-immolation. Guess it's another spoof call? The police officer next to him was speechless. There's always someone with nothing better to do. Anchor City Bus Station. Yi Wuxuan bought a ticket. The ticket shows the number of cars, South C1226. Chapter 95. Yi Wuxuan saved the whole bus. South C1226 is a long-distance air-conditioned bus with closed windows, a 6-hour drive from the city of Southland. When Yi Wuxuan got on the bus, the passengers were already full and the driver was about to start the vehicle when he was stopped by a group of local police. A call was received from the South Border City side, saying that there is a suspected arsonist on this bus, and all passengers are asked to cooperate with a body search and inspection. Passenger A was shocked. Didn't we all go through security when we entered the station? How could there be an arsonist? We're not sure, so please bear with us for safety's sake. The policewoman calmed the mood. After 15 minutes, the passengers were all searched and the bus was checked from the inside out by the police officers. The inspection was safe with no risk factors. Passenger B said, "It won't be another bear child calling the police blindly, will it? Last time, there was also a bear child messing around, saying that there was a bomb in the bus, and the police even brought in a bomb disposal expert. But in the end, they found nothing, and it was a waste of time." Speaking of this, the policewoman is very helpless. Duty, others a joke spoof. The People's Police also have to charge. She instructed the male conductor on the bus. If a passenger gets on the bus in the middle of the ride, keep an eye out. There are several stops for long-distance buses and not everyone gets on from the bus station. Okay, comrade policeman worked hard. The male conductor nodded. The bus pulled out of the bus station in a noisy environment. There were people talking loudly on the phone, children laughing and crying, couples flirting, and passengers leaning back in their chairs to sleep. Yi Wuxuan sat in the middle row by the window and watched the scenery outside the window keep receding. Time passes without realizing it. The bus stops and starts. Passengers get on and off. At first, the male conductor also followed the policewoman's instructions to carefully check whether the passengers were carrying dangerous and flammable items. Then he got so annoyed that he didn't bother to check again, and with a general sweep, he waved the passengers on. Nearly into downtown Southland, the bus welcomed 2 male passengers. One was a teenager about 19 years old, with fine features and fine skin, wearing inexpensive clothes, but with an excited and curious face, like the high and mighty young master of the house who came to experience what it's like to ride a bus. One was a crop duster over 50 years old, dressed in an unseasonal trench coat, with pale hair at the temples and a wrinkled face filled with caution, fear, despair, and anger. Yi Wuxuan's keen gaze landed on the crop duster. Pondering, the male conductor saw that neither of them had any luggage and sold the tickets directly. Although the crops wear trench coats, Some people are not in good shape and just need to wear a little more than others. There is no way around it. The bus restarted and, after some time, drove into the city. The crop duster walked to where the center door was and seemed to be in a hurry to be the first to get out of the car. And not far from his feet was half a golden banana peel dropped by a child. Thumbs down. The bus braked and stopped at a stoplight on Main Street downtown. After this red light we'll be at the South Border bus station. So check your manners and don't leave anything on the bus, the ticket agent said loudly. Upon being reminded, most passengers looked down to count their lines. Taking advantage of this effort, the crops quickly took out the hammer hidden in the coat. Bang sound. Heavily smashed in the car door sensor. What are you doing? The driver tried to press the button to open the door, but realized he couldn't open it. Without speaking, the crook dropped the hammer and took 2 more medium bottles of gasoline out of his coat and poured it over the passengers and the interior of the car. Then took 2 lighters out of his pockets and lit them. Ah, it's gasoline. He's an arsonist according to the police. Help! Call the police. The 19-year-old hoity-toity teenager in the back of the car was also confused. He's here to meet a romance sparked by a bus. How come he runs into an arsonist? Because the door was damaged. We can only try to break the window. But this is an air-conditioned bus. The windows are closed tempered glass. General things cannot be broken. For a while, the carriage was haunted and panicked. Vehicles also waiting for a stoplight saw what was happening inside the bus and rushed to call the police. All be quiet. Listen to me. The crook held up his lighter and yelled. From now on, I'll throw the lighter out if the driver dares to step on the gas. Passengers who dare to break the window, I'll throw my lighter out too. Don't try to overpower me. We all have gasoline on us. Big deal. Everyone dared not act rashly. Big brother. We don't know each other, and we haven't offended you. Will you let us go? The ticket salesman regretted it. It's his fault for neglecting his duties. Shut up. The crooner barked, looking around the room, his eyes blazing at a lady who was about to call the police. Tell the police that within 10 minutes, I want all the news media in South Border City to send reporters over, or I'll set myself on fire. The lady was so frightened that she burst into tears and conveyed the truth to the police. 5 minutes later, several police cars arrived near the bus with sirens blaring and cordoned off the scene. 10 minutes later, the media flocked to the bus, raising their recording equipment like long guns aimed at the bus. Unknown passers-by, from a safe distance, raised their cell phones to film or livestream. Yi Wuxuan's neighbor brother, Hu Dong, also rushed over and frowned as he got off the bus. Didn't we tell the anchor city side to be cautious? Maybe they thought it was just a joke, the short-haired policewoman said as she handed the horn to Hudon. Hu Dong picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Hello, I am the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the South Border City Police Department. Hu Dong, the reporters are all here, so if you have anything to say, just say it. From his years of experience as a police officer, the crook's goal was not to set himself on fire, but to draw the attention of the media and the police. Presumably there's a grievance. Inside the bus, the crooner opened the megaphone he carried and numbed the road. My name is Shi Jiafeng. I'm a villager from Huilong Village in South Border City. I've been a farmer all my life, and I don't whore or gamble. I have a daughter, 12 years old this year. Her name is Shi Xiaoye, especially understanding and obedient. Xiaoyu loves to play Go. Less than 10 years old. She is a 3rd-grade chess player of the Chess Association. She has participated in many tournaments and received many trophies. Everyone praises her as a talented chess child. Last year, Koyuki was on her way to the tournament hall when she was. Shi Jiafeng choked, tears welling up in his eyes, and hissed, had his hands cut off. I asked the organizers for surveillance and the organizers wouldn't give it to me. I went to the police station to report a crime, and the police told me to wait, that they would give my daughter an explanation, but never followed up. Now, I want you police to promise me in front of all the media that you will find my daughter's murderer, or I'll let the whole car, for my daughter's hand to accompany the funeral. That's what Shi liberation is all about, and using public attention to defend his rights is his last resort. Good. I, Hudong, promise you in front of all the media that I will find out the murderer who harmed your daughter. Quickly put away the lighter. Hudong immediately agreed. He became a police officer to defend the injustice in the world. How could he refuse? Only this case didn't sit well with him. What's the difference between a talented female chess prodigy having her hands cut off and a young bird losing its wings? Getting Hudong's approval, Shi Jiafeng relaxed. He stepped back but accidentally slipped on a banana peel. A lighter flew out and the interior of the compartment was full of gasoline. The police were horrified. The passengers were desperate. And the media caught on frequently. Seeing that it was going to be a big mistake, Yi Wuxuan walked over. Her delicate face was calm, opened her 5 fingers and grabbed the lighter with precision. Snap! The lid of the lighter pushed back with her thumbnail. She saved the whole bus. Chapter 96, The Jiang Family in Beijing, Beautiful Teenage Twins. As Yi Wushuang closed the lighter, the crowd's lifted hearts were put back. They looked at Yi Wushuang and realized that this female passenger was so beautiful. She wore a ducktail hat, a simple ponytail, and a white shirt and black jeans with blue canvas shoes. Youthful and beautiful, the temperament is lonely and cold. Very rare. Shuang's sister. My God, why is she in this car? Hudong's eyes glazed over as he hurriedly greeted his fat subordinate. Why don't you get the door? The fat policeman pried the closed door open, and the driver, passenger, and conductor fled and got out of the car. Guided by the rest of the group to the police station to make a statement, Yi Wushuang had to go too. Thank you, little girl. Sure, liberation holding the chair to stand up, scared out of a cold sweat. In case Yi Wushuang didn't catch the lighter, all would be lost. Yi Wushuang didn't reply, returned the lighter to Shi Jiefang and got out of the car. She's so cool, isn't she? The eyes of the 19-year-old hoity-toity boy who hadn't left flashed and flashed, as if they were diamonds, as he gestured his hands toward stone liberation. Do you know the book Love on the Road? It's about a hero and heroine who meet on a bus and end up falling in love and getting married. I think she's the one for me. What are you talking about? Shi Jiefang was confused. Snap. A pair of handcuffs were cuffed to Shi Jiefang's wrists, and Hudong patted his shoulder. Although I promised to help you investigate your daughter's case, you destroyed a vehicle and threw gasoline on people. Your behavior was bad and caused widespread panic. Come with us to the police station and tell us the details of your daughter's case. By the way. Stone Liberty nodded. Police department. Yi Wushuang sat on the bench and waited in line to make a statement. Hudong walked over, mouth holding a cigarette, rubbed the top of her head. Xiao Shuang's sister. Brother first went to ask the Stone Liberation a little thing. You finish making a statement in this waiting for me? Oh? When he left Yen City, Yi Wushuang was still a small one, but in the blink of an eye, he was this big. Aha! Yi Wushuang's body slightly stiffened. She wasn't quite used to such intimacy. Yi Wushuang. The short-haired valiant female police officer called out Yi Wushuang's name and began to give Yi Wushuang a statement. Shi Jiefang and Hudong were talking in the office field just 3 meters away. In which game was your daughter Shi Xiaoye injured? And exactly what time on what number? Hudong also took notes. Stone liberated to give an answer. Were you the first to find it? Were there any broken hands at the scene? Well, it's me. And there's no severed hand at the scene, except for the blood. Hudong was silent, feeling like a stone was blocked in his heart. If there is a broken hand at the scene, Shi Jiefang can take it and his daughter to the hospital so that the doctor can put the broken hand back on. This is not to say that it restores 100% hand dexterity, but at least there is a hand. The fact that the severed hand was taken away indicates that the suspect is extremely hard-hearted and may even be a psychopath. Has she offended anyone before? And have you ever had a problem with someone? No, officer. Liberty Stone clenched his fists and whispered. My daughter is not the only player who has had her hands cut off in Go tournaments over the years. Hudong sat up straight and his eyes sharpened. Serial handbreakers? Yi Wushuang finished his statement and returned to the bench, waiting for Hudong to get off work. The valiant short-haired policewoman finished her official duties and came to Yi Wushuang with 2 cups of water, sharing one with her. Hello Sister Xiaoshuang, my name is He Cheng. I'm Hudong's girlfriend. Hello. Yi Wushuang took the water, his black pupils flickering lightly. I didn't realize that Hudong's girlfriend was also a cop. She had decent, generous features, and her skin was slightly darker by a shade than was common for women. Your brother is still making a statement. Let me accompany you for a chat. He Cheng was afraid that Yi Wushuang would be bored. I heard him say that you came to South Border City for a contest. May I ask what it was? That high school speech contest in the North End? This competition was most in line with Yi Wushuang's status as a student. After the question, He Cheng took a sip of water. Chess Masters Selection Tournament. Yi Wushuang replied. Put. Cough cough cough. He Cheng sprayed, coughing while still staring wide-eyed. At your age, you're already a 3rd-level chess player? You're really good. What kind of chess are you playing? The Grandmasters competition in the chess world has always been held in the city of South Border, and the public is aware of the high threshold of the competition. After coughing, she took another sip of water to try and moisten her throat. Playing chess. Yi Wushuang was honest, not a 3rd-level chess master, but an alternate chess association master. Put. Cough cough cough. He Cheng sprayed again, coughing more powerful, face red, full of eyes. A written shocked 2 words. An 18-year-old chess grandmaster-elect? This is too genius blah blah. He Cheng, what's wrong with you? Early Alzheimer's? Forgot how to drink water? Hudong walked over and damaged his girlfriend, but his eyes were full of tenderness. He Cheng smiled and hit Hudong in the stomach with an elbow. Ow. Hudong covered his stomach while apologizing towards Yi Wushuang. Sister Xiaoshuang, the situation has changed. We have to work overtime. We can't take you out for a big meal. The hotel was booked in advance for you instead. He gave Yi Wuxiang the booked hotel room card. Yi Wuxiang hesitated for a moment and took it. Ms. Yi can come with me for a big meal. You saved me on the bus, and I'm trying to repay you. The 19-year-old hoity-toity teenager approached from the side. My name is Zhang Tianji, the son of the Zhang family in the capital, a third-level Go player in Go, and the person who is going to take part in this master selection tournament. The players of our Go tournament are holding a banquet in a 5-star hotel with lots of delicious food. Speaking of good food, Zhang Tianji thought of his favorite cake and added, and lots of super yummy desserts. Yi Wuxiang's invisible delicious dessert catchers on top of his head stood up. Go. She wants to eat. The Zhang family in the capital? He Qing's tone slowed down. It's a big family. Go if you want to. I'll pick you up at the hotel then. Hu Dong looked at Zhang Tianji obliquely. Don't let anyone bully her. Don't worry. Absolutely not. Zhang Tianji patted his chest to assure him. At that moment, a male voice came from outside. Tianji, are you okay? A few people looked over and realized that the visitor was a beautiful young man who looked just like Zhang Tianji and was the same age. The teenager's temperament was quite a bit more composed than Zhang Tianji's, and he was wearing black civilian clothes with an anxious look on his face. I'm fine. Zhang Tianji introduced Yi Wuxiang. This is my twin brother, Kong Tinan, a third-level Go player and someone who's going to be in the Grandmaster Selection Tournament. He Qing nodded. Secretly, he said, the twin stars of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianen and Zhang Tianji, had both come. It's good to be fine. Zhang Tianen lightly swept his eyes at Yi Wuxiang's trio without too much emotion. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Miss Yi Wuxiang Yi. Zhang Tianji pointed at Yi Wuxiang. In high spirits. She's the one who was just on the bus and saved the whole bus. And I'm going to take her to the hotel for a banquet and buy her a dinner. Chapter 97, she's a chess association grandmaster in waiting at the age of 18. Only then did Zhang Tianen take one more look at Yi Wuxiang. In the cold eyes, appreciation flickered and quickly returned to calm. Then ask Ms. Yi to come along. He looked askance at his brother. I'll get back to you on this running around without saying hello. We were all supposed to be at the hotel, and the twin brother had to experience a bridge from some romance novel, which really made him laugh. It was also fortunate that nothing serious had happened this time, or else he would have regretted and blamed himself to death. Knowing that he was going to get a lecture, Kong Tianchi did a death mimicry of slanting his tongue out, which was oddly adorable. The brothers bid farewell to Hudong and He Qing and led Yi Wuxiang to a black luxury sports car. Zhang Tianan sat in the co-pilot, while Yi Wuxiang and Zhang Tianqi sat in the back. On the way to the 5-star hotel, Zhang Tianji had been looking for Yi Wuxiang to chat with. He was outgoing and the opposite of his brother. Yi Wuxiang reluctantly returned 2 sentences for the sake of the dessert cake. Ginger Tannen frowned as he watched the interactions in the back row through the inside rearview mirror. According to his younger brothers short of a brain, he wouldn't consider Yi Wuxiang as his true love. Would he? He had to calm his brother down. Eldest young master. Second young master. Miss Yi. We're here. The driver stopped the car. The 3 of them stepped out of the limousine. And what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a luxurious and towering 5-star hotel. A number of men and women, of all ages, were gathered in front of the hotel. Among them was also a long black girl in a wheelchair, quiet and well-behaved. The girl, 19 years old, had a small red suitcase with her, which contained approximately the hidden items and medicines needed by people with disabilities. We're back and we brought a new friend. Zhang Tianji waved at everyone. Tianchi is back. Hey, isn't this new friend the duck-tongued lady from the evening headline report? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yi Wuxiang was stunned. She's in the paper? Yes, that's her. Zhang Tianji's tone was engaged as if he was reciting the lines of a stage play, and the moonlight poured over his clear face. She's the one the paper said. She walked over to the lighter that was lit with a calm and collected hand, and grabbed the hopes of everyone else, bravely and calmly. Yi Wuxiang silently got goosebumps. Zhang Tianji, however, winked at her. I stopped by the police station to buy the newly released evening newspaper while I was waiting for you to give your statement. The incident of Shi Jiafan's father and daughter is known all over the city. It's hard not to be in the newspaper. Only the newspaper report centered on Shi Jiafan's father and daughter, and there were only a few words about Yi Wuxiang. It's really her, heroine. Come on, let's take a picture. I want it too. Heroine, you're so beautiful. Perfectly echoing the term beautiful people. Yeah, do you have a boyfriend? Am I suitable? Everyone was excited to surround them, leaving the long, straight black girl in the wheelchair out in the cold. Only Zhang Tianan strides towards the disabled girl. His eyes changed from treating others with indifference and added a layer of passionate fascination. Kai Wei, are you hungry? Okay. Tong Saiwei's voice was as light as a feather. On the other side, Zhang Tianji was very protective and stopped the frenzied crowd. What are you guys doing? Don't scare Miss Yi. Miss Yi, let me introduce to you. They are all Go players who are going to participate in this master selection tournament. The girl next to my brother is called Tong Kaiwei, the daughter of the Tong clan in the capital. A grade 1 chess player. The strongest and most promising female genius among us to hit the grandmasters. Yi Wushuang nodded slightly, not really caring. Everyone entered a banquet hall for dinner, which was much more crowded, with a few respected old men gathering to talk and others chatting about what to do with the Go stalemate. Yi Wushuang went straight to the dessert area. Zhang Tianji wanted to follow him, but he was pulled aside by his brother for a lecture. There were also people who wanted to get close to Yi Wushuang, but in the end, they all declared defeat because of Yi Wushuang's high and cold character with few words. Yi Wushuang was happy to be free and tasted the small pieces of cut cake one by one over, her brows lightly frowning. She misses Jishan. To be fair, the taste of these cakes has been so much better than the ones on the market. Unfortunately, it was still inferior to Jishan. Buzz. Tong Kaiwei maneuvered her motorized wheelchair to the dessert area. She didn't speak, and neither did Yi Wushuang. When Yi Wushuang thought that Tong Kaiwei had finished fetching the cupcakes and was about to leave, Tong Kaiwei, even with her wheelchair, fell hard on the ground, and the small plate containing the cupcakes also broke. Ping! The crowd looked for the sound and wondered what had happened. Kaiwei, Zhang Tianen, who was lecturing, left his younger brother behind and ran to Tong Kaiwei's side with a nervous expression and hugged Tong Kaiwei in his arms in a princess hug, his tone heartbroken. What's going on? Tong Kaiwei didn't say anything and looked at Yi Wushuang in silence. No emotions in her pupils. Like a weak person who has been bullied so much that he has gotten used to the humiliation and is only numb. Yi Wushuang put down the cake and his sight coldly fell on Tong Kaiwei. This play by Childress. She didn't get it. She and Tong Kaiwei. First, there is no interest involved. Second, there is no former hatred. Not even a circle of people. There is no reason to put on this show. On the contrary, Tong Kaiwei's eyes and reactions were very much like a pervert she had once encountered when she was on a mission. Seeing that Tong Kaiwei kept looking at Yi Wushuang, Zhang Tianen thought that Yi Wushuang was the one who started it all. So he angrily questioned Yi Wushuang. You pushed her? I don't play this kind of low-level tactics. Yi Wushuang continued to eat the cake, not bothering. She wasn't going to use this kind of over-the-top skirmish when she wanted to get her hands on anyone. Brother, MS. Yi shouldn't be able to do this. Zhang Tianji was a bit anxious. Waiter, tune the monitor. Zhang Tianen interrupted his brother sternly and put Tong Kaiwei back on the wheelchair he had righted. The beautiful young man stared viciously at Yi Wushuang, and all the good feelings he had earlier because of the bus matter turned into dark clouds. If anything goes wrong with Kaiwei, I will never let you go. Soon after, the hotel staff presented the surveillance from earlier. But surveillance doesn't mean anything. The camera was blocked by Tong Kaiwei's back and couldn't see the full picture. It could only show Tong Kaiwei falling out with a chair. A chess player said, "The floor is flat. Miss Tong couldn't have fallen by herself. It must be Yi Wushuang's doing." The Tong family has an extraordinary status in Xia, and Tong Kaiwei also has an extraordinary status in the Weiqi world, so it's definitely right to help her. No way. Miss Yi is a heroine who saved a busload of passengers. Zhang Tianji immediately retorted. There's no way his one true love would do such a thing. What hero? Don't forget. She's in the car too. She's saving herself. The chess player pointed at the clothes Yi Wushuang was wearing. And look at the clothes she's wearing. All of them are 50, 100 cheap miscellaneous brands, usually certainly not come to high-end places, and have never seen so many delicious. Another chess player picked up. So she thought MS. Tong would grab dessert from her and accidentally pushed MS. Tong over? They think they have reasoned out the truth. The anger in Zhang Tianen's eyes grew heavier. Zhang Tianji hurriedly said, "No, there's no way she hasn't been to this kind of occasion. She's an alternate chess association grandmaster at the tender age of 18. How could she be short of money? A genius like Yi Wushuang. The local chess association would surely spend a lot of money to vigorously cultivate her. So how could she be wronged?" Chapter 98 Zhang Tianen's hostility. The real culprit in the hand-breaking case. One word, and the whole audience was shocked. What? You're saying Yi Wushuang is an 18-year-old alternate chess association master? MS. Tong is 19 years old and also only a level 1 chess player. She's actually better than MS. Tong? Zhang Tianji nodded. Miss Yi is also the one who was going to participate in this master selection competition. It's really impossible to bully Kaiwei for a piece of cupcake. He looked at Tong Kaiwei again and said anxiously, "Kaiwei, quickly tell us what exactly happened just now. Don't let everyone misunderstand Miss Yi." Everyone looked at Tong Kaiwei, who remained silent, as if she was deaf and dumb. Enough. Zhang Tianen stood in front of Tong Kaiwei, blocking the crowd's probing eyes. Kaiwei had been bullied in the past and had a psychological shadow, so she couldn't withstand being pressed like this. He looked at Yi Wuxuan with hostile eyes. Even if she didn't push, she didn't help Kaiwei up after she fell to the ground. The crowd nodded. Yeah, she's closest to MS Tone, yet she just watches from the sidelines and doesn't help. How cold-blooded. How can such a heartless person be a heroine who saves lives? Surely she's only holding the lighter to save herself, isn't she? If you ask me, she's the one who pushed MS Tone. There's no mistaking it. At that moment, the crowd came up to an old man in a blue tang suit, leaning on a mahogany walking stick with white hair. Alright, all stop arguing. Since Kaiwei isn't seriously hurt and the surveillance has no evidence, you guys shouldn't be in a hurry to put a hat on a little girl. It's out of character for us Go players. His name is Lu Qiankuan, the oldest qualified grandmaster in the Weiqi world, known as Lu Lao to outsiders, and one of the referees of the Weiqi tournament of the Masters Selection Tournament. Lu Qiankuan stopped in front of Yi Wuxuan, and in his gleaming eyes, there was more than a strong appreciation. Becoming an alternate chess association grandmaster at the age of 18 is not easy. What tournament do you play in? The Chess Masters Selection Tournament has 5 sessions. They are Go, Backgammon, Shogi, Chess and Checkers. Lu Qiankuan was the referee of the Go tournament, and knew the information of the participants like the back of his hand. There is no Yi Wuxuan in Go, which means she's from another field. He hoped that Yi Wuxuan was playing chess. Xiangqi, like Weiqi, is an ancient type of chess that originated in Xia, and is a part of the 5,000-year-long culture of Xia chess playing field. Yi Wuxuan advised truthfully. As the words landed, the appreciation in Lu Qiankuan's eyes disappeared as much as it could, turning into anger as he gripped his mahogany walking stick and pounded the ground heavily. What kind of behavior is it to run off to learn something from foreigners instead of learning your own country's type of chess? And to be promoted to Candidate Chess Association Grandmaster at such a young age? It is because of the existence of people like you who worship the foreigners that our traditional culture is declining more and more. You are not welcome at the banquet of the Go tournament. Get out. No matter what kind of chess you play, it requires strong logical and abstract thinking skills. If Yi Wuxuan could put the energy he put into learning backgammon into learning Go, his achievement would definitely not be low. But she chose to learn the foreigners thing. Really disappointed Lu Qiankuan pain. If you're not welcome, you're not welcome. Our little sister Xiaoshuan doesn't even care to be here. Hu Dong, who had finished his extra shift, came over with a cigarette in his mouth and accused Lu Qiankuan. Old man, how do you control the sky and the earth and peoples and farts? Is there a law that says no one in Xia is allowed to learn backgammon? Xiaoshuan, let's go. Ignore them. Hu Dong pulled Yi Wuxuan's arm and walked out of the hotel. Wait. Zhang Tianji chased out and stopped the two, apologizing. Elder Lu didn't mean to say anything about Miss Yi. He was mainly too upset about the current state of the Go community that he mouthed off. I'll apologize to Miss Yi for him. Unwilling to what? Huden asked. He doesn't know Go, and he doesn't usually observe that. He's too focused on the case. Zhang Tianji sighed. Since the reform and opening up, Xia has bordered the international world, giving birth to a group of people who take pride in speaking English and make it fashionable to learn foreign things. Their blind worship squeezes Xia's own traditional culture into a corner. Take the game of Go. You may not know that the best group of people playing Go nowadays are surprisingly from the eastern island nation of Sakura. This tournament's Go tournament featured a talented Sakura Nation player named Shota Yamamoto, an 18-year-old alternate Go Association Grandmaster. He has participated in many international Go tournaments and won many awards, and in every interview, he mocks Xia for not having a single capable fighter. It says that if Xia's ancestors had known that the chess they invented had been mastered by the Sakura country, they would have been so angry that they would have uncovered their coffins, and would have wanted to go back to the beginning and just commit suicide to put an end to such a disgraceful progeny. It sounds like it owes a beating. Hudong took a drag on his cigarette, his expression despondent. That's why Lu Lao is so pained that Xia people don't learn Go. Zhang Tianji was helpless. Alright, Xiao Shuang's sister and I won't get on his bad side. You go back. We'll jerk off too. Hudong stuffed Yi Wuxuan into the police car. Entering the car, Yi Wuxuan realized that there were 3 people in the car. One was He Chang, Hudong's girlfriend, sitting on the passenger side. One was a fat cop under Hudong, sitting in the back row with a little girl in her early teens. The little girl was a pretty girl, with dark eyes, wearing a cheap pink floral dress, and her wrists were bare and showed signs of having been slashed. Sure Xiaoye, Sure Jiefan's daughter. Hudong sat in the driver's seat and explained to Yi Wuxuan. Her father was detained for 15 days. Her daughter had no one to take care of her, and her mother died some years ago, so she had to be taken care of by us temporarily. The house I rented with He Ching is too small. There is no place for her to sleep. and there is no place for Fatty to live in the dormitory. So we agreed to let Xiaoyu go to the hotel with you for a few days and nights, and just send her to the police station during the day. Sure. Xiaoya timidly looked at Yi Wushuang. Aha. Yi Wushuang nodded. Go, jerk off. Hudong stepped on the gas. 5-star hotels. Carrying a small red suitcase, Zhang Tianen followed Tong Kaiwei's motorized wheelchair to the VIP room he had booked in advance. He opened the door and let Tong Kaiwei in, then placed the suitcase on the table. Before leaving, he half-crouched in front of the wheelchair, calling his good-looking face extremely serious and deep. Call me if you need anything. Call me if you're upset. I'll always be there for you, okay? Well, thank you brother Tianen. Tong Kaiwei nodded, her voice gentle. Only then did Zhang Tianen leave. After he left, Tong Kaiwei opened the combination lock of the small suitcase and placed the contents, one by one, on the desk. They were 10 cylindrical glass bottles filled with formalin, each with a severed hand soaking inside, paired 2 by 2. There are men and women who break their hands to see the bones, old and young to see the shapes, and on top of each bottle, the corresponding name is labeled. The way Tong Kaiwei looked at them was like she was admiring the highest level of artwork. Mesmerized and fascinated, she picked up a bottle with Shi Xiaoya written on it and rubbed it lightly on her cheek, just like a lover, with a gentle voice. You guys are my lucky charms and will help me defeat Shota Yamamoto, right? After a few moments of ear-to-ear contact, she put down the bottle and said coldly, Fu, Missy. The bodyguard waiting in the room answered. Since South Border City Police Captain Hudong is so interested in the severed hand case, let's give them a little credit now. Chapter 99. A daughter in the neighborhood is growing up, powerful, mountainous, and worldly. Hudong brought Yi Wushuang and the others and walked into a deserted late-night snack stall to order food. The fragrant smell of roasted meat invaded everyone's nostrils. Sparing Yi Wushuang, who had eaten some cake earlier, was hooked into a few appetites. The first batch of kebabs were served and the two men feasted on them. Shi Xiaoya sat down in a regular manner and quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing this, He Qing jerked the skewer with his left hand and took out a skewer with his right hand and fed it to Shi Xiaoya's mouth. Hungry? The poor little girl had her hand cut off and had a hard time eating without being fed. Shi Xiaoya didn't dare to eat it, but looked at Hudong, waiting for the police captain's order. Eat? Why are you looking at me? Do I look like someone who doesn't feed children? Hudong asked the fat policeman, his eyes glaring. Like. The fat cop nodded. Asterisk. Q. A few people laughed and cursed, and Shi Xiaoya was less nervous. After a while, the second batch of kebabs came out of the oven, and the owner put them on the counter and called out to Hudong and the others to come and get them. Wait a minute. Hudong was arm wrestling with the fat cop, his face red. He Qing is feeding Shi Xiaoya a drink. I'll go fetch it. Yi Wushuang spoke in a calm tone, stood up and walked into the store. The moment she entered the store, a group of muscular, tattooed, burly men ran down the alley next to the stall. They carried long narrow machetes in their hands and slashed at Hudong's back. Hudong, watch out! He Qing shouted. Thanks to the fact that Hudong, as a police officer, has not practiced a lot of fighting, lying on the table to avoid the attack. Get up and wrestle with the gang. The fat cop joined the fight, while He Qing protected Shi Xiaoya and hid to the side. Everything changes in an instant. The opponents were numerous and armed. Hudong and the fat policeman were quickly subdued, and He Qing and Shi Xiaoya were also surrounded by the villains. Captain Hu, the flower-armed man in the lead, rested his machete by Hudong's neck and narrowed his eyes. You investigated a case you shouldn't have. Would I be better off cutting off one of your ears? Or chop off one of your fingers? Who sent you? Hudong's face showed anger. He hadn't offended many people over the years investigating and handling cases, but no one had dared to lay their hands on a police officer so blatantly. What do you care if the old man is dash? Before the words were finished, Yi Wushuang appeared in the doorway, her head lowered as she slowly placed the kebab plate on the table, not even looking at the crowd. Neon lights fell in starry brilliance on her curled lashes as she trailed off. Let go of them. The icy tone of the command grabbed the ears of everyone present. Hudong shouted at the top of his voice. Run, Sister Xiaoshuang. How is it that the always timid, thin-armed little sister next door doesn't run away when things go wrong, but instead screams at the evil one? There could be a dozen or so vicious bad guys here. The man with the flower arm gave a heave, carrying the machete, and walked to Yi Wushuang. His other hand directly grabbed at Yi Wushuang's neck. His tone was contemptuous. Little is pretty wild? Without waiting for him to touch Yi Wushuang dodged to the backside without expression, quickly reached out and counterlocked his neck, pulling downward violently. Boo! The flower-armed man's head hit the table hard enough to knock a large gaping hole in the cheap table made of wood-chip pressed plywood, and the whole thing bowed over, his brain buzzing and ears ringing. The whole thing seems to have been done in the blink of an eye. I told you to let go of them. Didn't you hear me? Yi Wuxiang stood still and looked down at him, her beautiful black pupils hostility rising. The fat cop's eyes went straight. Did Team Hu's sister turn out to be so cool? The man with the flower arm, however, did not feel tugged. He only had a humiliating anger inside him of being beaten by a woman, and raised his machete to swing at Yi Wuxiang's neck. Yi Wuxiang took a step back to dodge it. The man with the flower arm chased after him and raised his hand to slash Yi Wuxiang's shoulder further down. Yi Wuxiang grabbed the flower-armed man's arm and flipped his wrist with a twist. Ah! The flower-armed man's 5 fingers spread out in pain, and the machete slid to the ground with a clunking movement. Yi Wuxiang let go of his hand, raised his leg high and stomped on the flower-arm man's face, stomping the flower-arm man back and forth, knocking down a piece of table, chair and bench. Seeing this, the surrounding strong men looked at each other and surrounded them with machetes raised. Yi Wuxiang looked as normal. Her toes pointed upwards to hook the machete that the flower-armed man had left near her, reaching out to grip it and raise it to block. Miso. The blades clashed. For the next 10 minutes, Hu Dong, He Chang, the fat policeman, and Shi Xiaoye were dumbfounded as they watched Yi Wuxiang see the moves and wait for the opportunity to counterattack, kicking the group of burly men down one by one. Fat cop, excuse me, am I in a movie theater watching a Hollywood action blockbuster? He Chang, it could also be a Shangjiang kung fu movie. Huden, a daughter in the neighborhood. Shi Xiaoye, powerful and powerful. She felt that big sister Yi Wuxiang was as powerful as the king of Western Chu in the TV series. Well said. Hu Dong finished patting Shi Xiaoye's shoulder and dialed the police station. It didn't take long for a group of police officers to press the burly man into the police car. He Chang, you send my sister and Shi Xiaoye to the hotel. I'll take Fatty back to interrogate them. Hu Dong left. Okay. He Ching drove and sent Yi Wuxiang and Shi Xiaoye towards a business hotel. On the way, He Ching was worried that today's events would scare the younger Shi Xiaoye, so he detached himself. Luna is so brave. She hasn't been crying. Isn't she scared? A normal child would have cried like hell if he had encountered such a thing. Scared duck. Shi Xiaoye smiled purely and innocently. But there's no use crying, right? After having her hands cut off, she cried and cried and cried. But no amount of tears could make the hands grow back. It only made her dad more upset. If that's the case, why don't you take the time to cry and use it for something else? This answer caused He Ching to fall into silence. It also made Yi Wuxiang lift his eyes and look at Shi Xiaoye one more time. Business hotels do not have 5-star hotels' luxury atmosphere, but the good thing is that it is clean and tidy, well equipped. Yi Wuxiang and Shi Xiaoye slept under the same blanket without much communication. The former is high-strung, the latter is timid. The next day, Yi Wuxiang woke up and washed up, and Shi Xiaoye didn't stay in bed. The temperature was lower in the morning, so Shi Xiaoye used her bare arm, clamped the chain head, and struggled to unzip her backpack, then struggled to remove a jacket. The jacket was a button-down shirt she'd bought before, and with Dad away, she had to button it herself. She squeezed and pushed, and a few minutes passed without being able to snap one. Just about to give up, Yi Wuxiang half squatted in front of her, her slender and beautiful fingers fastening all the buttons for her, her delicate face waveless. Thank you, sister. Shi Xiaoye reddened. It was nice of her dad to give her sister a hard time, and it was nice of her to help her get dressed when she herself was intruding on her sister's personal world. Come with me to the police station. Yi Wuxiang pulled out the rune card. The two ride to the police station, where Hu Dong and He Ching happened to come over to work. Coming? Hu Dong yawned. Sleep deprived. I interrogated those guys until midnight yesterday and didn't spit out a single word. Pissed me off. Just proceed with the trial today. Xiao Yu, come here. He Chang picked up Shi Xiaoye and said towards Yi Wuxiang, get your ass to the opening ceremony of the Masters Selection Contest. Don't be late. Chapter 100. Yi Wuxiang has more interview value than Tong Kaiwei. After Yi Wuxiang left, Hu Dong, He Chang, and Shi Xiaoye walked into the police station. Fatty, where are the gang from yesterday? Let's continue the trial. Hu Dong was full of energy. The fat cop came over with a complicated look. Bailed out. What? Who bailed them out? Who let them go? Hu Dong turned to look around at his colleagues, his expression angry and puzzled. Team Hu, He Chang, and Fatty, the chief is calling you. A police officer came over. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief as they placed Shi Xiaoye in her place and walked into the director's room. The chief of the South Border City Police Department was a male in his 50s with an imposing face and a number of medals on his uniform. Chief, the three men saluted. In unison. It's been a long time since you, the Iron Triangle, took a vacation, hasn't it? The director sounded concerned. What do you mean? I've booked you a 7-day tour of the North Sea, so pack your bags and get out there. There's such a good thing? Fatty rejoiced. Hu Dong wrinkled his eyebrows. I have a broken hand case on my hands. Can I go after I finish it? No, the ticket is for 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the case can be put to someone else. The director smiled. Hodon was silent. Director of the past days hate him as a production team donkey to call. There is no reason to let him 7 days of long vacation for no reason, but also booked tours, booked flights. There must be a demon when things go wrong. It should be related to the case of the severed hand. He moved a little. The director did not allow him to check. He secretly check he into this business, to stand up to the uniform on the body. Alright, public traveling is cool. We'll leave this afternoon. Hudong hung back and turned to leave. Hudong, the director called out to his most favored and beloved general, his expression grave and punctilious. There are some people you can't afford to offend. That was the Tong family of the capital. The Tong family that could crush Hudong into powder with the move of a finger. I know. Hudong's voice was lazy. His footsteps did not stop, but his eyes became more and more determined. Tian Yuan Street, Chess World Building. This is where the Masters Selection Tournament is held, and the red carpet stretches from the entrance all the way to the street. A bunch of reporters gathered at the door. Unlike the paparazzi reporters, they were regular TV reporters, and this contest would be simulcast on TV. Among them were 4 other journalists from the Sakura country. Reporters had signs around their necks with filming permits for 5 different venues. Every time a chess player stepped on the red carpet, a reporter would take pictures and record footage. Slightly famous chess players will also be hounded by journalists asking questions. When Jiang Tianen pushed Tong Kai-wei had a small red suitcase on her lap, and the two of them appeared on the red carpet with Jiang Tianji behind them. The group of reporters stirred up. The twin stars of the Jiang family and the talented female chess player of the Tong family are here. Go and interview them. They swarmed up and briefly interviewed the twins before focusing on Tong Kai-wei. Ms. Tong, do you think you can break through and take the master title in one fell swoop? Are you sure you can defeat Shota Yamamoto of Sakura Nation? What would you like to say about Shota Yamamoto's pre-match international putdown that you wouldn't last 70 steps in front of him? Have you done any specialized replay training for Shota Yamamoto? Tong Kai-wei smiled and answered their questions in a very polite manner, attracting the reporters' inner feelings. It's really worthy of being a young lady from a wealthy family in the capital. At the same time, it is also very regrettable. If only Tong Kai-wei did not have a disability, she would certainly have made a greater creation if she hadn't been disabled. In the midst of the buzzing excitement, a reporter in charge of filming go poked the reporter in charge of rowing backgammon and raised an eyebrow. How about it? Are you envious of our Go community? Having such a young and talkative 19-year-old first-class female Go player? Tong Kai-wei is, without a doubt, admired by the outside world. She comes from a large family, but was in a tragic car accident and left disabled. She didn't sink because of this. Instead, she focused on Go and became a well-known talented female Go player in Xia. It is important to realize that women are disadvantaged when it comes to chess, because chess requires a calm and rational brain, and women, in turn, tend to be emotional creatures. When you look at the global rankings of the top players in all types of chess, there really aren't many women. It's really rare and inspirational that Tong Kai-wei is able to stand ace a woman at the age of 19 after experiencing disability from a car accident and is still able to stand as tall as she is now. Many textbooks on Go have featured her on the cover, which shows her status in the Go community. The backgammon reporter who was cued by the Go reporter lazily looked at Tong Kai-wei. Yes. I'm envious that you have such an awesome 19-year-old level 1 female Go player in your Go community. Unlike our chess world, where there is only one 18-year-old female alternate grandmaster. While the grandmaster played chess, he only won a street dance championship, a racing championship, an Olympiad championship, an accompanying championship, and a monthly examination championship. Just by the way, Go reporter, wait, I seem to be experiencing hearing loss. Say that again? A low-profile cab, parked at the red carpet entrance. Yi Wushuang, who was wearing a duck-tongued cap, leaned out. Miss Yi Wushuang, Yi is here. The backgammon reporter howled. The reporters instantly focused on Yi Wushuang. Even the person who interviewed Tong Kai-wei earlier replaced the interview target and approached Yi Wushuang. Ms. Yi, are you sure you have what it takes to take the title of backgammon master? Netizens are wondering how you manage to be so versatile while not deserting your studies. Which college are you planning to apply to for your college entrance exam? How did you meet Lin Jiangxian, a big name in photography? I'm not interviewing you. I just want your autograph. Tong Kai-wei is a genius in the world of Go. Yi Wushuang was different. She's pretty much an all-around genius, and younger than Tong Kai-wei. Do you need to be reminded of who to focus on and who is more valuable to interview? Facing the heavy questions from the reporters, Yi Wushuang didn't say a word, put his hands in his pockets, rubbed shoulders with the Jiang family twins and Tong Kai-wei, and walked into the building, not bothering to pay attention to anyone. Holy! Reporter slapped his thigh and suddenly reacted. This dress, Isn't it the heroine who saved all the passengers of South Sea 1226 yesterday? Yi Wushuang is really absolute. In the middle of the red carpet, Zhang Tianji's amber-like pupils shone. My true love turned out to be so powerful. Ha! Even more powerful. He's still a cold-blooded animal. Zhang Tianen pushed Tong Kaiwei inside. No one noticed that the decent smile on Tong Kaiwei's face dispersed. Her eyes became colder and colder, and her hand squeezing the red suitcase became tighter and tighter. Within an hour or so, all the players and referees for the tournament had arrived, except for the much-anticipated Shota Yamamoto opening ceremony launch. The opening ceremony looked no different from a proper press conference, with speeches and congratulations from 5 representatives of the judges from the 5 circuits. The representative of the referee for the Go tournament was Lu Qiankuan, who had previously reprimanded Yi Wushuang. Of the remaining 4, Yi Wushuang did not recognize any of them, only knowing that they were all veteran grandmasters of the relevant chess varieties. Chapter 101, Arresting Tong Kaiwei. The opening ceremony was followed by the first stage of the competition, points round-robin system. The remaining players in each of the 5 tournaments, with the exception of their respective alternate chess association masters, will play a 2-day round-robin tournament. At the end of the round-robin, the group with the most points advances to face off against the masters-in-waiting. The final winner is the new grandmaster of the corresponding game. Under the guidance of the staff, the participants were diverted to the 5 main courses. Those who remained in the opening hall were all alternate masters who exchanged pleasantries and intended to go to the arena to watch the matches, and in the meantime, figure out who was likely to be the dark horse, and then practice against the dark horse. Yi Wushuang did not have this idea. She left the building and returned to the business hotel, where she found Shi Xiaoye standing in front of the hotel, watching a group of children playing with a pickleball not far away with envious eyes. The ball rolled to Shi Xiaoye's feet, and she bent down, picked it up with her crippled arms, and handed it to the children, who ran over to her with a wide smile. Here, the kids freaked out when they saw she didn't have hands, grabbed the ball and ran, yelling, "Run! There's a monster with no hands here. It's so scary and disgusting." The reaction of her peers caused Shi Xiaoye to freeze in place, tears coming to her eyes unexpectedly. She wiped her tears with her bare wrist, warning herself as she cried, "You can't cry, Shi Xiaoye, you can't cry." But the more I did, the more the tears flowed. She was, in the end, still just a young girl in her early teens. Yi Wushuang thought that Shi Xiaoye probably needed a hug. She picked Shi Xiaoye up and headed inside the hotel. The warm embrace stopped Shi Xiaoye's tears, and she also heard Yi Wushuang say in a cool tone, "You're not a monster." The volume was not loud, but there was a power that exceeded the volume many times over, entering Shi Xiaoye's heart. Back, Hudong was smoking a cigarette on the hospitality couch on the first floor, and when he saw her return, he stood up with an apologetic face. "There's been a change in the case, so I'm going to have to trouble you to look after Luna a little more today." He was not at liberty to reveal to his neighbor's sister exactly how it had changed. Good. Yi Wushuang didn't ask too many questions and took Shi Xiaoye upstairs. As soon as she entered the room, Shi Xiaoye opened her book bag and took out many colored pencil drawings, gazing at them intently. Yi Wushuang walked over and realized that all the drawings on it were of Tong Kaiwei. "Sister Tong Kaiwei is my idol." Oh. Shi Xiaoye spoke in a low voice. By chance, she saw a live match between Tong Kaiwei and someone else on TV. She thought this big sister was so strong and awesome, and was also first attracted to Go and officially entered the Go world. She hadn't realized that she was so talented in Go, but she was a little upset every time she was hailed as a genius girl who could possibly surpass Tong Kaiwei. In her heart, Sister Tong was the best. Her greatest wish was to play against Sister Tong once, yet before her wish was realized, her hand was. In the past, I only thought that Sister Tong was stronger than the average girl, and when I was disabled myself, I realized that being strong turned out to be so difficult, and I understood more and more how valuable Sister Tong's character was. Shi Xiaoye stroked Tong Kaiwei in the painting, her tone firm. "I also want to learn from Sister Tong and never give in to defeat and resignation." Downstairs, Hudong looked at He Cheng and then at Fatty. "I'm not going on the Beihai tour. I'm going to get to the bottom of the severed hand case. Shi Xiaoye is so young, and her father, Shi Jiafeng, even kowtowed to me several times before he was detained. I can't just sit back and do nothing." Saying it as if I would sit back and do nothing, He Cheng stood up. Fatty nodded. "Then the 3 of us will check it out ourselves." The trio returned to the small house rented by Huden and taped photos of related tasks to the wall, listing the network of relationships. At that moment, Huden took a call from a fellow traveler. "Team Hu, I did find a few similar cases of severed hands in our side of the police station, and the victims were all Go players, and all had their hands cut off during the tournament as well. I've emailed you their names and identities, and the Go tournaments they've played in." The trio acted to identify the participants in each game. determine the overlapping players in those games, and then sift through the backgrounds of the identities of the overlapping players. In the end, the answer is clear. The murderer is Tong Kai-wei. Except for the Tong family, Tong Kai-wei, the rest of the people are ordinary people who can't do anything but cover the sky. The Child family is different. In the capital city of Xia, besides the Ji family that stood at the tip of the pyramid, the Tong family was in the second echelon if the mansions were divided into echelons downwards. The family industry involves pharmaceuticals and medical machinery, with an annual revenue of up to $10 billion. It turns out that this case is not difficult to investigate, but no one dares to check. It's, Fatty said as an afterthought. He Ching took a deep breath. The victims have one thing in common, they are all expected to defeat the most popular Tong Kai-wei when they play against each other. Go catch Tong Kai-wei. Hudong put on his jacket. The police department didn't dare offend the Tong family and wouldn't arrest Tong Kai-wei, so they had to go on their own. The trio arrived at the Chess World building, flashed their police IDs and went in bright and early. Tong Kai-wei happened to finish her game with someone, holding the red suitcase and maneuvering her wheelchair to the unoccupied chess room to review the game. Ms. Tong. Hudong walked in with He Ching and Little Fatty. Seeing that the visitors were them, Tong Kai-wei lowered her head and repeated the chess game to herself. The long, straight black hairstyle made her look quiet and well-behaved. Like the girl next door pure, you guys still check me out. That statement, and the admission of guilt no doubt. She recognized the calmness, the dryness, the recognition as if she hadn't chopped someone's hand off, just taken a delicate little fork and cut a few pieces of cake. Such a breezy attitude caused Hudong to question in a deep voice. Do you know how hard it is for those people whose hands you cut off to live now? And, Childress's head tilted, no guilt on her face, like a Barbie doll in a toy store, sitting in the window, not moving. Hudongji squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Sure, Xiaoye is only 10 years old. How can you bear to lay hands on her? Isn't it more important to strengthen education at 10 to avoid her growing crooked? Tong Kai-wei leaned back in her wheelchair. Long crooked. What does that mean? Fatty couldn't figure it out. Tong Kai-wei's eyes grew gloomy. Tong Kai-wei, practiced ballet hard since I was a child, but I was disabled in a car accident, and I am the most unfortunate person in this world. If God owes me, someone should make it up to me. Go is the only skill I have left, and if some people don't know how to be kind and try to take away the prestige and attention I deserve, then I will help him to be kind and choose the most correct path for him. Is there a problem? The reason why she went after Yi Wuxuang at the 5-star hotel was also because Yi Wuxuang's appearance stole all her attention, leaving her alone and alone around her. Hudong didn't expect Tong Kai-wei to be normal as he asked, "Where did you throw them after you cut off their hands?" "This is physical evidence. Here it is." Childress graciously opened the red leather case and randomly removed the bottle soaked with formalin breakers and rubbed it gently against her face. "Well, aren't they pretty? I'm the one who even takes them with me in the shower." Hudong made a move to grab it, but he didn't realize that a group of flower-armed men had quietly appeared behind him. Flower-armed man sprayed unknown mist. Hudong, He Chang, small fat, all unconscious and fell to the ground, but also in their bodies searched for a tape recorder is recording. Ms. Child, did they kill or bury them? The flower-armed man destroys the recorder. There's no rush. Tong Kai-wei tenderly stroked the bottle. When I finish the race, I'll make specimens of them myself. She does need to add a couple of cute new amulets too. Chapter 102. He was really disappointed to the extreme with Yi Wuxuang. Time flies. The next day, Yi Wuxuang sends Shi Xiaoye to the police station, but learns that Hudong, He Chang and Fatty are on vacation for a trip. She frowned. When Hudong handed Shi Xiaoye over to her yesterday, he said help today, not help for the next few days. The three of them didn't look like they were going out on a trip at the time. What's more, Hudong had made a public statement that he would help Shi Xiaoye find the real culprit of the severed hand, so with his upright nature he wouldn't leave it halfway. Something is not right about this. Yi Wuxuan opened his cell phone and contacted Hudong, but found that he could not be contacted no matter what. She simply brought Shi Xiaoye and went to Hudong and He Ching's residence. It was a small, separate house, and through the windows and half-open curtains, you could see the clues reasoning on the walls. The word Tong Kai-wei was circled several times. Sister Tong? Shi Xiaoye also saw the words, but she didn't know what that meant. Yi Wuxuan's eyes were sharp and his pupils swept through cold aura. It seems that Hudong, He Chang, and Fatty have found out who the real culprit is in the severed hand case. What about them? Buzz. Yi Wuxuan's cell phone vibrated, indicating that there was a new email in the mailbox, and the sender was Hudong. Sister Xiaoshuang, this is a timed 24-hour posting email. I've taken Yi Ching and Fatty to catch Tong Kai-wei. She's the murderer of the severed hand case. If you receive this email, it means we are in distress. Please help us call the police. This is the backhand Hudong left behind. The citizens of the city of South Border are most concerned during this time than the chess world's quadrennial grandmaster selection. Yi Wuxiang was also the youngest female master-in-waiting, and the trend was even more prevalent than Tong Kaiwei. She vocalizes, more than anything else. Yi Wuxiang stared at the mail, and a touch of fury swept across her stunningly beautiful face. It turned out that Hudong, He Chang and Fatty, is not a vacation, but the investigation should not be investigated, was disguised suspension. But these three men insisted on checking it out, and found out who the murderer was, went looking for him, and ended up in danger. Yi's sister, Shi Xiaoye timidly shouted, I have to take care of one thing. Is it okay for you to stay alone in the hotel? Yi Wuxiang asked her. With the Tong family's family background, even if she went to the police, she would be dealt with coldly, and only she could solve the problem herself. Aha! Shi Xiaoye nodded vigorously. She'll be a good girl and stay at the hotel. Chess World Building. The Go Tournament. Tong Kaiwei defeated her opponent, looked at the scoreboard showing all wins, and entered her own separate lounge to prepare for the interview. The moment she closed the door, Yi Wuxiang, who was hiding in the doorway, wearing a duck-tongued cap and with his hands wrapped around his chest all cold, also appeared in front of her. Yi Wuxiang, how did you get in here? This big change startled Tong Kaiwei. After all, she was the only one who had the door-opening card for the separate lounge. Yi Wuxiang did not reply. She was an assassin who could infiltrate even the heavily guarded presidential palace, let alone the tiny chess world building. She walked to Tong Kaiwei and directly pinched Tong Kaiwei's neck. Her tone as cold as the ice of the extreme east. Where are they? Death is the best agent for spitting truth. Clang. The lounge door was squeezed open. Reporters rushed in with recording equipment, yelling MS. Tong, but eventually turned into MS. Yi. No one expected such a scene in the independent lounge. The female genius of the Go tournament is being choked by the female genius of the backgammon tournament. This is too powerful. Returning reporters clicked photos. Where are they? I can't understand. Tong Kaiwei's face turned red from being pinched, and she struggled to spit out a sentence. MS. Yi. What happened? Jiang Tianji ran in, both eyes confused. Kaiwei. Jiang Tianan also ran in, and when he saw Yi Wuxiang treating his beloved woman like this, his clear and handsome face was furious as he shouted, Yi Wuxiang, let Mining Wei go. Yi Wuxiang did let go of Tong Kaiwei, not because of Jiang Tianan, but it was clear that in this situation now, it was useless to directly kill Tong Kaiwei. This group of reporters were in too much of a hurry to disrupt her plans by rushing in for an interview when it was clearly 5 minutes away. With a cold face, she pressed her duck-tongue hat and intended to turn around and leave, but she was shouted at by Tong Kaiwei. Cough cough. Yi Wuxiang, you are looking for your neighbor's brother Hudong, who is a police captain, and his girlfriend and subordinate, right? Tong Kaiwei covered her neck and coughed. Yi Wuxiang stopped in his tracks. Tong Kaiwei took out an item. Here is a blackmail letter written to me by Hudong, who, together with his girlfriend and subordinates, used his official position to come to the chess world building, stole a photo of me changing clothes, and demanded $10 million from me. I was worried about the damage to my reputation, so I transferred $10 million to him, and at this moment, they should have fled with the money, and I don't know where they went. Jiang Tianan opened the letter, and after reading the contents of the letter, his whole body was furious, itching to kill Yi Wuxiang with his eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked Yi Wuxiang, Kaiwei, in the end, where have you offended you? Let you one steal her photos to extort 10 million from her, one in the banquet to push her down regardless. Just now also choked her neck. You are trying to kill her. Tong Kaiwei is Jiang Tianan's white moonlight, while the women around him were either wearing Prada or Louis Vuitton to major celebrity dinners. Only Tong Kaiwei was practicing her chess game in a quiet corner. The moonlight poured over her face. She was serious, focused, and out of place in the paper around her. She was in a wheelchair, but the accident didn't limit her progress, and soon after, she managed to make newspaper headlines by winning the Xia Junior Go Championship. She is so tough, so strong, so different, so indomitable. But such a good girl was bullied and hurt like this by Yi Wuxiang and the people around her. The rest of the Go field rushed over and made accusations. Why is Yi Wuxiang bullying Miss Tong again? I have a guess. Did Yi Wuxiang come to Miss Tong because he didn't get a share of the spoils? It's highly likely that she'll be better off with a neighborly brother like that. I told you she pushed MS Tong down on purpose before. MS Tong is the hope of the new generation of Go players in the Go world. Tomorrow is the final match with the alternate Go Association Masters. We must protect her well. We still need to rely on her to defeat Shota Yamamoto. Reporters rushed to record these remarks. Lu Qiankuan Lu Lao walked in on his crutches. He angrily scolded Yi Wuxiang and reached out to point to the door. Get out! He was really disappointed to the extreme with Yi Wuxiang. Jiang Tianji looked left and right and hurriedly pulled Yi Wuxuang away. It was not a good ending to stay any longer. Ms. Yi, I believe you are innocent because your eyes are clean. Eyes are the windows of the soul. Your heart must be clean too. Jiang Tianji's tone was serious. He came from a famous family. He had seen a lot of sordid things amongst the gentry. Yi Wuxuang must not be the type of person that his brother was talking about. Thank you. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Yi Wuxuang did not stay long and hurriedly left the building. More than her being driven to suspicion, the priority was to find the three Hudongs. A mother and son passed by Yi Wuxuang. The son has tattooed flower arms in the same pattern as the man who raided them that night at the Big Lots. The mother grabbed her son's ear. Brat, who told you to get a tattoo of the Tiandi gang? These people in the southern border city of God. Evil. Give money to do anything. You tattoo this thing is not to my mother shame? Yi Wuxuang suddenly stopped in his tracks. South Border City does not belong to the central and southern province, but due to its proximity to the central and southern province, the Black Man Gang has also developed a lot of business in this area. In terms of seniority, the Black Man Gang is greater than the Tiandi Gang. Chapter 103, Shi Xiaoye's painting. Yi Wuxuang's determination. Sprinting for a gold medal. Yi Wuxuang took out his cell phone to contact Bai Jinwu. The call was quickly answered. Bai Jinwu had a respectful attitude. Gang master, what are your orders? Yi Wuxuang's tone was icy. Do you know the Tiandi Gang in South Border City? These guys are connected to Tong Kaiwei. So if we find them, we can follow the trail and find Hudong, He Chang, and Fatty. Bai Jinwu, I know. I've fought them before. They're all lowlife scum. After they were crushed by Black Mang, they can only roam like rats in South Border City. Do you have something for them? Yi Wuxuang, my friend was captured by people from the Tiandi Gang. When her mother, Li Chunlan, first gave birth to her in childbirth, it was Auntie Wang who went out of her way to peddle a tricycle to take Li Chunlan to the town hospital, which saved Li Chunlan's life and hers. Hudong is Auntie Wang's son, and is a law enforcement officer who is just and upright, so she should save him as a matter of course. On the other end of the phone, Bai Jinwu was silent for a moment. His tone grave. Please tell us in detail. Gang master. Yi Wuxuang told Bai Jinwu about the broken hand case. He huffed backward. With Tong Kaiwei's cruelty, I'm afraid your friend has. No, they are still alive. A certainty swept through Yi Wuxuang's dark eyes. Tong Kaiwei is a psychologically twisted pervert who behaves logically and differently from normal people. From the perspective of criminal psychology, a number of consecutive crimes, she has entered a state of obsession, and will not easily spare the three Hudong. They are safe until the Masters Selection Tournament is over. After the Masters Selection Tournament, it's a different story, because at that time, Tong Kaiwei will have time to deal with Hudong. Gang Master also knows criminal psychology? Bai Jinwu was taken aback, just idly flipping through the relevant books. Yi Wuxuang's red lips lightly opened. People like Tong Kaiwei belong to the category of people who have tasted the sweetness of wanton crime and are evolving from simple cruelty to bloody perversion. So when does the Master Selection Tournament end? Bai Jinwu asked. Tomorrow. I've already notified the members of the Black Man clan in Southern Border City to search for the remaining members of the Tiandi clan, and I myself will head to Southern Border City with my close associates, digging up the ground to find my friend, the clan leader, even if I have to. End of call. Yi Wuxuang returned to the business hotel. When she returned, Shi Xiaoye was holding a watercolor pencil between her arms, painstakingly drawing the outline of a female face on a piece of paper. Seeing her, Shi Xiaoye hurriedly turned the paper over. Her face flushed red, probably because she felt that her drawings were too ugly to look at. Yi Wuxuang moved his eyes away. It's not hard to guess that Shi Xiaoye is drawing Tong Kaiwei to motivate herself. I just don't know how she'll break down when she learns that Tong Kaiwei is the one who cut off her hands. In the afternoon, a bombshell news story filled the city of Southland. Hu Dong, captain of the South Border City Police Department, disappears after joining forces with two of his colleagues to extort $10 million from Tong Kaiwei, a talented female chess player in the capital. It was found that Hu Dong's bank card, indeed more than 10 million transfers. This has caused outrage. Tong Kaiwei, a girl, is so physically disabled. Hu Dong is a law enforcement officer, but also did this kind of unscrupulous things. Simply more than. The police chief immediately said the three men were removed and wanted. The media didn't fail to report on Yi Wuxuang's choking Tong Kaiwei, and emphasized that Yi Wuxuang and Hu Dong were neighbors. Regarding whether Yi Wuxuang was involved in the extortion case and whether he had a share of the spoils, the media had no evidence and did not dare to say anything. But with this network of relationships all out there, it's inevitable that some of them will envision it in a bad light. Night. Yi Wuxuang closed her eyes. It was hard for her to sleep without the accompanying sleeping machine Ji Shun by her side. Shi Xiaoye didn't sleep either. She thought that Yi Wuxuang had fallen asleep and lightly got out of bed, turned on the small desk lamp and continued to draw on the paper. Yi Wuxiang slowly opened his eyes. Has this girl already worshipped Tong Kaiwei to the point where she needs to paint all night? Until sunrise in the east, Shi Xiaoye was painting. In the middle of the day, her stomach rumbled with hunger, and she looked back at Yi Wuxiang who was sleeping on the bed, and after thinking about it, she still endured her hunger to paint, and didn't call out to Yi Wuxiang. At the point when it was time to get up, Yi Wuxiang got out of bed to wash up and said to Shi Xiaoye, I'm competing today, so follow me to the chess tournament. Hudong's whereabouts are unknown, and Shi Jiefang is still squatting in the police station, so no one can take care of Shi Xiaoye except her, and she can only be taken to the chess world building. Aha! Shi Xiaoye nodded her head. Then with a red face, she cupped her stump with the work she had drawn all night and handed it to Yi Wuxiang, her dark and big eyes full of anticipation. In our old country, there is a custom of blessing people with paintings. I have painted a picture of my sister, if she doesn't mind. The complete painting appeared under Yi Wuxiang's eyes. It's a portrait of a young girl with a ducktail hat, wearing a white shirt and black jeans. Honestly, it's a terrible drawing. Because of the lack of hands, the character lines are crooked. The features are even more outrageous, and Yi Wuxiang cannot be said to be completely consistent, can only be said to be irrelevant. I also don't know if I studied with the abstractionists or the fauvists. Even so, the artist has taken great care to fill in the details. The unknown icon on the ducktail hat and the teardrop pendant around the neck are all well drawn out. Next to the character, there was an equally crooked line written, Good luck to Sister Ye for her flagship victory. Yi Wuxiang's pupils slowly shrunk. It turned out that Shi Xiaoye was busy all night. Painting her portrait? Sister doesn't like it? Shi Xiaoye retracted her arms in defeat and looked down at her work, her voice getting lower and lower. I don't really like it either actually. It's really hard to draw. Snap. A tear, dripping from Shi Xiaoye's chin onto the paper. Her sister is so good to her. She actually wants to paint her sister beautifully. But, no. I love it. It's the most beautiful painting I've ever seen. Yi Wuxiang took the painting and squatted in front of Shi Xiaoye, gently wiping away Shi Xiaoye's tears with a gentle smile. I'll give you one, worthy of it in return. This was the first time Shi Xiaoye had seen Yi Wuxiang smile. Yi Wuxiang's looks were outstanding, and when she wasn't smiling, she was high and cold and detached, rejecting people. When you smile, it's springtime again, bright and sweet. Shi Xiaoye looked dumbfounded and said, what return gift? We'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Yi Wuxiang pulled out the rune card and the smile in his eyes slowly faded. If Shi Xiaoye's hand hadn't been chopped off, that next game with Tong Kaiwei would have been inferred by outsiders to have a 100% win rate. She must win over Tong Kaiwei to become the tournament champion and take down Tong Kaiwei's position in the new generation of chess players. Since Shi Xiaoye lost this championship medal, then let her, Yi Wuxiang, gift her with a more substantial Go champion medal. Tian Yuan Street, Chess World Building. There were more journalists waiting outside the red carpet than on the opening day. There's no other reason. Shota Yamamoto, the genius chess player of the Sakura country, has finally arrived. He is an alternate master of the Chess Association and did not have to participate in the first 2 days of the preliminary rounds. Chapter 104 Tong Kaiwei who lost miserably, Yi Wuxiang who saved the day. Shota Yamamoto came over in a convertible Lincoln Plus, looking very expansive. He was a typical Sakura nation looker, with single eyelids, a flat face, and a high nose, dressed in the black samurai costume of Sakura, wearing split-toe socks and wooden clogs. He walked down the red carpet with the word arrogant written all over him. The reporter asked, Mr. Yamamoto, may I ask why you did not attend the opening ceremony? Shota Yamamoto was the only one absent from the opening ceremony 2 days ago. The assistant beside him replied instead, Mr. Yamamoto was skiing and soaking in hot springs abroad and has no time to come over. The reporter was surprised. The tournament is just around the corner and Mr. Yamamoto is traveling abroad instead of catching up on his training? A mere summer country is worthy of making me catch up on my training? This time, Yamamoto Shota replied personally. He spoke Chinese, but in an uncharacteristically staccato accent, with sarcasm in his eyes. The reporter who asked the question's face froze. This Yamamoto Shota also thinks too little of the Xia people, silently reciting his professional ethics. The reporter then asked, Then how sure are you that you will win the title of Go Master this time? 100%. I came here to take away the master title. Yamamoto Shota had a winning look on his face. Mr. Yamamoto, overconfidence can be conceited. Tong Kaiwei appeared on the red carpet with an icy tone, followed by the Jiang family twins. The eyes of the summer journalists lit up. The strongest female chess player of the tournament, Xia, has come to give them a run for their money. Yamamoto Shota looked at the person who spoke was Tong Kaiwei and sneered. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the so-called strongest Miss Tong of the Summer Kingdom. Do you know that the strongest as you are? Going to our Sakura Kingdom's chess academy is only worthy of being a watchdog? Ah, Smee Marseille, sorry, I forgot that you got your lower half smashed up by a car. And we, at the chess academy, only want able-bodied dogs. The word dog was deliberately emphasized by Yamamoto Shota. Tong Kaiwei squeezed the red suitcase tightly, hideous ruthlessness tumbling in her eyes, her mind instantly flashing through dozens of means of torturing Yamamoto Shota. Unfortunately, Yamamoto Shota was the son of the Sakura Nation Consortium, and his family's power was no weaker than that of the Tong family. She pressed her anger through the material of the red leather case and stroked the bottle of severed hands hidden inside, a leathery smile on her face. Then we'll see on the field. That's right, MS. Tong, let's go to the ring and teach Shota Yamamoto a good lesson. I'm sure MS. Tong will be able to defeat Shota Yamamoto. You are our last hope. Go for it. The reporters were also infuriated by Shota Yamamoto. While they were angry, Yi Wuxuang had already arrived at the backgammon arena. There are only 8 entries in the alternate masters competition. 8 to 4, 4 to 2, 2 to 1, 1 wins. Shi Xiaodia sat in the viewing gallery as a family member, her eyes flashing and flashing with curiosity. Game on. Yi Wuxuang's opponent was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Within half an hour, the middle-aged man conceded defeat and Yi Wuxuang was the first to advance. Shi Xiaodia was shocked. She didn't know much about chess, but in a competition of this level, the players all had real strength, and it was too strong for her sister to win so quickly. After another hour, the rest of the groups finished and moved on to the second round. In this round, Yi Wuxuang's opponent was a graceful noblewoman with introverted eyes. In 50 minutes, Yi Wuxuang had 2 cars and 1 elephant, brutally killing the king and successfully entering the final. I think the title of Master of Chess is yours this time. Congratulations. The noblewoman was convinced. Although Yi Wuxuang advanced to the finals, the other group fought for 2 hours until the lunch hour. It's actually normal to play chess at this rate. In the game of masters, every move requires careful thought and deduction of every outcome down the road. Thinking about it this way naturally takes up more time. Not only the backgammon tournament, but also the finals of the Go, Shogi, chess, and checkers tournaments were delayed until after lunch. On the backgammon side, it was Yi Wuxuang versus a cool Maithreya Buddha elder. On the Go side, it's Tong Kaiwei versus Shota Yamamoto. About the time Shota Yamamoto's pre-match trash talk was so hateful that the vast majority of reporters crowded the Go arena. After lunch, the finals begin. Backgammon tournament. The cool Maithreya Buddha-like elder smiled. MS. Yi, I've heard of your great name. The 1v19 all-conquering superb brain. The 3 words, Yi Wuxuang, had long since spread fly in the chess world of Xia. Fallacious. Yi Wuxuang looked at the time on the wall. How about we play a quick game of chess? Fast chess, meaning 10 seconds a move. No deep thinking, only based on the brain memory game. The figure is cool. That's a good offer. I agree. The elder didn't refuse. He couldn't beat Yi Wuxuang. He was still a loser, so it was good to play in a different way. Then let's start. Yi Wuxuang made his move. Within 50 paces, the elder concedes. He laughed even more happily. Miss Yi is in such a hurry to win me over. Is she also rushing to work? The words I'm in a hurry to go to work. 1v19. Let's play together. Overtime counts as my loss were regarded as the Bible by a lot of backgammon players and were passed down by word of mouth. No, I'm in a hurry to get another title. Yi Wuxuang took the champion's medal and carried Shi Xiaodia straight to the Go tournament. Behind her, the elder staggered. Rushing to get another title? How come you're getting more bossy every time? At the moment, the atmosphere in the Go arena was heavy. Tong Kaiwei is going to lose. No matter how much Tong Kaiwei stroked her red suitcase, it couldn't stop Yamamoto Shota from strangling her. The faces of the masters at the referee's table didn't look too good, especially Lu Qianquan, who was about to pinch the cane in his hand. Tong Kaiwei's defeat is assured. The strongest player of the new generation of chess players in Xia was finally defeated by Yamamoto Shota of Sakura. He was more saddened by the fact that the great nation of Xia could not even carry forward the culture of his own country than by the mocking words that Yamamoto Shota would say later. Pathetic! Pathetic! I win! Shota Yamamoto stood up. He defied the blushing Tong Kaiwei, then looked around at the reluctant Xia chess players, and the angry reporters, tapped his index finger on his temple, and grinned. 100 years ago, you Xia people were called the sick man of East Asia, and at that time, what you were weak in was your body. Now, while your physical fitness is up, your brain intelligence is declining, and you can't even play Go, which was invented in your own country. The words landed on the ground, and silence fell around them like a deadpool. Can't refute it, and can't afford to. Shota Yamamoto's Go skills are really too strong. He specializes in cosmic flow tactics and completely overwhelmed Tong Kaiwei. Shota Yamamoto looked back down at Tong Kaiwei and pointed at her face. Just you. You still want to see the real thing in the ring with me? Are you worthy? After speaking, he pointed at the reporters around him. You guys? You still believe that Tong Kaiwei can defeat me? Are you guys worthy? Finally, he spun around and pointed his index finger over almost everyone, including the judges. One lap of the turn, and he spits out his words with extreme clarity. You, all of you, are trash. Snap. Lu Qianquan slapped the table. Yamamoto Shota, don't go too far. They only lost the game. How can they be degraded and humiliated to such an extent, even as a nation? Over or under? This medal is all mine. Stinky old man. Yamamoto Shota walked over to where the medals were placed and removed them with a rude hand. One is not quite enough. I'm afraid. The cleansing female voice sounded. The crowd looked over, only to see Yi Wuxuan leaning against the door. His palm loosened, and the chess master medal fell downward, hanging in mid-air. She asked Shota Yamamoto, do you want a second one? Chapter 105 Yi Wuxuan vs Yamamoto Shota. Yi Wuxuan's appearance attracted reporters to take pictures. MS. Yi has already won the Grandmaster title in the backgammon tournament? That's fast. Becoming a chess association Grandmaster at the age of 18 is rare. Not to mention unique in history, isn't it? Just like Shota Yamamoto. They are each geniuses who specialize in chess. But why did she ask Shota Yamamoto if he wanted a second one? The journalists were puzzled. The chess players were puzzled. Zhang Tianan and Zhang Tianqi were puzzled. And so were Tong Kaiwei and Yamamoto Shota. Even the few older masters at the referee's table had a clouded expression. Only Lu Qianquan slowly widened his eyes as he asked Yi Wuxuan with a trembling voice. You want to upgrade the Masters Selection Tournament to a Masters Challenge Tournament, and then challenge Shota Yamamoto, right? Yes, Yi Wuxuan admitted. She had rushed over from the chess tournament for this very thing. She planned to give the medal in Yamamoto Shota's hand to Sher Koyuki as a return gift. Secondly, it was also an attempt to deal a fatal blow to Tong Kaiwei. Didn't Tong Kaiwei commit so many crimes just to defend her nickname as the strongest female chess player of the new generation in Xia? She would, with her own hands, destroy what Tong Kaiwei cared about most. What Masters Challenge? Why haven't I heard of it? Yamamoto Shota frowned. Lu Qianquan stepped down from the referee's seat and looked at the crowd. I'm sure you Go players try to touch other kinds of chess in your spare time, right? Just like certain piano players, who can also play a piece of violin. The crowd nodded. Go is a game of intellect, and so are other kinds of chess. It's fun to play other kinds of chess once in a while. It's not uncommon for many people to have a Go rank as well as a rank in another game. Lu Qianquan added. The Grandmaster Challenge is a separate rule set by the selection tournament for the sake of these special chess players. I.e., a Classic Chess Association Grandmaster can initiate a Class B challenge match to a Class B Chess Association Grandmaster. If both parties agree, the tournament will be upgraded, and the winner can directly strip the loser of his or her Grandmaster medal and title, becoming a double Grandmaster of this selection tournament. I remember. Another older referee stood up, his face red. This is indeed one of the rules of the selection tournament, except that no chess player has dared to try this so far since the rules were finalized, leading to a gradual forgetting of the rule. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched at this statement. You referees, you think the title of master is a cabbage in the market. You can find it everywhere, right? How many players have spent their entire lives without reaching the level of Grandmaster? If a player becomes a Grandmaster, he will be treated as a treasure. How can he be promoted to the next tournament so easily? If he loses, all the hard work he's put in over the years will go down the drain and he'll need to start all over again. Yamamoto Shota understood. He narrowed his eyes at Yi Wuxuan with eyes like he was looking at a little cutie. So, you're trying to start a Go challenge as a backgammon master against me. A Go master? Yi Wuxuan nodded gently. I agree. Ha ha, I can't believe there's still a Xiao woman who thinks I'm not full and wants to send me a few more dishes. Too sweet. Yamamoto Shota laughed out loud. As the challenged party, he felt that it was a bonus question for nothing. He sat down again and coldly chided Tong Kaiwei, who hadn't left yet. On the opposite side of the room, the defeated man, hurry up and get out. Let Yi Wuxuan come and play with me. I still want to become a double master. Tong Kaiwei's face turned green and green again. The knuckles that pinched the handle of the red suitcase whitened with force, and the way she looked up at Yi Wuxuan was like a jungle viper. She had lost, so what qualifications did Yi Wuxuan have to take over the match? Trying to show off to get the attention of the media and the outside world? Bitch, Kaiwei, don't be discouraged. You've been great. Zhang Tianan walked over and pushed the angry Tong Kaiwei away. On his way out of the sparring area, he glanced at Yi Wuxuan, a trace of doubt on his handsome face. He didn't understand why Yi Wuxuan wanted to take the risk. Jiang Tianji looked at Yi Wuxuan through the crowd and flattened his mouth in aggravation. He couldn't squeeze through. Yi Wuxuan. Lu Qiankuan leaned on his crutches and stopped in front of Yi Wuxuan, his gaze like a torchfire. Do you know Go? In his opinion, Yi Wuxuan must have devoted all his spare time to backgammon. How else could he have won the title of Master of Chess at the age of 18? In that case, will she have time to learn Go? Does she really know Go? Understood. Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flickered lightly. She was actually introduced to Go before she was introduced to backgammon. Her grandfather, who had given her warmth in the slums, knew how to play Go and had taught her a lot about it. Later, she also scrutinized Go in order to exercise her brainpower. Yamamoto Shota is best at cosmic flow layouts, so beware. Lu Qiankuan's heart was in a bad mood. He has been mean to Yi Wuxuan a few times, and also expelled Yi Wuxuan a few times, asserting that Yi Wuxuan worships foreigners, and did not give her a good face. But when all of Xia's chess players were wiped out, it was Yi Wuxuan who stepped forward, risking a possible loss to upgrade the selection match to a challenge match. Regardless of whether or not this game could be won, he was impressed by the courage alone. He felt oddly sorry for Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan didn't care. She stroked Shi Xiaoye's head and her voice was gentle. Go wait for me at the viewing gallery. Good. Shi Xiaoye obediently sat down in the viewing gallery. Only then did Yi Wuxuan take a seat in front of Yamamoto Shota. The limelight of all kinds of reporters came as closely as a fierce wind and rain. The local TV station in South Border City is also broadcasting the challenge on Extra Air. Game on. Yi Wuxuan, as the challenger, played black first. Shota Yamamoto with white. Yi Wuxuan goes again. And Shota Yamamoto goes again. On the third move, Yi Wuxuan's black pieces formed a triple star. Yamamoto Shota's pupils contracted lightly. At this instant, it was like the heavenly descending magic. He felt that the chessboard between him and Yi Wuxuan was transformed into an infinite universe. Black and white are just stars in a vast universe. Empty, deep, and mysterious. 3 consecutive stars? MS. Yi is actually going to use cosmic flow as well. Jiang Tianji outside the field was quite surprised. Cosmic flow, one of the ways in which Go is laid out. In general, when people play Go, they are accustomed to starting with the cornerstones on the edge and extending outward. It is from the small to the large, from a blade of grass, to the flourishing of leaves, to the touching of the Milky Way in the sky, to the picking of the fruits of victory. The opposite of cosmic flow. The first few discs of the player will form an encirclement around the perimeter of the board, extending inwards. I am the universe, I am the stars, and all changes are in my belly. The word cosmic flow is a fascinating name, but the cosmic flow is not so easy to master, and requires a strong attacking power and a sense of positional balance. Chapter 106 Yi Wuxuan's Composure. Classy. Tong Kaiwei, who was already in the viewing gallery, hugged the red suitcase and coldly spat out 4 words, adding, cosmic flow is a tactic invented by the Sakura nation. It's more proficient and smooth than our Xia nation. Yi Wuxuan is too stupid and ignorant to use this opening. Kang Tianan sounded a little weird and felt as if his beloved's tone of voice attitude was not quite right. However, in detail, Yi Wuxuan's move is indeed a show-off. The cosmic flow was invented by the Sakura nation, and is what Shota Yamamoto, a Sakura nation chess player, is best at. Playing what you do best in front of others is somewhat of a masochistic element. Kai Wei, you're going overboard with this. Miss Yi is now fighting in place of Xia. We should be cheering for her, not scolding her. Jiang Tianji wrinkled his nose, a little unpleasant in his heart. He used to think that Tong Kaiwei was quite nice. Why did she change once she met her true destiny? Yi Wuxuan? I just think she's too reckless like this. She shouldn't, and when the time comes to lose the backgammon medal to someone else as well, won't it be even more disgraceful to the Xia people? Tong Kaiwei slightly lowered her head. I don't think Sister Yi lost the face of the Xia people. Sister Yi is very brave. Shi Xiaoye, who was also sitting in the audience, timidly opened her mouth. Tong Kaiwei squeezed the red suitcase tightly. She shouldn't have cut off just one of Shi Xiaoye's hands. She should have sewed up Shi Xiaoye's mouth with a needle and thread. Versus the war zone. The stars of the checkerboard universe, weaving in and out of the Milky Way, disappearing because it was eaten, appearing because it was replenished. Shota Yamamoto couldn't stop laughing. At first, he was able to eat a few of Yi Wuxuan's sons and make an even fight. How is it that Yi Wuxuan's landing is getting more and more tricky as time goes by? He didn't dare to attack rashly and could only defend tightly, resolutely preventing Yi Wuxuan from expanding his advantage. However, what Yamamoto Shota didn't know was that the subs that Yi Wuxuan had given him to eat were all the ones that she had let out on purpose. Tactical abandonment for the purpose of baiting the enemy and starting a dragon-slaying formation. 30 minutes later, Sho Yamamoto stood up with a sullen face. I request a closed break. The tournament stipulates that players may take an intermission. Wow. There were gasps from reporters and people watching the fight. Western chess masters, in a game of Go, have pushed Go masters into applying for a break? Yi Wuxuang is a demon, right? How come you're good at everything? You're good at everything? Lu Qianquan discussed with several judges for a moment and nodded. Yes. Shota Yamamoto and Yi Wuxuang entered the restroom separately. Shi Xiaoye also came to the restroom and handed Yi Wuxuang the water prepared in advance. Sister has worked hard. Yi Wuxuang finished drinking water and received a text message on his cell phone. Bai Jinwu, Gang Master. We have determined the location of your friend and are on our way to rescue him. Please race in peace. Yi Wuxuang was about to reply when a strange puffing sound was heard in his ears. An unidentified mist, spraying in through the vents. She quickly held her breath as Shi Xiaoye was struck and planted herself unconscious by her legs. You're quite alert. Tong Kaiwei came out of the small room inside, followed by 4 machete-carrying, flower-armed men. She went ahead and led the way into the women's lounge while the referee conferred. Originally, she wanted to do as she did and cut off both of Yi Wuxuang's hands as well, but unexpectedly Yi Wuxuang was not mesmerized. Go! Tong Kaiwei raised her hand and waved. The 4 flower-armed men immediately rushed over, while the 5 were entangled in the fight. Tong Kaiwei maneuvered the electric wheelchair and came in front of the unconscious Shi Xiaoye with vicious eyes. She drew her dagger and made a vicious slash towards Shi Xiaoye's mouth. When Yi Wuxuang saw this, his black pupils shook as he kicked open the arm man and ran over to hold out his arm to block the dagger. Thumbs up! The dagger cut a centimeter-long deep wound on Yi Wuxuang's left arm. Blood gushed out and covered the surface of the skin. Yi Wuxuang did not even frown as he kicked Tong Kaiwei heavily in the chest. Tong Kaiwei cried out as she directly tilted over on her back, spilling blood from the corner of her mouth on the ground. Help! Help! Security and a number of other people quickly rushed in, and the scene inside the lounge left the crowd in shock. Seeing blood, Kaiwei, Zhang Tianan pushed his way through the crowd and hurriedly picked up Zhang Kaiwei, his eyes broken with heartache. Lu Qianquan also strides in and inquires sternly, what's going on? Yi Wuxuang held the unconscious Shi Xiaoye, his tone cold. Tong Kaiwei is squatting in the lounge with the Tiandi gang, trying to cut off my hands to prevent me from taking away her title as the strongest female chess player of the new generation. You're full of... I clearly came in to help you review the chess game, and you were the one who found 4 people and tried to kill me. You hold a grudge against me for publicizing your brother Hu Dong's crime of blackmailing me. Tong Kaiwei loudly retorted. The 4 flower-armed men stood in front of Yi Wuxuang and apologized. Miss Yi, I'm sorry, there was a mistake in the plan. We weren't able to kill Tong Kaiwei. Call the police to take her away. I'm so scared. Tong Kaiwei was shivering in Zhang Tianan's arms. The police arrived quickly, as if they had been waiting outside for a long time. Yi Wuxuang, you are suspected of willful murder. Come with us. These things happen so fast that reporters can't react. Only to know that when he came back to his senses, Yi Wuxuang was already about to be arrested. Zhang Tianqi. Yi Wuxuang's stunningly beautiful face was as cold as snow as she called out to her younger brother in the Zhang family twins. I'm here. Zhang Tianji stepped forward. Help me take her to the hospital for a checkup. Be quick. Yi Wuxuang handed Shi Xiaoye over to Zhang Tianji, fearing that he would be suspicious. He aggravated his tone. The child is innocent. She has lost her hands. Good. Zhang Tianji hugged Shi Xiaoye and ran out. Yi Wuxuang, come with us? Police officer A took out his handcuffs. Why should I go with you guys? Yi Wuxuang only then got the time to deal with the police. His tone was as cold as a 9-secluded cold pool. With you trying to kill me, your accomplices have all admitted it. Tong Kaiwei pointed at the 4 flower-armed men. As long as Yi Wuxuang was captured, Yi Wuxuang wouldn't be able to proceed to play against Yamamoto Shota, and she, Tong Kaiwei, was still the strongest female chess player of the new generation in Xia. Tong Kaiwei, do you think everyone is as retarded as you? Yi Wuxuang laughed coldly and flashed his chess master medal. That I, a man skilled in chess and layout, would command my associates to confess my crimes in public? She calmly points out the illogic. That got a lot of people to agree. Whether you're related to these 4 men or not, the police won't know until they find out. Quickly arrest her for interrogation. Tong Kaiwei ordered the police in a stern voice. The policeman nodded. The bystanders didn't stop it. Interrogation and investigation is indeed the process to go through as well. Yi Wuxuang looked at Tong Kaiwei with cold eyes. It's fine if you want to grab me and leave. Wait until I finish playing chess with Yamamoto Shota. Tong Kaiwei didn't want her to finish the game. She preferred to finish it for Tong Kaiwei. No, take her away. I'm the daughter of the capital city Tong clan that she's trying to kill. Tong Kaiwei was obviously anxious. Why not? Yi Wuxuang spat out his words clearly. I'm right here. I can go to the police station to investigate any time. What are you being vain about by blocking me in such a hurry? Could it be that I could still escape in plain sight? She had a subdued demeanor from start to finish. Tong Kaiwei stabbed her fingertips into her palm, unable to answer. Today, this was meant to be impromptu, and she couldn't take care of every aspect of it. I think it's not too late to let Yi Wuxiang finish playing chess before cooperating with the investigation. Lu Qianquan pondered for a moment and expressed his opinion. Yes, let Yi Wuxiang finish her game first. She's playing against Yamamoto Shota of the Sakura Kingdom, and she's about to win. So many of us are in the arena. We won't let Yi Wuxiang escape. Don't worry, Miss Tong. Chapter 107, Yi Wuxiang, the youngest double master in history. Almost everyone proposed to let Yi Wuxiang continue the match, because Yi Wuxiang was the only player who could beat Yamamoto Shota in this Masters selection tournament. This is a matter of national dignity. Then let's continue the game, Lu Qianquan said towards the police. We'll keep the doors and windows closed to ensure that Yi Wuxiang won't escape, and I believe that you, comrade police officers, don't know what the rush is, right? The people's hearts were in the right place, and the police officers looked at me and at you and could only nod their heads in agreement. Tong Saiwei's mouthful of silver teeth nearly broke. Quickly find someone to bandage a mess. Yi, the blood is running down her fingers on the ground. Someone reminded outside. Only then did the crowd notice that the blood on Yi Wuxiang's arm was already running like a stream. Very scary. Resident doctor. Lu Qianquan raised his voice. No bandaging her. Tong Kaiwei resumed her seat in the wheelchair, her eyes growing more and more sinister. Yi Wuxiang was injured in the artery. Arterial blood flow is fast. If not bandaged in time, it will keep bleeding. Bleeding to death is a good way to die. 2. She looked around the room, her tone threatening. I'm at the limit of what I can tolerate from someone who wants to kill me and continue the match. Whoever dares to bandage Yi Wuxiang will be the enemy of the capital city Tong clan from now on. As soon as the words Beijing Tong clan came out, the whole room was silent. The resident doctor even looked embarrassed. The Tong clan specialized in medicine and medical devices. How could they, these small doctors, dare to offend so easily? This, Lu Qianquan changed his expression, thinking differently. Tong Saiwei's heart was resentful, as it should be. Then there will be no contest. Life is important. Lu Qianquan gave up. Human life is more important than winning or losing this game. Jab. Yi Wuxiang tore open his own sleeve and pulled out a strip of cloth to tie it above the wound. His tone was cold. Continue the competition. She didn't tie it too tightly. If it is too tight, it will result in blood not being able to flow, and although it can stop bleeding, in the short term, if not treated, it will face the risk of necrosis or amputation of the wound. She could only artificially regulate the amount of blood flow, keeping the blood flowing while minimizing the outflow of fresh blood. She must continue to play chess to give Bai Jinwu time to search and rescue the 3 Hudons, or else once the game is over, Tong Kaiwei will have time to murder the 3 Hudons. The break ended just in time. Yi Wuxiang and Yamamoto Shota returned to the sparring area. I can't believe you're still a murderer. It's going to be painful when you're taken to jail later, isn't it? Fame and fortune are both lost. Shota Yamamoto knows about the outburst, and he's trying to psychologically pressure Yi Wuxiang into making a mistake. I've heard that the inmates inside the prison are especially scary. They dash. Put away your 3-legged level of mental tactics. If you have the energy to pressure me, why don't you think more about how to make your loss look good? Yi Wuxiang interrupted him, his eyes calm, his aura without the slightest bit of panic or timidity. She dropped her pieces, and the chessboard universe was once again drawn out, a vast river of stars in all its beauty. Baka! Yamamoto Shota cursed bitterly as he broke his defense. He looked at Yi Wuxiang's bleeding wound and an evil plan was born in his heart. Though in Go, a timeout is a loss, but he could have stepped on the tail end of the timeout and delayed the length of the matchup. The longer it took, the more Yi Wuxiang guy bled, and as he bled, he should have fainted from shock. Shota Yamamoto began to deliberately slow down his play, trying frantically on the verge of a timeout to lose. Half an hour passed, an hour passed, an hour and a half passed. Drop! It was the sound of blood coming from Yi Wuxiang's fingertips and crashing onto the marble floor. There was an ever-expanding area of bloodstains on her side. Face, slowly turning white. The only thing that has not faded by half is calmness and sanity. Shiqing District. Chemical Factory. The remaining members of the Heaven and Earth gang were surrounded by the Black Man clan, which was far more numerous than several times their own. After a warm and friendly conversation, the TND gang was all over the place. Baek Jin Mo orders the gang members to clean up the scene and then opens a door with his cronies. Inside the door was precisely the 3 people who were tied up and blindfolded to cover their mouths. Hu Dong, He Chang, and Little Fatty. Who are you? Hudong was wary. The black mangled gang. The cronies were menacing. Help! He Ching became even more wary. Snapping, Bai Jinwu slapped his crony on the back. That's short for short. Our full name is Black Man Unity and Friendship Study Group. Fatty black question mark face. The great favor is not to be thanked. Time is short. We still have to go to arrest the prisoner. Hudong moved his muscles. Can't let Tong Kaiwei get away with it. Business is important, business is important. Bai Jinwu made way for the trio. Hu Dong and He Qing walked out one after another. And Fatty padded out. He was about to go out the door when bam! Bai Jinwu's tang sword smashed on the ground from his clothes. Fatty's eyes widened. Dangerous controlled knives. Oh! Bai Jinwu picked up the tang sword and packed it into his coat without panicking, wearing a smile on his face. Studying involves sharpening pencils, so it makes sense for me to carry a knife with me, doesn't it? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was a clunk, and the crony's axe fell out of his shirt. Fatty's eyes widened. Oh! Baek Jin Mo helped pick up the axe and stuffed it into his crony's clothes with aplomb. He's in the art business, and as an art student, it's inevitable that he'll have to cut paper, so it makes sense to carry an axe with him, doesn't it? Fatty spread his hands, his eyes quizzical. I look like an idiot? Don't be an idiot, go arrest someone. Returning the same way, Hudong lifted the back of Fatty's collar and left. Tian Yuan Street, Chess World Building, the Go Tournament. Yi Wuxuan paled as he played against Yamamoto Shota. Excessive blood loss had lowered her body temperature and made her colder and colder. But it's okay, she's used to this feeling. Those dangerous assassin missions always pushed her over the edge. She was already familiar with it and knew how to deal with the situation. Yamamoto Shota, you're going to time out again. Lu Qianquan's tone was filled with anger. Anyone can see that this Shota Yamamoto, who has been living a good little life, is deliberately stalling for time. For a man to use such despicable and underhanded means to bully a female with injuries. He really disgraced the old face of the Sakura country. But what could he do with another trick? Yi Wuxuan, didn't he push him to the brink of extinction as usual? Shota Yamamoto raised his white disc and hesitated to drop it, his expression embarrassed as if he had been dug up. This one, he falls, is lost. If you don't fall, you lose. Because of the timeout, he did get to the point where he should be thinking about which way to lose that would make him look a little better. In the time it took him to think, Lu Qianquan stood up, his voice thick with joy. Time's up. Yi Wuxuan. Win. Wow. Cheers packed the arena. Yi Wuxuan won. Yi Wuxuan won with injuries. Yi Wuxuan won over the despicable Shota Yamamoto with his injuries. The tactic that Shota Yamamoto used to win the match was the same cosmic flow that Shota Yamamoto himself is best at. She won not only Go, but also backgammon. She is the youngest, most legendary, and most beautiful double master ever. Chapter 108, Jishin returns. Amidst the cheers, Yi Wuxuan held onto the chessboard and staggered to his feet. If she had eyes behind her back, she would have seen an upright, very handsome and reserved man walking quickly towards her with eyes full of heartbreaking anger. Too bad she doesn't have eyes in her back. She removed the Go Master's medal and looked at Shota Yamamoto, who hated to bury his head in the dirt in front of her. Her voice weak but her words devastating. I don't know if the Xia people's intelligence has declined, but you, Shota Yamamoto, really should ask your parents what it means to be courteous, righteous and honest, and what it means to be Tai but not proud. There was no humiliation, no sarcasm, no bragging or put-downs. Only, the great summer country people, should have the demeanor. Well said. Lu Qianquan led the applause. Yi Wuxuan's stamina failed and he fell towards the side. Smashing into the marble floor was actually okay, she thought. At least there were no protruding spikes, no coiled and tangled nests of snakes. The expected pain didn't come, and she fell into a warm, broad chest. The familiar scent came from behind her, and she somehow suddenly felt a twinge in her nose. Ji Shun. Why was this man always there when she needed help? Does he realize that this will make her habitual and dependent? Sorry I'm late. Ji Shun hugged her, and in his low voice, he suppressed a deep emotion of self-blame. He looked at the bleeding wound and shouted, Phone Jio, where's the doctor? Coming. The best surgeon in South Border City appeared with a medical box. The doctor squatted in front of Yi Wuxuan, again bandaging Yi Wuxuan's wounds and feeding Yi Wuxuan special effects medicine. Yi Wuxuan's face. Only then did it get a little better. She is getting better. It's not so good for the rest of the Go field. One or two eyes were about to break out of their sockets and their mouths couldn't close. Why is the famous Mr. Ji here? How could he, who had never been close to women, hold Yi Wuxuan in his arms? What's the relationship between these two? Xiao Ji. Missy has lost too much blood and needs to go to the hospital for a blood transfusion. The surgeon determines the condition. Ji Shin didn't say anything. He just picked Yi Wuxuan up by the waist and walked towards the outside. Ji Xiao. Tong Kaiwei drove her wheelchair and walked around to Jishin. Do you remember me? I'm the daughter of the Tong clan in the capital. We attended the same banquet 5 years ago. Yi Wuxuan. The one you hold in your arms, is the murderer who tried to kill me? And her neighbor brother Hudong still treats me. The violent murderous aura that swept heaven and earth surfaced in Jishin's eyes, and he kicked over and kicked Tong Kaiwei down the stairs behind him, even with a chair and a red suitcase. Ah! Tong Kaiwei screamed miserably and flew out of the wheelchair, tumbling all the way down the stairs, her head broken and bloodied, her eyes full of horror. Kaiwei! Jiang Tianan shouted. Jishin coldly opened his mouth. Whoever dares to touch Tong Kaiwei for a moment will be the enemy of the capital city Ji-clan from now on. The weight of these words was 1,000 times heavier than Tong Kaiwei's sentence. When Tong Kaiwei said that, everyone was too scared to move Yi Wuxuang. Now, people were even more afraid to move Tong Kaiwei. Young Ji, Kaiwei. She's the victim. Jiang Tianan clenched his fists. Who says that Jiang Kaiwei is a victim? A scruffy Hudong, He Chang, and Fatty appeared at the entrance of the Chess World building. Hudong went straight to the red suitcase that fell not far from Tong Kaiwei. Tong Kaiwei fought to reach out and try to snatch it away first, but in the end, she was a paraplegic and wounded, so how could she move her crippled body even half a step? Hudong stepped hard on the red suitcase and broke it, taking out a bottle with a broken hand labeled Shi Xiaoye and holding it up to Jiang Tianan upstairs. This is Shi Xiaoye's severed hand. Shi Xiaoye has always taken Tong Kaiwei as her idol to inspire herself, but Tong Kaiwei is worried that Shi Xiaoye will steal her fame in the Go world, and cruelly cuts off her hand, and still carries her hand with her to admire it at all times. You tell me what kind of a victim this is. He Chang and Fatty hurriedly took out the other broken hand bottles. They were there to check whether the physical evidence bottles were broken and leaked, but by mistake, all the physical evidence was exposed to the public. Those ghastly, horrible, horrifying severed hands scared everyone upstairs. Jiang Tianan's pupils clenched and he turned around and kept dry heaving in disgust. He had carried the red suitcase for Tong Kaiwei countless times. Tong Kaiwei told him that the box contained medication, but in actuality it was a severed human hand soaked in formalin. That's my baby. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Tong Kaiwei screamed tearfully, her eyes eager as she stretched out her hand towards the three Hudongs. Huden ignored it. Well, the chief taught him that there are some people he can't afford to mess with. Ji Xiao had said he couldn't touch Tong Kaiwei, so how could he dare to do so? Brother Tian, help me, help me. Tong Kaiwei searched for Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan shook his head and stepped back, with only regret and disappointment in his eyes. Elder Lu, save me. I'm the hope of the new generation of female players in the Go world. Tong Kaiwei called out to Lu Qianquan. Lu Qianquan shook his head painfully. You guys, come and save me. I'm the daughter of the Tongs of the capital. She retreated, setting her sights on reporters and chess players. The reporter and the chess player didn't go to the rescue, their eyes disdainful, condemning, and with a hint of fear in the face of perversion. These looks were more difficult for Tong Kaiwei than killing him. She couldn't take it. Her eyelids fluttered and she fainted. Jishin carried Yi Wuxuang downstairs. Sister Yi, Shi Xiaoye ran in from outside the chess realm building, and behind her should follow Jiang Tianji, who had chased her. Put me down. Yi Wuxuang gently spoke. She regained some of her strength. Jishin's good-looking eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and he eventually chose to put her down. Yi Wuxuang squatted in front of Shi Xiaoye. Shi Xiaoye looked at the collapsed Tong Kaiwei, then looked at the Lu Qianquan crowd upstairs, and finally looked at the Hudong trio. Since the Huden trio had their backs to her, she didn't realize what they were holding in their hands. She looked straight at Yi Wuxuang in front of her. Her childish voice carried a sobbing tone, and her tears were like broken pearls. My hand. Did Sister Tong cut it? She's still young and isn't quite able to rationalize all the events, just vaguely touching the edge of the truth through what's happening around me. The girl's words caused mixed feelings among the people present. Shi Xiaoye had always idolized Tong Kaiwei. Instead, Tong Kaiwei cut off her hands and ruined her bright future. Is that a fall that a child can handle? No, your idol didn't do that to you. Yi Wuxuang told a kind lie. She wiped away Shi Xiaoye's tears, put the Go Master medal she won from Yamamoto Shota, hung it around Shi Xiaoye's neck, and smiled gently away. Here's a return gift for that painting, and may you flag down a master in your own life in the future as well. Shi Xiaoye cupped the medal with her stump and after gazing at it carefully, she looked up and smiled vibrantly at Yi Wuxuang. Thank you, sister. I love it. But, Sister Yi, my current idol, it's you. Oh, gentle, awesome, smart, beautiful Sister Yi. Chapter 109 Tong Kaiwei's Downfall. Tong's Downfall. After Yi Wuxuang and Shi Xiaoye finished talking, she was carried into the Rolls-Royce by Jishin with pursed-thin lips and headed to the first hospital of southern border city. The comfortable temperature inside the car made Yi Wuxuang fall into a deep sleep. When she arrived at the hospital, the surgeon sewed up her veins and put in a needle for a blood transfusion. Only after doing this did he unwrap the cloth that Yi Wuxiang himself had tied around his arm and nodded repeatedly as he looked at the cloth. What? Ji Shin grimaced his heavenly handsome face. From the chess building to the hospital, he'd had that look on his face the whole time. Ji Xiao, MS. Yi has studied medicine, right? Or plans to move towards medicine and read medical books. The surgeon held up the cloth. Her wound was in the aorta, which has a blood flow rate that is faster than the platelets, which are responsible for stopping the bleeding. Can clot. If she left the wound alone, she'd soon bleed to death. If she ties the cloth too tightly, the blood doesn't flow and she risks amputation. She saved her own life with a compromise, a light tie to a blood vessel. Very resourceful. Ji Shin's dark eyes flickered with shimmering light. Yi Wuxiang was an assassin, walking with danger from time to time. It was normal to learn some life preservation knowledge for first aid. The surgeon left. Feng Jiu walked in. Ji Xiao, Tong Saiwei's parents got the news and are on their way to South Border City, about to save their daughter. The disabled woman who had hurt Mess Yi was still lying on the first floor of the Chess World building, and no one dared to rescue her. Keep an eye on them. Whenever they touch Tong Kaiwei, cross Tong's off the list of the capital's powerful families. Ji Shin's tone was icy cold. He always does what he says he's going to do. Yes. Feng Jiu led the order with a respectful expression. Ji Xiao is the real king of Xia. He wants Tong to die on the third night. No one can stay on the fifth night. Night crept over the land. The citizens of South Border City, who should have gradually quieted down, were uncharacteristically more lively. It's not their fault. Who let so many explosive events happen today? The first is that Tong Kaiwei, the daughter of the Tong clan, a wealthy family in the capital and a talented female Go player, is actually the real culprit in the serial handbraking case. Not only is she insufficiently able herself, cutting off the hands of anyone who might overtake her for a collection, but she also vilifies 3 righteous police officers for blackmailing her. It's sick and hateful. The second was that Yi Wuxiang, who was only 18 years old, after killing it all in the backgammon tournament, also came to the Go tournament to upgrade the tournament, and defeated the Go master, Yamamoto Shota, who had been humiliating Xia and its people. People applauded her for what she said after beating Shota Yamamoto more than the title of double master. It's so rare to see such a young, beautiful, talented, and patterned teenage girl. The third one is the process of the challenge that centered around the 3 of them, Yi Wuxiang, Tong Kaiwei, and Yamamoto Shota. In the past, there was Tong Kaiwei who scratched Yi Wuxiang and didn't give her a chance to heal her injuries. Later, Shota Yamamoto maliciously delayed her, causing her injuries to worsen. Against such a twofold pressure, Yi Wuxiang had won. It could not be said that he was not tough. The race organizers also released a statement, claimed to have taken a photo of Yi Wuxiang's blood dripping on the ground as a souvenir for subsequent display. He also plans to reproduce the bloodstains on the ground 1:1 with paint according to the commemorative photo, and to name the route the Road of Indomitable to inspire every player who will pass through this route in the future. The fourth piece is what happened to Tong Kaiwei and Tong. It is reported that Tong Saiwei's parents rushed to Southland in a hurry and sent Tong Kaiwei to the hospital to save her life. And the result was very touching. Tong Saiwei has gone from being partially paralyzed to being fully paralyzed. Listening to the nurse who resuscitated her, Tong Saiwei's whole body now, only her head can move. She couldn't open her mouth, couldn't speak, couldn't move her fingers, couldn't take care of herself, and was in more pain than if she had just died. But even then, the way she looked at the ceiling was still sick and scary. The nurses can't even look her in the eye. What's even more mind-boggling is Tong Saiwei's parents, the glamorous couple whose bank cards were frozen while they were paying for their daughter's hospitalization. Upon closer inspection, oh ho, child is broke. That's how fast. A man and a woman were pounding their chests in front of the payment window, constantly regretting that they had messed with the last man they should have messed with. No one knows who the wrong man is. No one spread the word. The reporters and chess players kept their mouths shut, and even the couple themselves were skittish. Originally, the local TV station in South Border City had a complete live broadcast of the Masters selection tournament process for the 5 major tournaments. The upgraded Masters Challenge was not on the schedule at the beginning, and the network went to another program. Who knows what happened at the end of the game? That's thanks to Feng Jiu. Ji Xiao said that Miss Yi doesn't like high profile and to avoid rumors as before, though Miss Yi's strength has made her very high profile. The next day, Yi Wuxiang woke up in the VIP ward with a much rosier face. On the nightstand rested her luggage from the business hotel, and a newspaper. Yi Wuxiang picked up the newspaper and found that the headline of the newspaper was the real culprit in the serial hand-breaking case was arrested, and 3 policemen were cleared of the stigma. The accompanying picture is a photo of Hu Dong hooking Yi Qing's neck, Yi Qing being a bit shy with a stern face, and Fatty grinning behind the 2 of them. Ding dong. Mother Chunlan Li sent a VX message. Auntie Wang asked me to ask how He Chang, your brother whose girlfriend, is doing. Far away in Stonebridge Village. She didn't know what was happening in South Border City. Yi Wuxiang thought about it and slapped the newspaper headline to his mother with a message. She was a brave, kind and valiant woman. After sending the message, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. The visitor was Ji Shun. He was wearing a well-tailored white shirt with the collar button casually unbuttoned twice, revealing a few portions of his robust chest, and underneath he wore straight suit pants with long legs that were very eye-catching. Ahem. Yi Wuxiang moved his eyes away without any trace. It's time to admit that Ji Shun is a stunningly beautiful man again. Awake? Ji Shun raised an eyebrow. He had a tray in his hand with a hot breakfast on it. It's skinny pork porridge with eggs and a couple of small, dainty buns. Yi Wuxiang got out of bed to wash up. After the blood transfusion, she was much better. Blinking her mirror-like black pupils, she asked Ji Shun, how did you know I was in the competition? It was indeed out of her expectation that Ji Shun could appear at the Chess World building. Qing Lin said so. He heard you were injured and gave you a few days off. Ji Shun laughed lowly and softly. Just in time to come with me to the family dinner. Yi Wuxiang nodded his head. Chang Lin referred to Shangwan Changlin, the principal of Flying Bird Academy and Ji Shun's close friend. After breakfast, Yi Wuxiang wanted to leave the hospital. No, you need to be stabilized with fluids. Ji Shun refused. Night. Ji Shun and Yi Wuxiang were crammed together on the single hospital bed. So, why is your hand placed here? Yi Wuxiang pointed to the large hand at his waist. The bed is too small. I am afraid of falling. You don't think I want to eat your tofu, right? Ji Shun's handsome face was written with innocence. Yi Wuxiang looked at the narrow bed, then looked at the very large Ji Shun, thought about it, and turned off the bedside lamp. She fell asleep quickly. Ji Shun, however, had trouble sleeping. Chapter 110, Cute Grandma Ji, Female Doctor from the Sea. Ji Shun looked at the hand he was holding on Yi Wuxiang's waist, and his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Respect for women is something taught to him by his parents and elders, but people are greedy after all. When he saw her, he wanted to be close to her. When you get close to her, you want to hug her. When you hug her, you want to be close to her. Once he saw her arm bleeding and her face pale, he was more than ready to just lock her away so that no one could hurt her. But he can't. He feels tortured. He hadn't even felt so tormented when the Ji family met its demise. His tormentor, still huffing and puffing in his arms, knows nothing. He was so angry and laughing. I don't know who I'm angry at. 2 days later, Yi Wuxiang, who looked completely normal, was discharged from the hospital. Tonight is both a family dinner and a night to disguise Ji Shun's girlfriend. She took the double master bonus she just received, and then looked at her simple casual clothes, wrinkled her eyebrows and asked Ji Shun, do I have to buy a decent outfit for the party? She doesn't really go for brands of clothes. It just seems that if you wear luxury goods, you can give Ji Shun a little face. Although Ji Shun doesn't necessarily need it. No, they don't pay attention to that. Ji Shun laughed lightly. The real her is pleasing enough, so why embellish the decorations? Okay. Yi Wuxiang put the money away. Ji Shun drove. Yi Wuxiang sat in the co-pilot, and the two of them set off towards their destination. Destination in the countryside of the deep forest, where the population is sparse than the village of Shiqiao, but the road is built than the village of Shiqiao wide and flat. On the way, Ji Shun suddenly thought of something and told Yi Wuxiang, Grandpa sent word this morning that there will be a new guest at the family dinner tonight. What guest? Yi Wuxiang was a bit curious. A female returnee doctor of heart surgery. Ji Shun's bony fingers turned the steering wheel, his side face handsome. Yi Wuxiang nodded. It is well known to the outside world that Ji Shun's grandmother has a bad heart, a congenital mitral valve stenosis, insufficient blood supply to the heart, and breathing difficulties. As a result, it has been kept deep in the mountains and cultivated. As we age, the drawbacks of a seasonal deep grandma's heart can bring about more adverse reactions. The invitation to the seafaring female cardiac surgeon was about to open up some discussion and treatment on the matter. Half an hour later, Yi Wuxiang and Ji Shun arrived in front of a farmhouse compound. It's really big. The exterior walls of the courtyard are girlishly adsorbed with large red or pink flowers, creating several natural flower walls. Pushing open the wooden front door, the first thing that caught my eye was a path that led straight to the living room, made of red bricks crisscrossed and diagonally spelled out. On both sides of the road, there are flower bushes and vegetable gardens, a few fruit trees, and a small gazebo with a set of woven bamboo tables and chairs underneath. Ji Shun hung his arm over Yi Wuxiang's shoulder and arched his eyebrows. Mind if I take you by the shoulders, my dear lord girlfriend? Don't mind. Yi Wuxiang lowered his voice. She is here to pretend to be Ji Shun's girlfriend. Naturally, she should be intimate with Ji Shun. Then let's go. The smile in Ji Shun's slender eyes deepened as he swept Yi Wuxiang around and headed inside. Hearing footsteps moving, A graceful and kindly grandmother stepped out of the living room. She wore a cream-colored shawl, an indigo velvet cheongsam, a pearl necklace and a gold spectacle chain. General Ji, Shin is back with his girlfriend. Grandma Ji shouted towards the house. Ji Hanhai, the founding general who was cooking in the kitchen, poked out a head that was not angry. General Ji is Grandma Ji's term of endearment for Ji Hanhai. These two people back then in the era of war. One was a mighty general who shook the four directions, and the other was a delicate young lady who made a name for herself in the rented world. She called him general, and she did so for the rest of her life. This is Wu Shuang, right? So good looking. It's cheap for this brat. Shen. Grandma Ji glared at Jishin in dissatisfaction and pulled Yi Wuxuan's hand into the living room. Jishin froze and then hooked his thin lips. Well, he's an outsider. He went into the kitchen and gave Ji Hanhai a hand. You and her. What's going on? Ji Hanhai asked Jishin. This grandson of his is good. Before he left, he said he wanted to repay the favor of saving his life, reporting and abducting the little girl home. It's reasonable to save your life and return it in kind, Jishin said, not even holding back a laugh himself. She's a good girl, don't let her down, Ji Hanhai admonished. When his grandson told him that his girlfriend's name was Yi Wuxuan, he didn't believe him. After all, the grandson is so discerning and stubborn that it's hard for the average woman to get into the picture. Yi Wuxuan is able to fight, yes, but there are many people who can fight. How on earth did Sun Tzu see her? Holding this doubt, he asked his guards to check Yi Wuxuan's recent performance. Look it up and you'll understand. Yi Wuxuan is a good girl. Their comment to their grandson's daughter-in-law is that satisfaction's mom opens the door to satisfaction. Satisfaction is at home. I won't fail her. Jishin sighed in his heart. Yi Wuxuan hasn't been his girlfriend yet. Parlor. Yi Wuxuan took out the pre-prepared gift from his backpack and handed it to Grandma Ji. Grandma, I wish you a long life. Grandma Ji opened it and found it to be an everlasting life sign made of ginkgo wood. A longevity sign is a sign erected for the living to pray for blessings and longevity. Ginkgo also represents longevity, which together is a double blessing. Have a heart. Grandma Ji's eyes were all smiles. This granddaughter-in-law, the more I see of her, the more satisfied I am. Soon the meal came out. The seafaring female doctor never showed up. We'll eat first. Ji Hanhai made a snap decision. Not waiting for the female doctor? Yi Wuxuan looked at Grandma Ji. She's here to see Grandma Ji. No need to wait. Grandma Ji picked up her chopsticks. She wasn't allowed to come in the first place. It was only when she herself insisted on coming that General Ji agreed. She doesn't fear death. General Ji does. Let's eat. Jishin prepared the dishes for Yi Wuxuan. During the seat, the three of them talked and laughed, asking Yi Wuxuan's opinion from time to time, bringing Yi Wuxuan to talk more as well. In the middle of the day, Grandma Ji was craving for a small ice cream. No. Ji Hanhai had a stern face. I was wrong. Grandma Ji turned her back and wiped her tears, aggrieved and heartbroken. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have saved you from the beginning. I shouldn't have run away from the wedding. I shouldn't have gone to the front with you. I shouldn't have dash. Ji Hanhai. He took the plate with the small ice cream and placed it in front of Grandma Ji. Grandma Ji shut up and started eating her ice cream. Yi Wuxuan slowly turned her head and looked at Jishin suspiciously. Jishin was innocent. It was a scene he had seen countless times before. At that moment, Fengjiu came in with a working woman wearing a trench coat and dragging a suitcase. General Ji, Grandma Ji, and Junior Ji, I'm sorry, the plane was late and I'm late. The career woman bowed and apologized towards the three. Sit. Ji Hanhai casually ordered an empty seat. The career woman nodded. Seeing Yi Wuxuan, she wondered, who is this? Chapter 111, The First Kiss. The working woman is called Xiao Evening Ching, the same age as Jishin, and her family is considered one of the capital's powerful families. She was gifted in medicine and traveled overseas at a young age to study cutting-edge medical technology. Recently, she was exposed to a new medical machine abroad, which can drastically reduce the operation time as well as the patient's physical burden. This machinery is not currently in use in Xia. When Xiao Evening Ching hears that the grandmother of the Ji family needs surgery, she wants to bring machinery to treat her. At the same time, it can also take the opportunity to create awareness of the new machinery and benefit more heart disease patients in Xia. What she didn't expect, though, was a strange young teenage girl at this birthday family dinner. Grandma Ji pointed at Yi Wuxuan with a kind smile. Yi Wuxuan, Miss Yi, Shin's girlfriend, my very satisfied future granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Evening Harvest's eyes widened. Clean, handsome and gold. By the world's countless unmarried women hanging on Ji Xiao Jishin. Actually quietly more than a girlfriend already? And Grandma Ji even admitted that she was very happy with this future grandson-in-law? That said, isn't Ms. Yi a bit too young? And what kind of family is the Yi family? What kind of business is it in? Why can't she remember which family name is Yi? And what did Yi Wuxuang rely on to be favored by Ji Xiao? In an instant, countless questions swept through Qiao Evening Harvest's brain, but it wasn't something she should be concerned about. After dinner, several people came to the sofa and the maid brought fruit. Jishin peeled an orange and placed it in Yi Wuxuang's hand. Thanks. Yi Wuxuang's voice was clear and cold as she habitually thanked him. Across the room, Grandma Ji, however, narrowed her eyes alertly. Nope. Every time the grandson gave Yi Wuxuang a dish, Yi Wuxuang would nod his head and thank him. Isn't it a little too detached to thank me for the fruit? Are you really boyfriend and girlfriend? Grandma Ji's eyes darted between the two, her expression questioning. Yi Wuxuang's body suddenly tensed and looked at Jishin helpfully. It wasn't something she was good at dealing with. It wouldn't be good if it was torn apart. Jishin loved this helpless and clueless adorable look in Yi Wuxuang's eyes and leaned down to puff on her ear. Looks like you're acting too bad to be broken up. Or you can kiss me to dispel Grandma's suspicions? He brought his handsome side face with no dead angle to Yi Wuxuang's face. His meaning was obvious. Yi Wuxuang froze. Kiss him? Do we really have to do this? She looked up to find Grandma Ji's expression even more questioning. On the other side, Jishin couldn't wait for a kiss for a long time and laughed lightly in his heart. His little trick didn't work yet. He turned his face, intending to tell Yi Wuxuang that it was just a joke, when his mouth was attached to something warm. Two lips pressed together. Jishin's pupils clenched, not thinking at all that he would kiss Yi Wuxuang like this. Her lips were so soft, like an invisible key into Pandora's box. Yi Wuxuang was also surprised. She had wanted to kiss Jishin's face. Who knew that Jishin turned his head in the middle of looking at each other? His deep, bottomless eyes showed a surge of emotions that she couldn't read. Her delicate face panicked and instinctively tried to flee. This escape is a complete twist of the key to unlock Pandora's box. Jishin reached out his big hand and clasped it on the back of Yi Wuxuang's neck, forcing her to retreat and domineeringly deepening this unexpected kiss. He attacked her world, savoring her sweetness with abandon. What gentleness! What cultivation! What restraint! What patience! All disappeared. He moved to close his eyes, remembering the 2 pieces of information Feng Jiu had handed him. Yi Wuxuang. Who the hell are you? Monster or devil? Stay with me. Yi Wuxuang's pupils continued to dilate, passively enduring the solicitations from Jishin. The unfamiliar experience left her at a loss. She pushed against Jishin's chest to no avail. Her resistance was feeble in the face of his dominance, as if she had slammed her fist into a cloud. A kiss at the end. Jishin opened his eyes, some fierce wolfishness still remaining in his eyes. Yi Wuxuang had to be crispy in Jishin's arms because she couldn't change her breath and lacked oxygen to the point of tinnitus. I'm sorry. Jishin gained an inch and wrapped his arms across her waist, possessive, his voice husky in her ear. I just thought it would be a little bit more authentic that way. Yi Wuxuang didn't know what to say, and could only gently shake his head to show that he didn't mind. This rebellious appearance fiercely pleased Jishin, and a dark aura swept across his eyes. Look how well behaved his girls are. How could he give up such a good girl to someone else? Geez, so shy, so shy. Grandma Ji covered her face and shook her head, not to mention how happy she was. Later, Ji Hanhai, Grandma Ji, and Jishin went to the study to discuss things. Yi Wuxuang returned to his room alone. On the way, she met Xiao Evening Cheng, who had just come out of the temporary guest room. Xiao Evening Cheng, a woman who was dressed for the workplace, even her makeup was workplace, was holding a box containing some medical device in her hand. The English on the box made Yi Wuxuang pay some attention, thinking that she had a misunderstanding about her. Xiao Evening Harvest opened up the sky. Hello Ms. Yi, I have a fiancé. I have no ill intentions towards young Ji, and I only came to the banquet this time in order to treat Grandma Ji with high-end medical equipment. Saying that, she held the box up. I just need to gently press this thing to save Grandma Ji's life. And in the future, all the heart disease patients in Xiao will not have to wait for the topmost batch of doctors to operate the surgery. Her tone was proud, her eyes proud. Yi Wuxuang retracted her eyes and her red lips slightly opened. It can't afford to take on the word all. Xiao Evening Cheng felt like she was splashed with cold water, and she wrinkled her brows. Does Ms. Yi know medicine? Do you know how many years it takes to train a top doctor? Besides talent? The world's top doctors are limited in number and can only save a limited number of lives. It is different, and the future of human medicine is the future of mechanization. Words were not enough, and Yi Wuxuang crossed over to Xiao Evening Cheng. The next day, Jishin was shouted by Ji Hanhai to go fishing in the reservoir, while Yi Wuxuang was dragged by Grandma Ji to go shopping. Xiao Evening Cheng, as a temporary doctor, accompanied the two as they went shopping. The trio walked into a boutique of a globally recognized clothing brand. Grandson-in-law, what do you think of this one? Grandma Ji pointed to a small dress with a nice pattern. Yi Wuxuang nodded. It's quite good. What about these? Grandma Ji pointed to the row of clothes in front again. It's all quite good. Yi Wuxiang patiently replied. It wasn't that she didn't have more than a few adjectives to describe it, but how could it be bad when these well-known designers created clothes that could cost tens of thousands of dollars? Then buy them all. Grandma Ji beckoned the guide and signaled the guy to look at Yi Wuxiang. A set of all the dresses, shoes, and hats in your store. In my granddaughter-in-law's size. The guide's mouth was all smiles, and he panicked and called for someone to come and measure the size. Yi Wuxiang was stunned. Grandma, I have clothes, I don't need to dash. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Grandma Ji turned around and wiped her tears. Aggrieved. I shouldn't have saved General Ji from the beginning. I shouldn't have run away from my marriage. And I shouldn't have gone to the front line with General Ji. Yi Wuxiang. Amount of it. That's right. Grandma Ji was beaming. In the next second, her laughter dissipated and she fell to the side, covering her chest. Chapter 112. Yi Wuxiang appeared and took over Grandma Ji's surgery. Yi Wuxiang's quick eyes and hands caught the shocked and unconscious Grandma Ji. Xiao Eveningqing also plays the role of a doctor and calls for an ambulance to send Grandma Ji into the hospital operating room. The surgery was about to begin when Ji Xin and Ji Hanhai arrived at the news. Aside from Xiao Eveningqing, who was in charge of the surgery, Ji Xin, Ji Hanhai, and Yi Wuxiang were all watching the surgery in the special viewing room. Special viewing room with many split screens. Some are aimed at surgical equipment, some at patient wounds, some at doctors and nurses, and some at patient x-rays. I didn't expect the general's wife to go into sudden shock. The aging hospital director sighed as he casually placed a stack of information on the table. It is a pity that until today, no suitable heart source has been found for the lady. If a suitable heart organ is available, the hospital will arrange for Grandma Ji to undergo a heart replacement surgery to solve her mitral valve stenosis problem from the root. I hope that the cutting-edge medical machinery that Xiao Eveningqing brought from abroad can help her. Ji Hanhai's voice was a little choked and his eyes were red. He hadn't heard her call him General Ji enough. Ji Xin didn't say anything, just put his hand on his grandfather's shoulder and patted it. His eyes fixed on the picture in the operating room. He's nervous too. I looked up the information. This new type of medical machinery called SN is indeed very powerful. NDR. Xiao Eveningqing is also a leader of the younger generation in the medical field, so she can definitely save your wife's life. In the operating room, the heavily armed Xiao Eveningqing had already opened the chest, and she took the high technology she had brought back from abroad and slowly stabbed it in against Grandma Ji's ever-beating heart. SN into the tip of the heart. SN entered through the left ventricle. The SN is about to reach the mitral valve. Preparing for prosthetic valve replacement at the mitral valve. Xiao Evening Harvest's gentle and powerful voice reached the viewing room through the stereo. Ji Hanhai didn't even dare to breathe hard, and Ji Xin also slightly clenched his fists. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Wuxiang landed on the pile of information that the dean had placed next to him. The first page of the profile is a flat CT scan of Grandma Ji's chest, which at first glance seems fine. Yi Wuxiang moved her eyes away, and in the next second, she looked back violently and landed on a shadow. That's the shadow of a splenic artery aneurysm. Given Grandma Ji's current blood flow rate, the splenic artery aneurysm will not rupture immediately. Prosthetic valves are different once they are replaced. Because of the replacement of the artificial valve, Grandma Ji's blood circulation will suddenly become better. And the incremental amount of blood, there is a risk of rupturing the splenic artery aneurysm. When the time comes, it's a hemorrhage. Yi Wuxiang's absolutely beautiful face sank as she silently walked out of the viewing room, thinking that she had something else on her mind. Ji Xin didn't stop her and continued to watch the surgery with her grandfather. Inside the operating room, Xiao Eveningqing pressed the button and the artificial valve successfully settled. She slowly drew out the SN instrument and turned to look at the surveillance probe, an excited grin emerging from her eyes under the goggles. General Ji, young Ji, the operation was successful. That's the power of technology. This is the future of medicine. Difficult surgeries that no top doctor could guarantee absolute success, she accomplished with only a small scientific instrument. Viewing room. Ji Hanhai breathed a sigh of relief and tears came to his eyes. The stone hanging in Ji Xin's heart also fell to the ground, and he was about to say something when, on the operating table, a fountain of blood erupted from Grandma Ji's chest, which hadn't yet been stitched up. Drip! Drip! The medical instruments began to alarm. Ji Hanhai's face abruptly turned as white as paper. What's going on? Ji Xin's narrow eyes were full of worry and shock. Inside the operating room, Xiao Eveningqing didn't know what was going on. Obviously the operation was a success. Quickly drain it. Bring gauze over to stop the bleeding. Bring a blood bag over for a blood transfusion. Xiao Eveningqing's voice was already unsteady. She thought to at least take care of the blood that spewed out first so she could find the bleeder. But it was really too much. She couldn't see the bleeder at all. Drip! Drip! The alarms of the medical instruments didn't stop. Dr. Joe, what next? The assistant anxiously inquired. Gauze gauze. Joe Evening's hands were shaking badly. The person lying on the operating table is the grandmother of the G family. 1,000-year-old family in Xia. If Grandma G dies by her hand, won't she and her family all have to? Blood pressure 50. The aide warned. The more he reminded him, the more overwhelmed Xiao Nanqing became. The pressure was so great that her entire arm began to shake, and she couldn't even hold the surgical equipment handed to her by her assistant. Bam! Surgical equipment smashed on the floor. Madam! Ji Hanhai took a step forward, his face full of pain. What the hell is going on here? Ji Shen angrily snapped at the dean. This. The dean was also scared and didn't know what was going on. In a panic, the censored door to the operating room opened. Yi Wushuang, who was wearing a surgical cap and disinfected, appeared at the door. She stepped into the operating room, raised her hand slightly, and calmly announced, I'll do the rest of the surgery. Xiao Evening Qing turned around as if she had been pardoned, and when she saw that it was Yi Wushuang, the hope in her eyes was annihilated, and she said angrily, You're kidding me. You realize the bleeding has gotten so bad you can't see the wound. Can you stop the bleeding? Yi Wushuang's absolutely beautiful face didn't have any half expression, only looking straight into Xiao Evening Qing's eyes as if she could see through Xiao Evening Qing's soul. Xiao Evening Harvest had nothing to say. Viewing room. Why is MS Yi in the operating room? Is she a doctor too? The dean asked Ji Hanhai. Ji Hanhai didn't know. He turned his head to look at Ji Shen. Yi Wushuang is Ji Shen's girlfriend and may be able to answer the dean's question. The actual Ji Shen couldn't answer. He thought of what the surgeon who had done the blood vessel stitching for Yi Wushuang had said a few days ago. Mr. G. M.S. Yi has studied medicine, right? Ji Shen no longer hesitated and pressed the microphone that went straight to the operating room. His voice urgent. Let her do it. He believed her. Inside the operating room, the assistant and nurse hurriedly put on Yi Wushuang's surgical gown, latex gloves, mask and goggles. Get out of the way. Yi Wushuang ordered Xiao Evening Qing. Zhou Evening retreated away. Yi Wushuang officially took over this operation. She whimpered. Drain. Plunge deeper. Aid, yes. Nurse A, blood pressure 49. Yi Wushuang, 26 mm stitches. Nurse B, yes. Nurse A, blood pressure 48 and dropping. Aid, what if I can't find the bleeder at? Yi Wushuang raised her head to look at him and said in a single word. Then take it out and find it. Aid, what? Yi Wushuang reached into Grandma G's body, and in a patch of blood, gently took the spleen organ away from its original position, lifted it slightly upwards, and instructed his assistant. Take it. The aide was at a loss for words. This was too scary. The organs were still covered in other things. I told you to take it. Yi Wushuang ordered in a stern voice. Yes. The assistant gently cupped the spleen organ, not daring to move a muscle. Yi Wushuang found the bleeding opening on the lower side and began to stitch it up. Quickly. A few stitches in a row and she started tying knots and tying them fast. Yi Wushuang, surgical scissors. Yes. The assistant handed Yi Wushuang the surgical scissors. The cut-in clothesline was broken and Yi Wushuang's voice slowed down. Stopping the bleeding is complete. Nurse A surprises. Blood pressure is returning. Various medical instruments also no longer alarm. I'll leave the rest of the closing to you guys. Yi Wushuang left the operating table. Xiao Evening Qing in the back saw that Grandma G had come to life, and her legs went limp as she slid against the instrument and sat on the ground. Yi Wushuang's footsteps lurched as he passed her. The human body, not being a part of a factory floor, cannot guarantee that every blood vessel, every organ, is exactly the same. It's nice that technology is the future. But doctors, who are the unique practitioners of the art of medicine, don't put the cart before the horse. Xiao Evening Qing was like being enlightened, and after a long period of time, she said in a naive manner, Tot. Chapter 113, Ji Shen said, Can you hug me? Yi Wushuang left the operating room and leaned against the wall to rest. His arm was a little sore. Her blood vessels had just been sutured for 3 days and had not yet completely recovered, and although she had not lifted any heavy objects, it was inevitable that she would have to flex her arms on the operating table, which more or less hurt her. Wu Shu. Ji Shen found his way over and walked to Yi Wushuang with his long legs. His tall figure immediately enveloped Yi Wushuang and also blocked some of the ceiling lights. Yi Wushuang slightly clenched her fists, raised her small palm-sized face and looked at him and calmly asked, Curious as to why I'm having surgery, are you? She learned medicine for her brother, Dustless. In her previous life, Dustless had a locator in her heart, and she wanted to remove it, so she studied medicine for many years. Unfortunately, the locator was in such a tricky position that she couldn't do anything about it. For Slayer Queen, it's no surprise that she can heal, but for Yi Wushuang, a female high school student, It was strange that she could heal. High school students can't juggle academics, go, backgammon, OU, racing, and street dance while also understanding the intricacies of medicine. I know you have secrets. Jishin's narrow eyes swept over a ghostly aura. I'll wait for the day you tell me yourself. He can wait. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuan's clenched fists loosened and gently exhaled a breath. Can you hug me a little? In Jishin's low voice, there was more than a trace of a faintly detectable vulnerability. Yi Wuxuan did not hesitate and took the initiative to wring the man's narrow waist. She knew that Grandma Ji's life was hanging by a thread, and he was not feeling well. In the outside world, he's a famous mall bully, but here, he's just a human who almost lost his next of kin. A flesh and blood human being who suffers and feels bad. He could keep comforting Ji Hanhai, but he, himself, needed comforting too. Yi Wuxuan's embrace soothed Jishin's uninvited uneasiness. He backhanded Yi Wuxuan into his arms, his chin lowered on top of her head, closing his eyes in silence. Xiao Evening Qing came out of the operating room and saw them embracing each other. Two words immediately popped into her head, matchy-matchy. The auras of young Ji and Miss Yi matched perfectly, looking like a pair of entwined and growing plants, relying on each other and supporting each other in perfect harmony. Afternoon, Grandma Ji woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the haggard-looking Ji Hanhai with a weak smile. General Ji, hello again. Ji Hanhai held his wife's hand and choked and nodded. Miss Xiao, thank you for saving me. Grandma Ji looked at Xiao Evening Qing next to the hospital bed. Xiao Evening Qing bowed 90 degrees and told Grandma Ji about what happened in the operating room, emphasizing that Yi Wuxuan was her true savior. My granddaughter-in-law saved me, and you saved me, so don't deny yourself altogether. Grandma Ji carried herself well. 2 surgeries, 2 doctors, one without the other. Xiao Evening Qing was flattered and bowed again to apologize for leaving. General Ji, your granddaughter-in-law saved your life and saved mine, so what do you think we should do to repay her? Grandma Ji was in a happy mood. Their Ji family was so lucky to have met such a wonderful girl. Let Ashen serve her for the rest of her life with his body? The kaiju general raised an eyebrow. Downstairs at the hospital, Yi Wuxuan and Ji Shun, who were taking a walk, were stopped by Xiao Evening Qing. Please accept me as your disciple. Miss Yi, Xiao Evening Qing bowed, her attitude sincere. She repeatedly watched the video of Yi Wuxuan doing the surgery and only felt astonished. Not a bit worse than the medical gurus she met abroad. This master, worshipping his earning, though she couldn't figure out how a girl in her senior year of high school could be so powerful. I don't accept disciples. Yi Wuxuan refused. Xiao Evening Qing bowed again and stubbornly said, I want to save more people. Please accept me as a disciple. Miss Yi, Jishin pondered for a moment and said towards Yi Wuxuan, the Chao family has been practicing medicine for generations. The family operates a chain of hospitals, and their status in the capital is even higher than that of the Tong clan, and Xiao Evening Qing is the Chao family's only heir. In other words, this female disciple, it's not a bad idea to take, but I have other things to be busy with. Yi Wuxuan slightly wrinkled his eyebrows. Her first major event was to complete the 30 trial quests issued by the system before anything else. Master can teach me when he's free. Xiao Evening Qing's eyes were full of anticipation. Seeing that she was so persistent, Yi Wuxuan thought about it and nodded. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple. Xiao Evening Qing was as happy as a child with a perfect score on a test, completely forgetting that she was also a female genius sought after and admired by countless people in the medical profession. Suddenly, Yi Wuxuan's cell phone vibrated. The caller was Lu Qiankuan. He told Yi Wuxuan that the tournament authorities had created a double Masters Championship medal especially for her. She was told to come to the chess building and pick it up if it was convenient for her, or if not, the tournament would mail it. Yi Wuxuan asked back, is Zhang Tianji still in the building? She still owes Zhang Tianji a medical bill. At that time, Shi Xiaoye was mesmerized by Tong Kaiwei, or asked Zhang Tianji to send Shi Xiaoye to the hospital to be rescued. Yes, he and his twin brother are participating in the Go intensive training. Lu Qiankuan replied, I'll go over later. Yi Wuxuan hung up the phone. Let Feng Jiu give you a ride. Jishin wrinkled his eyebrows. He had a cross-country meeting in the afternoon. Half an hour later, Feng Jiu arrived at the Chess World building with Yi Wuxuan in his car. Kong Tianqi and Kong Tianan stood in the doorway. Seeing her, Zhang Tianji was the first to wave. Miss Yi, how is your body recovering? Whoops, romance novels are fake, and he and the real thing are over before they even start. If that person wasn't Ji Shao, he'd still want to have a fair fight, but now he really didn't have a single thought about it. Where does he compare to Ji Shao? Yes, I'm sorry. Kong Tianan apologized for his former blindness, his clear and handsome face reddening. He had always thought that Tong Kaiwei was persistent and good girl, and he was proved very wrong. Yi Wuxuan was the one who was truly persistent, and he thinks she's cold-blooded. Remember to wipe your eyes next time. Yi Wuxiang faintly returned a sentence and did not pursue the matter. After all, he did not have bad intentions and was Jiang Tianji's brother. She asked Jiang Tianji, "How much did Shi Xiaoye spend in the hospital? I'll transfer the money to you." Jiang Tianji smiled brightly. "Instead of paying me back, why don't you make friends with us and exchange your usual go views and such?" He had said so. Yi Wuxiang could not refuse, and the three of them exchanged contact information. Ms. Yi. Thank you. Shi Jiefang brought Shi Xiaoye to Yi Wuxiang and made a move to kneel down, but was stopped by Yi Wuxiang. When the case of the severed hand came to light, the police department suspended his detention, allowing them to reunite father and daughter at an early date. Sister Yi, I'm practicing playing chess with my feet now. Oh, Shi Xiaoye's smile was full of vigor as she found a new direction. Everything is shifting for the better. I also apologize for my former blindness. Lu Qiankun came over with a new medal and looked at Yi Wuxiang with complicated eyes. I hope you can forgive me for being rude to you. Chapter 114, Carnival. Harassment of famous online male authors. Yi Wuxiang received the medal and graciously accepted Lu Qiankun's apology before leaving the Chess World building. On the way back, Yi Wuxiang confirmed the system progress. Trial Mission 7 has been completed. A new trial mission will be released tomorrow. She opened her phone and realized she had several unread messages. Separately, there were congratulatory messages from the students of Class 7 led by Jane Xiaoyang, Meng Yunjing and Bai Jinwu. They have all been following this master's selection tournament. Yi Wuxiang replied thank you. On top of that, Bai Jinwu also gave Yi Wuxiang a map of the distribution of gang forces in the summer country and asked Yi Wuxiang how he would expand in the future. Yi Wuxiang facelessly zoomed in on the picture, edited it, and ticked off a few smaller areas to send back to Bai Jinwu. These areas may seem unrelated, but in reality, if captured, they could jointly annex another large gang in the center. Bai Jinwu returned 4 words. Gangmaster is wise. Day 2. Early morning. Yi Wuxiang washed up, changed into a black short-sleeved under with blue denim shorts, revealing a pair of white straight legs, jacket curry trench coat, and cool and valiant. Going to the game carnival? Jishin happened to come in from outside, a chocolate cake on a porcelain plate in his hand. Yi Wuxiang's eyes immediately glowed as she walked over, pulled Jishin's wrist down and took a bite towards the cake. The cake went into her stomach before she nodded. Well, the carnival is tonight. When the BB Bunny Best Female Escort contest was first held, the winning female escort was asked to participate in the gaming carnival that was to be held soon. The date is exactly tonight. Contact me if something happens. Jishin handed Yi Wuxiang the cake with a small notch missing, his thin lips rising slightly. She's also a little too eager. Aha! Yi Wuxiang finished the cake and headed to the place where the game carnival was held. The venue is a 2-hour drive from South Border City, in an exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was beautifully done, with a new game demo area, a game peripheral area, a cosplay area, and a lot of traffic, mostly young people. Yi Wuxiang followed the meeting place sent to her by the organizer and came to the guest lounge. Hey, berserkers! Jane Tianzi, Jane Jiaoyang's cousin, was the first to spot Yi Wuxiang. Since this kid had worked with Yi Wuxiang a few times, he was now the #1 brother in the game broadcasting world, and was as scenic as he wanted to be. As he shouted, the rest of the guests in the lounge let out a wow sound. All of them were people in the circle. Even if they didn't play Jedi actions, they had heard of the name Yi Wuxiang. The group of guests, some of whom were tournament commentators, some of whom were famous cosplayers, and some of whom were famous gamers, were all very young. One of them is rather special. He was a middle-aged, balding male with a big belly, wearing an expensive gray suit and a Cartier watch, and an air of being out of place with everyone else. His name is Lu Hui, a platinum male author of a network literature website. With more than 10 million fans on various platforms, he was invited to write a full-length companion piece for Operation Jedi, which was very well received, and is a character that all the guests know by heart is best not to be messed with. Ever since Yi Wuxiang came in, he had been staring at Yi Wuxiang's bare and straight legs, with a grotesque smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. Everyone is here? Let's go to the hotel for lunch first then. The head of Carnival guided with a smile on his face. When they arrived at the hotel, the guests were divided into 2 tables. One for those with high status in the circle and one for those with low status. Yi Wuxiang, as a small player in the circle, was naturally placed at the low table. He was about to sit down, but Lu Hui beckoned. Ms. Yi, why don't you sit on my side? I appreciate your performance in the game and would like to learn a few moves from you, so that I don't always land in a box and get laughed at by my fans. Everyone gave a face-saving chuckle. Yi Wuxiang's eyes were slightly lowered as he sat over, but Lu Hui said he was going to ask, but never did, and drank wine with everyone. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone has let go, and people with ulterior motives have begun to pat Lu Hui on the back. Great God Lu! I heard that the game officials initially chose two authors, a male and a female, intending to pick one to work with, and finally chose you? Ha! Lu Hui put down his glass. Don't you want me to choose the woman? What would a woman write? Her mind is filled with love and affection all day long, and she only wants to find a rich president to get into bed with no content and no depth. What else is it for but to satisfy the female readers who only daydream? Women at the table who would normally read romance novels felt offended. Reading novels isn't just a fun diversion. If female readers like love affairs, don't male readers also have a passion for power and status? And do they need to be singled out for ridicule? They were upset but didn't dare to squeak. They couldn't afford to mess with them in the end. The ass kisser added, I heard that your new book participated in the 1000 Autumn Cup Internet Literature Competition. Wouldn't that be a sure winner? Overrated, overrated. Lu Hui raised his glass again and sipped half a mouthful of white wine. The likelihood of winning the championship is just over 90%. Ding! Trial mission released. A line appeared before Yi Wuxuan's eyes. Trial mission, 8 winner of the 1000 Autumn Cup Internet Literature Competition. Before she could think too much, Lu Hui turned his head and asked Yi Wuxuan, come on, drink one with me. Seeing this, Jian Tianzi on the opposite side of the table quickly spoke out to stop him. Great God Lu! Berserkers is still a student and won't be drinking. Drinking is just a matter of opening your mouth and pouring the wine into your stomach. What's not to know? Without permission, Lu Hui poured a full glass of white wine into Yi Wuxuan's empty glass. Come on, drink one with me. If you don't, you are looking down on me. Miss Yi, hurry up and drink. When I was your age, I didn't even have this opportunity when I wanted to drink with someone like Great God Lu. The ass kissers hurriedly chimed in. Yi Wuxuan looked at Lu Hui with cold eyes. What if I don't? She doesn't really like to drink. It looks like you've received too much rigid education at school. Lu Hui sked and said bitterly. You don't know. The wine table culture is an old tradition in our summer country. Many friends in business are negotiated on the wine table. It's a good place to make money, you know? After saying that, he stretched out his salty pig hand and touched towards Yi Wuxuan's hand. Coldness appeared in Yi Wuxuan's eyes as he backhandedly caught Lu Hui's wrist and turned it. Click! The arm is directly dislocated. Ah! Shouted Lu Hui miserably, his face losing its blood color. Great God Lu! The ass kisser stood up in fear and questioned Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan, what are you doing? A man wants to sexually harass me. What do you think I'm doing? Yi Wuxuan coldly shook off Lu Hui's hand and asked this man rhetorically. Everyone instantly looked at Lu Hui, not expecting him to be this kind of person. Lu Hui gritted his teeth and covered his arm. Nonsense! I just want to go get a piece of toilet paper. How do you think so much brain so dirty? Don't think that just because you're good looking that all the guys have to kneel down and lick you. My readers are full of beautiful women, and I really don't care about your looks. Chapter 115, same as that night before kissing in front of Grandma Ji. The person in charge of Carnival rushed over and realized that Yi Wuxuan did have a box of toilet paper in front of him. Now no one could say whether Lu Hui had sexually harassed Yi Wuxuan or not. Only Yi Wuxuan herself knew that Lu Hui's salty hand was heading towards molesting her. First go get a doctor to look at your arm. The person in charge arranged for Lu Hui to leave the field. Great God Lu! The young man who had been kissing Lu Hui's ass and looked like a skinny monkey took Lu Hui's suit jacket and followed him up. The three left, and Yi Wuxuan sat down and continued eating without being disturbed. The rest of them looked at each other, not well enough to comment. Hospitals. The person in charge is in line to pay the bill. Lu Hui picked up his arm and sat in the hospital corridor showing his teeth, cursing Yi Wuxuan in his heart for giving his face. Who is Lu Hui? A casual novel copyright can be sold for tens of millions of dollars, and there are not a few women who want to climb into his bed. Yi Wuxuan was good. Not only did she reject him, she even twisted his arm, embarrassing him in public. If he hadn't been so quick to find an excuse to draw paper, he would have been in deep trouble. The skinny monkey slapped his own thigh and fought for Lu Hui. Great God Lu! This Yi Wuxuan is too self-righteous. You just won a couple of useless championships, didn't you? Do you really think you're so cute that any guy would look at her and molest her? His name is Tian Pang and he is the manager of a game development department, pandering to Lu Hui in order to buy the rights to adapt the game of a novel written by Lu Hui. As we all know, developing an original game requires a lot of effort and manpower, and also faces the risk of the player market not buying the game. Adapting the greatest novels is different. You can never lose money with the support of the fans of the original. At her age, it's understandable to be puffed up with pride when she can achieve a little. Lu Hui sighed, looking magnanimous. In the opinion of a person of his status, all of Yi Wuxuan's accomplishments up to this point in time were just minor. What monthly exam champions, provincial Olympiad champions, racing champions, and escort champions. carry no weight at all. The World Street Dance Champion with the highest gold content is just a contraption for people to dance with. No different from a hotel attendant or a foot bath masseuse. Not to mention the 18-year-old double master. How much is the prize money for one race? 1/1000th of his annual income? Where is she being puffed up with pride? This is her disrespecting you. She didn't even apologize to you after she mistreated you. The tutelage is too poor. Tianpeng was furious. Aren't you going to educate her? Lu Hui leaned back in his chair and sighed. I'm an elder. What's the point of bothering with the younger generation? Isn't this dropping the class and drawing criticism? No, this is something you can put up with. But I, as your fan, can't put up with it at all. Tianpeng took out his cell phone, logged into the microblogging, selecting the pushing female tag, knocked down a line to publish. AE Game Development Department. Tianpeng, well-known male author with millions of followers, attends an event and has his arm twisted by a Pushing woman who thinks it's sexual harassment. Can some women in our summer country not be so common and confident? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As soon as the tweet was sent out, Tianpeng received an interactive beep and it looked like the response was not bad. Lu Hui faintly swept a glance, pretended not to see, and took a picture of his own medical record as well, uploading it to Weibo. I'm Lu Hui. Hey, I came out for an event, but got injured in an accident and had to cut off work for a few days. Sorry bookworms/hugs. These were originally two unrelated tweets. With the passage of time, netizens associated the two microblogging together. Gradually pick up the Pooh letter woman is Yi Wushuang. Dusk, Yi Wushuang, who didn't know about the undercurrents, returned to South Border City after attending the carnival and used the double master bonus to buy a laptop for office use. When he returned to the farmhouse with his laptop, Jishin was sitting in front of his laptop, legs folded, one hand dragging the side of his face, in a cross-country video conference. He wore a white ascetic shirt. The luxurious black diamonds of his cufflinks emitted dazzling light, and his eyes, while lazy, also possessed the sternness of an emperor. Yi Wushuang did not disturb. On the sofa opened the newly purchased laptop, searching for information related to the Thousand Autumn Cup. This is a long story contest organized by the Floating Light Fiction Network. Floating Light Chinese Network, one of the famous novel websites in Xia, has many great authors including Lu Hui. The Chiquita Cup is a 2-month competition, open to all authors, with readers voting for the winners. The book that is currently ranked number 1 is Lu Hui's Enter the Qing Officials. Yi Wushuang clicked in to read it and found that it was a historical novel. It's probably about an ancient official who joins a nobleman's family and goes from being looked down upon to being surrounded by delicate wives and beautiful concubines and being powerful in the imperial court. Buzz. Jane Zhaoyong called with an anxious tone. Queen, did you twist the arm of the great god author Lu Hui? How do you know? Yi Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Something big has happened. Look at Lu Hui's Weibo. Yi Wushuang did not panic and searched Lu Hui's microblog and saw that Lu Hui's broken note. The note already has over 8,000 comments and almost 100,000 retweets. Nasty pushy letter woman, can pheasants stay in their cages these days and not just touch the porcelain? Lovers are like clothes, women are just a lot of things. Today Lu Hui update, or Ludishin broad-minded, said he was accidentally injured. If not Tianpeng sent a microblogging, we do not know that you are by the Pushing female Yi Wushuang injury. A Game Development Department. Tianpeng, heartbroken Ludishin/crying/crying/crying. Yi Wushuang clicked on Tianpeng's profile and identified him through the photos in his album as the skinny monkey man who had been kissing Lu Hui's ass at today's dinner party. His latest update is a tweet in Lu Hui's defense, saying that he Pushing female, a song in a harmony, well matched. Yi Wushuang commented without any emotion. What should the queen do now? Lu Hui's readers and some men have already touched the bottom of your C-Station video to scold you. My brother is helping you in the live broadcast room, but he was also rushed by them. Jane Zhaoyan was anxious in her heart. This isn't one fan team, upset with another fan team. Rather, it's one social group, dissatisfied with another social group, independent of occupation or preference. Thank your brother for me. Yi Wushuang's tone was cold and hung up the phone. On top of that, she had to thank Lu Hui and Tianpeng. Participating in a novel competition requires popularity and publicity, and with the two of them so kindly promoting it, she naturally wants to capitalize on the momentum. Yi Wushuang registered users and posted microblogs. At I'm Lu Hui. I've always seen and beaten up lewd men like you who like to harass women. I'm going to win the Chiaki Cup. You'd better quit before it's too late. So arrogant? Jishin ended the meeting at some point and sat down next to Yi Wushuang, his eyes falling on the microblog she had just sent out. Yi Wushuang turned her head and happened to see Jishin's handsome three-dimensional side face. It was the same angle as the night before the kiss in front of Grandma Ji. Her heartbeat dropped half a beat the wrong way for no reason, and her mind wondered what she was thinking as she scurried a little distance to the side. Then, before nodding, I plan to use Lu Hui as a springboard to attract traffic. The more arrogant the better. Damn, she's nervous about something. Chapter 116. Oh, you're not shy, are you? Yeah. A smile flickered in Jishin's eyes. He moved his body and resumed his seat beside Yi Wuxuang, asking very seriously, what kind of competition is the Thousand Autumn Cup? A fiction contest. Yi Wuxuang anachronistically thought of the image of the two kissing and became even more uncomfortable, silently pulling away again. You still write novels? Jishin raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't realize it, and pulled in to sit over again. Will a little. Yi Wuxuang pulled away again and again. From time to time, a killer has to disguise himself as someone else and then act and say what needs to be said based on who they are and their background. She was quite a good story maker, but why was Jishin sitting over again? So what kind of novel are you planning to write? Jishin deliberately whispered in her ear as low as whine. Wet and hot breath sprayed on the sensitive area behind Yi Wuxuang's ear, as if she was a cat that had exploded its fur. She made a reflexive bounce and was about to move away, but unbeknownst to her, she had reached the edge of the couch and plunged her entire body downward. Jishin's large hand gripped her thin waist and fished her back into his arms, his deep eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? Nothing. Yi Wuxuang was a little embarrassed. It's so embarrassing to be an international assassin and fall off the edge of the couch. Jishin's tone was a bit puzzled. I see that you've been moving to the side. Do you prefer this side's location and scenery? Yi Wuxuang nodded his head vigorously. Yes, she just loves the location over here. I like this side better too. Mind if I sit on this side too and hold you in the meantime? I am quite worried that Grandpa and them raid. Oh, you want to be shy, right? Jishin inquired politely. Yi Wuxuang shook his head vigorously. No, Will. She kills like a man. She can't be shy. Then I'll hold you like this. At the edge of the sofa, Jishin held Yi Wuxuang in his arms in name only, the old fox-like belly in his eyes appearing and hiding at first. He took Yi Wuxuang's notebook with his other hand and opened the document to change the topic. So, what kind of a novel do you want to write? Yi Wuxuang leaned against Jishin's sturdy chest, calming her heartbeat, and spoke out her initial thoughts. It's an idea similar to Robinson Crusoe, where the protagonist is alone and by chance arrives in a completely new forest. In order to survive, the protagonist needs to drill wood for fire, survive in the wilderness, and develop technology, complete the technological promotion from the Stone Age, to the Bronze Age, to the Iron Age, to the Steam Age, to the Electric Age. It's a very hardcore novel that maps the evolution of humanity over hundreds of millions of years. Jishin listened while inputting Yi Wuxuang's ideas into the document, his 5 fingers tapping on the keyboard as if playing the piano was pleasing to the eye. It's a good idea, but I think you're missing a very important element. Jishin laughed softly, his chest vibrating slightly. Yi Wuxuang felt this vibration and raised her clean face to look at him, her eyes full of curiosity. What element? Jishin lowered his eyes. His sight lingered on her pinkish red lips for a few seconds and moved away. Love. Hardcore tech alone wouldn't be enough to sustain the patience of more readers, and love is a topic of eternal human exploration. So why not take both hardcore and relationships and expand your audience? Curved and high. You're right. Yi Wuxuang thought a little and recognized Jishin's proposal. The two had a discussion about how to expand their readership and, finally, finalized the title of the book. I'm starting an industrial revolution. And you're saying I'm running away from the princess? As the name suggests, this is an unlucky woman who travels through ancient times and thinks she has started the wilderness survival mode, relying on the accumulation of knowledge to expand her territory and develop technology and civilization in the deserted forest. When the Industrial Revolution was about to begin, an unexpected visitor appeared in the territory, saying that he had finally caught you, so go back and get married. Thus, the place where the heroine reformed her technology went from a forest to a mansion, a dynasty, or even an entire world. The collision between cultures and the severing of eras and times are all highly intentional. The twilight is deepening. Yi Wuxuang yawned and got out of Jishin's arms. It's time to sleep. I'll officially upload the chapters tomorrow. The departure of the warm fragrance and soft jade made Jishin feel slightly lost. He looked at the place where Yi Wuxuang's blood vessels were stitched up and his voice was calm. Tomorrow you'll tell the plot and I'll do the typing. Your hands need to rest for a while. They're not fit for keyboarding. Yi Wuxuang paused in his steps, wondering, don't you need to do business? She remembers him being busy. Though her hands, it was true, were not fit for frequent keyboarding right now. You're more important than business. Jishin's slender and deep eyes locked onto Yi Wuxuang. His gentle voice slowly dissipated in the night. If she needed it, he could put off all negotiations. Aha! Yi Wuxuang's heart warmed and her eyebrows arched. He felt that she, as a friend, was more important than business. That sounds so delightful. The next day, the sun rises in the east. Yi Wuxuang read. Jishin typed. And a few hours later, the opening chapter of the novel was completed. Jishin helped her register her pen name Yi Wuxuang and uploaded the chapters. And in less than an hour, the chapters were approved. Yi Wuxuang also released the news that he had created a new book through his cell phone microblogging. The rest of the strife she left alone. Not long after, alerts started popping up in the author's back office that a message had been received from a reader. The messages were basically negative. You're just a lady who accompanies people to play games. Where do you get the confidence to act noble? Inside our God Lu Hui's fans, there are many women who are richer than you and prettier than you, so don't really think you have much charm, okay? Pushing girl off, please. The number of times the book has been collected, under the huge amount of abuse, is also increasing at a high rate. Part of them were Yi Wuxuang's original fans. The other part was the new traffic attracted under Yi Wuxuang's deliberate operation. They take a chance, think it's okay, and click to favorite it. Lu Hui's side also heard that Yi Wuxuang opened a new book. He was at by Yi Wuxuang last night and didn't reply first, wanting to see what the book Yi Wuxuang was going to send out was in the end, and whether it had any real strength. He was in the end so old that he wouldn't be as impulsive and reckless as a hairy child. At this moment, Yi Wuxuang's new book came out, and he was the first to click into the link to read it. A man surviving aimlessly in the primeval forest? What's there to see here? He squinted his eyes and began to write a small essay in response to Yi Wuxuang's tweet. I'm Lu Hui. Since my wife has been paralyzed in bed, I have been taking care of her with all my heart and soul. You confidently said sexual harassment, smeared my character, twisted my arm, and I wanted to sue you, but gave up because you were young. Unfortunately, my tolerance didn't make you reflect on yourself, and you shamed me for withdrawing from the Chiaki Cup competition earlier. No matter how good-tempered I am, I can't help but ask you, are you worthy? The messages under that tweet were praising Lu Hui for being a good man who loves his wife and cares for his family. Unlike Yi Wuxuang, who has a face as big as a basin and is self-righteous. Not long after, Lu Hui received a reply. Leafless, crawl. Lu Hui facial distortion. But his mood quickly improved, because his new book, more a username Miss Xiaoshui readers, rewarded a whole 100,000. Message from MS. Xiaoshui, chasing Lu Hui God's book for several years, has been diving did not show up. This time really cannot stand it. I hope that the God is not disturbed, to create a better work. Thank you beautiful woman for the reward. Lu Hui was in a happy mood. He's not short of 100,000, but he has face when readers throw 100,000 at him, not to mention it's a female reader. I just don't know what she looks like and what her figure is like. Lu Hui stroked his chin, his old habits kicking in. South Border City, Mountain Farmhouse. Yi Wuxuang, in the name of Miss Xiaoshui, left a message again. Can I add God's fan group? Repairing the inn in the open, and doing it in the dark. This move is ruthless enough. Jishin laughed lightly. Chapter 117, sent her novel to the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Jishin has been in the business world for many years and has seen too much deceit. And when Yi Wuxuang revealed this hand, he knew what Yi Wuxuang wanted to do. She wanted to start with Lu Hui's molester nature. Lu Hui likes beautiful women. Then a range of beautiful women in front of his eyes. Lewd as he is, how can he endure? When that happens, it's a straight-up revelation of his hard-earned nice guy persona. The method is good, but I don't favor you personally going down to tempt him. Jishin's brows wrinkled slightly, inwardly dissatisfied. He didn't even have this kind of treatment, so why should Lu Hui be able to enjoy it? I didn't plan to go down. Just find a few net pictures to PS and send them over. Yi Wuxuang searched online for the current men's favorite body shape. Only the words of the diagram are not credible, and the waiting time for the fish to bite will be longer. Give me the account password of MS. Xiaoshui. I'll find someone to help you. Jishin spread out his palm. Yi Wuxuang was a bit hesitant. Did she really want to trouble Jishin again and again? Seeing outside again. Don't treat me as a friend anymore, right? Jishin sighed long and hard, his eyes showing a trifle of helplessness. You just saved my grandmother on the operating table. Isn't it only right that I help you? Yi Wuxuang pursed her lips and handed her cell phone to Jishin, which contained the account password of Miss Xiaoshui and the fan group number sent over by Lu Hui. Jishin looked at it and took out his own cell phone to contact a subordinate. Not long after, a pop-up window appeared on Yi Wuxuang's cell phone. It showed that the account of MS Xiaoshui was logged in from an off-site computer, and she was asked if she was allowed to operate at the same time. Yi Wuxuang allowed. Immediately after that, she realized that the avatar of this account had changed into a young woman with plump breasts and a thin waist. The woman's features were bright and colorful, and the background was a luxury private yacht. The person using the account quickly joined the Lu Hui fan group and went in and sent photos woman in a bikini, laughing and running on the yacht selfie video. The chest rose and fell in unison with the waves. The fan base was instantly The screen was swiped. Most of Lu Hui's readers are men, and only a few are women attracted by his loving wife persona. With so many males, how can seeing this video be tolerated? Lu Hui himself sent a puzzled emoticon. In a moment, MS. Summer Snow typed, "I'm sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. I meant to send it to my best friend, and I can't withdraw it from Boing Boing." Lu Hui quickly said it was okay, then sent a private friend request saying he thanked her for the $100,000 she had rewarded him with, and then complimented her on her good figure and her beauty. Miss Xia Shui was flattered and followed closely to express her admiration for Lu Hui. The relationship between the two warms up quickly, not at all like strangers who have just met. The corner of Yi Wushuang's mouth twitched. It really is much more efficient than her pics. Ji Shin's side also received new news. Ji Xiao, how does this greasy molester play? The coldness in his eyes flared as he replied, play to the death. From the moment he learned that Lu Hui tried to sexually harass Yi Wushuang, he had no intention of giving Lu Hui a good ending. Okay. Meanwhile, AE Games, Inc., Tian Peng, who was dreaming of being promoted and getting rich, was taken out by the security guards. You're fired. Your Weibo account returned to the company. And by the way, no one in the entire industry will ever hire you again. Get out. Tian Peng's face went white. Who did he offend and how did he get shut down by the industry? The other side. Lu Hui was MS. Xia Shui tickled. Good mood in microblogging private letter Tian Peng. I'm Lu Hui. You've done a good job on this one. I can take the rights to the game adaptation of the novel and sell it to AE. He waited and waited, but didn't wait for Tian Peng's reply. While I was wondering, MS. Summer Snow sent me a video request. Lu Hui hurried to connect. He just curious about Xia Shui is actually a man disguised as a female transvestite, or a real beauty. His eyes fell out when he saw that the screen was the real deal, a beauty. In his heart, he only felt that he had made a fortune. This female fan, he must get his hands on it. It wasn't the first time he'd done something like grass pollen anyway. Along with the fact that Yi Wushuang's beef with Lu Hui was known by more people, more and more people chose to side with Lu Hui. The reason is simple, Lu Hui is known as a good man who loves his wife. On the other hand, Yi Wushuang, after saying that Lu Hui's sexual harassment, immediately participated in the Thousand Autumn Cup Network novel competition. How to look at the motives are not pure. 15 days had passed and Yi Wushuang had been scolded for 15 days. There were so many of them that Yi Wushuang's fans could not resist, and could only repeat Yi Wushuang's innocence over and over again, and then be besieged and abused over and over again. If it were any other woman, she wouldn't necessarily be able to take so many unwarranted accusations. Yi Wushuang was different. She didn't care about outside evaluations. With the help of Ji Shun, Yi Wushuang's fictional story gradually unfolds. The novel is getting more readers and more votes, barely squeezing into the top 10. The first is Lu Hui. In the end, he is a netizen god. Many years of roots in the competition time and earlier than Yi Wushuang, but also accounted for the advantage of public opinion. The number of votes is scary. A moment of popularity. Domestic famous writers forum. Online interview with Lu Hui. Interviewer, hello God Lu. Welcome to this issue of God Interview. I will ask you a few writing tips and gossip questions. Lu Hui, okay. After talking about writing techniques, the interviewer started asking gossipy questions. On MS. Yes side. She keeps saying that you sexually harassed her. May I ask your response? Lu Hui, the clearer the clearer. More talk is not helpful. I hear you've been struggling to find a cure for your wife? Lu Hui, yes. I love my wife. No matter how much it costs. No matter how much time it takes. I'm willing. That's so touching. And then people want to know what you think of that novel of Yi Wushuang. She got into the top 10 in terms of votes, and her results seem to be pretty good. Lu Hui, I read her text. I think it is very general and boring. She can have so many votes, all rely on the original fans. And I think female authors, for the most part, are only good at writing romance-oriented works, and she shouldn't be out of her depth to try something else. Maybe she's always been so confident. End of interview. Lu Hui was on fire and opened his cell phone to chat with Miss Xia Shui. Through the contact in the past few days, he realized that Ms. Xia Shui was not that simple, and she seemed to be very interested in SM conditioning. Ah, it really makes your animal blood boil just thinking about it. Got to get an early appointment at the hotel. It's night. South Border City. Mountain farmhouse. Yi Wushuang lightly got out of bed and carried his laptop to the study on the first floor. The difference between her and Lu Hui's votes was too much, and she had to stay up all night writing to bring out more of the plot before she could do so. After half a month of recuperation, her blood vessels have returned to normal and she can knock out words on her own. Her fingers leap across the keyboard, pausing for a moment to think about the plot, then plunging back into the creation of her work, racing against the clock. Bedroom. Jishin stood in the corridor and could see Yi Wushwang in the study on the first floor. Miss Yi really works hard. Feng Jiu lamented. In my name, send her novel to the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Jishin's hand held on the railing. Chapter 118, Descending Strike. The Academy of Sciences recognizes. Fall nights are getting cooler. The wind came through the window and Yi Wushwang sneezed. Getting up to close the window. The window had just closed and she had an extra black blazer on both shoulders. The jacket stained with Jishin's scent. She turned around and realized that Jishin had arrived. Why are you awake? Yi Wushwang was a bit surprised. She was already very light-handed. Just for fear of startling Jishin. Insomnia. Jishin briefly generalized, placing the notebook in front of himself. His eyes looking askance at Yi Wushwang. His tone slightly cold. You want to weight train when your hand is just a few days old, don't you? This idiot really doesn't know how to give himself preference at all. Yi Wushwang was stunned by what was said and nuzzled her mouth. Wanting to retort something, she was interrupted by Jishin. Tell me the plot. Jishin skimmed through her previous episodes. The protagonist has just refined iron. Yi Wushwang said his follow-up plot. At midnight, Yi Wushwang's hungry stomach growled. She looked away, her face a little hot. Jishin looked at her for a while, gave a mocking sneer, left the study for half an hour, and came in with 2 more steaming bowls of scallion noodles with a fried poached egg on top. On a night like this, a sip of warm noodle soup would be a lot more comforting than eating cake. You can also cook noodles. Yi Wushwang was surprised. She had originally thought that Jishin would be able to make a cake and was already very good at it. No, just learned it according to the recipe. Jishin's handsome face was cold as he brought the noodles to the table in front of Yi Wushwang. Yi Wushwang lowered his head and ate his noodles in silence. How do you feel? Jishin is in a bad mood? Has something unpleasant happened? She looked up in sincere inquiry. Jishin stopped his chopsticks and his voice was low and intentional. The old family had a cat that didn't sleep in a safe, cozy litter box when there was one, but had to run off into the wild and almost got hurt. Yi Wushwang wrinkled his eyebrows. It can be so stupid. Indeed. Jishin agreed, looking at Yi Wushwang who had no knowledge of this and still looked disgusted. His thin lips rose slightly, sweeping away the previous boredom. After a late-night snack, the two continued to start writing. It was light before I knew it. Yi Wushwang's cell phone vibrated. She picked it up and her pupils lightly shrunk. Summer Academy of Sciences official Twitter. Ate her up. Why? Capital. Summer Academy of Sciences. The old dean, who woke up early every morning, washed up, turned on his computer and was about to work when he realized that he had received an email from his good friend Jishin, the grandson of Ji Hanhai. Although the young talent would politely greet him on holidays, it was rare indeed to send messages on non-holiday days. Attached to the email is a novel with few words by Yi Wushwang. Industrial Revolution? He was drawn to the 4 words and opened them, wrinkling his brow before loosening it and nodding slightly. The description of the protagonist's development of technology in the text is rigorous, not exaggerated or garbled, and kinda interesting. At the end of the novel, Jishin asks the old dean if this novel, which is educational and entertaining, is worth promoting. The old dean didn't understand for a moment and called Ji Hanhai and asked about Jishin, Yi Wushwang and the novel. Yi Wushwang is my grandson-in-law, and it seems that she's participating in an online literature competition during this time. I don't know what online literature is, except that it has a huge reading audience and people have a cell phone to read it, unlike when we used to have to go to the bookstore to buy it. Ji Hanhai replied as such. The old dean felt that he had increased his knowledge, and went to search this novel site, and the works that came to his eyes were varied, both good and bad. He, a man of the old times, couldn't objectively evaluate the literature of the new times, only compared to these works. This novel written by Yi Wushwang is indeed more favored by him. Jishin asked him if the novel was worth promoting. He thinks it's worth it, not for any reason, just to make this novel available to this huge reading group. See the development of science. See the progress of history. See the crystallization of human wisdom so far. Maybe it will make some kids turn their dream of being an internet star into a dream of being a scientist? This is a novel that is definitely worth promoting. He immediately contacted the promoter and edited the copy to go out. It's really touching to see such a novel that is attuned to science and online entertainment literature. And I hope that Yi Wushwang will keep up the good work and present more professional and interesting science and technology content to the public. The Summer Science Circle directly exploded. What's the deal? A separate tweet from the Academy praising a novel? They catechized it. And let's just say it's kinda rigorously interesting, with a cleaner angle. But when viewed in the context of the current social situation, the book is given a different meaning. It really deserves to be replicated. For science, for history, for the fickle present, for the unyielding future. The bigwigs are mindful of the fact that they are retweeting and tweeting, creating a spectacle. Once the big boys were off the stage, it was time for the various media outlets to get off the stage. As soon as the media hit the stage, the general public took notice and flocked over to watch. Again, humans are creatures who like to follow trends. Men and women look at it. And goodness, you've all seen it? Then I'll take a look too. Looking at it, Yi Wuxuan's votes went up, rising strangely, directly after Lu Hui. South Border City. Mountain Farmhouse. Study. Yi Wuxuan hooked her red lips, her black pupils spreading with a galaxy-like radiance. I seem to have hit the jackpot. She didn't expect her novel to startle the Academy officials. This kind of descending blow would not be something that the district Lu Hui could resist. Yes, you hit the big time. Jishin was dumbfounded and didn't specify. However, in half a day's time, Yi Wuxuan's votes tied Lu Hui. Lu Hui was confused. It's a mystery to everyone. The boring running gag written by Yi Wuxuan was actually a hardcore technology that could be praised by the Summer Academy of Sciences by name? Where's the hullabaloo? He was only interviewed yesterday and said that Yi Wuxuan didn't know his own strength. And today he was smacked in the face like this? The people who favorably smacked him in the face, he still dares not mess with. Lu Hui doesn't need to go to the author forum now. He knows that it's full of taunts and mockery towards himself. All he could do was pull out his cell phone, log into Twitter, and send out a slashed out emoji. More than he dares to say? He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare to lend him 10 guts. Under the tweet, many retweets and comments appeared. Coincidentally, those comments were all puzzled emojis as well. The difference being that they weren't posted in the same quantities. Why? Because they don't dare to say more either. Now standing behind Yi Wuxuan was a group of bigwigs from the scientific circle of Xia. A slew of low-profile, patent-ridden, country-serving bigwigs. Don't ask them how they are feeling right now at this moment. To ask is to hold back. Clueless, unbelievable. The middle-aged boy, Jane Jiaoyang, went inside to leave a special message. I'm cool. What about you guys? Lu Hui. I'm cool with you. He was on the verge of spitting blood. Ding dong. A message from his favorite Miss Summer Snow. I've got a present for you in the hotel suite. Would you like to come and see it? Chapter 119 Lu Hui's Downfall. Jishin dropped his horse. The message Miss Xia Shui was sent by Yi Wuxuan. She learned from Jishin that the person who was now teasing Lu Hui was a woman who specialized in mental conditioning. The female just asked Yi Wuxuan if she wanted to go after Lu Hui. At this moment, Lu Hui was angry, fearful and worried. His emotions were piled up badly. It was a good opportunity to intervene in temper. Yi Wuxuan agrees and therefore initiates a date request to Lu Hui. Lu Hui quickly replied, stating that he was already on his way, to be as monkey-minded as possible. Ding! Yi Wuxuan received the voice transmitted from the computer side. It was that woman. Her voice was soft and charming. The moment he heard it, it was a special thing on earth. MS. Yi, just wait for a good show on Lu Hui's Weibo. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A lot of people gathered under Lu Hui's microblog. This group of people originally rushed to Yi Wuxuan's novel, and when they learned that Yi Wuxuan and Lu Hui had strife, they ran to Weibo again to find out what was going on. The incident itself, after all, festered through Twitter. When people see that Lu Hui is a good man who never gives up on his paralyzed wife, they are torn. Such a good man won't sexually harass Yi Wuxuan, right? But when everyone saw Lu Hui's God interview on the author forum, everyone frowned again. How could Lu Hui, after reading Yi Wuxuan's work, define the novel as boring and average? What do you find boring in general about the interesting and rigorous novels that the bigwigs at the Academy of Sciences find so interesting and rigorous? Boredom everyone tolerates. Just pretend you don't like science to read. But, in general, what kind of face do you have to make such a comment? Lu Hui readers are not happy and make remarks. Our family's great god, at most, counts as not objectively evaluating Yi Wuxuan's novels. Yi Wuxuan rumored that he sexually harassed him before, so it's reasonable for him to not objectively evaluate, right? Compared to our family's great god, that Yi Wuxuan, who was praised by name by the bigwigs of the Academy of Sciences, is guilty of rumor mongering. At this time, the system prompted Lu Hui himself to open the live broadcast room that came with Weibo. People, regardless of their position, flocked in, thinking they would hear Lu Hui's views. It was a live broadcast from a hotel suite. Lu Hui, who is usually dressed in a suit and wears only a pair of fancy pants, is anxious, opening lightning strike, nothing more. An enchanting woman with her back to the camera, legs folded in a chair, her voice charming. I don't like dishonest men. Tell me, how many women have you been with? The only ones I remember are the 7 pretty female reader fans. I can't remember so many others. Didn't you say that you would always love your paralyzed wife? Is that how you love? She's just a tool I use to gain sympathy from the outside world. How can I love an incontinent old woman? I only love you. Come and spoil me. Lu Hui lunged over and was fended off by the woman. Don't rush. I haven't given you the gift yet. She pointed to her cell phone hidden in the shadows. How about it? Do you like it? Lu Hui came closer to look. At first he didn't know what was inside the screen. When he reacted, he instantly sobered up. He raised his hand to punch the woman, but she kicked him down. The woman's 10-centimeter thin high heel directly stepped on Lu Hui. Oh! Lu Hui screamed in pain. Alright, little angels in the live broadcast room. Our Destroy Scum on behalf of the Moon session has ended. See you again if you have the chance. End of live broadcast. The comments under Lu Hui's microblogging can no longer be described as explosive. Jane proudly leads the tempo. Why wouldn't a lower body animal who plays with female fans and uses his seriously ill wife for eyeballs harass Yi Wuxuang? Class 7 students followed in solidarity. It's also clear from the loving wife persona he's been running for years that he's a compulsive liar. And can't we all figure out who's at fault for this right and wrong? People reply to understand. It's time to take the powder off and spit on it. There are also people who are not dead set on saying, the great god's number has been stolen. And the man who learns from the dog just looks like the great god. Not 10 minutes. Male author Lu was kicked *body. Has been sent to the hospital. Rescue news on the microblogging hot search. Hammer on hammer. Half an hour later, Yi Wuxuang's novel votes completely overtook Lu Hui and rode away. An hour later, all of Lu Hui's novels were taken off the shelves and various copyright adaptations were called off. Mountain Farmhouse. Yi Wuxuang had already received requests for cooperation from 13 publishers, 9 radio dramas, 6 comic book companies, 4 game companies, and 3 movie and television companies. These days, attention is traffic, traffic is money, and businessmen are more anxious than anyone else. Let's go. Jishin closed the notebook, pulled Yi Wuxuang's wrist, and walked out of the study with long legs. Where to? Yi Wuxuang was puzzled. Sleep. Discontent spilled from the thin ends of the man's eyes. The two returned to the bedroom. Yi Wuxuang had just laid down on the bed when she was pulled towards Jishin's arms. What? She looked up to see Jishin, but she gently bumped into Jishin's chin. Grandma is coming home from the hospital tonight, so I'm afraid they'll have a heart attack and try to check in. Jishin lied without changing his face. Aha! Yi Wuxuang closed her eyes and did not struggle. For one thing, she felt that since she had come to disguise herself as Jishin's girlfriend, she should try not to show her face. The second was the realization that being this close next to Jishin and being able to smell the superb scent that belonged to him was the best sleep aid lullaby in the world. She fell fast asleep. The kitten obediently slept in his arms, and Jishin quickly fell asleep. Yi Wuxuang slept until dawn the next day. When she woke up, Jishin had already left, saying that he hadn't been able to catch any fish on the day he was pulled away from fishing by his grandfather. Ji Han Hai. Yi Wuxuang washed up and found Xiao Eveningqing pushing Grandma Ji, who was sitting in a wheelchair, basking in the sun in the courtyard. Good morning, master. Xiao Wanqing saluted. Good morning. Yi Wuxuang walked over. Grandma, how is your body recovering? Very well, granddaughter-in-law. Thank you for saving me. Grandma Ji blushed a lot and looked up with a smile on her face. It should be. Yi Wuxuang half squatted in front of Grandma Ji, her voice clear and cold. Elderly people with bad bones should not tilt their heads to look at people, as it damages the cervical spine. What a good girl. Grandma Ji saw Yi Wuxuang's careful and considerate behavior, and the smile on her kind face became heavier. I heard you wrote a novel and are going to win? Ji Hanhai talked to her about it. Well, thanks to the promotion of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Yi Wuxuang nodded. Without the help of the Summer Academy of Sciences, she wouldn't have been able to lock up the championship so quickly. And Lu Hui isn't the only famous god participating in this Thousand Autumn Cup competition. And Shen's help. The old dean called General Ji early in the morning and said that Liu pushed a novel on him and asked him if it was worth promoting. Grandma Ji smiled. Yi Wuxuang slowly opened her eyes wide. Who is Liu? And what is the relationship with Jishin? She remembers that Liu was the one who rewarded her with $50 million to help her win Best Female Escort in Bikini Rabbit. After a brief contact, Liu never showed up again. Now, she was hearing the name from Grandma Ji. Is it a coincidence of the renaming or? Chapter 120, Unconsciously. He has infiltrated her life. Hearing Yi Wuxuang's words, Grandma Ji instead revealed an even more surprised look than Yi Wuxuang. Don't you know that Sham's English name is Leo? When he went abroad to study, he took the pseudonym Leo, and around some scientific issues, and the old president of the Academy of Sciences threw many letters, so the old president has always called him Leo, but ever since he inherited the family, the outside world has standardized the name for him, so it's normal that you don't know. Grandma Ji looked proud. The old dean even said that if Shen doesn't inherit the family, he will definitely be a scientist who can astound the world in the future. Her grandchildren are oh so nice too. Yi Wuxuang's pupils shook. Leo, is actually Ji-shun? So, he started from the beginning. Granddaughter-in-law is not happy. Didn't Ah-shun tell you about the English name? Grandma Ji saw Yi Wuxuang's silence and spoke tentatively. No. Yi Wuxuang shook her head. Her red lips lightly opened. He helped me but didn't tell me. Then the rabbit accompanied play that time. He gave her a reward of $50 million, but did not tell her that Leo is Ji-shun. This time, he helped her contact the president of the Academy of Sciences. She thought she had hit the jackpot, but he said, yes, you have hit the jackpot. Still no acknowledgement that he helped her. Why? Ah-shun didn't tell you. Probably because he didn't want you to have a psychological burden. You must have suffered a lot for learning so many things, right? Grandma Ji lovingly touched Yi Wuxuang's head. Yi Wuxuang only felt that he could not afford to suffer Grandma Ji's pity. She wasn't Ji-shun's girlfriend. She lied to her. She lied to them. Excuse me for a moment. Yi Wuxuang went upstairs and returned to the bedroom. She closed the door and leaned against it, waves rising inside her dark pupils. She began to think about how many times Ji-shun had helped her since she met him. Akari can count. What about the dark? Has he ever helped her in any way other than in the name of Leo? Yi Wuxuang didn't know. She just suddenly realized that what she thought was good luck had been engraved with the name Ji-shun in the background. Without realizing it, he had seeped into her life, while giving her great convenience. It also builds her a comfortable and stable safe house. Does she like safe houses? She never thought in her last life that she would ever be able to live the kind of life she was living now. She was on the verge of getting used to it, but she couldn't adapt. Safe houses are not forever. The downside of adapting was that after the safe house was breached, the raging storm would polish her even more bloody, like a flower leaving a greenhouse, an addict leaving drugs. One cannot degrade one's feathers in the goodwill of Ji-shun. She had already experienced such pain once. Yi Wuxuang's eyes flashed with determination as he began to pack his bags. Midday. Ji-shun and Ji Hanhai returned, and the guards followed the two with a large bucket of fish, a cooking meal that fills the table. During the meeting, Ji Hanhai solemnly thanked Yi Wuxuang for taking over the operation and saving Grandma Ji's life. Grandma Ji also said that she would let Yi Wuxuang stay in South Border City for a few more days, and that she hadn't yet taken her to have a good time. Yi Wuxuang stopped his chopsticks and politely refused. I plan to return to Yen City this afternoon to prepare for the next entrance exam. The college entrance exam is indeed approaching. It's time to grab some energy. Ji Hanhai nodded. Then let's wait until after the college entrance exams and have time to play again. Grandma Ji proposed. Aha. Yi Wuxuang continued to eat. Next to him, Ji-shun voiced out. I'm also going back to Yen City in the afternoon. Together, the two of them had lunch, said goodbye to the two old men, and rode in a Leslie's Phantom, returning to Yen City. On the way, Yi Wuxuang rested with her eyes closed, and Ji-shun did not disturb. At dusk, the vehicle arrived at the Ji family villa in Yen City. Yi Wuxuang went upstairs and packed the clothes she had left at the Ji family villa into her suitcase. Why are you packing? Ji-shun followed him to the bedroom, his deep eyes gazing at Yi Wuxuang's back. I've rented an apartment near the school, and I'm going to live alone for a while to sprint through the entrance exams. Yi Wuxuang packed up his luggage and headed towards the door. Ji-shun was standing in the doorway. When the two of them brushed past each other, Ji-shun grabbed Yi Wuxuang's wrist. His eyes locked onto her, and his tone could not be heard as happy or angry. Do you think you won't finish the entrance exam? With Yi Wuxuang's strength, the district's entrance exam was not a concern at all. That's the excuse. Can't I live alone? Yi Wuxuang calmly asked back. Ji-shun didn't reply, just slowly loosened Yi Wuxuang's wrist. His thin lips pursed. Grandma told me about Leo. Thank you for helping me so many times. Yi Wuxuang's tone was sincere. If there's anything else I can do for you, feel free to contact me. Will do. Ji-shun's heavenly, handsome face could not be seen to fluctuate as he faintly said, it's late and the suburbs are no good for taxis, so have the driver take you to your apartment. Aha. Yi Wuxuang nodded and crossed over to Ji-shun to leave. The two men were polite, detached, as they had been at the beginning. Ji-shun stayed where he was, dropping his curtains, his eyes growing darker and darker. An hour or so later, with the clock hand pointing to 7, the neon signs on the downtown streets came on in sequence. The driver drove Yi Wuxuang and arrived in front of an apartment building. Yi Wuxuang followed the information on the trade order and found his room. The one bedroom, one kitchen, one bathroom, one balcony apartment was rented with the rest of her double masters winnings. The prize money for the double masters totaled 200,000. 100,000 was used to reward Lu Hui for the set. 10,000 to buy a laptop. And after removing the rent for this apartment, there were still a few tens of thousands left. Now, just wait for the 1000 Autumn Cup tournament to end, and the mission will be completed. Yi Wuxuang picked up his notebook and tapped the words. The title was hers, but the competition would not be over for another month, and the mission would not be considered a success until then. The night was deeper, and there was sleepiness in Yi Wuxuan's eyes. She lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and finally, with a heavy sigh, rummaged through her luggage and removed one of the men's shirts. Jishin's. It's got this guy's scent on it. Yi Wuxuan held the shirt in his arms and was about to fall asleep when his eyes opened with a jolt in his head. Isn't she a bit of a demented woman with this behavior? Never mind. It's the quality of sleep that counts. Yi Wuxuan closed his eyes once again. This time, but he quickly entered dreamland. Ji family villa. The younger maid said towards the older maid. You may not believe me when I say it, but there's a shirt missing from young Ji's shirt, falling south of the border, right? Seasonless clothes. It doesn't matter. The next day, Yi Wuxuan set off on foot towards the Bird of Prey Academy. She hasn't been back to school in a month. This appearance led to an excited commotion among the students. Wow! The queen is back. That's brilliant. Go out there and bring back 2 champions. I heard from my teacher that after the Masters selection contest aired on TV, the number of calls per day inquiring about the Flying Bird admissions office doubled several times. Yi Wuxuan returned to Class 7. Hi! Meng Yunjing, who was wearing the uniform of the boys of the Bird Academy, appeared inside the classroom of Class 7 and waved at her. Why are you wearing Fei Bird's school uniform? Yi Wuxuan was a bit surprised. She remembered that Meng Yunjing was a student of the 3rd middle school. However, Meng Yunjing wearing this uniform was handsome and noble, belonging to the level that could take away the position of the school's grass as soon as he arrived. My father thought that Flying Bird was better than 3rd grade and told me to transfer and take a test to try it out. So I got in. And then, according to my grades, I was placed in the 7th class, which is currently the number 1 in class strength. Chapter 121, in Yi Wuxuan's heart. What does Jishin count for? Meng Yunjing turned to Flying Bird for Yi Wuxuan. That mayor father of his agreed to him transferring to Flying Bird for the sake of Yi Wuxuan as well. It's just that the former charts love and the latter charts relationships. The mayor felt that looking at the entire Yan city, there was no second female high school student that could be as top-notch as Yi Wuxuan. Not to mention, Yi Wuxuan was also Ji Shao's grandfather's savior. It was always a good thing for his son to be friends with Yi Wuxuan. So, Meng Yunjing came to Flying Bird Class 7. This kid is the newest member of our class. When you weren't around, he was the one who took first place in the grade. Jian Jiaoyan walked over and hooked his arm on Meng Yunjing's shoulder. Queen, today happens to be the monthly exam. Are you going to take it? Everyone's kinda curious as to which one of you two will take first in your grade later on. Jian Jiaoyan doesn't resist Meng Yunjing. Meng Yunjing has a good family background, good studies, and a good temper, so it's hard to annoy people. Take the test. Yi Wuxuan nodded. The 2-day monthly exams begin. When the exams were over and the school released the list, Yi Wuxuan and Meng Yunjing tied for first place, with perfect scores in all subjects. Student Yi is really great. Just came back from going out to participate in a competition, and he was able to get perfect scores in all subjects. Meng Yunjing looked at the rankings on the list with an admiring tone. You are not bad either. Yi Wuxuan's expression was calm. She gets perfect scores simply because she's lived 2 lives. Putting it in a game is the equivalent of a full-leveled bigot going back to a newbie village. Meng Yunjing was different. He had gotten this perfect score one step at a time, with his own efforts. Not even close. Meng Yunjing slowly spat out 3 words. He has a long way to go to catch up. Behind the 2 of them, the corners of Jane Jiaoyang's mouth twitched along with a group of Class 7 students. Have you 2 schoolboys ever considered our feelings when you humble each other? It's both delightful and distressing to have 2 godly schoolboys in your class. At the end of the school day, Yi Wuxuan finished his duty and left the school gate. Student Yi, Meng Yunjing, who was waiting at the door, greeted her and handed the matcha lasagna cake in her hand to Yi Wuxuan. Did you buy it? The cake finder above Yi Wuxuan's head branched out again. I did. Congratulations on becoming a double master. Meng Yunjing smiled warmly, his ears slightly reddening. Yi Wuxuan liked to eat cakes, so he learned to make them. There are so many types of cake flavors that he chooses one first and keeps practicing until the texture and shape can be approved by professional dessert chefs. Thanks. Yi Wuxuan took the cake, her eyebrows lightly arched. Corner Cafe. Ji Shun, who had taken in this scene, was slow to move as he held his coffee cup. His eyes were unfathomable, and a wrapped piece of matcha lasagna sat on the table in front of him. Ji Xiao. Fengjiu stood behind him and gently voiced a reminder. He was complicated inside. Ji Xiao brought a cake and waited for Missy for so long near the Flying Bird Academy. But in the end, the mayor's family, Mr. Meng, got there first. What's worse, after Missy politely and indifferently left the Ji family villa, she actually smiled so nicely at Mr. Meng. How does that make Ji Xiao feel? Ji Shin was silent. placing his coffee cup back on the table, his gaze falling on the cake that was almost identical to Meng Yunjing's. His thin lips rose gently, drawing out a mocking arc. In Yi Wuxuang's heart, what does Jishan count for? A casual friend? An emotionless sleeping machine? Or a, well, dessert chef who can be replaced at any time? Looking at her smile, she should really like the cake made by Meng Yunjing. This piece of yourself, then, is redundant. The man tossed the cake into a nearby trash can and got up to walk out of the cafe, backtracking from the two men in front of the school, the entrance to Flying Bird Academy. $1 million red sports car was parked in front of Yi Wuxuang and Meng Yunjing. The windows of the sports car were slowly lowered, and the driver was a yellow-haired boy just over 18. Hey squad leader, didn't you say you were coming to my birthday party? We've been waiting for you for ages. The yellow-haired kid, the son of an official in Yen City, attends the 3rd middle school. Before Meng Yunjing transferred to another school, he was in the same class as him and was the class president of their class. Sorry, I'll go over now. Meng Yunjing made a move to get into the car. Wait a minute, isn't this the genius girl Yi Wuxuang? The yellow-haired kid's eyes mischievously lit up when he saw Yi Wuxuang, the single ponytail girl with a stunningly beautiful look in front of her, wearing a white bodysuit and black tight casual pants with a high and cold temperament, was none other than Yi Wuxuang. Other provinces and cities might not care about Yi Wuxuang. Yen City was different. Yi Wuxuang had almost become the representative of high school students in Yen City. The class president really did transfer to Hijiki for her. He immediately locked the car door. What are you locking the door for? I haven't gone up yet. Meng Yunjing couldn't pull the door open. The yellow-haired kid slumped both arms toward the car window. Squad leader, don't you know that the rules of the party have been changed? And everyone has a partner of the opposite sex with them, so it's inappropriate for you to get in the car alone, right? Where am I going to find a female companion now? Meng Yunjing frowned. I don't care. I won't open the door without a female companion anyway. The yellow-haired boy had the look of a dead pig. Meng Yunjing's frown tightened. I'll accompany you, just as a thank you for the cake. Yi Wuxuang took the initiative to speak, shaking the matcha lasagna in her hand. Meng Yunjing's ears suddenly burned. Yi Wuxuang was actually going to be his date to his classmate's birthday party? Okay. The yellow-haired kid opened the lock of the car door. When Yi Wuxuang and Meng Yunjing were seated, they were driven to the biggest bar in the city center. Parking the car, he led them into the 3rd floor box, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brothers and sisters, the class president is here, with a mysterious female guest. Give a warm welcome." The box was originally noisy, full of students around 18 years old. Some of them were chatting and some were playing cards, and once they heard that Meng Yunjing had come, with a mysterious female guest, they stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door. Who's the lady friend the class president brought? She's really good looking. It seems to be that Yi Wuxuang who has won many championships. ********. Bull. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Everyone applauded. In the midst of the bustle, a girl cried out in sudden surprise. No double students? Yi Wuxuang looked over. The person who called out to her was a double-twisted braid girl wearing a small white dress. Who she was, Yi Wuxuang didn't think of at first. Do you guys know each other? Meng Yunjing asked the girl with the twisted braids. Recognize. I was her study committee member when she was in junior high school. At that time we were both studying in Stonebridge Village Junior High School. The girl with twisted braids smiled awkwardly towards Yi Wuxuang and waved her hand. Student Wuxuang, have you forgotten? I'm Guo. Yi Wuxuang then remembered her. Sorry, it's been too long. I didn't think of it. In the original owner's memory, there was indeed such a person. At the end of the midterm that year, Guo got into the best public school in Yen City, the 3rd high school. The school celebrated this with banners for quite some time. It's just that before you know it, we're all seniors and it's been 3 years since we've seen each other. It's fine. Guo smile was gentle and decent, but the hand holding the drink cup was getting tighter and tighter. Didn't think of it. You're trying to embarrass her on purpose. It's only been 3 years. Chapter 122, The Framing of a Female Classmate in Junior High School. Meeting Jishan again. The yellow-haired kid greeted Yi Wuxuang and the two of them sat down, then ran out and swayed to the music. Some students crowded near Yi Wuxuang, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yi student, I'm chasing that novel you posted in Floating Light. Is it convenient to reveal when the protagonist will leave the forest? I'd also like to ask Yi Wuxuang for some lessons on the Go Cosmic Flow opening. Coincidentally, I'd also like to ask Yi Wuxuang if the few patriarchs of the Immortal Bird Dance Troupe still accept disciples? Yi Wuxuang answered one by one. Meng Yunjing poured a cup of orange juice for Yi Wuxuang. Wow! The mayor's son is personally pouring drinks for Yi Wuxuang. The girls were envious. There were also students who joked. They all came out of the same junior high school. Yi Wushuang has already gained fame. Guo Siyu, you have to cheer up as well. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Guo Siyu smiled dryly. Okay, I'll cheer. The heart, however, could not be quieted no matter what. She recalled that when she was in middle school, Yi Wushuang was still just an inconspicuous, skinny and timid girl. On weekdays, I don't dare to raise my head or speak. She, on the other hand, is the study committee member who is highly expected by her teachers and receives love letters from boys every now and then. She worked hard for 3 whole years and finally got out of the small mountain town and came to the 3rd high school in Yan City. Yi Wushuang, however, because of a marriage with a powerful family, even if she failed her marks, she was still able to enroll in the best private aristocratic academy in Yan City. After she came to the 3rd grade, she spent 3 more full years opening up social circles and meeting high school kids. Yi Wushuang, however, was directly touted by the children of the high sect. Even the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing, personally poured drinks for Yi Wushuang, because Yi Wushuang is talented, knows racing and can do OU, can play chess and can dance. These are all taught by the Flying Bird Academy, right? It's nice to have an expensive school. Anything can be taught, anything can be learned, and the dumbest pig goes in and comes out different. But, Guo Siyu lowered her head, her pupils growing wider and wider. Why should she get what she fought so hard to get? Yi Wushuang got it easily and did better than her? On what grounds? She's not convinced. Siyu, didn't you say that you could show me the gold bracelet dowry that your grandmother prepared for you? The long-haired girl next to Guo Siyu was looking forward to it. Aha! Guo Siyu took out a finely crafted gold bracelet from her small backpack. It's really pretty. The leafy pattern completely offsets the tackiness of the gold itself. Nah, give it back. Yi Wushuang crossed over the two to go to the restroom. I'm also going to the restroom. Guo Siyu loaded the gold bracelet and went to the restroom as well. When she entered, Yi Wushuang was washing her hands. She placed her small backpack on the vanity. Wushuang-san, why don't you look at it for me? After saying that, without waiting for Yi Wushuang to state his position, he directly went into the cubicle for convenience. Yi Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows lightly, and for the sake of being classmates, he stood in front of the washstand and waited for Guo Siyu to come out. In a flash, Guo Siyu came out. Yi Wushuang went out. Thanks. Guo Siyu followed Yi Wushuang back to the bar box with the bag. Siyu, Jaga wants to see your gold bracelet too. The long-haired girl brought the short-haired girl over. Girls love pretty jewelry. Okay. Guo Siyu smiled and opened the zipper of the small backpack. Looking around inside, the necklace was not found. Her face went white first. What's wrong? The two girls worried. My bracelet is gone. Her voice trembled. I just watched you put the bracelet in your bag. Did you lose it when you went to the bathroom? The long-haired girl wondered. As if Guo Siyu was reminded. She paled and whispered. When I went to the restroom, I asked Wushuang-san to watch my bag for me. What? The long-haired girl stood up in surprise and volume. Everyone in the box looked at her. What's wrong? Everyone inquired. The gold bracelet left to her by Grandma Guo Siyu was stolen by Yi Wushuang. The short-haired girl also stood up and pointed at Yi Wushuang with disappointed eyes. Everyone immediately looked at Yi Wushuang with different eyes, saying that I stole something. Do you have any evidence? Yi Wushuang sat on the sofa and asked her indifferently. Siyu was just in the restroom. Did she ask you to watch her bag? The long-haired girl questioned. She threw her bag in front of me and went in without asking if I agreed. Yi Wushuang calmly stated what happened before. The long-haired girl's tone was harsh. That's right then. I watched Siyu put the bracelet into the bag with my own eyes. Only you had access to the bag. You must have stolen it. Let's search. Guo Siyu is their best friend. Their best friend dropped such an important thing. They definitely have to help find it. Saying that, the two girls with long hair and short hair walked towards Yi Wushuang. Meng Yunjing stood up and stretched out his arm to block in front of Yi Wushuang. His normally courteous face was all ice cold. Aren't you guys underestimating Yi Wushuang? A gold bracelet for tens of thousands of dollars? She has $200,000 in prize money just for being a double master. Not to mention the various rights to the novels she has authored that have yet to be sold. I can understand Guo Siyu's eagerness to lose the bracelet, but I will not allow you to designate Yi Wushuang as a suspect and search her. The two girls froze. From a monetary point of view then, Yi Wushuang indeed had no reason to steal the bracelet, which was no more than 50,000 at most. I remember when I was in junior high school, I wore the bracelet, and classmate Wushuang said she liked it. Guo Siyu's eyes reddened and she bit her lower lip. Why don't I remember you wearing it? Yi Wushuang's eyes lifted lightly, and coldness filled his pupils. Guo Siyu is lying. Student Wushuang, that bracelet was given to me by my grandmother before she died. It's very important to me. Return it to me, please. Guo Siyu pleaded earnestly. Then call the police. Yi Wushuang took out his cell phone to call the police. Do you have someone inside the police department who can cooperate with you? I remember your neighbor's brother is a police officer. Guo Siyu looked at her two girlfriends for help. Short-haired girl, Siyu, don't be afraid. My uncle is working in the political sector of Central and Southern Province. Even the son of the mayor of Yin City, Meng Yunjing, has to let in 3 points. When I report my name outwardly, that group of policemen will definitely not dare to come in. Long-haired girl, this bar is owned by my family. Yi Wushuang. If you don't let us search you today, you won't be able to get out. The two chose to confine Yi Wushuang. For one thing, because they trusted their bosom friend Guo Siyu, whom they had known for many years. Secondly, it was secretly jealous of the popular Yi Wushuang, thinking that Yi Wushuang just stole the bracelet. It's true what they say, people tend to believe what they want to believe. From start to finish, it was you three who cooperated. You thought I had stolen something, and you even tipped off the police department ahead of time. Can I also assume that this is a planted scene that the three of you have discussed and that the bracelet is on the three of you? Yi Wushuang slowly swept his gaze over the three. Nonsense, you. How could we possibly steal from our girlfriends? It's you who are weak-minded, the two young ladies retorted. Aya, don't make it so stiff. Yellow hair, who had a birthday today, came out to round things up. How about this? To be fair, all of us go up the stairs one by one and are searched by the cleaning lady and the security guards. No specials. Those who have searched, then stand to the side and supervise to avoid accidental injury. And whoever escapes halfway will be counted as not having fought. I agree. Everyone thought it was a good idea. Meng Yunjing looked at Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's red lips slightly opened. I have no opinion. The students were then divided into male and female groups and went upstairs to be searched in turn. Because Yi Wushuang was the most suspected, he was arranged to be the last one to be searched under the supervision of all the girls. She stepped on the stairs and slowly went up, but she met Jishin at the corner. He was leaning against the wall, slender and surrounded by the faint odor of alcohol, a cigarette held between his bony fingers, the smoke dispersing lightly. The hallway light cast a hazy glow on the side of his face. Mature and charming. Chapter 123, The Ice That Cannot Be Melted. This was the first time Yi Wushuang had seen Jishin smoking. There is a lonely decadence to the look. Why are you here? Yi Wushuang asked softly. Socializing. Jishin's voice was low. Looking out the window downstairs, Yi Wushuang followed his line of sight and found that Fengjiu was eyeing a certain middle-aged man, who was not well-dressed, into a $50 million level black sports car. Aha! Yi Wushuang nodded his head to show that he understood. Guo Siyu's goal is to smear your reputation. And even if you search your body to confirm your innocence, you won't be able to stop easily. She'll say that you've got someone on the inside who's already transferred the bracelet, so you don't have it on you. And then she'll have the two sisters put pressure on you. Ji took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke slowly. He noticed Yi Wushuang and Meng Yunjing just after they appeared at the bar. He had paid some attention to what had happened in their box. I know. Yi Wushuang knew exactly what Guo Siyu was thinking inside. If you want to get out of this smoothly, you can report my name. Jishin looked at her, his gaze deep. No need. Yi Wushuang refused. Her decisiveness and resistance caused a layer of faint anger to emerge in Jishin's long and narrow eyes, and his tone unconsciously added a few more points of jealousy. It's okay for Meng Yunjing to help you, isn't it? When the mayor's son stood up for her in the box, she didn't say no. Yi Wushuang frowned. What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with Meng Yunjing? Why don't you want my help? Jishin pursued. Is he worse than Meng Yunjing? Do I necessarily need someone's help? Yi Wushuang was puzzled. She crawled out of the slums, out of the piles of corpses, out of the cliffs, out of the dense forests, out of the deep sea, out of the inside of the glaciers without anyone to help her. It wasn't needed before and it won't be needed again. So my help is dispensable to you, is it? Jishin narrowed his narrow eyes, the anger in his eyes heavier. It's fine if you want to interpret it that way. Yi Wushuang didn't know how to reply. Since she was reborn, every task she had to do could be completed even without Jishin. Left is just a matter of whether it's fast or slow, simple or complex. Really? Looks like I'm the one who made a fool of myself. Jishin lowered his eyes and let out a laugh, which was somewhat sarcastic. But that's right. Queen Yi is so strong. Where does she need help from others? It's a piece of ice that won't melt. He put the cigarette out and threw it in the trash. Let's not cover it up then. And he doesn't have to stick it hard. When Jishin raised his eyes again, there was no anger in his eyes, only calmness, restoring the appearance that a mall overlord should have. He took the initiative to rub shoulders with Yi Wushuang without looking back. Yi Wushuang stood still and moved his fingers. Why did his last expression make her heart sink? At the end of the corridor, a girl shouted, Yi Wushuang, you're the only one who hasn't been searched. Come in quickly. Yi Wushuang gathered his mood and walked over. Inside the room, There stood about 10 girls including Guosiyu, a girl with long hair, a girl with short hair, and a cleaning ant. Offended, the cleaning ant searched Yi Wuxiang. The result was, naturally, no search. Men and women gathered in the hallway again, wide-eyed. We boys didn't even search the bracelet. Did you girls? Neither did the girls. The restroom and the box were also searched for, and neither was found. The bracelet is gone? At this time, Guosiyu spoke softly again. Could it be that student Wuxiang has already given the bracelet to someone else to take out? Good wow. I didn't expect Yi Wuxiang to be so sinister. The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl started again. Yi Wuxiang did not say anything and took 3 steps and 2 steps, walking in front of Guosiyu. What do you want? Guosiyu took half a step back, her face timid. Behind her was also an open window. Help you find the bracelet. Yi Wuxiang's black pupils erupted with coldness, and both hands violently pushed on her shoulders. Ah! Guosiyu screamed, leaned back, and tumbled down the window. The surrounding students opened their mouths wide, not expecting Yi Wuxiang to dare to do this. When they came back to their senses, Yi Wuxiang had already grabbed one of Guosiyu's ankles and hung her in midair like fishing. The hem of her little dress fell completely backwards, woefully revealing her safety pants. Where is the bracelet? Yi Wuxiang calmly asked. Yi Wuxiang, how dare you try to kill me for a bracelet? Guosiyu shouted in fear. There were boys who wanted to stop Yi Wuxiang's behavior, and they didn't dare to move when Yi Wuxiang pressed over with a hostile look. Mom! Yi Wuxiang's eyes are so scary. The boys were afraid to come over, let alone the dainty girls in the field. Guosiyu, this is the 4th floor. Although the floors are not high, but your head is facing downwards. Your brain will blossom if you fall. You will definitely die. Yi Wuxiang's emotionless voice drilled into everyone's ears. I don't have that much patience with you. I'm going to count to 3 and if you don't tell me, I'm going to let go. There's no turning back. Yi Wuxiang, you are killing people. Guosiyu was even more horrified. 3. Yi Wuxiang loosened his tail finger. Guosiyu's voice was shrill. You'll go to jail even if I die. 2. Yi Wuxiang loosened his ring finger. The loosening of the 2 fingers caused Guosiyu to inevitably slide down half an inch. Ah! Guosiyu's soul was in tatters with fear. Yi Wuxiang really dared to let go. She really dared. Guosiyu was afraid that Yi Wuxiang would count out 1 and cried. I'll say it. I said. The bracelet is in the toilet flushing lid in the restroom. It's me who hid it to accuse you falsely. Woo woo woo. It was impossible for her to disregard her own life because she wanted to frame Yi Wuxiang. Go find it. Meng Yunjing ordered a few of his former female classmates. The female students nodded and went on a search in pairs, and eventually did return with the gold bracelet. Only then did Yi Wuxiang pull Guosiyu up. The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl were filled with incredulity. Siyu, we trust you so much. How could you cheat and use us? Guosiyu hid her face and cried. I struggled for many years to get into the 3rd middle school, but Yi Wuxiang was able to get into the Flying Bird Noble Academy to transform. Even if he failed the exams because he had a marriage contract with a powerful family, this is unfair. I feel sad in my heart. Can you discredit Yi Wuxiang like this when you feel sad in your heart? Do you think that metamorphosis is a simple matter? Meng Yunjing was organized. The worse her middle school grades get, the more it proves that it took more effort to get to where she is now. The sidekick nodded. The world is neither black nor white, and there is not so much absolute fairness to be found. You can be aggravated, but your aggravation is not a reason to attack innocent people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Guosiyu cried loudly. She couldn't accept the contrast of being close at hand, and ghostly. She wanted to make Yi Wuxiang lose face, and fight for herself to get back a little bit of her inferiority-sensitive face. Meng Yunjing shook his head silently and turned around to ask Yi Wuxiang what to do with Guosiyu, but realized that she had already left. The cold on the surface, but actually gentle on the inside, probably wants to give her junior high school classmates, who haven't made a big mistake yet, a chance to change their ways. Class president. Yi Wuxiang is really just like the rumors. So handsome and cool. Yellow hair scratched the back of his head. He was bowled over. Chapter 124 Yi Wuxiang's mood. 5th brother's birthday. Apartment. Yi Wuxiang lowered her head to wash her face, and when she looked up and saw herself in the mirror with a teardrop pendant, her movements gave way. The necklace, and the letter that Dustless left for her, were both repaired by Jishin, especially that letter. Without Jishin, it would be impossible to piece it all together again. Thinking of Jishin's expression before he left, Yi Wuxiang was a bit depressed. Did she say something wrong that upset him? She couldn't figure it out. Yi Wuxiang hugged his cell phone, fell towards the bedroom bed, searching for what to do if your friend is angry. The bright glow of the cell phone screen was cast across her stunning face in the darkened room. She hasn't had any friends. I don't know what to do, but Jishin is a great friend. She didn't want to make him hard and angry because she hadn't said anything about the conversation. While browsing through the search results, Yi Wuxuan received a VX message from Yi Xingjian. This year we said we'd accompany fifth brother on his birthday, so don't forget. Right, there's a gift. If you haven't prepared a gift, beware of fifth brother beating you up. The message was followed by a /fist emoji. Yi Wuxuan froze. Fifth brother Yi Xingjian, 20 years old this year, 2 years older than himself. His name is taken from Xingjianjuai in Xingjian, meaning that things can be done more simple. He was also truly a simple man who did things simply, and whoever sneered at him from childhood would be greeted with fists and feet. This time, the message was sent over and it looked as if he was being mean to his sister, but in actuality, he was being nice to her. The siblings went to a junior high school. When Yi Wuxuan was in his first year, Yi Xingjian was in his third year. His grades were poor, and he fought fiercely. That year, a boy said very serious yellow crap to Yi Wuxuan. Yi Xingjian knew about it, found the boy on the spot, and beat the boy into the hospital ICU. The school told Yi Xingjian to apologize or not graduate, and the parents of the boys approached the Yi family to make them pay for the damages. Yi Xingjian threw down a sentence here: do not stay master. There is a place to stay master, and left the South Central Province overnight, to go to work in Yanjian Province to return money to friends. Yi Weiguo and Li Chunlun were furious. So many years passed. Yi Xingjian has not been home. About the feeling that he has caused trouble for the family. Do not mix a name cannot come back. He sends money home every month, mostly a few hundred, up to 1,000. Last New Year's Eve, he felt lonely, so he secretly contacted his sister and made a date for her to spend her birthday with him this year. Yi Wuxuan looked at the calendar. It's 5 days until Fifth's birthday. School happens to be on long vacation tomorrow, so just buy a ticket and go over there. Yi Wuxuan replied, I will go over tomorrow. Yi Xingjian? You're coming over so early? Yi Wuxuan? What's the problem? Yi Xingjian, it's fine, just come. Fifth brother is doing well now. Yi Wuxuan raised his eyebrows. She exited the chat screen and returned to the search screen. Since a literal apology is not sincere enough, let's wait until we come back from celebrating fifth brother's birthday and pay a visit. Yi Wuxuan whispered to himself. It was just as well to give her a few days to think about how to apologize properly. The next day, early morning, Yi Wuxuan wore pure white short sleeves with blue jeans and a black slim-fit model trench coat, dragging his suitcase out of the apartment. By the time she arrived in Yanjian Province, it was already 12 noon. As soon as I left the station, I saw a teenager across the street holding up a board with the word Muay written on it. Teenagers in their early 20s, wearing brand-name black short-sleeved and curry-colored slacks, hair dyed red. From a distance, there is a Turkestan crowd striking effect. It was Yi Xingjian. Yi Xingjian is not bad-looking. His facial features are similar to Yi Wuxuan's, and there is a black tear mole on the left side of his face, making him look sentimental. Fifth brother. Yi Wuxuan dragged his luggage over. Okay, once a little skinny monkey, now are so beautiful, worthy of being our old Yi family's daughter. Yi Xingjian's eyes flashed straight and his tone was so proud. Go, get in the car with brother. He led Yi Wuxuan to a dilapidated black sedan. Oh, my Hummer let the assistant to take to the maintenance. Can only first drive this over to pick you up? The car can run on the line. Yi Xingjian pressed the car key to unlock the door. Tick, lock open. Aha. Yi Wuxuan nodded. Yi Xingjian opened the door of the main driver's car, and in the process of sitting in, the nameplate label on the sleeve of his jacket rubbed against the door and flew out. Yi Wuxuan tilted his head to look at the label floating in mid-air, his eyes puzzled. Hey, this brand looks like it doesn't want to work with me anymore. Actually taking inferior products to me? I'll look for them later. Yi Xingjian's tone was angry. As he grabbed the label, peed it, and stuck it back on his sleeve. Yi Wuxuan didn't say anything and sat in the back seat. The two left in an old car that sounded everywhere but the horn, a silver understated limousine down the street. Fengjiu was surprised. Xiao Ji, MS. Yi also came to Yanjian Province. The emperor-like handsome man in the back seat didn't even hear it, holding several acquisition agreements in his hand and browsing through them without changing his face. Seal 9, MS. Yi and Mr. G. What's wrong? Yi Xingjian led Yi Wuxuan in 7 turns, weaving inside the alleys, and finally stopped in front of an old building. Wuxuan, you came too coincidentally. My Sea View Villa is being redecorated, has been repaired until. By the way, when did you come back to Yan City? The teenager asked Yi Wuxuan as he walked into the old building. 7 days later. Yi Wuxuan answered truthfully. My villa is also going to be repaired until 7 days later. Alas, it's too much of a coincidence, so I can only stay here first. The teenager took out the key and opened one of the room doors. It was a 2-room, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen room with old, simple furniture, and a boxing sandbag sitting inside the living room next to a couple of boxing gloves. You go sit on the sofa first. I'll pour you a glass of red wine. Yi Xingjian went to the kitchen to pour the wine. Aha! Yi Wuxuang found a seat on the sofa and sat down. This time, half of his body sank down. There's a pit down there. Yi Wuxuang was all confused. She stood up with a face full of questions and lifted the sofa cushion, which had been chewed through by the dog, revealing the yellow sponge. Ah, I forgot to tell you. Here is a hole bitten by the Tibetan mastiff I have. Its nature follows me, and it's a free spirit. Yi Xingjian came out with 2 tall glasses filled with red wine, and his eyes glared as he hurriedly explained. The corner of Yi Wuxuang's mouth pulled. If her IQ could drop 100 points, she could consider believing fifth brother's words. Come on, take a sip of the 82-year-old Lafite first to quench your thirst. Yi Xingjian handed a glass of red wine to Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang took the wine cup and was about to drink when a sweet and greasy smell was drilled into his nose. Fifth brother, this 82-year-old Lafite you have, why does it smell like brown sugar? She asked faintly. Yi Xingjian shook his wineglass, tilted his head and took a sip with elegant movements, his eyes melancholy. You don't pry into social matters. Chapter 125, My Sister, an ordinary high school girl. Yi Wuxuang did not poke holes in Yi Xingjian's lies. He is simple-minded. 1 has no diploma, 2 has no background. It is difficult to mix in the society. The so-called good life is just a way to be less humiliated in front of my sister. She drained the brown sugar-flavored red wine in a single gulp, her voice calm. It's pretty good. Yi Xingjian smiled and bent his eyes with a sigh of relief in his heart. Of course it's good. I can't even give it to anyone else who wants it. When he smiled, the tearful mole on his face became even more amorous, and he was a very pretty sunny type of beautiful boy. Boo! The closed door was kicked open, and the visitor was the obese rent lady who pointed at Yi Xingjian's nose and yelled, Brat, are you going to pay this month's rent? If you don't, move out. Yi Xingjian's face changed drastically and hurriedly pushed the chartered lady out and whispered, Landlord, give me 1 more day, and after that, I'll definitely pay the rent. The landlady didn't have that kind of patience, spreading her fat palms and her voice booming. No, if you don't pay the rent today, you'll move out. My sister came to see me. I can't take her to sleep on the street. Right, good landlord, I beg you, give me a day. Yi Xingjian begged bitterly. Yi Wuxuang walked over and took out a dozen brand new $100 bills from his wallet and handed them to the chartered lady. I'll give it for him. Is that enough? There's still quite a bit of prize money left in the double master. Enough is enough. I didn't realize that being a sister is more money than being a brother. The landlady took the money and left happily. Yi Xingjian slumped his shoulders, not daring to look at Yi Wuxuang. All the lies he's told have been exposed. Yi Wuxuang's eyes flickered lightly and patted his shoulder, his voice gentle. Fifth brother, even though you're already a successful man, it's good to have some cash on you. Don't put it all in the bank. Yi Xingjian swished his head up, not expecting that after all this, his sister still believed him, but his sister's simplicity made him feel guilty. He sat down on the couch and lowered his head. Actually, fifth brother is not a successful person. Hummer is fake. Clothes are fake. Sea View Villa is fake. Tibetan Mastiff is fake. Red wine is also fake. Only can't afford to pay the rent is true. Sorry. He waited for his sister to get angry and question him, but she sat down next to him and gave a breezium. Yi Xingjian had an even harder time, and bitterness appeared in his eyes. Does it feel like fifth brother is a wimp, and can't even afford to pay the rent? These years, Yi Xingjian had a bad time. Once, he thought he was invincible in every fight, but it turned out that a strong adult grabbed his bag and managed to kick him down. Once, he felt that 100 useless is to study. The actual other people college graduates. A month to earn more money than he a year, but also easier than him. At one time, he thought that those who could call each other brother must be good friends, but later, he realized that his good friends joined hands with his boss to deduct how much of his salary. Yi Wuxuang pursed her lips, her voice clear and cold. I don't think fifth brother is a wimp. Fifth brother is a man with commitment, and just because he's not doing well now doesn't mean he won't excel in the future. Her words were not forcibly comforting Yi Xingjian. Yi Xingjian was in the hospital for his sister's sake. Afterwards, he stepped into society, but also every once in a while to the family money. Obviously he himself is not well off, but saving money, hoping to help the family, did not get lost in the world of flowers. A man with such a character will be able to rise to the top if he is given a chance. Do you really see fifth brother this way? Yi Xingjian was instantly energized as he smiled. Fifth brother can really make a name for himself, and it won't be long from now. After tonight, what makes you say that? Yi Wuxuang was a bit surprised. Yi Xingjian said, at the beginning of this year, I ate barbecue with my workers outside, and some people provoked me, so I beat them all down. The owner of the bar across the road saw it and invited me to box on the ground floor of their bar, which I did, winning several fights and making hundreds of dollars. My boss said I was a talent and asked me to learn the real art of boxing, and the more I learned, the better I got and the more famous I became. A while back, the boss picked up a challenge with a date tonight. He told me that if I could win this one, he would give me $100,000, and that there would be more and more of these tournaments in the future, and I could earn more and more. Speaking here, Yi Xingjian's tone lurched as he took Yi Wuxuan's shoulders and childishly swayed left and right. When the time comes, fifth brother will be able to make lots and lots of money, buy you guys a big house to live in, buy luxury cars to drive, and let you guys live a very, very good life. Yi Wuxuan raised her eyebrows and let her brother hold her and sway her around. No wonder there were boxing gloves and boxing sandbags in the living room. But, she asked softly, "Fifth brother, can I come to your game tonight?" Listening to fifth brother's description, he should be fighting underground black boxing, also called black market boxing. It's not the same as the big, bold, professional fights. This competition is brutal, bloody, and full of money and calculations. $100,000 was not a small amount, and she was worried that her simple-minded fifth brother was in danger. "You can watch if you want, but don't run around. There are many bad people there," Yi Xingjian admonished. Knock knock. There's a knock on the door. "Who is it? Come in." Yi Xingjian stretched his neck to see. "It's me, bringing you fruit." Outside walked in a pretty-looking young girl, wearing the latest blue dress from a brand's fall runway show and carrying luxury fruits imported from overseas. She originally had reddened cheeks, and when she saw Yi Wuxuan on the sofa, her face turned white. "Brother Xingjian, she is?" Although Yi Wuxuan had once had a place in the corner of the internet because of the street dance and the novel, she was just a flash in the pan for the internet where information was endless. Therefore, she did not recognize Yi Wuxuan. "My sister Yi Wuxuan, an ordinary female high school student, came here for my birthday," Yi Xingjian introduced. He spends his days buried in hard boxing practice and has no idea what his sister has done. "I still remember my sister as an average student who doesn't do well in school. As for why there is money to help him advance the rent, should be the road and living expenses from mom and dad. Anyway, he won the game tonight. Have to double the money back. He can't spend his sister's money. He also has to earn money to spend on his sister." Hearing that it was her sister, the young girl's whitened face turned red again. Then I won't interrupt you guys from catching up. See you on the field tonight." The young girl put down the fruit and left. "Fifth brother, she is?" Yi Wuxuan was a bit curious. It's hard to recognize the talent of this class in 5 situation. Su Yue, the daughter of a powerful family in Yinjiang province. Yi Xingjian shrugged his shoulders. "Last month, on my way back from the ring at night, I found her being molested by a masked man. I beat the guy away, and she was so grateful that she sent fruit and snacks over for 3 days. And every time I competed, she cheered from the stage, trying to develop an ingrained friendship with me." Yi Xingjian felt that Su Yue did not lack anything, not so much as to want to get involved with himself. "I see. Then this friend is quite good, just like my friend." Yi Wuxuan nodded seriously. Time passed as the siblings talked. The night went on as planned, and the two set off towards the location where the boxing challenge was to be held. Chapter 126. Jishin turned his head slightly and also saw Yi Wuxuan. The fight was held in the basement of the Fringe Bar. The basement had been modified to resemble a square, with a 4-square ring in the center of the square. When Yi Wuxuan and Yi Xingjian came in, there was an ear-shattering DJ playing inside, and people dancing and partying along with the DJ. "I'll take you to the boss first. He should be communicating with the person who initiated the challenge at this time." Yi Xingjian took Yi Wuxuan's arm and walked into an office. There were 2 men sitting in the office, a middle-aged man in a suit in his 40s, and a younger man in his mid-20s wearing a flowered shirt. "How is it you?" Yi Xingjian frowned when he saw the young man. "I didn't expect it to be you either." When the young man saw Yi Xingjian, his body leaned back, his 2 legs were elevated on the desk, his expression was contemptuous, his cigar was in his mouth, and he was holding a breath in his heart. Last time it was Yi Xingjian who spoiled his good deed. "Xingjian, you know Mr. Kong?" The bar owner stood up and said. "Duke Kong Jianlin Kong runs the largest black boxing ring in our province, the Qingyun racecourse, and hearing that you're little known, he sent the strongest boxer in their ring to spar with you tonight." This Yi Wuxuan understood. This match tonight is a business rivalry. The bar owner's Spike Harvest Raceway, because of the growing business of the fifth brother, moved the cake of Kong Jianlin Qingyun Raceway. Kong Jianlin is not happy and sends boxers to suppress Brother 5 and the bar owner in the name of a challenge match. However, fifth brother seems to have some connection with Kong Jianlin. "Don't know, just a one-sided relationship," Yi Xingjian said towards the bar owner. "Boss, this is my sister, Yi Wushuang. Who wants to watch me fight? When I'm on stage, you keep an eye on her and Su Yue from below. Don't let anyone grossly bully you. Hearing the words Su Yue, Kang Jianlin grunted. And when he saw Yi Wushuang, amazement swept across his eyes. But once he thought that she was Yi Xingjian's sister, there was nothing but contempt in his eyes. This kind of village girl is no more beautiful, and her value is not as high as Su Yue, who is from a luxurious family. Alright, I got it. Go out and get ready for the match. The barkeep nodded his head. Yi Wushuang and Yi Xingjian came out. As soon as he went out, Yi Xingjian was filled with disgust. That Mr. Kong is the masked man who wanted to molest Su Yue before? I took his mask off at that time. I didn't realize that he was the one who initiated the challenge tonight. Let's see if I don't beat up the boxers he brought. He despises bullies of girls. Speaking of, Cao Cao arrived. Su Yue danced around on her high heels, her pretty face slightly red. Brother Xingjian, sister Wushuang, there's a very bad man here tonight, so pay attention to your surroundings, okay? Yi Xingjian reminded. He didn't directly say that Kang Jianlin was a masked man for fear that Su Yue would be afraid. Aha! Su Yue's face was so red that she could fry an egg. The sweethearts worried about her well-being. Not a moment later, the game began. The ear-splitting DJ stops and the bar owner steps into the ring. Tonight, it's Yi Xingjian of the Spike Harvest Tournament versus Jiao Long of the Qingyan Tournament. Please bring them to the stage. A ready Yi Xingjian and a fierce-eyed, country-faced boxer make their way to the stage. As the two men took the stage, the sound of feet moving and clothes rubbing together came from all around them. The audience is placing their bets. Those betting on Yi Xingjian to win go to the left and raise their money. Those betting on Horned Dragon to win go to the right and raise their money. I heard that Horned Dragon is the strongest boxer in Xiangyun. I wonder if brother Xingjian can win. Will he be injured? Su Yue subconsciously hugged Yi Wushuang's arm and looked at Yi Xingjian on the stage without blinking. At the boss's command, Yi Xingjian and the Horned Dragon began to wrestle. Yi Xingjian, who got into the ring, had less of a rash foolishness, and his eyes were sharp and quite handsome. The Horned Dragons were the first to attack. After resisting 3 of Kokoryu's attacks, Yi Xingjian landed a quick, hard left hook that sent Kokoryu sprawling backward against the ringside ropes. Wow! The crowd clapped and cheered. Go for it, brother Xingjian! Su Yue shouted. What followed was Yi Xingjian's one-sided, furious beating of the Horned Dragon, and in no time at all, managed to KO it. Yi Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Fifth brother's strength can indeed be money. Yi Xingjian took $100,000, happy, and took Yi Wushuang and Su Yue out. Office. The barman was grinning like an old daisy. Mr. Kong, it seems that our Xingjian was lucky and slightly better. After this, business will be booming at Spike Harvest Raceway. It is indeed Yi Xingjian's luck. Kang Jianlin was uncomfortable in his heart. He looked at Su Yue's luxurious background and planned to cook Su Yue alive, but was spoiled by Yi Xingjian. This time the boxing ring business, and let Yi Xingjian stirred up. This man is not removed. His heart is not happy. Dare you come to the Green Cloud tournament and compete again? This time the bet is $2 million. Kang Jianlin asked lazily. $2 million. The boss said heartily. It wasn't that he had his heart set on $2 million, but if Yi Xingjian could represent Spike Harvest to win Qingyu once more, then Spike Harvest's fame would be even greater. There's more than a measly $2 million at stake behind this deal. The owner agreed. When Yi Xingjian brought Yi Wushuang and Su Yue for a late-night snack, he received a call from the bar owner. Learning about the second challenge, he frowned. Boss, I want to spend more time with my family these days. He didn't want to go to a second game right behind his sister on a rare visit. Xingjian, if you can win this time, I'll find someone to make connections and send you inside the professional boxing league. At that time, you won't have to fight black boxing. The boss struck Yi Xingjian's heart with a single blow. He wanted to play fair and square, show his family fair and square, and make money fair and square. Good. He hung up the phone and told Yi Wushuang and Su Yue about the second challenge tomorrow night and the rewards. The boss said that this is a 3v3 wheel-to-wheel match, and there are 2 other boxers besides me in it. I'll come over to cheer you on. Su Yue nodded vigorously. Yi Xingjian didn't refuse, thinking, although Kang Jianlin wanted to molest Su Yue before, with so many people present at the match, he shouldn't dare to mess around. Pay attention to safety. Yi Wushuang's eyes were slightly lowered, shielding the cold aura in them. That Kang Jianlin is not a good person at first glance. And this match, too, had better be just a simple challenge match. Otherwise, the next night, the 3 of them traveled to the Green Cloud racecourse. The Qingyun racecourse was built on top of the ground and was much larger than Spike Harvest, resembling a regular race location. Inside, the lights were on and the audience was full. Yi Wushuang walked in. The killer's instinct made her habitually scan around first to determine her surroundings. A man in the VIP table made her eyes slowly widen. It's Ji-shun. He was dressed in a classic black suit, and his excellent look stood out in a crowd of passers-by. The women around him looked at him excitedly. Next to him sat a male in his 50s, the male also suited and booted, staring intently at the match inside the ring, cheering along from time to time with great interest. Seemingly sensing Yi Wuxiang's gaze, Ji-shun turned his head slightly and saw Yi Wuxiang as well. Chapter 127, Ji-shun's coldness. Wuxiang's depression. The moment he saw Yi Wuxiang, a hint of surprise appeared in Ji-shun's slender eyes. Other than that, there was nothing more. He also just glanced at Yi Wuxiang and moved his eyes away, lightly smiling as he picked up the topic thrown by his business partner. This smile, such as the east wind night release flowers thousand trees, also like the emperor sitting in the high hall, easy to point out the mountains. The females in the neighborhood were even more agitated, wanting to turn into wolves and pounce on them on the spot. Yi Wuxiang at the doorway slightly lowered her head and noticed Ji-shun's coldness. She was moody again. Ji-shun was really angry. So how the hell is she supposed to apologize? The internet recommends gifts, but given Ji-shun's position, he doesn't seem to lack anything. Preferred words. Yi Wuxiang wrinkled his eyebrows. She really failed as a friend. What Ji-shun liked, she didn't know and didn't understand. She likes desserts, but Ji-shun knows that and often makes them for her. Thinking this way, Yi Wuxiang's mood became even lower, her shoulders sagging like a Yankee flower. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yi Xingjian came over. His handsome face was a worry. It's nothing. Yi Wuxiang shook her head and didn't say anything about Ji-shun. She didn't want to distract Five before the game. Come on, I'll take you inside. Yi Xingjian took Yi Wuxiang's hand and led her to the bar owner who was already in place. Next to the boss were two other fighters, Da Jiang and Jiang, Yi Xingjian's teammates for tonight. Xingjian, you are the strongest. Pad out. The boss commanded. Good. Yi Xingjian agreed. Brother Xingjian, go for it. Su Yue, who had also bought a VIP seat, cheered for her sweetheart. Across from a few people, Kang Jianlin leaned against the sofa with his legs crossed, and on his ordinary face, a pit viper-like sinister look surfaced. At that moment, a gong was struck in the arena. The match inside the ring is split. Spectators who won their bets were overjoyed and those who lost their bets hung their heads in shame. The referee who specializes in determining winners and losers comes up to the ring and introduces the Spike Harvest Race and the Green Cloud Race 2 Million Challenge. The audience waved their arms and shouted as soon as they heard there was such a big heavy hitter. Will the starting fighters from both rings please take the stage? The referee commands. The bar owner sends the big strong boxer first. Kang Jianlin's side sent Horned Dragon, who had lost to Yi Xingjian before, to go first. Thud. A gong was struck to represent the beginning. Dai Jiang and Horned Dragon tangled, with Horned Dragon throwing heavy punches and attacking ferociously, leaving Dai Jiang with nothing to fight back. This Horned Dragon, why are his punches so fierce today? Yi Xingjian under the stage felt a bit puzzled. He had fought the Horned Dragon yesterday, and the Horned Dragon wasn't that strong. Did he let off steam yesterday and today is his real strength? It wasn't 10 minutes before the Horned Dragon KO'd Big Strong and managed to hold the ring, leaving Big Strong with a swollen face. The audience cheered. After a short break, the second fight begins. Too Strong takes over the ring and fights Horned Dragon for the second time. It stands to reason that Horned Dragon's stamina should have been cut back after fighting so hard in his last fight. But when he hit Jiang, he continued to hit him hard, as if he was red hot, pinning Jiang in the corner of the ring and beating him furiously. The last punch went over and directly cracked Jiang's skull, and Jiang fell to the ground spitting blood. Thud. The gong rings. Kakuria Jiang and Jiang was carried away for resuscitation. The crowd cheered hard. Yi Wuxiang looked at the direction where Erjuan was carried away. Her willow brows knitted. She had studied medicine and knew how hard the skull of the human brain was. How can a Horned Dragon break Jiang's skull when he's wearing boxing gloves again? It's not right. Game 3. Yi Xingjian on. Fifth brother, be careful of deception. Yi Wuxiang reminded. Aha. Yi Xingjian ascended the stage with a grave expression. Brother Xingjian, be careful. Su You's face turned a little white. After watching the first two matches, the Horned Dragon was not easy to deal with. She was so worried. However, the more she worried, the more angry Kang Jianlin across the table became. Horned Dragon, give me this Yi Xingjian kid to beat him to death. Even if you can't beat him to death, you have to blind him and step on his legs. Kang Jianlin smoked a cigar and ordered Horned Dragon. Yes, Mr. Kang. The Horned Dragon revealed a cruel smile. The third boxing match begins. The Horned Dragon was the first to attack, and the wind from this fist caused Yi Xingjian to keep stepping back. His heart puzzled. Even if Horned Dragon had hidden his strength yesterday, he shouldn't have finished 2 fights in a row today and still have so much stamina. Could he be hiding something in his trap? Yi Xingjian deliberately retreated to the corner and waited for Horned Dragon's punch to come crashing in, ducking his neck sideways and letting Horned Dragon's fist hit the ring's iron stake. The iron stakes had sponge dampening tied around the periphery, and a fist crater appeared in the sponge as the punch went down. It's normal, but there were 4 smaller pits inside the fist pit, indicating that the Horned Dragon was carrying a sharp weapon in its hand. Yi Xingjian took the opportunity to pull off the Horned Dragon's gloves, revealing 4 black finger tigers. His tone furious, "You violated the law. That's the root cause of the Horned Dragon's power surge." Who knows that the Horned Dragon did not have the embarrassment of being demolished. Instead, he greatly removed the other gloves as well, also revealing the finger tigers, the muscles of his national face twitching, and smiled coldly. "Still breaking the rules, brat. Know what real underground boxing means? The rules of underground boxing are that there are no rules." The crowd cheered as hard as they could, all in high spirits. People who watch Lucha Underground want thrills, they want excitement, they want to see blood, and that includes, well, human life. The middle-aged man next to Jishin was even more excited and stood up to shout. The bar owner's face changed, and just as he wanted to speak, he was pressed down and pressed to death by the people around Kang Jianlin. The Horned Dragon attacked again, and Yi Xingjian could only respond with a more cautious block, with less cover and cushioning from the gloves. Horned Dragon with finger tiger's punches would only hurt more and harder. He also took the time to counterattack, but as he punched the Horcrux was able to capitalize on his failure to block and punch him back. How can someone who hasn't cheated beat someone who has cheated when it comes to pure power grappling? Yi Xingjian was knocked to the ground, leaving 4 wounds on his handsome face that were scratched by finger tigers. Fifth brother. Yi Wuxuan quickly walked to the edge of the ring to check on fifth brother's condition. "I'm fine." Yi Xingjian swallowed the blood in his mouth and climbed up to take the initiative to attack the Horned Dragon. Boo! Under a few exchanges, the Horned Dragon knocked Yi Xingjian down again. This time, the other side of Yi Xingjian's handsome face was also left with 4 wounds. "It's okay." Yi Xingjian climbed up and attacked the Horned Dragon again. Boo! Yi Xingjian was quickly beaten back. He broke his nose. "Fifth brother, admit defeat." Yi Wuxuan's eyes were stern. "It's a fight he can't win. Deny it." Yi Xingjian's swollen eyes were filled with a determined light. In his 3rd year of junior high school, he acted recklessly and lost his future, causing his family, which was not rich, to lose a large amount of money. Now, an opportunity is in front of him, and if he can win the fight, he has a chance to make it to the professional boxing league. It'll make him more money and it'll make him a clean slate. So who is he to admit defeat? He can't admit defeat. He has to make it up to his family. He has to make it up to himself. He also wanted to tell Yi Wuxuan, "Sister, look, fifth brother is not a wimp at all. Fifth brother will soon make a name for himself. When the time comes, brother 5 will then take you to drive luxury cars, live in mansions, drink red wine and wear big brands." Chapter 128 Wuxuan on stage. Life and death boxing. Yi Xingjian staggered and slowly stood up, attacking towards the Horned Dragon. He went over once, and the Horned Dragon knocked him down once. The Horned Dragon knocked him down once. He got up once, and then he was knocked down again by the Horned Dragon, and so on and so forth. Blood fell in different parts of the ring, a red liquid that stained the eyes of the spectators. They're excited. They're cheering. They can't see fair. They just want excitement. Su Yue ran down the VIP seat and came to Yi Wuxuan's side, begging Yi Xingjian to admit defeat with tears in her eyes. Yi Xingjian did not recognize it. The wounds on his body grew, and the determination in his eyes grew heavier. The firmness in his eyes grew heavier and heavier, and the anger in Yi Wuxuan's black pupils built up. Boo! Once again, Yi Xingjian was knocked down to the edge of the ring. "Xingjian's brother, admit defeat, please." Su Yue burst into tears and touched Yi Xingjian's face that was almost covered in blood. Yi Xingjian was too beaten to speak and could only shake his head in refusal. In a corner that ordinary people could not see, Yi Wuxuan struck a hand knife, slashing at Yi Xingjian's neck and knocking him unconscious. He fainted. Yi Wuxuan looked up at the Horned Dragon who leaned over and still wanted to punch someone, his eyes spreading with coldness. The Horned Dragon's face showed disappointment. "This is dizzying. He hasn't killed or maimed Yi Xingjian yet." Thud. The gong rings and it's announced that Horned Dragon K.O. Yi Xingjian, with 3 consecutive wins, has successfully defended the ring. He's the ringmaster tonight. The crowd's cheers were about to burst through the roof. "Go to the hospital and take care of my brother," Yi Wuxuan ordered Su Yue. Su Yue nodded and followed the paramedics away. TSK. Kang Jianlin was a little upset in his heart, but even though it didn't beat Yi Xingjian worse, it was a win, wasn't it? He patted the barkeep on the shoulder and held his cigar between his fingers. "Looks like it's still my better luck in the Qingyun tournament." Ha, ha ha ha. The barkeep smiled skin deep and dared to say something. It was he who overestimated Kong Jianlin's bottom line as a human being. Horned Dragon. The match is over. Go get your prize money from the accountant. Kong Jianlin waved his hand towards Horned Dragon on the stage. Yes. The Horned Dragon was overjoyed. Just as he turned around, he heard an extremely cold female voice coming from behind him. You want to leave after beating my fifth brother like this by cheating, with my permission? When these words came out, everyone stiffened and turned their heads to look at Yi Wuxuang who said this. What the hell? With your permission? Who are you? Yi Wuxuang ignored the despicable sights from all around, lifted the ringside rope and stepped into the ring boxing range, her absolutely beautiful face covered with cold killing intent. I want to challenge the ringmaster. The VIP table. The middle-aged man in the suit wrinkled his nose. Where did the little girl come from? Too unaware of her heavenly heights to challenge the ringmaster, even though the underground ring tournament stipulates that the ringmaster can accept anyone's challenge. But does she know that this kind of challenge is a life and death battle? Once the match starts, one must die, and the match doesn't end until she dies. Next to him, Jishin's gaze fell on Yi Wuxuang, and he could not see any emotions in his eyes. Yo, this is to see that your brother has been beaten into a falling dog, and your sister is not happy in her heart? Kong Jianlin rested both his arms on the fence, grimacing. Ha 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 ha. The Horned Dragon also threw back his head and laughed, asking Kong Jianlin, Mr. Kong, this little wants to challenge me. Do I agree or not? Kong Jianlin's eyes turned, and he thought to himself, since he didn't mess with Yi Xinjian, it's okay to mess with Yi Xinjian's sister. Let's use what happened to the brother and sister duo as a warning to all those who tried to steal business with the Qingyun circuit. He raised his voice toward Horned Dragon. Of course we have to agree. We are men. We must give in to women and respect their opinions. Understand? Got it. The Horned Dragon arched its hand, like a third-rate student receiving a lesson from his teacher. It was as if the next thing they were going to do was just give a girl a seat, not beat the girl to death. Once the ringmaster agrees, the life and death match is established. The crowd begins to place their bets, all of which are on Horned Dragon to win. There was no other reason. Horned Dragon was a well-known underground boxer, tall and powerful, with a finger tiger on his hand. Could Yi Wuxuang, a female high school student, be a match? The Horned Dragon stretched his neck from side to side, making his joints click. He looked at Yi Wuxuang with fierce eyes. Little, challenging this ringmaster will be the most regrettable decision of your life. You really consider yourself a thing? Yi Wuxuang looked at him coldly. It's just a garbage fighter in a garbage ring, in front of a garbage crowd, using garbage tactics to win fights they couldn't otherwise win. The corner of Fengzhou's mouth next to Jishin tugged. Ms. Yi is ruthless enough. In one sentence, he cursed everyone in the arena. Who the are you calling trash? The Horned Dragon was furious. The audience is also angry. Horned Dragon, kill this arrogant little. Strip her of her clothes while you beat her. Exactly. Got to give us a perk, right? Ha ha ha. She's so beautiful. I crave her body too. Scumbags are never shy about showing how nasty and disgusting they can be. On all occasions, Jishin lowered his eyes as the temperature around him plummeted. In the ring, the fight to the death begins. The Horned Dragon seemed to have listened to the audience and went up to attack Yi Wuxuang's breasts with a lewd smile on his lips. Yi Wuxuang dodged sideways, raised his hand and smashed the nose bone of the Horned Dragon with a punch, directly knocking the Horned Dragon down. The audience stared in disbelief. What's the deal with the ringleader? Dragon, actually being knocked out by a punch from a skinny little girl? The Horned Dragon that was lying on the ground touched his nosebleed, got up and jumped up, flying to kick Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang stood still, without changing his face, and with a high kick, he stepped on Horned Dragon Tinkong's right thigh. Boo! The Horned Dragon was stomped to the point where it slumped in front of Yi Wuxuang, knocking out its incisors. The audience's eyes dropped out of their heads. Yikes! The Horned Dragon climbed up, holding sharp finger tigers in both hands, and attacked fiercely with punches towards Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang found the right moment to grab both of Horned Dragon's wrists and push him back in the face. Pust! The Horned Dragon was blinded by his own finger tiger poke, and cried out mournfully as a few streaks of blood ran down from his eye sockets. Yi Wuxuang kicked the Horned Dragon in the stomach, sending him over the side ropes. The edge rope catapulted the Horned Dragon back to the ground to lie on its back, and when he got up again, he drew a dagger from the belt of his pants and jabbed it forward. He also left a backhand, but he couldn't see anymore, so he could only grip the dagger tightly and swing it from side to side. Come and die. Come and die. Yi Wuxuang hits a handsome roundhouse kick to his neck, kicking him so hard that he doesn't know where he's going and plops down on the side ropes. The hand holding the dagger, because of the elasticity of the side string, cut into his own neck. The blade seals the throat and the body hangs from the side rope like a folded garment. The room was silent. There was only the sound of blood falling to the ground. Kong Jianlin, who was still shifty just a moment ago, had a horrified look on his face. The spectators, who had been nasty and shameless just a moment ago, were as pale as vegetables. The horned dragon, who has successfully defended the ring 3 times, just went to the west? He also used a finger tiger and a dagger, and he was just defeated by Yi Wuxiang with his bare hands? Yi Wuxiang, isn't it a bit too strong? She's just a schoolgirl, how can she be so strong? This level of combat power, really, makes one shudder. Yi Wuxiang's eyes, one by one, swept over the gang. His tone warning, when I say you're trash, you listen. When I say you're trash, you respond. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my brother again, what happens to Horned Dragon is what happens to you. Chapter 129, Yi Wuxiang's weakness. After Yi Wuxiang finished speaking, no one in the room dared to squeak. The spectators nodded their heads into little chicken pecks, fearing that Yi Wuxiang, who was bursting at the seams with combat prowess, would misunderstand himself unnecessarily and beat himself up. In the end, Yi Wuxiang looked up at Jishin, and her cold heart softened a little because of him. She wanted to say something to him, but 5 is still in the hospital. It will have to wait for another time. Yi Wuxiang turned around and left the Qingyun racecourse, running in the direction of the hospital. After she left, the audience began to go to the accountant and settle their losses for the night. Jishin said goodbye to his business partner and walked out of the arena. His thin lips slightly opened. End the green cloud race. Behind him, Fengjiu froze. Ji Xiao has no grudges against Qingyun racecourse. Why did he take away his job? Could it be for Ms. Yi? The owner of the racetrack bullied Miss Yi's 5th brother and tried to bully Miss Yi. Now that they've lost the strongest boxer in the arena, I'm afraid they're even more reluctant to let the siblings go. But, didn't you say that you won't help Ms. Yi in the future? Fengjiu inquired patiently and respectfully. That's what Ji Xiao told him. When he said this, Ji Xiao was still angry. Jishin's footsteps lurched, turned around with an icy cold handsome face. Can't I contribute to a harmonious society? Seal 9. He dialed a phone number, and in no more than 3 minutes, the street rang with the sound of sirens. The Qingyun racecourse was dumplings. The venue was sealed off, and all the spectators were taken away for investigation. And depending on the amount of money involved, it was determined how long they would have to spend in jail. In the night, Fengjiu whispered, Young Ji, I'm going to go over to Ms. Yi's side to see if I need to contribute as well for the sake of love and peace. Ji Xiao obviously cannot afford to let Ms. Yi aggrieve the hospital side. Naturally, to keep an eye on it. Jishin looked at him askance and didn't say anything. Fengjiu was clear that not saying anything was an acquiescence, so he left the parking lot. After he left, for a long time, Jishin sighed helplessly. This is the last time you'll help her. Next time, be ruthless. That guy is an ice cube. Little heartless ice cubes. Yanzhong Provincial Hospital. Yi Wuxiang took the elevator up according to the location sent by Su Yue. She was the only one on this elevator ride. Halfway up, the elevator suddenly malfunctioned and didn't move. The lights inside went out, and the cramped environment was as dark as night. Yi Wuxiang suddenly opened his eyes wide, and after trying to open the door and push the top to no avail, his heartbeat sped up. Her black pupils faded from calmness, and panic and fear emerged, and she kept backing away. Finally, she crouched against the corner and hugged her knees, her body trembling slightly. After 10 minutes, the elevator malfunction was fixed and the elevator slowly rose. 2 nurses rushed to the door with medical kits to assemble. Nurse A, the elevator monitor, saw a girl in there, and the director said that her symptoms could be claustrophobic. Nurse B, the breakdown didn't last long, so it should be fine, right? The elevator door opened and Yi Wuxiang stepped out, politely refusing the nurse's kindness and striding towards Yi Xinjian's hospital room. Fengjiu, who was not far away, watched Yi Wuxiang disappear around the corner of the corridor with a light frown. Claustrophobic? Miss Ye's face, indeed, had the pallor of one who had been shocked. On the other hand, Yi Wuxiang came to the ward where Yi Xinjian was. He was lying on the bed with fluids and a lot of bandages, and the man had woken up. Seeing Yi Wuxiang come in, he cheerfully gave a yes scissor hand, wanting to laugh but stopped because he pulled his wound. How is 5th brother injured? Yi Wuxiang sounded worried. Mild concussion, 2 broken ribs, multiple soft tissue contusions. Next to her, Su Yue stood up, her pretty face slightly reddening as she thought of the way she had cried earlier. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxiang let out a slight sigh of relief. No major injuries like internal bleeding would be nice. Xingjian, the bar owner, also rushed to the hospital. He put a letter on the nightstand. It's a letter of recommendation from the Professional Boxing League. You can take it and go pro. Although Yi Xinjian didn't win this 3v3, he was impressed by Yi Xinjian's perseverance and tenacity, and he was willing to give Yi Xinjian a hand. Boss. Yi Xinjian was touched. Buzz. Yi Wuxuan's cell phone vibrated and received a call from Bai Jinwu. I'm going out to take a call. Yi Wuxuan walked outside the ward. After she went out, the bar owner asked Yi Xingjian in a low voice, his tone skeptical, are you sure your sister is an ordinary high school girl? What's wrong? Yi Xingjian was uncertain. The boss had complicated eyes. After you fainted and went to the hospital, your sister went on stage and challenged Horned Dragon and beat him to death with her bare hands. Horned Dragon used a finger tiger and a dagger and they weren't even a match for her. Su Youwei's expression froze. Yi Xingjian was silent. For a moment, pointing to his bandaged brain, and said seriously, Boss, I'm concussed, not brain damaged. His sister was beautiful and kind, gentle and generous. How could she have killed the Horned Dragon who used a finger tiger and a dagger alive? Also bare hands. Such words he simply does not believe. Okay, if you don't believe me, turn around and ask someone else. The boss's eyes glared. Outside the ward, Yi Wuxuan picked up the phone. Bai Jinwu's voice came from the other end of the cell phone. Gangmaster, we've already conquered the area you planned out last time. Is it time to annex Qingyun Gang? Yi Wuxuan had circled a few pieces of land for them about a month ago, intending to encircle a large gang inside from the outside and after occupying these areas. These are the lands of Yinjiang province. This big gang is called the Green Cloud Gang. Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flickered. What is the relationship between the Qingyun Gang and the Qingyun Circuit? It was impossible not to associate those two same names with her. Bai Jinwu replied, Kong Jianlin, the owner of the Qingyun racecourse, is the only son of Kong Wufei, the leader of the Qingyun Gang. It is also because of the backing of Pops that the Qingyun Circuit has become the largest underground boxing ring in Yinjiang province. Have they messed with you? Yi Wuxuan sneered. They beat my own brother into the hospital. Bai Jinwu drew in a mouthful of cold air. I understand. I'll bring my men and destroy the Qingyun Gang. The call ended and Yi Wuxuan returned to the hospital room. Seeing her return, the bar owner said seriously, you siblings should leave Yinjiang province as soon as possible. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Why? Yi Wuxuan looked at him with no fluctuation on his face. Boss, Kong Jianlin's dad, is the very famous Qingyun Gang leader in Yinjiang province. You killed the Horned Dragon that Qingyun racecourse had painstakingly cultivated. They will definitely not let you go. It's not that they won't let me go, but I won't let them go. Yi Wuxuan corrected his boss's wording in a flat tone. This, the owner was a bit unable to understand. He admitted that Yi Wuxuan possessed great fighting skills, but she was about to face an entire gang, not one or two people. Yi Xingjian, however, said, we'll leave when we get well. He didn't believe that his sister had beaten someone to death, but he had heard of the reputation of the Green Cloud Gang, and it was time to leave. The owner nodded and then left. Su Youwei also said goodbye to Yi Wuxuan's siblings and left because it was getting late. Chapter 130, Dropping Your Horse in Front of Your Brother. The Green Cloud Gang is located in the biggest nightclub in the city center. At the moment, the nightclub was in a state of sadness. It is only because the Green Cloud Gang, which is usually in Yinjiang province, was suddenly educated by the Black Man Gang in Central and Southern province. At first, it was a KTV that was trashed. Qingyun Gang boss Kong Wufei's tone was nagging to the extreme. Did you guys not report the name of Qingyun Gang? He was a short old man with gray hair and nearly 60 years old. He felt that the Black Man clan was on the same side as the Green Cloud Gang, so he had to give some face. Right? Reported. Originally they used or fists. As soon as they heard that it was the Qingyun Gang, they directly pulled out a gun. Henchman a cold sweat. Fearless Kong? What's wrong with the Black Man clan? Although Qingyun was established earlier than Black Mang, it has always played the classical style of fists, feet, swords and clubs, and did not spend huge sums of money to buy guns and ammunition from abroad. When the real guns came out, no amount of fists under him would be good. He took 2 steps and asked again. You said before that the leader of the Black Man Gang has changed? Handyman A replied. Yes, the original gang leader, Deng Shanfeng, and his children, along with a number of core members, have all disappeared from the earth. Who the new gang leader of the Black Man Gang is, the outside world does not know, only know that the acting gang leader is Bai Jinwu. And you say that Black Mang is not black now? Kong Wufei stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with doubt. Handyman A nodded. They don't dabble in pornography, gambling or drugs now, and the bars, KTVs, nightclubs and other venues, all operate normally. Kong Wufei felt that he was really old and couldn't understand the world anymore. He thought for a moment and asked, what's the situation out there now? Handyman A hesitated for a long time before saying weakly, Qingyun has been surrounded by the Black Mang. The other side has guns and is using a multi-point and attack. Our people are simply unprepared. It can be said to be a total rout. The biggest loss Qingyun had suffered was not having any preparation. If they had known that Black Mang would come to Yinjiang, they would have definitely formulated their tactics properly. And there was no way that they would let someone beat them up like this in their own territory. If you can't hold it tonight, put the word out in the morning that I'm willing to ask the acting gang leader to come to the nightclub to make peace and merge Qin Yun into Black Mang on my own initiative. Kang Wufei wiped his face and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. The one who knew the time was a good man. In this way, he could at least be a hall master or helmsman. The night passed in a hurry, and the sun rose in the east. Early in the morning, Kang Wufei sees that Qing Yun's defeat has been sealed and orders someone to go to Bai Zhenwu and tell him about his willingness to make peace and dial a mysterious phone number. The call had just ended when his son, Kang Jianlin, came in from outside. Jianlin, where did you run off to last night? Worried to death about Dad, Kang Wufei went over with a worried face. He had a son in his old age, and he doted on Kang Jianlin, holding him in his hand for fear of falling, and in his mouth for fear of melting. The Qingyun racecourse was allowed to be sealed off, and I was detained for a night before I came out. Kang Jianlin took a hard two-way. What? Who did you offend? Kang Wufei changed his face. Even the Black Man clan couldn't manage to just seal off the Qingyun racecourse. Could they? Did my son mess with some mysterious big shot? I don't know. Kang Jianlin had thought his head through yesterday and couldn't figure out who he had offended. He was only clear about one thing. Dad, I want to mess with two people. One is called Yi Xingjian and the other is called Yi Wushuang. Both are rural people with little background. This pair of siblings, the older brother stealing his woman and the younger sister killing his right-hand man. How could he possibly swallow this? Screw it. Anyone who dares to cause us Jianlin pain will have to die. As soon as Kang Jianlin heard that he was just cleaning up two rural people with no background, he immediately agreed. Baby boy is the most important thing. The mysterious big man will come later. Hospitals. The ward where Yi Xingjian was staying was invaded by a group of people dressed as gangsters. Who are you and what do you want? Yi Xingjian questioned in a stern voice. Qingyun gangs, inviting the two of you to a nightclub for tea. The man in the lead rasped. Mr. Kang said that the hospital is crowded and it's not easy to do it, so we have to take the siblings back to deal with them. Yi Xingjian's breathing stuttered, only hating that he was heavily injured at the moment and couldn't take his sister to escape. He knew that the Qingyun gang would not let them go. How could he have imagined that the Qingyun gang would send someone to break into the hospital so quickly? Yi Wushuang lowered his head to read the message Bai Zhenwu had just sent. Black screened his phone, and raised his head without panic, looking straight at the leader. Since the Green Cloud clan is so polite, we, siblings, will respectfully comply. Bai Zhenwu tells her that the leader of the Qingyun gang wants to make peace with the Black Man gang. How could she, the leader of the Black Mangled gang, not go? The man in charge froze for a moment, always feeling that Yi Wushuang was reacting strangely, but his mission was only to arrest people, so he beckoned. Take them away. Yi Wushuang took the initiative to push Yi Xingjian's lathe and followed the gang away. On this journey, Yi Xingjian clenched his teeth, despairing and grieving inside. He just didn't know if he could exchange one life for another and begged the people of the Green Cloud gang to spare his sister. The group quickly arrived at the nightclub. Early in the day, the nightclub had no guests, only the Green Cloud gang's gang. Kang Jianlin, who had been eating a large portion of meat, saw them and dropped his breakfast, walking over to the two men and squinting his eyes. Yi Xingjian, Yi Wushuang. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, did I? Kang Jianlin, if you want to kill or kill me, let my sister go. Yi Xingjian shouted as he lay on the bed, desperately trying to get up. Fifth brother doesn't need to worry. Yi Wushuang pressed him back and spoke in a calm tone. He can't kill us to death. What? Want to save your brother again? Kang Jianlin spread his two hands, forked his legs and pushed his crotch towards Yi Wushuang. Fine. Serve me right here in front of the guys across the street and I'll let your brother go. Kang Jianlin felt that no matter how powerful Yi Wushuang was, he only had one pair of hands and was not a match for the entire Qingyun gang. Don't you dare. Yi Xingjian exploded with anger. Yi Wushuang, however, asked indifferently, serving you, are you worthy? Asterisk. Don't give your face. Kang Wufei cursed angrily and walked to Kang Jianlin's side, pointing at Yi Wushuang. My son is the young master of the Qingyun gang. Not only do you have to serve my son well now, you also have to lick his shoes clean. It's still Dad who's sweet and knows that my shoes are dirty. Ha ha, Kang Jianlin laughed out loud. Without a few laughs, Bai Zhenwu walked in from outside with his inner circle. Mr. Bai is here. Long time no see. Kang Wufei immediately greeted him. It is more important to have a good relationship with the future acting gang leader than to clean up the two mole crickets. Kang Jianlin, who had already learned that Chun Yun was going to merge into Black Mang, also walked over to offer his services. Has Mr. Bai had breakfast yet? What do you want to eat? The latecomer will immediately ask the chef to make it. There are all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Bai Jinwu looked around and saw that Yi Wuxuan was also in the nightclub and his eyes widened. Oh, she is just a lowly contraption. You don't need to pay attention to it. Let's discuss the merger of the two gangs first, right? Kang Wufei smiled fawningly. Kang Jianlin nodded his head, expecting a response from Bai Jinwu. Hearing them disparage Yi Wuxuan in such a way, Bai Jinwu smiled coldly. This merger thing depends on whether our gang leader agrees or not. And where is your gang leader? How can I contact him? Kang Wufei asked again. He also knew that Bai Jinwu was only the acting gang leader. Bai Jinwu didn't reply and walked straight past the father and son and walked to Yi Wuxuan, half kneeling down with his head hanging low. See you, gang master. Chapter 131, dropping the horse again? She's queen. Bai Jinwu's phrase see you, master left Kang Wufei and his father and son in a state of confusion. Mr. White, you said that this little is your gang leader? Are you kidding? Kang Wufei did not believe that Yi Wuxuan was the Black Mang Gang's gang leader. What is the role of the Black Mangled Gang? The king of the underground world in Central and Southern Province, and soon to be the king of the underground world in Yanjiang Province. How could the leader of such a big gang be a high school girl of only 18 years old? Kang Jianlin nodded his head, his tone dissatisfied. Mr. Bai, if you don't want to make peace with the Qingyun gang, just say so. There's no need to play us like this, right? Bai Jinwu didn't want to pay attention to these two people at all, and after saluting Yi Wuxuan, he stood up and honored. Gang master, although the decision is in your hands, my subordinate feels that this Qingyun gang is bullying men and women without doing anything wrong, and also treating you with such disrespect. It's better not to stay. Just by the fact that Kang Wufei's father and son had insulted Yi Wuxuan many times, Bai Jinwu wanted to slash the two of them. Yi Wuxuan nodded gently. It is also possible. The Green Cloud gang really has no value in staying. Kang Jianlin laughed. You guys are still addicted to acting, aren't you? As the words landed, Kang Wufei's men came to the two and said, Gang master, young gang master, according to our careful investigation, the head of the Black Mang gang is indeed a young teenage girl. Kang Jianlin's pupils suddenly tightened. Yi Wuxuan is actually really the leader of the Black Mang gang? Yi Xinjian, who was lying on the hospital bed, was also full of incredulity and stuttered. Wuxuan, you're the leader of the Black Mang gang? As a native of Yan City in Central South Province, he knew how powerful the Black Mang gang was, considering that Yi Xinjian is Yi Wuxuan's own brother, and is different from this group of Qingyun gang. Bai Jinwu's attitude is respectful to solve the confusion. Yes, your sister is truly the leader of our Black Mang gang, and our entire gang listens to her alone. Yi Xinjian stuttered even more. My sister, honest ordinary, how can it be possible? Bai Jinwu replied. It's a bit complicated to talk about. All you need to understand is that the gang master won't let you suffer, and the Qingyun gang won't have a good time either. This Qingyun gang is also unlucky enough. Originally they had been targeted by the gang leader, not to mention that they had offended the gang leader and the gang leader's brother by mistake. What was this if not looking for death? Dad! Kang Jianlin's voice trembled, and fear surfaced on his face. Yi Wuxuan is the leader of the Black Mang gang, which means he assassinated the brother of the leader of the Black Mang gang, threatened the leader of the Black Mang gang to serve himself, and made the leader of the Black Mang gang lick his shoes. Faced with this situation, he was thinking with his toes and understood that he was in big trouble today. Kang Wufei, however, uncharacteristically sneered and pushed the vase next to him to the ground. Snapped. A sound of movement. Seems to be drop cup as a signal. Hidden in the shadows of a group of black-clothed masked men appeared in unison with a gun. They were surrounded by a solemn and murderous aura, and their guns were all aimed at Yi Wuxuan, Yi Xinjian, Bai Jinwu, and the inner circle that Bai Jinwu had brought with him. Bai Jinwu was shocked and quickly pulled out his gun with his inner circle, but he didn't know who to aim it at. There are too many men in black. Damn it! Bai Jinwu cursed. According to the information he received, the Qingyun gang did not train this kind of gun-wielding members at all. Right? How could I? Originally I only planned to trick Bai Jinwu, the acting leader of the Black Mang gang, into using him as a hostage to blackmail the new leader of the Black Mang gang. As it turns out, the new gang leader has followed me in. So isn't this sending me to the door for a clean sweep? Ha 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 ha. Kang Wufei laughed up to the sky. He has been in charge of the Green Cloud gang for so many years. He is not a foolish coward. From the moment it became clear to him that Qingyun was no match, he had a plan in mind. Pretend to have peace talks, invite Bai Jinwu into the jar, then contact the assassins to catch a turtle in a jar and force the Black Mang gang to give in. The mysterious phone call he dialed out before his son came home was used to contact the killer. Dad, who are they? Kang Jianlin's mood, which had just hit rock bottom, instantly climbed back up, his face beaming with joy. Kang Wufei said triumphantly, They are a very famous assassin organization Nirvana within the Summer Kingdom, and the leader of the organization is Blackpool, who is number 89th on the international assassin list. Mr. Blackpool, come out and show my son a good time. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of boot soles on the ground came from outside. The silence set off the voice as being particularly hollow. As soon as it's empty, it scares people. Slowly, a tall adult man named Blackpool appeared in front of the crowd. He wore a black leather coat and men's boots, and his face was covered with scars, making it impossible to see his original appearance. One could only read an extraordinary murderous aura in his eyes. He walked towards everyone, obviously walking like a normal person, but it was like a natural barrier that split the world in two. In front of him is the normal and vivid earth. Behind him, an inferno of corpses and bones. The aura, horrible as it is. Jianlin, he's the last card your father bought by spending $30 million to issue a mission. Kang Wufei patted his son's shoulder and couldn't stop laughing. With them here, what Bai Jinwu, what Yi Wushuang, all have to die. Xingyun is ours, and Black Mang will be ours too. Really? Dad, you're practically Zhuge Liang in the world. Kang Jinlin was overjoyed, feeling like he could do it again. He took 2 steps forward. Mr. Blackpool, quickly kill Yi Wushuang's group. Blackpool received the money. Of course he had to do the job. He walked towards Yi Wushuang in silence. Gang master, what's going to happen now? Bai Jinwu raised his gun and aimed it at Blackpool. Inwardly powerless and pessimistic, gang organizations are at the very bottom of the underworld. Killer organizations are countless times stronger than gang organizations, and they are no match for Blackpool. He also didn't dare to shoot. Whether or not this shot could kill Blackpool was not to be said. They would definitely be swept into a hornet's nest by a group of black-robed men. Blackpool stopped in front of Yi Wushuang and looked at him as if he was looking at a piece of rotting dead meat. Yi Xingjian clenched his fists, hating himself at this moment, unable to take the bullet for his sister. Do it, Mr. Blackpool. Kang Wufei was afraid of a long night. Yi Wushuang, however, did not hurry, drew out the chair next to her and sat down calmly, leaned back, her slender legs folded, and her 2 arms rested casually on the armrests of the chair. This queenly sitting position caused a flash of color to pass through Blackpool's eyes. Little Black, Yi Wushuang looked at him. Once we parted on the northern Pacific Ocean's quicksand island. It's been 4 years since we've seen each other. The tall and powerful man's body suddenly tightened, and he opened his mouth, his raspy voice unable to hide his excitement. You are the number 1 queen on the international killer list. You are not dead. The words froze around them. Blackpool, who is the 89th in the killer list, said that Yi Wushuang is the first queen in the killer list? Is it their ears? Are they hallucinating? Yi Wushuang didn't deny it. Her absolutely beautiful face was calm. Her red lips lightly opened. Do you remember what you promised me after I saved you? She had been on Quicksand Island and had saved Blackpool's life. Remember. Without hesitation, the tall and powerful man half-kneeled on the ground, a loyal light appearing in his eyes. You saved my life, and I am your slave, your servant, your traitor, your disciple. Chapter 132 Trapped Yi Wushuang, Rushing Ji Shen. As soon as Blackpool knelt, his men all knelt down to Yi Wushuang. Neatly, the twist came so suddenly. Fearless Kong couldn't understand it. His undercurrent assassin, a disciple traitor of Yi Wushuang? Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the core. Khan Fearless walked up behind Blackpool. Look, Mr. Blackpool, I don't know what your history is with Queen, who is number 1 on the assassin list. All I know is that Yi Wushuang is not queen. She can't be queen. She's just the leader of a small gang. You'd better take her dog's life as soon as possible. Otherwise Blackpool lurched to his feet and turned around, raising his hand and dropping a heavy punch into the side of Khan Fearless' face. Click, click, click. Kang Wufei's head turned 180 degrees on the head of his spine, the skin on his neck wringing out layers of folds. His dead face aimed at Kang Jianlin behind him. Ah! Kang Jianlin screamed twice in a row, so frightened by this bizarre and gruesome scene that he sat on his butt and became incontinent on the spot. Master, what about him? Blackpool asked Kang Jianlin. It's good that you're happy. Yi Wushuang's willow eyebrow, which was not depicted, was gently raised. Blackpool nodded and with a wave of his hand, his subordinates dragged the limp Kang Jianlin away. While being dragged away, Kang Jianlin cried while begging Yi Wushuang to let her go. But what's the point? Already, it's too late. Help, master. Bai Zhenwu only felt numb. He had always known that Yi Wushuang was a hidden powerhouse, but he had never thought that Yi Wushuang was actually a big-name queen in the assassin world. No wonder she had swept away the Black Mangled gang in the first place, all by herself. On the hospital bed, Yi Xingjian, who had been lying on the corpse, was also numb. His expression was extremely complicated and his voice was extremely dry. Sister, did you really kill Horned Dragon, the leader of the Black Man Gang, or the #1 international assassin ranking queen? In all his life, he didn't even know there was an international killer list. His mind buzzed, wondering how his honest, timid sister juggled this multiple identities. The key to these identities is that one is still more powerful than the other. Fifth brother, you don't really think I'm very powerful, do you? Yi Wuxuan lied without changing his face. Horned Dragon died by his own mistake. The head of the Black Man Gang was given away by them. And the international assassin or whatever was made up by everyone together to fool Kong Wufei's father and son. I'm just a mediocre high school girl. Ask Sharanjinmu and Koroiki if you don't believe me. Beck Mo and Blackpool. Yes, it's all fake. Whatever the helper/master says. I told you, how could my lovely and gentle sister be so feisty? I'm so smart. Yi Xingjian smiled. Beck Mo and Blackpool. Yes, you're so smart. Send my brother back to the hospital. It's time for medicine. Yi Wuxuan gave the order. Members of the Black Man Gang immediately took Yi Xingjian away. After he left, Yi Wuxuan looked at Bai Jinwu and Blackpool with a calm tone. Don't tell anyone else about me being queen. Yes, gang leader/master. You go deal with the remaining members of the Qingyan gang. And during this time, let Black Mang take root in Yanjian province. Yi Wuxuan looked at Bai Jinwu. Yes, Bai Jinwu left. Master, unwilling to be left out. Blackpool showed his loyalty. My assassin organization. Nirvana. Is your Nirvana? Yi Wuxuan did not reply. In her previous life, she was a killer. In this life, if she could, she didn't want to. Blackpool saw her hesitation and solemnly said, no matter what, you are the boss of Nirvana. In your absence, I'll take over for you. And when you want to take over, you can do it any time. In the following days, Yi Wuxuan was in the hospital with Yi Xingjian. Because of the injury, Yi Xingjian's birthday, also spent in the hospital. Su Yue made a birthday cake with her own hands and sent it over. Seeing the cake, Yi Wuxuan thought of Jishin. Jishin has returned to Yen City. This news, Yi Wuxuan knew through the news that he had invested in a future technology city project in Yen City. It just so happens that it's time for me to go back to Yen City. So let's find a chance to apologize at home. Yi Wuxuan's eyes flashed lightly. The next day, Yi Wuxuan said goodbye to his brother and Su Yue and returned to Yen City apartment. She put her luggage away and planned to go shopping in the city center to see if she could buy a suitable gift for Jishin. Body follows mind. She locks the door and takes the elevator downstairs. The elevator door had just closed. When it went dark inside, the power went out on the whole street, and the elevator froze in midair, not going up or down. Yi Wuxuan froze in place for a full 3 seconds. It was too late to spit, and she hurriedly pressed the elevator's own alarm while attempting to leave the elevator. The dark, cramped environment made her increasingly panicked, and the more panicked she became, the more clueless she became. An hour later, Fengjiu drove Jishin past the street outside the apartment. There are a few people gathered in front of the apartment, talking to each other, and the words coming out, judging by the shape of their mouths, have something to do with Yi Wuxuan. Fengjiu slammed on the brakes and lowered the window. Neighbor A, that Yi Wuxuan you guys are talking about has been locked inside the elevator for over an hour, right? Neighbor B, she was so unlucky. There was a fire in a factory on the east side of town and the firemen were all over there and couldn't get over to save her. Neighbor C, elevator repairmen are also prioritizing rescuing the elderly and children who are being held in the front apartments. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Jishin slowly opened his narrow ink eyes. His tone did not fluctuate. Go. Fengjiu whispered. Ji Xiao. The elevator has vents. It won't smother her. Jishin's scarlet-colored thin lips opened and interrupted the special assistant's words. His handsome face was ice-cold. That Ice Cube himself said he was dispensable. He couldn't keep going soft to help her like he did last time. Fengjiu nodded his head and restarted the vehicle as he remembered what he encountered in the hospital a few days ago and said, last time I went to the hospital to see Missia's fifth brother. Missia also encountered an elevator malfunction and was locked inside the elevator alone. The rushing nurse said that through the elevator monitor, it was discovered that Missia might be claustrophobic, and I saw that she did look pale when she came out. Stop the car. The man's voice, with a hint of obvious urgency. Fengjiu slammed on the brakes. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that honorable and unparalleled man crossing the road, tumbling over the fence, and running towards the apartment where Ms. Yi lived in large strides, without a hint of hesitation in his back. Fengjiu guffawed. No matter how sad he is in his heart, as long as he hears that Miss Yi is in danger, Ji Xiao is still willing to go and save it. Apartment. Jishin walked quickly up the stairs. Fengjiu called, Xiao Ji. The property monitoring shows that Ms. Yi is trapped on the 22nd floor. Jishin hung up the phone and went upstairs faster. He shouldn't have come to her rescue for the slightest possibility. He knows. She's a heartless ice cube. He knows. She didn't need his help. Didn't need his cake. He knows. He knows all about it. She had her insistence and he had his pride. Some things should not be forced since they cannot be forced. But just the thought that she might be afraid, might be trembling, cut his heart, as it were, with a knife. It's hard to bear. Pain. 5 layers. 10 layers. 20 layers. 22 layers. Jishin gasped and walked to the closed elevator door, placing both hands on the door and breaking it open vigorously. Chapter 133, Reconciliation. Wuxuang's childhood. The elevator door slowly opened under Jishin's external force. Light cast into the interior of the elevator along the gap between the two doors. At first, there was only a glimmer of light. As Jishin continued to push, the doorway grew wider and wider and the light expanded. Eventually, the light takes over the entire elevator. Yi Wuxuang, who was curled up in the corner of the elevator, was also enveloped by the light, finally imprinted into Jishin's eyes. She sat on the floor, hugging her knees and burying her head in them, an extremely insecure maneuver. Yi Wuxuang, come out. Jishin called out to her, slowly calming his rapid breathing. Yi Wuxuang did not move at all. Yi Wuxuang? Jishin raised his volume, worry surfacing in his deep, dark eyes. She remained motionless. Yi Wuxuang. Jishin walked into the elevator and crouched in front of her, shouting at her. She still didn't move a muscle. Jishin was flustered in his heart, one big hand holding up her shoulders, the other big hand lifting her chin, forcing her to raise her head. Yi Wuxuang still didn't have any reaction. She let Jishin control, tilted her pale face, opened her dark pupils. The inside of her pupils were empty and numb, and there was no emotion. The soul seems to be drawn out and only the body remains. If she wasn't still breathing, Jishin would have thought she was dead. Jishin was certain that Yi Wuxuang was indeed claustrophobic and had fallen into a deep panic because she had been locked in the elevator for a long time. He picked up Yi Wuxuang in his arms and quickly walked out of the elevator to the front of the apartment that Yi Wuxuang had rented, and with a single kick, he kicked open the tightly locked door. He knew where Yi Wuxuang lived. Jishin sank a handsome face and carried Yi Wuxuang into the bathroom, half squatting on the ground. One hand wrapped around her in his arms, the other hand turned on the shower, letting the warm water sprinkle on top of both their heads. The current Yi Wuxuang needed external stimulation. The water clattered, drenching both of them, and soon the bathroom misted and steamed. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Wuxuang, as if someone had pressed the on-off button, fiercely gasped for air. The warm water choked her windpipe and she coughed violently. Jishin's taut nerves were loosened as he let go of Yi Wuxuang and sat down against the frosted glass next to him with one long leg bent and one long leg stretched out. After Yi Wuxuang slowed down, she saw the drenched Jishin on the opposite side and her tone rose. Jishin? Is Jishin helping her again? Jishin did not say anything, just quietly looking at Yi Wuxuang, his handsome face obscure, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Wuxuang slowly clenched her fists and lightly opened her bloodless lips. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you last time. Jishin got up, and his elongated body, which was as long as a male model's, was especially oppressive in the narrow bathroom. He stepped out of the bathroom, his eyes slightly downcast. What he wanted was never an apology. Just after taking a step out, Jishin realized that the sleeve of his shirt was pulled by Yi Wuxuang. He looked back over his shoulder, only to see the young girl standing up, tugging at the corner of his coat, a head hanging down, her expression unseen, asking him, "Would you like to hear my story?" Jishin didn't refuse. He wants to hear it. Even though he knew she was cold and unfeeling, he wanted to get to know her better. She was his spell, his addiction, untouchable and willing. When I was a child, I was abandoned by my flesh and blood relatives. Yi Wuxuang was referring to her previous life in the slums, when she was sold by her cruel parents to drug dealers. Then, I met someone. This person, referring to the leader of the assassin organization. He said I was a gift from heaven and asked if I would be his adopted daughter. I resisted, yet he treated me well, bought me the most expensive clothes, put me in the most comfortable house, and took care of me in every way, including taking care of her brother. During that time, I felt like I was living in heaven and everything in this world was so beautiful. I finally called him Dad. I thought he'd be happy, but he wasn't happy. He grabbed me by the neck and threw me down from the 3rd floor. I'm in pain. He said that was the first lesson he taught me. Never rely on anyone else. A killer lives to die. To rely on others is to lose yourself. If you lose yourself, you are not far from death. Jishin's pupils contracted lightly. How could anyone dare to give her hope and do that to her when she was at her most desperate? I'm not saying this to make you sympathize with me and then forgive me. Yi Wuxuang's voice, resounded over the sound of the crashing water. I just really like being around you. She clenched her fists again. You've been good to me, too, and made me want to depend on you, but I'm afraid. Fear of something like that, all over again. As a result, I moved out of the villa and refused your help, saying you were dispensable. Available is not true. I'm sorry, my mind was too scrambled at the time to express it properly. You're important. I couldn't have accomplished so much successfully if it weren't for you. You can be forgiven. The rest of the words Yi Wuxiang did not say. She was held in Jishin's arms, and his low, nice voice came from her ears. You're forgiven. Stupid ice cube. Stupid ice cubes? Yi Wuxiang wrinkled his eyebrows at the strange name calling, but he was willing to forgive her. She was happy to stretch her willow eyebrows. The stone hanging in her heart for a long time finally landed. Yi Wuxiang. Jishin's chin rested against the top of her head, his long arms clasping her thin waist, his voice gentle and strong. I'm not the one. You can rely on me wholeheartedly and you can hold skepticism, but time will tell. Aha! Yi Wuxiang closed his eyes. His arms are so reassuring. So, according to the classic bridge inside the movie, after the storm, our relationship, shouldn't we take it a step further? Jishin let go of Yi Wuxiang and raised his eyebrows lightly. Yi Wuxiang's black pupils suddenly erupted with grand refined light, and he busily nodded his head in a lovely manner. So, we are now. Before Jishin finished his words, he was interrupted by Yi Wuxiang, who couldn't wait to interrupt. She bloomed a bright smile. Best friend, Jishin. If he died one day, he must have been angered to death by Yi Wuxiang. How can there be girls with such low emotional intelligence? He was a bit angry, but his anger dissipated when he looked at Yi Wuxiang's happy smile. Yes, we went from just friends to best friends. His voice took on a hint of helpless laughter. He suddenly felt, it's fun to slowly conquer a woman. Jishin reached out and turned off the shower that had been running. You dry off the water first. Beware of catching a cold. He swept his eyes at Yi Wuxiang, and with this sweep, the knot in his throat rolled. She was wearing a white t-shirt, which was already tightly fitted to her body, and this, when it got wet again, made it transparent, revealing her delicate figure. He could even see her little belly button. Aha! Yi Wuxiang didn't know that she had already walked out of the room, and as she watched Jishin go out, she thought darkly, Jishin's body, it's quite good. Chapter 134, Interest on Waiting, Choice of University. In Yi Wuxiang's opinion, Jishin was the one who was naked. He was soaking wet, his expensive shirt plastered to his body, his pecs, abs, and whatnot, visible at a glance. No wonder so many women are attracted to Jishin. After lamenting, Yi Wuxiang took out a towel and dried his hair and body. Looking at the soaked clothes, Yi Wuxiang rummaged through the small cabinet and changed into the intimate clothes placed inside. In addition to the bodysuit, there was a man's white shirt inside. This was Jishin's shirt, which she had brought out from the Ji family villa for hypnosis. Unfortunately, the clothes were not Jishin himself in the end, and after a few washes, the scent on them was getting fainter and fainter. So she did one thing or another and simply wore her shirt straight as a nightgown so that she could get the most out of the scent that made her sleep so well. Changing his shirt, Yi Wuxiang walked out barefoot, his voice clear. I'm done scrubbing. You scrub too. In the process of changing her clothes, Fengzhou had already delivered Jishin's clothes and incidentally repaired a door that Jishin had kicked open. Aha! Jishin, who had been watching the scenery and meditating outside the window, turned around. In less than a second, he turned back again, his throat dry as the blood raced through his body. He tried to erase the scene he had just witnessed from his mind, but against his will, he remembered it more clearly. She was wearing his wide shirt over her, the hem of which barely covered part of her thighs, her straight legs and luscious toes stepping on the floor, and her expression, normal and serious, without a hint of seduction. But this extreme purity, accompanied by extreme lust, had been more seductive than any expression. Damn it! He wanted to pin her to the bed and rip her clothes off. Why did you turn around so quickly? Is it ugly for me to dress like this? Yi Wuxiang's brows tightened. She didn't think about the male/female thing, not because she hadn't seen it and didn't understand it. As a slayer, she'd seen a lot. Only Jishin gave her the impression of a very gentlemanly, gentle and polite man. In all the time she'd been in bed with him, she'd never seen him get grossed out. It was only when she pretended to be his girlfriend for a family dinner that she and he moved intimately. Other than that, her boundaries with him had always been clear. It made her even more certain that their friendship was very pure, not ugly. Jishin's low voice had a hint of sexy huskiness in it. Since you can't forget it, you might as well look at it and appreciate it in a big way. He turned around for the second time, his sight full of aggression, robbing Yi Wuxiang from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. The man walked towards the bathroom, and when he passed Yi Wuxiang, He had a footstep and let out a light laugh. Did you know that the longer you keep money in the bank, the more interest you get? Yi Wuxuang thoughtfully. You want to remind me to deposit my money in the bank and wait for the day to collect interest? I do have quite a bit left in my hand. There's still a lot left in the double master's bonus, so you can indeed bank on it. The man let out another laugh and leaned down to voice a dominant voice behind her ear. I'll wait for that day too. With that, the man walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. It's true that you're best friends, even reminding me of such small and delicate things as saving money. Yi Wuxuang clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it into the palm of his left hand, nodded his head twice and turned around to go to the closet to change into real pajamas. It wasn't true that she and Jishin were purely friendly, but the suspicion that should be avoided still had to be avoided. Wearing his shirt out was generically because there were no more clothes in it, and she couldn't just put her wet clothes back on, could she? Changing into her pajamas, she turned and climbed into bed, getting under the covers. It's dark outside and it's time to go to bed. I don't know if Jishin will return to the villa tonight. Yi Wuxuang planned to wait for Jishin to come out and ask, but the wait was over an hour. Yi Wuxuang's eyes were puzzled. It's just a shower. Does it take so long? Snap. The bathroom door opened and Jishin changed into brand new clothes and came out, his eyebrows and eyes carrying a sense of evil. I'll sleep here with you all the time in the future. It's close to flying bird, and the college entrance exam is coming up, so it saves you from having to rush back and forth. Jishin's thin lips rose. Won't this place be a little too humble for you? Yi Wuxuan looked at her room and handed the spare key to Jishin. Jishin's voice was gentle. The Ji family doesn't have the habit of spoiling their offspring. When I went abroad to study, I still had to work for myself to earn money, and the place I lived was much worse than here. That's true. When Jishin first left the country, he could only share an apartment with a few students of different skin colors and from poor families. It's just that he made his first bucket of money quickly and moved out of his apartment. Jishin laid down next to Yi Wuxuang. The world is quiet and the stars shine in the night sky. Yi Wuxuang originally thought that with Jishin around tonight, she would be able to fall asleep quickly. In actuality, she tossed and turned and was unable to fall asleep. She thought of something bad. When she was trained at the organization, if she didn't meet the standards, she would be put in a small dark room. In her time, she had just fallen from grace, and was much less skilled than she had been in her slum days, and had been imprisoned many times because of it. Claustrophobia. That's what's left from that time. Every time she came to a dark, cramped environment, it made her uneasy and afraid, associating it with what she had experienced as she did now. Ji-shun, she whispered, can you sleep with me in your arms? She wanted his arms to dispel her uneasiness. The man next to her scooped her up in his long arms and took her in his arms, his voice lazy, an honor. Having obtained a shelter, Yi Wuxuan gradually fell asleep. Day 2. When Yi Wuxuan woke up, Jishin was no longer there. She shuffled around, bought a breakfast on the side of the road, and headed towards the Birds of Prey Academy. 7th class. Yi Wuxuan was surrounded by Meng Yunjing, Jane Zhaoyang and other students. Student Yi, there's still a month to go before the college entrance exam. Which college do you plan to take? Meng Yunjing asked, his ears getting a little hot. He wanted to go to the same university as Yi Wuxuang. I want to know too. Jen Zhaoyang's eyes were expectant. Does the queen want to go to a domestic university, or a foreign university? Everyone in class 7 wants to enroll in the same school as the queen. I haven't thought about it at the moment. I'll tell you guys when I've thought about it. Yi Wuxuang answered truthfully. She'd never thought about it. In the evening after school, Yi Wuxuang returned to the apartment and just opened the door. The familiar scent of cake came to his nose. Jishin was sitting on the small sofa in the living room reading a book. His handsome side face was very serious, and there was a piece of very delicious cake on the coffee table in front of him. Hearing the door open, Jishin looked up at her. Back? Aha! Yi Wuxuang sat next to the sofa and picked up the cake to consume. Qinglin called today and asked me which college you're planning to go to. Do you have a goal? He closed the books. Yi Wuxuang shook his head. Her main goal was to do the quest to resurrect her brother. It didn't matter where she went to college, since we don't have a target. How about coming over to the capital to go to college? Jishin asked. Chapter 135, the most awesome high school graduation photo in Summerland. Jishin's suggestion caused Yi Wuxuan's movement of eating the cake to lurch. Going to college in the capital? The topmost academic institutions in Xia are basically all in the capital. I remember that your elder brother, Yi Guilu, is also studying at the financial university in the capital. Jishin let out a soft sigh. I can't always sleep with you in Yin City. There are still a lot of things I need to take care of over in the capital. Sorry. Yi Wuxuan lowered his head. Jishin should have delayed a lot of things in order to take care of her sleep quality. Rather, there is no need to apologize. I have my own purpose in coming to your side. Jishin saw that she was somewhat blaming herself. His voice lowered and said, "There are countless people in the outside world staring at my location, sending people to attack me every now and then, and the soft and weak me needs your protection very much." Jishin bit down on the word 10 points, fearing that Yi Wuxuan would not be able to understand his urgency. Yi Wuxuan's attention was on the word weak. She slowly wrinkled her eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Does soft mean breaking the elevator with your bare hands, and kicking the door open with one foot?" At one time, she thought that Jishin was a pampered, luxurious young man, good at the game of intellect, not good at the game of force. After such a long time together, she found that Jishin wasn't that civilized. At least, he was strong. She wasn't necessarily his match if she was competing in pure strength. There were several times when she couldn't break free of his grip. "It's just some brute strength in vain." Jishin dripped with explanation. "Although I also learned basic self-defense techniques at the family's request, I was no match for that group of vicious men." Yi Wuxuan nodded. Some people's power would indeed be greater, and it was true that Jishin could not be compared to that group of murderous villains. "Then I'll enroll in the University of Finance and Economics, so that I can both be in the capital with you." Yi Wuxuan made up her mind and continued to eat the cake. The corners of Jishin's thin lips rose, and his deep, ink-like eyes quickly flashed with a triumphant, refined light. The next day, Yi Wuxuan returned to Flying Bird and told the people in Class 7 about her plan to enroll in the University of Finance and Economics. "Then we'll enroll in the University of Finance and Economics as well." The crowd of students nodded their heads. Yi Wuxuan was a bit surprised. "You all want to go to the University of Finance and Economics? Well, thanks to the Queen's blessing, everyone is now highly valued by the family," Jian Jiaoyang explained. At first, the people in Class 7 were family outcasts that even the school teachers knew about, and not many people cared about them. Yi Wuxuan's arrival had caused their grades to rocket up, drawing the attention of the family. After learning that Yi Wuxuan was Ji Xiao's savior and had a great relationship with them, the family moved a little. "Ji Xiao and Yi Wuxuan have an iron relationship. Yi Wuxuan and my son/daughter have an iron relationship." Rounding up, it's also considered that my son/daughter and the Ji family have climbed up a little bit of a relationship, isn't it? Then we must seize the opportunity and focus on cultivation? And so, everyone in Class 7 got more attention than ever before. They, themselves, wanted to continue to follow Yi Wuxuan's steps and did not want to be separated from everyone else. "Where's Meng Yunjing? Which college are you kid going to?" Jian Jiaoyang poked Meng Yunjing, who was silent, with his elbow. "My family wants me to go to the Capital University of Politics and Law." Meng Yunjing looked at Yi Wuxuan. "It should be. Your family has been in politics for generations. Your grandfather seems to be a leader inside the political circles in the capital, right? This path is the most convenient and suitable for you. When you become a big official, don't forget us, oh?" Jian Jiaoyang joked. As far as he knew, Meng Yunjing's grandfather, who didn't like Meng Yunjing's father very much, was quite fond of Meng Yunjing as his grandson. If he could get his grandfather's promotion and escort, Meng Yunjing's official career would be smooth and flat. "But I want to go to the University of Finance and Economics." Meng Yunjing's tone was firm. He wanted to go to the same school as Yi Wuxuan. "Anyway, you won't fill out your aspiration until after the exam, so you can take the opportunity to think about it more and fill it out afterward," Jian Jiaoyang suggested. With Meng Yunjing's grades, no matter if it's the University of Politics and Law, or the University of Finance and Economics, you can 100% get in. "You guys aren't sure? The scoreline of the University of Finance and Economics is higher." Yi Wuxuan looked at the crowd of students. "I'm fine in the meantime, so I can start a final sprint of tutoring for you. It's going to be a while before the web novel competition for the Chiaki Cup is over. Until then, there was nothing else she needed to be busy with that could help Jane Jiaoyang and the others out." Wow! The 7th grade students were excited. With the Queen's help, they'll definitely be able to get all of them into the University of Finance and Economics, the top institution in Xia. The next month, Yi Wuxuan had a busy time. In addition to updating her novel and communicating with Bai Jinwu about various matters of the Black Man Gang, she was helping with extracurricular tutoring for the 7th class. Halfway through, she also discussed a very complicated patient's medical history with her apprentice, Xiao Evening Ching. After the discussion, it's back to the hustle and bustle. Jishin looked in his eyes, pain in his heart, daily changing the pattern of cake desserts, every night on time to sleep with. Under the intersection of the two parties, Yi Wuxuan actually gained a pound. "Tough on you, my good friend." Yi Wuxuan spoke at length, patting Jishin on the shoulder, while her other hand went to fetch the freshly baked cake. It's okay not to say those 3 words at the end, but as soon as he said it, Jishin's temples jumped straight up, and he turned away with the cake and ate it himself. Yi Wuxuan? Was she not thanking her sincerely enough? A few days before the entrance exam, 2 things happened. The The first one. A graduation photo. One for the principal for all students and teachers in the senior class. One for each grade and each teacher. And one for each class itself. This one in class 7. Yi Wuxuang C position. Jane Jiaoyang and Meng Yunjing on the left and right. This photo will, in the future, be known as the best high school graduation photo in the Summerland. The second is the announcement of the winner of the 1000 Autumn Cup contest on Floating Light Chinese website. Winner, Yi Wuxuang. Work, I've started the Industrial Revolution. And you're saying I'm running away from the princess? The moment the announcement came out, Yi Wuxuang received a system reminder on his side. Trial mission 8 has been completed. A new trial mission will be released in 7 days. Time came to the day of the high school entrance exam. Everyone rushes to the examination room. And the pen is like a sword. On the night of the end of the college entrance examination, the 7th class got together for a meal. And everyone cried, laughed, and made a lot of noise. Only Yi Wuxuang and Meng Yunjing were the most calm. During this time, the door to the box was pushed open by a group of drunken punks. They've come to the wrong place. But a look at the box inside so many young and beautiful female students, and cheap laugh, must be accompanied by female students to drink a few cups of meaning. Get out. Yi Wuxuang wriggled her red lips as coldness surfaced on her delicate face. The gangster boss didn't feel the danger and reached out to touch one of the girl's breasts in a colorful manner. Fine, fine, roll with it, ha ha ha. Yi Wuxuang's eyes flashed as he threw out the glass in his hand and smashed it against the punk's wrist. Ah, the gangster boss's wrist, an extra bruise. Asterisk 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 you. How dare you hit our boss? The gangsters swarmed up, wanting to teach Yi Wuxuang a lesson. Yi Wuxuang got up violently and punched over. The battle began instantly. Within a few minutes, there were Aokis on the floor. At the door of the box stood a working man who was passing through the area. The man is on the phone, full of shock, and the other end of the line is still being mean to him. If you can't find a suitable martial arts replacement again, you'll quit your own job and stop hanging around our crew. Martial arts doubles, which refers to actors' doubles, specialize in performing difficult martial arts moves for the actors that they are unable to perform. I think I found it. The man replied nastily. Chapter 136, The Movie Breaking Dawn. Missing a replacement. The man in the workplace was called Kong Jie, an ordinary-looking man who was one of the field workers on the set of the movie Breaking Dawn, specializing in contacting group actors and stunt doubles. Breaking Dawn is a modern military war movie. It tells the story of a team of special forces soldiers who fight with criminal drug gangs at the border, and finally defend the dignity of their family and country and the people. The movie would have been finished, but unfortunately the director was a perfectionist. He felt that the martial arts double for the supporting role of Red Lotus was too different from Red Lotus' own physique, which affected the viewing experience, and ordered the stage manager to find a more suitable double. This made it difficult for Kong Jia. Red Lotus, the carefully cultivated adopted daughter of the villainous boss, the crime boss, is slender and delicate in appearance, with strong fighting ability, but also proficient in all kinds of firearms, can be said to be the most capable member of the villain's cadres. Her outtakes are basically fight scenes, and each one is particularly eye-catching and entertaining to watch. But how many actresses can star in such an intense fight scene? Not to mention the actresses can't hold it. Not many of the male actors can either. This is a situation that calls for a male martial arts replacement to be put on the field. But how can a male replacement, who is not a big man, play the graceful Red Lotus perfectly? If a normal director encounters this kind of thing, he or she will just get over it. The director of Breaking Dawn is a Virgo. This point of detail is not perfect, will not rest, and must be the field service to find thin a little bit of martial arts replacement reshoots. Poor Kong Jia. His hair fell out big time and he couldn't find a martial arts replacement that met the director's requirements. I was on the verge of losing my job when things took a turn for the worse. He met Yi Wuxuang. This little girl was all alone, and in 3 tries, she took down a bunch of punks. Ruthless. Although the action is plain and simple, I believe that with the nudging of a professional, it will be able to achieve the effect that the director wants. At this moment, Kong Jie didn't know that the reason why Yi Wuxuang's movements were plain and simple was simply because the gangsters were too weak and not enough for her to perform. He only knew that the Red Lotus martial arts replacement was decided to be Yi Wuxuang. The hotel security guards passed by Kong Jie and twisted the provocative punks to the police station. The queen is awesome. Jane Jiaoyang broke her voice. Everyone had a look of worship and admiration. Kong Jie walked over and bent down to hand Yi Wuxuang a business card with both hands. Hello miss, I'm Kong Jie, the set manager of the movie Breaking Dawn, currently looking for a female martial arts replacement. I wonder if you're interested in this movie? Before Yi Wuxuang answered, Jane Jiaoyang first is it that modern military war movie? Yes, Kong Jie nodded. Queen, There are super people on the internet looking forward to the release of this movie. Do you want to go as a stand-in? Jane Zhaoyang was even more excited than Yi Wuxuan. A line of words that only she could see floated before Yi Wuxuan's eyes. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission 9 help complete the filming of the movie Breaking Dawn. Yi Wuxuan's eyes drooped slightly. Yes, as long as it's a mission, she won't turn it down. That's great. Kong Jia breathed a huge sigh of relief. May I ask your name? Yi Wuxuan. Kong Jia took out a pen and paper from his bag and wrote down an address for Yi Wuxuan. Tomorrow Ms. Yi will come to the set. We'll discuss the filming process and pay at that time. See you later. The next day, Yi Wuxuan followed the address on the note and headed to the crew of Breaking Dawn. The crew is in a deep forest in Yan City. After all, the movie is a dispute that takes place on the borderline and needs to be remote and quiet. Inside, there were a number of sheds, large and small, erected. Ms. Yi, Kong Jia, who was waiting at the intersection, waved at Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan walked over and let him lead himself to a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses. The man, dressed casually in a white undershirt common in the countryside, with a gray towel for wiping off sweat on his arm and flip-flops under his feet, was tuning into the pricey camera. Kong Jia introduced. He is the director of Breaking Dawn. Tang 1. Director Tang. This girl is the Red Lotus martial arts replacement I've found. So pass your eyes. If it's okay, I'll take her over to the martial arts director's side. A martial arts director is a person who specializes in directing actors in martial arts scenes, and occasionally takes on the role of martial arts replacement himself. Tang Wen turned his head to look at Yi Wuxuan, frowned, and went back to adjusting the camera, coldly saying, she'd better have the kind of strength you're talking about, or you're leaving the theater with her. Don't worry, she definitely won't let you down. I personally watched her beat down so many punks at the hotel. Kong Jia patted his chest to assure him, leading Yi Wuxuan into a studio as he walked. Ms. Yi, the general price of martial arts replacement is more than 100 a day. I can you 300. If there is no problem I will prepare the contract to go. He was afraid that the price would be too low and Yi Wuxuan, who had found it with great difficulty, would run away. No problem. Yi Wuxuan did not care about the price. Brother Chang, I've brought over the female martial arts replacement of Yi Wuxuan from Red Lotus. Give me some pointers. I'll get the contract. Kong Jia called out to a muscle-bound man with a naked upper body. Go on. Brother Chang waved his hand and raised an eyebrow at Yi Wuxuan. Did you really beat up several punks by yourself? He had already heard about Yi Wuxuan's battle record from Kong Jia. At that time, he also secretly thought about Yi Wuxuan's looks, thinking that Yi Wuxuan might be more fierce, stouter and stronger than the average woman. Who knows to meet and see? So pretty and beautiful. And the body is also good for nothing. It's just beating up a few uneducated weaklings. It's not worth praising. Yi Wuxuan's voice was flat. Indeed. Strong agreed. Most of the punks in the society are just flowery, walking in a dangling manner, talking in a flowing manner, not much of a serious fighting force. In a real fight, he could beat 20 of them without taking a breath. Yi Wuxuan estimated that he only knew a little bit of self-defense. That's a little self-defense. More than enough to beat up punks, but not necessarily for a fight scene. Several of the fight scenes in Red Lotus are difficult, so I'll start by showing you a clip of one of the fight scenes you're going to be in today. Chang led a few male martial arts substitutes and fought in front of Yi Wuxuan. They all had bottoms, and the fight scene only looked okay to Yi Wuxuan. But acting is acting at the end of the day and can't be compared to the reality she experienced. After a scene, Chang came to Yi Wuxuan. How was it? Did you memorize all the moves? Yi Wuxuan nodded slightly. Remember. Then mimic the movements I just made and fight them again. Chang instructed the male martial arts replacements. You guys go easy on her. Don't hurt her. The male martial arts substitutes nodded. No need. Yi Wuxuan approached them and followed the movements set by Chang, brushing and brushing, easily completing the fight scene. The male martial arts substitutes, however, because of their lack of strength, were really beaten to the ground by Yi Wuxuan, covering their wounds and grimacing. Well, Yi Wuxuan turned his head to ask Brother Chang, his white face devoid of any expression. Django, made you imitate, didn't make you surpass. Chapter 137. Yi Wuxuan fits the role of Red Lotus. Only then did Chang realize that Yi Wuxuan was better than himself. He didn't say anything else, but directly handed his cell phone to Yi Wuxuan to play all the clips of the fight scene. Not a moment later, Kong Jia came over with the contract, and Yi Wuxuan had just signed the contract when the big director, Tang Wen, walked in from outside with a cold tone. Yi Wuxuan, right? Are you ready yet? When you're ready, go change and get ready for the movie. If this Wu Tai doesn't work, hurry up and find the next one. If you're any slower, you won't be able to catch up with the schedule. Aha! Yi Wuxuan nodded. She went into the changing room and put on the Red Lotus costume under the guidance of Kong Jia. This is a set of black tight leather jacket with a stand-up collar, which can perfectly outline Yi Wuxuan's body. And the shoes are also black high-heeled leather boots, cool and handsome. In addition to the clothes, the character also came with a black neckband that was attached to Yi Wuxuan's neck, looking elegant and mysterious. Because the Red Lotus itself is a single ponytail hairstyle, Yi Wuxuan does not need to change the hairstyle, directly walk out. By the time she came out, so many of the crew had already set up the bar scene and were in position. At the sight of her, everyone gasped, Kong Jia, this kid is good. Where did he find a big beauty? It feels prettier than the actress who played Red Lotus. And the temperament is also very absolute, cold and solitary. It fits the role of Red Lotus. She's a martial arts replacement. What you guys are talking about doesn't matter. What matters is whether the fight scene can satisfy Director Tang. Right, Director Tang? Someone went to check on Donovan and realized that Donovan had frozen. He stared at Yi Wuxuan, his eyes blazing. The blaze has nothing to do with men or women. It's a director, looking at a suitable actor. For a moment, Tang Wen suspected that Yi Wuxuan was Red Lotus. Red Lotus has stepped through dimensional space and has come to everyone. Director? Kong Jia shouted. Donovan returned to his senses and made a gesture, signaling everyone to take their places. He maneuvered the filming equipment and raised his voice. Action! With a command, the frontmost group actor slapped Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan was expressionless as he grabbed group actor A's wrist and turned it violently. Ah! The group act cooperated with the scream. Yi Wuxuan didn't let go, but proceeded to turn group actor A's wrist, and A knelt down in pain. Seeing this, group actor B in the back ran over to box Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan kicked his left foot on A's chest and used the force to get up in the air, and kicked his right foot on B's stomach, sending B backward. The moment he landed, he bent over to avoid the enemy attack behind him and rose to elbow the sneak attacker. Dodge another attack from the fourth man and side roundhouse kick the fourth man. The full set of fight scenes are sharp and smooth, with each move articulated perfectly without a pause. In the end, everyone died. The scene was messy, but only Yi Wuxuan did not even mess up his hair. His expression was calmly out of the bar. End of the first play. Snap. The room erupted in applause. The fight was a little too pretty. They can all imagine how audiences will cover their mouths in awe when they see this one clip when the movie is released. Yi Wuxuan's morning work was over. Instead, Donovan mused over the filmed footage. What's wrong? Director Tang is not satisfied? The screenwriter teased. Donovan shook his head and replayed the clip on his computer again, rubbing his chin and frowning. There is no doubt that Yi Wuxuan's portrayal of Red Lotus is faultless. She can be beautiful, valiant, cool, and a fighter, and even her temperament perfectly matches that of Red Lotus. But she's just a martial arts substitute. The bits where she shows her face are cut and replaced by the real actress of Red Lotus. There's a bit of a shame. Although that actress wasn't ugly, but micro-expression-wise, it was so much worse. That actress's pompous expression of exerting herself too much didn't even match Yi Wuxuan's movements. Contact Jinlan and ask her to come over for a few extra scenes. We can't let her spoil such a great fight scene. Tang Wen instructed his assistant. Jinlan, a famous actress in the entertainment industry in recent years, plays the role of Red Lotus. Noon. Yi Wuxuan ate her boxed lunch at the place where the group actors of the crew ate lunch. She had a fight scene in the afternoon. A couple of the male groupies came up to me with less than kind eyes. Something wrong? We would like to ask Ms. Yi to lay down her hands gently. The group of actors hammed and hawed and laughed nervously. Yi Wuxuan agreed with the corners of his mouth tugging lightly. Inwardly helpless, she had actually pulled back, and now it looked like it was going to take a little more. Ms. Yi is beautiful and so strong. How did she think of coming to be a martial arts substitute? A female groupie voiced everyone's questions. Taste. Yi Wuxuan casually found a reason. There's no way she's going to tell anyone about the system. I see. Don't be a martial arts substitute after you've had a taste of it. It's not a lucrative profession and it's also dangerous and life-threatening. If you like acting, you can go and become an actor. With your qualifications, you will definitely be able to make a good living. The female group actor kindly discouraged and carefully introduced. You can go to Company A. The artists from this company have good character and good acting skills. Company B is not recommended. Their artists think they are great and often play big names. Oops, it's going to be too late. I'll go change first. With that, he headed outside the shed. A blue sports car came scurrying outside, narrowly missing the female groupie. The harsh sound of brakes attracted many people to look over. The female driver of the sports car walked down and slapped the female groupie, blind. Ha! If you rub the paint off my car, can you afford to pay for it? Ms. Kim, I'm sorry. The female group actor covered her face and bowed humbly to apologize. The female driver is Jinlan, the character of Red Lotus. Her features were delicate from a distance, but up close you could detect the plastic surgery knife. Wearing a red dress with long tasseled earrings. What do you need the police for if apologizing works? Kneel down and apologize. Jinlan wrapped her hands around her chest. Aggressively. She was in a mood that was already upset about having to add to the drama. The female groupie was on the verge of tears. You won't kneel, right? Believe it or not. I'll send out a microblog. And with one word, I'll make it so that you can't even shoot a movie in the future? Jinlan smiled faintly, her tone full of threats. This shed, where the group shows eat, is filled with group shows. With her current position, it shouldn't be too easy to clean up a small group of actors. The female groupie reddened and was about to kneel when she was tugged by the arm and didn't. The person who yanked her was Yi Wushuang. Ms. Yi? The female groupie was a bit surprised. Jinlan was also surprised, and she sneered. You too, you want to get on my Twitter together, don't you? Yi Wushuang didn't say anything and took out his cell phone to take a picture of Jinlan and the sports car. What are you doing? Jinlan froze. Yi Wushuang's black pupils were indifferent. Pointing to the "No Vehicles Allowed" sign not far away, you have two choices. First, apologize to her. Secondly, I'm sending you a hot take on actress plays big, ignores rules, bumps groupie and makes groupie apologize. Chapter 138, Get Lost If You Don't Shoot. I'll do it. Yi Wushuang was not a holy mother, choosing to headline for this female groupie simply because the female groupie had just kindly advised her not to be a martial arts replacement. When people give her kindness, she always gives it back. After Yi Wushuang's reminder, everyone on the sidelines also spoke out. Ms. Kim did break the rules. Driving is not allowed here. She almost hit the female groupie and made her kneel down for her. How brutal. Luckily Yi Wushuang reacted quickly and took pictures. Otherwise where would a female groupie be able to mess with a popular actress? Jinlan looked at the "No Vehicles Allowed" sign and the crowd that had gathered around him and grimaced. She wanted to swear, but more and more people were pulling out their cell phones and pointing them at her, so she didn't dare mess around. Not apologizing? Then I'll tweet it, and I'm sure your opposite number will be happy to see the message. Yi Wushuang manipulated the cell phone, his tone without any semblance of temperature. Actors are affiliated with acting companies, and there is resource strife and hostility between companies. When certain popular actors do something wrong, they are bound to be used by their opponents to make a big deal out of it and discredit them. This was something that Yi Wushuang understood even if he didn't mix with the entertainment industry. When she heard "the right family," Jinlan panicked and quickly apologized in a very insincere manner. My bad. I didn't pay attention to the "No Vehicles Allowed" sign. Saying that, he handed the sports car to his assistant to drive away, and himself left in a hurry with a cold, heavily made-up face, gritting his teeth. She couldn't wait to slap Yi Wushuang. It was just a matter of knowing what to do, so she just forget about walking down the road and getting bitten by a rabid dog. After Jinlan left, the female group actors were grateful. Thank you, Ms. Yi. A show of hands. Yi Wushuang replied indifferently. Kong Jia walked in from outside. Ms. Yi, the actress playing Red Lotus, Jinlan, is here, and the director means that you two should meet and discuss how best to shoot the fight scene. The female groupie was baffled. Miss Yi helped her out. Just offended Jinlan. This is going to meet with Jinlan. Is not a little. Yi Wushuang's black pupils flashed. It turns out that Red Lotus character is Jinlan. Then I'm afraid this meeting won't go too well. She followed Kong Jia and walked over to the director, Tang Wen. Tang Wen was a complete workaholic, and when the two of them went over, he was still cutting the movie, sitting next to Jinlan, who was followed by his assistant. Jinlan is smiling at Don Man, but Don Man is unimpressed and just wants to get the movie going. Director, the female martial arts replacement for Red Lotus is here. Kong Jia greeted. Only then did Tang Wen stop working and turn to look. Jinlan, discuss this with her. Jinlan also looked over, and when she saw that the female martial arts replacement was Yi Wushuang, the smile on her face froze and anger soared under her eyes. She had just wondered what kind of thing Yi Wushuang was. How could he dare to threaten her so arrogantly? Turns out it's just a little martial arts substitute that feeds off of her. Well, I didn't get a chance to teach you a lesson just now, so now I've got the chance, Jinlan said petulantly. Director Tang, I don't want Yi Wushuang to be my martial arts replacement. Yi Wushuang lifted his eyes and his gaze was slightly cold. She knew Jinlan wouldn't take kindly to that. Why? Donovan wondered. Kong Jia didn't understand what was going on either. I just didn't pay attention to the sign prohibiting vehicular traffic and accidentally drove my car in. This female martial arts replacement took one look and immediately photographed me and threatened me that she would treat me. I don't like her. Jinlan pouted. Is that so? Tang Wen coldly looked at Yi Wushuang. He hated it when someone on the crew screwed up 7 or 8 and interfered with the movie. Someone else accidentally drove their car in. Wouldn't it be fine to drive it out? Do you need to be reasonable? Yi Wuxiang's red lips slightly opened, and before she could speak, she was snatched up. That's not true. The female groupie who had followed her over had the audacity to tell Tang Wen all about Jinlan almost bumping into her, slapping her, and asking her to kneel down and apologize. She could lose her job, but she couldn't cause Yi Wuxiang to lose this job because of herself. Donovan looked coldly at Jinlan again. He didn't know Yi Wuxiang, but he knew Jinlan. This woman was really capable of doing such things. Those who don't know are not guilty. People also apologized. Jinlan hugged Tang Wen's arm and shook it up. Director Tang, I just don't like Yi Wuxiang. Kick her out of the crew, please. I just learned massage technique recently. Tang Wen is a well-known big director in the circle. Jinlan wants to take the opportunity to climb into his bed and get some resources. If it were any other man, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist that aspect of the beauty's innuendo. Tang Man is different. He's ironically straight and still maxed out on his career. And he's all about making good movies. At that moment, he shook off Jinlan's hand and said nonchalantly, I have a wife. Don't pull this on me. Yi Wuxiang won't be kicked out of the crew, so hurry up and talk to her to make up the remaining few fight scenes. Put. A staff member not far away sneered out. There are always some actresses who are used to opening their legs, and when they see a man with power and fame, they shamelessly try to stick it on. Jinlan's face was suddenly as brilliant as a palette of colors. Without a second thought, she crossed her legs, straightened her back, and spoke in a shrill voice. Director Tang, I'll put the words right here. The movie Breaking Dawn. There's me without Yi Wuxiang, and there's Yi Wuxiang without me. Whether it's important to be an actor or a martial arts replacement, you choose. She didn't believe that she couldn't cure a tiny Yi Wuxiang. If she doesn't get this face back, how can she still be in the entertainment industry in the future? Jean, we signed a contract. If you quit now, the fee paid to you before will have to. Kong Jia gestured with both hands. It's just a little paycheck. I can return the paycheck right now. Jinlan grunted, bottoming out and taking Joe up. But I have to warn you guys. You're running out of movie schedules. How are you going to proceed without me? Donovan frowned. He really didn't want to miss the slot, but he also didn't want to kick Yi Wuxiang out of the crew. How can this be? Get lost if you don't shoot. I'll shoot. Yi Wuxiang's tone was calm, and coldness flowed from the tail of his eyes. The system gave her the task of helping the movie Breaking Dawn finish filming. Martial arts replacement or actor. Whatever works to make Breaking Dawn a successful shoot. At these words, the surrounding area was as quiet as a chicken. Kong Jia had a question mark on his face. The female replacement he picked up at the hotel wants to replace the actress from the academy and play the role of Red Lotus? Even though Jinlan's acting skills aren't that good, acting and fighting are two different things. Should you be so confident? Jinlan was laughing even more, wiping the tears that came out of the corners of his eyes with his other hand. Yi Wuxiang, do you want to laugh me to death and then take over the role of Red Lotus? Before she came, the assistant told her about the female martial arts replacement. The assistant also said that the female martial arts replacement was a female student fresh out of high school found by field manager Kong Jia. How dare such a schoolgirl who hasn't even entered society yet be so presumptuous as to try to steal the role from herself? Jesus Christ, that was the funniest joke she'd heard all year. Chapter 139 Red Lotus Jubilee. Jishin's Cake Trap. Donovan didn't laugh. Still a little excited in his heart, he asked Yi Wuxiang seriously, you know how to act? Yi Wuxiang's stunning looks, delicate figure, cold and arrogant temperament and fighting strength all fit the character of Red Lotus perfectly. If Yi Wuxiang could still act, then this role was for her. Will. Yi Wuxiang nodded. An actor's profession is to play other people's roles. Slayers are also required to play the roles of others when doing certain tasks. When an actor plays a role, he or she has to scrutinize it and try to act like it. The killer has to figure it out even more and has to act like it. No director would want to use an actor because he or she would be scolded by the audience at best if he or she did not act well. And if the killer does not act well, he will reveal his identity and fail in his mission, not to mention the risk of death. Under this pressure, the killer's at the top of the international assassin rankings. Almost every one of them possesses the acting skills of showbiz movie stars and actresses. Yi Wuxiang was no exception. Do you think acting is reading lines from a script? Jinlan stood up and after laughing, his face was full of ice. Acting is her profession. What Yi Wuxiang was doing now was no different from smashing a scene. Whether she can act or not, just try it and you'll know. Tang Wen pulled out one of the scripts from inside the pile and handed it to Yi Wuxiang. Make the face Red Lotus made before she died. Yi Wuxiang took the script and realized that it was a play near the end. Also the death of Red Lotus. All her life, Red Lotus has lived to protect her villainous adoptive father, treating him as if he were her only family. When the protagonist comes to kill her adoptive father, Red Lotus is badly injured and fights for her life to get her adoptive father on the helicopter that has taken off. She's about to get on the plane as well when she's kicked out of midair by her adoptive father and used as a tool to delay the protagonist's actions. What Donovan asked was what Red Lotus should look like when he was kicked down. The script he handed to Yi Wuxiang read shock, disappointment, and anger. But Yi Wuxiang felt that these emotions were not right. She closed her eyes and contemplated the Red Lotus past. And when she opened them again, her pupils were covered in shock. She wasn't angry or disappointed. And finally, the shock dissolved into a soft, light smile. A few unnoticeable smiles at the corners of her lips, poignant and determined. At this point, the show is over. How can Red Lotus laugh? She is desperate and angry at being abandoned by her beloved adoptive father. You can't act at all. Jinlan spoke with disdain. No. Donovan touched a handful of goosebumps on his arm. She brought Red Lotus to life. That smile. It was relief. It was Red Lotus's final swan song. Originally, he only wanted to set up Red Lotus as a puppet on strings to be used. Yi Wuxiang's smile has enriched the persona of Red Lotus, transforming her from an emotionless puppet to a seemingly emotionless character who is actually in immense pain and struggle. The more sentient the Red Lotus is, the more it sets off the villain's ruthlessness, as if painting a dragon and dotting the eyes. Yi Wuxiang, all at once, set up both characters. Awesome. Kong Jia, take her to sign the work contract for the role of Red Lotus. Tang Wen was certain that the role was not Yi Wuxiang's. Good. Miss Yi, come with me. Kong Jia brought Yi Wuxiang away, his eyes still a little moist. He was emotionally carried away by Red Lotus, played by Yi Wuxiang. Boo! It was the sound of Jinlan stomping her feet in her high heels. She was someone who had seriously studied acting, and after what Tang Wen had said, she also knew the importance of that smile of Yi Wuxiang's. For the character, this kick is impotent rage. Please, Ms. Jean, return the previously paid honorarium. Tang Wen's mind was racing, and he took a pen to make deletions on the script. Just give it back. Jinlan was furious and turned around to leave. And Donovan stopped his pen and didn't look at Jinlan behind him. I've got cameras all over the place here, and everything you do is on camera. You'd better not make waves online and try to attack Yi Wuxiang, or else with my connections, it's simple to block you. Jinlan blanched. I know. This person, Tang Wen, was really as stubborn and eccentric as rumors had it. If you don't have talent, he won't even pay attention to you if you give him $1 billion. If you have talent, he cherishes it more than anyone. In the next few days, Yi Wuxiang was at the theater, officially making up the Red Lotus scene. Red Lotus, the villain's adopted daughter, has a small role, with no direct interaction with the protagonist, and mostly fight scenes. With Yi Wuxiang's progress, he could finish filming in 3 days at most, but it was a pity that the other supporting characters were always NG. Donovan took the rolled-up script and had all the supporting characters stand in a row with a particularly foul-tempered lecture. You, a badass henchman, what's with the sunny smile? Can you, a soldier, stand a little still? Finally, he walked to Yi Wuxiang. His tone slowed down and said weakly, You tighten up. Don't look too much like. Too much acting and aura can steal the show too much and detract from the overall sensation. In the end, it's still that these supporting actors are too weak to hold up their rivalry with Yi Wuxiang. The admonished supporting cast was in a state of mental tears. It's suffocating enough to be stuck with a perfectionist director. Another Yi Wuxiang with such a strong aura, really shooting a scene, can lose a layer of skin. Though for their acting skills, it's also a big boost is all. It's a blessing. They warned themselves darkly. It's an opportunity that many actors can't afford to endure. By the 5th day, all the Red Lotus scenes were finished. Yi Wuxiang left the theater group. On the same day, Yi Wuxiang returned to Flying Bird. Today is the day when the results of the college entrance exams are out and the day when students fill out their aspirations. National College Entrance Examination top student, Yi Wuxiang. The bird of prey blew up. Everyone was psychologically prepared beforehand and knew that Yi Wuxiang would do well in the exam. But he didn't expect Yi Wuxiang to go up and be a national scholar, overwhelming all the candidates in Xia. It was hard to imagine that half a year ago, Yi Wuxiang was just a poor student who was at the bottom of every subject. Principal Shangguan Qinglin immediately contacted Yi Wuxiang, meaning to get her a banquet to celebrate. Yi Wuxiang didn't like to be lively and refused. The title of top student didn't make her emotional, but at most it told her that her scores would enable her to go to the top university, the University of Finance and Economics. Meng Yunjing and Jane Xiaoyang and the others didn't have bad grades, and they were all able to securely go to finance and economics. After filling out the volunteers, Yi Wuxiang said goodbye to the crowd and returned to the apartment he lived in. Draped in the evening sun, she was about to open the door and froze. On the doorknob hung a wrapped, bite-sized strawberry cupcake. Did Ji Shen do it? Yi Wuxiang happened to be hungry. She picked up the cake and found a line written on the back of the package in Jishin's handwriting. Going on an adventure? Look at the red maple tree downstairs. There is a red maple tree downstairs across from the apartment. Yi Wuxiang stood by the window and looked down, realizing that there was indeed a small four-square object hanging from the red maple tree. She ate the strawberry cupcake and retraced her steps downstairs to fetch a second piece of cake. This piece is matcha flavored. There were also words written down by Jishin on the back. Maybe you should try to move on. Yi Wuxiang looked up, and on the street lamp in front of him, there was a third cake hanging. Chapter 140, Can I be an oasis in your desert? Yi Wuxiang walked to the street light and found that the third cake package also had a line left by Jishin on top. Please take the bus to Lookout Mountain. MT. Wanyue is the highest mountain in Yen City and is one of the attractions in Yen City. Yi Wuxiang looked left and right and saw Fengjiu not far away. Fengjiu stood next to the Rolls-Royce Phantom and opened the back seat door. This is to tell Yi Wuxiang that the car is also ready. Yi Wuxiang took the cake and walked over with uncertainty, asking Fengjiu in a puzzled tone. What did he ask me to go to Lookout Mountain for? This he refers to Jishin. You will know when you go. Fengjiu reached out and invited. Don't you happen to have nothing to do right now? Yi Wuxiang had no words to refute. She really didn't have anything else to do right now. Trial Mission 9 has just been completed and Trial Mission 10 has not yet been released. The gap between two tasks. Yi Wuxiang called it an intermission. She sat in the car and ate the cake while thinking about why Jishin used this method to get her to go to Lookout Mountain. Wouldn't it be easier to just make a phone call, or send a message, or spread the word verbally? Nightfall. Yi Wuxiang arrived at the Moonwatch Mountain scenic spot. Inside the scenic area is brightly lit, with tourists passing by, laughing and happy. When Yi Wuxiang thought that Fengjiu would drive into the main gate, Fengjiu turned the steering wheel and brought her around the corner to a small dark mountain road. Through the headlights, Yi Wuxiang saw a small mango cake dangling from the branch of a tree at the intersection. She opened the car door and walked over to this tree and saw the words on the cake wrapper. Like the view? Yi Wuxiang's brows wrinkled. What view? She yanked the cake down and seemed to hit some kind of switch, and the dark mountain road was slowly lit up by tiny fluorescent lights. From near to far, it was like a red carpet that stretched from Yi Wuxiang's feet to the interior of the mountain forest. These fluorescent lights, some mint green, some orangish purple, some camellia red, some are coiled in the treetops and hang like willow branches, some are tucked away in shrubs, mimicking small crushed flowers. Yi Wuxiang had a momentary freeze. She felt like an Alice who had wandered into Wonderland by mistake. And these fluorescent lights, the night elves, were showing her the way. So dreamy, so unrealistic. She looked back at Fengjiu, who stood still, signaling her to go alone. Yi Wuxiang took the cake and walked forward. It's an uphill road. Halfway through the line, Yi Wuxiang was a little thirsty, and there was a gazebo in front of him. The edges of the gazebo are wrapped in fluorescent lights and are very visible. She walked over and saw a cake on a stone table in the pavilion with a bottle of mineral water. Underneath the two items was pressed a white sticky note with a dragon's handwriting on it. Can I be an oasis in your desert? An oasis in the desert. The oasis is the desert's most valuable source of water. Vegetation grows near the water source, a place where birds and animals continue their lives, and a most desirable place for lost travelers. Yi Wuxiang lowered her eyes, opened the lid of the mineral water, tilted her head and took a sip, ate the cake, took the water and proceeded up the mountain. Although she couldn't figure out why Jishin had arranged this, but the view, and the fact that there were so many flavors of cake, put her in a happy mood. After some more time, she came to the top of the hill. At the top of the hill was a flat area with a set-up white tent, a folding table, a grill, a little spice, a little drink, a little food, and an incredibly handsome man. The man was Jishin. He was wearing an expensive white shirt with sleeves folded a few times. He was turning the roasted meat on the barbecue grill that was bubbling with oil with serious eyes. The scent drilled into Yi Wuxiang's nose, making her appetite grow, but she was more curious as to why Jishin was here. Didn't you say last night that you were traveling today? She walked across to the grill, knowing that it was her who came. Jishin did not look up. His voice magnetic. I heard that you took the national top prize, and I specially rushed back to celebrate for you. Yi Wuxiang froze for a moment and shook his head. It's just a college entrance exam. It's not worth delaying yourself. The man in front of me was supposed to be in the provinces negotiating cross-border business, and now it's at the top of a mountain, celebrating her national title with a personal barbecue. You're worth it. Jishin looked up and handed her the grilled kebabs, the corners of his mouth turning up. The college entrance exam is a very important event for students, and the fact that you took the national top spot again makes it all the more worthwhile to celebrate in your honor. Yi Wuxiang took the meat skewer and looked at the cumin on it, lost in thought. Halfway through the day, she nagged. No one has ever celebrated me like this. In her previous life in the slums, She saw other parents buying cakes for their children and realized that the day a child is born is the birthday of the future. I realized that birthdays are meant to be celebrated. I realized that there is a lot more to celebrate than just birthdays. Like getting full marks for the first time. Like placing in a competition. Like all sorts of like. She wasn't celebrated. Neither in the slums, nor in the organization. Important days worth celebrating in the eyes of ordinary people were, in her eyes, just one mission accomplished or ready to be accomplished on the way, and she's adapted to it. Ji Shun, as honorable as he is, gives up his $10 billion multinational business to go back to Yen City to celebrate her national college entrance examination top student. It's a feeling that can't be described. The past is the past. In the future, I will celebrate every important day of yours. Ji Shun's tone was gentle and domineering. Yi Wuxuan looked up suddenly. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Ji Shun digressed and started roasting other food. Aha! Yi Wuxuan sat down in front of the folding table and ate while admiring Ji Shun's grilled meat. Good-looking people look good in everything they do. After eating and drinking, the two sat side by side in front of their tents at the top of the hill blowing in the night air and watching the stars. Stars and all. Yi Wuxuan had seen it too many times. Only this time the experience was extraordinarily special and different. Enjoying the picnic? Ji Shun inclined his head at her. Under the starlight, the young girl's face, like a rose blooming in the dark night, was delicate and charming. Like, Yi Wuxuan nodded his head vigorously. I have to say, Ji Shun was really amazing. The cakes and roasts he made were delicious. It's good if you like it. Ji Shun's words changed. His voice carried a wave of helplessness. The smoke has smoked my eyes several times. Is everything alright? Yi Wuxuan turned to look at him. Her tone worried. Just in time to meet Ji Shun on all fours. It's fine. Ji Shun stared at her, his thin lips opening like a devil's spell. However, I may need you to do me one more favor. What favor? Yi Wuxuan pursued. It's a favor I'm afraid you won't want to do if I tell you. Yi Wuxuan frowned. As long as it doesn't harm my family and friends, I'm willing to do any favor. How could she not help when he celebrated by grilling for her and smoking his eyes? Does it also include this? The man cupped her chin, thumbed his fingers, and gently pressed hard across her soft red lips, his narrow ink eyes flashing dangerously. Yi Wuxuan didn't understand for the first time and was about to open her mouth to ask, when she was leaned over by the man and kissed his lips, blocking all the words she didn't say. Chapter 141, Kisses from Idiots. Ji Shun rushed. He was afraid that Yi Wuxuan would refuse. He didn't want to hear any more rejection from her. He knew that with this kiss, he should be gentle, brief, shallow, and not scare her, but she's so sweet. He couldn't help but dig deeper and claim her, wrapping his arms around her waist to keep her from breaking free. It was only until Yi Wuxuan could barely breathe that he reluctantly left her lips, deep regret surfacing in his eyes. Yi Wuxuan breathed heavily, his face red from lack of oxygen. Cute as a ripe little apple. I wish I could take a bite. Ji Shun's eyes became darker and more lustful. By favor, you mean this kiss? Yi Wuxuan finally slowed down. Not really, Ji Shun replied, unwilling to let go of her waist. Anyway, she, being the idiot that she was, hadn't realized that he'd hugged her. What do you mean not all? Yi Wuxuan was puzzled. She really didn't notice the extra large hand around her waist. It has to do with the sleep she gets every night. Ever since that time when they made up and she was uneasy inside and took the initiative to ask Ji Shun to hold her. Ji Shun had been holding her to sleep. She was used to having his hands around her waist. I want you to help me practice kissing. Ji Shun had a thick skin and said the most dog words. Yi Wuxuan was even more puzzled. Can't you kiss? Wasn't it last time in Jiang City? Ji Shun turned the tables. Do you think I'm a good kisser? Yi Wuxuan? How does she know if Ji Shun is a good kisser? She had done missions all these years, all by strength, not by seduction, not by intimacy with others. In human terms, it means that even his first kiss was taken by Ji Shun, and without having kissed the second person, how could he evaluate his kissing skills? If I was a good kisser, I wouldn't make you lack oxygen like this every time. Ji Shun was just about to speak with a clear conscience when he suddenly realized, oh, so he doesn't have a conscience. I see. Then your kissing skills are indeed poor. Yi Wuxuan suddenly realized. No wonder she can't breathe every time. It's embarrassing to say. I'm actually still a virgin. Ji Shun averted his face. Embarrassed. It's something I've only told you, my best friend, and you mustn't spread it around. Almost 30 and still a virgin? In a way, it is indeed quite humiliating. Yi Wuxuan didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Ji Shun's shoulder to comfort him. Being as old as I am, not only am I a virgin, but I also don't know how to kiss. It's pretty lame, right? Ji Shun turned his head to look at Yi Wuxuan, his eyes a little sad. Yi Wuxuan was silent. This question touched her knowledge blind spot. So, can you accompany me to practice kissing? Deep anticipation welled up on Jishin's face, which was as handsome as an exiled immortal. Yi Wuxiang wrinkled his eyebrows. It was a favor that she didn't seem to deserve. Kissing and stuff is something that should only be done by people who are very close to each other. I knew you weren't willing to help. It's okay, just be laughed at later. Jishin lowered his eyes and retreated as a retreat. The loss in his tone was heavy. Yi Wuxiang's brows tightened again. She also did not want Jishin to be laughed at. In case I meet a bad woman and shake the fact that I don't even know how to kiss to the media reporters, then won't the face of my Ji family. Jishin just touched his conscience again. Oh, the heart is still there. It just turned black. Then I will help you. Yi Wuxiang sealed the deal. The Ji family, whether it was Grandma Ji or Jishin, had treated her well, and she didn't want the Ji family to potentially face this humiliating situation. It's just a kiss. You won't lose a piece of meat. In foreign countries, it's common for friends and family to kiss. It's just that Xia doesn't have this custom. Besides, Jishin doesn't have a girlfriend now, does he? It wasn't like she was destroying someone else's relationship. She didn't have to be too bothered about it. Then thank you so much. Jishin relifted the curtains of his eyes, and the lethargy and evil wantonness characteristic of an old fox hung in his eyes. When Yi Wuxiang turned his head to look at him, he quickly turned into a grateful innocent look again. Only Yi Wuxiang was truly innocent in this regard as she asked him with her black pupils open. So how are we going to practice kissing? 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, morning and night? She would have to do the quests released by the system when the time came, and she wouldn't necessarily be able to fully cooperate with him in practicing. This general attitude of handing in homework caused Jishin to let out a laugh. Wrapping his arms around Yi Wuxiang and lying back, collapsing on the grass and looking at the night sky. Anytime, anywhere, anytime you have time. He prepared such a romantic starry sky. It's a shame not to see it. Got it. Yi Wuxiang thought to himself. There's time now. And you can practice now, right? Practice early and finish early. Holding this thought, Yi Wuxiang braced herself against Jishin's chest and rose slightly, her soft lips pressing against the man's thin lips. Jishin's body, who was enjoying the night scenery, tightened violently, his pupils shrinking tighter and tighter. What is she doing at? If Yi Wuxiang had heard Jishin's heart, she would have justified it by saying, practicing kissing. She kept her lips pressed together but didn't know what to do next. Jishin's nostrils, sprayed on her face, seemed to have a tendency to get heavier and heavier. She didn't care, trying to remember the kissing moments she had seen in reality, in movies and TV shows. Oh, you're gonna stick your tongue out, are you? It was the same as when Jishin kissed her. She stretched out the tip of her tongue, at Jishin's thin lips, and tentatively licked it lightly, without waiting for her next move. She felt heaven and earth turn upside down, the stars hang upside down, and by the time she reacted, she was already back down by the man. Do you realize what you're doing? The man had both hands propped on either side of her head, his dark, deep gaze locked on her, his voice husky and sexy as hell. Yi Wuxiang inwardly wondered, wasn't it you who said that you can practice kissing when you have time? Wouldn't it be good for you to learn it earlier? The night is too dark. He turned his back to the starry moon like this, causing her to not be able to see his expression, only feeling his sight, like a fiery flame blazing. The man's chest vibrated as he let out a soft, uncertain laugh. Indeed, we have, now, plenty of time. Yi Wuxiang raised her eyebrows. She did not do anything wrong. Learn to change your breath this time. Ha! The man's nasal voice lengthened. Yi Wuxiang listened and felt that something was wrong. It was him who should learn. Opening his mouth just to ask, he gave the man just the right opportunity for a smooth entry. He blatantly, wantonly plundered all over her territory, drawing on every bit of her deep sweetness, chasing her falling little tongue. But the idiot still forgot to change his breath. Near the tipping point, he left her lips, his voice huskier. Breathe. Yi Wuxiang turned his head and breathed heavily. Just a few breaths of fresh oxygen later, the man cupped her chin, wrenched her face upright, and dominantly kissed her again. He's angry. He had gone to great lengths, coaxed and tricked her, with great difficulty, to get her to initiate a point, and all she had to do was lick his lips, and he was damned if he could tear his heart out and let her play with it. This is so unfair. She had to give him more sweetness before she could. Chapter 142. He's been driven to the brink of madness by her. When this kiss ended, Yi Wuxiang's lips were slightly swollen and glistening with moisture. Even after changing her breath once midway, she gasped lowly, and in her formerly cool voice, she unconsciously added more than a hint of the nightingale's flirtatious ebullience. Learn? Kissing. Jishin was also gasping for breath, his slender eyes covered by greed, his voice incomparably husky. No, just kidding. How could he say learn and let her get away with it when it was so hard to get his hands on his prey? Hearing him say that he hadn't learned, Yi Wuxiang blinked her black pupils that were filled with brilliant starlight, rose slightly, and was about to offer another kiss over. That's enough for today. It's time to sleep. Jishin ducked away, his voice low, his reserved and handsome face full of helplessness. He had been driven to the brink of madness by her. If he kept kissing her like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and really take her here. Sweet and painful, says he. Aha. Yi Wuxiang nodded somewhat obediently, stood up, and went to the pool at the other end of the hilltop platform to wash up. She kept splashing cold water on her cheeks as a way to cool down. When she kissed, her heart was beating faster than usual because she hadn't gotten used to it yet. She pushed down her doubts and shuffled into the tent. Inside the tent was a double sleeping bag. Jishin was already lying down. She burrowed in and just as she lay down, she was fished into the man's arms. The lights were out too, and the night insects chirped low all around. Autumn night temperature is lower. Yi Wuxiang greedy for warmth, and forget the man beside the squeeze, comfortable eyes closed. When it was almost dawn, Yi Wuxiang was called up by Jishin to watch the sunrise. The morning dew was heavy, and she hadn't prepared thicker clothes beforehand, but the temperature difference was nothing to her. She intended to ignore it, but Jishin took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The jacket lingered with his body heat and was very warm. Aren't you cold? Yi Wuxiang looked up and asked him with a suspicious expression. It's a bit cold. Jishin arched his eyebrows and told the truth. The temperature at the top of the mountain was, indeed, not very warm, and when you spoke and puffed, you could even catch a fine white mist. At those words, Yi Wuxiang's brows wrinkled. Intending to take off her jacket and return it to him, she was held down by him. It's okay for me to freeze a little. You're too precious to freeze. Jishin wrapped his arm around her shoulders and sat down at the place where he watched the stars last night. Yi Wuxiang followed him and sat down, feeling the temperature coming from his clothes, and his arm. Her black pupils flickered lightly. Is she that valuable? Yi Wuxiang lowered her head. The corners of her red lips rose. This feeling of being valued is quite delightful. The sun is out. Jishin voiced a reminder. Yi Wuxiang raised his head and looked to the east. A red sun was slowly rising from the gray sky. The golden rays, like the palm of a lover's hand, caressed the body of the white cloud, causing it to blush its complexion and turn into a gorgeous colorful haze. The world is new. So beautiful. Yi Wuxiang's pupils lightly shook and his tone was emotional. Nature is the greatest painter on this earth, and there are some views that will always be stunning no matter how many times you see them. I would say, not as pretty as you. Jishin turned his head to look at her and gave a low laugh. That may sound a little cheesy at first. What she did have, though, was prettier than the morning sun in front of her. Yi Wuxiang also turned her head to look at him, and it happened to be reflected in his watery, soft, ink-colored eyes. A fresh breeze. Yi Wuxiang's hair flew, and he felt that his heart was also inadvertently flicked a little by this wind. After watching the sunrise, the two descended the mountain side by side. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the foot of the mountain, and when he saw them coming down, Fengjiu opened the door for the two of them. The group returned to the apartment. Yi Wuxiang packed his luggage, intending to return to Shiqiao village. Exams are over. Volunteering is done. Summer vacation begins, and there's no need to stay at Flyer Academy. While folding clothes on the edge of the bed, a rectangular aqua blue gift box with simple white ribbon flowers tied to it appeared in front of her. What is this? Yi Wuxiang was puzzled. A high school graduation gift for you. Open it. Jishin sat next to her. Didn't we celebrate yesterday? Yesterday was a celebration of you winning the National College Entrance Examination. This is a graduation gift. One size fits all. Jishin raised his eyebrows. Do we have to be so detailed? Yi Wuxiang unwrapped the package and found that it was the box of a new cell phone, and the logo on the box was a capital J. J is both G, including cell phones and other communication equipment, is one of the G family's vast industry. My cell phone still works. Yi Wuxiang slightly frowned her willow eyebrows. Having grown up without wealth, she had long been accustomed to getting by. Even after being an assassin and having some savings, there was no deliberate pursuit of high-quality stuff. I want to give you better. Jishin's thin lips kissed. Yi Wuxiang's heart moved and opened the cell phone box. Inside was a silver gray with a little pink cell phone, low-key and introverted. She held the phone in her palm and found that it was just the right width and seemed to be made to fit the shape of her palm. It wouldn't be a bit of a struggle to grip like the cottage she was using now. She turned her cell phone on, and the boot animation, the English name and cell phone model of the G family's communications company. What Yi Wuxiang didn't expect was the cell phone model. A string of English, Wuxuang. Wuxuang in pinyin is Wuxuang. She looked at Jishin. This model, it is specifically for me. Well, unique. You're the only one in the world who has it. Jishin snaps with a light laugh. He personally designed a model that is several versions ahead of the market's cell phones in terms of performance and features. Thanks, I like it. Yi Wuxiang touched the cell phone screen and felt that the phone was light and smooth to use. The designer seems to know her habits very well. I like it. I'm going to be traveling for a while in the future, so contact me if you need anything. Aha. Yi Wuxiang nodded. Jishan left the apartment first. It was only half an hour after he left that Yi Wuxiang finished packing all her bags. She had just exited her room and locked the door behind her when the power went out in her apartment building. Yi Wuxiang stood in the corridor. The corner of his mouth pulled. Luckily she didn't get into the elevator this time. Just as he thought that, out of the corner of his eye, he landed on the screen of the elevator displaying the floors. The screen floor number is changing, indicating that the elevator has power. The neighbor's older woman opened the door and stepped out, saw the elevator running as usual, and turned toward her husband. See? I told you the elevator still had power, right? After the last power outage, someone gave the property a good-sized generator to make sure the elevator in our building would work even if the power went out. Hubby had a look of living hell. That kind of generator can easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And with the money to send a generator, you might as well move out to a better place. Auntie shrugged her shoulders, who knows? Anyway, we follow the enjoyment of the blessings on the right. Listening to others say, the generator sender's surname is Phone. Driving a Rolls-Royce Phantomette. The two clues, phone and Rolls-Royce Phantom, directly targeted Jishan. Yi Wuxiang pursed her lips, her heart filled with unknown things. Chapter 143, Going Home. Motherly Chunlan's Secret. Yi Wuxiang stopped a cab and returned to Shiqiao village. There was a male passenger in the car. Besides her, who was on his way? The male passenger, in his 50s, sat in the passenger seat and made small talk with the female driver, who was the same age. The car's music is playing the hottest square dance love song of the moment. After the love song is played, it automatically switches to the next one, which is painted in a completely different style than the last one. The former has a well-defined rhythmic drum beat that can be stomped and danced to. The latter is prefaced by an elegant piano piece, accompanied by the humming of a female voice, as if it were the whisper of an angel or the call of an Atlantean siren. Even Yi Wuxiang found a moment of peace in this melodious and ethereal humming. The female driver and the male passenger coincidentally stopped their small talk and listened intently. From start to finish, the song has no clear lyrics, just simple humming. The climax of the song, with its stunning dolphin soprano, opens the pores, as if bathed by divine blessings, floating between heaven and the ocean. Ah! The male passenger slapped his thigh. This song is so familiar. Is it sung by that Duan Mu Weiyang? She was hot when I was young. It's her. The female driver's tone was mournful. Who else could sing such a high note but her with that angel-kissed voice? An angel. Fart. The male passenger said without thinking. She is a whore. Sinister and vicious. And a loose woman. Not only did she plagiarize Blue Diva's song, she publicly slapped Blue Diva. In order to get to the top. She also messed around with big names inside the entertainment circle. And finally suspected of contracting AIDS. Went to the hospital for treatment. And made it known to everyone. Squeak. The female driver pulled over and looked at the male with an icy tone. Get out of the car. The male passenger froze for a moment. I'm not even at my destination yet. Why are you asking me to get off? I've given you all my money. Are you out of your mind? The female driver drew out a few bills, flung them at the man, and said angrily, I told you to get out of the car. Get out. You're really sick. Grass. Count me out. The male passenger cursed and took the money and got off. When he got out of the car, the female driver did not start the vehicle first, but lowered the window and lit a lady's cigarette. Taking a drag, she exhaled smoke, her voice slightly hoarse, and turned toward Yi Wuxiang in the back seat. Little sister, I'm sorry, I won't charge you for this trip. Auntie has a bad temper and can't stand to hear someone say bad things about idols. It's fine. Yi Wuxiang's tone lurched and looked at the car stereo. The song is very good. Good to hear. Ha ha ha, my idol's soprano voice. That's unrivaled internationally. The female driver laughed proudly and cheerfully. Before her laughter waned and her tone was sad. Don't listen to that man's bull ****** just now. There's no way Duan Mu Weiyang would do something like what's on the news. When I was young, I went to the capital to work. I was robbed of my luggage and wallet by thieves. I was filthy and sleeping on the streets. It was Duan Mu Weiyang who saved me. She's very kind and pretty. It was a night like the current season. She cowered under the overpass, shivering with cold. Pedestrians and vehicles rushed past. No one to help her. At that moment, Duan Mu Weiyang, who was wearing a white dress and high heels, stopped in front of her and squatted down to touch her forehead, asking her with concern, all right, sick? In that moment, it was as if she had seen an angel or a fairy. She puts her experience out there, So that's how it is. You can take this money first and return it to me when you have money. Duanmu Weiyang gave her some money. How will I pay you back when I have the money? She asked. Duanmu Weiyang smiled proudly and pointed to the sky. She followed Duanmu Weiyang's finger and saw the large billboard on the side of the road. The billboard had a portrait of Duanmu Weiyang printed on it, and she realized that Duanmu Weiyang was a big star. The female driver finished a cigarette, leaned back in her seat, and cut her losses. Just because she saved me on the side of the road back then, she can't be the kind of person on the news. She must have been victimized. The media are all ing. Yi Wuxuan only felt that he had listened to a moving story and pursued the ending of the story. Where is Duanmu Weiyang now? After the AIDS incident, her fans gathered in front of the company to burn her posters and albums. Her father dissolved his paternity with her, and she, herself, disappeared. The female driver sighed and restarted the vehicle. There were no more words along the way. When he arrived at Shiqiao village, Yi Wuxuan put the road fee on the back seat and dragged his luggage up the mountain. Before he reached the door of the house, he heard his father, Yi Weigua, arguing with someone else. That person is no one else but big brother Yi Gilu's ex-girlfriend Yuan Xiaola's mom. Yuan's mother. In-laws, my daughter is in jail, and my family's new appliances, new car, new clothes, new necklace, all of them have been mortgaged away by the court. So please give me some money. If you don't give me money, I really can't live. Yuan's mother sat on the ground, tugging on Yi Weigua's pants leg, crying with snot and tears. Her daughter, Yuan Xiaola, at that time, in addition to betraying Yi Dangerous Building, also beat up someone at school, and the court ruled that her family should pay for the money. So she took something that could be mortgaged, and forcibly mortgaged it away. The Yuan family, right now, could be described as penniless. When your daughter cheated on the rich second generation, you humiliated my son and insulted my wife. Now that you have no money, you come to the Yi family. Do you think our Yi family is a living Buddha? Scram! Yi Weigua, who is usually honest, is also scary when he is angry, and he directly kicks Yuan mother away. Ah! Mother Yuan got up from the ground and pointed at Yi Weigua's nose. Surname Yi, if I hadn't brought Li Chunlan down from the mountain in the first place, your wife would still be a crazy woman in the mountains. You ungrateful white-eyed wolf. You were looking at her as a little cutie. So easy to bully. Kicked her down the hill and rolled her in front of me. Don't think I don't know. Yi Weigui glared angrily. Yuan's mother's expression changed and she walked away in a huff. When he brushed past Yi Wuxuang, he did not forget to give Yi Wuxuang a vicious look. Shuanger, don't be afraid. Yi Weigua walked over and hugged his daughter's shoulders. Mom used to be crazy? Yi Wuxuang asked his father, waves hidden in his calm eyes. She never knew that her mother had such a past. Yi Weigua's body stiffened for a moment, and slowly said, used to be crazy. She stopped being crazy the third month after I saved her. Then we fell in love, got married, and had you guys. Yi Wuxuang lowered his eyes. Yi Weigua thought that she was interfering in her heart and solemnly said, she is your mother, whether she is crazy or not. She is. I know. I was thinking about something else. Yi Wuxuang locked eyes with his father. Mom's mother's family, who are they? Why have we never seen or heard of them? Not only her, but the elder brother, Yi Guilu, had also never seen and heard of his mother's maternal family. Chapter 144, Mother's True Identity. Yi Wuxuan's question made Yi Weigua silent for a long time. After a few moments, he whispered, consider yourselves mothers without a mother's house. Speaking out about those things is torture for the children. And for Li Chunlan, it's even more of a torture. Why don't we just dust it off and live happily ever after? As his father was unwilling to speak, Yi Wuxuang did not pursue the matter and stepped into the house together with Yi Weigua. Li Chunlan is napping in her room, unaware of the outside world and sleeping peacefully. Shoo! Yi Weigua put his index finger in front of his mouth, telling his daughter to go upstairs quietly and not to wake Li Chunlan up. Even the most honest and generous man will love his wife. Yi Wuxuang nodded his head and quietly went upstairs, returning to his room to fiddle with his new cell phone, copying what was in the old phone into the new one. The new phone contains the most downloaded communication software on the extranet. In addition to the social software commonly used in Xia, the chat room that Yi Wuxuan used to contact the Immortal Bird dance troupe was it. Thinking of Adina, she logged into the chat room and found the core meta of the dance troupe tossing and turning inside. Lao San, I feel that the song that's very popular lately is quite good. Should we get a dance? Old 5, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's awful. Not as good as the song Wind that the chief composed and arranged by himself. Boss, I'm all for it. Yi Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. Wind, which translates to wind, is a song she wrote for the Immortal Bird Dance Company. In the early days of the Immortals, everyone had to make up a group dance to announce the official founding of the group. At that time, everyone's personality hadn't yet bonded. They were all a bit high-minded. They chose songs in different styles, and they almost fought. For this reason, Yi Wuxiang improvised the song and lyrics and wrote a song called Wind for a few people to try out. A few people were in agreement and decided to choreograph on Wind. At the same time, everyone was curious as to why Yi Wuxiang would still write songs. Yi Wuxiang's answer was a hobby. In fact, it had to do with a mission. She had gone to a conservatory for a period of time in order to fulfill a certain mission. She has also learned to use music to vent her emotions when the task is done. It started with drums, then piano, then something else, and finally to writing my own songs. It's not correct to say that it's songwriting. She hasn't written any serious songs, just a few half-finished songs she's made herself that she's published and documented on a cold original music site. Some have only a snippet. Some have a complete tune but no lyrics. Wind counts as her most finished original work. In the chat room, the messages were still bristling. Senior. For, not only is Wind well written by the chief, but those halves are great too. Old 5, yeah. It feels like some of the half-baked stuff is processed and made into singles for sale. No worse than what's on the music charts. Lao Lu, the head of the group, is definitely an all-around entertainer if he makes a debut. With excellent singing, dancing and songwriting. Lao Air, if I hadn't returned to get my cell phone that day, we wouldn't have known that the chief was actually so versatile. The corner of Yi Wuxiang's mouth tugged gently. That day, when the 6 of them went home from dance practice, she stayed in front of the computer and uploaded Wind to the Coldplay original music website. Before the song is finished uploading, 6 people break into the house because the dick forgot his cell phone. Also saw her nickname on this site by the way, and listened to her old semis along the way. At her emphasis, a few people didn't spread the word about it. Her fan base on this site, however, has gone from 0 to 6, with 6 loyal listeners. Chat room. Lao-san is not happy. I think the chief is good in every way, except that her breasts are a bit small/sigh. Old 5, you're crazy. Aren't you afraid the chief will see you? Nameless, I saw that. Lao-san? Senior. 3, I was wrong. Chief/tears. Yi Wuxiang black-screened his phone and looked down at his chest. In all conscience, she doesn't have small breasts. It was just that she was from Xia, and her bones weren't as big as those of foreigners from across the ocean. So her breasts looked, well, smaller. Never mind. It's all irrelevant. The next day, Yi Wuxiang helped the stairs down. The family's living room, however, has an unexpected visitor. The guest was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her early 40s, with her hair in big French waves and wearing a new fall Chanel black dress with a 7-figure price tag. She had bright features, an emerald necklace around her collar, bright red fingernails, and held a pair of sunglasses in her palm in a star-studded manner. She was also indeed a star. Yi Wuxiang had seen it on a roadside billboard. This person's name is Lan Bauer, is a national-level female singer in Xia, known as the Blue Diva. Industry awards of all sizes get soft. Her real age was about the same as Li Chunlan's age, except that she was well-maintained and 10 years younger. Li Chunlan, however, is a little older because of her constant labor. Duanmu Weiyang, we haven't seen each other for decades. I came to your house. You don't even want to serve me a mouthful of hot tea? Lan Bauer sat across from Li Chunlan, her eyes slowly lifting up. I'm not some Duanmu Weiyang. You've mistaken me for someone else. Li Chunlan turned her body away and continued to sew the insoles in her hands, but her hands couldn't stop trembling and her face was pale. Yi Wuxiang's pupils at the stairway entrance shrank. This reaction from her mother indicated that she was Duanmu Weiyang, the Duanmu Weiyang who was so popular and had a voice kissed by angels. But in the end, she had blackmailed and disappeared in disgrace. My wife is not the person you are talking about. Please leave. Yi Weigua stood behind Li Chunlan, holding Li Chunlan's shoulders and pressing her into his arms, his expression implacable. Don't pretend. The private detective I hired has already heard about you from Mother Yuan. Lan Bauer put her sunglasses on the table. The corners of her lips painted with big red lipstick slanted almost to the base of her ears. Are you touched that your father and your mother didn't want you, while I've been looking for you for decades? When Yuan's mother was refused to ask for money yesterday, she went around the village proclaiming that Li Chunlan used to be a lunatic, and the next village all knew about it. Li Chunlan's face went paler, her voice weak. You're just trying to show me that you're doing well now. You're right. I really just wanted to show off for you. Sapphire crossed her legs. Back then, you told me that strength was everything and that I could never surpass you. But look at me now. I'm famous at home and abroad. I've won a gold record award. And you? You are only 50, but you are as old as 60. Your face is full of wrinkles and your clothes are worn out. And the place where you live is even more remote. And the one you married is even a farmer. Geez. I can't even imagine that you're actually having such a miserable time right now. But I'm relieved to see you're having such a miserable time. Get out. Yi Weigua scolded angrily. picking up the teacup on the table and splashing the tea at Lan Bauer. The black-clothed bodyguard with sunglasses that Sapphire had brought with her immediately blocked for Sapphire and reached out to smash his fist at Yi Weiguo. Yi Wuxiang appeared in time and raised his leg to kick the black-clothed bodyguard away. Yo, this is Yi Wuxiang, right? Looks quite similar to you. Lan Bauer pointed at Yi Wuxiang. Chapter 145, New Mission, Entering the Draft. Sapphire wasn't angry. To her, the anger of Yi Weiguo's family was the useless ranting of the losers against the winners. It would only make her, the victor, feel happier, and would not displease her. The more Yi Weiguo's family jumped and crumbled, the more satisfied she was. Shuang Li Chunlan hurriedly held Yi Wuxiang in her arms, fearing that Yi Wuxiang would be bullied. She knew how vicious Sapphire's methods were. Yi Wuxiang's body stiffened. This was the first time she and Li Chunlan had hugged since she was reborn. Mommy's hugs are warm, trying to protect her when it's obvious she's scared too. The realization made her nose sour uncontrollably. Is this family love? Why? Ha ha ha, I'm not a man-eating big bad wolf. See how scared you two are. Lan Bauer covered her lips and laughed straight, her eyes as happy as they could be. Yi Weiguo clenched his fists and tensed his body. I heard Mother Yuan say that you have a daughter. Coincidentally, I also have a daughter. Having laughed and humiliated enough, Lan Bauer picked up her sunglasses and rose with an elegant posture, putting them on the bridge of her nose. My daughter has just graduated from a well-known music school in China. Originally I wanted to arrange for her to debut directly, but she insisted on participating in a talent show called Bright Star, wanting to debut on the basis of her strength, but also to inherit my mantle. I have to visit my daughter, so I'll leave you guys alone. Bye. The uninvited guest finally left. Yi Weiguo was so angry that he slapped his palm on the table. By mentioning her daughter, Sapphire was simply telling them that not only was she doing well for herself, but that her daughter wasn't too bad to follow in her footsteps. Unlike Li Chunlan, who has an average life herself and an average daughter. Why did mom change her name? Yi Wuxiang asked a question in Li Chunlan's arms. Li Chunlan burst into tears and stroked her daughter's hair. I'm sorry. It's painful to have such a notorious mom, isn't it? Yi Weiguo held his mother and his wife in his arms, and told them about the past that had been buried for a long time. Li Chunlan, also known as Duanmu Weiyang, used to be good friends with Sapphire. Due to Li Chunlan's more distinguished appearance and voice, she was hotter than Rambler. Jealous, Sapphire first steals an unpublished tune that Li Chunlan shared with her and quietly publishes it on the extranet. When Li Chunlan officially released her new song in China, Bluebell immediately backtracked and said Li Chunlan plagiarized. When Sapphire badmouthed her, Li Chunlan couldn't stand it and slapped her in public. Originally, Li Chunlan thought that the two men parted ways. Who knows Lan Bauer and suddenly apologized, said he could not think of a moment to do bad things, and now regret. About Li Chunlan in the bar to meet, asked Li Chunlan if she could forgive her. She was willing to prove Li Chunlan's innocence in front of the media. Your mom was too kind, believed that woman, drank the wine that was drugged with ecstasy, and was sent into a box full of big names in the entertainment industry. Yi Weiguo slowly said. The gang was about to hurt her when the police raided the check and saved her. The press reporter that Sapphire had punched up could only force a few pictures of disheveled clothing and say that your mom was indiscreet. Your mother was admitted to the hospital to have her stomach pumped, and then Bluebell came up with a fake diagnostic note saying that your mother might have AIDS. Your mom's mother's family is more conservative. They didn't like your mom throwing her weight around as a singer in the first place, and after this incident, they just cut off the family relationship. Yi Weiguo paused as he spoke. Then, Yi Wuxiang's black pupils were chilling. Li Chunlan blushed a bit unnaturally. Then your mom really thought she was violated and really thought she had AIDS. And with the abandonment of her loved ones and the curses of her fans, she thought her life was ruined. And she couldn't take it mentally and went crazy. In actuality, your mom did not have AIDS, nor was she violated. When she married me, she was still a yellow blossom girl. Yi Weiguo's face was also a little less natural. These were words he hadn't wanted to say, but she was afraid that her daughter would misunderstand her mother and think that she was really as bad as the rumors. I know. Yi Wuxiang's red lips lightly opened. Changing your name is to leave the past behind and start life anew? Yi Weiguo and Li Chunlan looked at each other and nodded with complicated expressions. I was in a cab, going back to Stonebridge from Anchorage, and the driver was a woman the same age as my mother, and there was a male passenger in the same car. The male passenger badmouthed his mom and was kicked off the bus in the middle of the ride by the female driver, who even told me about it. Duanmu Weiyang was victimized, must not have done what was on the news, and said that Duanmu Weiyang's soprano voice is unrivaled internationally. Yi Wuxiang just wanted to tell her mother, and her fans to believe in her and support her. Li Chunlan suddenly reddened. Yi Wuxiang came out from her parents' embrace. I won't stay at home for the summer vacation. The couple, who had just felt moved, Frozen said in unison. Where are you going if you're not at home? Go to Yundu, DU, and participate in the Bright Star audition. Yi Wuxiang went upstairs. Before Lan Baoer left the Yi family home, she received a new quest issued by the system. Trial mission, 10 participate in the Bright Star talent show and make a successful debut. You child. Li Chunlan hurriedly went after him to persuade him. She thought her daughter was stimulated by Bluebell and wanted to go to the Bright Star talent show to smash Bluebell's daughter. Li Chunlan spoke bitterly about how complicated and scary the entertainment industry was. She had 10,000 reasons. Yi Wuxiang only returned. What if my dream is to enter a talent show and make it to the top? Li Chunlan's chattering mouth stopped. Yi Weigua hugged his wife's shoulders and sighed. If this is your dream, we support you. Don't worry, my daughter won't mess around. Yi Wuxiang continued to pack her bags. Woe betide her children, and she could not hold ill will toward Bluebell's daughter for no reason. She went to the Bright Star in order to complete the system mission. The second was to show Lan Baoer what kind of existence Duanmu Weiyang's daughter was. Thirdly, I want to see if I can use this opportunity to get the evidence of the shady year and clear the name on my mom. Packing up his luggage, Yi Wuxiang said goodbye to his parents, and once again went down the mountain to stop the car, heading to the place where the Bright Star was held, Yundu. On the way, Yi Wuxiang lit up the screen of his cell phone and found that on the notification bar page, a lot of 8s appeared. All of these 8s came from the Immortal Dance Company chat room. Yesterday, Lao San felt that he had offended the chief of the regiment, which was a great disrespect. Yi Wuxiang only said one more sentence and left, frightening him to the point that he teared up, brainstorming the scene of Yi Wuxiang's cold smile and frantically apologizing. Lao San, chief, I really didn't mean to dislike your small breasts. Lao San, headmaster, whether you have big breasts or small breasts, you are our most respected and powerful headmaster. Lao San, chief, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with having small breasts. Lao San, chief, you really don't have big boobs. Don't believe me. Ask your girlfriends. Senior. 5. Senior. 3 is hopeless and suggests just burying him alive. Yi Wuxiang wrinkled his eyebrows. Though she knew that foreign countries were more open and that certain words were no different than household words and meant no harm. But does it really have to be repeated so many times? Is she really that small? With nothing else to do on the road, she sent a message to her best friend. Above the clouds, Jishin sat in the first-class cabin, browsing through the documents. The special attention beep sounded and his thin lips rose as he picked up his phone and took a sip of his red wine. Yi Wuxiang sent him a message. Hard to come by. He unlocked his phone and opened the dialog box. Leafless, do I have small breasts? Put. Cough. Cough. Chapter 146, the fool begins to share his life with him. Jishin wiped the wine stains from his mouth and let out a long, helpless sigh. Yi Wuxiang was really treating himself as a good friend. He dared to ask anything. But this is a problem if you really want to think about it. The man mused, thinking of that day in the apartment bathroom when she'd gotten soaked. His thin lips hooked out a Yankee arc. His long, bony, slender fingers tapping the keyboard to reply. Jishin, it's not small. It fits. As for how it feels in your hand, you'll have to wait and experience it before you can answer. On the high-speed train, Yi Wuxiang raised her eyebrows when she saw the message that Jishin sent back to her. It was rare for her to think about the body image aspect on purpose, but she also felt that she had the right body for it. She hesitated for a moment before typing the next line and sending it. Leafless, I'm going to the Bright Star audition. On the other end, when Jishin saw the news, a smirk surfaced on his delicate and reserved brows. The idiot is starting to share his life with him. Seasonal deep, I'll be rooting for you. High-speed rail, Yi Wuxiang red lips rose. Just knocked down a thank you. Felt a little rusty, and then deleted. She opened her emoji bar and sent a happy emoji pack of a little green cartoon dinosaur smiling and bending its eyes. Jishin looked at the emoji packet. His left hand clenched his fist and gently pressed it against his lips. The smile in his eyes deepened. She seems adorably foul. I wanted to show up and take her in my arms and kiss her deeply until she couldn't breathe. Considering the car ride, long time looking at the phone will be dizzy. He did not chase chat, but search and Bright Star related information. Search results show that Bright Star is a summer self-produced talent show organized by the Green Mang Network video platform. Qingmong, the largest all-age video platform in Xia, is different from C Station, which focuses on young people. Summer, as the name suggests, is a variety show held during this summer vacation. The variety claimed that it would take the shortest possible time, while recording and broadcasting, to select the 5 girls with the strongest strength to debut as a group, if they were brave enough. This slogan was shouted out and immediately set off a lively discussion in the industry. There is no shortage of talent shows in the Summerland. It doesn't matter if it's hosted by a TV station or self-produced by an online video platform. The one thing they all have in common is the flow of the program, which requires at least 4 months, or more, of training and competition. Brightstar came up with a 2-month halftime cut. How can we not be surprised? What surprised everyone even more was the luxurious resources promised by Brightstar. Heavy reward will be fierce. And in a short time, the country's self-confident girls, who are confident in themselves, have signed up for the audition. Today is the last day of auditions and registration closes at 5 p.m. At 4:50, Yi Wuxiang, dressed in a simple white sportswear 3-piece suit, combed the ponytail, dragging the suitcase, a valiant beauty, appeared in the Brightstar audition site. The audition site was cool, and those who wanted to sign up did so months ago, without dragging their feet. Fortunately, 5 o'clock had not arrived. The female judge in charge of the audition was not off duty, and when she saw Yi Wuxiang come in, the female judge picked up her pen and repeated the process. Name: Yi Wuxiang. Age: 18. Home address. The judge asked for a string of details. Yi Wuxiang answered one by one. After filling out the form, the female judge waved her hand. Go to sleep in the 10th floor dorm tonight, and get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning to line up for makeup and get ready to record your first meeting with the judges and mentors. First meeting refers to the first meeting between the contestants and the 3 mentors, and all the contestants. Yi Wuxiang froze. Don't you need to perform a minute of talent? The audition rules clearly state that you have to perform a 1-minute talent. It's enough that you have a face. The female judge looked up to explain. She had been in this business for a long time and understood what the audience loved to watch the most, knowing that even if Yi Wuxiang did nothing and stood there, she could gain a lot of face fans. When the time comes to hype up the God's face contestant, the traffic will just come over. This kind of baby, do we still need to see election? Yi Wuxiang, after we meet for the first time, it's the first stage. Let me know the full talent you're going to perform on the first stage tomorrow and I'll report it. Yi Wuxiang walked into the innermost dormitory on the 10th floor. The dormitory was the usual school bunk beds, and there were already 5 girls. Hello. The tall, curly-haired girl offered a wave. I'm wind clearance. Dance. Dancing, meaning being on a team, being better at dancing. Tonight's dormitory was a temporary assignment, though, and in case they became teammates and had to live in the same dormitory in the future, there was no harm in socializing early. Su Ro, vocal, good at the lead vocal bit. The long straight black girl smiled sweetly at Yi Wuxiang. You're so pretty, ah. The short-haired girl who was already lying on the bed on the 2nd floor rolled over and lazily performed. Lu Yu, rap. The rest of the people introduced themselves one after another, and when they finished, Yi Wuxiang's tone was clear and cold. Yi Wuxiang, the Almighty. As the words landed, Lu Yu straightened up and narrowed his eyes, looking skeptically at Yi Wuxiang. After putting Yi Wuxiang up and down, sweeping him over, he let out a cold snort, covered the quilt, and slept blindfolded. The atmosphere was awkward. Su Ro whispered, don't mess with her. She's famous. Lu Yu, a young female rapper in Xia, has over 800,000 followers on Weibo and has been recognized as a professional rapper. She's in a category where she's 100% guaranteed a debut spot just for competing. Yi Wuxiang was non-committal and placed his luggage in front of his bed. The next day, before dawn, the contestants got up, washed up, and lined up to go to different dressing rooms to put on their makeup. After they were all made up, everyone uniformly changed into the customized gray and white JK uniforms of the program team and waited outside, entering the room one by one in batches according to the order in which they passed the audition. Inside the room was a long table prepared by the program, at which sat a host, and 3 mentors. The 3 instructors, all well-known artists in the summer, teach the contestants to dance, sing and rap, surrounded by recording equipment that is turned on. The first contestant pushes his way in and introduces himself first to the host and the mentors. The mentors and hosts asked some rhetorical questions to warm up the scene, during which all kinds of hilarious pickups were made. Let the players take their seats after the chat. By the 50th player, the atmosphere of the room changed. This contestant was named Lan Ruyan, in her early 20s, with delicate features, long waterfall-like hair that was waist-length, airy bangs, and biting lip makeup, with an extraordinarily innocent temperament. Hello everyone, I'm Blue Ruyan. She bowed 90 degrees nicely. The host mediated the atmosphere. The daughter of the Blue Queen of Heaven. How come she's joining us on this program? What's with the sudden feeling of fluffiness? Lan Ruyan quickly waved her hand. Please don't ever say that. Mom's achievements are mom's. They have nothing to do with me. And coming here, I just want to make a debut with my own strength. Wow, even. What a character. The singing instructor nodded in appreciation. Gradually, the contestants all went in, leaving only Yi Wuxiang, who had finally passed the audition. Chapter 147, Too Extraordinary. Yi Wuxiang's first stage performance. Everyone stared at Yi Wuxuang as she entered. It's a situation that can't be avoided as last place. She was also wearing an off-white JK uniform. Her three-dimensional features were slightly powdered, and her lipstick color was a light sissy red. Not too enchanting, not too plain and oligarchic. Haircut is still high single ponytail, revealing a full forehead, plus that a clear and proud temperament. A sub-imperial sister high cold model. Hello everyone, I am Yi Wuxuang. Her voice was calm. The host shook his head in admiration. Gosh, that last one is so pretty, isn't it? The dancing female instructor agreed. She gives me the feeling of a hereditary noble lady in an ancient castle who is studying. Extraordinarily elegant and cold. Rap mentor, I love your comment. It's spot on. The singing instructor took over. So may I ask the elegant and cool Miss Magnificent, what is the purpose of your visit to Bright Star? Yi Wuxuang faintly said, out of the road. The host raised an eyebrow. I hear absolute confidence in your simple reply. So you do believe you'll make it out, right? Definitely. Yi Wuxuang's tone did not have any ups and downs, and his black pupils flashed with domineering colors. When I stand here, I have one outcome, a debut. Wow. The participating girls either covered their mouths in shock or just opened their mouths. This level of dominance and confidence is so unexpected and surprising. Director, let the post-production editing add a particularly handsome special effect for Yi Wuxuang. Don't spoil the line, alright? The host joked as he waved his hand at the director in the corner. The director smiled and nodded as well. Blue Ruyan smiles innocently together, and the camera pulls in close, giving her many close-ups that the rest of the contestants don't have. Lu Yu smiled perfunctorily, turned where the camera didn't, and rolled her eyes. After all the contestants are seated, the host stands up. Alright, our 96 contestants are all here, and I know that everyone has the same determination in their hearts as Yi Wuxuang to make a certain debut. But Bright Star is a place where you speak on merit, so let's start the initial stage scoring. The screen behind the long table recedes to reveal the stage. The three mentors, too, sit in their mentor seats across the stage. The players were restless. The host stands center stage. The stage is right in front of you. It's up to you to tear it apart. So please go backstage and get ready, and then get on stage to show off your first performance at Bright Star. The contestants exit, change into their performance attire, and then go back on stage in order for the mentors to discuss and give their scores. The grades are categorized into 6 grades, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Rapper Lu Yu, unsurprisingly, used his strength to earn an A and was the first A player. The one who went cold was Blue Ruyan. She seemed particularly nervous, and both the singing and the dancing were average. The mentors conferred with disappointment and gave an intermediate grade of D. This rating made Blue Ruyan get off the stage with red eyes. The camera gives many more churlish close-ups. It's a treat that the rest of the F and E players don't get. Time passes slowly. It was Yi Wuxuang's turn to go on stage. She wore black overalls topped with a short white tank top, revealing her waist and waistline, and a punk-inspired leather jacket. A high-tied ponytail was fully draped down with a hint of wild flirtation. The background intro plays. She held the microphone, her fingers positioned forward, and sang in a lazy, low voice. All hands on deck. All assemble urgently. Alan the frontal back just like that. Like that. Front, back, like this. I'm blowing your mind to take it out on the floor like that. Like that. I'll blow your mind on the dance floor. Like this. The show continues on stage. The tutor's chair, however, couldn't calm down. Singing instructor, I have goosebumps. She has such a steady voice. Oh my gosh. Singing required lung capacity, and lung capacity came from exercising, and Yi Wuxuang, as an assassin, never lacked these. Being a good dancer proves that she doesn't have a bad sense of sound. She had again gone to a conservatory for a period of time to further her education for her mission. All of the above stacked together. She, by all rights, does not shine. Before the song entered the climax, Yi Wuxuang took a few steps back, and as soon as it entered the climax, he immediately stepped on the drums and crossed his steps forward, singing and dancing at the same time. Dance while keeping your singing breath uncluttered. Also because of the dancing, punk-style jacket occasionally slipped off both shoulders, revealing rounded shoulders, inadvertently sexy, the most provocative. Every time he turned around, his green silk flung out sharp arcs in the air, as if he were a hard-to-tame lion. It's brilliant. She's the contestant I want. The dance instructor clenched his fists in excitement. The strength is too strong. If she doesn't debut, who will? I'll powder it first. The women in the audience followed suit and screamed, I'm powdered too. The song ends, the dance ends, and the singing ends. What's her rating? The host asked the mentor. A. The three instructors said in unison. The preliminary stage ends and all players return to the stage. The host glanced at the table. According to the mentor's scores, Out of our 96 contestants, there are 7 A-ranked contestants and 10 B. Tomorrow, we're going to have a second round of tasks, a public stage, and a positional review, so please choose your best position to be recognized by your mentors and the audience. The so-called positions are vocal, lead singer, dance, lead dancer, and rap, lead rapper. Recording is over for now. The players went back to their dormitories to rest. Our dormitory is too awesome. We actually have 2 A's, Yi Wuxuang and Lu Yu. Su Ro's eyes bubbled with adoration. She was an E. I was not expecting Blue Ruyan, the daughter of Blue Heavenly Queen, to actually be a D. Did she not play well? Feng Qinghe was puzzled. She was a C. Get out of the way. Lu Yu pushed Feng Qinghe, who was blocking the way, out of the way with brute force, his tone cold. Feng Qinghe's face almost hit the steel pipe of the bed. Lu Yu, we are housemates. Why are you so? Su Ro didn't finish her sentence and was interrupted by Lu Yu. Who's housemates with you guys? Don't you know your own ratings? I'm only living with you guys temporarily, and I'll separate tomorrow. Lu Yu climbed up to his second floor to rest, unwilling to communicate with the people in the dormitory. Su Ro still wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Feng Qinghe. It's better to do more than less. Yi Wuxuang silently ate her boxed lunch. With few words she had no intention of making small talk. The next day came as scheduled. 96 players gathered in the recording room, the floor of the recording hall, which had been covered with 3 different colors by the staff. Read, vocal, dance, and rap. The host walked up with a microphone. Please, contestants, make your positional choices quickly. The girls rushed into action. Yi Wuxuang thought to himself that he knew everything and could go to any location, so he simply picked the vocal closest to him. Chapter 148. What does it mean to interview a ghostwriter? Tactical backward movement. Soon the 96 players all went to their best positions. The moderator's voice cleared. All choices have been made, so the subject of the first round of public elections will be announced. Please look at the big screen. On the big screen behind him, a string of English appears. Girl crush. Girl crush. A girl group style. The main cool and handsome, and will even deliberately create a sense of aggressiveness and distance that is not inferior to the male. With the sweet style, sexy style, pure style are different. There were quite a few players who fit this style in the arena, and Yi Wuxuang was not the only one. Host, for this public performance, there are 16 songs. See a demonstration of the performance choreographed by professional dancers, or the contestants can make their own adaptations. Snippets of choreography from 16 songs began to appear on the screen, and each one drew the contestants into either excited discussion or small follow-throughs. Yi Wuxuang's expression was flat, without any fluctuations throughout, just like an outsider. When the demonstration was over, the host asked, "Does everyone look like they've picked their favorite song?" Yes, the players spoke in unison, but there's always a gap between the ideal and the reality, prioritizing song selection over the higher-rated contestants. An A player picks before a B player can pick, a B player picks before a C player can pick, and, for each song, there is only room for 6 contestants, and once a song is full, it will go into unselectable status. In other words, contestants with low ratings are basically ineligible to pick a song. The director's camera immediately goes to the faces of the contestants who graded E and F. They have slumped shoulders and are a little sad. The host smiled and said, "The competition has been brutal since the preliminary stage, but at the end of each round of public performances, the scoring will be rearranged, and you will all have the chance to bathe in the fire and polish yourselves into a bright star." Now, the A-listers are invited to prioritize their song choices, and the A-listers may also take the initiative to recruit members if they wish. While the host was talking, the crew had set up 16 quadrants, representing 16 songs and where the contestants would stand. The A-listers immediately went to the quadrangle of their favorite songs. Yi Wuxuang slowed down and went to the one closest to him. A players have chosen. Please B players. At the order of the moderator, the Bs also complete their choices, followed by the Cs. C-rated Feng Qinghe came to Yi Wuxuang's team with a generous smile. "I like this song too." Yi Wuxuang nodded gently and did not say much. C picks finish with D. Lu Yu beckoned towards Lan Ruyan with an enthusiastic expression. "Ruyan, come on. I still have a spot here. Quick, quick, quick." The camera was given to Lan Ruyan, who trotted over with a pure smile in her eyes. "Sister Lu Yu, I'm here." Sure enough, very snobbish. Feng Qinghe gave Yi Wuxuang a small gossip. "A friend of mine in the rap circle said that Lu Yu is a very snobbish person. Whoever mixes well will play with whoever." Being enthusiastic about Ruyan Lan was nothing more than knowing that Ruyan Lan's mother was the heavenly queen, Lan Bauer, and wanting to make some connections. D is E after picking. Su Ro is E, but her favorite songs are full and she's momentarily confused. "Su Ro, come here." Yi Wuxuang faintly spoke. Her team isn't full yet. The women's group is a team. The team needs cohesion. Su-ro has a good personality and is comfortable to work with. Coming. Oh, Wushwang, you're so nice not to dislike me. Su-ro felt like a little showgirl who had just entered the palace and was flipped off by the mighty emperor. When everyone has made their choices, the host steps back out. Starting today, you will enter a 3-day closed special training program, and 3 days later, the public performance stage begins. At the end of this public performance, we will enter the online audience's voting session to eliminate the 36 contestants at the bottom. So please give it your best shot and use your strength to pull for yourself. The contestants' eyes widened upon hearing that the public performance was in 3 days, followed by voting and elimination. They knew that Bright Star was on a tight schedule, but they didn't realize it was this tight. If this doesn't have some real power, I'm afraid I'll be brushed off in the first round. The filming was over for the time being, and the hostess auntie came out to make arrangements. Please redistribute the dormitories, and one group will go to live in one dormitory to facilitate discussion and bonding. Yi Wushwang, Feng Qinghe, and Su-ro stayed in the original dormitory, adding 3 new beautiful young ladies. Lu Yu and the rest of the group left and Lu Yu went to the dormitory where Lan Rian was. The program has 16 practice rooms for everyone. Almost as soon as everyone moved into their dorms, they all went to their respective practice rooms to practice their dances, not daring to waste any time. The first question they face is who will take the C position. The C position refers to the center position, also called the core position. Is the audience at a glance the most conspicuous person? Yi Wushwang took his team members with him as well. Her team, too, was faced with the question of C-suite selection. Yi Wushwang it is. Feng Qinghe analyzed, the theme of this public performance is girl crush. Among us, only she has the most compatible temperament to catch the audience's eyes and stay them to watch patiently. Pretty Miss A nodded. I agree. Let her keep the audience first, and we'll be able to show ourselves to a greater extent when the dancing C-suite rotates halfway through. The corner of Miss B's mouth tugged. I actually want to be C, but I can't concave out Yi Wushwang's oppressive power. The gap is too big, so I don't have a problem with C going to her. If it was an ordinary person, everyone would want to show another side of themselves. The problem was that the person in front of them was Yi Wushwang. They could only say that they couldn't compare to it. They couldn't compare to it. Su and the last young lady laughed so hard that neither of them had a C in mind. Then I'll be grateful for your humility. Yi Wushwang played a performance demonstration of her chosen song. It's a foreign language song with big queenly lyrics and cool choreography. During the dance practice, everyone had been called out by the program to be interviewed individually and to record footage for subsequent editing. Yi Wushwang was also called out and sat on a high chair, showing off her leg length advantage. Next to it was a round table with a white doll and the Bright Star logo. The host teased, "What do you think of this place, Miss Noble in the old castle? Is it still to your liking?" Yi Wushwang looked at the camera, sighed in his heart, and calmly said, "It's quite good. Since you're on someone else's show, just go along with their rules. Moderator, what about your teammates? How do they feel?" Yi Wushwang, "It's quite good." The host frowned slightly. "Environment?" Yi Wushwang, "It's quite good." The moderator asked again. "Food and lodging?" Yi Wushwang, "It's quite good." The host, feeling that his profession had been provoked, told a joke with a twinkle in his eye and a soundbite. Once upon a time a man was fishing and caught a squid, and the squid said, "Let me go, don't roast me for dinner." The guy said, "Okay, so let me quiz you on a couple of things." Squid is happy, you take the test. Then the man grilled the squid. Yi Wushwang listened and nodded his head, his face expressionless. "Quite good." Put. The crew in charge of recording in the back turned their heads and snickered. Interview ghostwriter? Excuse me. Farewell. The host clasped his fist and left. Chapter 149, Bullying Female President. Variety broadcast. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the mentors went to various practice rooms and gave the 16 teams some degree of professional guidance. When it came to Yi Wushwang's side, the mentors praised more than instructed. When he asked why, he realized that Yi Wushwang had already pointed it out. "Too hard on you." The dance instructor gave Yi Wushwang an appreciative quirky smile and left the practice room. The first public stage performance has officially begun. The public stage is more beautiful and atmospheric than the rough and simple preliminary stage. The 3 mentors sat at the mentors table directly across from the stage, and behind the mentors table were the contestants from the rest of the teams. One by one the teams perform past. One comment after another comes out of the mouth of the mentor. Sequence turns to Lu Yu's group. Lu Yu held Lan Ruyan's hand and boarded the stage with the remaining 4 teammates. They chose a Chinese song, and their clothing style revolved around elements such as shorts, leather pants, black mesh socks, and short tank tops, and even their makeup had a bit of a menacing aggression to it. This is Girl Crush. Just as they took the stage, They drew gasps from the contestants. At the end of a hot dance, even the instructors were open-mouthed and quite amazed. Dance instructor, Lan Ruyan, you've improved so much. I heard you practice 3 hours more than your teammates every day? Yes. I don't want to hold my teammates back, and I want to try harder. Blue Ruyan gasped slightly. Thumbs up from the singing instructor. Your hard work has not been in vain. You have made great progress in both dancing and singing. Thank you. I'll try harder. Lan Ruyan bowed 90 degrees in thanks. Rap mentor, Lu Yu is also a solid performer. This time as the lead singer. Let's find out that you have a solid vocal line besides rapping. Thank you. Lu Yu bowed obediently as well. After a few more teams, it was Yi Wushuang's group's turn to take the field. Their group's outfits were simple. A very common female workplace dress. All women suits and pants with white shirts and thin black ties, on thin black high heels. The stage set was also easy to build. There was a conference table in the back and a single sofa with a high-end design in front of it. Yi Wushuang leaned back on the sofa, legs folded, browsing through the information in her hands, her long hair parted in 3s and 7s, gathered on one shoulder, revealing the tassel necklace glowing in her ear. These are the ears she had pierced specifically for this casting. She wore a light lipstick that distinguished her from the last time, this time a forceful and luscious chopping color, living up to her reputation as a female president. Su Ro, who went for the sweet style, instead tied up a single ponytail, and her workplace outfit made her a lot more capable, as she propped both her arms on the sofa. The remaining 4, standing apart on either side of the couch, pose. Whoa even, the host exclaimed first. He is also mixed with the workplace. This workplace style, to poke his heart. The intro to the song plays. Yi Wushuang put down the information, turned to the camera, and coldly spat out a word, black, black. 4 people on either side of the couch walked out, one taking on a line of lyrics and dry humping the dance together. A small segment ends with Su Ro stepping out and assuming the C-suite for the moment. Until then, Yi Wushuang had assumed harmony. By the climax, Feng Qingho and the others have their backs to the audience and are stepping towards the inside, leaving Yi Wushuang alone. He stood up, flung the information in his hands casually away, and walked out facing the audience, occupying the C-seat with a contemptuous look in his eyes. Oh my god, I'm being killed by the eyes. The singing instructor rubs his arm. This public performance is Yi Wushuang's chosen theme. She's too suitable. The dance instructor nodded his head and shook his shoulders to the rhythm of the song. The domineering female president is in love with me? The rap mentor joked. The show continues on stage. The mere fact that 6 women are dancing on stiletto heels is enough to make one's jaw drop. Neat and beautiful movements. And even more so, you can't take your eyes off them. The show is over and it's on to the critique. Singing mentor, you guys are the best in my heart for this public performance. Dancing instructor, I remember Yi Wushuang is only 18. Right. The youngest with the strongest aura. Rap mentor, I'm more excited to see what Yi Wushuang will do in the next public performance theme. The first round of public performances is over. All players enter a closed set with no cell phones and no internet. Wait for the show to cut out the video of the episode. Put it on video platforms, and watch the netizens vote on who to see eliminated. A few days later, Bright Star was uploaded to Green Mansion Video as promised. Qingmeng immediately arranged to open the screen to recommend. As long as you tap this app to go in, you can see the promotion of Bright Star. Those who don't like the pics don't bother. Those who are interested in the pics, click in and watch. This last episode contains the first meeting plus the first stage. Officially, the video progress bar gives quite a few highlights straight away. 1. It is the Bluebell's daughter Blue Ruyan debut. A speech can be called Sober on Earth, and other mixed up star too different. The pop-ups were praising the diva's daughter for her really good looks and her polite person. Secondly, it is the first time we meet Yi Wushuang, the craziest contestant in the history of God's face. The editing also really added a special effect to Yi Wushuang. When Yi Wushuang said, "When I stand here, I have only one outcome, debut," Yi Wushuang's background turned black and electricity flashed behind him. The pop-ups said there were handsome. There were also people who watched and even loathed the attitude, feeling that Yi Wushuang was too arrogant. And arrogant people were usually punched in the face. 3. Is the first stage of the famous female rapper Lu Yu, who received her first A rating. Lu Yu's fans are popping in to show their support. 4. It was Blue Ruyan who went cold and earned a D rating. The pop-ups were a bunch of disappointment and 5. It was Yi Wushuang's awesome solo performance that had the tutors praising it. Pop-up messages, saying that Yi Wushuang really has something, and the number of people who are powdered becomes more. The next installment of this episode features bits and pieces of interviews, and a debut stage public performance. The official video progress bar for the next installment also gives a few highlights straight ahead. 1. Is a hilarious incident that occurred when one team discussed who C-placed. The pop-ups were ha ha ha. 2. It's when Blue Ruyan's teammates go to bed, and she's alone in the middle of the night practicing for 3 extra hours, sweating out the dance studio. The audience is very impressed and heartbroken. I did not expect the second generation of stars can also be so hardworking. It is so impressive. Third, it's Yi Wushuang's pretty good interview. There were more ha pop-ups, ranging from heartbroken hosts to road warriors to the speechless. Fourth, it's the Luyu group public performance, and Lan Ruyan is improving rapidly. People felt that this group was the strongest at the moment, and that Blue Ruyan still had a lot of room for improvement and a promising future. 5. It's a public performance by Yi Wushuang's group, the female presidents of the domination. The pop-ups changed their tune, thinking that this group should be the strongest in this installment, especially Yi Wushuang in the C position, making people not want to take their eyes off when they look at him. All stages end and the host introduces the rules of elimination, with several ways to make a call. The audience rushed into action. The comments section is also hilarious. The first to appear in a cluster were Luyu fans. Then there is a discussion of Blue Ruyan. One comment: I thought the 2-month Bright Star would be a gimmick, but I didn't expect the contestants to be better than each other. Luyu, Lan Ruyan and a few of the XXXX are quite impressive. Yi Wushuang was previously unknown, but I think she has the potential for fire. The comment was quickly followed by a message. 1F, Yi Wushuang is unknown? Are you sure? Owner's reply: sorry, I have recently been preparing for the examination. A Little Village Pass Network. Yi Wushuang is also very good. Chapter 150 exposed. Yi Wushuang was the daughter of Duanmu Weiyang. With more than 1 billion internet users in the summer country, the amount of information generated and carried every day is enormous. After the 1000 Autumn Cup online novel competition, Yi Wushuang has not appeared in the netizens' field of vision for more than 2 months. The deeds about her are dusted off and no longer stand out, but that doesn't mean she didn't exist. When someone asked, is Yi Wushuang bullish? Those who knew Yi Wushuang's past began to answer for him. We usually don't use cow to describe Yi Wushuang. We prefer to use monster or fairy to evaluate her. She was the queen schoolgirl of Yen City's aristocratic high school, Flying Bird Academy. She's the cold-blooded berserker who double-crosses the pros in an online game. She was the winner of the South Central Provincial Olympiad. Above the rules. She is the racing champion who won this year's Track Dominator at the Netflix South Suburban Speedway. She was the leader of the famous street dance troupe Immortal Bird and was so popular that at one point she caused Station C to crash twice in 24 hours. She is a double genius in the Chessmasters selection, taking both Western Chessmasters and Go Masters. She was the first place winner of the 1000 Autumn Cup novel competition on the Floating Light Chinese network, and her science and technology novels were officially recognized by the Summer Academy of Sciences. She also plays the drums, the piano, and now she sings. All of the above, as evidenced by video footage, can be seen with a quick search of Site C. Does the owner still think that she is unknown? The owner of the message was confused when he saw this reply. With a feeling of skepticism, she opened the C website and typed the words Yi Wushuang into the search bar. The search results confused her even more. She went back to the Bright Star comments section of the Green Mansion video and replied to the people who had helped her out. Thank you, cop. I'm greatly shocked now. Yi Wushuang is too terrifying. He's simply not human. Class 7 chat group. Jian Zhaoyang retweeted and shared the first installment of Qingmong's Bright Star. It alarmed the group, which was quite quiet because it was on summer vacation. Girl, how come the queen went to a talent show variety show without saying a word? Boy B, just go. And be so cool and handsome. The bossy lady president or whatever smells too good. Boy C, there are still people in the comments section who just finished their exams saying that the queen is not famous. And then they get amped up by crying with laughter. Girl D, but he left out one item. The queen is also the top student of the college entrance examination in Xia this year. Not so long ago, the summer country announced the top students of the college entrance examination every year, making the top students of the college entrance examination famous all over the country. But fame also means harassment. The age of traffic has led many unscrupulous journalists and people who want to rub their noses in it to find the homes of high school seniors and harass them and their nearby neighbors. Out of protection, Xia no longer took the initiative to publicize the name of the top student. And not many people knew that Yi Wushuang was the top student of the National College Entrance Examination. The students of Class 7 felt that the top student of the college entrance exam was a very golden honor. And if it was announced, it would definitely attract more fans for Yi Wushuang. Meng Yunjing, Yi doesn't like high profile, and her strength is enough for her to make a successful debut. So let's not say anything about her being a national top student. Meng Yunjing, if she really needed that popularity, she would have disclosed it herself on the show and given the choice to her. Jane Zhaoyang, Meng Yunjing has a point. So family members, punch the duck and vote for the queen, W greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Class 7 was Yi Wuxuang's starting point and her most loyal camp of support. Especially Jane Jiaoyang, often use his name, along with Yi Wuxuang charge into battle. Hidden trend of powder head, girl A, but in addition to voting for the contestants, at the end of the video, there's another group vote. How are we going to pick this one? The girl was talking about the uniqueness of the bright star. Most of the other talent shows form teams according to their strength or by drawing lots. But Bright Star is different. The show has left the grouping of the second public performance completely in the hands of the audience. Audience members had different colored tickets in their hands, corresponding to the different teams for the second round of public performances. Whoever you want to go to Group 1 or 2, give them a vote for Group 1 or 2. The program will reallocate team personnel according to the results of the vote. This is not only full of things to see, but it also greatly satisfies the audience's ideas and increases their engagement and stickiness. Meng Yunjing, Su Rou and Feng Qinghe. They are sensible, and their strength can be improved after Ye's instruction, so they can continue to cast the 6 of them together. Meng Yunjing, this will prevent their new teammates from becoming disgruntled with Yi, and will also allow the 6 of them to gel better and play stronger. Jane Jiaoyang, I announce that Mr. Meng Yunjing will be our military advisor from now on. All students, see you, Master Meng. Meng Yunjing. Thank you. Meng Yunjing's proposals were all beneficial to Yi Wuxuang, but the development of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Lan Bauer as Lan Ruyan's mother, also guarded the Green Mang video platform, watched the first phase of the Bright Star. Before Yi Wuxuang came out, her expression was kind. As soon as Yi Wuxuang came out, her well-maintained face made a fierce expression. Duanmu Weiyan's daughter, how come she also participated in the Bright Star? Lan Bauer's impression of Yi Wuxuang was that of a rude girl who looked okay. She kicked her bodyguard out of the way, and it looked like she hadn't been in many fights, and girls who liked to fight usually didn't have much of an upbringing. As for the looks, Duanmu Weiyan was not ugly when she was young, and it is reasonable that her daughter's appearance is okay. But to participate in the Bright Star with your own daughter and get several times more votes than your own daughter doesn't make sense. Bluebell stared at the voting list that was refreshed every 10 minutes and snorted. She was able to stomp Duanmu Weiyang back then. Her daughter, Lan Ruyan, also had to step on Duanmu Weiyan's daughter. Yi Wuxuang, assistant, send an email to the chief editors of the major news and entertainment classifications. Sapphire waved to her assistant. Tell them that the sinister and Tai Duanmu Weiyang isn't dead, and that her daughter has even participated in the Bright Star and is none other than the current number 1 ranked Yi Wuxuang. That night, Yi Wuxuang is the daughter of Duanmu Weiyan caused a small sensation in the entertainment industry, but also on the microblogging hot search. Originally, the young people didn't know who Duanmu Weiyan was, and after reading the news, they were dumbfounded. Good lord, Duanmu Weiyang is the actress who once bullied the singing diva, Bluebell. What's even better is that the daughters of these two people, Yi Wuxuang and Lan Ruyan, both participated in the Bright Star. This kind of destiny is simply amazing. The audience hemmed and hawed in shock. The program said that the team for the next public performance will be voted by the audience, right? Well, cast them together then. When the time comes, it's sure to be a good show. When it came time to give the players a single vote, people with ulterior motives came out and said, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Duanmu Weiyang is not a good thing, and I am afraid that her daughter, Yi Wuxuang, is not good either, so do not vote easily. Jian Zhaoyang replied as Meng Yunjing had intended. If you think Yi Wuxuang has a problem, please come up with real evidence. Otherwise don't put here to play the 9 clans. The Qing dynasty has died, and the Bright Star is a competition between the contestants. There's no reason for Blue Ruyan to enter the draft as an individual, and you all boast earthly sobriety. When it came to Yi Wuxuang, it was necessary to install her with the grudges of the previous generation. This was also too unfair to Yi Wuxuang. Or do some of you think that your favorite contestant, who can't beat Yi Wuxuang with his strength, can only win by throwing dirt on him? Chapter 151, Disgraced Liu, topping Yi Wuxuang. Jane Jiaoyang's speech, to the masses, have a deafening effect. As fast as he could, he nipped the rhythm of impending chaos in the bud. The fans of the other contestants who originally wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Yi Wuxuang did not dare to say much. This is thanks to the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing. When his peers were playing the game heartlessly, he had already seen the turbulence and deceit in the officialdom along with his father, and understood that you can't look at the surface of things. When the news first came out, everyone in Class 7 was shocked that Yi Wuxuang's mother was actually Duanmu Weiyang. They searched Duanmu Weiyang's past, trying to find blind spots, thinking that a parent who could teach Yi Wuxuang out couldn't possibly be of such low character. Meng Yunjing, however, said, if there is only one news outlet that exposes this, we can dismiss this as doggy efficiency. but the fact that so many media are speaking out together suggests that there is someone organizing behind the scenes. Who this person is and what his purpose is, we do not know. The most important thing at the moment is to separate Duanmu Weiyang and Yi students, emphasizing that the charges cannot be guilt by association. Yi students do not have black spots, and the bright star is to see the individual strength of the place. First secure Ye's votes, then look for loopholes in Duanmu Weiyang's past. Jin Jiaoyang, the warlord is wise/hold your fists. There were people who appreciated Meng Yunjing's countermeasures, and there were people who hated Meng Yunjing's countermeasures. For example, Lan Baoer was connoted by the sentence, if you can't beat Yi Wushuang with your strength, you can only win by pouring dirty water. That's really what she was aiming for. She's used to using this tactic as well. Duanmu Weiyang was defeated by her using this tactic, but this move was useless against Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's followers nullified the trick. If she went on to emphasize that Yi Wushuang is Duanmu Weiyang's daughter, it would really be turned back into, I can't beat Yi Wushuang based on my strength. Never mind. I don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Wearing a silk robe, Sapphire poured herself a glass of red wine and slowly shook it. Yi Wushuang's momentum is high right now simply because of the theme of the first round of public performances, which is in her favor, not necessarily in the next round. After a few more days, the first installment of viewer voting ended. The set of 96 players also ended. They changed into their off-white JK uniforms and re-entered the recording studio. The hosts appeared in good spirits. After a few pleasantries, he began to report the number of votes that each contestant had received for this public performance. This time 36 players will be eliminated and the first 60 can stay. The host started with 60th place, and the camera gave close-ups of each contestant's name and number of votes. Feng Qinghe was 15th, Su Ro was 11th, and Lan Ruyan was 9th. By the time they reached the top two, only Yi Wushuang and Lu Yu's rankings were left to come out. The host intentionally sold out and called Yi Wushuang and Lu Yu onto the stage. Who do you think is number one? Yi Wushuang spoke in a calm tone. Me. Lu Yu snorted disdainfully. Hip-hop rap is an aggressive music, and rappers who have made a name for themselves have experienced battles and disses of all shapes and sizes, none of them with the temperament of a lamb. Lu Yu was no exception. She had become famous at a young age, and except for being a little nicer to Lan Ruyan, she dragged the rest of the people around like they were $2.5 million. It feels like Lu Yu is very unconvinced. The host asked, who do you think is number one between you and Yi Wushuang? Me. There was no way Lu Yu would show weakness at this juncture. She said confidently, I'm a straightforward person, and I'd like to keep a low profile, but I'm strong, and everyone knows that. Coming to the Bright Star is basically the equivalent of a full-leveled bigot massacring a newbie village. I don't mean to belittle everyone, it's just that I do have a bit of an advantage with my fans. Wow. It feels even more domineering than Yi Wushuang. The players covered their mouths. Lu Yu thanked everyone for the compliments with a smile. The host stopped talking nonsense. Second place, Lu Yu, received 705,6841 votes. The smile on Lu Yu's face disappeared and he violently turned his head to look at Yi Wushuang. She has more than 7 million votes. Yi Wushuang has more than her? The host continued. First place, Yi Wushuang, received 141,50,275 votes. 14 million. It's twice as much as Lu Yu's. Amazing. The players were shocked. How could Lu Yu not be shocked? She has a fan base. What does Yi Wushuang have? Why should the ticket be twice as much as hers? The host laughed. I know everyone thinks it's unbelievable. In fact, when I saw Yi Wushuang's identity, I also thought it was unbelievable. You guys set training without internet. So let me reintroduce Yi Wushuang to you. The host pointed at Yi Wushuang. Now stands before you, 18-year-old video game goddess, Olympics champion, racing champion, backgammon segment master, Go segment master, online author praised by the Summer Academy of Sciences by name, leader of the strongest international street dance troupe Immortal Bird, Leaf, Wow, Shuang, a series of appellations that screwed everyone up. Host, it's normal that you guys don't know about it. Bright Star started the auditions half a year ago. At that time you guys were all in hard training, so you shouldn't know much about the outside world. The girls nodded. The program of Bright Star is only 2 months. How can we make a successful debut and get luxurious resources without training hard to improve our strength? Moderator, Yi Wushuang also became active and made a big splash only a few months ago, which happened to be staggered with you guys. The only thing that can be connected to you is still street dance. But Immortal Bird made its fortune and fame abroad, and is not much involved with the country. The girls were helpless. It turned out that this was the reason why they didn't understand Yi Wushuang. Then again, Yi Wushuang was too inappropriate, wasn't he? Look at all the things she's done in the last 6 months. The host grinned. So she wasn't kidding when she said she was here to make a debut on the first look face. Agreed. Feng Qinghe gave a thumbs up. I thought to myself, what kind of full-leveled bigot is Lu Yu massacring the novice village? Yi Wuxuang, this is what is called a full-leveled big brother slaughtering the novice village. Okay. You're just a rapper. Man, Yi Wuxuang knows a lot more than you do. Are you still mad? Do you have that strength of madness? Yi Wuxuang's madness could be sealed with strength. Your madness can only hit your own face while giving Yi Wuxuang a companion. Well, as much as it's hard to bear, we still have 36 contestants that are leaving Bright Star. The moderator's mood stopped sinking. When the players leave with their testimonials, the host announces the new team rules. The grouping underwent a major change based on a vote by the internet. Yi Wuxuang, Lan Ruyan, Su Rou, Lu Yu, Feng Qinghe and another strong young lady became a new group. Lu Yu stunk up his face and didn't squeak. Lan Ruyan smiled innocently and took the initiative to wave her hand in greeting. Hello, you guys. Hello. Su Rou and the others were a bit flattered. The daughter of the Queen of the Blue Sky. So down to earth. Moderator, the theme for the second round of public performances will be announced next. So please look at the big screen. 2 words appear on the big screen. Youth. Chapter 152 Rest Day. Seeing Jishin again. As soon as the theme came out, Lu Yu looked at Lan Ruyan in surprise. Ruyan, youth is your chosen theme. Lan Ruyan graduated from college not long ago. There is still the innocent youthful temperament of students. Interpretation of this theme. There is a natural advantage. Just like Yi Wuxuang in the first round of public performances, taking advantage of the temperament. Great. Let's go for it. Lan Ruyan smiled a very fresh smile. With the theme announced, it was time for the song choices. The staff pushes up a box. Moderator, we now have 60 players, divided into 10 teams of 6 players each. Inside the box are 10 cards with different songs written on them. So please ask the player with the most votes from each team to come and draw a card. Yi Wuxuang and the rest of the team representatives went on stage, and she drew a song that sounded upbeat and positive. This stage public performance will be held in 5 days, and the good news is that tomorrow, you will have a 1-day vacation, so please seize the time to adjust yourselves before plunging into another round of intense training. The host said that and left. Everyone who got a vacation also cheered up and discussed how to spend their precious days off. The hostess and came out and reminded, please readjust your dorms according to the newly divided lines, and then line up to come get your cell phones from me. Before the intensive training, cell phones were under the control of the dormitory ants. Yay! I get to play with my cell phone. I'm so excited to see what the audience says about me. I'm actually more worried about getting yelled at. Ha ha ha. The players got excited. Yi Wuxuang also went to the hostess ant to get her cell phone back. After the opening, she received many encouraging messages from people, parents, 7th classmates, 5th brother Yi Xingjian, when they participated in the Olympic mathematics competition, teammates, in the master's selection competition to meet the Beijing Jiang family twins, even the older brother Yi Guilu, have heard of the news to send a brief cheering 2 words. This shows how influential the Bright Star is. But there's no word from Jishin. He's on a business trip. He should be very busy. Yi Wuxuang lowered her eyes, a flash of gloom passing over her delicate face. Wuxuang, these few days of intensive training are too tiring. On our day off we both plan to go to a hot spring. Do you want to go? Su Rou and Feng Qinghe also took their cell phones and trotted over towards her. No. Yi Wuxuang refused. This level of intensive training was a piece of cake for her. It bothered her more that she couldn't get a good night's sleep. Yi Wuxuang bid farewell to the 2 men and walked out of the program building. Walking with his hands in his pockets and a duck-tongued cap, road pedestrians in a hurry. Everyone has their own direction to go. She in the noisy streets and alleys, the heart of a faint loneliness. It's ridiculous to say the least. It was clear that loneliness was what she was most accustomed to. Since when did loneliness become a rarity? Seems like it's after knowing Jishin. Twilight is approaching and neon is rising. Yi Wuxuang continued to walk forward. The vendors by the roadside at the entrance of the alley yelled at her from time to time. Girl, want a baked sweet potato? Cheap and delicious. Want a bronze antique? Girl, it's all real. Yi Wuxuang was as if he hadn't heard. Want some cake? Girl? A low, magnetic, familiar voice entered his ears. Yi Wuxuang's footsteps stopped violently. She looked toward the mouth of this alley and, under the streetlight, spotted a man with a delightfully long and upright figure, a reserved and elegant demeanor, and a handsome black trench coat. The man is carrying a rainbow cake. Ji Shun? Her tone rose slightly, her black pupils taking on more of a different color as she reached for the cake. Ji Shun, however, raised his eyebrows, dodged Yi Wuxuang's hand and raised the cake a few inches. Can I get it? Yi Wuxuang took a blank and wrinkled his brows. Is this guy provoking her? She quickly stepped out to get the cake again. Jishin dodged again and Yi Wuxuang chased after him. Finally, Jishin raised the cake over the back of his head. Yi Wuxuang stood on her tiptoes, one hand on the man's chest and the other to reach the cake. As the cake kept moving back, she kept leaning forward. With her attention drawn to the cake and her good intentions, she completely failed to notice that she was already pressed against Jishin's chest. A moment later, she managed to grab the cake and demonstratively raised her eyebrows at Jishin. I got it. How could he possibly be hard for her? The killer queen? After the demonstration, Yi Wuxuan regretted it. What is there to brag about winning this childish charade of children playing house? But she didn't regret it for long. Jishin suddenly took half a step back. Yi Wuxuan, whose weight was all on him, planted himself downward, his pupils lightly shrinking. Careful! Jishin took another flying step forward, wrapping his long arm around Yi Wuxuan's waist and blaming himself. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's fine. Yi Wuxuan raised her head and happened to meet Jishin on all fours. She Fang realized that she was already so close to Jishin, close enough that she could see her own reflection in his narrow eyes that held a smile. She was still aware of her reflection, getting closer and closer to her, before her lips were kissed by the man. The kiss was gentle, with pity, with pampering, with longing, with a deep affection that some straight woman can't detect. Yi Wuxuan did not reject it. She knew he was practicing kissing. Strangely enough, the loneliness in her heart dissipated in the kiss. In fact, she didn't like the feeling of having her emotions affected. In this way, the initiative is in someone else's hands, and she can only be passively happy and sad. However, this person was Jishin. Then happy or sad, she wanted to try to trust him not to give her a heart full of joy and a body full of scars like her parents in her previous life, and the head of the organization. After a kiss, Jishin left Yi Wuxuan's lips, and ambiguous silver strands were drawn between the two. He let out a low chuckle, his voice pleasant. Not bad, progress. In fact, according to his plan, Yi Wuxuan should have collapsed in his arms at this moment, powerless and innocent and confused. Looking at him, considering the fact that she hadn't had a good rest after so many days of intensive training, he was merciful and spared her. What did you say? Yi Wuxuan, who was recalling the past, didn't hear what he was saying, but she wasn't so deprived of oxygen that her face was red and her ears were ringing, as she had been before. Nothing, let's go. Jishin gave another soft laugh, his handsome face charming to the extreme. He held Yi Wuxuan's hand and walked in front, while Yi Wuxuan carried the cupcake and followed behind. It was rush hour and pedestrians were passing by them like water. Yi Wuxuan blinked his black pupils and observed the vendors around him. Is this the way she came? How come she didn't smell the aroma of baked sweet potatoes just now? Cheap and tasty indeed. And the antique seller, the owner seems to be a crook, because the customer took out a magnet and sucked up the so-called bronze antique, and then quietly looked at the owner. A muscle twitched in the owner's face. Yi Wuxuan guessed that the boss must be sputtering. Why would anyone bring an iron-absorbing stone shopping? She arched an eyebrow. That's funny. Such an interesting scene. Just now. How come she didn't pay attention to it? Chapter 153, See Seat Battle? Yi Wuxuan or Lan Ruyan? Jishin brought Yi Wuxuan to the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. He handed a room card to Yi Wuxuan. Every rest day during the draft, I will be here with you. Aha! Yi Wuxuan took the room card. After eating the cake and washing up, I leaned over the bed and used my cell phone to check the major media outlets that reported Duan Muweyan's alias Li Chunlan and her daughter Yi Wuxuan's participation in the talent show. Everyone in Class 7 told her about it. She wanted to know who was behind it. Seeing this, Jishin's voice was magnetic. I've watched both the program and the news, and I've already found out that it's Lan Bauer who was encouraging the media behind the scenes, and the matter between her and your mother back then is also being investigated. It's just that it's been a long time, and it's going to take a while to get to the bottom of this. Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flashed, turning his head to look at Jishin next to him, not expecting him to move so fast. On the stone bridge side, I also ordered people to stop the reporters and forbid them from harassing your parents. You just need to focus on the competition to make your debut. Jishin gave her a peace of mind. Yi Wuxuan was a bit surprised. Jishin had even considered this layer. Smart as she was also quick to associate it with something else. The reporters around me. Are you blocking them too? There were times when she thought reporters would swarm over to interview her, but in the end there were none, saving her a lot of trouble. Jishin didn't expect Yi Wuxuan's mind to turn so fast, and he had no choice but to admit it inwardly. You really helped me a lot. An unknown emotion surfaced on Yi Wuxuan's stunning face. Touched? He asked with a smile. Yi Wuxuan nodded his head. If you are touched, go to bed early. Don't think nonsense. Everything has me. Jishin scooped Yi Wuxuan into his arms and turned off the lights. With her nose all filled with his faint scent, Yi Wuxuan also closed her eyes and entered dreamland. This sleep, Yi Wuxuan slept until the afternoon of the next day, and Jishin also accompanied her to lie down until the afternoon. After a quick lunch or dinner, she returned to the Bright Star program. the show resumed taping that night. Yi Wushuang, Lan Ruyan, Su Ro, Lu Yu, Feng Qinghe and another young lady, gathered in the dance practice room. This one was a bit more subtle. After everyone got the phone, basically the first time to go to the Green Mango platform, to see the first phase of the Bright Star, the audience's reaction. Through the comments section, everyone knew about Yi Wushuang's mom and the feud between her and Lan Ruyan's mom. Also know Yi Wushuang and Lan Ruyan. Why they will be voted in a group. The audience can really eat melon not too big. Yi Wushuang, Lan Ruyan was the first to open her mouth with a friendly smile. I don't think it's up to us to comment willy-nilly on the elders' business, and at least for now, we're teammates who can trust each other, so I hope you won't be harboring any ill will. There's a pattern. Lu Yu gave a thumbs up with both hands, worthy of being the daughter of the Blue Sky Queen. The crowd nodded. Yi Wushuang stated indifferently, I have no harboring in my heart. She had never been hostile to Lan Ruyan from the very beginning. That would be great. Lan Ruyan cut to the chase. Now let's discuss who's going to be the C-suite for the second round of public performances. After saying that, she raised her hand with a shy expression. I recommend myself to be the C. Like Sister Lu Yu said, the theme this time is very favorable to me, and I feel that I can take up the responsibility of the C, so that the audience won't be able to take their eyes off of it when they see it. I agree. Lu Yu and the other young lady nodded. I recommend Yi Wushuang. Feng Qinghe analyzed rationally. Ruyan is very youthful, but Yi Wushuang's overall strength and aura is stronger and more eye-catching, and the program allows the contestants to have consecutive C-suites. Su Ro agreed with Feng Qinghe. We'll be able to play better after Wushuang retains the audience. Lu Yu's tone was unhappy. No matter how strong Yi Wushuang is, she's not in the category of youth. Look at her expressionless face. How can she interpret cheerful youth? Feng Qinghe retorted. How do you know she can't change her style? At least let her try it, right? The crowd turned their gazes to Yi Wushuang, who had been silent. Lan Ruyan, however, smiled brightly. No need to try. I can be double C with Yi Wushuang. Both stand in the center. Just change the dance. Yi Wushuang, are you willing? It's fine. Yi Wushuang had no opinion. When C means attention, attention equals more votes. More votes equals high ranking. High ranking equals debut. Debut equals fulfillment. Let's change the dance walk first. Then, the group began to change the dance. This dance, which is similar to the cheerleading dance, corresponds to the school's youthful and energetic athletic competitions and follows the theme of the public performance. The hosts are picking their hands for interviews again. Picked Lu Yu this time. Lu Yu sat down in her high chair, cradling the white muppet she had taken from the table. Host, I think the netizens should be curious about how you felt after you guessed yourself to be number one last time the rankings were announced and ended up losing to Yi Wushuang. Doesn't matter. Lu Yu shrugged. I had thought I had enough fans, but it turns out she has more. So what can I do? But Radiant Star is a place of strength, not a place of eating old money, and she can't be number one every time. Host, I like your confidence. Do you think Yi Wushuang will stay on top? Lu Yu, not necessarily. Yi Wushuang's high ranking right now is inseparable from the theme of the first round of public performance and the number of base fans. And there's a term called high start, low finish, which means the higher you start, the lower you get down the road. Who knows if Yi Wushuang will suddenly be eliminated? Host, so who's your favorite contestant? Lu Yu, Ruyan. I think she's especially grounded and easygoing. It's hard to imagine that she's the daughter of a famous diva. I'm so happy to be on a team with her. Break time. Lan Ruyan came to the VIP lounge alone with a sunny smile. The smile on her face disappeared as the door closed. She pulls open a drawer and removes a cigarette from the lady's cigarette case and lights it, taking a deep drag before exhaling. Buzz. The cell phone next to the cigarette case vibrated. Incoming call. This is Blue Ruyan's cell phone. It's her prerogative that no one on the show dares to take her stuff. Mom. She picked up the phone and flicked her cigarette ash skillfully with her other hand. Sapphire, how is it? Did Yi Wushuang give you a hard time? Who's C in your group? Lan Ruyan smoking. Expressionless, she dares not. C words, I and she are. Change the dance. Sapphire, how dare she C for you theme? Lan Ruyan lowered her eyes. Su Ro and Feng Qinghe recommended her C, so I just went along with it and shouted for Yi Wushuang to come along. Sapphire, why did you give her this opportunity? Lan Ruyan, the more she can't hold up the theme, the more I can hold up. And with the double C's standing together, the contrast is more pronounced and more favorable to me. Lan Baoer, okay, it's my daughter. Her brain is quick enough. I'll contact the director's team and ask them to give you a little more footage. Make sure to compare Yi Wushuang. Lan Ruyan, Mom, you don't have to worry about Yi Wushuang. My daughter didn't put her in her eyes. I'll be first out of the gate. Hang up. The time came on the day of the second round of stage public performances. The three mentors are sitting upright. The rest of the process continued with one team going up to perform, one sentence at a time, and being judged by the mentors. Soon, it was time for Yi Wuxuang's group's public performance. Chapter 154, Smiling Genuine and Cheerful Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang's 6 men went up to the stage. She and Lan Ruyan stood in the middle of the stage. Su Rou and Feng Qing stood in a row behind Yi Wuxuang. Lu Yu and another young lady stood in a row behind Lan Ruyan. Their hitting uniforms are consistent striped soccer sports short sleeves with short pleated skirts underneath, with safety pants inside to avoid getting naked, and white sneakers on their feet. The difference was that the clothes worn by the 3 people in Yi Wuxuang's row were blue. The clothes worn by Lan Ruyan's row were red. The 6 had their heads down, gold cheerleader pom-poms in their hands, behind their backs. The musical intro plays. Dancing tutor, no way? Yi Wuxuang again, see? Can she hold up the theme of youth? Singing tutor, if you stand in the C position and still don't play well, you might get yelled at. The rap mentor unscrewed the cap of a drink under the sponsor's name, sweating for her. As the words landed, Yi Wuxuang and Lan Ruyan in the first row looked up and smiled meta to the camera. Put. Mentor rap, who had just taken a sip of his drink, coughed. Yi Wuxuang smiled. Yi Wuxuang actually laughed. Even though Lan Ruyan smiled innocently, Yi Wuxuang smiled even better, because Lan Ruyan, from beginning to end, is this persona? And no amount of smiling will make people's eyes light up. Yi Wuxuang was different. She was used to being cold, suddenly smiling so generously and innocently. It was simply the sun coming out of the west. It was hard not to pay attention. This attention was drawn to Yi Wuxuang. Everyone seemed to see Yi Wuxuang in the school soccer field, disguised as a beautiful and energetic cheerleader, waving ball flowers, dancing and cheering for the athletes on the green grass, white pigeons flying in the blue sky, surrounded by tender students, each other without the workplace of the hook and corner. There is no social surge of dark tide, shouting straight to the sky, carefree, innocent and cheerful. The dancing instructor nodded. Actually, it's also right. Yi Wuxuang is only 18. This age is youthful. Just smile and laugh. The singing instructor frowned. What's wrong with Lan Ruyan? It feels like her expression froze after dancing face to face with Yi Wuxuang. Rap mentor, illusion, I guess, and I see she manages her expressions quite well. It's not really the singing instructor's fault. Lan Ruyan really stiffened for a moment, but then adjusted just as quickly. She remembered that Yi Wuxuang hadn't smiled in the dance practice room. How come she changed her expression once she was on stage? And with such a cheerful and meta smile, it's as if she's not the same person as the domineering female president from the last public performance. The show came to an end. Off stage, the host nodded his head and said to the camera, I feel like I can do it again. I'm going to interview this cheerful and friendly cheerleader Yi Wuxuang. The dance ended and Yi Wuxuang smiled as she finished posing. The moderator took the stage with anticipation. As the song ended, Yi Wuxuang's smile disappeared and he resumed his cold and aloof, rejecting people. Moderator. He knew how to back away. Snap. The 3 mentors applauded. Dance instructor, I think Blue Ruyan can get 100 if the full score is 100. Thank you, mentor. Lan Ruyan bowed, maintaining the smile on her face. She can't afford to misplay in her dominant theme. You've really improved too much. The dancing instructor nodded approvingly and turned to look at Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang. A full score of 100. I'll give you 120. I'm not afraid of you being proud. Yi Wuxuang broke the audience's inherent impression while still maintaining a super high level of play in this public performance. And this was amazing to see. Thanks. Yi Wuxuang spoke in a calm tone. The smile on Lan Ruyan's face remained unchanged. But in her heart there was an additional layer of coldness. It seemed that she had to pay attention to Yi Wuxuang. This concludes the second round of public performances. Host, you will enter a new set and wait for the viewers' votes once this episode is uploaded. This time, we will eliminate 30 more contestants from Bright Star. The second installment of the Bright Star, after the editing was completed, was uploaded to the Green Mansion video platform. Viewers who were squatting and watching the platform immediately clicked to watch. This one had a much higher airplay than the first installment because of all the elements that added to it. At the beginning of the program, it was the announcement of the voting rankings, and Lu Yu's confidence was a real embarrassment to the audience. In a follow-up interview, Yi Wuxuang said that he might start high and finish low, causing Yi Wuxuang's fans and passers-by to feel a bit uncomfortable. Lu Yu's fans, however, claimed, Yi Wuxuang's style is very fixed. It would have been possible to start high and go low. This is the reality, not a curse. Certain fans don't be too glassy-eyed. Then it was time for group song selection. Originally, everyone would still be fighting over the fact that Lan Ruyan and Yi Wuxuang would be fighting over their respective moms. I didn't realize that the daughters of the 2 actresses, both of whom are very reasonable, have actually circled the wagons, especially Blue Ruyan. When she decided to see with Yi Wuxuang, The audience felt that she was so kind and generous, willing to sacrifice herself and not willing to have a conflict in the team. And for Yi Wuxuan also want to be the youth theme. See, the audience feel confused. Yi Wuxuan can interpret youth? Those who were radicalized directly mocked Yi Wuxuan for being unself-conscious. Accusing Yi Wuxuan of not refusing to be the C is not worthy of the position, but also bullying the other players, taking away their power to shine. The video progresses to the second round of stage public performances. Those who have no patience are pulled straight to the Yi Wuxuan group's performance. As soon as the music started, Yi Wuxuan smiled, and the yin and yang of the keyboard warriors disappeared, replaced by passers-by and fan compliments. Yi Wuxuan's votes soared in a straight line at an even more ferocious rate than the previous round of voting. Blue Ruyan, who played a perfect game, also got more votes than last time. Luyu has a fan base and the votes are not growing slowly. At the same time, the Bright Star program group also released the second round of public performances new ways to support. In addition to basic hitting pitches, fans of the players will be able to record videos to support the players. The content of the video, however, must be related to the program the contestant is performing on stage. The staff also selects some of the support videos and broadcasts them to the contestants during the program. It's a chance to get in touch with an icon. Fans of each player instantly fist-pumped and made support videos. The first video to break out was titled Blue Smoke. Inside the video is an image of a young man in a suit with his eyes closed, playing the violin in his garden. He was handsome, his violin was worth $1 million, and the tune he played, a variation of that cheerleading dance song, was elegantly haunting. After pulling it, he opened his eyes and his voice was gentle. Ruyan, cheer up, I'll wait for your return. This man is the son of the boss of a well-known enterprise and the fiancé of Lan Ruyan. When the video came out, viewers were envious and said they were full of dog food. This love between a man and a woman creates a domino effect. The audience attracted by good love came to watch the show and voted for Ruyan. Blue Ruyan has more votes. The growth rate in the short term even surpassed that of Yi Wuxuan. Chapter 155, Jishin responds. High and low? Open high and go high. The next day, Jane Jiaoyang found that the number of votes for Lan Ruyan, after the fiancé's video support skyrocketed, immediately held a meeting in the readers group of the 7th class. A bunch of people discussed how to record a support video for Yi Wuxuan as well, so that Yi Wuxuan's votes would skyrocket as well. People have a lot of ideas, but they just pale in comparison to Lan Ruyan's fiancé. Discussing to no avail, Jian Jiaoyang typed, "You guys go on thinking. I'll go to Qingmeng to look at the support videos of the fans of the rest of the contestants and see if I can find some inspiration." He opened the webpage, logged into Green Mansion, and selected the Bright Star fan support video. He thought he would see the words Blue Smoke in the first position of the heat, because the video made by Lan Ruyan's fiancé is currently the hottest. But he did not see Blue Ruyan, hanging in the first video title. Even wrote Yi Wuxuan. He clicked in with wide eyes. The camera starts out in the sky with a beautiful piano variation playing in the background. The camera then travels from the top of a floating cloud to the blue sea, and then, like a searching boat, rides the waves to a private island in the middle of the sea. The island's lush jungle, with birds chirping and butterflies fluttering, seems like a paradise. During this time the piano was playing and the camera kept going deeper and deeper as if looking for the player. Eventually, the camera stops at a forest clearing. There is a crystal piano in the clearing, and at the piano sits a tuxedoed man with his back to the camera. He was slender. His temperament was not comparable to that of an ordinary man, and his bony fingers, which were playing the keys of the piano, were calm and unhurried. The camera moves slowly around him, but cunningly keeps the viewer from seeing him above the neck. It was also only when the camera turned that the audience saw the crystal piano with a piece of black forest cake on it. A minute later, the piano finished playing, the camera went black, and the video ended. There are a lot of comments below the video. That's an awesome shot. I thought I was watching the opening of a movie. That crystal piano. It's like it's worth $20 million. So why did he put cake on top of the piano? Who is he? Just a backdrop makes my heart flutter. Oh who? Am I the only one who feels like this video? Against the video of Blue Ruyan's fiancé? Cover my face and laugh and cry. Home garden versus private island. $1 million violin versus $10 million piano. Well, I declare Lan Ruyan finished. This response video is on fire out of the ring. It's so high quality. One could listen to it as a piano piece, because the tunes are good enough. One can also enjoy it as a landscape, because the scenery is nice enough. One could also interpret it as a piano appreciation, because a $20 million crystal piano is so beautiful. Add to that a man with a stunning back and a girly cake that makes you girly, and every bit of it, it's worth sharing and nudging. Sharing comes and goes without its title. Yi Wuxuan. What does Yi Wuxuan mean? Names of people? Names of scenery? The name of a piano piece? I don't know. Search it. Once searched. Searched the bright star. No Yi Wuxuan this person. This diversion led to Yi Wuxuan's vote growth over the same period, counter-pressuring Lan Ruyan by more than 3 times. Jane Jiaoyan wasn't sure who this person was. He was just sure he was going to burst out laughing. Class 7 chat group. Jane Jiaoyang, family members wash up and go to sleep. Someone helped us abuse back. The crow flies and the rabbit walks. Voting time for the second round of public performances is also over. For the Bright Star program, 60 contestants changed into gray and white JK uniforms and gathered in the recording studio. After the banter, the host, it's time to announce the rankings again. Number 30. It wasn't until 10th place that a fan-filmed video of support appeared on the big screen. 10th is Feng Qinghe, who has risen in the rankings, with fans playing guitar to cheer her on. In 8th place is Su Ro, who also went up in the rankings, with a fan drawing for her. Lu Yu was 4th. She dropped in rankings. She was punched in the face by Yi Wuxuan, saying that Yi Wuxuan's high start and low finish had affected Lu Yu's popularity. The third is the other group of ladies who performed particularly well in this public performance. Please invite Yi Wuxuan and Lan Ruyan to the stage. The host started the old job and new hole. Which one of you two do you think is in first place? Lan Ruyan pointed at Yi Wuxuan, her eyebrows lightly arched. Yi Wuxuan, not having her cell phone confiscated. She knew the latest rankings. Yi Wuxuan still had that indifferent look. Me. The host announced the answer. Second place, Blue Ruyan, 1543617 votes. The big screen plays a violin response from Blue Ruyan's fiancé. The players cooed. Lan Ruyan blushed with shyness, and after hearing her fiancé call out her name, the corners of her eyes moistened and she wiped her eyes. It's very compassionate. The host rushed to pass tissues. After a brief consolation, the host added, first place in this public performance, Yi Wuxuan, 2604517 votes. A high start. The big screen plays a video of Yi Wuxuan's fan support. The contestants covered their mouths in awe. Nice piano music. What a beautiful view. OMG. Crystal piano. And cake. I love it. Who is this man? His temperament is too cocoa. The host laughed and asked, Yi Wuxuan, do you recognize the man in the video? As far as I know, the amount of retweets of this video has exceeded 500,000, pulling in a lot of votes for you. Recognize. Yi Wuxuan nodded his head, his black pupils surfacing with a soft light. It's my best friend. Jishin's back. She recognized it at once. The host asked again, so can you answer for us why there is a piece of Black Forest cake on top of the piano? Some netizens speculated that it was given to you, and to be honest, I don't believe it. In my mind, you have to be, at the very least, into the shark sashimi category. It's not impossible to go into the sea and catch sharks yourself when necessary. The contestants laughed haha and agreed with the host's words. Yi Wuxuan, however, nodded slightly. Well, I like cake. Moderator, the players, director, staff, the air, enigmatically quiet. I'm sorry to say that another 30 contestants are leaving us. I wish you all the best in life and each of you. The host, with a stony expression on his face, enters the flow and sends the eliminees off. Yi Wuxuan, this twist is so raw. There are only 30 players left in the field. Moderator, for the third round, divided into 5 groups of 6 by lottery, please come up to the stage and draw your lots. The results of the draw came out quickly. Su Ro and Feng Qinghe went to separate teams. Yi Wuxuan, Lan Ruyan, and Lu Yu drew the same group. The theme of the third round of public performances is sweetness. Rest days are also once again upon us. Before Su Ro and Feng Qinghe moved out of the dormitory, one on the left and one on the right, they hooked Yi Wuxuan's shoulders and brought her to the corner, squeezing their eyebrows. Tell us honestly, that man who plays the piano, is he really just your best friend? Yi Wuxuan nodded his head. Okay. The two men left doubly regretful. Yi Wuxuan got her cell phone and walked towards the 5-star hotel that Jishin had booked. She was in the hotel lobby and saw Jishin. He also saw that opposite Jishin, a pretty-looking girl was sitting. The two talked and laughed in a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 156, Yi Wuxuan's Jealousy. Yi Wuxuan's mood had a slight change the moment he saw this beautiful girl. Before she could think about what the wisp of change was, the pretty girl saw her as well and her eyes lit up, raising an eyebrow at Jishin. Hey! Yi Wuxuan is here. She knew about Yi Wuxuan's existence from Jishin. Jishin turned around and locked eyes with Yi Wuxuan. His deep ink eyes surfaced with surprise. Why are you so early this time? I had planned to pick you up later. The shooting ended relatively early. Yi Wuxuan's red lips lightly opened as she walked over. Let me introduce you to my friend. Jishin pointed at the pretty girl across from him, his handsome face smiling lightly. Helian Chang, my college classmate, currently a paleontological scientist at the Summer Academy of Sciences. Hello. Helian Ching extended his hand towards Yi Wuxuang. Hello. Yi Wuxuang returned the handshake, and in his heart, he could not help but look at Helian Ching in a different light. The girl in front of me wasn't even 30 and she was already a scientist. What was even more rare was that her features were quite beautiful, and she was really a good person with both talent and appearance. Wuxuang, I finally see you. Someone is itching to stick your name on his body so that everyone will know that you are his. Helian Ching's voice rose. Jishin coughed lowly twice. A good friend. Helian Ching's words changed, then looked at Yi Wuxuang with a smile. A very powerful good friend. Yi Wuxuang's deeds were really particularly impressive in her opinion. No thanks to the person who had entered the eyes of her old classmate. You are also very powerful. Yi Wuxuang replied seriously. Any more compliments will become commercial mutual admiration. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to dinner. Helian Chang led the way and walked out. Let's go. Jishin got up and pulled Yi Wuxuang's hand from goodwill. Yi Wuxuang looked at her hand being held by Jishin, felt the warmth passed from his palm and nodded her head to follow. The dinner was in a fancy Western restaurant with fancy decor. Between meals, Helian Chang and Jishin hadn't seen each other for many years, and talked about a lot of interesting things about the university, and brought Yi Wuxuang into the conversation from time to time. Yi Wuxuang smiled faintly and listened quietly, his eyes dropping lower and lower. She was an outsider during their college years. After the meal, Helian Chang waved at the two men and stopped the car alone to leave. Yi Wuxuang and Jishin also returned to the hotel suite. The night was filled with color. Yi Wuxuang was lying on the bed in an inexplicably bad mood and did not say a word. Not feeling well? Next to her, Jishin turned to ask her, his low voice dripping with worry. She didn't seem to be in the right state for this rest day. A little tired. Yi Wuxuang didn't know how to answer, so he had to find an excuse. His black pupils flashed dazzling shimmering light under the dim light. Hard work. He arched his eyebrows lightly. It's really tiring to have intense training all the time and not be able to sleep well. It's not that hard. Yi Wuxuang closed her eyes and gently shook her head before opening her eyes again to look at him with such a gentle gaze. Jishin suddenly thought of the Yi Wuxuang he saw in the bright star. Inside the program, she is either icy, domineering, perfunctory, or contemptuous, like the flower of the high mountain or the snow lotus of the cliff mountain, letting people marvel at its beauty, but also letting people dare not approach. Now she was meek, calm, and collected her edges and spikes. This was another Yi Wuxuang that none of the audience fans who were crazy about her could see. Only he can see. Only he, Jishin, could see it. This realization caused Jishin to, inwardly, receive an unspeakable sense of satisfaction, especially at this moment. Yi Wuxuang lay beside him. She had just finished her bath, wearing the white pajamas prepared by the suite, her dark hair, sprinkled between the light-colored pillows, as if the hand of God had splashed the ink, and the wonderful brushwork of dancing had been generated, combined with that stunning little face, and the look of obediently shaking his head, and obediently opening his eyes. It really looked like the little wife of his dreams. Jishin couldn't help himself, kissing lightly to the red lips, gentle and restrained, only staying on the surface of the red lips. She was tired and he didn't want to ask for too much, just closed his eyes, over and over, stealing her fragrant softness. Yi Wuxuang did not resist. Jishin's deathless handsome face, enlarged in front of her, wrapped in a faint good smell. She thought of her in Ching, that drop-dead gorgeous, talented, and equally good friends with Jishin's college classmate, Helian Chang. Is Jishin as attentive to Helian Chang as he is to himself in a million ways? She suddenly felt stuffy inside. What kind of climbing is this? Obviously all friends. Isn't it a normal thing for friends to be nice to friends? What the hell was she rambling on about? Yi Wuxuang skimmed away the chaotic thoughts in her mind and felt that the most urgent thing to do was to cooperate with Jishin to practice kissing. She also closed her eyes and hooked Jishin's neck, turning passivity into initiative, prying open Jishin's thin lips, the tip of her tongue hooking his large tongue, dancing together by feel. Jishin abruptly opened his narrow eyes, shock in his eyes. How can she? The young girl underneath him kissed him of her own accord with her eyes closed, and although her movements were green and clumsy, they were even more provocative than the top love potion in this world. The restraint he thought was sturdy was easily broken by her, and his eyes, too, were covered with a monstrous color of lust. No man can hold back in this situation. He left her lips and rolled over, pinning her down and staring at her viciously. Yi Wuxuang froze for a moment, not waiting for her to inquire. The aggressive kisses came steeply like a summer rain. This kiss was more ferocious and savage than any previous kiss. Yi Wuxuang was a bit overwhelmed. She instinctively tried to push Jishin away, but she was clasped above her head by his one-handed reverse lock on the wrists of both hands. After plundering all of her sweetness, his kisses slowly moved down to bury his head in the nape of her neck. The other hand, silently, came to the waistband of her nightgown. and with a gentle tug. In his ears, however, came the hesitant voice of the young girl. Season. Deep? Jishin's movements gave a start. His ink eyes gradually cleared. He raised his head, let go of Yi Wuxuang's hands. His low voice carried a trace of desire that had not yet faded. Sorry, got a little into it. It's fine. It's good that you learned. Yi Wuxuang looked at her reddened wrist and rubbed it, frowning lightly and complaining a little. He's so strong. Little did he realize how impactful the scene was in Jishin's eyes. Her hair was disheveled, her red lips slightly swollen, and the rubbing of her wrists and the dissatisfaction between her brows seemed to be accusing him of rudeness. But it wouldn't make him feel much guilt. It only makes him want to be ruder. I'm going to take a shower. Jishin's eyes burned and he walked mute into the bathroom. If he didn't calm down a bit, he would really turn into an animal. By the time he came out of the bathroom, the young girl on the bed was asleep on her side, her sleeping face unoffensive and purer than an angel's. Jishin guffawed, gently walked over, half-kneeled on the bedside, and lifted the back of her hand, gently imprinted a kiss. His voice was softer than the moonlight outside the window. Hurry up and be in my pocket. Chapter 157, Kicking Yi Wuxuang out of the team. Day 2. Before Yi Wuxuang returned to the program, Jishin mentioned something to her. I found evidence on my side that your mom, Duanmu Weiyang, didn't plagiarize. Back then, the biggest reason why Duanmu Weiyang was accused of plagiarizing Sapphire and was unable to refute it was because her manuscript was not computer recorded, but handwritten. She showed the manuscript to her best friend, Bluebell, who took the opportunity to take a picture of it and uploaded it to the extranet a few days later against the photo. The photo, which was kept by Bluebell in a private album on her personal social media account. Jishin has gotten this photo. People often say that the internet has no memory. In actuality, on the contrary, the internet is the most honest thing. Everything consists of code. Jishin's voice was magnetic. After parsing the code, the actual time this photo was taken came out, earlier than Bluebell's supposed original time. Yi Wuxuang's black pupil flashed, but just based on this one photo, it's not enough to clear the black name on Mom. Mom was accused of selling her body to get to the top back in the day, but in actuality, it was Bluebell who bewitched her with a special ecstasy. That ecstasy, the average person can't get it. They have to find the source of the drug. She had asked her mom to carefully describe her reaction to the medicine she was drinking at the time. The ecstasy was gotten by Lan Bao'er's punk concubine. Afterward he took Lan Bao'er's money and left Xia and mixed in foreign countries. My people are looking for him. Jishin handed Yi Wuxuang a photo. The photo was of a young Sapphire, cuddled up with a punk at a bar. Still the same sentence. You only care about the race. I'll help you with everything else. And when all the evidence is complete, I'll make Lan Bao'er lose her reputation. Dressed in a white shirt, Jishin stuck one hand in the pocket of his suit. His stature was magnificent. Yi Wuxuang nodded and left the hotel. Evening. Yi Wuxuang, Lan Ruyan, Lu Yu and 3 other young ladies gathered in the dance studio of Bright Star. For this one of the 3 ladies took the C position. Gradually, the public performance stage arrived in the daily set. This time, Yi Wuxuang's group was the first to perform. Their playing outfits are particularly cute ponchos. The tutu was divided into 5 colors. Yi Wuxuang wore bright yellow, a head of soft green silk, combed a double ponytail lantern braid. Everywhere is sweet. Strength-wise, it remains at a high level. Lan Ruyan stood symmetrically to Yi Wuxuang, wearing a pink tutu, draping her hair and wearing a butterfly haircard on her head. Just as sweet. In terms of strength, there was a significant improvement, only a little worse than Yi Wuxuang, ranking second in the whole team. At the end of the performance, the tutors all commented that Yi Wuxuang and Lan Ruyan are more like C. Miss C, on the contrary, is moderate and a bit inferior. While the other groups were performing, Lan Ruyan excused herself for convenience and left the recording hall. She called her mom, Bluebell. What's the matter, baby girl? Mom, I can't group with Yi Wuxuang. Lan Ruyan's eyebrows surfaced with gloom. She's so weird. She's so easy to handle no matter what style she's in, and consistently overpowers me. Her goal was not only to debut, but also to debut as the brightest person, and Yi Wuxuang was in her way. Sapphire, won't the teams be redrawn for the next round of public performances? Blue Ruyan, what if she and I draw together again? I don't want to take any chances. Sapphire, how do you want Mom to help you? Lan Ruyan, tell the program that this public performance will not eliminate people, only vote for them. Each team votes for one player to be kicked off the team, and the person kicked becomes the new team, separating Yi Wuxuang and I. Sapphire, that's a good idea, but the show doesn't always. Lan Ruyan, don't worry, the program group will agree to it because it's more interesting to watch, and it will make the program hotter, allowing them to make more money. After hanging up the phone, Lan Ruyan smoked in the VIP lounge. 20 minutes later, Sapphire sent a message that it was done. Lan Ruyan returned to the recording room. The sweet-themed public performance is officially over. The host takes the stage. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? The players, good news. The good news is that for this round of public performances, no contestants will be eliminated and you will all be able to participate in the next round. The players cheered and asked what the bad news was. The bad news is that you're all going to have to take a vote on the player you feel is least fit or least able to stay on your team. All players who are voted off their teams form another team for the public performance. The contestants are confused. They were in front of the video camera playing Sisterly Love. And now they want them to turn against each other? How can you be so cruel? Moderator, voting will now begin. And in 10 minutes, the results will be publicized. The contestants began to vote. Yi Wushuang group. Lu Yu and the other young ladies exchanged sights with each other, all casting at Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang was too dazzling, crowding out their space. Man is not for himself. Lan Ruyan, on the other hand, put on a show and tussled for half a day, filling in another young lady. She didn't have to filling Yi Wushuang, borrowing a knife to kill. It's enough for others to vote for Yi Wushuang. 10 minutes passed quickly. Su Ro was ticketed. Wind Clearance was ticketed. A player named Saixia was ticketed. A contestant named Sugar Lee was ticketed. Yi Wushuang's group stayed at the end to announce the results due to their strongest strength. Lu Yu went on stage and picked Yi Wushuang. Two young ladies came on stage and chose Yi Wushuang. Blue Ruyan came on stage and picked someone else. Yi Wushuang was the last to go on stage, and she had no one on her ticket. Host, how do you? She swept her eyes lightly over the three Lu Yu. I know I'll be voted out, so there's no point in filling in anyone. The host did not know what to say for a moment, and with a complicated look at Yi Wushuang, he announced that the team reorganization was successful. From what would have been 5 teams of 6 players each, it became the current 6 teams of 5 players each. Moderator, next, I will introduce the elimination rules. From now on, the individual voting list will be cancelled and the team voting list will be established. At the end of each round of public performances, the team with the fewest votes is eliminated. You're all in this together now. The team that wins at the end of the day goes straight out. The players were stunned, not realizing that each other's destinies, from now on, were tied together. For the theme of the next round, please look at the big screen. The moderator reached out and lifted his hand. 3 words appear on the screen, micro-original. The host explains, this theme tests the artist's originality, and the contestants from each team are required to make a half-finished tune in a short period of time, which will then be perfected by our professional teachers. Then the choreography is choreographed for public performance to a perfected tune. The new issue of Bright Star was edited and uploaded to the Green Mansion platform. Instead of being intimidated by the contestants' performance, the audience was intimidated by the show. This handful of ticketed people out of the lineup is so different. Seeing a strong player like Yi Wushuang being voted out of the team, fans and passers-by were furious. This kind of bright exclusion is a real bullfrog. And how is it that some of the contestants, who were good sisters before the vote, started backstabbing after the vote? It's like a revenge show, isn't it? Okay, Bright Star, you've got my attention. I'd like to see who the deer is in the next match. Chapter 158. I feel like we're going to be carried away by Yi Wushuang. Regardless of the smoke and mirrors online, Yi Wushuang entered a new round of intensive training. The 5 contestants who were voted out by their original teams gathered in the dance practice room. Hello everyone, I'm Su Ro / Fengqinghe. Su Ro and Fengqinghe introduced themselves to their new teammates. They were both voted out for the same reason as Yi Wushuang. Their individual strengths were too bright and took away the light from others. And Saixia, the woman with short, shoulder-length hair, laughed to herself. A piece of backstabbing. In draft circles, a throwback refers to a contestant who has been in more than one draft and none of them have debuted, and is considered pejorative. I know you. I even picked you the last time you participated in a singing talent show. I thought you were super strong at the time, but it's a shame you didn't debut. I don't even understand why. Su Ro entered the star-chasing state, and Saixia smiled without a care in the world. Because I'm not pretty. With her single eyelid and thin eyes, she doesn't fit into the mainstream of showbiz aesthetics. That's why she was voted out. Su Ro instead didn't know what to answer. Hello everyone, I'm Sweetie Lee. The slightly shorter dull-faced girl waved her hand in introduction. Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang briefly went through the process and handed them the white paper. One person is responsible for writing a piece of music. And you're first. Su Ro wrinkled her nose. What if I haven't written any tunes? Bright Star is really too difficult to have a vegetarian write a tune. Fengqinghe, that's something the program has taken into consideration. You can hum out the clips you want. And it's on you if I write them for you. I'll take the first verse. And Saixia picked up her guitar and started playing the melody. 4 people. 1 paragraph. whether the effect is good or not, but also stumbled to complete the micro-original. Yi Wuxiang took the manuscript, went through it carefully, changed a few keys, and then wrote the tune for the climax. 10 minutes later, she handed the complete tune to Saixia. Play it once and see if there's anything people want to change. And Saixia saw the manuscript, originally relaxed back straightened. Tone shocked asked Yi Wuxiang, have you learned to create? She was more professional than Su Rou and others and could see the quality of the manuscript. The few keys that Yi Wuxiang modified erased the staccato of the original song, making the entire piece much smoother and silkier. The climactic part of the tune is a quantum leap from what a couple of rookies have written. Slightly understand. Yi Wuxiang's brows were calm as he spoke faintly. You're too modest. And Saixia began to strum the guitar strings. The tune that had been modified and perfected by Yi Wuxiang was played in the dance practice room. Su Rou and the others listened with their mouths wide open and cried out, if there's no problem, I'll hand over the tune to the program. Yi Wuxiang finally inquired. A few people nodded vigorously. I feel like we're going to be carried away by Yi Wuxiang. This guy, his abilities are terrifyingly strong. Fengqing has spat out with a smile. Blue Ruyan Group, also composing. Lu Yu took the tune that everyone had filled out and handed it to Lan Ruyan. Ruyan, we've written it. Blue Ruyan is a serious graduate from a music school with strong compositional skills, so we all agreed to give the climax part to Lan Ruyan. Well, I'll fill in the climax. Lan Ruyan took the manuscript and slowly looked over it. She also modifies a few pitches and then spends half an hour filling in the climax. Lu Yu took the complete draft and hummed it once. His eyes lit up. Ruyan, you filled it out well, yeah. And the revisions are much more pleasing to the ear. The lapdogs nodded in unison. I'm flattered. Lan Ruyan smiled softly and excused herself from the practice room, returning to the separate VIP room to smoke. Distracted. She can compose, but having her do it again after Lu Yu and others have written a section would give her a sense of being limited by the framework. The climactic part of the tune she fills in based on them is good, but nice was not what she was looking for. She has to stand out. There is someone who can help her stand out. Lan Ruyan took out her cell phone and logged on to a very cold original music website abroad. The site is called Dream, which translates to dream, and is on the verge of being shut down. She typed freedom into the search bar and entered a user's personal space. Freedom, which translates to free, is a music creator with only 6 followers at DreamStation. Whether this person is a man or a woman, Lan Ruyan doesn't know. Just in a chance, accidentally clicked into TA's homepage, and casually played another one of TA's works. The work was so good that it made her listen to all of Freedom's work, all over again. Unfortunately, Freedom doesn't have much to offer, with the exception of one song, Wind. The rest is half-baked. One of the half-decent climaxes would have been filled with tunes done by Lu Yu and others, and would have been able to achieve a technically stunning effect. The site is cold. Freedom is even colder, and with only a measly 6 followers, no one should find out I plagiarized. Lan Ruyan mentally played with her mind as she returned to the practice room. I want to change the climax. The day of the micro-original performance is slowly approaching. When Lan Ruyan's group went on stage to perform, Su Rou and the others were very emotional backstage. Su Rou, Lan Ruyan is so strong now. It's unimaginable that she started out with a rating of only D. Fengqing Han nodded her head. Lan Ruyan was easygoing and progressive. It really made them admire her. And Saixia, however, asked another question. Haven't you guys noticed that there are a lot of shots of Lan Ruyan training in each episode? Sweetly was puzzled. She's the daughter of the Blue Queen of Heaven, so she must be getting a lot of attention. There's nothing wrong with a little more footage, right? Wrong. And Saixia smiled mysteriously. Do you know what it means to strive for a female watch? Or do you guys think that the daughter of the titular Heavenly Queen would really bring this kind of strength to the program? That confused a few people. And Saixia, who has a lot of experience in the draft, said, Blue Ruyan is very strong, and initially acted weak and kept trying, just to give naive viewers a good persona. Let the audience take a look and think, ah, Lan Ruyan has made great progress with her tireless efforts. She's really different from those demonic ES out there. So, get it? Su Rou was shocked. In that case, Lan Ruyan is too calculating. So scary, right? Wuxiang? She turned back to look at Yi Wuxiang, only to find that Yi Wuxiang was staring blankly. Wuxiang, do you have something on your mind? Su Rou asked worriedly. Yi Wuxiang seemed like she had something on her mind ever since she came back from her last rest day. She, who never used to fret, had fretted several times. What? Yi Wuxiang turned back to look at Su Rou. She didn't hear it. Su Rou, I'm sure you have something on your mind. On stage, the Blue Ruyan Group's song reaches its climax. Once the climax melody came out, Yi Wuxiang's black pupils flinched. The melody was familiar to her. When the climax had gone, a coldness emerged on her stunning face. melody could be taken as similar if she only bumped it a little, but the whole climax, which matches a tune she once did, is plagiarized. This part, who did this in the Blue Ruin group? Chapter 159, dropping the horse in the program, questioning in the program. Yi Wuxuang is not the only one who is curious about who composed the climax. The singing instructor also asked, "I'd like to know who served as the climactic composer for your group?" Lu Yu and the others pointed at Lan Ruyan as if they were vying for favor. Her. Lan Ruyan smiled shyly. "It's me." The singing instructor gave a nod of approval. "You're fantastic. If you don't catch on after your debut, come and get me in trouble, okay? You're going to catch on." Wow. The players were surprised. This level of praise, but even Yi Wuxuang had never received it. "Thank you. I'll try my best." The smile at the corner of Lan Ruyan's mouth widened as she bowed 90 degrees in earnest. She knew freedom could help her. After the program aired this time, her approval rating, she would definitely be able to surpass Yi Wuxuang. The host calls for Yi Wuxuang's group to come on stage. After a performance, the room erupted in applause. Singing tutor, if I were to say about Blue Ruyan's group, it's the climax that makes me feel amazing. This one of yours, it's the beginning to the end that makes my hair stand up and sweat. Dance mentor, let me guess. The climax of this song was made by Yi Wuxuang, right? Feng Qinghe and the others nodded. It's her. She also changed the details of the entire song. Singing tutor, I see. No wonder the overall quality is so high. Rap tutor, Yi Wuxuang, why are you so demonic? Why did you even come to Bright Star? Wouldn't it be better for you to just debut in the same place? I'll buy all the tickets for your concert. Wow. The players were surprised again. Yi Wuxuang had gained a higher level of recognition than Lan Ruyan. Under the stage, Lan Ruyan's smile remained unchanged, but her fists were clenched in death. She had already copied freedom. How come she was still crushed by Yi Wuxuang? The host inserted the topic. Yi Wuxuang, how about you evaluate the songs of other groups? It's a great thing to have the strongest players evaluating other players. Yi Wuxuang picked up the microphone and finished critiquing the other groups. And when it came to Lan Ruyan's group, she was concise. As for the Blue Ruyan group, I don't think they deserve to participate in this public performance. The whole recording hall was shocked when the blunt and unpleasant words came out. The members of Blue Ruyan's group were confused on the spot. Lu Yu, in particular, stood up directly from his chair. The host and the tutors, all of them had a dumbfounded expression. Even Su Rou and Feng Qinghe, the girls, were frozen in place, not knowing what was going on. Why do you say that? The slowed down host pressed. The climax part that Lan Ruyan was responsible for plagiarized another work. Yi Wuxuang stood on the stage, his eyes locking onto Lan Ruyan, who was clenching her fists under the stage. I didn't plagiarize. Lan Ruyan's innocent face was filled with determination. Do you have proof? The host asked. Lan Ruyan was the daughter of Queen Lan Tian. If there was no evidence of rumors, Queen Lan Tian would definitely not let Yi Wuxuang go. This matter is not trivial. Lan Ruyan also drummed in her heart. Was Yi Wuxuang touching on this, or did she really know something? Under the alias Freedom, I have published a few works on the extranet DreamStation, and the climax of one of the tunes is exactly the same as the climax that Lan Ruyan is responsible for. Yi Wuxuang's red lips slightly opened. Lan Ruyan's heart ruthlessly misplaced a beat, and her pupils tightened. Yi Wuxuang is Freedom? How can she be Freedom? Regardless, one cannot admit to plagiarism. Lan Ruyan's brain spun rapidly, and her tone became even more determined. I guarantee with my personality that I absolutely did not plagiarize. The director gave the host a look. The host understood, whether Blue Ruyan has plagiarized or not. We will make an announcement after approval. Until then, you continue to set and wait for viewer voting and elimination. Shooting is over for now. The person in charge told Lan Ruyan and Yi Wuxuang that the songs were sent for appraisal. After the songs are authenticated, then investigate if Yi Wuxuang is Freedom. The new issue of Bright Star will be uploaded soon. The money-oriented program team directly titled it, Yi Wuxuang and Lan Ruyan involved in plagiarism controversy. The audience seemed to boil over as if it were boiling water. After being sidelined by the last installment, many viewers are waiting to see this one. Seeing Yi Wuxuang said that Lan Ruyan plagiarized, the audience first went to the extranet to find the DreamStation dream that Yi Wuxuang talked about, then go to the dream site and search for Freedom. And then it really turns out that one of Freedom's half-decent tunes is exactly the same as the climactic sequence that Blue Ruyan was responsible for on the show. But plagiarism, to the general public, is a hard thing to define. Lan Ruyan's fans who were attracted by her hard-working female watch persona were very unconvinced. Empty mouths identify plagiarism. Is this the queen? Love it, love it. It used to be said that we should separate Duanmu Weiyang and Yi Wuxuang. I don't see the need for it. Their mother and daughter are all the same. Yes it is. Duanmu Weiyang said that Lan Bauer plagiarized. Yi Wuxuang said that Lan Ruyan plagiarized. The two of them are really blood dissolved in the water of the closest relatives. It couldn't be that he's remembering that he was kicked out of the Blue Ruyan group, so he's talking nonsense, right? That's disgusting. Our Ruyan didn't vote for you. You're picking on the good guys, aren't you? And fans said, I don't believe Yi Wuxiang is freedom until I have proof. DreamStation is almost a dead station. There are no users active anymore. In this case, I stole Freedom's number and said I myself am Freedom alright, isn't it? This kind of message pissed off Yi Wuxiang's fans enough, especially everyone in Class 7. But people can't help it. Yi Wuxiang was in intensive training and had no contact with the outside world, and the official investigation briefing had not yet come out. Should we just let Yi Wuxiang be questioned? Jane Jiaoyang, who loves the Immortal Birds dance group, listened to Freedom on DreamStation and sent a message to the group. Why do I feel this song Wind is so familiar? At that moment, the first 6 members of the Immortal Bird dance troupe appeared. Ever since they knew that the head of the group was Yi Wuxiang, they went to Station C to see if there was any news related to Yi Wuxiang when they had nothing else to do. In order to understand the movements of the chief, the poor guys, they all started to learn Chinese. Learning that Yi Wuxiang participated in the Bright Star held on the Green Man's platform, the group registered for the Green Man's platform account overnight, and voted for the head of the group on time every day. After this issue came out, see, a lot of people are questioning the authenticity of the head of the Freedom. Do not think Blue Smoke plagiarized the head of the group. Can give grumpy guys angry? A few people in the chat room together, directly in the microblogging to register the official account of the Immortal Bird dance group, announced that the microblogging, the account's first tweet was a video of the group dance at the beginning of Immortal Birds. Enclosure. When Immortals first formed, the 6 of us argued for a long time over the choice of song for the group dance. The regimental commander saw us arguing and wrote the song Wind himself. I remember when we were asked by people from various countries what the accompaniment to the group dance was and why we hadn't heard it before. We set aside the answer because the chief didn't want too much exposure. Now, we can tell you clearly, the accompaniment to the group dance is Wind, which was written by the headmaster, who posted it on DreamStation, where her nickname is Freedom. Freedom's 6 fans are our 6 patriarchs. I hope some people's fans stare at it with wide eyes. Chapter 160, Love in a Sea of Vinegar. Seeing this tweet, Jin Jiaoyang slapped the back of his head. He said Wind sounded familiar. So it was the accompaniment to the group dance of the Immortal Birds back in the day. It's just that the works after Immortal have gotten more and more popular, and people go to the new works and don't revisit the old ones as much. With the Immortal Bird coming out to testify, Yi Wuxiang being Freedom became an ironclad fact. The Blue Ruyan fans who had previously questioned Yi Wuxiang quietly deleted their comments, as if as long as the comments were gone, they had done nothing. How clean they were. Yi Wuxiang's talent shown in music composition also refreshes the audience's impression of her once again. With her group, the vote count keeps rising. Some people also wonder why Yi Wuxiang's nickname is Freedom. Wasn't she free before? That's a question no one can answer. Bright Star Program Team. Staff member, the appraisal results show that Lan Ruyan did plagiarize, and the fact that Yi Wuxiang is Freedom is also confirmed. The director blushed. We can't send out an announcement as it is. Can we? Host, can't send. Send will offend the blue sky after. All in a circle to mix. Cannot offend as much as possible, do not offend. See, the wording cannot be compromised. Knock knock. Lan Ruyan knocked on the door and came in, with only ice coldness on her pure and innocent face. I just bumped for inspiration. And since there is suspicion of plagiarism, our group is willing to re-record and is willing to clear the existing votes, and the number of votes after the re-recording, no matter how many, is subtracted by half as the final tally to show the determination to clear the air. The host and director looked at each other and agreed to Lan Ruyan's proposal. This is the best remedy for whoever it is. That night, Bright Star updated the stage of Blue Ruyan's group and made an announcement at the same time. Said Blue Ruyan said she and Yi Wuxiang bumped into inspiration, didn't plagiarize, and didn't know anything about DreamStation or Freedom. In order to avoid suspicion, she was willing to re-record it and offered to propose that the final vote count be half to quell the controversy from all sides. This was a very witty meal. The crew didn't have to offend Blue Ruyan's diva mom. Blue Ruyan reduces the amount of criticism she gets, and her fans will be more heartbroken, because the thought of their idol's votes being halved makes fans work harder to canvass for their idol. Only Yi Wuxiang injured world reached. It was she who was plagiarized. She was the one who was scolded by Blue Ruyan's fans. When it was over, she hadn't compensated because Blue Ruyan didn't admit to plagiarizing. In one word, absolute. Jane Jiaoyang and the others laughed back in anger. In this situation, there was nothing more to do than to try to publicize and vote for Yi Wuxiang. They powder with the mane. By Yi Wuxiang's influence, the overall outlook is positive. Calm character, will not be like the rest of the Rice Circle fans. A bit of wind blowing grass will bring the account book cursing the 4 directions. Meanwhile, fan video support for players continues to exist. It's just that the official rule is that those who have responded last time can't do so again. Lan Ruyan's side. The fans gathered at the riverside, pulling the banner Lan Ruyan cheer, while recording video and crying, shouting something like, "We believe in you. You're the best blue Ruyan in the world. What God is kind to those who work hard, and we won't let your efforts go to waste." Such a genuine video pulled in a lot of votes for the Blue Ruyan group. On Yi Wuxuang's side, it was much simpler and rougher. The 6 patriarchs of the Immortal Bird dance troupe, adapting and riffing on Yi Wuxuang's dances from the program, were released both domestically and abroad, pulling in even more votes for Yi Wuxuang. After a period of time, the voting session ended. The program's public rankings. First, Yi Wuxuang's group. Blue Ruyan's group ranked second even though their votes were halved. The 4th, 5th and 6th teams are eliminated. The host announced the theme of the new show is love songs. The day off comes. Yi Wuxuang returned to the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel, and Jishin was not there. He waited until evening, and Jishin didn't come back. The messages that were sent were stone cold. Yi Wuxuang lay down into the quilt alone, deep in the jungle thousands of miles from the hotel. Ji Shun and Feng Jiu, hiding behind a rock. Ji Shun, why is the who protected you before gone? Don't hide, come out and die. The scarred man did many shots towards the sky. I've lost a lot of men for your head. Ji Shao, I'll stop it for you. You go. Feng Jiu's gun-wielding hand trembled slightly. They had been fighting for a long time when they were stopped on their way to meet Miss Yi and Yundu. You're bound to die if I leave. There are many of them. Jishin took out the wrapped cake in his coat pocket, his ink eyes flashing in the moonlight. I owe this life to your charity, and I have no complaints about dying for you. Feng Jiu's tone was loyal. Once, he was an assassin sent by the organization to kill Jishin. Jishin defeated him, didn't kill him, gave him a new life, let him live like a human being under the sun, and he was willing to give his life for Jishin. Your life, you might as well keep it to yourself. Jishin put the cake back into the pocket inside his coat, zipped it up, and leapt out, kicking the scarred man down. He grabbed Scarab's gun, shot Scarab, and turned to fire 6 shots into the jungle. Bulletproof, his coat swept up by the night wind like a cloak of death. It's getting light fast. In the blink of an eye, the point of return to the program was reached. Yi Wuxuang looked at the clock on the wall. 5 o'clock sharp. Thinking to myself, it can wait another 10 minutes. The minutes ticked by. Jishin boarded the elevator of the 5-star hotel with a day and night of solemnity. The elevator reached the designated floor and he stepped out quickly, pushing open the door to his suite. The door is empty. The clock on the wall, showing 5:30. Yi Wuxuang was already gone. He leaned against the wall and gasped for air, removing the cake from his trench coat, his narrow eyes full of self-loathing. Half an hour later, Feng Jiu returned with the cell phone. Ji Shao, the phone is fixed. His cell phone was damaged in the battle. Jishin took the phone and turned it on, seeing several unread messages. Last night at 11 p.m. Leafless, can't come for something? 3 a.m. Today. Leafless, if it's okay, send me a message back. I'm worried. 5:10 p.m. Today. Leafless, I'm going back. And a missed call. It shows a call at 5 o'clock this morning. In other words, Yi Wuxuang didn't sleep much all night. Huge emotions tumbled through Jishin's heart as he dialed her number. Hello, the number you have dialed is closed. The crew. Yi Wuxuang handed the cell phone to the hostess aunt and returned to the dance practice room. The rest of the team had already arrived and were chatting away inside. Su-ro, have you guys seen the news? Our country's youngest paleontological scientist, Helian Chang, won an award yesterday and received flowers from Mr. G. Fengqinghe. The media all speculated about the relationship between Ji Shao and Helian Chang, although Helian Chang clarified that he was just a college classmate. Yi Wuxuang's footsteps lurched. Was Ji Shin, yesterday, celebrating for Helian Chang? Is it like celebrating her senior year and high school graduation? Chapter 161. You're in love with your best friend. Yi Wuxuang walked into the dance practice room. Seeing her return, the 5 began to discuss the business of this round of public performances, and the recording crew, in the corner, began filming. The theme for this round was love songs and all the groups were given songs that were lyrical in nature. The lyrics of Yi Wuxuang's group also revolve around love. It's about the protagonist who meets a man who makes her heart flutter, and her heart changes from bland to pining to wanting it all for herself. After a few hours, the camera crew stops filming and leaves, and it's time for the runners to go to bed. I'll go to the vending machine and get you guys some drinks back. Sweetie Lee left first. The program does not give outings, but there are vending machines. When Yi Wuxuang was about to leave as well, he was pulled back by Su-ro and Fengqinghe. The two of them knew Yi Wuxuan the earliest and understood him the most. Su Rou stared at her, her voice gentle. Wuxuan, tell us what happened, okay? Feng Qinghe nodded. You've been distracted tonight. We can tell. The Yi Wuxuan who came back from this rest day was even more depressed than the Yi Wuxuan who came back from the last rest day. It's fine. Yi Wuxuan replied. We're one step away from the final. Are you sure you want to play with that kind of form? If you can't give it your all, you might lose. Oh? And Saixia changed her angle. Yi Wuxuan wanted to win more than anyone else. She could see that. Yi Wuxuan was a bit puzzled and asked them, am I in a bad state? The corner of Saixia's mouth tugged. You danced 6 wrong moves tonight, and although you made fewer mistakes than we did, compared to the near-perfect you before, as a fellow player, and Saixia's view of Yi Wuxuan was that he was a precision machine. When they worked hard and practiced the new dance over and over again, Yi Wuxuan was able to dance the new dance 8 or 9 times just by looking at it once, precise like a cold machine fed instructions by a human. Yi Wuxuan. It was amazing how wrong she was. Su Rou pressed Yi Wuxuan's shoulder and smiled sincerely. We are teammates. We need to support each other. If you have something on your mind, you can absolutely tell us. Feng Qinghe agreed with Su Rou. As the old saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers, tapa zhu guliang. Can you figure it out if you think hard alone? Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flickered slightly. She couldn't figure it out. She, who had always been praised for being multi-intelligent and close to a demon, felt as if she had come to a dead end and couldn't find her way out. I have a close male friend. She quirked her lips gently. Su Rou immediately picked up. That mysterious man who played the crystal piano for you in support? Yi Wuxuan nodded. He's very good to me, but he's also very good to another female friend, too. She knew that Jishin and Helian Chang were college classmates and friends for many years, and it was a normal thing for a friend to receive an award and give flowers to congratulate him. She also knew that Jishin was not obligated to accompany her on every day off, and it was true that Haranzing's award was more worthy of congratulations than her day off. She understands all of these things. She just couldn't get over it. She wanted Jishin to be by her side. She wanted her priority in Jishin's heart to be higher than Helian Chang. The idea is selfish. She knows. So she's torn. Reason on one side and selfishness on the other. To the left, she was resigned. To the right, she can't. Isn't there a path that can be taken that doesn't bother her so much? Ahem. Su Rou cleared her throat and solemnly declared, Comrade Yi Wuxuan, I'm telling you responsibly, you're in love with your best friend. Yi Wuxuan looked straight at Su Rou. Su Rou guided. First of all, you're opposite-sex friends, right? Aha. He was kind to you, made you feel at ease and comfortable? Aha. Seeing him being nice to another friend of the opposite sex as well, you wonder who means more to him, yourself or that friend of the opposite sex, don't you? Then you just like him. Your feelings for him have escalated from friendship. You want to monopolize him. Su Rou patted Yi Wuxuan's shoulder. Like Jishin? Yi Wuxuan's face, boom, went red. She felt the dead end in front of her disappear and a new path appear. Next to her, Feng Qinghe had wanted to retort, thinking that jealousy also existed between friends, more important than anyone else and so on. But Yi Wuxuan's reaction was close to writing not to fight oneself. TSK, 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 the high and mighty queen has moved her heart. Feng Qinghe joked. Su love mentored Zoe, you know what you should do now? Yi Wuxuan shook his head without understanding. Oh yo, too good too good, quickly let me hug. And Saixia couldn't take it anymore and walked over to hold Yi Wuxuan in her arms, rubbing against Yi Wuxuan like a big doll. She could eat too much of Yi Wuxuan's contrariness. Su Rou picked up again. You should confess now. You know, you have to be brave and A up there. A key on your keyboard, is also the active attack key in many games. The extended term is active confessions and playing straight ball. Yi Wuxuan listened while nodding his head. Is there anything else on your mind? Feng Qinghe asked after him. Nope. Yi Wuxuan's tone lurched, her eyebrows arched, and her smile penetrated with a hint of docility. Thank you. She didn't know how much longer she would have had to mull it over without them to enlighten her. Oh, the playwright, and Saixia, covered her heart and slumped to the ground. Medic, quickly give me a blood pack. I'm going to die of mo. Help, coming. Baiyu. Feng Qinghe used her index finger as a needle and made a point towards Saixia. And Saixia sat up steadily. Well, I'm revived. 2 idiots hahaha. Hurry up and go to bed. We'll practice tomorrow. Su Rou couldn't stop laughing. I'll go look for Sweetie, and buy some food as well. It's so nice to have a relationship pulled together. A few people and went to their dormitories to wash up. Half an hour later, Su Rou returned with Li Tiantian whose cheeks were red and swollen with slap marks. What happened? Who hit it? And Saixia got up and got out of bed. Blue Ruyan's group? Their group has a lot of grudges against us because of the plagiarism. Feng Qingha also stopped applying moisturizing water. Li's sweetheart bit her lip. Aggrieved. Su Ro answered in her place. The other group played. They were Sweetie's former teammates, saying that Sweetie was a scheming girl. Don't think you can make it out with Wuxuang or something. Poof. Feng Qingha sneered, listening to their nonsense. When I was voted out, my teammates even said that my temperament didn't match the team, and that I could play better when I went outside. Aren't they just jealous that we're strong and overshadow them? The netizens are calling their group the Avengers. I must go out and prove myself. Li's sweetness touched her beaten face, her tone firm. There's money to be had if you debut, and money to pay for your mom's surgery. Chapter 162, Improvised Rap. Yi Wuxuang vs. Lu Yu. The girls were shocked by Sweetie Li's words, and after asking questions, they learned that Sweetie Li's mother was seriously ill and needed surgery. The family's savings have been spent, and Sweetie Li makes a successful debut before her mom has money for the surgery. There's no need to wait for a debut. This public performance will do. Feng Qingha pondered for a moment and said, there's an advertiser that says they're going to pick a standout among the contestants this time around for a commercial that will cost tens of thousands of dollars. And Saixia nodded. I'm not going to see this time. You see, try to get this ad. She was the original C. Thank you all. Sweetie Li's eyes reddened. And Saixia hasn't had a C seat once since she joined the show, and when she finally does, she's willing to give it to her. Thanks for nothing. We're teammates. And Saixia smiled in disbelief. Go for it. Su Ro shook her fist. We all have reasons why we have to win. How they were voted out in the first place. And now, how they are going to be killed back. Yi Wuxuang lay on the upper bunk, recalling the little moments with Ji Shun. Her heartbeat silently accelerated in the night. Confession? In what way? A few days passed by, and the day of the love song themed performance arrived. Because there are only 3 teams left, the show is getting more and more elaborate in its stage setup. After the first group finished their performance, Blue Ruyan's group came on stage. Their stage style was a playground, and they all wore different styles, similar styles, and light-colored dresses, with a balloon in each hand, as if the girl waiting for her lover to come to the appointment. The beautiful scene and the gentle English song made the tutors praised it again and again. When they stepped down, it was Yi Wuxuang's group's turn to go on. Yi Wuxuang's side of the stage style was a girl's cozy room. Everyone wore either loungewear, bare pajamas, a simple t-shirt with denim shorts, or a very common dress, highlighting a casual relaxation. It's like a person who is trapped in love and is ruminating in their boudoir. Their songs are in Japanese in the land of cherry blossoms. Sugar Lee was the first to open her mouth to sing as she sat on the bed. Su Ro in front of the dresser sang for the second time, and Saixia, who was picking out clothes in front of her closet, was fourth, holding the brown bear doll of wind clearance fifth. Finally, it was Yi Wuxuang who was sitting on the floating window. She raised her hand out of the window and seemed to be feeling the traces of the wind, and there was a hint of despondency on her delicate face with light makeup. Cosbo Bayu Aramino. No, 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 one, because you're my no, 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 one, and you are the only one, and you're unique, one of a kind. Its smile, its pupils, all of them, that smile, those eyes, all of it made me, Doki Doki Sasaru, heartwarming. After the performance of the song, the host called the only 3 remaining teams of players, all of them, to the stage. The mentors were then asked which group they felt had the best performance. The mentors started off with an official statement, saying that everyone who made it this far had high strengths, and none of them performed poorly. But if we had to pick the best one, it would still be Yi Wuxuang's group. Yi Wuxuang's group was not only strong, but also well staged. Lu Yu picked up the microphone. I don't think this public performance is fair. The host froze. Why do you say that? My God, why does he have to be given something to do after every public performance? Last time, Yi Wuxuang said that the Blue Ruyan group was not worthy. This time Lu Yu said the public performance was unfair, because none of the songs with this theme have a rap session. I wasn't able to utilize my specialty, Lu Yu said with a confident expression to the camera. If there's a rap session, I don't think the 2 remaining groups will be able to fight back in front of me. Yi Wuxuang turned on the mic, his voice indifferent. No power to fight back? With your rap? On her day off, Lu Yu got her cell phone and tweeted, saying, as fellow creators, it's normal for inspirations to collide once in a while, so there's no need to go overboard. If this is considered plagiarism, can I say that everyone here has plagiarized the summer dictionary? Although Lu Yu did not name Lan Ruyan, he connoted her between the lines and cleared Lan Ruyan's name in a sophomoric way. Blue Ruyan's fans, also gathered under Lu Yu microblogging, said Lu Yu dare to speak out for Blue Ruyan. Is a true sister? Sisterhood locked dead. What do you mean just by my raps? Ha! Lu Yu laughed, standing out and pointing at Yi Wushuang, narrowing his eyes. To be honest, Yi Wushuang, from the first day you came to the dormitory, you said you were all-powerful and had an invincible stance. I've been looking at you with displeasure. Later, Ruyan nearly bumped into inspiration with you, and you openly accused her of plagiarism on the program. Have you considered what kind of public pressure she will face? You're 18 years old. It's understandable that you're young and crazy, but don't really think you're so hung up that you can mess with anyone. Yi Wushuang raised his eyebrows. So, Lu Yu also raised his eyebrows. Since you think I can't rap and you say you're all-powerful, let's have a competition. Improvised rap. Dare you? The smell of gunpowder filled the entire recording hall with Lu Yu's words. Yes. Yi Wushuang lightly agreed. Wait, Yi Wushuang, do you know how to rap? After you entered the program, it seems like you have served as dance or vocal. You haven't rapped. The host was afraid that Yi Wushuang would mess up and explained. Rap originated with blacks as ghetto art, characterized by the rapid recitation of a string of rhyming words with no melody, only rhythm. It's harder to improvise rap. Yi Wushuang replied in a calm tone. Rap is my lullaby. Born and raised in the slums, how could she not understand rap? In more entertaining terms, she's kind of a rap family. In that case, please go down first and leave the stage to Yi Wushuang and Lu Yu. The host retreated to the side. Only Yi Wushuang and Lu Yu were left on the stage. I'll go first, give you a sample. Lu Yu waves to his left. Music teacher, give the rhythm. A percussive pure rhythm out. Lu Yu listens to two little bits, catches the rhythm, and speaks coolly to the camera. Yeah, this is Lu Yu, aka Rap Queen, Queen of Rap. Remember my name. After looking at the camera, she looked at Yi Wushuang and started dissing. Yi Wushuang, you said that you are an all-round player, heaven-made talent. Then show me. Show me you're a freshly minted little, or pretentious, knee-jerk, runaway douchebags anytime they want. When I first sang rap, you were still learning AOE, IUU, BPMFDTN. When I first stood on stage, you were still holding failing papers and thinking about how you could get more mercy from your parents. You've made a little bit of progress since you didn't make it and you're floating. Ruyan arrangement hit a little inspiration and you went crazy. And dare to come to me to battle, I think you are stupid. I'll improvise for now, you mustn't panic. Lu Yu stops dissing. The singing instructor covered his mouth. So aggressive. Is this a head break between rappers? The professional counterpart of the rap tutor nodded. That middle part of the Hanyu pinyin was added very skillfully. Lu Yu is indeed a rapper with spirit. The host arched his fire. It's Yi Wushuang's turn. Go on. Don't be afraid. After all, the more the contestants bicker, the more interesting the show will be. Chapter 163, Almighty Yi Wushuang. Lu Yu collapses and retires. The rhythm came to Yi Wushuang's side. Yi Wushuang picked up the microphone, her cool voice carrying a hint of lethargy. Rap queen? That's it? Stinky fish. Listen carefully. She circled around Lu Yu, seemingly wanting to survey him from top to bottom, from the inside out, with contemptuous eyes. I can call you Auntie too if you like to emphasize the age. But I know everything about racing and Go. What else do you know? I introduce myself as all-powerful by virtue of my strength and you defy me to comply. Is it clear now? What you are? Stealing my heart and soul to highly publicize this as a rookie, and immediately changing my tune when I found out it was called occasional. The master is shut up and there are still voices eager to argue the praises of a good man who doesn't want to be a good man, but has to go and be a traitor. Mentor Rap let out a wow and sat up straight. It's even more explosive than Lu Yu. Yi Wushuang has something. Singing tutor, Yi Wushuang is 18. Lu Yu is 28. It's not impossible to call out Auntie. Dancing tutor, and Yi Wushuang returned all of Lu Yu's disses. It's Lu Yu's turn to take over. On the stage, Lu Yu had shock and embarrassment on his face. Shocked that Yi Wushuang really knows how to rap. Not only did he diss back, he double bet. Embarrassed because Yi Wushuang's words were more lethal, directly calling her a dog. Flustered because the beat was on her side and she hadn't thought of the words yet. She barely caught the rhythm, but couldn't think of the next words as panic slowly crept into her face. She knew she should think of words, but her mind was full of the contemptuous look Yi Wushuang had just given her. She has to pick up the words. If she can't pick it up, when this episode airs, her face will be. The rhythm slipped away between Lu Yu's incompetence and came back to Yi Wushuang's side. Yi Wushuang sneered and picked up the microphone. It's my empire. Letting go and doing it right. Perfectly rendered kingly. I'm the ideal support for a lot of people. They're all looking forward to my annual masterpiece. How lonely is the proverbial invincible? I have long been to the supreme realm that you have tried so hard to reach. Where is this dissing? This is a bombardment. The rap mentor's eyes glowed and he kept clapping. The beat is once again Lu Yu's turn. Lu Yu's head continued to empty. Her face was pale, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise it again. Yi Wuxiang took it directly, switched to a clean wrap, and reached out to push on Lu Yu's chest, pushing her outward with a cold and unfeeling expression. I'll show you that this isn't a race to see who's the last man standing, and if you don't like it, leave before it's too late. The word leave landed on the ground, and Lu Yu was lightly pushed off the stage. Judas is a cheap scrap. After pushing Lu Yu, Yi Wuxiang rejoined the center of the stage and sang as he walked. My time, the time that belongs to me, look at me with only my hand in the sky. It doesn't matter if I fail. I am a masterpiece of the heavens, a heavenly creation, and see how free I reign over the world. The music fades. Yi Wuxiang put down the microphone and turned her head sideways. Her eye curtains maintained a slightly drooping motion. The stage lights hit her beautiful side face. Her white skin penetrated in icy distance. It was the end of the gods and the reappearance of the king. Click. The director ends the recording. That's enough for this installment. Here, the three teams continue to rally and wait for the results of the vote before seeing who to eliminate. The new bright star, updated on the Green Mansion platform. Due to the platform's intentional momentum and promotion, as well as the circle breaking points on all sides, a large number of viewers left a lot of pop-ups inside the video. The place with the most pop-ups was the impromptu rap battle between Lu Yu and Yi Wuxiang. Seeing Lu Yu being killed by Yi Wuxiang, Lu Yu's fans cried and Yi Wuxiang's fans got excited. Yi Wuxiang, YYDS. She says she's all-powerful. She is all-powerful. In front of Yi Wuxiang, Lu Yu has no power to fight back. Muoi is the real rap queen. Not long after the video was updated, Brightstar made an announcement that Lu Yu had withdrawn from the competition. Understanding was expressed. Lu Yu was such a proud person, being wildly abused like this by Yi Wuxiang in his own area of expertise. He was afraid that he had left a not-so-shallow psychological shadow. I don't think we'll be able to get out of it without 3, 5, 10 years. Yi Wuxiang was also truly invincible. Is the phrase "this is not a race" assigned to all the contestants? The bright star is just a passing phase for me. Yi Wuxiang, I will reach the top and reign supreme. Under such circumstances, there was no need to mention how Yi Wuxiang's group's votes grew insanely. Second was Lan Ruyan's group. They had more than 5 million votes more than the third place, but more than 20 million votes less than Yi Wuxiang's group. The final spot was basically locked. Yi Wuxiang's group versus Blue Ruyan's group. With this momentum developing, it would definitely be Yi Wuxiang's group that would take the debut qualification. And the official made a special effort to mess up by saying that the number of votes received after this public performance will not be cleared and will be accumulated until the finals. To put it bluntly, it's an attempt to force the fans of the underdog group to desperately bash their votes. They're running a show, not a charity. Blue Ruyan can't calm down and calls her mother for help. Later that night, Diva Rambler joined in the support, publicly posting a video of her daughter canvassing for her. The video begins with an interview. The magnificent Bluebell was asked what was the most painful thing she had experienced in her life. Sapphire answered giving birth and said that when a woman gives birth to a child, she is going to the gates of hell, and that mothers are great and so on and so forth. After earning a wave of tears, he said he was proud to see his daughter's hard work and progress in the bright star and was already a fan of her. So, I want to support my daughter as a fan. Translated into human language, it is, all make way. My daughter can't. Yi Wuxiang. I, the shameless mom, will do it myself. The day after the video was released, Lan Ruyan's group overtook Yi Wuxiang's group by 10 million votes. A certain top luxury recording studio, Li Chunlan's good friend of that year, looking at the face of vicissitudes, slightly fat, clothes are very simple. The expression is very happy. Li Chunlan asked, "Are you really going to use your return to show your support for your daughter Yi Wuxiang? She has said that showbiz is her nightmare and doesn't want to be exposed to it a second time." Yes. Li Chunlan looked up at her husband Yi Weigua, who accompanied her, and smiled. "I'm ready. With a husband and children, she will fear nothing anymore." "Did you practice your voice before you came here?" the best friend asked again. "Practice every day," Li Chunlan replied. She no longer enjoys performing. Well, she still enjoys singing. "Every time I went to work in the fields, when no one was around, I would sing a verse, and my strength not only did not regress, it improved." "Okay," said his best friend. Turning on various recording devices, Li Chunlan stood in front of the microphone and chanted. On camera, she didn't have a slim figure or well-maintained looks, nor is there any more of that youthful exuberance and pride that runs deep into the soul. She only has one voice, a voice that has been kissed by angels and has been described as Atlantean siren-like. This excellent voice, empowered by a mother's love, explodes with unparalleled penetrating power. Chapter 164, Straight Female Confessions. At the end of the taping, Chunlan Li's best friend applauded at the equipment. The strength is undiminished. Yi Weigua was also beside him with a gentle smile. Li Chunlan smiled shyly. After getting the full video, Li Chunlan registered microblogging when she was on fire. There was no microblogging software. Li Chunlan, Duanmu Weiyang, go schwanger. Mom will always support you. After posting the tweet, Li Chunlan asked her friend, "Can you help me promote it?" Simple. My best friend pulled out his cell phone, found the group with the most media people, and ate all. Surprise! Duanmu Weiyang returns, pointing the way to the microblogging Li Chunlan, Duanmu Weiyang. Early reporting and early harvesting of traffic. In fact, after so many years, the media writers have changed one batch after another. The popular stars have also changed one batch after another. Who is Duanmu Weiyang? Not many people remember. Luckily, Bluebell has been more active lately, causing the name Duanmu Weiyang to reappear in the public eye. Members of the media group immediately realized the value behind Duanmu Weiyang's return and worked overtime to release the news. At the end of the microblogging search, the words Duanmu Weiyang and Li Chunlan soon appeared. For a while, Li Chunlan's fans, Lan Baoer's fans, Yi Wuxuang's fans, Lan Ruyan's fans, and passers-by who were eating melons, came in droves. They clicked on Chunlan Li's video. The rural women in the video made their jaws drop. How did the once angelic songstress become so rustic? That's a big gap from the Rambler divas of the same age. Without waiting for them to continue spouting, the rural woman began to whisper, warm and mysterious like a siren sobbing under the moon. Strength is the greatest strength is a phrase that is never outdated. And when she speaks, she makes the keyboard warriors stop typing in a sarcastic and demeaning manner. It's so moving. After the whisper, it moves to a high note and continues to chant. Soprano is another beauty. Some singers sing soprano to show off their skills. Li Chunlan is different. In her soprano, she has her own story feelings, which is most moving. The soothing soprano ends and a higher dolphin sound comes in. The listener only felt a bunch of electric current, from the heel straight to the sky, as if even the soul were excited a little. They listened intently, enjoying a moment of solace brought by the chant. When the song ended, they were not finished and left a comment. I have to admit that Li Chunlan, or Duanmu Weiyang, is uniquely excellent in the summer singing scene. It's really a shame why an actress who sings so well would do something as low and despicable and wrong as that 30 years ago. Talented but not virtuous, I guess, is the only way to put it. Oh my god, my human played this song outside the living room, and my mom, who was mopping the floor, dropped her mop and came over, asking me who sang it, and asking me how I could vote for Yi Wuxuang. Upstairs +1. My dad not only voted for Yi Wuxuang himself, he also mobilized all of us in the family group to vote for Yi Wuxuang / crying with laughter. Was I the only one who said that Duanmu Weiyang had a bad character and was educated for half an hour by my mom by the ear? Me too. A young man with a young mind moved this video to another site with the title, I thought I was a bronze, but I turned out to be a king. Rural Amazons make you kneel. The headline party knows best what kind of headline that will get clicks. As expected, the video is on fire, and it's a widespread fire. Even more than Jishin's 20 million crystal piano support video. Multi-million-dollar crystal pianos are like Yang's Hongsu, highly elegant, but not approachable. The contrast between the Bronze King and the words rural mom lowers the threshold of appreciation and has a down-home, colloquial effect. Bright Star comments section. There are more such as family and everything is prosperous X family building materials factory blossom rich and valuable. The user's message of nicknames such as, I was too young to know how to help you then, but now I'm old enough to help your daughter / cute. What singing and dancing rap can't appreciate it, but voting for Yi Wuxuang is right / cool. There are also some young new faces. I was attracted to the open Neil video, and I hope that Chunlan Li's daughter won't let me down. You may not believe me when I tell you, but I was enlisted by my parents to come to the draft. Absolutely. The huge amount of traffic, coupled with the overpowering strength, made Yi Wuxuang's group's votes continue to catch up with Lan Ruyan's group. Countering the Blue Ruyan group was also expected. Somewhere in an ocean view villa, Lan Baoer was so angry that her liver hurt as she watched her daughter being surpassed. Duanmu Weiyang. She squeezed her red wineglass in a death grip. It's just that these netizens don't support themselves, but they actually go to support Duanmu Weiyang. This little pig. Are all blind stupid pigs. Voting time is terminated. 14 players from 3 teams changed into their gray and white JK uniforms and returned to the recording room. The elimination group leaves no doubt and leaves with a testimonial to leave. The moderator announced the theme for the finale, all original. That is, original tunes, original lyrics, original choreography, all of it. Meanwhile, both groups can now finalize their group names, with the winner going straight out. The day off came with it. When Su Ro and Feng Qinghao left, they specially reminded Yi Wuxuang to remember to confess to his best friend. This love thing, one step slower, can be a lifetime slower, gotta be brave. Yi Wuxuang nodded his head and got his cell phone to turn it on, noticing that it had a missed call. It was Jishin who called. There was also an unread message from Jishin. The content says why he was late on his last day off. Yi Wuxuang's black pupil flickered lightly. So it was delayed on the way here. She put her cell phone away and walked out of the programs building. And just outside the front door, she was tugged by the wrist and taken to one side. Her expression flinched and she was about to strike back when her nose caught a familiar scent and cancelled her attack idea. Sorry, I was late last time. Jishin's narrow ink eyes looked at her. His thin lips pursed lightly. His handsome face covered with a layer of dark mist. He had told Yi Wuxuang that he would accompany her on every rest day in the future. And last time he broke his promise. For whatever reason, he went back on his word and made her wait all day and night. I saw the text message. Yi Wuxuang's voice was gentle. It's not like she's unreasonable. That's good. Jishin let out a sigh of relief and pulled Yi Wuxuang's wrist towards the hotel. The final is near. Yi Wuxuang has not rested properly for 2 consecutive public performances. He has to catch up on sleep to make up for his status. Yi Wuxuang let him hold himself. Surrounded by people coming and going. The noise is very noisy. Are the people who want to go home in the evening rush hour? Jishin. She felt like she could hear her heart beating. Did you watch the new installment of Bright Star? Look, the last rap is cool. Jishin accelerated his pace. And Yi Wuxuang slightly lagged behind him. What about the stage public performance in front? The part 1 sang? Yi Wuxuang asked again. His heart seemed to be beating a few minutes faster. It also sounds good. You and your mom both have a good voice. Jishin's voice was low. Yi Wuxuang, that part was originally Feng Qinghe's session. I asked her to switch with me because I wanted to sing that part to you. Chapter 165, Straight Girl Romance. When Jishin heard Yi Wuxuang's words, his delicate brows frowned lightly as he thought back to that part of Yi Wuxuang's lyrics. Do the lyrics seem to say, "You're my number one, you're my only 1 inch"? With Yi Wuxuang's brain circuits, he should be trying to express that he was her best and finest, and unique friend, right? Jishin stretched his eyebrows, his chest vibrated, and he let out a low laugh that was pleasant to the ear. Thank you, you're my best friend too. Is it better for him to be happy or helpless to have the Queen of High Spirits clearing her song for him on the show? This time it was Yi Wuxuang's turn to frown. She said seriously, I don't want to remain good friends with you. I want to be your girlfriend. Yes? Jishin faintly picked up. I thought to myself, I think I just hallucinated. Yi Wuxuang took the initiative to say she wanted to be his girlfriend? I'm afraid this is not a daydream. Seeing Jishin reacting so flatly, even his answer was unclear. Yi Wuxuang stopped and looked at the man's broad and reliable back. Her voice raised, Jishin, I like you. The man was instantly frozen in place for a moment, stiffly turning his neck and turning back to his face full of shock. What did you just say? Was he hallucinating? Or was Yi Wuxuang really talking? I like you. Yi Wuxuang met him eye to eye and answered honestly. I don't want to be just good friends with you. You're the one for me and I want to be the one for you. At the end, she added, I want to woo you. The man's pupils slowly tightened, and the helplessness in his heart was replaced by an inch of joy. He took a few minutes to take in and digest the joy, to avoid looking like a 17 or 8-year-old leaping for joy. Digestion complete. He looked at the forthright young girl in front of him, and the apprehension in her eyes that, though well hidden, he still caught, and arched a light brow at the thought of the breathtakingly low emotional intelligence she had once operated with. What if I don't accept? Would she pursue him in turn, as he had pursued her? At those words, the apprehension faded from Yi Wuxuang's black pupils. She didn't say anything, just looked at Jishin with a stubborn and bright look. Her mouth seemed to flatten and then pursed straight, and the ends of her eyes gradually flushed with rouge. This aggrieved and hurt little expression. Looking at Jishin's heart was going to break. He swept the young girl into his arms, his large hand pressed to the back of her head, his tone magnetic and gentle. Idiot, you don't have to woo me. I'm already yours. He'd long ago been overcome by her. Really? The young girl muffled the question with uncertainty in his arms. Jishin didn't answer, but instead lowered his head and kissed her red lips, proving it with practical actions. After the kiss, he rested it against her forehead, his eyes smiling urgently. You didn't really think that I would find someone to practice kissing, did you? I've used all my tactics and heart in order to trick you into falling for it. According to his best friends Helian Chang and Shangwan Qinglin, he, Jishin, the green tea man, get it? You. Yi Wuxuang froze for a moment, and after a while, she stared wide-eyed, a bit incredulous, as countless words surged to her mouth and turned into one sentence. I can't believe you lied to me for so long. This guy, too, is too cunning. She'd always thought of him as the fluttering gentleman with a clear mind. Yi Wuxuang turned around and wiped his forehead, feeling that this was also too hard to top and too outrageous. Is she too slow, or is he too good an actor? Don't be angry. Jishin hugged Yi Wuxuang from behind and soothed in her ear. The day of your big brother's accident, I tried to confess my love to you, but you had such a disdainful view of love back then that even if I confessed, you would just reject me and stay away from me. The anger in Yi Wuxiang's heart slowly subsided. Yes, at that time, she didn't have the idea of love. She only thought love was a burden. If Jishin really confessed to her at that time, she would indeed quickly draw a line in the sand. And to her, completing the mission to resurrect Dustless was more important than anything else. Jishin knew her well. No, Jishin liked her at that time? Yi Wuxiang was brainstorming, and Jishin thought she was still angry and hugged her a little tighter, pouring out his heart. I could have walked towards you without a second thought, but the power to shout the beginning was in your hands, so I never confessed. The only turning point, at Grandma's birthday party, remember, I asked you to kiss me on the face and accidentally kissed me on the lips. When I got a taste of you, I got greedy for more, and not wanting to alarm you, I made up the ridiculous excuse of practicing kissing, but that you believe it, let's just say I can really act. Yi Wuxiang, she just had a bit of a sweet mind. Yi Wuxiang spoke rather shamefully. It's a pity you're not an actor. I'd rather be your one and only than an actor. Jishin opened with a low laugh. Did he think that he would be patient and gentle with whoever he faced for such a long drama? But the one or whatever. That's nice. Let's go. He wrenched Yi Wuxiang's shoulders upright and stretched out his big hand towards her with a gentle brow. Go home with your boyfriend. Although the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel is not a home, it is also their temporary residence. Yi Wuxiang looked at him coldly and ignored him, bypassing him and walking straight towards the hotel, resuming her high-flying demeanor. Jishin, it's true that you can't be too proud to be a human being. He resigned himself to following his queen, like a loyal knight or an impenetrable wall of protection, back to the hotel, because she hadn't slept properly for a long time. Shortly after Yi Wuxiang returned to the hotel, she pulled Jishin into bed without saying a word, found a suitable angle in his chest, and closed her eyes to sleep at ease. Jishin cried and laughed, but he didn't complain. Who let him be mean indeed and take advantage of her several times? While hugging his cute little girlfriend, he took out his cell phone and told his good friends in his private group that he and Yi Wuxiang were together. Jishin, Yi Wuxiang confessed to me today. We're officially together. Shangwan Qinglin? Though but, I feel like I was walking nicely on the side of the road when I was suddenly kicked in the face. Helian Cheng, Wuxiang confessed first? Horrified. Season deep, well, I was walking with her on the street and she suddenly confessed her love. Shangwan Qinglin, can. Steel straight woman persona does not fall. Even confession are so casual and simple. Jishin frowned. Jishin, can romance be a meal? His family's Wuxiang, which is called plain and straightforward and honest. Helen Green, I'm more curious about how she confessed and what she said. Jishin's thin lips rose. Seasonal deep, she said she sang the song at the stage public performance for me. Wanted to be my one and only. Liked me and wanted to pursue me. A few seconds passed. Helian Ching, how can you call this unromantic? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey named Joy? Helen Ching, the new installment of Bright Star has 5 million viewers. Helian Ching, highly cold and sluggish. She shows her love for you in front of 5 million viewers. Jishin put down his cell phone and looked down at Yi Wuxiang, who was huffing and puffing in his arms, the back of his hand resting against his own lips in an attempt to cover the excessively upturned corners of his lips. Not with this. Yi Wuxiang, you can't make me feel even happier in the aftermath after you've made me so happy. I'll get carried away. Chapter 166, the final is coming. The defective Li Tang Tian. At 4 in the afternoon the next day, Yi Wuxiang was woken up by Jishin shouting. She rubbed her bleary eyes and sat up from the bed, still a little sleepy with the thin blanket draped over both shoulders. As much as I'd love for you to go back to sleep, you might not make it to the show taping if you keep sleeping. The reserved and elegant man wore a prestigious white shirt with the hem tucked into his suit pants, and the diamonds on the cuffs were refracting dazzling light no matter the angle. His long, slender fingers held a glass of orange juice on the table next to a deliciously sold piece of cake. Yi Wuxiang silently went to the sink to brush his teeth. After eating the cake and drinking the juice, Yi Wuxiang changed her shoes and went out. Can't you give your hard-working boyfriend a little parting kiss? Jishin leaned against the door, a wisp of anticipation surfacing on his celestial handsome face. Yi Wuxiang looked at him coldly and even gave a low grunt of contempt and walked around him to leave. Jishin raised his eyebrows and smiled softly as he looked down, his eyes intoxicated with laughter. She's still in a tizzy. Well, he's going to have to ask for advice on how to deal with a girlfriend who's in a rut, and it's definitely not going to be to show off. Suddenly, a pair of ladies' shoes appeared in his field of vision. The tip of his shoe tiptoed lightly, and he was rewarded with a warm, soft kiss on the cheek. When he looked up again, the owner of the shoes had turned his back on him and walked away. Jishin touched the place that Yi Wuxiang had kissed and arched his eyebrows. Maybe he should have asked for advice on the whole girlfriend who gives him a goodbye kiss on the way out the door, even if she's having a fight thing? Bright Star program team. It's already the finals. And for once, no one has to turn in their cell phones. The theme of the final performance was all original. And creativity needs inspiration. And inspiration needs a source. And cell phones are one of those sources. On Yi Wuxuang's way back to the dance practice room, he happened to see the contestants from Lan Ruyan's group coming up the stairs. Their practice room is in a different place. The original 5-member girl group became 4 because of Lu Yu's withdrawal. The 4 also saw her, each with their arms around their chests and their chins lightly raised, their eyes either provocative or angry. Lan Ruyan also stopped piling up fake smiles and stared at her expressionlessly, looking at her as if she were a criminal who had committed a great crime. Yi Wuxuang ignored these 4 people and walked into the dance practice room. Wuxuang, Su Ro and the others sat on the ground and squeezed their eyebrows. Did the confession work? Yi Wuxuang nodded her head and her red lips gently hooked. Woohoo! Let's congratulate Comrade Yi for breaking away from the army of single dogs. And Saixia was the most energetic. A few people giggled for a while and started discussing the team's regimental name. Feng Qingho said he got a fortune teller to do some math and called so-and-so to avoid fire. Su Ro said she looked it up on the internet. And the group name can't have so-and-so in it. And Saixia said that the name of the group should preferably be in English bordering on international. And Sweetie Lee said to use the name of the flower as the name of the group. The opinions are all different. Yi Wuxuan looked at this group of choice-challenged people and spoke indifferently. How about calling it water? Water, 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 water. W, for Yi Wuxuan's Wu, Wu. A, for Ensaixiazen, Un. T, for Sweet Lee's Sweet, T-on. E, for Wind-Clearing Lotus, He. R, for Row of Su Ro, Ro. This is good. The 4 little girls clapped their hands. The name of the troupe was finalized, and several people began to write the song. Still one person with one verse, and finally handed over to Yi Wuxuang to modify the details and fill in the follow-up. 2 days for the original song to come out. When the song is done, it's the words, and when the words are filled in, it's the dance. The clock is ticking down to finals day with sweat and hard work. On the day of the final, a staff member came to the dance studio and said that the advertiser's payment to Sweetie Lee had arrived and asked her to go to the office to collect it. Hurry up, Su Ro urged. Your mom's surgery can't be delayed. Aha. Sugar Lee went out. That's great. The last time the public performance gave her the C seat, she was really picked up by an advertiser and took an advertising fee for the commercial. And Saixia was envious, but not jealous. I haven't done a commercial yet. Don't worry, after we debut and become hot, there will be all kinds of advertisements. Feng Qinghe comforted. Yi Wuxuang practiced her dance in the mirror next to her, aiming for excellence. Sweetie Lee spent 10 minutes and got tens of thousands of dollars in advertising. With the weight of the envelope of money on her mind, she returned to the practice room humming a little tune in a happy mood. Turning the corner, she met Lan Ruyan, who was standing against the wall, looking at the scenery outside the window. Ruyan. She was not shy about offering a greeting, her smile friendly. Lan Ruyan was the daughter of the Queen of Heaven. Being polite was never a bad thing. Lee, sweetheart, your mom doesn't seem to be sick. Lan Ruyan turned her head and looked at Li Tian with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Is it fun to use the sympathy of others to get yourself more exposure and opportunities? There's nothing dollish about this baby-faced girl. Didn't you also pretend that you only had D's on the preliminary stage and gained a whole lot of effort fans by doing so? Sweetie Lee laughed happily. There's no need to laugh at the 50th step. Mr. Blue. The two had been in the same class. Nothing too good, but it just so happens that both know each other's bases. Help me finish off Yi Wuxuang. Lan Ruyan stopped talking nonsense. On what basis? Sweetie Lee asked rhetorically. By virtue of the fact that my mom is Lan Bauer, by virtue of her connections and popularity, she can easily make you struggle for 10 years less in the entertainment industry. Lan Bauer tilted her head and looked straight at Li Tangtian with a gloomy expression. Cooperate with me to do away with Yi Wuxuan. Then join my troupe and make Yi Wuxuan lose his reputation. Li sweetheart was a bit intolerant. It's the final soon. We've been rehearsing for a long time. If I leave, everything will have to be readjusted. I don't know if it's too late, and it will have an impact on their future. Especially in Saixia. She was the oldest, and if she didn't make a debut, she wouldn't have much of a chance in the future. And they've been so good to me, teaching me how to dance and giving me the C-suite. We're good sisters with a stronger than gold heart. No? Sapphire narrowed her eyes. You misunderstood. Sweetie Lee flashed her standard smile, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I mean, it's got to be extra. Dance practice room. Su Ro couldn't help herself from going to the green mango platform to check the voting situation. We're still more than 10 million votes more than Blue Ruyan's group, biting off more than we can chew. Feng Qinghe pondered. Assuming that the quality of our public performance is in line with Blue Ruyan's group, then we'll win steadily. Be bold. We will win. And Saixia walked to Yi Wuxuang's side and patted her shoulder. We have this big Buddha here. How can we dump the Blue Ruyan group's quality by 100,000 miles? Sweetly pushed the door in. I'm back. Come on and practice your dance. Su Ro perked up. Aha. Sugar Lee leaned her cell phone against the table next to her, and the lens of the body camera scraped through a burst of white light. After today's practice, Lee Sweetie took her cell phone and planned to go back to the dormitory. Said right and came to Yi Wuxuang with a shy expression. I also have a friend of the opposite sex who treats me well, but I'm afraid. Wuxuang, is it true that you and your boyfriend started out as normal friends? Yi Wuxuang nodded. Yes. You haven't known each other long, but you're comfortable with each other? Aha. I've seen so many Sapphire fans since your mom's return, calling you mother and daughter names online. It doesn't matter. We don't care. It's good that you guys aren't affected. I'm going to take a shower first. Lee Sweetie patted her own chest and left. Yi Wuxuang's black pupil flashed with a cold aura. A person's habits are hard to change. Sweetie Lee used to put her cell phone upside down on the table. Not only is she standing up this time, she's pointing the camera at the dance studio. What does she want?